Chapter 1. As darkness descended, the once vibrant green eyes began to fade, and Severus Snape opened his eyes once more, only to find himself transported back 7 years in time. Just when he thought history would repeat itself, he discovered a boy who had never existed in his previous life. Initially, his attention was drawn to the boy solely due to his peculiar presence and enigmatic behavior. However, as time passed, Snape found himself increasingly captivated by the radiant youth. If Lily had been a fleeting light in his life, perhaps this boy was the son that belonged solely to him. Ein, a devoted Harry Potter fan who had followed the series from the age of 18 until its conclusion at 25, erupted in fury as he hurled the final book of Harry Potter to the ground. What a ridiculous ending. It's utterly infuriating, he exclaimed. I'm a professor of considerable stature. How can a character simply vanish without reason? In his frustration, he stomped on the book, landing squarely on Harry Potter's face on the cover. This is just absurd. Outrageous. Ein flopped back in exasperation. Do you wish to alter the ending? A voice echoed ethereally from the void. Of course. If I were the author, I would never allow so many characters to serve merely as stepping stones for Harry Potter. Then go forth and make the change, the ethereal voice continued, at which point Ein realized something was amiss. A chill ran down his spine. Excuse me, may I inquire who you are? Ein's voice trembled, but before he could gather his thoughts, darkness enveloped him. In the depths of that obscurity, the voice returned. Welcome, host, to the world of Harry Potter. System 2024 is at your service. The system you are bound to is the Fate Trajectory Reversal System, requiring you to alter the destiny of core characters within the Harry Potter universe. We wish you a pleasant mission. Ein was bewildered. What do you mean? You're about to be assigned a new identity for your soul. Identity binding in progress. Alert. Alert. Identity binding anomaly detected. Identity binding successful. Initiating physical state dimensionalization. Ein black. Welcome to the magical world. This was a swarm meant for noble wizards, the opulent chandeliers illuminating the hall filled with mingling figures. Wizards donned in various robes engaged in hushed conversations, yet the gaze of the majority was involuntarily drawn to one particular youth. The 18-year-old, clad in a form-fitting deep blue robe, appeared slender and upright beneath the elegant attire. With short black hair framing a face that, though somewhat youthful, exuded an endearing charm, the boy's large, sky-blue eyes darted about, observing everything around him. Ein whispered to the system, "What is happening?" This boy was, indeed, Ein himself. After a protracted period of darkness, I found myself standing before the entrance of a grand estate, somewhat bewildered as I was brought here. System, it is advisable for the host to explore independently. With that, the system fell silent. Ein damn, this wretched system has ruined my youth and squandered my wealth. System, upon careful observation of my surroundings, however, I began to make some intriguing discoveries. Isn't this the illegitimate son of Black who has been cast away? It seems he is the son of Lady Black's sister. Wasn't that individual disowned by the Black family? Currently, the only remaining Black is that one in Azkaban. This illegitimate son might be more valuable. Who knows? Let us not forget that Mrs. Malfoy was originally a Black. No wonder the Malfoy family wishes to reclaim this Black. By the way, who is his father? Who knows? The murmurs of the crowd filled the air, but out of respect for the host of the banquet, they refrained from acting in a manner that could be deemed disrespectful. Ein listened for a while, feeling somewhat perplexed. Ein, system, what are they saying? System, please explore independently. The system will not provide any hints. Ein, do they not eat? Such enormous lobsters. I have never even seen one in my past life. System. Thus, as Ein surveyed the area and found no one to impede his actions, he boldly seized a plate and began to indulge in the feast. Utensils? No. Cutlery would only hinder the speed of my consumption. Ein swiftly grabbed a lobster, deftly tearing off its head and shell, and with a tug of its tail, the succulent meat was revealed. Of course, one must also savor the head of the lobster perfection. At the moment Ein was relishing the lobster head, a sudden hush fell over the gathering. The reason was simple. The host of the banquet had arrived. 3 figures entered the hall, with the leading man possessing a cascade of platinum hair, his head held high, and a cane tapping lightly against the ground, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him stood a woman radiating gentleness and grace, while on the other side was a man clad in black robes, with raven hair and dark eyes, his sharply defined features casting a shadow of somber intensity merely by his presence. Coincidentally, the trio was making their way toward Ein. Unfazed, Ein finished savoring the lobster head, just as the 3 reached him. "Sir, you must be Mr. Ein Black." The grandiose intonation made Ein feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Indeed, that is me. I nodded. The young man's height, barely reaching the chest of the adult man, compelled him to look up in admiration. Ein adorably and obediently nodded. Yes, that's me. Ein. At 18, I am charming, innocent, and kind-heartedly beloved by all, blooming like flowers in spring. System. Cars burst tires upon encountering me. Ein ha. How audacious to resurrect a 10-year-old joke. System. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, a mocking curve gracing his lips. Lucius, is this truly the heir of the Black family that you have so painstakingly unearthed from some desolate pit? Severus, Lucius replied with a hint of exasperation. He has just reached adulthood. He is still but a child, da-da. So you wish for me to describe such a one? Snape glanced at Ein's fingers still smeared with lobster butter. The lobster-loving Mr. Black, with the utmost gentlemanly decorum and refined manners? Severus, you promised me. Lucius raised an eyebrow, observing Snape's increasingly darkening expression. Humph. Snape emitted a low, disgruntled sound from his nostrils, infused with ire. You have won this round, Lucius. Then allow me to introduce this young friend to you, Mr. Black. Lucius inclined slightly, meeting Ein's cerulean gaze. Severus Snape, professor of potions at Hogwarts. Thus, Ein found himself unceremoniously thrust into Snape's abode. Ein. System. Dear System, do you not think this development is rather peculiar? System. Severus Snape is also a core target. I recommend that the host take this opportunity to fulfill the mission. Ein. How am I to accomplish that? Also, you have yet to explain to me what it means to alter the trajectory of a character's fate. System. The trajectory of a character's fate comprises two lines, one of career and one of emotion. Taking Snape as an example, you could alter the narrative of his double-agent story to change his fate, or you could shift his emotional affiliations to achieve the same end. Ein. Altering the double-agent storyline seems rather complicated, but changing emotional affiliations is well within my realm of expertise. Pairing characters is my specialty. System. Damn Lucius. Damn this little half-breed. What he initially thought would lead to his demise turned into an unexpected revelation for Snape, who found himself reborn 7 years into the past. The momentary shock prevented him from declining the invitation to the Platinum Peacock soir. Little did he know that attending this gathering would result in such a considerable nuisance. Was this boy's mind filled with troll goo? He seemed utterly dazed, reminiscent of that foolish Gryffindor dog. No wonder they shared the same bloodline. He might very well be just another foolish Gryffindor. A Gryffindor Black. How splendid. Your meals will be in the refrigerator. Help yourself. Avoid the basement unless necessary. Your room is the one on the far left of the second floor. With that, Snape turned and descended into the basement, leaving Ein alone in the living room, bewildered. What am I supposed to do now? Ein scratched his head. System. According to reader and fan data surveys, individuals who trigger the cohabitation scenario with Snape typically engage in the following behaviors. 1. Assisting Snape in tidying his quarters. 2. Preparing nutritious meals and reminding the professor in the basement to eat on schedule. Ein casually opened the refrigerator, only to be stunned by the sight of an array of fast food sandwiches. Ein. System. He made me eat this. System. This presents a splendid opportunity for performance. Ein. I'm still growing. I might suffer from malnutrition. System. I really wish I could eliminate this host. 10 minutes later, a loud knocking echoed through the basement door. Severus Snape, with an air of palpable irritation, opened the door. You had better have a valid reason for disturbing me. Ein looked up, his cerulean eyes misty with emotion. Sir, I detest sandwiches. I desire a medium-rare veal steak, accompanied by clam chowder and creamy pasta. If possible, I would also like a serving of pumpkin juice and for dessert, a mango pie. A vein throbbed at Snape's temple. There is money in the drawer of the coffee table. Buy whatever you wish, but do not bother me. With a resounding bang, the basement door was shut. Content. Ein strolled away. With his pocket money secured, Ein did not rush to indulge in food. Instead, he decided to pursue the main storyline, for such a significant character in the realm of Harry Potter could not be neglected. Thus, Ein found himself on Privet Drive, dressed in Muggle attire. A crisp white shirt paired with deep brown striped suspenders, embodying the essence of a British gentleman. Harry Potter was not difficult to locate after all. There was only one scrawny child dragging a lawnmower almost his size in the entire neighborhood. Hello there, young lad. Ein approached the boy, who barely reached his chest and appeared to be around 9 or 10 years of age, indicating that the main storyline had yet to unfold fully. Hello, sir? The boy spoke timidly. How old are you now? Have you turned 10 yet? Ein smiled, gently ruffling Harry Potter's hair. I'm already 11. Ein silently retracted his hand, realizing that the main storyline had commenced without any semblance of delay. What are you doing here? The weather is quite warm. You could wait until it cools down in the evening to tend to the grass. The boy pressed his lips together and slowly replied, I must finish mowing this patch of grass before I can eat. I contemplated for a moment. System. It is advised that the host offer warmth to facilitate the enhancement of goodwill. Suggested options. 1. Take Harry Potter out for a delightful meal. 2. Purchase some snacks to gift to Harry Potter. 3. Assist Harry Potter in completing his chores sooner. I sighed. Though I am uncertain if this is challenging for you, I wonder how one can resolve the mistreatment and harshness from others. If this were to happen to me, Harry Potter looked at Ein with a mixture of understanding and confusion. Fight if you can, flee if you cannot, deceive if you are unable to flee, and trick if you cannot deceive. Ein gazed earnestly at Harry. If no one looks after you, then you must care for yourself. With that, Ein turned and departed. Ein system. Was my speech impressive? System. Ein. It was akin to a master imparting wisdom to a fledgling chick. System. As long as you were pleased, he had long since lost hope that this utterly unpredictable host would accomplish the task. Ein chuckled softly, humming an off-key tune as he meandered into the supermarket. In the distance, on Privet Drive, a group of young boys surrounded Harry Potter, shoving and jostling him, with the ringleader being none other than Harry's cousin, Dudley. You're a little wildling, and I demand an apology, Dudley exclaimed, pushing Harry down to the ground with a forceful shove. But I did nothing wrong, Harry murmured, lowering his gaze. You're here, tainting our air. Dudley looked down at Harry, his tone dripping with unabashed disdain and mockery. The other boys erupted into laughter at Dudley's words. Harry, initially planning to endure the situation as he had in the past, suddenly recalled the young boy he had encountered earlier that day, who had said, if no one looks after you, you must take care of yourself. With newfound resolve, Harry stood tall and faced Dudley directly, declaring, I say, I am not at fault. Dudley seethed with rage. Wildling, I swear I will beat you today. He swung a fist, but an unseen force halted his blow midair, causing his fist to swell, turning his entire forearm a deep shade of purple. The other boys, seeing this, scattered in terror, while Dudley himself fainted in shock. Harry cast a cold glance at the boy sprawled on the ground, his bruised arm, and, after a moment of contemplation, decided to employ his recently discovered skill to remedy the situation. That he hissed twice towards the bushes, and a small snake slithered out, obediently coiling around his wrist. Harry pinched the snake's fangs and pressed them into Dudley's hand, instantly creating 2 puncture wounds. Regaining his composure, Harry rubbed his eyes, coaxing forth a few tears, and rushed into the house with a look of feigned horror. Uncle, Dudley has been bitten by a snake. What should we do? Within the supermarket, the system suddenly registered a data update. Harry Potter, character fate, trajectory, modification progress. 10 out of flame erupted in the fireplace of Spinner's End, and after a moment, a wrinkled old face resembling an orange peel emerged from the hearth. Severus. The basement door swung open with force, revealing Snape, his expression dark as he regarded the uninvited Dumbledore. You'd better have a valid reason for your visit, Albus. There's no need to be so agitated, Severus, Dumbledore replied cheerfully as he emerged from the fireplace. Dusting himself off, I must say, your fireplace could use a good cleaning. I trust you need no reminder that I expect my fireplace to serve solely as a source of warmth, not as a portal for unwelcome guests, Snape retorted coldly. Now, speak. Albus, what scheme are you concocting this time? Ha ha ha. Dumbledore chuckled. Will you not offer me a cup of tea? I would prefer it with extra honey. Snape frowned slightly and summoned a cup of plain water. Only water. Dumbledore nonchalantly accepted the clear water, producing honey from an unknown source and stirring it in. Severus, I have heard that you returned from Lucius with a young Mr. Black. I believe your sources are sufficiently well informed that I need not elaborate further. Do not be anxious, my child. Dumbledore sipped his honeyed water. You are aware that this year marks Harry's entrance into school. Everything we do is for the safety of that child. After all, James and Lily. I will, of course, ensure his safety, Snape replied tersely, instinctively engaging his mental barriers. I trust you, Severus. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes seemed capable of piercing through all, gazing directly into the hollow black orbs before him. I hope no unforeseen events transpire. Of course. Severus replied with an air of indifference, adopting a distinctly dismissive posture. Dumbledore, once again donning his familiar, cheerful demeanor, patted Snape's shoulder and suggested, when you have the time, you might visit that child. He bears a striking resemblance to Lily. Long after Dumbledore had departed, Snape remained stationary in the living room. Upon his rebirth, he had contemplated revealing everything to Dumbledore. Yet, in any form, he found himself incapable of articulating the truth of his resurrection or the future that lay ahead. Perhaps the most favorable outcome would be to tread once more along the path of his previous life, where the Savior triumphed over the Dark Lord, while he himself remained eternally shrouded in the darkness before dawn, seeking redemption through a lifetime of penance. The hollow black eyes exhibited no flicker of emotion, as if no light could ever penetrate their depths again. Upon returning home, Ein was greeted by a striking scene. A tall man stood silently in the living room, his solitary and desolate silhouette evoking an uncomfortable sensation within her. "Sir, I am back," Ein remarked, gently waving the bag in her hand as she addressed the man. Snape replied, unusually devoid of his characteristic sharp tongue, merely casting a glance at the boy who had never before graced his life. The azure of Ein's eyes shimmered with a gentle, rippling light. Though the same shade of blue, they bore no resemblance to the penetrating gaze of Dumbledore. Ein paused, sensing a distinct change in the man's demeanor and an unusual silence enveloping him. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a chocolate from her bag. "Sir, indulge in something sweet to uplift your spirits," she remarked, placing the chocolate firmly into Snape's hand. Without waiting for his response, she hummed a little tune as she made her way back to her room. As the bedroom door closed, Snape glanced down at the chocolate that had been thrust into his possession, milk chocolate. He had never been fond of chocolates, particularly the saccharine taste of milk chocolate. Yet, he did not discard it. Instead, he hesitated briefly before slipping it into his pocket. After completing this action, it seemed as if a realization dawned upon him, and he furrowed his brow as he regarded his pocket. However, he felt that retrieving it to dispose of it would appear overly deliberate, so he allowed it to remain. Much like the boy's presence, though uncertain of its implications, he could only acquiesce to it for the moment. Snape pondered for a while before turning back toward the basement. Life continued in its orderly fashion. He had intended to find a suitable moment to express his desire for mutual non-interference to the boy, but to his surprise, the youth showed no inclination to disturb him. Each day, he remained in his room, seemingly engrossed in writing, occasionally emerging to return with treats reminiscent of childhood delights. This arrangement suited Snape just fine. After all, his agreement with Lucius was only for this summer, and come the next holiday, he would leave the boy to Lucius's care. Sir, I have received a letter from Hogwarts." One morning, Ein scampered down the stairs, barefoot, eagerly waving the letter in front of Snape. "Has likening your intellect to that of a troll ceased to satisfy you? Now you must emulate their behavior as well?" Came Snape's deep voice from the sofa in the living room, dripping with his usual sarcasm. Perhaps Mr. Black should first put on his own shoes, at least to appear somewhat human. Unfazed by Snape's remarks, Ein bounded over to sit beside him on the sofa. "Is it a letter from Hogwarts?" she inquired, presenting the envelope emblazoned with the insignia of the four houses. As a professor at Hogwarts, Snape was well aware of its significance. "And?" Snape raised an eyebrow, curious about the eccentric child's intentions. "Dear Ein Black, as you have reached the age of 18 without having attended Hogwarts, you are cordially invited to join us as an assistant, while also completing your studies at Hogwarts as a guest student." Ein read aloud from the letter, her excitement palpable. "Well, sir, does this mean we will be colleagues?" Snape scoffed lightly, offering no definitive answer. "Will you take me to Diagon Alley to purchase my textbooks?" Ein continued, tearing open the letter. "It states here that if needed, Hogwarts will provide someone to guide me to Diagon Alley. If you accompany me, does that mean I won't need anyone else? Do you wish for my company?" Snape inquired, somewhat taken aback, for he was acutely aware of the image he projected to his students. The thought lingered in Ein's mind, causing her eyes to sparkle with excitement. Why? To accompany Professor Snape on his expedition, where not a blade of grass would thrive. Surely, I must be the most dazzling creature in the entire alley. Upon her triumphant arrival at Diagon Alley, Ein was greeted by the gasps of astonishment from those around her. After all, which Hogwarts student was unaware that Professor Snape seldom graced Diagon Alley with his presence? The man beside Ein, cloaked in swirling black clouds, could only be their potions master. Snape strode purposefully through Diagon Alley, with Ein scurrying to keep pace beside him. Sir, please wait for me," she panted, finally catching up and grasping the hem of his robe. "Have your limbs and intellect deteriorated during your days of idleness at home?" Snape retorted mercilessly, though he did slow his pace slightly. "Keep up, we are heading to Gringotts." With a flick of his robe, he dislodged Ein's hand, adding, "You should be grateful that Lucius, his mind eroded by beauty potions, still remembers to assist you in reclaiming the inheritance left to you by the Black family." Snape merely escorted Ein to the entrance of Gringotts before tossing her a set of keys. "Now, armed with your keys, I trust those goblins, who have spent their lives dealing solely with galleons, will instruct you on how to withdraw your funds. Yes, sir, Ein replied obediently, clutching the keys while her cerulean eyes blinked in astonishment. Without so much as a glance back, Snape turned on his heel and departed. Inside Gringotts, goblins perched on high stools diligently attended to their tasks, while numerous witches and wizards passed through. Ein sought out the goblin situated at the far end. "Do you possess the keys?" the elderly goblin inquired without lifting his gaze. "Of course," Ein replied, shaking the keys in her hand. In the vault, a mountain of galleons greeted Ein, illuminating her eyes with wonder. "Ein, master, we have struck it rich. System, according to the current economic exchange rates. This amount of money is indeed sufficient to ensure your comfort and security. Ein, can one purchase a castle? System, it is advisable for the host not to entertain such fanciful notions." Upon returning to the Great Hall of Gringotts, Ein was taken aback to encounter a familiar face. "Hello, it has been quite some time." Ein smiled broadly and patted Harry Potter on the shoulder. "Oh, is this your friend Harry?" The half-giant beside him was unmistakably Hagrid. "Yes, this is my friend," Harry attempted to introduce Ein, only to realize he did not know his name. "I'm Black," Ein replied with a slight smile directed at Hagrid. "I presume you are Mr. Hagrid?" "Indeed, I am Hagrid," the giant responded, momentarily taken aback upon hearing Ein's surname. He then swiftly urged Harry to move forward. Harry offered Ein an apologetic smile, discreetly following Hagrid. Ein paid no heed and gracefully turned to exit. Within the confines of Gringotts, as he watched the youth's retreating figure, Hagrid finally spoke softly to Harry. "None of the Blacks are virtuous. They are all pawns of the Dark Lord. Do not be deceived by him." Harry's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly concealed it behind a somewhat bashful smile. "In truth, I have only met him once. We are not well acquainted." "That is well," Hagrid replied. "In the future, keep your distance from him at Hogwarts, as well as from those of Slytherin. They are not to be trusted." Harry lifted a smile. "Yes. Thank you for your warning, Hagrid." As Ein joyfully listened to the system announcement revealing that the Savior's fate trajectory had shifted by 15, he swaggered towards the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. However, the moment he stepped outside, a shadow enveloped him. Ein Black's deep voice, which should have resonated with the elegance of a cello, now inexplicably resembled that of a vengeful specter. "How is it that I am unaware of when you became acquainted with the Savior?" Ein halted in his tracks, raising his gaze to meet a pair of hollow, emotionless black eyes. "Woohoo, it's over." Caught red-handed, Ein stumbled into a deserted alley in Diagon Alley, firmly grasped by Snape's arm. "Sir, please allow me to plead my case." Ein attempted to speak, only to be abruptly pressed against the wall by Snape, standing barely taller than Snape's chest. Ein felt the weight of his imposing presence. "Sir, it hurts," Ein lamented, pitifully raising the arm that Snape had been dragging along. "Do not attempt to divert the topic. Otherwise, you will come to regret it," Snape replied coldly, scrutinizing Ein with an intense gaze. Since his rebirth, this little imp had continuously signified his uniqueness, being a presence unfound in his past life. However, Snape had not anticipated that the very person he had been covertly monitoring could clandestinely establish contact with the Savior. A Black, acquainted with the Savior residing in the Muggle world. This was not a coincidence that could be easily rationalized. Ein observed that pouting was of no avail, as her cerulean eyes began to wander restlessly. Slowly, Ein Black Snape spoke. "I believe you have no desire to experiment with Veritaserum or Legilimency, even though you are aware of my considerable proficiency in these arts." Ein, is Snape feeling jealous? Surely he is, for I am too close to Harry Potter. I knew it. Saha is truly the best. How splendid. This is just the beginning, and already the possessiveness is so intense. System, it is advisable for the host to prioritize resolving the current situation. Ein, System, I have no idea what you are thinking. It's all a blur. Severus Snape gazed at the young boy before him, initially taken aback. Then, his lively eyes darted around in an anxious manner, before he seemingly recalled something, lowering his gaze, his ears suspiciously turning crimson. Snape, foreseeing that even if he were to employ Legilimency at this moment, it was unlikely he would discern the thoughts he sought. Snape felt a rare pang of regret for not carrying Veritaserum with him. The two remained in a stalemate in the shadowy alley until Ein regained his composure. "Are you suspecting something, sir?" Ein blinked innocently. "Has Mr. Black finally decided to spare a fragment of the memories and energy from that overgrown intellect of yours for the unfortunate potions professor?" The sarcasm flowed as effortlessly as ever. Thus, an explanation was warranted. It truly was a chance encounter, Ein insisted, his expression earnest as he maintained eye contact with Snape. When individuals lie, they often fixate on the eyes of their interlocutor to bolster their credibility. Snape regarded the boy's somewhat clumsy performance with indifference. There exists another scenario in which a person, despite speaking the truth, will also lock eyes with the other party. Ein continued to gaze at Snape, seemingly eager to validate his words. Then let me hear your defense. Snape quipped with a cold smile. In moments when one speaks the truth yet is met with skepticism, the desire to prove oneself becomes palpable. I trust your nonsense. Snape ultimately decided to temporarily let the boy off the hook. After all, despite the suspicions, the lad had not committed any transgressions. However, Ein's subsequent excursion to Diagon Alley proved rather less than fortuitous, as the looming presence of a brooding potions professor ensured that most would steer clear of him. Sir, are we headed to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase school robes? Ein inquired, looking expectantly at Snape. I could manage on my own, really. Snape paid no heed to Ein's suggestion, his dark cloak swirling like a gathering storm as he strode towards the robe shop. Ein, with an expression of utter despair, allowed the measuring ruler to wander aimlessly across his body. Oh, how long it had been since he had encountered such an exquisitely handsome young man. Madame Moggins had no intention of reprimanding her ruler. Severus Snape furrowed his brow and grasped the stubborn ruler, which immediately complied with his command. Satisfied, Snape released his grip. And the ruler, indeed, dared not misbehave further. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a young wizard. The familiar melody that emerged was somewhat juvenile and rather incongruous. Is this the place for custom school uniforms? A flash of shimmering platinum hair caught Ein's eye. Draco, is this peculiar tone of voice all that Lucius has taught you? Snape cast a cold glance at the young Malfoy who had just entered. Godfather. The young boy clearly did not anticipate encountering Snape here, instantly rendered speechless by the surprise. An air of strange awkwardness enveloped the room. Ein, if I were Draco, I would undoubtedly flee. It is utterly mortifying. It feels akin to being caught in adult clothing while playing house, only to be unexpectedly discovered by an adult. System. Fortunately, Madame Malkin alleviated this awkwardness. Here, come along. Child, let us take your measurements first. Draco approached Madame Malkin as if granted a reprieve. At that moment, Ein had just finished being measured and stood beside Draco. Still quite young, Draco hesitated several times before finally whispering to Ein, Are you the one who spent the summer at my godfather's house, the Black? Ah, yes, Ein replied, glancing at Draco. Malfoy? Draco Malfoy. Draco extended a hand toward Ein. My mother was originally a Black as well. My father always says that even though you are a bastard, you possess noble blood. Thus, you must not be too inferior. At this moment, Ein found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Although he harbored no concern regarding his own identity, he was uncertain how to respond to such a statement made in person. Draco Malfoy's deep voice resonated. It seems I must remind Lucius that your etiquette lessons require a thorough revision, or perhaps your mental capacity is insufficient to grasp the essence of civility. Draco paused momentarily, then suddenly realized that it might be inappropriate to mention someone's status as a bastard directly. Yet, he bore no malice and was oblivious to the possibility of being misunderstood. An expression of frustration crossed Draco's face. But he could not bring himself to apologize to Ein. His cheeks flushed slightly. You know I didn't mean it that way. As Draco attempted to retract his hand, Ein grasped it firmly. Please treat me to a drink later, Ein suggested nonchalantly. Sure, no problem, Draco replied, recognizing Ein's intention to offer him a way out. He exhaled in relief. Shall we meet at the dessert shop in an hour? Absolutely. Ein's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself that Snape would surely feel awkward about joining him, providing him with an opportunity to explore the toy store and candy shop. Perhaps even venture down Nocturne Alley. Lost in thoughts of the places he was about to visit, Ein was led by Snape to various locations to procure materials and textbooks, with their final stop being Ollivander's wand shop. Sir, I have an appointment with Draco, so if you have any matters to attend to, please feel free to go ahead. Ein remarked, his blue eyes shimmering like little stars. Snape hesitated momentarily, his aura growing even more forbidding. Return home by 6 o'clock, or you shall not wish to discover the consequences that await. Ein nodded vigorously, watching Snape depart before swiftly slipping into the wand shop. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face inside. Ein raised an eyebrow. Could it be that she was about to witness the unfolding of a narrative? Within the wand shop stood none other than Harry Potter. At this moment, the establishment resembled a tempest. Yet Ollivander remained fervently engaged in the quest to find the perfect wand for the Savior. Let us try this one, he proposed. A powerful wand with a dragon heartstring core, crafted from blackthorn, measuring 10 3/4 inches. Harry Potter waved his hand, and a burst of flames nearly singed Ollivander's eyebrows. Ah, indeed, a discerning little customer. Let us see, perhaps this wand will suit you. Ah yes, it must be this one. Hollywood with a phoenix feather core, measuring 11 inches. Anne quietly exclaimed in her heart. Harry Potter waved his wand, yet nothing occurred. This is impossible. His twin wand, crafted from purple wood and measuring 13 inches, was indeed the very one that had left him a scar. I vividly recall the day that individual came here. No, it shouldn't be this way. Suddenly, Ollivander began to doubt himself, murmuring softly, prompting Harry to interject. Excuse me, sir. May I inquire about my wand? Harry began slowly, gazing somewhat gloomily at the wand in his hand before gently placing it on the table. Throughout the subsequent wand trials, Ollivander appeared somewhat distracted. It was not until several attempts later that Harry finally acquired his own wand, made from dragon heartstring, purple wood, and measuring 12 1/3 inches. After placing a galleon on the counter, Harry turned to leave, only to unexpectedly find Anne, arms crossed, standing at the door, seemingly watching for quite some time. Hello, Anne. Harry's emerald eyes softened instantly. Hello, Harry. Anne greeted him with a gentle smile. May I accompany you in selecting a wand? Harry asked cautiously. Anne was somewhat taken aback. Of course, but do you not have any other items you wish to purchase? Well, not at the moment, she replied. Upon hearing Anne's affirmation, Harry displayed a gentle smile. Anne, is the Savior truly so cheerful? Isn't he supposed to embody a pitiable character? I hope I won't inadvertently transform him into a saintly figure. System, you may harbor a slight misunderstanding regarding the Savior. Anne, indeed, the Savior has always embodied a maternal spirit. Perhaps it has been activated prematurely? System, I hope that when you encounter the Savior in the future, you will remember today's words and refrain from shedding tears. Anne is an exceedingly discerning individual who has tried numerous wands, yet has not encountered the one destined for him. At this moment, Anne's gaze fell upon the wand that Harry Potter had previously set aside. Excuse me, may I try this one? He inquired. Hollywood, phoenix feather. Ollivander was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Harry Potter, who, however, was not looking back at him. Instead, he gazed at Anne with an inscrutable expression. Anne disregarded Ollivander and reached out to grasp the wand. Anne waved his hand, and a warm current surged from his fingertips to the depths of his heart. A golden phoenix soared from the tip of his wand, circled once, and vanished into thin air. This is simply astonishing, Ollivander exclaimed, rendered speechless as his gaze flitted between Anne and Harry. Ah, it seems we are quite fated to meet, Anne said, scratching his head with an air of nonchalance, utterly unaware of having usurped the protagonist's wand. When Harry beheld the phoenix that had emerged from the wand, he fixated on Anne for several seconds, his emerald eyes glimmering with fervor. Indeed, we are quite fated. Harry's verdant gaze met Anne's azure eyes. It was only when Anne sensed an undercurrent of something amiss that Harry reluctantly shifted his gaze. The two exited the wand shop together. In a confectionery shop along Diagon Alley, a table by the window hosted a platinum-haired youth seated on one side, while opposite him sat a dark-haired boy and another young man. Draco found himself locked in a prolonged gaze with the pair, whose striking blue and green eyes contrasted sharply. Unbeknownst to Anne, events had unfolded in an unexpected manner. Initially, he had merely intended to inform Harry of his prior engagement with Draco, hoping to part ways amicably. However, when a diminutive savior with sparkling feline eyes looked at him with an expression of anticipation, it became exceedingly difficult to refuse. Clearing his throat, Anne broke the silence. Allow me to introduce, this is Draco Malfoy. It was perplexing to him that, despite having only met Draco once, he felt compelled to undertake the role of introducer. And this is the savior, Harry Potter. Draco deliberately elongated his tone, scrutinizing Harry with a hint of curiosity. Yet, Harry appeared unfazed, offering a shy smile. Hello, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said, extending his hand, his feline eyes revealing a touch of timidity. Hello, Mr. Potter. Draco hesitated before grasping Harry's hand. The appearance of the savior was indeed unexpected, differing from his preconceived notions. It seemed that Dumbledore's assertions of the savior being well protected were somewhat dubious. Having been raised in a noble environment, Draco had been instilled with certain values, and though he occasionally lacked depth of thought, he could discern a few truths. All right then, let us be friends, Anne proclaimed, jovially patting Harry on the shoulder. Harry turned to Ein, his eyes filled with warmth. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Draco felt a twinge of discomfort observing the scene before him. Clearing his throat, Draco interrupted their brief exchange of glances. Mr. Black, Mr. Potter, what would you like to eat? Just call me Ein. Ein replied, his eyes crinkling with a bright smile. I would like a cherry tiramisu, fully sweetened. And a glass of lemon iced tea, also fully sweetened. Ein truly adored sweetness. Draco, observing the spirited demeanor of the youth before him, instinctively averted his gaze. His ears tinged with a hint of crimson. And what of Mr. Potter? I feel the same. You may simply call me Harry. Harry hesitated for a moment, then added, I'll just have any drink, really. Thus, the three began their conversation in the dessert shop. Have you considered sorting? I am certain I will be a Slytherin. Ein, you should be one as well. Draco spoke of Slytherin with a touch of pride. In Slytherin, I can look after you, and no one will dare to bully you. Hee, Draco, you are truly kind. There was no trace of discomfort in being shielded by a young boy. Draco's cheeks flushed once more. Ein, hee. Little Malfoy is truly adorable. System, tread carefully to avoid mishaps. Draco turned to Harry. Have you contemplated which house to join? Harry hesitated, responding, I am not entirely certain. I have been residing with my aunt, who is oblivious to the existence of magic. TSK Muggles. Draco unabashedly expressed his disdain. Draco, your words may lead Harry to misunderstand. Ein shook his head disapprovingly, for Harry is merely a victim in this scenario. Ein, perhaps Harry could very well be his future godfather. This young Malfoy is rather oblivious. Isn't he? Ein, the system has finally acquired expressions. System, as long as you are happy. Draco realized this and began to explain to Harry that it was not directed at him, but merely at those muggles. It's quite all right, Draco. Harry replied with a slight smile. I also harbor little fondness for those muggle relatives. However, returning to the sorting, Hogwarts is comprised of 4 houses. Slytherin is undoubtedly the finest, followed by Ravenclaw, which, despite being filled with many bookworms, boasts an admirable academic atmosphere. Gryffindor, on the other hand, consists merely of a bunch of brave yet foolish lions, while Hufflepuff is merely a gathering of simpletons. If I were to be sorted into Hufflepuff, I believe I would consider dropping out. Where would you drop out to? Beauxbatons Academy of Magic? Ein interjected. Hey, that place is full of girls. What are you saying? Draco retorted, suddenly filled with indignation. Well, it seems there's no helping it then. Ein shrugged. That's not true. I could never possibly be sorted into Hufflepuff. Draco exclaimed. Ein, don't say such things. Ein raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Harry observed the playful banter between the two, noting that their smiles did not quite reach their eyes. Reflecting upon the sorting hat ceremony, he pondered which house he might be assigned to. Draco inquired about Harry's thoughts. I suppose I might be placed in Gryffindor. Harry hesitated before slowly articulating his response. Hagrid mentioned that both my parents were Gryffindors. So I guess I'm just a foolish lion. Finally, Harry shrugged with a touch of self-deprecation. Draco furrowed his brow slightly. Well, Gryffindor is quite formidable, isn't it? After all, our esteemed headmaster Dumbledore hails from that house. Ein patted Harry's shoulder once more. Each house has its strengths and weaknesses. It matters not where you go. Ein, regardless, Voldemort will not relinquish his pursuit of Harry simply because he belongs to Hufflepuff. System, it is advised that the host refrain from making reckless declarations. Harry obediently nodded, eliciting a sense of admiration from Ein. Ein, the savior is truly adorable. System, alerting the host that the modification progress of the savior's fate trajectory has reached 20. Ein, I find it hard to part with such an adorable savior and hand him over to Snape. As the three engaged in their lively discussion, the glass of the dessert shop was suddenly tapped twice. They turned to see Hagrid waving at Harry, holding a snowy owl in his hands. Hagrid is looking for me. I must take my leave, Harry exclaimed, hastily rising to his feet. Until we meet again at Hogwarts. Until we meet again at Hogwarts, Harry nodded to the two, quickly striding towards Hagrid. Outside, Hagrid presented the snowy owl to Harry. Happy birthday, Harry. Hagrid ruffled Harry's hair. Why are you getting so close to that black fellow again? It was merely a coincidence, Harry replied softly, lowering his gaze. The figure across from him was undoubtedly a Malfoy. Their family's distinctive hair color was unmistakable. You shouldn't associate too closely with him. Both of them are Slytherins. Hagrid continued to impart his wisdom. Slytherin is full of malevolent dark wizards, as you know. Even Voldemort emerged from Slytherin. Slytherin and Gryffindor are eternal adversaries. Hagrid, do you truly wish for me to be a Gryffindor? Harry looked up, his emerald eyes gazing at the half-giant with an inscrutable expression. Of course, Harry, you will undoubtedly be a courageous Gryffindor. Not just I, but even Professor Dumbledore believes so. Hagrid continued, Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard of this century. It is due to his presence that Voldemort dared not set foot in Hogwarts even at the height of his power. As Harry walked alongside Hagrid, he listened to the latter extolling Gryffindor while disparaging Slytherin. Rest assured, Hagrid, Harry said, raising his head with a somewhat indifferent expression. I shall become the Gryffindor you all hope for. After bidding farewell to Draco, Ein embarked on a delightful shopping spree. First, he visited the Leaky Cauldron to uncover the secrets of Salazar and Godric, an astonishing revelation. He conducted his research in the stillness of the night, clearing the shelves of the potions professor and his petite wife. Next, he ventured to the tailor's shop, acquiring a collection of exquisitely designed robes that pleased Ein immensely. Following that, he raided the sweet shop, indulging in a variety of candies and chocolates. Finally, he turned into Knockturn Alley. At that moment, Knockturn Alley was sparsely populated, with only a few hurried wizards cloaked in hoods, obscuring their faces and rendering their identities indistinguishable. Ein arrived at the upside-down alley like a luminescent sprite lost in a dark forest, appearing utterly incongruous with the surrounding environment. However, Ein's recently matured, somewhat androgynous beauty now drew the attention of several ill-intentioned gazes. Ein, is it merely my illusion, or does it seem as though someone is observing me intently? System, do exercise a bit more caution. Ein, what? System, do not inquire about snacks. I know. As a novice wizard who is only acquainted with those well-known incantations and remains uncertain whether I can actually wield them, Ein resolutely stepped into a shop. The lighting within was somewhat dim, and the interior was adorned with numerous shelves, each showcasing an array of crystal vials filled with liquids of various hues, suggesting it was a potion shop. Good sir, how may I assist you? A courteous middle-aged wizard approached, inquiring politely. Age-enhancing elixir, compound tincture, shrinking potion, fortune draft, truth serum, and love potion, Ein enumerated with increasing excitement, his eyes sparkling. I desire them all. Ein spent a considerable sum of gold gallantly, departing with a heap of potions and satisfaction. Enraptured by the thrill of shopping, Ein arrived at another storefront, the legendary Bokenbach shop. Welcome to the Bokenbach shop, where we gladly accept anyone wishing to buy or sell peculiar trinkets that are not typically presented in polite society. Mr. Bach showed no signs of underestimating Ein, allowing him to explore the shop at his leisure. Is this the hand of glory? Ein inquired, pointing at a desiccated hand. Indeed. It is a favored treasure among thieves and brigands. The candle lit upon this hand illuminates only its possessor, Mr. Bach replied. And what of this opal necklace? Ein attempted to reach out, only to be promptly halted. Exercise utmost caution with that necklace, young sir, Mr. Bach cautioned, donning gloves to handle the necklace. It bears a potent curse. 19 muggles have perished because of it. Ein nodded obediently, retracting her inquisitive hands that had been probing about. The cabinet before her was rather exquisite. Unable to resist, Ein reached out to caress its surface. This cabinet had once been part of a pair, but for reasons unknown, it was now rendered unusable. Bork appeared somewhat troubled, his brow slightly furrowed, yet the authenticity of his expression was known only to him. Can it be repaired? Ein blinked her eyes in curiosity. It seemed quite a challenge. Well then, you shall fix this cabinet for me. I want everything I saw before, all of it. What do you think? Ein proclaimed with remarkable bravado, her confidence stemming from her ample wealth. A glimmer of greed flickered in Bork's eyes, as he acquiesced to the young lady's wishes. As Ein joyfully exited, arms laden with her acquisitions, she was abruptly intercepted by 3 tall male wizards. Little one, hand over all the money you have on you, one of them said. You've purchased quite a bit, and some of those items are not befitting a newly adult wizard. Allow your uncle to take care of them for you. Another man seized Ein's chin, his fingers gripping her delicately as he gazed upon her enchanting visage, her sky-blue eyes shimmering with a hint of trepidation. Quite the pretty one, he remarked, his eyes betraying unabashed desire, as his fingers lingered on her cheek. Surely, it cannot be. System, an innocent man may bear the burden of suspicion. You ought to have anticipated this. The system is exceedingly indifferent, and found herself in a precarious situation, as a powerful hand seized the wrist of the individual gripping her chin. The immense strength of the grasp caused the man's expression to contort in an instant, forcing him to reluctantly release his hold. However, the formidable hand that ensnared him did not relent. With a swift motion, it brutally fractured his wrist. The man's complexion turned ashen. How dare you? He exclaimed, The remaining two men promptly drew their wands, aiming them at the suddenly emerged figure. This newcomer, clad in a dark robe with a hood obscuring half of his face, exuded an aura that felt strikingly familiar to Ein. With a mere flick of his wand, the three assailants were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Awed by the man's formidable power, they had no inclination to linger any longer. The man stood before Ein, gazing down at her with an imposing presence. I can explain," Ein stammered, her eyes darting nervously toward the shadowy visage beneath the hood, where she could faintly discern tightly pressed lips betraying his ire. "Silence. Come with me." The familiar voice echoed in her ears, shattering any lingering hope that she had misjudged him. He grasped Ein firmly and led her to a secluded area. A sensation akin to being crushed and ravaged by a torrent of water washed over her, and she fought against the urge to retch, barely managing to steady herself. After what felt like a dizzying whirlwind, they had returned to the entrance of Spidertail Alley. With a casual wave of his hand, he cast several spells and ushered Ein through the door. Ein was pulled in a somewhat staggering manner, and as soon as he entered the room, he was thrown to the ground by the man. The man, filled with fury, angrily removed his outer robe and carelessly tossed it onto the sofa. Clad in a fitted black attire, his dark expression was utterly chilling, reminiscent of a stormy night. Ein had no time to admire the alluring allure of the enraged potions master. He hurriedly began to explain. "I was originally in the candy shop, and then I lost my way upon exiting. After several twists and turns, I ended up in that place and wandered around aimlessly. Did you think Nocturne Alley was a playground for a little troll like you? Do you have any idea how many dark wizards lurk there, waiting to ensnare ignorant, foolish, and arrogant little creatures like yourself? Do you comprehend what would have befallen you today had I not fortuitously been in Nocturne Alley?" As Severus unleashed a torrent of venomous words, Ein had begun to lower his head. However, he was abruptly seized by the chin, compelled to raise his gaze. A pitiful visage appeared before Severus's eyes. It must be said that the boy was indeed handsome, one of the rare few who could be deemed exceptionally striking. Yet, in his moment of vulnerability, rather than evoking sympathy, it stirred within the man a primal desire for destruction, a yearning to shatter that beauty and innocence, to elicit tears, to hear pleas for mercy, to see those cerulean eyes brimming with helpless tears. You would not wish to know. It would become a nightmare from which you could never escape, Severus whispered ominously in Ein's ear, akin to a demon's warning to its prey. Upon finishing his words, Severus fixed his gaze intently upon Ein, as if he sought to capture every flicker of emotion that danced across the boy's face. Ein's face, initially marked by a look of pitiful astonishment, soon transformed into confusion and ultimately deepened into a state of perplexity, as though she struggled to comprehend the situation. However, Severus had no intention of providing further clarification. He stood upright, arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing Ein. "Now, you know what must be done." Ein curled her lips slightly, retrieving several vials of potion from her pocket and handing them to Snape. They included a love potion, a polyjuice potion, and an aging potion. Snape smirked, clearly amused. It seemed he had underestimated Mr. Black. "Perhaps I should not have contemplated the potential events that might transpire between you and another gentleman. My apologies." "I shan't do so again," Ein replied contritely, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. "Proceed." Snape remained unmoved, his demeanor as indifferent as ever. Ein paused momentarily, then retrieved a desiccated hand from his pocket, the infamous hand of Glory, a companion to thieves and rogues alike. Snape's voice was laced with suppressed fury, astonished at the breadth of Mr. Black's pursuits. "It is rather amusing," Ein murmured softly. "Proceed." Snape remained unyielding. "There is truly nothing else, sir." Ein blinked, his cerulean eyes fixed intently on Snape. "I do not wish to search you, but you would do well not to compel me to undertake actions I would rather avoid." Snape gazed down at Ein with an air of authority. Ein hesitated for a moment, then retrieved 2 more vials from the remaining potion. This time, there was truly nothing left, not a single drop. Ein blinked twice, her eyes filled with earnestness. Snape, in a fit of fury, laughed scornfully, suggesting that you truly disregard my words, or perhaps your ears have become inadequate for their original purpose and are now mere ornaments. Ein hesitated for a moment, then withdrew a vial of potion. This time, there truly was nothing left. Snape was genuinely angered. He did not wait for the young man before him to attempt to obscure his actions with clumsy lies, but rather, he directly brandished his wand. Ein's garments were swiftly stripped away, leaving him clad only in his undergarment, while everything he had procured from Diagon Alley to Nocturne Alley was suspended in midair, meticulously arranged. An opalescent necklace? How splendid. It appears that Hogwarts can no longer fulfill Mr. Black's desires. It seems you are quite eager to visit Azkaban and join your illustrious Black relatives. Severus Snape mercilessly confiscated all items acquired in Nocturne Alley, causing Anne a pang of anguish. After thoroughly inspecting the belongings of this financially bankrupt youth, Snape reluctantly shifted his gaze towards the boy. Standing upright, Ines's slender legs supported him, with delicate feet planted firmly on the ground, his shell-like, rosy toes anxiously scratching the surface. The boy's bare torso appeared particularly frail and slender, evoking a sense of pity. Snape's expression darkened as he extended his hand, tossing the boy's robe towards him. Once clothed, Snape turned on his heel and descended into the basement, entirely disregarding Ines's presence thereafter. Ine stood in silence, her expression one of despondency, lingering in place for an extended moment before she slowly donned her attire and began to gather the scattered belongings carelessly strewn across the floor. However, amidst her tidying, she unexpectedly discovered that the magical potion had not been taken away. Ine, yet I still find it difficult to feel joy, sob. System, it is indeed commendable to have returned alive from the Alley of Despair. Ine, QAQ, but all my potions are gone, and those delightful items have vanished as well. System, there will always be a host capable of redefining what is enjoyable. Ine slowly gathered his belongings, casting a resentful glance at the firmly shut door of the basement before dejectedly returning to his room. Meanwhile, in the basement, Severus Snape, who had locked himself away, was far from the calm demeanor Ine had imagined. He did not resume brewing potions. Instead, he leaned against the door, his mind consumed by the image of the young boy. The pitiful contours of his face and the cerulean depths of his eyes lingered in Snape's thoughts. He shut his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, his gaze instinctively fell upon the confiscated love potion. That insufferable little brat. In the days that followed, Ine had no opportunity to catch a glimpse of Snape, not until the day the new term commenced. Ine beheld the prepared breakfast upon the dining table, alongside the train ticket set aside, while the room was devoid of any other presence. Ine pursed her lips, neatly packed her belongings, and effortlessly shrank her luggage using the newly acquired shrinking charm, tucking it into her pocket. King's Cross Station was not difficult to locate. Between platforms 9 and 10 stood a substantial wall, and observant passers-by could witness individuals gradually vanishing through that very barrier. Just as Ine was about to step through, a familiar voice called out to her. Ine. Harry Potter approached from behind, pushing a large trolley. Harry, Ine waved in greeting. I've been standing here for ages. Is platform 9 3/4 really here? Harry inquired anxiously, gazing at the wall before them. I believe so. Shall we run through together? Ine couldn't resist ruffling Harry's hair affectionately. Absolutely. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement as a broad smile spread across his face. Together, they dashed through the wall. Before them stood a charming, vintage red steam locomotive, emblazoned with the words Hogwarts Express. The station bustled with parents and students welcoming one another. By the way, Ine, where is your luggage? Ine patted his pocket, casting a simple shrinking charm. Harry's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ine, you are truly remarkable. It's nothing, Ine replied modestly. It turned out that regardless of age, even for Ine, who had lived over 20 years in a previous life, receiving compliments and admiration from others still brought joy. Ine and Harry arrived quite early, promptly occupying an empty compartment. Before long, a young boy entered the carriage, and upon seeing him, Ine couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the storyline. The newcomer was none other than Ron Weasley, the character who ultimately fought alongside Harry Potter in the original tale as the secondary protagonist. The boy first cast a glance in their direction before opting for a more distant seat to place his luggage and temporarily settle down. Yet his eyes frequently darted towards Harry and Ine. It seemed he genuinely wished to join them. Ine, appearing nonchalant, initiated conversation, but Harry did not respond immediately. After a brief interlude, Harry quietly confided in Ine, I actually noticed him earlier at King's Cross Station, along with his mother, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. Perhaps a family member? Ine retrieved a packet of sweets from his pocket and popped one into his mouth, remarking on the coincidence that they had just arrived when the boy was waiting. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, Harry replied, averting his gaze and refraining from delving further into the matter. As for whom they awaited, did it truly matter? Not particularly. If there was a purpose behind their waiting, there would naturally be a continuation. If not, then it was of little concern. Ine squinted his eyes, savoring the sweet delight of the candy that enveloped his entire mouth. He then casually offered a few pieces to Harry. Thanks, Harry replied with a faint smile. It wasn't long before the restless youth approached their direction. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" the red-haired boy inquired, pointing to the vacant spot beside them. "Not at all. Would you care to join us for some candy?" Ein responded with a cheerful grin, shaking the bag in his hand. "Sure, thank you," the red-haired boy replied, sitting down with a hint of shyness. Once seated, his gaze frequently darted towards Harry. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ein Blake. This is Harry Potter." Ein broke the awkward silence. "My name is Ron Weasley." Ron replied, clearly unfazed by Harry Potter's identity, suggesting he had come prepared. "I just heard my mom mention that Harry Potter would be starting school today. She even wanted to introduce me to him," Ron blurted out, his youthful enthusiasm evident. "Oh, is that so?" Harry responded politely, looking at Ron. "It seems quite fortuitous that we crossed paths in this carriage, doesn't it?" Ron flushed slightly. "Actually, my mom specifically helped me find this spot. Hoping I would become friends with you, Harry." As soon as Ron finished speaking, he appeared somewhat regretful. "Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to ask. May I call you Harry?" "Of course, Ron," Harry replied with a courteous smile. "Harry, may I see that?" Ron couldn't contain his curiosity and soon looked toward Harry's forehead. Ein raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining silent. Indeed, the Weasley family had not imparted the finest lessons in etiquette. Harry, however, was completely unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of discontent. He brushed aside his fringe, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. "Wow, how cool." Ron's eyes sparkled with wonder, nearly reaching out to touch it. Harry smiled gently as he lowered his fringe once more. "Harry, you are destined to be an extraordinary Gryffindor," Ron exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Professor Dumbledore will undoubtedly adore you." He continued, brimming with excitement. "Why is that? Am I truly destined to be a Gryffindor?" Harry inquired, feigning casualness. "Because your parents were both Gryffindors. They were the heroes who vanquished Voldemort. You shall be too," Ron asserted confidently. "Our family has a long-standing tradition of Gryffindors, soon enough. We shall be in the same house." "Oh, is that so? That would indeed be splendid," Harry replied, his gaze drifting toward Ein, responding somewhat nonchalantly. Yet, oblivious Ron remained unaware of this subtle exchange. Ein is engaged in a struggle with a rather hard piece of chocolate. Ein took a hearty bite, but to his surprise, he could not penetrate. He tried again, chomping down with fervor. Just then, Harry glanced at Ein and witnessed this amusing scene unfold. Ein's movements momentarily paused. "Ein, why is he looking at me?" "System, to ascertain the extent of your foolishness." "Ein, I am merely an ordinary passerby, indulging in chocolate." "Ein, could you perhaps change your expression?" "System, smiley face, understood. I will serve as a refined literary editor, meticulously polishing the provided text by 1. Comprehending the essence and nuances of the original content 2. Eliminating superfluous punctuation marks that disrupt the narrative flow 3. Removing promotional elements such as vote solicitations or collection advertisements 4. Excising covert URL marketing and other irrelevant distractions 5. Presenting an elegant English rendition using sophisticated vocabulary and graceful syntax 6. Preserving the original meaning while elevating its literary quality 7. Maintaining strict fidelity to the text's core message without interpretation. I shall provide only the refined translation without additional commentary or explanations. Please proceed with sharing the text requiring transformation. Ein, however, he must have realized it. From Hagrid to the Weasley family, it is evident that Dumbledore is attempting to brainwash him into joining Gryffindor. System, given the current trajectory of the Savior's reversal, it should be quite apparent. Ein, I cannot endure this any longer. Being manipulated to such an extent, and yet expected to feign ignorance and leap into the abyss. I would rather join Snape in a dance of intimacy. System, perhaps your dream will soon come to fruition. Ein, please do not curse me with traps. System, I was referring to the latter wish. As several individuals engaged in discussion about the academy, Draco entered the compartment. "Good day, Ein," and Harry. Draco greeted the two, his gaze shifting to Ron. With his red hair and freckles, Ron was unmistakable. Draco clicked his tongue. Realizing the source of the foul odor in the compartment, a Weasley was present. "Malfoy, do not overstep your bounds," Ron erupted, leaping to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Draco. "Am I mistaken? Reduced to poverty, unable to fill his stomach, and still producing offspring. Forever clad in second-hand attire." The more Draco spoke, the more Ron's face flushed with anger. "Enough, Draco," Ein interjected, preventing further escalation of Draco's remarks. After all, Ron was set to become a valued ally of Harry's in Gryffindor. A single utterance from Ein instantly rendered Draco's expression cold, while Harry remained inscrutable, betraying no change in demeanor. Among those present, only Ron seemed oblivious to Ein's subtext, perhaps believing that all said was merely self-evident. "Harry, have you made your decision?" Draco inquired, his tone grave as he turned his gaze towards Harry. "Yes, Draco. I truly appreciate your kindness," Harry replied softly, lowering his eyes. "In that case, I shall refrain from saying more." Draco nodded, affirming that regardless of Harry's choice, Malfoy would always acknowledge him as a friend. "Thank you, Draco." At this moment, a genuine smile graced Harry's face, his emerald eyes fixed intently on Draco. Feeling his ears redden, Draco averted his gaze, muttering, "It's not because of you. It's merely in consideration of Ein. Of course, I am immensely grateful to you, Ein," he added. Throughout the exchange, Ein, who had remained silent, accepted the Savior's gratitude without a hint of embarrassment. Draco did not linger, rising to depart the compartment without casting another glance at Ron. Once Draco had left, Ron turned to Harry with a serious expression. "Harry, don't let Malfoy deceive you. How can you befriend him? His entire family are Death Eaters." "Then I suppose I cannot be friends with you either?" Ein remarked, elegantly wiping his mouth with a handkerchief after finishing his chocolate, his cerulean eyes sharply focused on Ron. Frankly, he found this Weasley rather bothersome. "That's not what I meant," Ron stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed before Ein, and thus fell silent. For a moment, the atmosphere grew awkward. Fortunately, a young girl's voice broke the tension within the carriage. "Have you seen Neville's toad?" A beautiful girl with curly long hair burst into the compartment, her eyes lighting up when she spotted Harry. "You are Harry Potter, aren't you?" she exclaimed rapidly. "I've read about your story in many books." Thank you," Harry responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Thankfully, the girl did not press him for a reaction, seemingly uninterested in receiving one, and continued speaking. "I'm Hermione Granger. Have you thought about which house you'll be sorted into? I've looked it up, and the best house is Gryffindor. The greatest white wizard of this century came from there. I've even self-studied all the first-year courses. I just don't know how the sorting works. I heard from my brother that you have to battle a troll." Ron's face turned pale at the mention of this. Hermione frowned slightly. "Then I must review the spells I've self-taught. I'll see you later." With a flick of her long hair, Hermione hurriedly exited, turning back to say, "Oh, if you happen to see Neville's toad, please let me know. I'll be in the next few compartments." Ron gazed at Hermione's retreating figure and smirked, truly wishing she would not join their house. "This woman is utterly formidable. I think she's rather impressive," Harry remarked. "She appears intelligent and eager to learn." Ron looked at Harry in astonishment. "So, you are attracted to that type?" Harry merely smiled noncommittally, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Ein. At that moment, Ein had already retrieved a book and was engrossed in its pages, exuding an air of sophistication and grace. Harry's eyes fell upon the cover of the book, pondering the matters he felt compelled to discuss. First years over here," came Hagrid's voice, echoing as they disembarked from the train. Harry, Ron, and Ein boarded a small boat together, shortly followed by another boy with a chocolate-brown complexion. The moment the boy stepped onto the boat, he leaned towards Ein. "Hello there, Mr. Black," he greeted, his tone slightly cheeky. Yet his roguishly handsome face rendered it impossible to feel irritated. "Do I know you?" Ein inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice as she searched her memory but found no match. "Blaise Zabini," the boy introduced himself. "We crossed paths at that dinner during the holidays, though you might not have noticed me." "Ah, I see," Ein chuckled, scratching her head. "I intended to greet you then. But before I had the chance, Uncle Lucius came to whisk you away." Blaise winked at Ein with a playful glint in his eyes. I'd encountered someone who was even more outgoing than himself for the first time, and he found it somewhat difficult to accept. However, it was evident that Bress possessed an innate social charm, as he continued speaking without pause. "Nevertheless, I believe it is never too late to make an acquaintance." Bress extended his hand, asking, "Shall we become friends, Ein?" "Of course, Bress," Ein replied, readily shaking Bress's hand. Yet, Bress surprisingly held on a bit longer than expected. Just as Ein began to sense something amiss, Bress released his grip. "I apologize. I got a bit carried away. I hope I did not offend you." "Of course not," Ein assured him, astonished at how Bress seemed to anticipate every possible reaction. Even Ein found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the other two had no opportunity to interject. Ron glanced around with mild disinterest, while Harry's expression grew increasingly somber. Fortunately, their journey along the waterway was brief. As the grand doors of Hogwarts swung open before them, an overwhelming silence filled the air, punctuated only by their astonishment. The majestic entrance slowly revealed itself, and in the distance, the hall glowed with brilliant lights under the night sky. Centuries of history lay embedded within these walls, countless individuals and tales having unfolded within this castle. Here stood Hogwarts, a legend that spans the annals of time, a tale that still rises upon the precipice, awaiting the unfolding of more stories. Inside the Hogwarts Hall, the four houses were arranged along long tables, with students from 1st to 7th year gathering together. The newcomers appeared like a flock of naive lambs, waiting in the center of the hall for their sorting. At the front sat the faculty, and I quickly spotted the unique presence within the crowd. Even among the professors, Severus Snape radiated an aura of authority and intensity. He wore a stern expression as he listened impatiently to the words of a professor adorned in a headscarf. Snape's gaze also fell upon Harry Potter, seated beside Ein. Ein pouted slightly, his displeasure at being overlooked causing him to shift his gaze elsewhere. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Snape's attention had swiftly diverted from the savior to Ein. The moment Snape noticed the proximity of Blaise to Ein, he instinctively furrowed his brow. "What troubles you, Professor Snape?" Quirrell inquired, observing Snape's frown, mistakenly believing he had broached an unpleasant topic. "Nothing of consequence," Snape replied dismissively. It was not yet time. Even though he was acutely aware that the individual beside him harbored a connection to Voldemort, he found himself unable to voice it or effect any change. The atmosphere around Snape grew increasingly oppressive, prompting even Quirrell to tremble and resolve to remain silent. As the name was called, "Step forward and don this hat." The professor who had previously introduced herself as McGonagall produced an old hat. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. The tattered sorting hat was placed upon a stool, and thus began its performance, singing and twisting as if it possessed its own consciousness. The sorting hat announced, "You may find me unappealing, but do not judge by appearances alone. Should you encounter a hat more intelligent than I shall gladly consume myself." Ein, it sounds as though it has a mouth. System, otherwise, from where would the sound emanate? Ein, hey TKO, have you ever noticed something? System, Ein, under my father's guidance. You have become increasingly adept at sarcasm. System, Ein, father feels greatly relieved. System, indeed, I find myself smiling even more. The sorting hat continues to twist. I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, surpassing all other hats in excellence. No thought within your minds can escape my penetrating gaze. Ein, your highness, a grave situation has arisen. System, Ein, will the sorting hat be able to perceive your presence within my mind? System, the existence of the system transcends all that exists within the current realm. Hence, no means can unveil matters pertaining to the system. Ein, how can I express the events that transpired before my arrival in this world? System, such matters are related to the system and cannot be discerned. Ein, oh? If someone were to examine my previous memories, what would they find? System, it would be an empty expanse. Ein, cool. It possesses a self-contained cerebral shielding technique. System, limited to events outside the current plane. According to the current state of the host's mind, all your actions on Ewingen Road, Diagonal Alley, and Nocturne Alley can be clearly reviewed. Smiley face. As the sorting had concluded its melodious song, Professor McGonagall began calling names amid a brainstorming session between Ein and the system. Hannah Abbott, she announced, and a rather timid young girl approached with a shy demeanor. The broad brim of the hat settled atop her head. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed with fervor. A warm applause erupted from the Badger table as the girl shyly made her way over, almost forgetting to return the hat. One by one, children stepped forward to don the hat for their sorting. Draco Malfoy, the hat nearly grazed Draco's hair before exclaiming, "Slytherin." He placed the hat down, offering a slight nod to Ein before striding towards the Slytherin table. A few more names were called. Ron Weasley. The hat perched upon his fiery hair shifted slightly before announcing, "Gryffindor." Ron seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, finally at ease as he headed towards the Gryffindor table, where a pair of older twins began to tease their younger brother, presumably the Weasley twins. Hermione Granger. This time, the hat appeared to deliberate longer, perhaps contemplating whether this remarkable young witch belonged in Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. Ultimately, Gryffindor, it declared. The young witch beamed sweetly as she made her way to the Gryffindor table. After a few more names, Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice carried an enchanting resonance, causing the previously murmuring hall to fall into an unusual silence. Countless eyes, both deliberate and casual, swept over the frail boy approaching the sorting hat, the Harry Potter, known to all for 11 years. Harry sat down, placing the hat firmly atop his head. A seemingly lengthy pause ensued, longer than that of any previous candidate. Just as the audience began to fidget, the hat finally spoke. "Well, if that is your wish, Gryffindor." A jubilant cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, accompanied by shouts of "We have a savior." "Gryffindor has Harry." Harry removed the hat, flashing his signature bashful smile at the cheering crowd. The uproar grew, with some even whistling. Ahem, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, casting a stern glance over the jubilant assembly, successfully tempering the excitement surrounding Harry Potter's sorting. The ceremony continued, and after what felt like an eternity, it was finally Ein's turn. Ein Black. The branch of Ein did not attract as much attention as the savior. However, several members of esteemed noble families from Slytherin unexpectedly turned their gaze towards Ein, seemingly taking a particular interest in the young lad. Meanwhile, an individual seated at the professor's table instinctively directed their gaze towards the youth. Ein keenly perceived the gaze from Snape and responded with a smile. "Ein, what do you think would happen if I were to join Gryffindor?" "System, serious too." "Ein, how vexing it is. Even the aspiration of becoming a rebellious youth eludes me." "System, it is impossible for you to be sorted into Gryffindor." "Ein, why?" "System, Gryffindor requires unwavering courage. Yet when faced with difficulties, you are likely to choose to give up." Smiley face. "Ein, alas, it is indeed you. No one knows a father better than his own son." Ein stepped forward and placed the sorting hat firmly upon his head, initiating an internal deliberation. "Sorting hat, ah? A black. It has been many years since I encountered a member of the black family." "Sorting hat. Interesting, you seem quite different from the others of your lineage. You possess the cunning of a Slytherin, yet lack their ambition. You exhibit the bravery of a Gryffindor, but are devoid of their resilience." "Ravenclaw? No. You are not a child suited to endure the tedium of academic pursuits. Hufflepuff, however, seems quite fitting for you." "Ein, is that really appropriate? Perhaps you should reconsider." "Sorting hat, just a jest. You are least likely to be sorted into Hufflepuff, as you still seem to be distant from the admirable quality of honesty." Let me take another look." "Ah, I see now. Very well, allow me to assist you." "Slytherin." Ein let out a long breath, nearly becoming the first black to be sorted into Hufflepuff. Fortunately, he ultimately returned safely to the black stronghold, with the lengthy sorting of the savior ahead. Ein's time spent was relatively brief, thus not attracting much attention. However, the fact that Ein's sorting took longer than usual did not escape the notice of those with ulterior motives. Ein's journey at Hogwarts has only just begun. Ein approached Slytherin, where the members greeted him with a semblance of enthusiasm. However, it was Draco who displayed palpable excitement, promptly vacating his seat beside him for Ein. Ein approached Draco without hesitation, clearly aware that having a long-standing pure-blood noble companion in Slytherin was far more advantageous than going solo. However, shortly after Ein took a seat, a boy occupied the space beside him. "Hello, Ein. What a coincidence that we both find ourselves in Slytherin." The speaker was none other than Blaise Zabini. Draco, who had yet to engage Ein in conversation, was momentarily interrupted by Blaise, his expression darkening. Nevertheless, Blaise paid no heed to Draco's mood and continued conversing with Ein. "Are you interested in participating in the House Championship, a Slytherin tradition?" Blaise inquired, his eyes glinting with mischief. The mention of the House Championship piqued Ein's curiosity. "Zabini." Ein is still quite unfamiliar with the magical world. "Are you attempting to lead him into such a perilous competition?" Draco seized the opportunity to rebuke Blaise. "Don't be too serious, Mr. Malfoy," Blaise replied, hands raised in a gesture of mock surrender, laughing lightly. "I merely inquired out of curiosity and certainly do not advocate for Ein's involvement in such dangerous activities." "What is this House Championship? Could one of you explain?" Ein asked, his azure eyes sparkling with intrigue. "The House Championship is a Slytherin tradition," Draco elucidated. "On the first day of each academic year, duels are held among students of the same year, with pairs competing until a victor emerges as the year's champion. The seventh-year champion, if unchallenged, is automatically regarded as the house champion." Ein's eyes gleamed with intrigue. What advantages accompany the title of prefect? One would earn the respect of all Slytherin classmates and, to a certain extent, have the authority to command others. Draco raised an eyebrow. "It is indeed a symbol of great honor." "Oh," Ein replied nonchalantly, as if he could almost hear the imagined privileges of being able to rise late, copy homework, and be exempt from exams coming to fruition. Suddenly, he found himself disinterested in the prefect challenge. "Ein, rest assured," Draco remarked, observing Ein's sudden look of disappointment, mistakenly believing it stemmed from Ein's doubt about his own potential as a prefect. I shall become the prefect of our year, and no one will dare to bully you. Ah, ha ha ha, then I wish you luck, Ein responded dismissively, redirecting his focus to the evening feast. After all, what could be more delightful than a tender steak and pumpkin juice? Moreover, there was tiramisu and fresh cream today. I adore Hogwarts. Following the feast, the head of Slytherin led the first-year students, affectionately dubbed Little Radishes, towards the common room. Remember, the password for this term is Born Noble. As they trailed behind their head down to the castle's lower levels and along the corridor for a while, they finally arrived at the Slytherin common room. Born Noble. The Slytherins appeared to carry an air of prideful distinction. Even the one reciting the password lifted their chin slightly, exuding a hint of arrogance. Seemingly in complete agreement with the meaning embodied by the phrase, I found this group of children rather endearing. At this moment, the Slytherin common room had cleared away the usual chairs and sofas, rendering the space quite expansive. Only a slightly elevated platform, encircled and seemingly prepared for the upcoming Head Boys Challenge, broke the emptiness. The common room was not crowded, aside from the first years. Only a handful of students from each upper year awaited. The head boy addressed the new first years, some of whom were evidently already aware of the event, while others appeared bewildered. However, all would have to wait until Professor Snape concluded his address. No sooner had the head boy finished speaking than the grand door of the common room swung open once more, and Snape, his black robe swirling, entered like a wave of darkness. He halted before the first years, his piercing black eyes scanning each face. The students under his gaze instinctively lowered their heads. A heavy silence enveloping the room. Satisfied, Snape withdrew his gaze. This was Hogwarts' most distinguished house, Slytherin. His voice, deep and elegant, resonated like a cello's melody. In the course of your lives and studies here, you will gradually come to understand the weight and significance of the name Slytherin. But before we proceed, I must offer a caution. Snape did not need to exert deliberate harshness or raise his voice. The mere gravity of his presence was enough to instill a palpable fear in the first-year students. Any actions that would tarnish the honor of Slytherin will be met with strict prohibitions. Of course, this is not an expectation that you will all become model students. Rather, I advise you to engage your intellect and avoid being caught. After delivering this warning, Snape's gaze swept over the somewhat anxious young Slytherins once more, pausing momentarily when it fell upon Ein. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. It was the first time a new student had dared to appear so openly distracted during his discourse. At that moment, Ein was indeed lost in thought, for the Slytherin common room lay beneath the Black Lake, and through the window, he could see various creatures swimming gracefully beneath the water's surface. Ein, wow, Slytherin has its own marine biology museum. How impressive is that? System, according to legend. Salazar was indeed a wizard who possessed a profound appreciation for beauty and enjoyment. Ein, residing beneath the dark lake, one would not be exposed to the chill, yet ultimately succumbs to rheumatism and chronic leg ailments. System, the host is invariably exceptional. How can this be remedied? As Ein's mind wandered, Snape's lecture gradually drew to a close. Finally, he welcomed everyone to Slytherin. Upon finishing his speech, Snape cast a sidelong glance at a certain individual still lost in thought. Raising an eyebrow, Ein Black, Snape's tone was somewhat detached. I regret that my address has failed to capture your attention. Startled, Ein quickly returned to reality. No? I was listening. Then, please summarize what I just said, Snape said, arms crossed, watching Ein with an air of amusement. Ein scratched his head, his large eyes darting about. Realizing that none dared to pass him a note beneath Snape's vigilant gaze. Ein, master, I urgently require assistance. What was he just saying? System, I have no knowledge of that. Let nature take its course. Perhaps it was something along the lines of diligently studying and striving for improvement? In the absence of any other options, Ein resorted to mere conjecture. Around him, the little snakes gasped in unison, while some audaciously cast glances at the valiant warrior who dared to lose focus during the Serpent King's discourse in the cellar. Quite splendid. Snape was not at all surprised by Ein's distraction. Mr. Black had successfully secured his first assistant task of the new term. On this very day, Snape maliciously curled his lips in a smirk. Now, Ein was unceremoniously dragged out of the common room by Snape, while the head of house seemed entirely unconcerned with him. As Ein departed from the Slytherin common room, a venomous glare was ruthlessly fixated upon his retreating figure. Ein, QAQ, I can no longer see the chief challenge. System, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Are you aware of how many would seek your demise simply due to your identity as a descendant of Black? Ein, my chief challenge QAQ system. The chief challenge is an excellent opportunity to feign surprise and bestow upon you an array of curses. Ein challenge match QQ system. I no longer wish to engage with this individual. Smiley face. Ein followed Snape into his office. Snape gestured towards the unprocessed porcupine quills in the corner. These must be cleaned and despined, he instructed. After issuing his command, Snape proceeded to his desk, where he began to scribble with a quill, leaving Ein to tend to the quills. However, before Snape had completed a few lines, a cry of pain echoed from the corner. Snape furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze towards the boy, who was clutching his right hand with his left. His head bowed as if lost in contemplation. Snape approached, inquiring, "What has happened?" Ein lifted her teary eyes, raising her right hand, which bore a crimson scratch inflicted by the quill of a porcupine. Severus Snape furrowed his brow intensely, his words laced with merciless disdain. Has your mental capacity dwindled to that of a troll? Can you truly injure yourself while merely handling a porcupine quill? With such incompetence, do you still intend to remain in Hogwarts as an assistant? To me, it seems you would be better suited attending classes alongside those young imps. Following this, Snape dramatically swirled his dark robes and approached a cabinet, retrieving a vial of ointment. He then proceeded to apply it to himself, placing the salve before Ein. Ein awkwardly grasped the bottle with her right wrist pinched between her left hand, just as she was about to open it, when Snape snatched the bottle away. How foolish, he remarked, extending his hand. Snape then applied an ointment to Ein's wound. The salve was cool to the touch, and in an instant, the traces of blood on her hand vanished. This is remarkably effective. Ein's eyes sparkled with delight, and they narrowed slightly with a smile. Thank you, sir. In school, refer to me as Professor. Thank you, Professor, Ein replied, readily acquiescing. Snape turned once more toward his bookcase and retrieved an exceptionally thick tome, about the size of Ein's head. Your assistant task has been revised. You are to read this book, starting with the first 100 pages. I shall conduct a review in 1 hour. Ein grasped the tome, momentarily staggered by its weight. A guide to the spells of dueling? Ein expressed some confusion. I have no intention of engaging in any conflict. I merely hope that this book will assist you in preserving your life for a while longer within Slytherin. Snape retorted with sarcasm. I truly wonder how the Sorting Hat managed to place someone who ought to have been sorted into Hufflepuff into Slytherin. Ein scratched his head, for the Sorting Hat had declared him lacking in honesty. An eerie silence enveloped the room for a brief moment before Snape, after a measured pause, began to speak, as expected. In that instant, the office desk was adorned with Snape, who diligently scribbled with a quill. Meanwhile, Ein sat on a small sofa in the corner, engrossed in a book. Perhaps fearing an imminent inspection from Snape, Ein was unusually attentive in his reading. Yet, merely an hour later, Snape promptly ushered Ein out of the office without conducting any inspection. Ein was utterly bewildered, unsure of what had compelled Snape that evening. However, upon returning to the Slytherin common room, enlightenment struck him. Inside the room, only Draco awaited Ein's arrival. Ein, Draco exclaimed, his face brightening as he hurried towards him. Your godfather didn't give you a hard time, did he? He inquired with a hint of concern. He only made me read for an hour, Ein replied, still perplexed. As he remained unaware of Snape's true intentions, Draco appeared to grasp the situation, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Your godfather certainly looks out for you, doesn't he? Ein. Perhaps Ein's bewilderment was too palpable, prompting Draco to earnestly explain. It was fortunate you were not present earlier. That fourth-year Lestrange was practically boring a hole into you with his gaze. It was utterly terrifying. Why? Ein exclaimed in astonishment. I don't owe him any money. Not that, Draco clarified. You see, the Lestrange family is rather peculiar. They have long held Bellatrix responsible for their family's current plight. Were it not for Bella, they could have absolved themselves entirely, much like my family. Yet now, half of them languish in Azkaban. Then they should confront Bella, Ein remarked, scratching his head. What does it have to do with me? Draco appeared somewhat exasperated. Before her marriage into the Lestrange family, Bellatrix was a black. Initially, they despised my family as well. Considering my mother is also a black, yet they never dared to confront the Malfoy family directly. Draco spoke with a hint of pride. But you are different. You are the last scion of the Blacks, Draco continued, his tone wavering slightly. So they seek to target the vulnerable? Ein finally grasped the convoluted dynamics. Precisely, Draco nodded. And the chief duel is an excellent pretext. Lestrange, being the fourth-year champion, could easily cast a few dark curses at you during the duel, conveniently passing it off as an accident. This is why Snape intervened to protect you. Draco pondered, feeling a twinge of jealousy. When did his godfather become so considerate towards others? Yet, realizing it was Ein, Draco felt a sense of understanding. Ein possessed an undeniable charm, compelling everyone to be kind to him, radiating warmth like a little sun. By the way, what was the outcome of the chief duel? Ein inquired of Draco. Draco grinned proudly. Of course, I am the champion. At this moment, Ein suddenly experienced a profound realization. He finally understood why the professor had summoned him to the office. Do you comprehend? Draco nodded in relief. Yes, I do understand. Ein nodded earnestly. System, you truly grasp the concept. For some reason, an unsettling sense of foreboding lingered. Ein understood. Ein, Snape must be concerned that my presence would make Draco anxious, thereby affecting his performance in the championship match. Ein, Snape truly excels in his role as a mentor. System, I anticipated this outcome. Smiley face. In the Slytherin dormitory, each pair of students shared a room. And with a bit of maneuvering, Draco managed to secure a room for himself and Ein. As night enveloped the castle, the two settled into their beds and succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn, Ein was roused from his sleep by the indistinct clinking of glass bottles. Groggily, he rose to find Draco engrossed in a curious array of potions laid out before him. With tousled hair that lent him an air of innocence, Ein gazed at Draco. Still dazed from his slumber. What are you doing? Ein asked, his voice laced with confusion as he struggled to fully awaken. Applying skincare, Draco replied, casually uncorking a peculiar light blue liquid and beginning to dab it onto his skin. Ein, momentarily taken aback, inquired, what time is it? It's still early, Draco responded nonchalantly. It's just 6 o'clock. Ein, would you care to join me in a skincare routine? I can share my beauty elixirs with you. Draco replied to Ein, only to turn around and find that her disheveled hair had once again nestled into her pillow. Consequently, Ein also found herself unable to fall asleep. The consequences of Ein's poor sleep were evident. He spent the entire morning in a state of lethargy, persistently stifling yawns. The students were gathered in the auditorium, enjoying their breakfast. Meanwhile, Draco radiated vitality, while Ein bore the telltale signs of fatigue, marked by dark circles under his eyes. Ein, I shall diligently study at the library shortly. System, what? Has it undergone a transformation? Ein, today, I must master the silencing charm. System, I knew it. The first class for Slytherin is charms. The diminutive Professor Flitwick stands atop a chair, barely a head taller than the lectern. However, Flitwick's demeanor is evidently amiable. Whether addressing a group of reserved little snakes or a gathering of earnest badgers, he remains gentle. Today, we shall learn the levitation charm. Follow my lead. The gesture is a flick and a shake. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. With a casual wave, Ein successfully cast the levitation charm. Excellent. I have noticed that Mr. Black has also succeeded. Slytherin earns 5 points. What a talented child he is, Flitwick remarks, casting an appreciative glance at Ein, who, in his weariness, remains oblivious. One by one, members of Slytherin successfully cast the charm, earning points for their house. After all, this is not a challenge for little snakes who have been groomed in the elite education of nobility since childhood. Draco raises an eyebrow in surprise. Ein, have you studied this in advance? Ein stifled a yawn and remarked, is there really a need to learn this in advance? It seems rather straightforward, does it not? Ein's voice dwindled, and before he could finish his words, he had already succumbed to slumber upon the table. At that moment, Flitwick was assisting the young badgers of Slytherin in mastering their spells, oblivious to Ein's presence. It was only when one of the badgers finally succeeded that Flitwick joyfully clapped his hands. Remarkable work, everyone, he exclaimed. Those who have completed the exercise may take a sneak peek at the material for our next lesson. Turning around, Flitwick beheld Ein. I'm Black, he called out, his voice ringing through the air. Ein remained unresponsive. Ein, Black. Frivy raised his voice. Draco, timely, nudged Ein with his elbow. Startled, Ein awakened abruptly. His gaze was still somewhat dazed, struggling to find focus. A ripple of laughter emanated from a corner of Slytherin. Draco's sharp glare immediately swept in that direction. Yet, the individual in question showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they provocatively stared at Draco and Ein. Draco furrowed his brow. It was Eric Bogus, one of those who had failed to challenge him for the position of prefect the previous night, and also someone who had been quite close to Lestrange. Meanwhile, Ein was still endeavoring to regain his composure. Regrettably, Mr. Black, while your talent and charms is indeed commendable, sleeping during class is unacceptable. And I must deduct 10 points from Slytherin, Frivy declared, shaking his head. Professor, Draco raised his hand. Mr. Malfoy, what is it? Ein seems to be feeling unwell. May I escort him to the infirmary? Of course. Thus, Draco and Ein discreetly skipped their first class of the term. Draco, you're so kind. Ein's eyes, glistening with moisture, were a mix of fatigue and vulnerability, rendering him utterly endearing. It's nothing. Your restless night is partly my fault, Draco replied, his ears turning crimson. Shall I accompany you back to the dormitory? Let us go, and sleep together. Ein cheerfully tugged at Draco's sleeve, eager to return to the dormitory at once. After escorting Ein back, Draco prepared to return to class, knowing that as prefect, he needed to set a good example. Before departing, Draco earnestly reminded Ein, be cautious of Eric Bogus. He is likely aligned with Lestrange and may pose a threat to you. Ein, having already burrowed beneath the covers, seemed oblivious to the warning. When Ein awakened once more, it was already evening. At that moment, Draco was seated beside Ein's bed, wearing an expression that suggested he was on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated. Ein rubbed her eyes and inquired, What is the matter, Draco? Ein stretched languidly, feeling as though he had truly come to life. Professor Snape wishes for you to visit his office. Draco hesitated, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Ah, very well. Ein perceived nothing amiss and prepared to step out. Yet, Draco could not contain himself any longer. He had already learned of the points deducted from you on the very first day of class. Ein hesitated slightly, pondering whether this was a matter of grave importance. It was the first occurrence since the founding of Slytherin. Oh dear. However, Ein did not take it to heart, maintaining an indifferent demeanor as he made his way to the cellar. The doorknob of the office bore a small sculpted serpent, and Ein instinctively reached out to touch it, only to be taken aback when the sculpture flicked its tongue. Startled, he withdrew his hand. At that moment, the office door swung open. Mr. Black, are you positioned at my office door to aspire to become a statue? Snape gazed down at Ein, commanding him to enter. Black, elucidate. With that, Snape closed the door and scrutinized Ein, who stood in the center of the office. What is there to explain? Ein responded, perplexed. It's not about me dozing off in class, is it? Then what else? Has our Mr. Black accomplished any other remarkable feats worth mentioning? Snape arched an eyebrow, his tone icy yet seemingly devoid of anger. Ein intertwined her small hands, her index fingers tracing circles as she lamented the tedium of the charms lesson, deeming it overly simplistic. Just as she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, Snape's voice rose slightly at the end of his sentence, prompting Ein to sense a hint of foreboding. It appeared that the standard first-year curriculum was insufficient to engage Mr. Black's astute intellect. Snape produced the hefty tone that was larger than Ein's own head and declared, Now, let us examine the fruits of Mr. Black's studies from last night. Now, draw forth your wand and make your attack. Ein did not anticipate that Snape's method of examination would be practical in nature. Ein waved his wand, recalling the incantations from the previous day. Fine swiftly, a beam of magic shot towards Snape, who merely flicked his wand casually, effortlessly dispelling Ein's assault. The output of magic was unstable, the speed too sluggish, and the accuracy lacking. Snape left Ein in a state of utter disarray, continuing his relentless onslaught. After unleashing the binding spell no fewer than 10 times, Snape finally revealed a semblance of satisfaction, just barely adequate. On to the next incantation, disarm. For the ensuing hour, Ein truly experienced the essence of a training hell. As exhaustion began to envelop him, Snape finally relented. Consequently, when Draco entered the Great Hall for dinner, he was met with the sight of Ein, his face devoid of hope, utterly drained of energy. What has happened to you? Draco exclaimed, astonished. What has Professor Snape done to you? Ein wearily waved his hand, exclaiming, Don't mention it. My right hand nearly broke from exhaustion. Draco was taken aback. That night, as Ein lay in bed, he tossed and turned countless times, still unable to find slumber. System, I am suffering from insomnia. System, given that you slept extensively during the day, is it not rather normal that you find it difficult to sleep now? Ein, how about we embark on a nocturnal adventure? System, under the cover of night, a furtive figure stealthily slipped out from the entrance of the Slytherin common room. The dungeon was somewhat chilly during the night, and Ein ventured along the corridors of the castle, intending to ascend. However, as he proceeded, he became disoriented. Ein did not hasten to find the exit. Instead, he found a peculiar enjoyment in observing the intricately moving staircases before him. Most of the portraits within the castle were in slumber, while a few paid no heed to Ein, remaining silently still. The vast castle was enveloped in silence and emptiness, with only the echo of his footsteps reverberating through the corridors. Surrounding him were tightly shut doors, some leading to classrooms that were once bustling during the day, while others concealed unknown mysteries behind their facades. Ein, I have finally discerned the reason why children are so fond of nocturnal adventures. System, why is that? Ein, there exists a sensation as if the entire castle belongs to my family. System, almost forgot. This is someone who almost aspires to purchase a castle. Smiley face. Ein wandered aimlessly, unaware of her destination, until she stumbled upon a slightly ajar door. Pushing it open, she found herself in a storage room, seemingly belonging to Felix. The space was cluttered with an array of confiscated contraband, filling every corner. On the wall hung a blood-stained pair of handcuffs, likely a relic of some punitive device that Felix had long desired to reinstate. Ein, filled with curiosity, began to rummage through the confiscated items and, as expected, stumbled upon the legendary parchment, an active map. I solemnly swear that I have not engaged in any virtuous deeds. Upon touching the parchment, a vivid emotional map instantly materialized upon its surface. At that moment, the names of the students were quietly lined up in their dormitories, with only a red dot named Ein Black illuminating a room within the castle designated as Firk's Lounge. Ein continued to scrutinize the map, observing the red dot belonging to Filch as it traversed the corridor, still quite distant from his position. The names of the professors were primarily located within his common room, with the exception of Professor McGonagall, who was on duty for the night, and Severus Snape, stationed near the astronomy tower. As Ein regarded the unmoving red dot representing Snape, a sense of unease began to stir within him, mingled with a genuine curiosity. He found himself torn between a desire to comprehend why Snape remained in the astronomy tower at such a late hour and an eagerness to ascertain the accuracy of the Marauder's map. Thus, Ein resolved to venture to the astronomy tower. The castle was enveloped in a profound silence, interrupted only by Ein's soft footfalls. Following the map's guidance, he ascended towards the tower's summit. There, he stealthily concealed himself around a corner, cautiously peeking out. Not far away, a man leaned against the window, his dark eyes gazing downwards, lost in contemplation. Moonlight poured through the window, cascading onto his hair, as if draping him in a veil of mystery. The sharp contours of his profile exuded an intense presence, imparting a formidable sense of pressure. Yet, at that moment, Snape appeared to lack his usual acerbity, radiating an unexpected gentleness. Snape cherished his nocturnal visits to this place, the highest point of Hogwarts, where the first rays of sunlight could be glimpsed. The term sunlight seemed utterly foreign to him. Long ago, during his protracted career as a spy, he had relinquished his connection to the sun. Perhaps only darkness held his ultimate allegiance. It mirrored the brevity of his past existence. In the tumultuous struggles of his youth, he had severed ties with his own sunlight, subsequently immersing himself in darkness, only to inadvertently draw his light into the shadows of death. Then, one might endeavor to atone for one's transgressions throughout a lifetime. Perhaps a single act of contrition is insufficient. At the moment when death descends, one finds oneself inexplicably transported back to the year 1991. It is merely another cycle. Severus Snape gazed impassively out of the window, yet his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere, unknowingly drawn to the reflection of his own shadow within the glass. Indifferent, acerbic, reclusive, Snape could easily conjure countless descriptors for his existence, and such a self is destined to peer into the interminable night, contemplating yet another iteration of the same fate. Oh, but not entirely a mere repetition. At least there is now the inexplicable presence of a peculiar little spirit. Gradually, a pair of cerulean eyes and a somewhat striking visage began to materialize in his mind. Snape, unbeknownst to himself, felt a rare softness in his expression at the thought of that little spirit. His thoughts wandered uncontrollably as the figure of the blue-eyed boy became increasingly vivid before him, smiling, frowning, serious, playful, and ever so sly. Sly? Snape turned his gaze toward the window, and there, not far behind him around the corner, was that very little head, the shadow of the one he had been contemplating. Snape nearly laughed in exasperation. The appearance of this little spirit is truly an unexpected surprise, forever catching one off guard. Come out. In the stillness of Hogwarts, although Snape's voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated like thunder in Albus's ears. Ein swiftly retracted her head. Ein, discovered? That can't be, for I am so far away. Ein, perhaps he is merely attempting to deceive me. I must remain composed. System, I shall quietly observe your folly. Severus Snape gazed at the suddenly retreating head peering through the window and found it rather amusing. His mood was instantly lifted from the depths of oppressive gloom as he turned around, leaning against the window and facing the corridor, arms crossed. Do you require me to personally extract you? Snape's cold threat was evidently quite potent. Before long, Ian cautiously re-emerged, peeking around the corner of the corridor with his head while his body remained concealed. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow at him, remaining silent. Ian contemplated for a moment before emerging from the corner of the corridor, standing obediently before Snape. He lowered his head, attempting to evade punishment through a facade of contrition. However, Snape was well acquainted with the boy's tactics. What appeared to be an admission of guilt was, in reality, a steadfast refusal to amend his ways. "Come here," Snape commanded the boy. An inch closer to Snape, taking small steps until she came to a halt. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting an elongated shadow of Snape that rendered the man more imposing than usual. The small creature, akin to a timid animal, instinctively sensed the menace exuding from the man before her. "I shall not repeat myself a third time. Come here," Snape continued, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Cold and unyielding. Ian hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps forward, ultimately halting before the man. The man's shadow enveloped Ian entirely. "What brings you out for a nocturnal stroll?" There was no anger, no interrogation, no sarcasm. Ian was somewhat taken aback by Snape's unusual demeanor this evening. "I simply couldn't sleep and decided to take a walk." Ian fiddled with his fingers, lowering his head before furtively glancing up at Snape. Yet he discerned no sign of vulnerability in the man's expression. Ian felt somewhat disheartened. Truly, he was a renowned double agent. When he wished to conceal his thoughts and emotions, no one could discern them. Ian could only surmise that Snape was likely irate. On one hand, he had witnessed the Slytherin students wandering about at night, and on the other, his enjoyment of the moonlit scenery had been disturbed. As Ian reflected on the hour of practice earlier that evening, an unsettling sensation washed over him. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Severus Snape found himself unexpectedly at ease, particularly upon witnessing the boy's earnest struggle to concoct a defense. His spirits lifted even further. "Community service, 1 week, commencing tomorrow. Every evening at 8 o'clock, report to me," Snape declared with a buoyant tone. Observing the boy's expression, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, he jovially decided to escort him back to his dormitory. Thus, when Draco awoke to learn that his roommate had ventured out for a nocturnal escapade and had fortuitously encountered Snape, thereby securing a week of community service for himself, he could not suppress a rather uncharitable laugh. Ian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You still dare to laugh?" Draco, suppressing his amusement, replied, "Apologies, but your misfortune is rather amusing." How was I to know this could be discovered? Ian languidly lay on the bed, the fatigue from his nocturnal escapades becoming increasingly evident. "Well, Professor Snape only has your best interests at heart. There are many perilous things lurking in Hogwarts at night," Draco reassured him, handing over a vial of potion. "What is this for?" Ian inquired as he accepted it. "It's for alleviating dark circles under your eyes." Ian tossed it back. 10 minutes later, having completed her morning routine, Ian glanced at her reflection in the mirror, observing her panda-like eyes. Resolutely, she retrieved the potion once more. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, it was the eagerly anticipated flying lesson for the first-year students. The flying class was attended by all 4 houses, and Ian was not surprised to see Harry Potter. "Ian, Draco." Harry approached them almost immediately upon spotting Ian and Draco. "Harry, it's been a while." Ian greeted him with a cheerful smile. "How have you been at Gryffindor?" "Everyone is quite satisfied," Harry replied cleverly to Ian's inquiry. Ian raised an eyebrow, non-committal in his response. Draco cast a meaningful glance at the recently transformed savior. "By the way, Ian, Draco," Harry began, "shall we study together in the library this evening? Is there no issue with your close association with Slytherin?" Draco refrained from giving Harry a direct answer. "Of course, trust me." Harry smiled slightly and winked. Upon hearing this, Ian suddenly looked dejected. "Oh, you and Draco go ahead. I probably won't be able to make it." "What is wrong, Ian?" Harry inquired with concern. Just a couple of days prior, he had been assigned a week of detention by Professor Snape, scheduled for the evenings. Draco shrugged, providing an explanation for his friend. "That is truly unfortunate." Harry's expression darkened momentarily, but quickly brightened again. "Well, we can study together another time. We'll have to see about next week," Ian sighed while stretching. In any case, detention is merely reading or practicing spells, which can actually be rather interesting. At that moment, a sneering voice echoed from nearby. "Blake, Malfoy. Is this how you have become the lapdogs of the Savior?" Draco's expression soured as he turned to the speaker, Eric Bogus. "You owe an apology for your words." Eric arrogantly held his head high, scoffing disdainfully. "Am I mistaken? A distinguished Slytherin, so closely associated with the Savior, is merely seeking to be his lapdog, isn't he? Draco, infuriated, was ready to launch a curse, but was swiftly restrained by Ein. Ein, let me go? I'm going to teach him a lesson. Draco's platinum locks were slightly disheveled from his agitation. Draco, Professor Hodge is still here. Ein gestured discreetly towards the flying instructor approaching from a distance. Draco shot Eric a furious glare. All right, everyone, stand by your brooms. Hurry. Professor Hodge clapped her hands, capturing the attention of the students. Like this, command the broom. With her hand hovering above the broom, she commanded, up. Following her cue, the students echoed her commands, though only a few succeeded on their first attempt. Among the successful ones were Draco and Harry. However, once Draco grasped his broom, he let out a disdainful click of his tongue. This broom hasn't been replaced in years. The tail is all frayed. Draco muttered, when I get back, I'll have my father buy me a new broom. I'll get you one too. Draco turned to Ein and said, well, I suppose it might not be necessary. Ein replied somewhat distressed. The reason was simple. Although there were few who succeeded at the first attempt, many had gradually found success, with the majority managing to grasp their brooms after 3 to 4 commands. However, Ein's broom lay still, resembling a genuine broom with no signs of movement whatsoever. How about you give mine a try? Draco suggested after a moment of contemplation. Thus, the two exchanged their brooms. With a deep breath, he gathered his energy and bellowed, rise. Yet, the broom remained utterly unmoved. Ein, Draco, Ein, is there something amiss? System, indeed, everything seems rather off. Click, click. Ein, what are you doing? System, shelling sunflower seeds. Ein, is it suitable? System, it's quite acceptable. With a hint of sea salt. Ein, what I mean is it appropriate for you to be idly munching seeds in my mind? System, given your current pace. I reckon the task remains unattainable. In this world, nothing is insurmountable, provided one is willing to surrender. Ein, I believe it is quite acceptable. Hasn't the Savior already reversed by 20? System, are you aware of how much you lag behind compared to the progress of other hosts? Ein, System, other hosts typically begin collecting soul artifacts upon arrival, engaging in a battle of wits with Dumbledore. Just look at yourself. Ein, but I am merely a first-grade child. System, allow me to remind you that your soul is already 25 years old. Ein, all right. I shall earnestly commence the tasks. Now, what we ought to discuss is the flying broomstick, the broomstick. System, why not try threatening it a little? Ein hesitated for a moment before responding. If you don't get up, I shall use you for firewood. The broom quivered slightly. Ein's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am quite serious. I excel at the fire spell. Would you care to give it a try? A mischievous smile crept across Ein's face. The broomstick seemed to sense a chill in the air, obediently flying into Ein's hand. Look, Draco, I have succeeded. Ein exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she turned to Draco. Oh, how delightful. Draco was utterly astonished. I had no idea it could be played with in such a manner. Meanwhile, as Ein engaged in a battle of wits with the broomstick, chaos erupted among the Gryffindors. Neville Longbottom's broom had gone rogue, careening wildly and ultimately sending him tumbling to the ground. Madame Hooch escorted Longbottom to the infirmary, leaving the others in a state of anxious anticipation. Longbottom's memory ball. Eric had somehow drifted over to the Gryffindor side, now holding one of Longbottom's memory orbs. Ein, this plot seems familiar. System, indeed, the protagonist has merely changed. Ein cast a complex glance at Draco. Draco exclaimed, what the hell? Release Neville's memory ball, you damned Slytherin. Red-haired Ron immediately pointed an accusing finger at Eric. Nonchalantly, Eric tossed the memory ball and mounted his broom. Want it? Then come and take it. He taunted. You. Ron seethed in frustration, but Harry intervened. Mounting his broom as well. Aren't you just itching for a competition? I'm here to oblige, Harry stated calmly, his gaze fixed on Eric. The Savior has finally emerged from behind his 2 lackeys. How impressive. Eric mocked, directing his scorn towards Ein and Draco. Or is it that these 2 minions can't even protect their own master? With those derisive words, Eric soared towards the highest platform of the tower. Harry swiftly followed suit. Ein, don't hold me back this time. I must pursue, Draco declared, eager to chase after Eric. Only to find that Ein was already flying ahead on his broom. Draco hastily followed. In an instant, 4 figures raced towards the pinnacle of the tower. Yet, the moment Ein took off, he regretted his decision. The reason was simple. This enchanted broom was exceedingly difficult to control. He had no intention of flying at such speed. It was as if the broom had a will of its own, propelling him forward in pursuit of Harry. Eric landed on the platform, followed closely by Harry. Meanwhile, Ein nearly found himself thrown off the broom, but Harry had the foresight to catch him as he landed. Finally, it was Draco who touched down last. Ein was still shaken, inwardly cursing the wretched broom and the troublesome Eric 1,000 times over. Do you want this miserable ball? Eric tossed the ball in his hand. Fine, but I have a condition. For a moment, the three opposite him remained silent. Feeling a tinge of awkwardness, Eric continued to speak on his own. My condition is that I want you. He pointed at Ein. Let's duel. Harry's expression darkened, his green eyes clouded with foreboding. Draco frowned and instinctively retorted, What nonsense. Only Ein, flexing his wrist, responded, All right, here? Ein, he must be up to something. Don't be deceived. Harry attempted to dissuade Ein. Draco also wore a disapproving expression. Eric was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ein to agree so readily. Not now. Let us set it for next Monday at midnight. In the trophy room, Eric declared. Fine. Ein readily acquiesced, but I have a condition as well. What? Before Eric could finish, Ein waved his wand, casting a petrification spell. Eric's eyes widened in disbelief as he crash-landed heavily on the ground. Shall we go? Ein casually addressed the stunned Draco and the perplexed Harry. Wait a moment. Harry pondered briefly before approaching Eric. He then grasped Eric's hair and forcefully slammed his face against the ground several times until blood flowed. He delivered several fierce kicks to Eric's joints. Helpless in his petrified state, Eric could only endure Harry's onslaught. Bogus, still unaccustomed to broom control, had just flown to the tower when he was thrown off and landed on the ground. Harry tidied himself up, brushing off the dust from his robes. We should hurry and inform Madame Hooch. All right, let us go. I nodded, then added, Could you take me on the broom? That broom seems to have some serious issues. Of course, Harry replied as he and Ein mounted the broom. Draco watched the two depart, momentarily lost in thought. Draco, hurry up. Ein called from Harry's broom, waving. Oh, all right, he replied, feeling as though the world was becoming increasingly absurd. The events of the flying lesson had escalated even before dinner time. Thus, Professors McGonagall and Snape, both enveloped in a heavy atmosphere, led their respective students away to the Slytherin headmaster's office. Ein could not help but sigh inwardly, pondering that he was perhaps the most frequent visitor to this place, without exception. Draco, however, did not share Ein's nonchalance. Being summoned to the office by his own professor and godfather was indeed a rather daunting prospect. After leading the two inside, Snape slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, causing Draco to flinch in trepidation. Ein scratched his head. Explain, Mr. Malfoy. Snape cast a glance at Ein, opting to hear the truth of the matter before listening to the boy's attempts at justification. Professor Draco nervously began. It was Boguster who provoked first, and then you both, like two thoughtless and foolish lions, disregarded the professor's prohibition and followed the savior to the top of the tower? Snape began to unleash his venomous words. But Boguster was truly out of line. Draco protested somewhat indignantly. Draco Malfoy, Snape replied coldly, as a Slytherin. You should understand what constitutes a more prudent resolution in the face of such matters. Draco lowered his head, acknowledging, Yes, Professor, we acted impulsively and placed ourselves in danger. Mr. Malfoy, return and transcribe the Slytherin Code 100 times, to be submitted to me by Friday. With that, Snape dismissed Draco from his office. As Draco departed, he cast a worried glance at Ein. Ein responded with an indifferent smile. Once Draco departed, only Snape and Ein remained in the office. Very well, Mr. Black. Snape remarked with a feigned smile, You truly have a knack for bringing surprises. Ein shyly lowered his head, saying, It's not as impressive as the professor claims. Snape retracted his feigned smile, his cold, dark eyes scrutinizing the boy who feigned ignorance before him. Why pursue Boggett? A storm brewed faintly in Snape's gaze as he questioned the use of a broomstick that you have yet to master. Ah, for reasons unknown. It was indeed the broomstick that soared ahead on its own accord, Ein replied, his voice laced with uncertainty. Your mastery of deception continues to leave me in awe. He added, as Snape's indifferent tone bore down heavily upon him. Ein, to be honest, you don't believe me, yet you insist on forcing me to concoct a tale. System, do you not possess even a modicum of awareness regarding the collapse of your credit? Ein lowered his head, expressing his dissent through silence. No response. Very well. Then let us proceed to the second question. The tempest within Snape's eyes grew ever more intense. Was it you who cast the Petri Ficus curse upon Bogust? Indeed. Ein readily admitted. Why? What precisely transpired that led you to employ such a malevolent curse against your fellow student? Snape's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Ein's very soul. It is a reason that cannot be disclosed, Ein replied, choosing his words with caution. Ein, Bogus has challenged me to a duel at midnight. I suppose this should remain unspoken. System. Ein, from both the perspective of the rules governing wizard duels and the school's regulations, it should not be stated. Ein silently nodded in acknowledgement. Severus stepped closer to Ein, their proximity so intimate that they could almost feel each other's warmth. The man's towering figure enveloped Ein entirely. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon them. Ein lifted her gaze, her sky-blue eyes innocently meeting the man's obsidian ones, resembling a firefly whose glow defies the darkness. Ein black, Severus's voice was deep, his anger reaching a boiling point, yet he remained remarkably composed. You would do well not to test my limits. One final question. How were the injuries on Bogus caused? Ein hesitantly spoke. This is something I cannot disclose. Ein, I truly am a commendable ally at Hogwarts, never betraying my friends. System, I have no desire to remind the host, sensing that an intriguing spectacle is about to unfold. Not speaking, Snape's voice trailed off, the low timbre of his tone exuding an ineffable sense of foreboding, hinting at an underlying danger. Ein hesitated momentarily but resolutely maintained his stance. Very well. If you choose not to speak, then there is no need to continue. As Ein stood in a daze, Snape abruptly grasped the collar of Ein's robe, striding purposefully to the sofa and forcefully positioning Ein across his lap. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of 3 sharp slaps echoed against Ein's backside. In an instant, Ein found herself momentarily stunned, unable to respond. When she finally regained her senses, she began to struggle violently. Snape, what are you doing? Release me at once. Ein's ears flushed crimson, unsure whether from embarrassment or anger. Moments ago, he had chosen silence. Now, he ought to keep his mouth firmly shut. Snape's cold, merciless voice resonated above Ein's head. Ignoring Ein's futile struggles, Snape's powerful grip held him captive, rendering the boy's efforts utterly ineffective. The sound of blows echoed. Crack, 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 crack. Snape showed no restraint, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes upon Ein. Let me go? You bastard. Snape, you bastard. Ein shouted, his protests growing increasingly desperate, yet his strength paled in comparison to Snape's. Time slipped by, and Ein's furious cries gradually morphed into sobs, his voice becoming hoarse, his struggles weakening significantly. I hate you, Snape. At that moment, Snape's raised hand halted midair. Sensing the cessation of Snape's assault, Ein seized the opportunity to wriggle free, easily escaping the man's grasp. Ein's foot struck the ground, and he stumbled slightly upon landing due to the pain. Snape instinctively considered rising to assist him, yet halted in his tracks upon witnessing Ein's expression. The boy's youthful face bore the marks of tear-streaked distress. His cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, whether from humiliation or agony was uncertain. His eyes, once radiant, were now swollen and red from weeping, while his wizarding robe lay in disarray from the earlier struggle. His breath, disrupted by sobs, occasionally broke into involuntary gasps. However, the most unnerving aspect was the fury reflected in the boy's gaze. His sky-blue eyes blazed with anger as he shot a fierce glare at Snape. Thereafter, Ein turned and exited the office, slamming the door with a resounding thud behind him. Snape stood, watching the retreating figure, his expression shrouded in darkness. The boy's words, Snape, I hate you, lingered in the air like a potent incantation, echoing persistently in his mind. Meanwhile, as soon as Ein stepped outside, he hastily wiped his face with his robe, a sense of overwhelming injustice constricting his chest, leaving him profoundly unsettled. Ein endeavored to disregard the excruciating pain that radiated from behind, wishing to hasten back to his dormitory, for he was loath to be seen in such a disheveled state. Alas, no sooner had he turned a corner than he encountered a familiar figure. Ein, what has happened to you? Bress gazed at Ein's tear-streaked visage in astonishment. Upon being seen by Bress in such a state, Ein felt a pang of embarrassment and was at a loss for words, only able to keep her swollen eyes averted from him. After a moment of contemplation, Bress gently took Ein by the hand and led her to an unoccupied classroom nearby. Had Professor Snape done something untoward? Bress retrieved a handkerchief and tenderly wiped Ein's eyes. Ein remained silent. After all, how could a dignified man in his 20s explain to an 11-year-old boy that he had been spanked like a child by another man, to the point of tears? Ein's physiological sobbing eventually subsided after a while. Bress quietly remained by Ein's side, allowing him the space to regain his composure. I'm fine, Ein hesitantly uttered, his gaze avoiding Bress, feeling a sense of embarrassment about the recent events. It's perfectly all right, Ein, Bress reassured him. The boy, with his chocolate-hued skin and tall, sturdy frame, emanated an aura of reliability. Unable to resist, Bress gently ruffled Ein's hair, surprised by its unexpected softness. If you don't wish to speak, you need not do so. However, should you desire to share, I shall always be here. Ein's tumultuous emotions finally subsided under the soothing presence of Blaise. However, with this newfound tranquility came a wave of embarrassment. It felt rather humiliating for a grown man to be comforted by a mere boy. Upon returning to his dormitory, Draco was met with the sight of a beautiful youth, his expression clouded with melancholy, lying motionless on the bed without even removing his clothes. Ein, Draco ventured cautiously. Ein remained silent, merely turning her head, which was previously angled towards Draco, so that the back of her head now faced him. Draco, aware that it would be most prudent not to disturb his friend at this moment, quietly gathered the Slytherin rules he intended to transcribe and stealthily departed the dormitory. Making his way to the library, Ein lay upon the bed, listening to the careful sound of Draco closing the door, followed by a suffocating silence. In the entire dormitory, only Ein's own breath could be heard. Ein reminisced about the events that transpired in Snape's office, the dull ache in his back serving as a constant reminder of what had just occurred. It was utterly outrageous. Truly, it was beyond belief. A man in his 20s had been struck, and in such a humiliating manner. Snape was nothing short of a scoundrel. Ein's eyes glimmered with fury as he pounded his fists against the bed, his cerulean gaze ablaze with indignation. Ein Tonksi, do you know? Throughout my life, no one has ever dared to treat me this way. System, congratulations on achieving the milestone of being struck for the first time. Ein, please. I implore you to act like a human. System, it poses a bit of a challenge. Following that, Ein skipped 2 consecutive days of labor service, resolutely refusing to meet Severus in any form. Even during meals in the hall, whenever they crossed paths, Ein would not spare a single glance towards Severus. Thus, the final day of the first week for the newcomers arrived, Friday. The morning was dedicated to Severus's potions class. Early in the morning, Draco sensed an overwhelming sense of tension emanating from his roommate. Even someone as obtuse as Draco could discern that something significant had transpired that afternoon in Severus's office, leading Ein to adopt a stance of complete disregard towards Severus. Today, there were 3 consecutive potions classes with Severus. Draco hesitated and asked, "Do you need me to request an absence for you?" The atmospheric pressure today has descended so low that it feels as though one could visibly perceive the heaviness looming above Ein's head. He is acutely aware of the impending potions class with Professor Snape. Just a few days prior, this had been the class he anticipated most eagerly, without exception. Yet, it has now transformed into the very course he dreads above all others. Nevertheless, he mutters resolutely, "I will attend class." His voice is cold, as if concealing a blade laced with poison within his gaze. Why should he refrain from attending? It is merely Snape. After all, how could he possibly hinder his education? Who does he think he is? Draco observes the expression on his roommate's face and instinctively shivers. Could trouble be brewing? The potions classroom is situated in the depths of the dungeons, where the temperature remains perpetually low, devoid of sunlight, making it an ideal environment for the long-term storage of various potion ingredients. However, to the students, the classroom often appears excessively gloomy. As the time for class approaches, Snape strides into the room, his billowing black robes and palpable aura of discontent preceding him. He surveys the room with a frown, and upon failing to spot the individual expected to be present, his brow furrows even deeper, causing the surrounding atmosphere to grow noticeably more oppressive. "Draco Malfoy, where is your roommate?" Snape inquires, his voice deep and devoid of any emotion. Draco hesitates, uncertain. Ein had previously stated he would attend, yet now he is conspicuously absent. Thus, Draco cannot confidently assert whether Ein will ultimately show up. Snape's frown deepens, and just as he prepares to unleash another torrent of venomous remarks, the door to the potions classroom bursts open with a resounding bang, plunging the room into an immediate silence. Ein entered, accompanied by Bisnap, under an even lower atmospheric pressure. When Ein entered, she did not spare even a glance for Snape, but rather proceeded directly to the only vacant desk, which was conveniently situated beside Harry Potter. Ein's actions successfully elicited gasps of astonishment from the other students in the classroom, while Harry cast a worried glance in Ein's direction. After all, Severus Snape had a notorious reputation, To arrive late to class and then disregard him was a feat that Ein had seemingly accomplished alone. "I'm Black. You're late," came Snape's icy voice, resonating through the otherwise silent classroom. "Oh," Ein replied nonchalantly, mirroring the coldness of his tone. The room once again filled with gasps of disbelief. Snape furrowed his brow, his dark eyes locked onto Ein. After a moment of scrutiny, he realized that Ein displayed no intention of diverting attention away from himself, prompting Snape to eventually withdraw his gaze. "You are here to learn the intricate art of potion making and its rigorous techniques," Snape commenced his opening remarks. "I did not expect you to grasp the exquisite beauty of the vapor rising from a gently simmering cauldron, perfuming the air with its delightful aroma. You will not comprehend the enchanting allure of the liquid coursing through human veins, a substance capable of stirring profound emotions and overwhelming desires. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death." At this juncture, nearly all the Gryffindors and Slytherins were fixedly gazing at Snape, striving to fathom the vision he was painting, except for Ein, who remained engrossed in his book. However, Snape swiftly altered his tone. "But there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of foolish imbeciles I often encounter." "Harry Potter," Snape called out suddenly. Harry, who had been observing Ein's unusual demeanor, looked up in surprise and slowly stood. "Professor?" Harry tentatively inquired. "If I were to add powdered daffodil root to a solution of mugwort infusion, along with leech juice and a sleeping draught, what would be the result?" Snape inquired, directing his gaze at Harry while keeping a watchful eye on Ein out of the corner of his eye. Harry hesitated. Ein rolled her eyes at Snape, then began to write and sketch on a piece of paper. After a moment, she tore off a small note and handed it to Harry. "One can procure the elixir of life." Harry glanced at the note and adeptly answered the question. "It is a potent sedative, Professor. If I were in need of Bezoar, where would you suggest I seek it?" Snape squinted, continuing his line of inquiry. Ein continued to pass notes. "In the stomach of a cow, Professor," Harry readily replied. "It seems that our illustrious savior has quite an admirable assistant. Indeed, sometimes fame can be of some utility, as in the case of classroom notes." Snape's gaze was fixed intently on Ein. Ein did not flinch. Instead, he returned the glare. Snape, filled with fury, responded with a sardonic smile. "Very well, then. I'm Black Snape. I shall call upon another. What would be the result of combining moonstone powder with the essence syrup of sneezewort?" Snape's piercing gaze fixed upon Ein, capturing the boy's transformation from bewilderment to disdain, and ultimately to a serious expression tinged with confusion. "Ein, it is not right. Should he not inquire about the distinctions between the aconitum and the wolfsbane? System, it is imperative to remind the host that this is a genuine magical realm, no longer merely the narrative of a Harry Potter novel. Ein, quickly, please help me find out what it is. Otherwise, in this situation, I feel rather embarrassed." System, the system is not an encyclopedia and does not possess the functionality of a potion textbook. Ein, what use are you? System, excellent. It has remembered. A prolonged silence enveloped the room. Our amiable Mr. Black, who takes pleasure in assisting his classmates, seems to find that this admirable trait of helpfulness has neither bestowed upon him omniscient wisdom nor granted him any reciprocal aid. Snape unleashed his venomous words, his usual malevolent smile absent, replaced instead by a cold demeanor that even hinted at a trace of irritation. "Apologies, Professor." At that moment, Harry abruptly stood up. "I believe Hermione should know. Why not inquire with her?" Indeed, the clever little witch from Gryffindor had her hand raised throughout the exchange. Snape glared at Hermione. "Sit down." He then turned his gaze to Harry. "It appears our savior is also quite eager to assist his fellow students, albeit lacking the necessary capability." A derisive laugh erupted from a corner of the classroom, where Boguski's mockery resonated, prompting a few bewildered classmates to chuckle along. Snape's piercing gaze swept across the room, and in an instant, Boguski and his companions fell silent as a graveyard. Combining moonstone powder with the essence of sneezewort syrup will yield a calming potion, allowing your nerves, delicate as mistletoe, to experience a modicum of relief and relaxation. Snape spoke slowly, directing his gaze towards Ein. Ein rolled her eyes in his presence, completely disregarding him. Snape abruptly slammed the potions textbook onto the desk with a resounding thud, causing nearly all the students in the classroom to flinch in fright. "So, are you all so confident in the vast capacity of your minds, filled with nothing but weeds, that you fail to take notes?" The classroom was instantly filled with the frantic sounds of pages turning and pen scratching. "Black, Potter, sit down," Snape commanded. Harry's gaze darkened, a mix of inexplicable emotion swirling within as he slowly took his seat. Ein stood upright, with a slight tilt of his chin. Apologies, Professor. I am feeling unwell and prefer to stand. Snape initially appeared taken aback, his expression shifting as if he had contemplated something, before he spoke somewhat stiffly, suit yourself. Thus, the potions class commenced, focusing on the creation of a scabies potion. Subsequently, students were paired to complete the potion-making task. The classroom harbored an odd number of students, and when Ron approached Harry with the cauldron in hand, Harry intended to decline this offer from his Gryffindor friend. However, before Harry could voice his refusal, Ein proactively took the cauldron and relinquished his spot, moving to an empty desk in another row. Ein, Harry inquired hesitantly, what is the matter? We are supposed to be partners. Ein nonchalantly smiled at Harry, saying, it's quite all right. I prefer brewing potions alone. Harry pondered over the little note Ein had provided to assist him, and it seemed that Ein's potion-making skills would likely be commendable, whereas he himself might inadvertently hinder Ein's progress. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to team up with Ron. After once again declining the invitations from Draco and Blaise to form a team, Ein finally seized the opportunity to brew potions alone. How delightful! Unbeknownst to the little creatures, Ein harbored a secret desire deep within his heart, the aspiration to concoct potions with his own hands. Ever since he was a child captivated by the Harry Potter series, he developed a profound fascination for the art of potion making. The myriad of potion ingredients, manipulated under varying temperatures and magical influences, ultimately coalesce into a diverse array of elixirs with distinct effects. How incredibly cool! Ein restrained the excitement bubbling within, methodically executing each step in accordance with the prescribed standards. Ron Weasley, is this the Serpent Fang powder you have ground? The requirement was to produce a fine powder, not coarse granules. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Harry Potter, can the errors of your companions truly illuminate your status as the savior? Another 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Blaise Zabini, do I need to remind you that the heating temperature must be maintained consistently? Draco Malfoy, your fastidiousness has resulted in these slugs not being adequately processed. Please handle potion ingredients with due diligence. Neville Longbottom, must I remind you to exercise caution when dealing with the hedgehog quills to avoid forgetting to remove the cauldron from the flames before adding? Snape traversed the classroom, assessing each student until he finally arrived beside Ein. Ein was meticulously focused on the potion ingredients before him, striving for perfection in every step of the process. The boy, usually playful and carefree, suddenly exhibited an intensity that felt disconcerting to those around him. Snape paused to observe Ein's meticulous actions, his gaze shifting to the boy's profile, which was quite pleasing to the eye, as if favored by the creator. The youthful visage, still in its nascent form, bore soft curves that evoked a gentle illusion. Yet, Snape was keenly aware of the boy's mischievous nature. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the classroom. Snape hastened towards the source of the commotion, which came from a young wizard named Neville Longbottom. His cauldron had exploded. Blasted. Surely you did not add porcupine quills without removing the cauldron from the flames. Has your memory failed to retain a reminder given merely 10 minutes ago? Snape seethed, brandishing his wand to restore order to the chaos before the frightened Neville, whose face was marred by blisters from the potion splatter. You, Simon, escort him to the hospital wing, Snape commanded one of the other young wizards in the group. Simon hurriedly supported Neville as they stumbled out of the classroom. I will reiterate, potion making is a craft that demands precision. If any of you cannot comprehend the steps involved, then leave my classroom at once, Snape declared, his brow furrowed as he addressed the class. The young wizards trembled in fear, the air thick with silence as they dared not breathe. The only sounds were the bubbling cauldrons and the grinding of ingredients, their potion-making process is now executed with heightened caution. Bang! Another explosion shattered the stillness, the resounding blast echoing sharply in the quiet room. Several young wizards were momentarily stunned by the sudden noise. Damn it! Which fool? Snape began, turning swiftly towards the sound, only to swallow the latter part of his sentence. At the epicenter of the explosion stood Ein, wand raised, staring in bewilderment at a shattered cauldron. Ein, what is the matter? I have diligently followed the instructions. System, perhaps you should consult Snape? Ein tilted her head, gazing vacantly at the cauldron for a moment. Then, as she attempted to reach out and examine the remaining black substance within the exploded cauldron, a large hand grasped her wrist. Mr. Black, do you not wish to keep your hand? Snape's chilling voice suddenly echoed in her ears, and then realized, at an uncertain moment, that Snape had already approached him. Snape scrutinized Ein from head to toe, ensuring the boy was unscathed, before waving his wand to clear the contents of the boy's cauldron. You must recreate it. Otherwise, your performance in today's lesson will be deemed unsatisfactory, Snape remarked coldly, turning on his heel and departing without further acknowledgement of Ein. Ein, as if in a dream, rose to prepare new materials. Caught off guard, he even relinquished the opportunity to retort to Snape. What, after all, had gone awry? Ein meticulously recreated a potion, adhering strictly to the standard procedure at each step. 10 minutes later, a tremendous explosion erupted from Ein's cauldron. Snape immediately approached Ein's side. Fortunately, this time, Ein emerged unscathed. Snape furrowed his brow, arms crossed, as he regarded Ein. Meanwhile, Ein wore an expression of disbelief. It appeared that our Mr. Black was particularly engrossed in the amusement of explosions. Snape's voice resonating deeper than usual. Ein, initially incredulous, soon transformed into a visage of perplexity and astonishment. But I truly followed the steps to the letter. Ein exclaimed in disbelief. Recreate it, Mr. Black. This time, I shall stand here and observe your execution. Severus Snape now stood resolutely beside Ein, his towering shadow looming over her, exuding an undeniable sense of pressure, even in the absence of his words. Ein meticulously followed the steps to recreate the potion. As Snape observed the young man's actions, his furrowed brow deepened with each passing moment. Every step taken by Ein was flawless. The handling of materials and temperature control were exemplary, leaving no reason for the crucible to ultimately shatter. The operations preceding Ein's attempt unfolded smoothly until he grasped the wand to infuse it with magic. With a resounding bang, the cauldron erupted once more. Fortunately, Snape was by his side, promptly casting a protective spell over Ein. Having closely monitored the young man's potion-making process, Snape likely discerned the underlying issue. A rare few wizards possess an innate incompatibility with magic and potions, rendering them incapable of successfully infusing magical energy, which invariably leads to the instant collapse of the concoction. Such wizards are inherently devoid of the ability to brew potions. After a moment of contemplation, Snape addressed Ein, instructing him to temporarily pair with Draco for the lesson, focusing on the organization of potion ingredients while refraining from any involvement in the magical infusion. He requested that Ein visit his office after class. Professor, why? Ein's expression remained one of confusion, and despite 3 unsuccessful attempts, a subtle hint of disappointment lingered. Snape paused, evidently sensing the young man's dejection, yet at that moment, he could offer no further words of comfort and turned to depart. After class, Ein silently approached the door of Snape's office, where the serpentine doorknob appeared to twist momentarily. Ein gently rapped upon the door, which was subsequently opened by Snape. Ein kept his head lowered throughout, leaving Snape only the view of the boy's crown and a few rebellious strands of hair, likely the result of a restless night. The memory of their previous unpleasant encounter in this very spot lingered in the air, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. Snape, rarely inclined to soften his tone, finally spoke with a calm demeanor. A scarce number of wizards possess a magical affinity that is incompatible with potions. This is an inherent condition, and regrettably, there is no immediate remedy. Ein lowered his head, refraining from raising it. According to the customs of Hogwarts, one has the option to forego the potions class. Of course, one may also choose to continue, albeit without the ability to engage in the process of magical infusion. Snape sought to present all possible choices before Ein. However, there are scarcely any potions that do not require magical infusion, thus the benefits one could derive from the potions class would be minimal. Snape hesitated momentarily, concluding that it would be best for Ein to opt out. Ein lifted his head, his sky-blue eyes resolutely meeting Snape's gaze. Snape had anticipated that the boy would disregard him, so Ein's sudden response took him by surprise. Snape raised an eyebrow, silently urging the boy to continue. I shall not abandon potions. Since no one has been able to resolve the incompatibility between magic and potions, then, the boy enunciated deliberately, I shall solve it. Ein suddenly became resolute in her studies, immersing herself in the library without a moment's pause. The catalyst for this fervor stemmed from the recent flying lesson, during which Harry and Draco had agreed to study together at the library. This arrangement inadvertently attracted the book-loving Hermione Granger. After failing to persuade Harry to steer clear of Draco, Ron Weasley begrudgingly joined them in their scholarly pursuits. However, the atmosphere was decidedly uneven. While Harry, Draco, and Hermione scribbled diligently, surrounded by an array of reference tomes, Ron was left struggling with a single piece of parchment, tugging at his hair in desperation as he attempted to complete his assignments. occasionally glancing at Harry's work for assistance. This state of affairs persisted for several days until Saturday arrived. "Oh dear, we must study on Saturday as well," Ron lamented. "You are more terrifying than the professors." Draco merely raised an eyebrow, continuing his work with the quill, not even granting Ron a glance. Hermione frowned disapprovingly at Ron, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Harry made a shushing gesture and pointed towards Madame Pants, the librarian. True to form, Madame Pants wore a cold expression, her somewhat gaunt face resembling that of a vulture. Clutching a feather duster, her piercing gaze was fixed directly on Ron Weasley, as if one more utterance from him would warrant a swift reprimand. Ron immediately lowered his head, silent as a mouse. As the group continued their studies, a swift figure glided past them, heading directly to a solitary table by the window. There, the individual retrieved a book and began to read intently. Draco instinctively looked up and was taken aback to discover that it was Ein. After a brief moment of surprise, he contemplated and made his way towards her. "Ein, what brings you to the library all of a sudden? Do you wish to join us in our studies?" Draco inquired as he took a seat opposite her. Observing Ein pulling out a volume titled "You Know Nothing of Salazar and Godric," Draco was intrigued. Ein rubbed her brow, saying, "It's not as you presume. Salazar possesses profound knowledge of ancient magical texts, while Godric excels in the art of alchemy. This book encompasses a wealth of information on these subjects." Draco, taken aback, exclaimed, "But we are merely in our first year. How are we delving into such matters already?" Ein fell into silence. The inability to concoct the potion was indeed a significant blow to her, although she had boasted grandly in the office. It remained an unresolved issue that had persisted throughout her endeavors. Ein could temporarily conceive of altering his magical attributes through alchemy or ancient magical scripts, or perhaps by storing other individuals' magical energies for infusion. However, these notions remained but vague directions, and much remained to be explored. In any case, I am delving into these two areas of study. Should you encounter any relevant tomes, do not hesitate to recommend them to me." Ein directed a serious gaze at Draco. Draco, in turn, adopted a grave demeanor. "Rest assured, tomorrow I shall call my father and request that he send over the Malfoy family's collection of books." "What a good brother!" Ein exclaimed joyfully, giving Draco's shoulder an appreciative pat. Draco's cheeks flushed slightly. "All right. No need for such gestures. We are still in the library." Draco observed Ein, who was once again engrossed in the enigmatic tales of Salazar and Godric, pondering that it might be best to refrain from inviting Ein to their study group for the time being. Not far away, a gaze was cast in their direction, either intentionally or inadvertently. That person was none other than Harry. Harry had been keeping a discreet watch on Ein and Draco. Upon witnessing Ein patting Draco's shoulder, he suddenly gripped his quill tightly. Hermione, seated beside him, seemed to sense something amiss and glanced at Harry, revealing a hint of contemplation. While Ron remained preoccupied with his own struggles against his homework, a pleasant weekend unfolded as everyone immersed themselves in the library's atmosphere. On Sunday evening, they all departed the library, heading towards the great hall for dinner. Ron stretched lazily. "Finally finished my homework. You wouldn't believe it. Madame Pants was watching me the whole time. It was utterly terrifying. Perhaps it was your loud voice yesterday that drew her attention," Hermione pointed out incisively. "I was merely making an observation. Must you be so serious?" Ron muttered, casting a resentful glance at Hermione. The little Queen of Gryffindor raised an eyebrow, poised to retort, but was interrupted by Ein. "Draco, Harry, do you recall that Boggist has challenged us to a duel on Monday?" Ein, cradling a book in his arms, casually interjected. Draco, taken aback, inquired, "Has he healed?" Harry, equally surprised, regarded Ein with an air of incredulity, and raised a small note in his hand. It had been slipped to him by a passing student during his study session at the library today, containing a reminder about the duel's timing. "Ah, it seems I was too lenient last time," Draco exclaimed with indignation. "What is going on? Do share." Ron's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager for gossip. "A duel? You are actually going to duel at school?" Hermione, the little queen, exclaimed in disbelief. "You'll get expelled." Harry, indifferent, took the note from Ein's hand. "Midnight on Monday. Trophy room. A duel for the sake of disregarding dignity. Eric Bogusley. Shall we go together?" Draco inquired of Ein. "Sure." Ein shrugged nonchalantly. "I want to join as well." Harry pondered for a moment before making his decision. "Can I come too?" Ron's eyes lit up, clearly unwilling to miss such an event. "Absolutely not." Hermione immediately interjected. "Night excursions are forbidden, and dueling is prohibited as well. You cannot possibly engage in a duel during a night outing. If caught, you will surely be expelled." "The honor of Slytherin cannot be challenged," Draco declared, raising his chin, exuding an air of the proud Slytherin prince. I nodded, not necessarily in agreement with the glory of Slytherin. It was primarily due to her recent discontent regarding potion-related matters, and she simply sought an outlet for her frustrations. Hermione, knowing her homemade remedies would hardly persuade the two Slytherins, turned instead to the two Gryffindors. I absolutely cannot allow you to participate, she said, her brow furrowed in seriousness as she fixed her gaze upon them. It is entirely out of the question. Hey, why should we listen to you? Ron exclaimed, his voice rising. Harry, however, remained silent. The group proceeded to the entrance of the Great Hall, where Draco and I made their way toward the Slytherin table. As they departed, Draco raised an eyebrow at Harry, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his intention to attend. The group then dispersed, with the trio of Gryffindors heading toward their own table, while Ron and Hermione continued their heated debate. You'll have trouble finding a boyfriend if you keep this up. Ron even resorted to personal attacks. Mind your own business, Hermione retorted with a huff, choosing to ignore Ron's comments. Meanwhile, Harry wore a nonchalant smile as he began to enjoy his dinner. Halfway through the meal, a phoenix suddenly soared through the window, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was a magnificent creature, adorned with resplendent orange-red feathers interspersed with shimmering golden tail plumes, and it announced its arrival with a resounding cry. After circling the hall, the phoenix deftly delivered a letter, landing it squarely before Harry. Ron, astonished by the spectacle, gawked at the scene, while Harry momentarily paused, taken aback by the interruption of his meal. Hey, mate, quick, see what it is. Ron leaned over, unabashedly peering at the letter intended for Harry, displaying no sense of decorum. That's Dumbledore's phoenix. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement, even eager to assist Harry in opening the letter. Harry, slightly furrowing his brow, reached for the envelope. Once the letter was delivered, the phoenix spread its wings and soared out of the Great Hall. At the Slytherin table, Ayn observed the phoenix's retreating figure and glanced at her wand, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Ayn, that must be Fox, correct? System, if all goes as expected. Indeed it is. Ayn, I recall that both the wand and Voldemort's wand share a core made from the feather of Fox. System, what is your intention? Ayn, it should be quite valuable. System, would the host like to know the probability of your direct duel against Dumbledore? Smiley face. Ayn, please, share. I would be content with just 5. System, it is actually 0. 005. Understood. I will serve as a refined literary editor, meticulously polishing the text you provide by 1. Comprehending the essence and meaning of the content 2. Removing meaningless punctuation 3. Eliminating advertisements for recommendations votes collections 4. Deleting hidden URL promotions 5. Preserving only plot-relevant material 6. Translating the refined content into elegant English using sophisticated vocabulary and graceful sentence structure 7. Maintaining the original meaning while elevating its literary quality 8. Providing only the improved translation without explanations or responses to any questions requests within the text. I shall now await your first passage for refinement. Please proceed when ready. Ayn sigh. Draco. It is unclear to him why his roommate has been gazing thoughtfully at the phoenix from the very beginning, only to suddenly display a fervent gaze, followed by an abrupt expression of despondency. Yet, Draco's innate intuition warns him that it would be prudent not to inquire further, as the answer would undoubtedly challenge his worldview. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor long table, Harry has opened an envelope and unfolded a letter. Dear Mr. Harry Potter, I apologize for interrupting your dinner and hope that the arrival of this letter does not cause you undue distress. In truth, the purpose of this correspondence can be understood as a concerned elder wishing to ascertain whether your week at Hogwarts has been pleasant. If convenient, I shall await your arrival in my office after dinner. Albus Dumbledore. P.S. I have recently developed a fondness for fizzing Whizbees. Dumbledore has invited you to his office. Ron exclaimed, looking at Harry as if he were a treasure. Perhaps he intends to bestow upon you some extraordinary magical artifact, even one capable of repelling the killing curse. Harry was noncommittal. Repelling the killing curse? I think I might not need that. True, you are the only one known to have survived it, Ron remarked. Gazing at Harry with profound envy, Harry hastily consumed a couple more bites of his dinner before rising to leave. The headmaster's office is situated at a higher elevation within the sprawling Hogwarts castle. Harry ascended the staircase, layer by layer, until he finally arrived at the headmaster's office, where a stone statue barred his path. Password, it intoned. Harry pondered for a moment, fizzing Whizbees. The password was correct. Harry stepped into Dumbledore's office. "Harry, I am delighted to see you." Dumbledore beamed from behind his desk, his eyes twinkling as they met the boy's gaze. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry greeted cautiously with a nod. "Do not be so tense, my child." Dumbledore waved his hand, and a chair appeared before Harry. "Sit, relax." Instinctively, Harry glanced at Dumbledore, noting how his blue eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to someone else's. "Ah, Un is quite a lovely child, is he not?" Dumbledore remarked, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest, perhaps hoping the mention of blue eyes would ease Harry's spirit. Harry's pupils dilated in surprise. His thoughts had been eavesdropped upon. "Harry, I apologize for any discomfort I may have caused you, but please forgive an old man his little habits." Dumbledore spoke seemingly nonchalantly, yet his peripheral gaze remained attuned to Harry's expression. "It's all right, Professor." Harry quickly regained his composure, beginning to avoid eye contact with Dumbledore. He endeavored to recall his encounters with the little lions of Gryffindor, including Ron, Simon, and Hermione. No, he must not think of that person. However, the more one strives to disregard someone, the clearer their silhouette becomes in one's mind. Harry was drenched in cold sweat. "Harry, do not be so serious," Dumbledore said with a hint of exasperation. "That Slytherin child is indeed quite a remarkable individual. No one has ever claimed that Gryffindor and Slytherin must be irreconcilable enemies." Dumbledore gazed at Harry as he spoke. Harry reined in his emotions, and when he lifted his gaze once more, a hint of caution flickered across his face. "You won't be angry because I am getting too close to mine, will you?" "Of course not," Dumbledore replied, winking. "However, at times it may be necessary to balance the significance of friendships within Gryffindor and those in Slytherin. Nevertheless, this might be a matter that requires considerable time to achieve equilibrium." Harry let out a long sigh of relief. Ron and Hermione also like Ein. It's just that Ron has had a bit of a rocky relationship with Draco. Friends sometimes need to engage in a bit of playful banter. Dumbledore winked again, seemingly aiming to convey his own ease in order to help Harry relax. Indeed, Harry responded positively, revealing his characteristic bashful smile. "They are all very important friends to me. I am delighted that you have made so many friends right at the beginning of the school year. Should you encounter any troubles, you are always welcome to seek me out here. The door to my office is always open for you, Harry." "Thank you, Professor." Harry's striking green eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his smile appeared gentle and innocuous. "It is getting late. Perhaps if you linger any longer, young Mr. Weasley will begin to worry about your safety. Well, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Professor." Harry stood up, bid a polite farewell, and exited the headmaster's office. Inside the office, Dumbledore absently stroked Fawkes's feather. "He does indeed seem to be a kind-hearted and upright young man," Dumbledore mused, as if speaking to himself. "It seems that the plan can soon be set in motion." Meanwhile, as Harry departed the headmaster's office, the gentle smile on his face vanished in an instant. His emerald eyes, now seemingly steeped in darkness, appeared unfathomable. In the stillness of night at Hogwarts, two small figures meandered leisurely through the corridors. "Ein, surely we won't encounter the professor, right? After all, it is Professor Snape's patrol night," Draco whispered, his eyes darting about nervously, wary of a sudden encounter. "Fear not, Draco," Ein reassured, glancing at the parchment in his hand. "The professor is on the 4th floor of the castle, far removed from us." "What is that? It looks incredibly useful," Draco inquired, leaning closer to examine the intriguing parchment in Ein's hands. Ein tucked away his belongings, declaring, "Mine, not for sharing." Draco, incredulous, gazed at their concealed position. The two had arrived in the trophy room unscathed, but it was now 11:30 at night, with half an hour remaining until the scheduled duel. After a moment, Ein questioned, "Aren't we here to duel Bogus? Why are we hiding?" Since entering, Ein had pulled him into the narrow gap between two cabinets, leaving them both feeling somewhat suffocated and Draco utterly perplexed by Ein's intentions. "Indeed, for the duel," Ein replied, awkwardly shifting his head in another direction. "When he enters, we shall launch a surprise attack. First, we'll immobilize him with the binding curse, then use the bird summoning charm to peck at his head, ultimately forcing him to dance the tango in the trophy room all night long." After uttering these words, Ein struggled to catch his breath. Draco, feeling slightly lightheaded from the lack of oxygen, remarked, "I believe we could simply hide behind the door for a stealthier approach." Ein sighed. "Let us just endure a little longer. It wouldn't be wise to venture out now." Draco agreed, his silence mirroring Ein's sentiment. The atmosphere enveloped them in stillness, punctuated only by their hurried breaths as they were pressed together in the narrow space. "By the way, didn't Harry mention he would join us?" Draco managed to utter with some difficulty. Who knows? He might have been detained by those two Gryffindors. Ein replied, struggling to maintain composure. And what if Bogart doesn't arrive tonight? Draco continued, his voice strained. Draco, cease your chatter. Conserve your strength. I can scarcely catch my breath, Ein gasped, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Draco complied, falling silent. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity. Suddenly, a narrow gap appeared in the door to the trophy room. They're here. Ein and Draco's eyes brightened as their wands were aimed at the doorway, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight. The figure at the entrance bore little resemblance to Bogart. Ein, Draco, is that you? Harry's voice called softly from the threshold. We are here. Ein replied in a hushed tone. Harry hurried into the classroom, followed closely by two young Gryffindors. As Harry approached Ein, he fell into an unusual silence for a few seconds upon witnessing the peculiar situation involving Ein and Draco. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Draco, Ein. The situation is somewhat awkward. Ein, allow me to elucidate. My intention was to launch a surprise attack. Harry, all right, I understand, but should we not emerge now? Ein surveyed the surrounding area devoid of any cover, glanced at the narrow crevice that could accommodate only two individuals, and then considered the unexpected addition of three more people. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke. With tremendous effort, the trio finally managed to extricate Ein and Draco from the confines of the two cabinets. The moment Ein and Draco emerged, they disregarded the noble etiquette of Slytherin and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. It is truly astonishing. What were you thinking? Ron, ever the blunt one, began to voice his frustrations, though his tone softened under Harry's suggestive gaze. Ein and Draco were enveloped in an eerie silence. However, why did you bring two additional individuals along? Ein skillfully diverted attention. Hey, a duel. It is indeed a duel. How could I possibly be absent from such an event? Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am here to escort you back. Dueling is strictly prohibited, as is wandering at night. If you wish to avoid expulsion, it would be prudent to leave this place and return to your dormitories to sleep immediately, Hermione stated with utmost seriousness. Draco raised an eyebrow at Harry. Harry shrugged helplessly. I did not anticipate that they would wait for me in the common room all night. Therefore, you should heed my counsel. Hermione, the little queen, was still attempting to persuade everyone when Ein abruptly interrupted. Silence. Someone. The trophy room fell into a profound hush, with all attention focused on the sounds emanating from outside. Faintly, footsteps could be heard, accompanied by snippets of conversation. Professor, I am certain that there are students lurking here after hours, came Boguster's voice, echoing within the trophy room. Humph, little brat. That was Snape's voice. The crowd gasped in unison. He actually informed the professor. Ron was taken aback with astonishment. It's the headmaster. Draco was struck with shock. Ein decisively burst through the door, exclaiming, quick, run. The five individuals immediately dashed down the corridor at the utmost speed they could muster. Professor, it's them. They are fleeing. Bogus pointed at their retreating figures, shouting. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smirk appearing upon recognizing several familiar silhouettes. The five hurriedly followed Ein upstairs, but after just a few steps, they encountered Filch around the corner. This way. Ein swiftly altered their course, leading them down an alternate path. The group sprinted down the corridor, only to find themselves at a dead end, confronted by a locked door. What should we do? What should we do? Filch is coming, Ron exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. It's all right. It's all right. Hermione stepped forward and cast a spell at the door lock. Alohomora. The lock clicked open, and a wave of relief washed over the group, though Ein's pupils constricted. Wait. However, Ein's warning was drowned out as the others pulled him into the room. Outside, Filch, unable to locate the group, emitted several frustrated sounds before gradually retreating. The group pressed against the door, exhaling in relief. Did Filch leave? Ein's voice was cold and detached. Yes, he has. Don't worry. Ron sighed deeply. If Filch is gone, you all must leave this room immediately and quietly. Ein's unemotional tone persisted. What is wrong, Ein? The others sensed Ein's unusual demeanor and gazed at him quizzically. They followed Ein's gaze and beheld a colossal creature before them, resembling a dog but possessing three heads. At that moment, the three heads were glaring menacingly at the five small figures. Almost everyone gasped in shock. The beast did not rush to attack. It seemed to be waiting for the group to lower their guard or reveal a weakness. I made a concerted effort to steady his voice. Speaking rapidly yet softly, I will count down from 3. You must bolt for the door without looking back. 3, 2, 1, go. No sooner had Ein finished speaking than a fierce roar erupted from the creature, charging at him. Ron was the first to burst through the door, followed closely by Draco and Hermione. Harry cast a glance at Ein before following suit, and Ein was the last to exit. However, at the moment of his departure, one of the creature's heads clamped down on Ein's right leg. With a powerful tug, he freed himself from its jaws. Bang! As Ein stepped outside, he immediately slammed the door shut and cast the locking charm. Just as the door closed, he felt a surge of excruciating pain radiate from his leg, rendering him momentarily paralyzed and dizzy. Meanwhile, the group that had narrowly escaped found themselves halted at the threshold. The reason was clear. At the entrance of the classroom stood Severus Snape, his hollow, indifferent black eye surveying the young ones before him. 3 Gryffindors and 2 Slytherins very well. Snape's cold sarcasm slipped from his lips, evoking a sense of shock. Draco kept his head bowed, too intimidated to speak. Meanwhile, Ein was struggling to maintain his balance. Wavering slightly, observing Ein's unsteady footing, Snape's pupils constricted as he stepped forward to grasp Ein. The moment Snape drew near, the metallic scent of blood wafted from Ein's form to his nostrils. Damn it, you're injured. The scene before Ein grew increasingly blurred, until at last, her vision settled upon Snape's dark eyes, which, despite their evident anger, were also tinged with concern and anxiety. Eileen collapsed into Snape's embrace, succumbing to unconsciousness. In the depths of night, within the confines of the infirmary, Ein gradually awakened from her stupor, her consciousness slowly returning, as distant voices engaged in conversation reached her ears. Albus, I have warned you that such perilous items ought not to be permitted within Hogwarts. These curious children are bound to come to harm. The speaker appeared to be a woman. Do not be alarmed, Poppy, replied a voice that seemed to belong to Dumbledore. Our immediate priority is to address the current predicament. The situation was indeed precarious. The child possessed an exceedingly rare incompatibility with potions, not only being unable to harmonize with magical substances but also exhibiting formidable resistance to the majority of them. It was the same lady, Poppy, who spoke again. Her tone tinged with anxiety. The efficacy of the healing potions on him is minimal. Shall we need to transport him to St. Mungo's? Dumbledore inquired. St. Mungo's is equally helpless against such a condition. Fortunately, while the child has sustained some bone injuries, they are not overly severe. With time, he should recover. However, the duration of his convalescence will be quite trying, the lady continued, as pain-relieving potions, restorative potions, and soothing potions seemed to yield little effect. As Ein listened to the voices of the crowd, her consciousness gradually began to fade once more. In the final moment of lucidity, it seemed she heard a familiar voice. Allow me to give it a try, a deep male voice suddenly resonated. By altering some components of the potion, perhaps we can resolve the issue of drug resistance. The man's voice always had a way of instilling a sense of reassurance. Enveloped by the sound of his voice, Ein succumbed to slumber once again. When Ein awoke once more, it was daylight. This time, Ein's consciousness was fully restored, yet the consequence of such clarity was the excruciating pain emanating from her leg. She gasped sharply, directing her gaze towards her right leg. At that moment, it was swathed in bandages, resembling a rice dumpling, obscuring the extent of her injuries. However, from the intensity of the pain, I could ascertain that her leg was likely gravely wounded. After all, I reminisced about the events of that fateful night. One of the heads of the hellish, 3-headed dog had clamped down on his leg, and it was only through sheer force that he managed to free himself from its jaws. Merely recalling the incident brought a pang of pain. Child, you are awake. A woman's voice echoed in the hospital room as Ein was lost in his painful memories. Ein recalled that this was the formidable Miss Bobby with whom he had a fierce confrontation the day before alongside Dumbledore. Ein cast a glance of admiration towards her. Good day, madam, Ein greeted her. What a polite and well-mannered child. Mrs. Pomfrey's maternal instincts surged as she gazed tenderly at the boy. It's quite all right. Your leg will heal, Mrs. Pomfrey reassured him, gently patting Ein's small head. Professor Snape will concoct a potion that can heal you. Ein remained silent, merely nodding quietly. The boy's obedient demeanor stirred a wave of maternal affection within Madame Pomfrey. Good child, you may rest a little longer. Professor Snape will come to fetch you this evening. With that, Madame Pomfrey departed, leaving Ein alone in the medical wing, which now felt somewhat desolate and empty. Ein lay alone upon the hospital bed, attempting to close his eyes and drift into slumber, yet he was repeatedly roused by the pain radiating from his legs. Thus, in a state of half-consciousness, the night descended. A series of footsteps gradually approached Ein, who remained ensconced in his dreams. The youth lay on his side, a delicate arm resting upon the edge of the blanket. his brow slightly furrowed, and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, perhaps due to the discomfort that rendered his sleep restless. Severus Snape instinctively softened his footsteps. He eventually halted beside Ein's bed, his gaze tracing the contours of the young boy. With his eyes closed, Ein lacked his usual whimsical charm. Those azure eyes, adept at deception, yet often feigning innocence, were concealed beneath thick lashes. In that moment, the boy appeared as tranquil as an angel, albeit a wounded, fallen angel. Perhaps sensing the presence of another, Ein did not remain asleep for long before awakening once more, his heart racing as he surveyed his surroundings. Gradually, he relaxed, realizing he was in the medical wing and that the man beside him was Snape. The professor, noticing Ein's attempt to greet him, was taken aback when the youth's voice emerged as a hoarse whisper. Snape frowned slightly and, with a flick of his wand, conjured a glass of water that floated before Ein. Ein paused for a moment, reaching out to take the cup of water and taking a slight sip. For the time to come, you shall reside with me. Snape succinctly conveyed the circumstances, and during this period, I shall endeavor to concoct potions suitable for your use. Now, to the wheelchair. Snape gestured towards the wheelchair beside him. Perhaps you require my assistance with a levitation charm? Ein paused momentarily, her expression reflecting a certain complexity of emotions. Nevertheless, she reassured, I believe I can manage this, Professor. Severus Snape led Ein to his office, partitioning a small room within his private quarters, where a modest bed was placed. During your stay, this will be your abode, he declared. With a flick of his wand, he employed a spatial extension charm, adding, should you require anything, feel free to seek me next door. Additionally, you will be required to consume a potion twice daily. Understood, Professor, Ein replied, dutifully settling into her wheelchair, surprisingly devoid of any mischievous intent. Shortly, Draco will bring your belongings from the dormitory, Snape remarked before turning to depart for his office. Indeed, it was not long before a platinum blonde head peeked cautiously around the door of Snape's office. Draco hesitated momentarily before politely knocking. Ein opened the door. The moment Draco saw it was Ein, he let out a sigh of relief. I thought I might come face to face with the Godfather, Draco muttered softly. Draco Malfoy. I trust your shoes are not ensnared by the mucus of a slug upon my floor, came a deep, mocking voice. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Draco's earlier relief vanished, replaced by apprehension. My apologies, Professor. He reflexively responded. Come in, Snape grunted, his tone curt. Draco quickly entered, casting a bewildered glance at Ein, as if silently inquiring why Snape was present in the office at that moment. Normally, he should be in the Great Hall for dinner at this time, should he not? Ein tilted her head, failing to grasp her roommate's meaning. Draco relinquished the attempt at communication. Subsequently, with Draco's assistance, the two managed to execute the spatial transfer of Ein's personal belongings. Of course, while it was said to be a collaborative effort, in reality, it was predominantly Draco who toiled, with Ein merely seated in her wheelchair, occasionally directing Draco's actions. Once the task was complete, Draco let out a long sigh of relief and hurried away, eager to avoid being ensnared by Ein's intricate matters once more. Having arranged her little haven, Ein skillfully leaped from her wheelchair and nestled comfortably into the soft embrace of her bed. Ein let out a satisfied sigh. Just as Ein contemplated rolling around comfortably in bed, Snape knocked on Ein's door. Now, come out for dinner. His deep voice resonated emotionlessly from outside. Ein propped herself up, pursed her lips, and slowly made her way back from the bed to her wheelchair, step by step. She then leisurely propelled her wheelchair towards the door. The man outside appeared particularly patient at that moment. Despite Ein's sluggish pace, he refrained from urging her on, simply waiting with calm anticipation. Ein, if his gaze lacked such an aggressive intensity, resembling that of a predator observing its prey, I would truly believe he had altered his temperament. System, at this moment, a dining table appeared in the center of the office, adorned with a serving of creamy bacon and mushroom pasta on one side and pumpkin soup on the other. Already interrupted and feeling a sense of affection for the warmth of the bed, Ein's mood soured further as he beheld the food on the table. Ein pouted, expressing her distaste. I do not wish to consume this. Today, I desire a 7-point cooked tomahawk steak, drizzled with black pepper sauce. The soup should be a creamy mussel bisque, accompanied by a fresh mango and shrimp salad, along with freshly squeezed apple juice. Snape raised an eyebrow and glanced at Ein. And just as she anticipated an outburst or a sarcastic remark, he merely called out a name. Winnie. No sooner had Snape uttered the name than a house elf appeared before him. As you instructed, prepare another dinner. Yes, sir, the house elf replied excitedly. then vanished in a flurry of enthusiasm, seemingly off to prepare Ein's requested menu. Ein blinked her eyes playfully. Ein, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with Snape today. System, perhaps it's a special treatment for the patient. Ein, oh. How delightful it is to have a limp. System, are you feeling a bit feisty, After dinner, a thoroughly satisfied Ein wiped his mouth and cast a joyful glance at Snape, a smile gracing his lips. Professor, I have enjoyed my meal, Ein declared contentedly. The choice of ingredients for today's tomahawk steak was truly exquisite. Since that's the case, let us commence with tonight's potion, Snape replied, casting a sidelong glance at Ein. With a flick of his wand, a vial of potion materialized before Ein's eyes. Ein took the potion, but the moment he opened the cap, his expression changed dramatically. Professor, did you add snail noodles to the potion? Ein stared at Snape in disbelief. Snape raised an eyebrow. Snail noodles? Such an ingredient would never find its way into my potions. Ein remained in a state of disbelief, exclaiming that such a flavor could only arise from the addition of durian or some foul substance. Ein black Snape, growing somewhat impatient, flicked his wand and took a sip. Ein swallowed hard, glancing at the potion in his hand, then at Snape's increasingly grim countenance. With a heart full of resolve, he pinched his nose and downed the potion. Ugh! The moment Ein consumed the potion, a wave of retching surged through him. Its actual flavor was far more dreadful than its scent suggested. Snape, however, merely spoke with icy indifference. If you vomit, I shall ensure that you swallow every last drop again. Ein suppressed the urge to retch, her azure eyes shimmering with unshed tears, filled with a sense of injustice. Snape felt a stir in his heart and instinctively averted his gaze. The effects of the potion will likely take hold in about 10 minutes. During this interval, you must candidly share all your sensations and reactions with me. I feel nauseous. I want to vomit. Ein began to speak without hesitation, but upon meeting Snape's icy stare, she swallowed the latter part of her sentence. Ein, filled with indignation, remarked. He himself stated his honest response, yet he expects praise for this abominable potion. The system interjected. This is a potion meticulously crafted by the most distinguished potion master of the century, a privilege that countless individuals desire but cannot attain. Ein, the system is always present. Do you wish to accept this blessing? The system, why does it suddenly seem so eager to fight, though internally expressing his grievances? I nonetheless answered all of Snape's inquiries with utmost sincerity. He felt a slight warmth in his abdomen and a twinge of pain in his leg, though he could not discern whether it was a result of the potion or a pre-existing discomfort. With effort, Ein attempted to attune himself to his sensations and hesitated before speaking. Snape nodded slightly, lost in contemplation, and then, as if struck by inspiration, retrieved a notebook to begin recording his observations. Ein wished to draw closer for a better look, but before she could approach, Snape waved his wand, swiftly returning her, along with the wheelchair, to the threshold of the bedroom. Ein muttered softly, he won't let me see his notebook, such a miser. Sooner or later, I shall have a glimpse of his notes, humph. Although it was not their first time sharing the same roof, Severus found himself gaining a clearer understanding of Ein's boundless energy. This little imp had a penchant for maneuvering his wheelchair at breakneck speeds down the corridors, only to feign a pitiful display of leg pain whenever it came time to take his potions. Recently, Ein had not anticipated that Severus Snape would undergo such a notable change in temperament. After nearly regurgitating a potion due to its peculiar flavor during his first attempt, Snape surprisingly refined the potion's taste. Although it remained far from delightful, it was no longer entirely unpalatable. When Ein, astonished, inquired about this alteration, Snape merely responded with indifference, stating it was a minor adjustment made to prevent a certain ignorant child from squandering the precious potion. Time passed as Snape brewed potions, and Ein sampled them. Gradually, Ein's leg began to improve. Perhaps the efficacy of Snape's potion was at play. Or perhaps Ein's self-healing abilities were particularly robust. Regardless, Ein could now manage to walk, albeit with a limp. Thus, Hogwarts welcomed the annual celebration of Halloween. Throughout the day, anyone who encountered Snape could sense the oppressive aura that surrounded him. Naturally, those unaware of the circumstances might assume that the overly exuberant ghosts had inadvertently roused the ire of the dungeon's Serpent King. Only Snape was privy to the events that were to unfold that day. Early in the morning, upon learning that Ein had no classes scheduled, Snape issued a stern prohibition against any of Ein's activities for the day, even commanding the statue on the doorknob to prevent Ein from leaving his office. As dinner approached, Snape, draped in his flowing black robes and exuding an undeniable aura of tension, made his way to the Great Hall. He surveyed the room with satisfaction, noting that the Gryffindor trolls were dutifully seated at their table, indicating that there would likely be no further antics involving trolls challenging giants that evening. Snape took his place at the faculty table, coldly awaiting Quirrell's performance. Suddenly, the Great Hall's doors swung open with a loud bang, and Quirrell stumbled in, breathlessly exclaiming, "Troll!" A troll has emerged in the corridor, as you all know. Before he could finish, he fell to the ground with a thud, plunging the hall into chaos. Snape observed as the head of Slytherin swiftly organized the students, preparing to lead them back to their dormitory, nodding in satisfaction. In contrast, the other houses appeared far less orderly. Fortunately, with the assistance of the upperclassmen, the heads of the various houses quickly restored discipline. Snape reaffirmed that several small Gryffindors remained properly in line before he began to scrutinize Quirrell. As anticipated, mere moments into the chaos of the Great Hall, Quirrell stealthily rose and made his way towards the exit. Snape immediately followed him. However, Quirrell, seemingly aware of Snape's pursuit, cleverly blended into the tumultuous crowd. After several attempts to navigate through the disarray, Snape lost sight of his target. The atmospheric pressure around him suddenly diminished, causing small creatures to instinctively create a vacuum around him. Yet, at that moment, Quirrell had vanished, rendering the unexpectedly clear view futile. Ultimately, Snape resolved to wait at the fourth floor, biding his time. Little did he expect to encounter a sight that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime at the end of the corridor on the fourth floor. The door to the room at the corridor's end stood wide open, revealing Quirrell sprawled on the floor before it, while Ein perched upon Quirrell's back, fixated on his turban. Half of a dog's head protruded from the room, baring its fangs at the boy. Behind Ein, a fully grown troll brandished a club, poised to strike the boy. Snape's pupils dilated sharply. Meanwhile, on Ein's side, early on Halloween, he had leaped out of bed in excitement, only to howl in pain as he clutched his leg and tumbled back onto the mattress. System, foolish. Ein, master. Today, I shall be the most radiant vampire of all. System. Ein stealthily retrieved a box from beneath the bed, its outer packaging still intact and untouched. Ein eagerly rubbed her little hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she unwrapped the box. Inside lay a sumptuous dark red gown reminiscent of medieval nobility, adorned with glistening embellishments and exquisite dark patterns, thoughtfully accompanied by a pair of vampire fangs. Ein eagerly changed into her attire. Ein, tell me, am I handsome or not? Ein slightly raised his chin in front of the path, mimicking Draco's proud expression. Ein, hee, the system, there is a foolish son at home. What to do? Smiley face. Ein limped out of the bedroom and fortuitously encountered Snape, who was preparing to leave. The youth before him was clad in a deep crimson suit, tailored to perfection, which elegantly accentuated his lithe form and highlighted his strikingly handsome appearance. His face, adorned with an alluringly vivid charm, bore an exquisite ambiguity between masculinity and femininity. Whether it was due to a restless night or lingering drowsiness, the corners of his eyes were tinged with a faint blush. This subtle flush imbued his striking visage with a hint of tantalizing allure, rendering him a living embodiment of a refined vampire count. Snape's gaze darkened slightly as he inquired, "No classes today?" Ein's bright blue eyes twinkled as she blinked. "Well, Professor, how do you find my attire for the Halloween banquet?" "The Halloween banquet?" Snape's tone slightly adjusted, carrying a barely perceptible hint of menace. "Indeed, I shall undoubtedly be the most dashing among all of Slytherin, nay, the entire Hogwarts. The last time you proclaimed such confidence, it nearly led you to become the most conspicuous figure in Knockturn Alley." Snape raised an eyebrow. "That was merely an accident, a mere mishap," Ein murmured. "This Halloween banquet shall certainly allow me to outshine everyone." "System, outshine everyone?" Ein, what about that group of grass? "System, not allowed." Snape replied indifferently, his arms crossed as he scrutinized Ein. "Today, you shall remain here and go nowhere else." Ein stared wide-eyed, gazing at Snape in disbelief. Meanwhile, Snape turned away without a glance, making his exit while specifically instructing the serpentine doorknob that no one within the room was to be allowed to exit. By the time Ein regained her composure from her astonishment, Snape had long since departed. "Ein, master, I am confined here." "System, indeed, that is the case." "Ein, my splendid Halloween plan." Ein was melancholically confined within Snape's office. The system advised the host to devise a means to partake in the Halloween feast, as the event held significant core narrative elements. Engaging in the festivities and altering the course of the storyline would be advantageous for the host in accomplishing their mission. Ein felt a pang of sympathy, gently touching her still injured leg. "I have endured the bite for Snape. Has not the plot been altered?" The system replied, "Ah, it appears I am unable to refute that." Ein sat cross-legged at the office entrance, exchanging a gaze with the serpentine sculpture adorning the door lock. Ein, hiss, hiss. Door handle. System, what are you doing? Ein wore an expression of innocence as she pondered, what if I possess Slytherin blood? Perhaps my unknown father is none other than Voldemort? The system responded, then what are you doing now? Ein attempt to communicate with the doorknob using snake language. Ein, hiss. Hiss, hiss. The system. Oh no, my foolish son is becoming increasingly dim-witted. It seems that even the doorknob can no longer tolerate the antics of this seemingly mentally troubled youth. After a series of twists, it has chosen to disregard Ein entirely. Ein, alas, it seems that my rather unremarkable father bears no connection to Voldemort. System, how absurd. Yet, Ein experienced only a fleeting moment of despondency before quickly regaining his spirits. He rushed to his desk, retrieved a piece of parchment, and began to compose a letter. System, what are you up to now? Ein, I cannot speak Parseltongue, but I could call someone who can to let me in. Hogwarts Great Hall. Today, Harry. Upon not encountering Ein in the hall, furrowed his brow slightly, especially upon seeing Snape and noticing Ein's absence, his frown deepening. At that moment, an owl swooped in, directly dropping a letter before Harry. Moments later, another owl arrived, delivering yet another letter. Wow, 2 letters, Ron remarked with surprise, glancing at Harry. Then, with a mischievous squint, he added, could they be love letters? Ron. Harry whispered in warning, prompting Ron to retreat. The first letter was from Hagrid, inviting Harry to sample his homemade rock cakes that weekend. The second letter was from Ein, containing only a few urgent words. Snape, office, come quickly, urgent. Harry immediately stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the floor, drawing the attention of those nearby. Ron looked at Harry quizzically. Harry, what's wrong? I need to step out for a moment. Harry turned and swiftly exited the hall, leaving Ron and the surrounding Gryffindors exchanging bewildered glances. Before long, Harry arrived at the door of Snape's office and knocked. Harry, is that you? Ein exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement, only to remember his injured leg, straightening his upper body instead. It's me, Ein. Harry's voice echoed through the door. Wonderful. We're trapped in here. He won't let me out. Ein immediately began to accuse the man. Harry frowned. Do you need me to fetch another professor? Snape's being quite unreasonable. Oh, it's all right. Just help me open the door. Ein waved his hand dismissively, balancing on his injured leg. Harry hesitated. How can I assist you? Do you see that serpent-shaped handle at the door? Just talk to it to open the door. Ein instructed. Harry paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh. Just look at it twisting and turning. It must be lonely. You might as well have a chat with it. Ein encouraged through the door. Harry stared at the serpent-shaped handle, a strange sensation washing over him. He could have sworn it moved slightly. What is happening? Harry instinctively uttered, producing a hissing sound. Parseltongue? The serpent handle indeed shifted, even emitting a sound. What Parseltongue? Harry asked reflexively. Did you not notice? You were speaking the language of snakes, the handle continued. Harry was taken aback, reflecting on his previous state, deep in thought. However, he did not ponder for long before speaking again. Would you be willing to keep this a secret from others? Keep it a secret? Is this about being a Parseltongue? The doorknob inquired, somewhat perplexed. In Slytherin, Parseltongue is a symbol of noble status. Regardless, I sincerely hope you can keep this confidential, Harry earnestly replied to the doorknob. Well, that poses no issue. The doorknob readily agreed. Then, there is one more matter. Might you unlock this door? Harry blinked and asked the doorknob. The doorknob hesitated, stating, I am supposed to obey the commands of a Parseltongue, yet this is, after all, an order from Professor Snape. Harry blinked again and remarked, It should not be a problem. Professor Snape may merely wish to keep Ein in for a short while, considering how well they usually get along. The doorknob pondered this and, finding some merit in the reasoning, proceeded to unlock the door. However, at the very moment the doorknob opened the door, Harry's expression darkened momentarily. Was their relationship truly that close? The doorknob, oblivious to the unearthing of certain truths, remained in the dark, while Ein, who had been quietly observing the hissing sounds, failed to notice the change in Harry's demeanor. Gaining his freedom, Ein bounded forth on one leg, rushing to Harry and enveloping him in a grand embrace. Unbeknownst to anyone, Harry had been growing quite rapidly of late. During the summer, he had been half a head shorter than Ein, but now he was nearly as tall as his friend. Ein felt a twinge of melancholy, yet overall, the taste of freedom brought forth a sense of joy. Thank you, Harry. Ein exclaimed excitedly as he embraced Harry. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to don my vampire costume for the soiree today. System, is your focus on the vampire costume or the soiree? Ein, it is of no consequence. System, huh? Harry observed Ein as he tidied his vampire attire. His emerald eyes shrouded in ambiguity. Nevertheless, he bid farewell, saying, Ein, I must attend my class. Ah, see you later, Harry, Ein replied, turning to wave a hand at him before resuming the arrangement of his collar. For reasons unknown, Harry felt an inexplicable sensation of being discarded once used. Moreover, how could Ein possibly know that he could converse with snakes? Parseltongue, Slytherin. As Harry turned to leave for the classroom, a tumult of thoughts surged within his mind. Dressed in a deep crimson gown adorned with exquisite dark patterns and lavish accessories, Ein appeared as though she had stepped forth from the pages of a medieval tapestry, embodying the essence of nobility. Her typically azure eyes, reminiscent of a clear sky, transformed into a dark, sanguine hue under the influence of her contact lenses. A pair of petite canines subtly peeked from beneath her vibrant lips, presenting her as a charming little demon cloaked in the guise of aristocracy. Ein sat in his wheelchair. The seat adorned with a deep crimson velvet blanket, and even the wheels were embellished with glimmering rhinestones, perfectly complementing his persona. It was now class time, and only a handful of students meandered through the corridor. Nonetheless, despite the sparse crowd, Ein undeniably commanded the attention of all. Ein, do you see? This is the power of beauty. System, it is still daytime, and there is still a considerable time until the banquet. Ein, an opportunity like this is rare. Must one venture into crowded places? System, crowded places? Is the host seeking to instigate a commotion to prematurely trigger the evening's narrative? Ein, of course, the more people, the better. System, however, there are no opportunities to trigger the plot in advance tonight, so it is not advisable for the host. Ein, the fewer people who see it, the more my beautiful clothes feel like a wasted adornment. System, it should not harbor normal expectations for this host. Ein spent the entire day joyfully traversing the campus, garnering an abundance of admiration and appreciation. Ein was exceedingly satisfied with the situation. As he meandered leisurely, the time for the banquet arrived. The castle was eerily desolate, as nearly all the students had gathered in the auditorium. Consequently, Chilo's solitary figure wandering the corridors appeared particularly furtive. Armed with a live point map and leveraging his geographical advantage, Ein discreetly followed Chilo, witnessing firsthand as he unleashed the troll, which then rushed into the auditorium. The newly released troll, still bewildered, swung its club aimlessly, wandering about without a clear direction. Ein, I have a bold idea. System, you certainly have many audacious thoughts. Smiley face. Ein, I wish. System, Ein, which is stronger, the giant or the three-headed hellhound? System, Ein, very well, I shall wager a small stake. Betting on the superiority of the three-headed hound, for it possesses 3 heads after all. System, what exactly do you intend to do? Smiley face. Ein, the club of the giant can render a hound's head unconscious, and then the giant's head may engage in a mutual bite with one of its own heads, resulting in the third head of the three-headed dog potentially emerging as the victor. System, Ein, without further ado, let us hasten to give it a try. Ein casually hurled a flock of birds at the giant. The chaotic flurry of pecking creatures instantly enraged the colossal being, prompting it to swing its wooden club in fury. Hey, it was me, you dimwit. Ein taunted as he stood defiantly before the giant. Infuriated, the giant pursued Ein, brandishing its club. Ein deftly maneuvered his wheelchair, swiftly disappearing around the corner. The giant, now even more furious, continued its relentless chase after Ein. Ein, goodness, how can it run so swiftly? I'm doomed, I'm doomed. System, that is an adult behemoth. Smiley face. Ein, so? System, you are not on the same level as a mere adolescent giant like you. Just as Ein was about to utter something, the path ahead was abruptly obstructed by the mischievous Papigi. Oh, little limping black is not heading to the hall. I am curious to see what he is up to. Papigi stuck out his tongue. He is amusingly maneuvering a wheelchair in the corridor. Aha, I must inform Felchi. Papigi gleefully twirled in the air. Ein quickly contemplated the situation, casting a petrification spell that immobilized the mischievous spirit. The spirit's expression remained exaggeratedly frozen in a grotesque grin. Apologies, but we have a friend who is currently rather upset and requires your assistance to cool down. Ein wore an apologetic expression. Yet his actions were remarkably swift and decisive. Ein cast another levitation spell, placing the mischievous spirit at the very corner of the corridor before dashing away. Thus, the colossal creature that had been following Ein encountered the spirit in a fateful turn. A chilling wave swept over the giant, causing it to shiver involuntarily. Meanwhile, the spirit watched in disbelief as a foul and filthy giant squeezed through its own corporeal form. The spirit, the giant, with a furious roar. The giant swung its wooden club towards the spirit, only to realize that its physical attacks were utterly ineffective against it. After a couple more frustrated roars, the giant abandoned the spirit and resumed its pursuit of the detestable, two-wheeled human child. Thanks to the spirit's diversion, Ein skillfully evaded the giant with increasing ease. Gliding through the chaos like a fish in water, Ein ascended to the 4th floor, only to witness Chilo opening the door at the end of the corridor. "Hey, Professor Chilo, what are you up to?" Ein exclaimed, yet his body moved without hesitation towards Chilo. Before Chilo could recover from the shock of encountering the three-headed dog, he was taken aback by the sight of a young child in a wheelchair charging toward him. "Damn it," Chilo exclaimed, raising his wand and weighing the consequences of casting a spell on a student in that moment. Frustrated, he stowed his wand and turned to flee. "Don't go, Professor Chilo," Ein cried as he leaped forward, firmly pinning Chilo from behind and swiftly casting a spell that rendered him unconscious. Chilo was caught off guard by the cunning of a first-year student, and in the fleeting moment before his consciousness faded, he felt an overwhelming pressure at the back of his head. It was over. At that instant, Ein, perched atop Chilo, curiously glanced at the professor's scarf. "Ein, I can't shake the feeling that the scarf has shifted slightly. Could it be that someone is upset? System, Ein, will he suddenly appear for me to see? System, why does confronting Voldemort excite you so much?" Before Ein could react, the troll behind him swung its club and charged forward, while the three-headed hellhound, having found the door ajar, poked its head through. Just then, Severus Snape emerged from the other side of the corridor. Snape felt as though he were losing his mind. He surged towards Ein with an unprecedented swiftness, pulling him forcefully into his embrace. With his left arm shielding Ein, he unleashed a malevolent curse at the troll with his right hand. The wounded troll shrieked and stumbled back. A flurry of spells rained down upon the creature, causing it to stagger and ultimately crash to the ground. Swiftly, Snape executed a precise turn, cradling Ein to evade the hellhound's assault. He cast a repelling charm, sending the hellhound back into the room, then forcefully waved his wand to lock the door behind them. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly within mere seconds, leaving Ein utterly astounded. They found themselves once again in the familiar confines of the office, the very place where Ein had spent so much time recently. However, at this moment, Snape had nearly lifted Ein back into the office. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut with one hand, while his other hand, initially poised to drop Ein harshly, hesitated due to his still healing leg, and he gently set him down instead. Yet Snape's tone was laced with fury, his hollow black eyes seemingly ablaze with indignation. "Explain." He spat out the words with clenched teeth, unstirred his hands, his azure eyes anxiously glancing left and right. Snape, furious yet mocking, inquired, "What is it? Has our esteemed Mr. Black concocted yet another splendid excuse?" "No, Professor," Ein said, raising his head with a pitiful expression. "Please believe me." Snape snickered coldly. "Do not adopt that countenance, Mr. Black. Shall I remind you how many times you have attempted to evade punishment with that very look, only to fail each time?" Ein bit her lip and lowered her gaze, declaring resolutely, "Regardless of the circumstances, as long as it pertains to your instruction, I shall never deceive you." Snape felt a subtle shift within himself, despite being acutely aware that this individual before him was nearly a tapestry of falsehoods. He found himself inexplicably moved by the child's earnest words. Rarely did Snape forego his penchant for sarcasm, yet this time he delved directly into the matter at hand. "The first question is, how did you leave the office?" Snape crossed his arms, scrutinizing Ein while casting a sidelong glance at the doorknob of his office. The ornate handle seemed to twitch uneasily. "It was an accident," Ein admitted, scratching her head. "Harry came to find me, and I just happened to discover that I could converse with the little serpent on the doorknob, so I asked Mr. Doorknob to let me out." Ein blinked innocently and said, "Please do not blame Harry. It was I who requested his assistance. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon me." Snape continued to sneer, his irritation mounting, though it was unclear whether he was incensed by Ein's nonsensical words or by her defense of Harry. "Do you truly believe you can bear the entirety of the consequences for this incident alone?" Ein lowered his head, falling silent. "The second inquiry, why did you return to the corridor on the 4th floor when a towering beast wielding a club loomed behind you, nearly shattering your skull?" "In truth, I encountered the creature by mere chance." Ein hesitated to speak, Yet I am curious to ascertain whether the beast is mightier or if the three-headed dog surpasses it. Thus, you endeavored to lure the giant towards the three-headed dog with that diminutive head of yours, which is yet to match the girth of the giant's arm. Snape's deep voice brimmed with derision. Mr. Black, I ought to commend you for your audacity, or perhaps I should celebrate your Gryffindor bravery. Clearly, neither remark from Snape was flattering, and Ron was well aware of this. Consequently, he merely pressed his lips together, refraining from retorting. The final question: why were you mounted upon Chilo? Snape's dark eyes fixated on Ein, striving to capture every nuance of his response. I merely expressed a moment of confusion. Yet without revealing any flaw, he stated, because he needs to run. Because he needs to run? Snape echoed, his tone laced with danger as he repeated Ein's words. Indeed. He needs to run, and I intercepted him. I nodded, his demeanor utterly nonchalant. What leads you to believe that a first-year student could confront a dark wizard and a professor of defense against the dark arts head-on? Snape's obsidian eyes fixated on Ein without a trace of emotion. Is it your mind, cluttered with foolish notions, or the hubris instilled by a foolish lion? Snape had indeed harbored doubts about Ein. The timing and nature of his actions were so remarkably fortuitous that they compelled one to ponder further. In response to Snape's inquiries, Ein pressed his lips together, opting to protest through silence. Speak, Black, Snape insisted, relentlessly pursuing the matter. Ein raised his head to gaze at Snape, his cerulean eyes shimmering with a hint of wounded defiance. Snape was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting instant of his astonishment, Ein obediently settled onto the sofa. Then go ahead and strike me, Ein echoed Snape's tone, speaking with an icy indifference. Snape regarded the seemingly compliant youth before him. Yet within his eyes lay an inescapable tempest of darkness. Ein Black, Snape nearly snarled, his teeth clenched as he called out Ein's name. Ein remained silent, lying there, expressing his stance through his quietude. Snape found himself at an impasse with Ein, as this youth was adept at employing myriad strategies to compel his capitulation. The Veritasium held no efficacy against a boy naturally resistant to potions, and legilimency proved to be somewhat excessive for a first-year child. Snape endeavored to disregard the pang of sympathy and reluctance swelling within him. Experiencing for the first time an emotion he could only describe as a disconcerting sense of helplessness directed towards another. He neither spoke nor moved. Snape's silence led Ein to perceive it as an act of cold cruelty, prompting him to rise from the sofa in a huff. If you want to strike me, then what do you intend to do? Use the Veritasium or legilimency, go ahead. Ein found himself inexplicably disliking the expression on Snape's face at that moment. His dark eyes were hollow and devoid of emotion, unmistakably indicating an instinctual application of mental shielding. Ein mimicked Snape's distinctive tone, elongating his words while raising an eyebrow. Very well, after all, Mr. Snape will never truly believe in me, regardless of my actions or words. I presume you can comprehend how utterly irrational your behavior appears to ordinary individuals. Snape replied in a dry manner. Thus, Mr. Snape would harbor suspicions about me. Let me venture a guess. What might those suspicions entail? Perhaps you suspect my intentions are nefarious, that I aim to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, that I pose a threat to the Savior, that I am in league with Voldemort, or even that I possess foreknowledge of future events. Snape remained silent, his pitch-black eyes still hollow and devoid of emotion. It seems my conjectures are quite close to the mark, wouldn't you agree, Professor Snape? At this moment, Ein's demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual carefree attitude. Shedding the facade of frivolity, Ein exhibited an unsettling sharpness. Now, allow me to further speculate. Why, knowing my peculiarities, do you permit my conduct at Hogwarts without reporting me to Dumbledore, or even sending me to St. Mungo's for dissection? Ein opened her mouth, her cerulean eyes piercing directly at Snape. For a moment, Snape felt as though he were confronting that enigmatic elder with similarly azure eyes, who seemed to possess an omniscient understanding of all things. Ein slowly approached Snape, previously overwhelmed by the man's imposing presence that had rendered him breathless. However, at this moment, despite his height barely reaching Snape's chest, Ein instilled in Snape a faint sense of latent danger. Why was this so? It was because the distance between them had diminished to a point where they could hear each other's breaths. Ein extended a finger, pressing through the heavy fabric of the Black Wizard's robe against Snape's heart. The sensation beneath her touch was a powerful heartbeat. Ein was momentarily lost in thought, yet soon resumed his perilous tone. Why is that, Professor Snape? Ein rose onto his toes, the word professor escaping his lips with a warmth uniquely his own, almost whispering against Snape's ear, imbued with a hint of something unusual. Was it because the professor harbored secrets he wished to keep hidden? Ein withdrew his hand, which had been poised near Snape's heart, but circled around him closely, positioning himself at Snape's left side. Due to Ein's proximity, Snape could even sense the rhythm of his breath. He offered no reaction, his gaze vacant as it fixated on a point in the void. Meanwhile, Ein grew bolder, gently tracing the back of Snape's naturally hanging hand with his finger. The emptiness in Snape's eyes darkened momentarily, and he instinctively moved his left hand. The touch of the boy's fingertip felt like a hook, ensnaring Snape's heart with an undeniable grip. Ein observed Snape's subtle movements, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, Ein retracted his finger and circled around to Snape's right side. Is it possible that the professor is reluctant to expose me? The boy's clear voice, tinged with a hint of affection, resonated in his own right ear, while Snape's gaze grew increasingly obscure. Ein once again circled back to face Snape, gazing intently at the man before her, a subtle, somewhat malevolent smile playing at the corners of her lips. Professor, you wouldn't possibly. Silence. Snape snapped, his eyes firmly shutting in exasperation. Ein, how's it going? Am I going to drive him to the brink of madness with this move? System, what exactly do you intend to do? Ein, let him become angry. Then he will trivialize tonight's events, turning significant matters into mere trifles. Hee, I truly am a clever little rascal. System, the system slowly generates a question mark, struggling to comprehend Ein's peculiar line of thought. Ein, it is merely a matter of diverting Snape's attention with other matters. Should he become incensed as a result, he would certainly expel me from his office. System, oh. Then you were likely nearing success. What was it you originally intended to convey? Ein, could it be that they admire my talents? Anyone would be infuriated to hear such conceited words from a rather arrogant child. Ein felt an overwhelming sense of arrogance within, eagerly anticipating Snape's sudden outburst of wrath that would compel him to vacate the office, leaving him to his own devices, chuckling to himself. Snape regarded the young man before him in a prolonged silence, just as Ein's expression was on the verge of cracking under the weight of his inner turmoil. Snape finally spoke, albeit not with the fury Ein had envisioned. His voice, somewhat raspy, was nonetheless remarkably calm. Ein Black, leave my office. Although the process seemed somewhat different, it appeared that Ein had indeed achieved his desired outcome. Ein finally breathed a sigh of relief, then swiftly darted out the door, even limping, yet managing to move with an unexpected swiftness. Ein, the plan is set. System, what a foolish child. After the youth departed, Severus maintained his stance, his gaze fixed ahead, yet it was devoid of life. The faint sensation of the boy's fingertips lingered on the back of his hand, and the echoes of the boy's words resonated loudly in his mind. It was uncertain how long Severus held this posture until a sudden burst of green flames erupted from the fireplace, and another figure with striking blue eyes sprang forth. Severus, come to me. It was Albus Dumbledore. After delivering his message, he vanished into the fireplace. Severus unfastened the button of his collar, his breathing becoming slightly heavier. After a moment of contemplation, he rebut-toned it, as if this simple act could help untangle his disordered thoughts. Only once the button was secured did Severus glide out of his office in his flowing robes. Meanwhile, Ein, limping yet exuberant, exited Severus's office, only to encounter Draco, who had come searching for him, worried after not seeing him all day. Ein, are you all right? Draco exclaimed, still shaken. I heard there was a troll. You must find a place to hide. Fear not, the troll has already been dealt with. Ein replied cheerfully, giving Draco's shoulder a reassuring pat. Although Draco was pleased for his roommate's happiness, he found Ein's joy somewhat perplexing. Ein, how do you know the troll has been resolved? He inquired curiously. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Ein blinked. Professor Snape handled it. Ah, that explains it. If it was the headmaster, it is no surprise. He is indeed formidable. Wait, you say you saw it with your own eyes? Draco's realization struck him, his eyes widening. Indeed, I nodded matter-of-factly. But then Draco hesitated. How did you encounter Professor Snape and the troll? Ein pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts. First, I discovered the troll, then it pursued me, and ultimately, I came across Professor Snape. In consideration of his roommate's frail heart, Ein chose to withhold certain details, such as Chiron, the fearsome Cerberus, and the proximity of the creature's fangs and the monstrous club to his own head, which was merely a few inches away. Nevertheless, the implications were sufficient to make Draco draw a sharp breath. Ein, do you realize that it is truly thanks to you that I am able to see you alive? Draco remarked in a tone tinged with trepidation after encountering the headmaster. I share that sentiment, Ein responded, nodding in rare agreement. And what did the headmaster say to you? Draco inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. He expelled me from his office. I suspect he has little desire to see me again, Ein replied, donning a pensive expression. Draco patted his chest reassuringly. It's all right. You were merely shown the door. The headmaster cannot genuinely be angry. If he were to become truly enraged, it would not be so easily resolved. Ein remained non-committal on the matter, whether the man was genuinely angry and to what extent remained best undisclosed to Draco, lest it wound his fragile little heart. However, unbeknownst to Draco, Ein perceived that he had provoked Snape to near fury. Yet, the true Severus Snape was not as enraged as Ein imagined. His emotions were far more intricate than mere rage, a complexity that Ein could not fathom. The system, as the sole truth-bearer in this convoluted scenario, bore an immense burden. Following this incident, Ein found no justification to linger any longer in Snape's office. He had finally liberated himself from the shadowy days of potion testing, escaping the endless array of bizarre concoctions. Nevertheless, should the wizarding world discover that Ein had been bestowed with a vial of Snape's specially brewed potion each morning without treasuring them, one could only imagine the outcry of wastefulness that would ensue. Returning to Snape, the master of potions meticulously rebuttoning his robe, regained the imposing aura of the Serpent King as he strode towards Dumbledore's office. Albus, you better have a legitimate reason for summoning me. Snape entered the office, his hollow black eyes already engaged in a mental shield. Severus, my child, do not be so grave, Dumbledore said with a twinkling smile. Would you care for some cockroach clusters? We have recently introduced a honey-flavored variety. Snape promptly adopted a look of disgust, yet Dumbledore remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy the clusters himself. Now what is it? Speak your mind, Snape said coldly, feeling unsettled under the elder's seemingly all-seeing gaze. Severus, you know, I have concerns regarding that child. Ein, Dumbledore said, his hands clasped beneath his chin. It is a matter that weighs on my mind. The most formidable wizard of the century expressing worry over a mere Slytherin student was indeed a privilege for Snape. How fortunate I am, he replied dryly, his vacant stare betraying no emotion. Oh, Severus, Dumbledore disapproved with a shake of his head. As headmaster, my concern extends to every child. However, Ein has a peculiar tendency to appear in rather unusual circumstances, which troubles me greatly. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, the side of his aged face marked with wrinkles. Displaying such an expression was oddly comical. Yet Snape had no inclination to mock Dumbledore. He was acutely aware of the elder's formidable nature. Being the object of Dumbledore's concern was hardly a favorable situation. A troublesome attractor of misfortune, just like your golden boy, Snape scoffed, failing to directly address Dumbledore's remarks. Dumbledore scrutinized him, but Snape remained silent. Severus, you promised me you would look after Harry, Dumbledore reminded him. Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing he could not escape your protection, especially since his parents were already aware of the situation. I understand, Albus, Severus Snape interjected coldly. I shall fulfill my promise. He continued, I hope you comprehend my position. I merely wish to avert any unforeseen complications. Dumbledore, feeling a twinge of remorse, replied to Snape. I know what I must do. There is no need for further elaboration. Snape remained impassive. That is well, Severus, Dumbledore responded. I have faith in you. It would be best if that were indeed the case, Snape retorted with a hint of sarcasm. As Snape exited Dumbledore's office, he was enveloped by a heavy atmosphere. He strode through the castle, yet his steps seemed aimless. The small creatures within the castle had retreated to their dormitories due to the recent troll incident, leaving the halls eerily desolate save for Snape's purposeful march. As he walked, memories of his past began to surge uncontrollably. The arrogant Gryffindors, time and again, found themselves in peril, paving a path for the golden boy with the lives of countless other wizards. And what of the others? Snape thought of Lucius and Draco, of himself, and even of that foolish dog, as well as Dumbledore himself. He had once believed he would uncomplainingly accept the same fate anew, even knowing that, in many instances, it was Dumbledore's misguided savior complex at play. Yet this was his destiny, the consequences he had sown, and the sins he must atone for. All for the sake of the pure lily in his life. Snape clenched his fists, feeling a sharp pain in his palms. He had changed, once. The mere thought of Lily had plunged him into despair. Yet, at this moment, he found that the anguish he had imagined was not as unbearable as he had feared. Instead, a figure began to crystallize before him, that of a young boy, who had forcefully entered his life, gradually becoming an indispensable weight within his heart. Snape shut his eyes tightly, and upon reopening them, a tempest brewed within his dark gaze, resolute and unwavering. He would not allow anyone to thrust Ein into danger. Not even Dumbledore. No one could harm that boy. Time passed methodically, and before long, Christmas approached. In the Slytherin common room, the prefect was tallying the names of those remaining at school for the holiday. Draco decisively signed his name to leave for home, then turned to Ein and said, "Ein, come home with me for Christmas." "Why? To see your parents?" Ein lifted an eyebrow, questioning the propriety of the invitation. "What is inappropriate about that?" Draco replied, bewildered, having completely missed Ein's teasing tone. "My mom and dad would love to see you." Ein took a rare moment to ponder thoughtfully, and then he inscribed his name on the list for returning home for Christmas. Upon seeing Ein's signature, Draco beamed with joy. "Splendid, Ein. This Christmas, I can take you to explore my family's garden, which boasts a plethora of exquisite and rare species, meticulously tended to by our house elves. And then there are Luke and Helena, those two magnificent white peacocks. Their display of feathers is truly breathtaking. Additionally, there is the fountain sculpture at the entrance, which I have long wished to have replaced, but my father insists it is quite lovely." Draco continued to chatter animatedly about his home, drawing parallels between his two flamboyant peacocks and the very essence of himself at that moment. Ein stifled a yawn, her drowsy eyes drifting toward Draco, who, sensing her fatigue, promptly sealed his lips. However, he did not remain silent for long. Soon, his curious eyes twinkled as he leaned closer to Ein. "By the way, Ein, the Quidditch match is approaching. Would you care to join me?" As Draco spoke of Quidditch, his eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of his gleaming platinum hair. "Quidditch?" Ein furrowed her brow. A group of people riding shabby broomsticks chasing a few worn-out balls, only to be pursued by those very balls. What is there to behold? Nevertheless, considering Draco's radiant enthusiasm, Ein chose not to elaborate further, merely expressing her lack of interest in the sport. "But this time, Harry will be playing," Draco remarked. A hint of pride mingled with a touch of bitterness in his tone. "After our flying lesson, we were all reprimanded by the headmaster, yet Harry Potter, on the other hand, caught Professor McGonagall's eye and was selected for the Quidditch team." Draco's words dripped with envy. Sometimes, being in Gryffindor has its advantages. I nodded, non-committal, for she did not view Quidditch as a positive endeavor for Harry in the years to come. "Ein, are you truly not going to watch?" Draco hesitated, glancing at her. "You could invite Ron, Hermione, or even Zabini to join you." Ein found herself puzzled. Typically, Draco did not persist in his invitations after she had declined. His behavior seemed rather peculiar. Draco appeared to recognize that his insistence was somewhat at odds with his noble demeanor, his face flushing slightly with embarrassment. "Speak up, Draco." Ein halted her departure, crossing her arms and regarding him with a leisurely curiosity. "What is it?" Witnessing Ein's demeanor, Draco's expression shifted oddly, his brow furrowing as he seemed torn between silence and speech. "You want to say anything?" Ein raised an eyebrow. Draco hesitantly began. "Ein, do you realize that you currently resemble a younger version of the headmaster?" Ein, however, Draco ultimately let out a long sigh and delved into the matter at hand. "Recently, the Gryffindors have been harboring suspicions that our headmaster intends to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, resulting in some unpleasantness." How could they suspect the headmaster? It is utterly foolish. As Draco pondered this, he wore an expression of righteous indignation. Ein, on the other hand, merely responded with a nonchalant "Aren't you the least bit angry?" Draco questioned, perplexed, considering the headmaster had always held Ein in high regard. "Well, I suppose so," Ein mused, his thoughts drifting to that man. The reason for his lack of emotional upheaval stemmed from his understanding that the man was never bothered by anyone's misconceptions. Truly powerful individuals never concern themselves with how others perceive them. They adhere to their own set of principles. This sentiment could not be more fitting when applied to Snape. Moreover, even if one were to feel anger, what difference would it make? There is hardly any necessity for a grown man to engage in a dispute over right and wrong with a bunch of 11-year-old children. "I believe the small test in potions class is in the next lesson," Ein remarked, seemingly casually. "Indeed, what of it?" Draco was baffled by Ein's sudden shift in topic. "The materials for Gryffindor and Slytherin appear to be stored separately," Ein stated with a hint of detachment, causing Draco's unease to deepen. "Are you suggesting?" Draco asked, uncertainty etched upon his face. Ein smiled gently, remarking that children, when they err in their speech, inevitably require some measure of admonishment, do they not? Furthermore, it is merely a minor assessment. Receiving AP and being cautioned about it is quite understandable. Ein, I seem to recall that in this Quidditch match, they intended to burn Snape's robes. System, perhaps you should have a bit more faith in Snape. Ein reminisced about the man's splendid duel that night. feeling it rather implausible that an 11-year-old wizard could have set his robes aflame. Nevertheless, Ein, those children ought to receive some lessons. Draco instinctively distanced himself from Ein, feeling that something about this seemingly carefree Ein was amiss. Where has my cheerful and adorable Ein gone? On the day of the Quidditch match, nearly everyone opted to watch the game, yet Ein chose not to partake in the spectatorship. Within the vast expanse of Hogwarts Castle, Ein wandered alone, creating an overwhelming sense of solitude. System, it is advised that the host participate in the Quidditch match observation, as it will unveil significant plot developments. Ein, what is captivating about Quidditch? System, does it not concern Snape? Ein, what does he require supervision over? System, fluctuations in the host's heartbeat have been detected. Ein, silence. You wretched system. System, acknowledge it, you merely wish to observe. Ein, I do not wish to. System, you do, you are merely hesitant to admit it. Ein, system, the data pertaining to the core character, Snape, has consistently exhibited an unusual state. It is advisable for the host to proceed for an inspection. Ein's gaze flickered slightly. However, her body remained resolutely unmoved as she walked down the corridor, showing no intention of exiting. After a while, Ein halted her steps. System, has the host changed her mind? Ein, Tongzi, have you not noticed that it seems we have visited this place before? Ein surveyed his surroundings. Most of the corridors in Hogwarts bore a striking resemblance to one another, yet this particular passage was etched in his memory. There were a total of 7 doors, and the third door from the corner stood ajar, its gap approximately a hand's breadth wide. This was the second time he had passed this way. Ein drew forth her wand, slowing her pace as she began to make her way toward the end of the corridor. Upon reaching the terminus, Ein turned a corner. Before her stood 7 doors, among which the third door was ajar, revealing a slight gap. System, warning. Warning. Anomalies have been detected in the current scene. The host is advised to evacuate promptly. Ein, it is as though I have said nothing at all. Do you truly believe I do not yearn to depart? Ein gazed at the ajar door, acutely aware that the individual who orchestrated this test intended for him to step inside to enter that enigmatic chamber. As Ein traversed the identical corridor for the third time, he began to realize that he was ensnared in a perplexing loop. Ein, Sabaki. I feel as though I am in the wrong place. System, Ein, isn't the phenomenon of being trapped in a wall typically exclusive to supernatural narratives? Why then? Does it manifest in Hogwarts? System, perhaps there are ghosts in Hogwarts. Ein, for some reason, it feels as though you have uttered something, yet simultaneously. It seems as if you have said nothing at all. System, SC Chardinger's nonsense. At the end of the corridor, a pair of eyes clandestinely observed the youth before them. As the young man passed by the slightly ajar door for the third time, he finally halted in his tracks. The hidden observer squinted slightly, fixating on Ein, awaiting his entrance into the classroom. However, the youth merely stood before the half-open door, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Just as the concealed figure frowned. Puzzled by the boy's apparent stupor, the youth stirred. He closed his eyes. Instead of stepping into the room, he groped for the door, and with a decisive clap, he shut it, then proceeded down the corridor, navigating forward with his eyes shut. The figure in the shadows. Upon reaching this point, Ein too closed his eyes, relying solely on his tactile sense to traverse the walls. After what felt like an eternity, as he turned a corner, he finally opened his eyes. The scene before him had transformed. The corridor that had seemed interminable had vanished, and in the near distance stood the familiar classroom for the study of spells. Ein, the supernatural writings are indeed truthful to me. System, what have you been reading? Ein, the phenomenon known as ghost wall is merely an illusion. A form of visual deception that causes an individual to wander back and forth within a specific area, all the while believing they are progressing in a singular direction. System, so? Ein, in the absence of sight, vision can no longer deceive me. Ein wore a smug expression. System, from the shadows, stepping out of the illusion of being trapped, Ein walked briskly towards the Quidditch pitch. With each step, Ein quickened his pace. System, oh dear. Ein, the system remains unaware of who it might be. It just refuses to go to the Quidditch pitch, even after being defeated. Ein, indeed, who might it be? System, when it comes to the thickness of one's skin, Ein has never been outdone. However, upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, he was genuinely taken aback. To his astonishment, Severus Snape, who should have been in the stands, had taken on the role of referee. Snape, perched upon a broomstick that hardly suited his style, wore an expression so dark it seemed capable of dripping ink. This clearly indicated his profound disdain for such trivial sports. Ein, I recall that the referee is indeed obliged to inspect the flying broomsticks before the match commences. System. Indeed, Snape is genuinely diligent in safeguarding Harry Potter. I know. Ein felt inexplicably discontent as he observed a man, riding a broomstick and wearing a displeased expression, who was nonetheless fixated on Harry Potter. This sight stirred a sense of irritation within Ein. At that moment, an arm unexpectedly draped over his left shoulder from behind, as the newcomer embraced him in a half-hug. Ein, you have come to watch Quidditch as well, it was Blaise Zabini. The lingering displeasure within Ein had yet to dissipate, and being embraced in such a manner only deepened the furrow in her brow. Ein intended to brush away the bothersome arm resting upon his shoulder. Yet he inadvertently noticed that Severus Snape, who ought to have been fixated on the Savior, had somehow turned his attention towards him. Snape appeared to be glaring discontentedly at both Ein and Blaise. Although Ein could not fathom the reason, his previously irritable mood inexplicably lightened. And even the sight of Blaise Zabini became considerably more agreeable. Thus, he reluctantly permitted the audacious arm to rest momentarily upon his noble shoulder. He chuckled softly to himself. Ein allowed himself to be led by Blaise as they made their way to the Quidditch pitch of Slytherin. Snape, suspended in midair, emitted an irate whistle to caution a Gryffindor who was attempting a foul. The Gryffindor muttered curses under his breath, yet dared not speak further in Snape's presence. By this point, the match had been underway for a while, and Gryffindor found themselves trailing in points. However, the anticipated incident of Harry Potter's broom being cursed by Quirrell did not occur, perhaps due to the fact that even Voldemort harbored a degree of trepidation when faced with Snape. After all, the act of casting a curse openly is exceedingly prone to exposure. Not to mention that he needed to conceal himself within the bulbous head of garlic for a period of time. Ein suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Voldemort. Just as Ein was on the verge of dozing off while watching the match, Blaise chose that moment to initiate a conversation. Ein, how is your leg recovering lately? Blaise inquired with a charming smile. In truth, Blaise possessed a remarkable talent for engaging with others, a skill he inherited from his mother, who was renowned in the wizarding aristocracy for her social prowess. Moreover, Blaise had inherited a portion of his mother's beauty, striking a balance that was distinctly masculine. With well-defined features, Ein gazed upon the handsome visage before him, feeling surprisingly cheerful as he replied, "Not bad at all. I hardly feel anything now." Breast chuckled softly. "That's reassuring. I must admit, I was quite concerned about you. However, with the Dean by your side initially, and later Draco, it was rather challenging to find an opportunity to converse with you." Ein casually chuckled. "Haha, it seems we just happened upon each other. Indeed, such encounters are rather rare." Breast glanced at Ein with a smile, before turning his attention back to the match. After a while, just as Ein began to feel drowsy, Breast, ever timely, initiated another conversation. "Ein, what transpired during our last visit to the Dean's office?" Breast inquired seemingly without intent, as if it were merely a passing remark. Not necessitating a response from Ein, Ein fell into silence. "Ein, it seems I have been struck. This person is truly annoying. System, oh dear, someone is quite vexed. Ein, which pot should not be stirred. What a misfortune. System, Snape is watching you." Upon receiving the system's prompt, Ein, who had been feeling drowsy, was instantly invigorated and turned his gaze toward the center of the Quidditch pitch. Sure enough, Snape, who had previously been facing away from the stands, adjusted his position to face the Slytherin section directly. At that moment, those piercing black eyes were fixed upon him. However, Snape did not linger for long before diverting his gaze. Nonetheless, this fleeting glance was enough to elevate Ein's spirits immensely. In a fit of buoyancy, Ein casually patted Blaise on the shoulder and replied, "That is a secret among men, one that cannot be divulged." Ein's response left even the socially adept Blaise momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, Blaise resolved to shift the conversation to a new topic. "Living with the headmaster for a while must have been rather stifling," he remarked nonchalantly. "After all, the headmaster is quite stringent in his expectations." This comment prompted Ein to instinctively recall those chaotic days of cohabitation, particularly the daily Oscar-worthy performances from the potion master, who would scowl at him while he had to pinch his nose to endure the altered potion flavors being administered. Ein instinctively smiled. Breast, taken aback by the sudden laughter of the youth, soon found himself captivated by the boy's enchanting smile. The youthful visage radiated a gentle smile, reminiscent of a delightful memory, exuding an aura of healing warmth. Ein, ha. Every time I recall Snape's expression as he scrutinizes my disguise, as if he has just swallowed a fly, I cannot help but laugh. System, please don't. Blaise might be in tears. Smiley face. Ein, you know, there are moments when Snape possesses a certain charm. System, Help? Why is there a whiff of something sour? Although somewhat perplexed, Blaze's keen intuition detected an oddity in the atmosphere. After being drawn back from the boy's captivating smile, he resolutely decided to bypass this topic. The ambience once again fell into a profound silence. Ein gazed into the distance, and suddenly, as if sensing something, he arched an eyebrow while observing the horizon. Ein, Snape just glared at me again. System. Oh, the acrid stench is becoming increasingly pungent. Ein, he is quite peculiar today. Constantly glaring at me for no reason. I haven't provoked him at all. Ein murmured softly to himself. Bress, unable to catch what Ein had uttered, leaned in closer and inquired again, his handsome visage mere inches from mine. It's nothing, really. Ein quickly gestured dismissively, instinctively creating some distance. Yet, upon meeting the furious gaze of the distant figure, he hesitated momentarily. Ein, has Snape taken the wrong potion today? He glared at me once again. Fortunately, after that, Blaze did not engage Ein in any novel conversation, but instead quietly appreciated the Quidditch match. It seemed that Snape had finally decided to leave Ein alone. Ceasing his incessant glares, Snape was particularly irritable today, knowing full well that during this match, that so-called Savior's broom would be tampered with through malevolent curses. Thus, he had to devise a plan to circumvent any mishaps, ensuring he remained inconspicuous to avoid interference from those insufferable Gryffindor brats. The most prudent course of action was to assume the role of the Quidditch referee. He believed that even the Dark Lord would refrain from risking exposure by confronting him with magic under such circumstances. Indeed, his suspicions proved correct. The match unfolded with little irregularity, save for the unexpected appearance of that young scoundrel. The moment that Black's offspring emerged, he immediately associated with that Zabini child. It was infuriating. Did Black not comprehend the mindset of that Zabini boy? Such a young age, yet preoccupied with romantic pursuits rather than diligent study. Clearly, he had assigned too few tasks for them to complete. Perhaps next time, he should double the required length of their essays. It had also been a while since that Zabini lad had engaged in any labor, undoubtedly. Filch would be pleased to have an energetic helper with no outlet for his exuberance. Snape had maliciously arranged for the subsequent events. Just as he anticipated that the Quidditch match would conclude smoothly, an unforeseen incident occurred. The dark iron bludger suddenly accelerated, hurtling toward the stands with the speed of flight. A chorus of startled screams erupted from the audience, and the bludger's direct trajectory was aimed straight at Ein. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape mounted his broom and darted towards Ein. Ein was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively lowered his head as the curveball skimmed just above his scalp. Soaring past him at a low altitude, the failed curveball returned with renewed vigor, seemingly intent on flattening Ein's head to the point of bursting. Ein dodged back and forth in her seat, brandishing her wand in an attempt to thwart the elusive bludger. However, the bludger moved with remarkable speed, evading all of Ein's spells, rendering her efforts futile. In a matter of mere seconds, Ein had already evaded 3 assaults from the bludger. Just as the 4th attack loomed, Severus Snape finally arrived. The angle of the bludger's 4th assault was particularly cunning, nearly impossible for Ein to evade. As Ein braced herself to minimize the impact, prepared to meet the oncoming strike with her shoulder, Snape swiftly grasped her, lifting her into the air with the buoyancy of his broom, thus avoiding the blow. He then positioned Ein securely behind him on his broom, his deep voice resonating in her ear. Hold on tight. Ein sat behind Snape, momentarily taken aback by his words. She then reached around his waist to maintain her balance on the flying broom. Only then did Snape free his hand to wield his wand. The spells cast by Snape, both in speed and density, far surpassed those of Ein. Several incantations burst forth from the tip of his wand, sealing off all possible directions of the quaffle. Subsequently, a beam of red light struck the quaffle, and the dark iron ball instantly disintegrated into dust, dispersing in the air. The crisis was temporarily averted. However, Snape did not hasten to allow Ein to dismount from his broom. Just as the tumult surrounding the quaffle had subsided, the Savior had valiantly seized the golden snitch, thereby concluding the match. Harry did not even take a moment to celebrate his team's victory with his teammates. Instead, he soared towards Ein as if propelled by the very wind. Ein, Harry called out, and upon noticing her perched on the same broom as Snape, his expression darkened momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by concern. Are you all right? That quaffle was problematic. Harry gazed anxiously at Ein. I'm fine, Ein replied, scratching her head. As Ein released one hand that had been gripping Snape's waist, he suddenly became acutely aware of his current predicament, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. Ahem. Professor Ein gently tugged at the fabric of Snape's robe, indicating that he could nearly be set down. Snape gradually lowered the broomstick's altitude, and as Ein gauged the distance to be just right, he leaped off the broom. He stumbled slightly upon landing, earning yet another fierce glare from Snape. Understood. Please provide the article you'd like me to refine and translate into elegant English prose. I'll maintain the original meaning while enhancing the linguistic quality, removing extraneous elements, and presenting it in polished literary form. For example, if you submit, I would return, "The weather is exceptionally fine today. Shall we venture outdoors for leisure? Do remember to carry an umbrella as a precaution against potential rainfall." I await your text to begin this artistic translation process. Ein, what are you doing? You've been staring at me all day. System. Just then, Harry landed beside Ein. While not far away, Blaise hurried over. Are you all right? Blaise asked with concern, placing a hand on Ein's shoulder, seemingly checking for any injuries. Harry glanced at Blaise's hand resting on Ein's shoulder before turning his gaze to the handsome youth, whose face was etched with worry for Ein. Ein, I wish I could be by your side, Harry said earnestly. Blaise's attention shifted slightly towards Harry as he observed this extraordinary savior, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Ein, however, finds herself utterly perplexed. Ein, what is their issue? Why are they wandering around me without purpose? System. Ha, crackle crackle. Ein, what are you up to again? System. In such an extraordinary battleground, one must indulge in some sunflower seeds. Smiley face. Ein, what a battlefield. System. Ah, discern for yourself. Immediately after, Snape leapt down from his broom. Blaise Zabini. Merely preserving one's own safety in the face of a friend's peril does not render one admirable. Professor, I did not, Blaise instinctively wished to retort. Yet upon meeting Snape's dark, indifferent gaze, he seemed to comprehend something and chose silence. Community service until the end of this month. Filch will be more than willing to arrange some activities for you, to help you better understand the joy of aiding others, Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yes, Professor. Blaise cast a lingering glance at Ein before turning to depart. And so, our Gryffindor hero, Snape directed his attention to Harry Potter, the illustrious Mr. Potter. In this very moment, why not revel in the adulation? Surely, your foolish lion companions are eager to throw you a celebratory feast, are they not? Snape's gaze swept over Harry with palpable intent. Ein, we shall converse later. Harry bid farewell to Ein and politely acknowledged Snape before making his exit. Humph. Snape emitted a cold scoff at Harry's retreating figure. He then turned his attention back to Ein. Ein instinctively tensed and blurted out, I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. Snape's expression immediately darkened. Silence. Black. Snape's brow furrowed intensely, as if he could crush a mosquito. I know you are not foolish enough to control the quaffle just to play with yourself. Ein lowered her head, yet with a hint of defiance, she pouted her lips. Ein's reaction caused Snape to raise his eyebrows, tinged with a sense of helplessness. The recent attack had indeed taken him by surprise. It was hardly difficult to deduce the mastermind behind this incident. Such an operation, requiring formidable control over magic, was beyond the capabilities of any Hogwarts student. Thus, the conclusion became painfully clear. Initially, Snape believed that only the chosen one was the intended target. He never expected Ein to be ensnared in this web as well. Snape recalled the events of Halloween night, fearing that Ein had been marked from that moment onward. A wave of frustration washed over Snape. If it were merely Harry Potter, it would be manageable. As the center of attention, Dumbledore's golden boy, Snape was confident that even without his protection, Harry could safely bask in the shelter of Dumbledore's guardianship within Hogwarts. However, Ein was different. There was no one to safeguard him. He was merely a scion of the Black family, and moreover, a Slytherin for whom even some within his own house desired his demise. Gazing at Ein, Snape fell into deep contemplation. It was evident that Ein was frightened as well. After all, the sensation of narrowly escaping death was far from pleasant. Even the typically carefree Ein could feel the unsettling rhythm of his racing heart at this moment. When death looms, fear is an inherent human instinct. Observing Ein's disoriented expression, Snape experienced an uncharacteristic moment of softness. Youth possesses a certain enchantment. Regardless of past actions or their shared history, everything eventually fades into the semblance of normalcy. It remained uncertain whether Ein was intentionally provoking and feigning ignorance or if he was genuinely bewildered. Come with me, Black. Despite his momentary tenderness, Snape maintained an exterior of complete composure. Ein was once again brought to the office by Snape. Ein fidgeted nervously, twisting his fingers. What troubles you? Snape inquired. Arching an eyebrow in confusion, you have not misbehaved this time. Perhaps it is simply the atmosphere of this office, Ein replied awkwardly. Snape, uncharacteristically silent, reflected on their limited but contentious interactions. It seemed that discord in the office was not uncommon. Pausing for a moment, Snape withdrew his wand and waved it gently. Would you prefer hot cocoa or warm milk? He asked Ein. Is hot mulled wine an option? Ein responded with sparkling eyes. Snape remained silent, merely summoning a vial of potion. Then let us forego those options and indulge in this instead. Ein furrowed his brow with a countenance steeped in despair, pinching his nose as he poured the potion into his stomach. Whether it was merely a psychological effect, he sensed a slight easing of his previously taut emotions. After being inexplicably compelled by Snape to consume a vial of potion, Ein was promptly ushered out of the office. Reflecting on the situation, Ein concluded that he ought to diligently study ancient runes, thereby paving his path toward the esteemed pinnacle of potion mastery. System, sneer. Ein, what are you doing? Have you never encountered a master potion maker from the future? System, if Snape knew what you were pondering, he would impart a valuable lesson to you. Ein, what? System, there exists a distinction between dreams and delusions. Ein, enough, please be quiet. Ein arrived at the library, only to be unexpectedly seized by Ron, who guided him to their small gathering spot. Ein gazed in bewilderment at the trio from Gryffindor before casting a puzzled glance at Harry. Harry, feeling somewhat uneasy, averted his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact with Ein. Ein raised an eyebrow. Ein, Ron whispered, casting wary glances around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. I must tell you something, but do not be alarmed. What is it? Ein inquired with curiosity, not so much intrigued by the revelation itself, but rather by the prospect of what secret could possibly dwell within the Weasley family. Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Ron declared, dropping the news like a bombshell. His words struck Ein like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned and unsure of how to respond. Ein's initial reaction was that Snape was once again attempting to concoct a new potion, one that required the use of the Philosopher's Stone. However, upon further reflection, she suddenly recalled a scene from the original narrative where Snape was indeed suspected of such endeavors. Nevertheless, Ein raised an eyebrow, observing Harry with a leisurely demeanor. He found it hard to believe that the current savior would hold such thoughts. For Harry was far from the innocent facade he had crafted while in Gryffindor. This was a hero of his own design, a seemingly pure figure with a darker essence beneath. Ein has always possessed a remarkable sense of self-confidence. Harry, without casting a glance at Ein or participating in Ron's conversation, focused intently on his textbook, appearing to be diligently absorbed in his studies. Ein found himself thwarted in his desires as he inquired, does Harry share the same sentiment? Harry, gripping the book with fingers that turned slightly pale, chose not to respond to Ein's question. Fortunately, Ron seized the moment, eager to take credit, and declared to Ein, it was I who deduced that it was Snape. The Philosopher's Stone was discovered by Hermione. Initially, when I mentioned this to Harry, he was rather skeptical. It was only after the Quidditch match, when you nearly met your demise at Snape's hands, that he came to believe me. Ron spoke with a hint of excitement. I nearly perished at Snape's hands? Ein articulated each word with precision. Oblivious to Ein's shifting emotions, Ron continued, while Harry's grip on the book tightened, rendering his fingers even whiter. Indeed, this is how we reasoned. On Halloween night, after we had all returned to the dormitory, Snape encountered you at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. What was his purpose in that room if not to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Ein, intrigued, interjected. But why not suspect Quirrell and me? Quirrell must have been coerced by Snape. Otherwise, with his timid nature, how could he have dared to seek out that three-headed beast alone? Ron replied, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen through it all. Upon further contemplation, it appeared that the three-headed dog was guarding something, for there was a trapdoor beneath it. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, guess what happened next? What transpired? Did you discover it was the Philosopher's Stone? Ein responded casually, only to leave Ron momentarily speechless. The process was rather intricate. We first connected it to what Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts, which was stolen the very next day. Then we heard from Hagrid the name Nicholas Flamel. Ron continued, rambling on. Do you know Nicholas Flamel? He is the finest alchemist of this century, the longest living person, and also the owner of the Philosopher's Stone. Ein rested his chin on one hand, regarding Ron with a bemused smile. Ron was again left momentarily at a loss for words. Through Nicholas Flamel, we confirmed that what was in question was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. And then what? What does this have to do with the Quidditch match? It was Snape who saved me during the Quidditch match. Ein tapped his finger thoughtfully on his chin, feigning deep contemplation. In truth, Ein was indeed pondering something of great significance, a matter that must remain concealed from all for the time being. System, what occupies your thoughts? Ein, engaging in task-oriented activities. System, I suspect I may have just misheard that. Ein, were you not always mentioning the task before? System, so you are aware of that matter as well. Ein, certainly, I am quite dedicated. System, share your plans. Ein, I shall not disclose that to you. System, smiley face. Meanwhile, Ron diligently elaborated, you fool. You thwarted his plans last time. He must harbor resentment towards you and wishes to teach you a lesson through the Quidditch match. The reason he later rescued you is that he dared not escalate matters at Hogwarts. Thus, after imparting a lesson, he came to your aid. Ron's analysis appeared quite earnest. Moreover, one must consider, by rescuing you, hasn't he absolved himself of suspicion? Ron nodded seriously, convinced that his actions were indeed to eliminate his own culpability. Oh, I see. Ein remarked ambiguously, casting a glance at Harry, who remained silent, and at the little witch, who had sensed Ein's unease from the outset and opted for silence. But you mustn't tell Malfoy, Ron added anxiously. The reason we confide in you is because we understand the tumultuous nature of your relationship with Snape. However, Malfoy is Snape's protege. Should he divulge this to Snape, we would all be doomed. Ron spoke with a face full of trepidation. Oh, very well, I understand. Ein casually nodded in agreement, yet her thoughts had already drifted to another matter. During dinner, the group departed the library together, and Ein concocted a trivial excuse to part ways with them. Ein traversed the castle swiftly with the vitality map in hand, arriving at the corridor where she had once found herself ensnared in an endless loop. Since it was dinner time, this usually deserted passageway was even more devoid of life. The door that had previously been ajar was now firmly shut and even secured with a simple lock. The vitality map also indicated that there were no signs of any other presence nearby. Ein, having unlocked the door, slipped inside with a deft sidestep and quietly closed the door behind her. The room was shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by the waning rays of the setting sun filtering through the heavy, dark glass, casting a faint light that delineated the contours of the objects within. At the very center of this chamber stood a grand full-length mirror. Ein stood before the mirror. I reveal not your visage, but the desires of your heart. Ein softly uttered, reciting the inscription upon the mirror. Immediately, a gentle smile graced Ein's lips. The system slowly generated a question mark. Ein stood quietly before the mirror, her cerulean eyes gazing indifferently at its reflection, the faintest hint of a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth, never fading away. Ein stood before the mirror for an extended period, so long that the system could no longer refrain from offering a reminder. The system stated, it is merely a reflection of your inner desires. Ein, indeed, I am aware. System, what have you observed? Ein appeared to be in remarkably high spirits, a smile increasingly broadening at the corners of his mouth, his steps light and buoyant as he prepared to depart from the room. The system, observing Ein in such a state, became increasingly anxious and curious to discover what exactly had captivated his attention. Ein, why are you so agitated? After all, I shall not return here, so there is no need for you to worry as if I have fallen under its spell. System, while I understand the reasoning, I cannot help but feel a mix of curiosity and frustration. I truly desire to know. Ein is resolutely determined not to voice his thoughts. Ein would certainly not voice the thoughts swirling within him. As he gazed into the mirror at the figure before him, the man he had once yearned for but ultimately loathed with a profound intensity, time resumed its rapid passage, perhaps hastened by the approach of Christmas, leaving most students devoid of enthusiasm for their studies. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Ein immersed himself once more in the study of ancient runes and alchemy. The final class before Christmas for Slytherin was History of Magic. Professor Binns, a ghostly figure, found it a rare occasion to witness so many students alert in his lecture. Consequently, he increased his speaking pace, sensing the collective eagerness of the students, all poised to dash out the moment the bell rang. Professor Binns, not entirely unsympathetic, observed the lack of engagement and graciously dismissed them early. As soon as the class concluded, Draco dashed to Ein's side, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with excitement, practically etched with the word elation. In contrast, Ein maintained a composed demeanor. He first extracted a shocking tome from the History of Magic textbook, performing a shrinking charm before carefully tucking it into his pocket. He then closed the hefty volume, cradling it solemnly in his arms. Draco, momentarily taken aback, was no stranger to Ein's peculiar antics, and after a brief pause, he animatedly shared his plans. I've spoken with my father, We shall take the Hogwarts Express back tomorrow morning. They will be waiting for us at the station. Draco's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Let us embark together at dawn. I pondered for a moment before cheerfully agreeing. Sure. That evening, after curfew, Draco was about to enthusiastically introduce his roommate to the splendid beauty of his two peacocks when he was astonished to discover that Ein was not in the dormitory. Ein is once again embarking on a nocturnal adventure, but this time the destination is the library. Ein ventured into the forbidden section of the library. It was the eve of Christmas vacation, and the professors likely never anticipated that anyone would wander into this restricted area at such an hour. Thus, Ein found himself here with relative ease. The atmosphere of the forbidden section was thick with danger, as some tomes exuded a dark magical potency so intense that it seemed on the verge of spilling over their covers. Yet, Ein merely perused the spines of the books, refraining from hastily disturbing any volume. Nevertheless, many of the spell books emitted a terrifying aura as he approached, attempting to envelop him or entice him to open their pages. Ein cautiously held his wand, methodically pointing it at one book after another. The dark arts you know not, how to escape death, secrets of the soul. In the abyss of darkness, these tomes promised to teach one the art of transcendent desire. Many volumes even trembled, suddenly springing open before him. Yet, Ein merely bypassed those self-offering books with indifference, resembling a heartless bibliophile on a quest for knowledge. Ein continued to ignite those forbidden tomes, the mysteries of magic, the arcane arts beyond your comprehension, the dark sorcery we once conjured together, and the ancient runes of Salazar, now unveiled. Ein paused, casting several hesitant glances at the ancient tome of arcane script. A profound curiosity stirred within him. However, after a moment's contemplation, Ein chose to bypass the book and continued on his way. Ein spent the better part of the night in the forbidden section, his eyes nearly straining as he searched for the book he so desperately desired. Just when he believed that this night would end in disappointment, a book caught his eye. Astonishingly, he engaged in such an endeavor in the stillness of the night. Ein, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, hastily retrieved the book from the shelf, eagerly tucking it under her arm as she dashed back towards her dormitory. However, her joy was short-lived. The previously empty library was suddenly pierced by a deep male voice. Let me see who dares to wander at night on the eve of Christmas break, a foolish little mouse. Snape's somber tone resonated through the stillness of the night, imbued with an unmistakable aura of menace. Ein dared not move a muscle. She was acutely aware of the man's keen instincts, a double agent of remarkable perceptiveness. Yet, the distance between him and her position was steadily diminishing, and it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. Ein's mind began to race, and he finally conceived a flawless solution. He could wait for the man to approach this row of bookshelves, cast a spell on the adjacent row, and then take advantage of the ensuing chaos to make his escape. Just as he was about to execute his plan, Snape, while navigating around a bookshelf, suddenly heard a noise emanating from a nearby location. He glanced at the source of the sound, but did not turn to investigate. Instead, he let out a derisive laugh. A foolish little trick. However, Ein, believing his plan was foolproof, took large strides to make his getaway. Unfortunately, he tripped over a book that he had carelessly left open before him. Losing his balance, Ein slipped, collided with the bookshelf, and produced a loud thud. Snape's eyelids flickered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He quickly approached, and illuminated by the bright moonlight filtering through the library windows, he beheld Ein, clutching his arm and grimacing in pain. Before Ein lay an open book titled How to Reach Ecstasy, leaving him utterly astonished as he held another book tightly in his grasp. Snape, witnessing this scene unfold in the stillness of the night, was left speechless. Ein, would you care to listen to my feeble defense? Ein timidly spoke, once more revealing a pitiful expression, gazing at Snape with his watery blue eyes. Snape remained silent, and even the anger that should have surfaced upon seeing Ein transformed into a habitual exasperation. With a stern countenance, he picked up the scattered books from the floor, furrowing his brow as he returned them to the shelf, then extended a hand towards Ein. Ein hesitated as she placed her hand into Snape's large grasp. Snape furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "The book." Ein hesitantly withdrew the book from his bosom, reluctantly placing it into Snape's hands. The professor had intended to impart a serious lesson to Ein about the perilous nature of the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. However, reflecting on the boy's typical demeanor, Snape surmised that his words would be of little consequence. Thus, he chose to disregard Ein entirely, casually returning the 2 volumes to the restricted section and, with a single hand, grasped Ein by the collar, dragging him towards the exit. "Professor, please be gentle. It hurts." Ein protested, clutching Snape's hand that had a firm grip on his collar, attempting to pry it loose, though his strength fell short. Snape glanced at the boy, appearing somewhat pitiful and helpless in that moment, and instinctively loosened his grip. Gaining his freedom, Ein took several deep breaths and rubbed his neck, which bore the marks of being tightly held. "Professor, you're being too rough." Ein pouted, expressing his mild grievance. Snape's brow twitched with irritation. "Shouldn't you clarify, Mr. Black? Why you, who ought to be in your dormitory, have found yourself in the restricted section of Hogwarts at such a late hour, and furthermore, have sought out such intriguing tomes, Ein closed his mouth sheepishly. Fortunately, Snape had no intention of probing further. He merely coldly addressed Ein. "Now, return to your dormitory. If I see you again tonight, starting tomorrow, you shall remain at Hogwarts, celebrating Christmas alongside those murals on the walls." Snape maliciously curled his lips into a smirk. Filch will certainly be delighted to have someone to assist him in cleaning all the frames of the castle during Christmas. Ein stood obediently, demonstrating through his actions that he did not wish to celebrate Christmas with the frame, and at last, Snape relented. Ein let out a long sigh as he returned to his dormitory. At that moment, his roommate was already deep in slumber, under the gentle glow of the moonlight. Ein retrieved a book from his pocket. Astonishingly, he engaged in such an activity in the stillness of the night. Ein retrieved his wand and recalled an incantation from a certain book, softly uttering the words over its pages. In the nocturnal ambience of the Slytherin dormitory, a faint luminescence enveloped the book before him. As the light dissipated, the appearance of the tome transformed, and its title morphed into Revelations of Dark Arts continued. Meanwhile, within the restricted section of Hogwarts, a seemingly ordinary volume lay in wait, astonishing. In the stillness of the night, he performed this act. Quietly nestled among a collection of perilous dark magic tomes, appearing innocuously benign. As dawn broke the following day, Draco's impeccable biological clock roused him naturally. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed his roommate buried beneath the covers, prompting him to rise with utmost stealth. Following a meticulous skincare routine, he prepared for the approach of breakfast. Ein slowly awakened. "Ein, hurry and get up. We are returning to my home today," Malfoy exclaimed, his excitement evident in his expression. Ein stifled a significant yawn, the repercussions of a sleepless night manifesting conspicuously at this moment. Draco observed the pronounced dark circles beneath Ein's eyes, coupled with a listless demeanor, and promptly tossed 2 vials of potions in Ein's direction. "These are for external application. Give them a try. They might prove beneficial," he suggested. Concern etched on his face as he regarded Ein's dark circles. If left unaddressed, such imperfections could swiftly undermine the vitality of the skin around the eyes, leading to premature wrinkles. Ein felt a slight sense of exasperation. However, considering that he had to deal with the Platinum Peacock family today, he ultimately accepted Draco's kind offer. Whether it was merely a psychological effect or not, Ein felt that his dark circles seemed to have diminished somewhat after using the potion. As the Hogwarts Express brought the returning students to their destination, Draco nearly yanked Ein's sleeve in his eagerness to leap off the train. "Father, Mother." In a rare display that disregarded noble propriety, Draco dashed towards a couple the very moment the train came to a halt. "Draco, mind your manners." Observing his son's exuberance, Lucius adjusted his composure, but ultimately succumbed to the affection he held for Draco, reaching out to touzle his platinum-haired head. "How has your time at Hogwarts been, Draco?" Lady Narcissa inquired with a warm smile. "It has been rather pleasant. This is my best friend, Ein." Draco proudly introduced Ein to his parents. "We are far more acquainted with your dear friend than you might imagine," Lucius remarked, raising an eyebrow and bestowing a knowing smile upon young Ein. "Uncle Lucius and Narcissa," Ein greeted the elder couple with respect. "Do not be so formal, Ein," Narcissa encouraged gently. "Relax a little, just as Draco does. Consider it a homecoming." "All right then," Ein acquiesced readily. Although he was unlikely to take the courteous words of others too seriously, Ein contemplated the plans he had for this year's Christmas. Indeed, it was wise to maintain a good relationship with them. Malfoy Manor was truly vast, even though it was Ein's second visit. He remained profoundly astonished by the opulence of the estate. "Ein, Toko, let us amend our mission objective. System. Ein, why not transform it into a grand estate of my own? System, weren't you previously yearning for a castle?" Ein suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "You actually agreed to let me purchase the castle?" The system promptly responded, "Don't even think about it. Focus on your tasks." He almost fell into the trap. Ein. As soon as Ein arrived at the manor, he was pulled into Draco's room, where Draco began to introduce his collection of dragon figurines one by one. With each introduction, Draco's eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm, while Ein found himself growing more and more weary. After an extended monologue, Draco finally noticed that his dear friend appeared to be in a rather poor state of mind. Ein, did you not sleep well last night? Draco inquired with a hint of concern. Ein yawned and said, indeed. You should rest for a while. I will call for you at lunchtime. Draco, somewhat concerned for his dear friend, replied, all right. Ein suddenly felt invigorated, then paused to consider before addressing Draco. Please do not bother calling me at lunch. Kindly inform Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa. I wish to rest a little longer. Draco nodded. Rest easy. I will ensure you have the time you need. Ein swiftly returned to her own room. After ensuring the door was securely locked and casting several protective enchantments, she approached the fireplace. With a sprinkle of flue powder, emerald flames erupted within the hearth. Ein stood amidst the chaos, clearly articulating his destination, Nocturne Alley. Flames engulfed Ein's figure. Far away, in the masteress chamber, Lucius raised an eyebrow, keenly attuned to the situation, and suddenly let out a chuckle. Severus had indeed encountered a little troublemaker. Lucius similarly approached the hearth, scattering a handful of flue powder before stepping into the flames. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Nocturne Alley, Ein drew from his previous experience and proceeded directly to the potion shop with unwavering resolve. Hello, I would like a ton of aging potion, Ein declared. The proprietor of the potion shop glanced up at the young boy before responding, a potent aging potion. Just a drop can add 10 years to your age. The effects will last for 10 days. The shopkeeper produced a small vial, adding, this should suffice for an entire year. I nodded and said, very well. I shall take 50 bottles. After a moment's contemplation, Ein produced a large water bottle and placed all the bottles within it. The shopkeeper cast several curious glances at this unusual patron. The youth appeared to be no more than 18 years of age. In truth, children of such a tender age frequently crossed paths with the shopkeeper in the alley of overturned fortunes, so he did not find this encounter particularly surprising. His professional demeanor prevented him from inquiring further, and he dutifully fulfilled Ein's request. However, what the shopkeeper did not anticipate was witnessing an unforgettable scene unfold before him. The boy proceeded to gulp down several large swigs of the age-enhancing potion as if it were mere water, grimacing slightly as he drank, seemingly lamenting the unpleasant taste of the elixir. An extraordinary occurrence ensued. After the youth consumed a quantity of the age-enhancing potion sufficient to induce an elderly state, one that would likely not revert naturally for several years, his physique visibly expanded. Yet, the transformation ceased once he reached a state resembling that of a person in their early 20s. Ein glanced at his own physique, estimating that it was roughly akin to his age in a previous life. Although he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, it remained within an acceptable range. Ein met with the astonished gaze of the shopkeeper, paid with alacrity, and proceeded towards her next destination, the shop where her vanished cabinet awaited, the Bokenbach store. Ein walked through the alley of overturned objects, his youthful physique rendering every action remarkably effortless. Having not experienced the advantages of his youthful form for quite some time, Ein couldn't help but scrutinize himself. Ein pinched her slender arms, feeling that they were somewhat too frail, lacking the robust strength of muscle. She then grasped her waist gently. Ein, why is your waist so slender, resembling that of a girl? System, the system chooses to ignore him. Ein, my height isn't particularly tall. I recall standing at a height of 1.8 meters before my journey began. System, after precise calculations, it appears to be only 1.78 meters. Ein, the height difference between humans can reach up to 2 centimeters over time. System, oh. Ein, overall, it appears quite similar to how it was before my traversal. Though I no longer possess the formidable physique I once had, and my eyes have not returned to their original shade of black. Ein wrinkled his nose. The system pondered. Does this host possess any self-awareness regarding his appearance? As Ein ambled along, he examined his own physique, soon arriving at the entrance of the Bokenbach shop. Today, the place was once again devoid of visitors. He lifted his gaze to the sun, which shone brightly in the morning sky. Approaching Christmas. Turnover Alley stood in stark contrast to the bustling Diagonal Alley. They were two entirely disparate realms. As lively as Diagonal Alley was, Turnover Alley was equally desolate. After all, such an ominous locale was hardly suitable for the festive season. Just as Mr. Bach resigned himself to another unfruitful day, a young man stepped into the shop. The last time he had encountered someone so striking was nearly several decades ago, someone whose name could no longer be uttered. The young man donned a simple, unadorned robe that bore a resemblance to a school uniform. Yet even the plain attire could not conceal his exquisite and radiant features. Tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his facial contours were finely chiseled, imbued with a hint of the gentleness characteristic of the East, rather than the pronounced sharpness often found in Westerners. His sky-blue eyes evoked thoughts of the heavens, while his thick black hair complemented his alabaster complexion, which was almost excessively fair. "Good day, Mr. Bach," the young man said, a playful smirk gracing his lips, his demeanor effortlessly elegant, yet casually nonchalant. "Good day, esteemed guest." Old Bach replied politely to this distinctly unique patron. "What may I assist you with?" It seemed Mr. Bach had forgotten him, and raised an eyebrow. "I have come to retrieve my vanishing cabinet." Only then did Mr. Bach realized that the man before him bore a resemblance to the boy who had fortuitously wandered into his shop 6 months prior. However, it was unclear whether the youth had consumed an age-enhancing potion, or if the young man before him had partaken of a youth-reducing elixir. Regardless, when the young man produced the receipt, Bach retrieved the ornately decorated vanishing cabinet. "Your vanishing cabinet has been fully repaired, though we cannot ascertain the location of the other side of the cabinet. This falls outside our service parameters," Bach stated in a businesslike manner. "That is of no concern," I replied, choosing not to hastily take the vanishing cabinet, instead meandering through the shop. After a leisurely perusal, he found little of interest, save for a deck of blood-stained playing cards that piqued his curiosity slightly. "You have a discerning eye, dear guest. This is a cursed deck," Bach dutifully introduced the item. "You may wield it as a weapon. Those struck by the cards will randomly trigger a form of dark magic, with effects varying unpredictably. The advantage of this deck is that, irrespective of the malevolent spell triggered, no one will be able to trace it back to you. Of course, should fortune not favor you, there exists the possibility of irrevocable consequences." Though Bach did not explicitly state it, I understood well enough. "Please, add it to my purchase." Ein casually made his purchase. At the checkout, he seemingly inquired nonchalantly, "Do you happen to have that particular wand?" Bach understood immediately. Each year, there are always some wizards who, for reasons unspoken, come to seek such a wand, intending to use it for evading the repercussions of certain spells or engaging in activities best left in the shadows. A flicker of darkness ignited in Bach's eyes. An individual of unparalleled beauty, in truth, was merely a novice in the realm of dark magic, perhaps just beginning to explore the magical world. It was akin to carelessly tossing a delectable cake into a horde of malevolent spirits. "Of course, esteemed guest," Bach said, gracefully approaching Ein. It was not uncommon for clients to have such requests, hence a selection of wands was always at hand. Bach deliberately circled around Ein, his peripheral vision assessing the young man thoroughly. He then arrived at a cabinet and retrieved a wand, crafted from birchwood and dragon heartstring. This wand was notably gentle in nature. While it may not possess the effortless finesse of a faded wand, this material had always been highly esteemed for such purposes. Bach extended the wand to Ein. Ein gave it a wave. The sensation in his hand was indeed not as instinctive as that of a faded wand, yet it would suffice for his needs. Ein made the payment, brandishing the wand and casting a shrinking spell upon the vanishing cabinet. Ein gathered her belongings and prepared to depart. "Excuse me, sir, please wait," called out Boak just as Ein was about to leave. Ein, filled with confusion, turned his head and pivoted, only to find himself facing old Bach, who was pointing the tip of his wand directly at him. A flash of crimson light streaked by. Before Ein could even react, a burst of crimson light erupted before him. Immediately thereafter, a tremendous force yanked him sharply to the side. Following this, a deafening crash resounded nearby, succeeded by the anguished cry of old Bach. Ein blinked, and only when the dust had settled did he comprehend the scene before him. Snape appeared, his expression icy, standing beside him with one arm wrapped around Ein's waist while the other brandished a wand directed at old Bach. Just moments ago, as old Bach had attempted a sneak attack on Ein, Snape had suddenly intervened, rescuing him. "Mr. Bach, we hold great respect for your years of operation in this alley." Snape's deep voice resonated with a chilling undertone, "but some individuals are beyond your reach." Old Bach staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze filled with trepidation as he regarded the man before him. Instinctively, his eyes shifted to the youth beside the man, a gaze tinged with both greed and reluctance. Fixated intently on the young figure, Ein furrowed his brow, disliking the intensity of the gaze directed at him. Meanwhile, the atmospheric pressure around Severus Snape plummeted instantaneously. Aware of Snape's shift in demeanor, old Bach hastily averted his eyes and cautiously remarked, "Of course, if this individual is under your protection." then everything that transpired just now was merely a misunderstanding. Snape fixed a cold, penetrating stare upon old Bach. And only when the latter was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat did Snape gradually lower his wand, though he did not retract his other hand. Anne subtly reached out to nudge the powerful hand that encircled her waist. She pushed gently, yet the hand remained steadfast. With greater force, she attempted again, but still. It did not yield. However, Snape's gaze shifted to Anne. Anne instantly became as docile as a chick, daring not to move, fearful of attracting the man's attention. Snape, with a protective half-embrace, guided Anne out of the Borgin and Burke's shop. They traversed the streets of Knockturn Alley, where the glances cast upon Anne were imbued with a malevolent greed, some bright and others dim. Snape led Anne through Knockturn Alley and back to Diagon Alley. Releasing his arm from around Anne, Snape crossed his arms and regarded the troublemaker before him. The youth standing there, no longer the androgynous boy of his earlier years, possessed a striking handsomeness, yet his features bore a unique blend of elegance and softness, resembling a beautiful angel, an angel seemingly intent on being completely engulfed by darkness. Snape's gaze darkened slightly as he brushed his fingertips, as if lingering with the warmth that once radiated from the young man's slim waist. Though Anne's slender form was delicate to the touch, it exuded a remarkable resilience. Yet, regardless of the transformations in appearance, one undeniable truth remained. The person before him was indeed Anne. Anne, black. Snape reflected upon the actions of the individual before him over the past 6 months. Arrogant and foolish, reckless in his bravado, he resembled a quintessential Gryffindor. Yet, at times, he displayed a certain cunning wit. Such is the case in this very moment. Anne's azure eyes darted restlessly within their sockets. Snape immediately surmised that the young man before him was likely concocting some mischief. Truly, he was a relentless little deceiver, full of fabrications. Yet, Snape himself remained oblivious to the fact that he ought to detest such individuals, particularly those imbued with Gryffindor traits, who delight in flaunting their dubious cleverness. However, he had never genuinely loathed Anne Black. In fact, to some extent, Snape could be considered indulgent towards him. He was reluctant to delve into the underlying reasons, for some matters are best left unexplored. This was an undeniable truth. Their relationship was merely that of professor and assistant, confined to the bounds of ordinary colleagueship. Returning to Anne's side, Anne nervously fidgeted with his fingers, observing the increasingly profound and inscrutable gaze of Snape, his heart racing with alarm. However, almost immediately, his clever mind devised a solution. "Ah, sir, I am grateful for your assistance earlier. May I inquire your name?" Anne gazed into Snape's deep-set eyes with sincerity, attempting to convince him that this was their first encounter. "Perhaps I should treat you to a drink. How about the dessert shop next door?" Snape suggested, his patience wearing thin as he witnessed Anne's continued innocent blinking and harmless smile. "Anne Black." Snape could no longer contain himself, a vein throbbing at his temple as he begrudgingly uttered a name through clenched teeth. "Pardon? Did you say your name is Anne Black? What a lovely name. It immediately conveys that you are a kind, intelligent, brave, sincere, powerful individual brimming with wisdom," Anne complimented earnestly, showing no signs of guilt. "Anne Black, I assume that even if your intellect has not matured in tandem with your body, it at least functions adequately," Snape remarked sarcastically. "Or have you exchanged your mind in the alley for some trivial, worthless trinkets?" Anne continued to wear an expression that conveyed utter incomprehension, as if to say, "I am merely an incidental passerby, oblivious to your words. Now, you are presented with 2 choices." Snape regarded the young man before him with a frigid gaze and spoke with a chilling tone. "You can either remain in Diagon Alley until your potion's effects wane and hastily return to Malfoy Manor, or you may accompany me to Spinner's in this very moment, where I assure you, your entire Christmas shall be thoroughly unpleasant." Anne shrank his neck and declared, "I shall remain here obediently, no more pretense." Snape raised an eyebrow. "I apologize," Anne murmured, lowering his head. "There will be no next time," Snape warned. "Do not let me catch you in Knockturn Alley again." His unfinished words, coupled with a menacing glare, compelled Anne to nod vigorously in agreement. After scrutinizing Anne for a moment longer, Snape, satisfied that the boy would likely refrain from further reckless behavior, departed, leaving Anne alone amidst the throng of bustling Diagon Alley. For reasons unknown, despite the cacophony surrounding him, Anne suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. Meanwhile, upon returning to Knockturn Alley, Snape had a singular purpose: to rid the place of certain undesirable elements that had dared to encroach upon what should remain untouched. Gripping his wand tightly, His robes billowed ominously like dark waves. Having recently encountered Snape, Ein had no intention of returning to Nocturne Alley to tempt fate once more. Ein meandered aimlessly through Diagon Alley, intending to procure some gifts for her companions. She decided on a dragon model for Draco, indifferent to the specific type of dragon, as they all bore a striking resemblance to one another. Ein casually selected a model of an unknown dragon from the model shop, hastily deciding on it as a gift. Harry's words. Ein hesitated as she glanced at the other dragon models, ultimately resolving to put in a bit more thought and refrain from purchasing an identical gift. She recalled that Harry would be receiving an invisibility cloak, so she decided to present him with a vial of a potion that conceals sense, which should assist him in his nocturnal adventures. Ein subtly nodded to herself, appreciating her own thoughtfulness. As for Hermione, a book would suffice. Purchasing the most popular supplementary guide would undoubtedly be a safe choice. After contemplating Ron's character, Ein pondered whether giving him a handful of galleons would provoke his ire or be received with genuine gratitude. Ultimately, she decided to gift him a set of the latest wizarding chess. For Blaise Zabini, a pair of cufflinks would be appropriate. She ventured into a clothing store and instantly fell in love with a pair of emerald green cufflinks, which she resolved to gift to Blaise. Next came Lucius and Narcissa. For Lucius, a hair potion would be fitting, while Narcissa would receive a beauty potion. Given Draco's appearance, it was likely that skincare was a family legacy. Ein meticulously counted on her fingers, pondering whether anything was overlooked. As she counted, her gaze fell upon Snape. His head is quite large. What should be bestowed upon him? Surely, gifting a potions master with potions would be rather impractical, for he likely lacks no ingredients. Those extravagant accessories are never worn by Snape, and as for books, Ein suddenly recalled, somewhat inappropriately, the enchanting tale of the potions professor and his delicate young wife. Ein system. Ein, the professor of potionology and his delicate wife. System, are you unwell? Ein, TSK, you fail to comprehend this jest. System, smiley face. My understanding surpasses yours by far. I merely fear that you lack the courage to learn. I know. What do you think would be a suitable Christmas gift for Snape? System, yourself. Ein, such words should not be uttered carelessly, as they may not pass scrutiny. System, what I mean is, you should contemplate for yourself. I know. The final gift that Ein presented to Snape was a substantial tome concerning the defense against dark magic. System, does it carry any deeper significance? Ein, wishing him a swift realization of his dreams. System, why do I feel as though you are seeking retribution for the dual practice he imposed upon you at the commencement of the school year? Smiley face. Ein, you must consider it this way. There is little I can do. After purchasing the gifts, Ein effortlessly cast a shrinking spell, neatly stowing them all into her pocket. Indeed, possessing a wand that can be used outside of school proves to be exceedingly convenient. After wandering through the bookstore for a while longer and replenishing his collection of books, Ein found that twilight was approaching, and the effects of the age-enhancing potion had finally begun to wane. Ein returned to Malfoy Manor. In the guest room, he held a book in his hands, astonished. He was reading it intently and earnestly during the quiet of the night. The system remarked, I have always been curious. How did you manage to find this book? One that even Voldemort could not locate, among the multitude of such texts. Ein, are you out of your mind? Just look at the author. System. Ein, the author of Revealing Cutting-Edge Dark Magic is the same individual as that of In the Still of the Night. System. And Ein, moreover. The first volume of In the Depths of Night resides in a conventional bookstore, while its second volume is ensconced within the forbidden section of Hogwarts. Ein, is it not apparent yet? System, do you mean? Ein set down the book in her hands, its pages spread open to a particular leaf, which clearly bore the inscription, A Guide to Soul Artifact Fusion. Ein, it is evident that someone is fishing for information. Whether this stems from the author's wicked sense of humor or is a response from someone who has uncovered the truth remains a mystery. Regardless, the alchemical knowledge and ancient runes that Ein has diligently mastered during this period are likely to prove useful. Suddenly, a wave of distortion ripples through the space, and Ein's gaze sharpens, instinctively closing the book before him. With a resounding pop, a house elf materializes before Ein. Master invites Mr. Black to dinner, the house elf announces, bowing deeply, its nose nearly touching the ground. Ein pondered for a moment before speaking. You have interrupted my reading. Why did you not knock beforehand? The house elf, with eyes as large as light bulbs, was suddenly filled with terror and tears. In a dramatic gesture, it bashed its head against the ground. Oh, Dobby. Dobby has disturbed Mr. Black's reading. It is all Dobby's fault. Dobby must punish himself. Stop, Dobby. Anne was unexpectedly struck by the realization that this house elf was indeed a pivotal character. However, that was of little consequence. At Anne's command, Dobby ceased its self-punishment, gazing up with its tear-filled eyes. Oh, Mr. Black is truly too kind. He cannot bear to see Dobby punish himself. Dobby is such a naughty elf. Dobby is the worst, unworthy of being a house elf. Anne elicited a rather ominous smile, his cerulean eyes seductively gazing at the house elf before him. It is of no consequence. Anne's gentle voice whispered in Dobby's ear. I offer you an opportunity to assist me, thus relieving you of any guilt. Whatever Mr. Black requires of Dobby, Dobby shall fulfill. Dobby exclaimed, his large eyes brimming with excitement as they turned towards Anne. Dobby, come here. Anne beckoned with a wave of his hand. The moment Dobby approached, the tip of the birch wand suddenly shimmered with light. The elf-esque spirit seemed to vacate his corporeal form. Dobby's once vibrant eyes became vacant and devoid of expression. Dobby, remember, Anne Black has said nothing to you today, nor has he done anything to you. Anne's voice echoed in Dobby's ears. Tonight, while Lucius is distracted, bring me his most treasured diary. Dobby, now under a spell, nodded uncontrollably, and in the next instant, his previously vacant gaze began to regain its spark. Dobby looked at Anne with a hint of confusion, as if struggling to recall how he had come to be in such a predicament. Come now. Did you not invite me to dinner? Anne rose, adjusting his robes. Dobby's expression suddenly cleared. Yes, Master invited Mr. Black to dinner. Very well, lead the way. Anne replied with a slight smile as he departed from the guest room. The night enveloped the Malfoy Manor-esque guest quarters. Anne sat upright at the desk, where on the left lay a black leather diary, and on the right rested a shocking book titled What He Did in the Still of the Night, Part 2. The system exclaimed, Oh dear, it seems a slacker has begun to embark on tasks. Anne, oh my, it seems the system has begun to speak in human terms. System, so what do you intend to do? Will you directly confront the Dark Lord and reveal your intention to assist him in merging souls? Anne, hush. He is still but a child. System, what nonsense, he is still a child. Yet he is one of the most formidable villains in this dimension. Anne, indeed. He is merely 16 years old, still a child at heart. Anne caressed the black hardcover of the diary tenderly. A shiver coursed through the system. System, if you tell him directly, he will not believe you. Anne, yes, therefore. Anne took out a quill, dipped it in ink, and opened her diary. Anne, I wish to share a bedtime story with him. Anne put pen to paper. Today marks the 198th day since I lost my son, and I yearn for him deeply. The ink that just flowed from my pen has vanished in an instant. Anne waited for a while, but receiving no response, he continued to write. Oh, my Merlin, I would gladly trade all that I possess to have my son return to my side. After a brief moment of anticipation, the diary could no longer contain itself and began to respond. Greetings, sir. The letters that appeared on the pages were elegantly penned in a beautiful cursive script, adorned with delicate flourishes, the characters exuding a refined gracefulness. Anne suddenly recalled, rather inopportunely, a particular handwriting reminiscent of a certain Slytherin. However, within that individual script, there was an added touch of incisiveness, especially evident when marking their own potion assignments with a flourish. Anne continued to weave tales as thoughts swirled in her mind. Who are you? Why are you in my diary? Typically, one's handwriting reveals the emotions of the writer, yet fortunately for Anne, her scrawl resembled that of a dog's paw, rendering her indifferent demeanor imperceptible to the young Dark Lord. I am truly sorry to hear about your son. Would you be interested in sharing more stories about him with me? Anne continued to write. Ah, my son, he is a student at Hogwarts. And this year he has just turned 16, still just a child. In fact, you remind me quite a bit of him. If only my son were still alive, I would give everything for him. As Anne scribbled away, stifling yawns, he wore an expression of utter boredom and nonchalance. Surely, he must be an exemplary Slytherin. The pages of his diary revealed the written words. Anne let out a cold laugh and began to write. Slytherin? No, no, no. How could he possibly be a Slytherin? Slytherin is the house of that lunatic. What lunatic? Indeed, the diary was peaked with interest. As Anne secretly mused, even the Dark Lord has his day. She wickedly continued to write. It was indeed that individual, Tom Riddle. With an air of calm, Anne crafted her words. Are you not aware, Tom Riddle, that infamous lunatic? As she began to pen her thoughts in her diary, an air of impatience took hold, her elegant script adorned with a hint of cursive flourish. Anne wore a faint smile, for the entire world was aware of that eccentric individual. He was once blessed with striking good looks, yet somehow managed to fragment his very soul, piece by piece, akin to slices of toast. Consequently, his notebook ceased to employ the elaborate formalities it once did. And naturally, he devolved into a madman, ultimately confined to Azkaban. Ayn put pen to paper, clucking his tongue in dismay. Such a handsome visage, now marred beyond recognition. One must ponder. Is this truly the work of a human being? And what of those shattered fragments of his soul? The diary grew increasingly anxious. Ayn came to an abrupt halt, sensing a portion of his vitality ebbing away into the notebook. With a cold smile, Ayn remarked, "I suddenly feel quite dizzy. Let us postpone this matter for another time. I need to rest." Ayn, having finished writing, closed the notebook without waiting for a response from the young wizard Voldemort. Ayn, still attempting to strike at me? Let him experience the despair of an abrupt halt. System, you truly lack a sense of humanity, don't you? Smiley face. Ayn, just watch. My foolish son will soon be calling me father. With a sense of satisfaction, Ayn decisively placed the notebook at a distance, preparing to drift into slumber, and casually cast a multitude of spells of isolation and confinement. The following day ushered in a delightful Christmas Eve, and Ayn joyfully slept until awakening naturally. Momentarily casting aside thoughts of the diary, Ayn, clad in a robe and slippers, descended to the first floor, her sleepy eyes betraying her drowsiness. It was no surprise to find the entire Malfoy family already awake. Ayn, you have finally risen," Draco exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her. "I was waiting for you to unwrap the gifts with me." Narcissa cast a disapproving glance at Ayn's exposed ankles. "Ayn, you ought to wear socks properly. The weather is quite cold, and even a warming charm cannot provide complete protection." Ayn scratched his head and said, "Narcissa, I am not cold." Narcissa shook her head helplessly and decided to accompany Ayn. Ayn sighed in relief. Lucius, seated on the sofa, was engrossed in the Daily Prophet, exuding the demeanor of an elegant gentleman. He greeted Ayn with a nod. "Ayn, I am grateful for your gift. I truly appreciate it," Lucius intoned melodiously, though his intentions were merely to express his gratitude without ulterior motives. Ayn shyly smiled. Shortly thereafter, she approached the Christmas tree and beheld her own pile of gifts. "Ayn, it's time for dinner, as you awoke rather late. Hence, I instructed the house elf to prepare a special meal just for you," said Narcissa, gently patting Ayn's shoulder. "All right, Aunt Narcissa," Ayn replied after a moment of contemplation, "I would prefer to unwrap my gifts in my room, if that is permissible." "Of course, my dear." Narcissa replied with a slight smile, turning to instruct the house elf to carry Ayn's Christmas presents upstairs. Draco, with a look of disappointment, remarked, "I was hoping to unwrap gifts with you." Ayn smiled faintly. "You will surely adore the gift I have prepared for you." Draco's eyes brightened with excitement. "Really? Is it true? What is it?" Ayn smiled silently and began to partake in the meal, while Draco, filled with impatience, itched to tear open all the gifts at once. After relishing the sumptuous breakfast at the Malfoy residence, Ayn decisively ascended the stairs alone, preparing to unveil the presents. Just before returning to his room, Lucius looked up and informed Ayn that there would be a Christmas banquet at Royce Manor that evening, suggesting that if he wished to be prepared, tonight was an opportunity he should not forfeit. Lucius's words carried an ambiguous undertone, causing Ayn to momentarily wonder if he had discovered that he had taken the notebook. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that he would have found out so swiftly. Perhaps his implication was a desire for Ayn to integrate into the aristocratic circles? TSK. What is so appealing about that wretched world? The realm of adults is utterly tedious. It appeared that Ayn's reluctance was almost etched upon his visage. Yet Lucius did not press him further, merely expressing a hint of exasperation. "You are the last scion of the Black family. If you truly wish to inherit the legacy of Black, establishing certain connections would prove advantageous." "Very well, I understand," Ayn replied, pouting as he nodded. "Your formal attire will be delivered to your room shortly," Lucius added, before returning to his reading of the Daily Prophet. Meanwhile, Ayn made his way back to his chamber, where, at that moment, the house elf had already arranged a considerable number of gifts neatly by the bedside. Ayn joyfully sat down and began the delightful process of unwrapping gifts. The first gift she unveiled was a book titled An Overview of Ancient Alchemy. Upon inspecting the signature, she confirmed it was indeed a present from Hermione. Shortly thereafter, she unwrapped another book, The Guide to Alchemical Magic, which was a thoughtful gift from Ron. Ayn found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Did he truly possess such an ardent passion for reading? He then unwrapped Harry's gift, which turned out to be a splendid pendant adorned with a gemstone mirroring the hue of Ayn's own eyes, a serene sky blue. Lucius and Narcissa graciously presented Ein with an exquisite wizarding cloak, embellished with delicate, twinkling diamonds that exuded an air of sophistication. Blaise gifted Ein a concealed wand sheath, ingeniously designed to discreetly hide a wand beneath his robes while allowing for easy access. Ein immediately employed it for his spare wand. He then opened Draco's present, revealing a miniature Ein figurine, complete with blinking azure eyes that lent it an adorably Na'vi charm. The final gift bore no signature, yet the familiar, sharp handwriting unmistakably revealed its sender. It was a vial of specially concocted Felix Felicis, presumably tailored by Snape to suit Ein's unique constitution, resulting in a color deeper than that of the usual potion. Ein, unwrapping gifts brings such joy. System, that little model is quite delightful. Ein, are you referring to the little figurine that Draco gifted? System, indeed. Ein, it tarnishes my imposing and magnificent image. System, oh, imposing and magnificent? Ein, kindly refrain from speaking. Ein pouted unhappily, feeling somewhat discontented. Though her adult figure was already quite tall, she lamented her lack of strength. She resolved to cultivate a muscular physique in due course, aspiring to transform into a formidable presence. In her discontent, Ein decided to vent her feelings in her diary. Today is Christmas, and I find myself engulfed in sorrow. I can vividly recall this day last year when my son affectionately called me Daddy. Ein began to write freely, and the diary responded in kind. Please accept my condolences, it said, as we last discussed the matter regarding that slice. Suddenly, it came to an abrupt halt. Ein feigned ignorance, pressing further, what about the slice? I have no idea who you are referring to. The diary's once elegant script seemed to take on a slightly cursive quality, appearing somewhat irate. That lunatic associated with the slice. A hint of a smile played on Ein's lips. Oh, you mean that person? He is quite eccentric. The diary promptly inquired, what happened next? How did he fare? Ein, with an air of calmness, feigned ignorance and inquired, what do you mean? Was it not previously conveyed to you? He has been confined in Azkaban. The diary pressed on. And what of his soul fragments? Ein's pen glides gracefully, those fragments of the soul, and then a pause. Huh, how curious. Why are you so intrigued by this eccentric individual? Ein suddenly shifted the conversation, beginning to interrogate the diary. I had not noticed until now that this book also bears the name Tom Riddle. What connection do you have with him? You cannot possibly be that madman. The diary hastily defended itself. I am merely a fragment of a memory sealed within these pages. I have no affiliation whatsoever with that Tom Riddle. Oh, is that truly the case? Ein, maintaining his composure, continued to write. Are you absolutely certain that you have no ties to Tom Riddle? Indeed, it is a veritable truth. Sir, the diary promptly asserted its innocence. Ein leisurely twirled the quill, deliberately pausing for an extended moment before inscribing his thoughts. Why do I sense that you are deceiving me? The diary, filled with anxiety, replied, Sir, I have no reason to mislead you, do I? There are no vested interests between us. I have no motive to act against your interests. Indeed, that is a valid point. Ein continued to write. So, do you have any further inquiries? Ein imagined that if the diary could express emotions, it would likely wish for its own demise at that moment. Yet, even in his youth, Voldemort maintained clarity of thought, swiftly crafting a suitable excuse for himself. He adeptly untangled the intricate web of their current relationship, contemplating the situation from a broader perspective. However, across from Voldemort sat Ein, who was already privy to the entire truth. Ein continued to write. Thus, you still have not elucidated why you hold such significant regard for that lunatic. Ein was curious to see how Voldemort would weave his tale. Indeed, as you have observed, my cover bears the name of Tom Riddle. The diary began to slowly reveal its ink, attempting to convey its sorrow through a languid script. However, Ein merely furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with the sluggish pace of the diary, and casually retrieved Salazar's storybook to peruse while he waited. I was once a blank diary, merely a vessel of memories. When that individual, whom we have just mentioned, inscribed his name upon my cover using dark magic, this act forged a certain bond between us. As you are aware, Tom Riddle is quite deranged, and thus I yearn to sever the connection with him. Ein let out a cold laugh, nearly applauding Voldemort for weaving such a remarkable tale. Ein casually responded, Why should I assist you? You are not someone of significance to me. Sir, I am deeply sorry to hear about your son's story. If you do not mind, as I am of the same age as your son, allow me to accompany you in his stead. Voldemort has truly invested heavily this time, not only admitting his own insanity, but also willingly assuming the role of a son to another. Ian clutched her belly, rolling on the bed in uncontrollable laughter, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. As for her husband, the diary remained unanswered for an eternity, only to be interrupted by the emergence of new fonts. Ian stifled a laugh. His hand holding the pen trembled slightly. Do you truly wish to become my son? Ian's trembling handwriting was mistakenly interpreted by Voldemort as excitement. He hurriedly responded, Indeed, if you require it. Very well, good son. Ian's pen quivered with amusement, nearly causing him to falter in his writing. Ian, ha-ha, Tongs. I am on the verge of dying from laughter. Ha-ha. System. Ian, Voldemort has truly become my son. This is something I can laugh about for a century. System. What should I do? It's genuinely amusing, yet I must maintain my composure. Ian, today, I shall bestow some benefits upon my dear father's beloved son. System. What kind of benefits? Ian, let him experience the profound love of a father. System. Meanwhile, the notebook appears to be somewhat impatient and has resolved to begin its inquiries. Now, regarding the fragment of the soul belonging to Tom Riddle that we previously mentioned, Ian endeavored to suppress his laughter, trembling with mirth, as he struggled to hold the pen, inscribing each word onto the pages of his notebook. Those fragments, you see, are nearly obliterated, he mused. Is it truly so effortless to annihilate them? The diary appeared to experience a slight existential crisis. Even the letters began to waver. Oh, my dear son, are you quite foolish? Ian pinned with earnest gravity. The essence contained within objects can indeed be destroyed through various means. Moreover, the fragmentation of the soul has rendered that lunatic unstable. Thus he has descended into madness. The diary remained silent, seemingly reconstructing its worldview. Fear not, my child. I shall ensure you acquire a new form. After a moment of contemplation, the notebook slowly manifested words. Can I truly possess a body? As your father, a practitioner of alchemy, I assure you that a being of your intellect can certainly inhabit its own corporeal form. The diary's Voldemort fell into deep contemplation, pondering the veracity of the man's assertions. Rest assured, father will not betray you. Ian wrote with exuberance, his laughter nearly causing him to tumble from the bed. You are indeed my cherished son. All I do is for your benefit. I would never question my father's benevolence. Voldemort swiftly affirmed his loyalty. The diary seemed to experience a moment of physiological aversion towards the father figure, opting for a more formal expression. Yet it was enough to nearly send Ian into fits of laughter. So well behaved, Ian remarked, satisfaction evident in his writing. In due time, I shall first take you to absorb some life force. Do not inadvertently extinguish anyone's life. The notebook abruptly fell into an eerie silence. What is this? Do you think your little tricks can deceive your father? Ian raised an eyebrow as he wrote. However, it is true that I can shape a body for you. So do not entertain thoughts of undertaking anything untoward that might provoke my ire. The diary remained mute, and once Ian had finished his writing, he set the notebook aside. After all, it would be quite some time before the diary could manifest even a semi-physical form, and Ian felt no concern of being unmasked. In fact, he eagerly anticipated the expression on Voldemort's face upon discovering the deception. Ian, ha ha ha. I can hardly breathe from laughter. It seems this individual, with a mind only 1/7 as astute as Voldemort's, is indeed lacking in intelligence. System, it is 1/8. The system replied languidly. Ian, a diary, a pendant box, a golden cup, a crown, a ring, Nagini, and Harry. Everything is perfect, a total of 7. System, there is also the main soul. Ian, oh, the slice aficionado. Ian pondered for a moment before retrieving a book that had previously leapt from the shelves of Hideout and Diagon Alley, immersing himself in its pages. The narrative unfolded with him and his 7 husbands concurrently seeking divorce, a rather fitting premise. As the time for the evening banquet approached, Draco burst into Ian's chamber with palpable excitement, almost reaching out to assist Ian in changing into his formal attire. Ian swatted away the claws of Draco that were extended towards her, subsequently banishing the bothersome creature from the room, if only for a moment. Ian leisurely donned her elegant gown. Ian donned a pure white, form-fitting wizard's robe, enhancing his complexion to resemble exquisite mutton-fat jade, while his blue eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure. A pair of sapphire cufflinks complemented his gaze, dazzling enough to command unwavering attention. Upon seeing the charming Ian, Narcissa felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him tightly and inhale his sweetness. He was simply adorable. Lucius timely reminded everyone that it was time to depart. As nightfall gently descended, the opulent Malfoy carriage arrived at the Royce estate. The Royce family's enterprise revolved around wine, resulting in an abundance of luscious, ripe purple grapes adorning the garden. A grand fountain at the entrance poured forth rich, aromatic red wine. From a distance, a figure clad in a black formal robe greeted Lucius. Lucius looked up in surprise. "Severus, I never imagined you would agree to attend such a gathering." His tone reflected more disbelief than joy, for he found it hard to believe that Severus, who typically shunned the frivolous and time-wasting social engagements of the aristocracy, would be present. Severus, with a somewhat grim expression, offered no reply, clearly disliking such venues. Yet, he instinctively cast a glance at Ein. Lucius raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting between Severus and Ein before suddenly breaking into a soft chuckle. "Severus, you truly are," Lucius continued with a teasing glint in his eye, causing Severus's expression to sour further. "I mean no offense. It simply seems you indulge little Ein quite a bit." Lucius's smile faded, although the corners of his mouth still held a slight upward curve. Severus ignored the jibe from his somewhat mischievous platinum peacock friend. Subsequently, Ein followed Lucius and Severus to the heart of the banquet, given the esteemed status of the Malfoy family and the Serpent King of the Cellars. The festivities commenced shortly after their arrival. As the host of the evening, Mr. Royce was a notably amiable and jovial middle-aged man, his brown hair slicked back impeccably, exuding a polished demeanor. Lucius leaned slightly closer to Severus, his voice barely above a whisper, yet Ein, standing nearby, could still hear. "Mr. Royce maintains his usual facade of a smiling tiger," Lucius remarked before falling silent. "Then why did you choose him?" Severus replied through clenched teeth, compelled to lower his voice. "There's no other choice," Lucius shrugged. "He is the most adept among the remaining old aristocracy in Britain. Ein requires his assistance." Severus remained noncommittal. At that moment, Mr. Royce approached a podium at the front. "Dear friends, thank you for joining us this evening at Royce Manor for a delightful Christmas banquet. This evening's banquet hopes to bestow upon everyone a delightful night." A gentle applause resonated from the audience. With a smile gracing his face, Royce continued, "Tonight's gathering primarily aims to introduce two new friends to all." Lucius leaned down, whispering softly in Ein's ear, "Do not be anxious. Simply greet everyone when the time comes." I nodded in a somewhat bewildered manner. Meanwhile, Severus Snape took Ein's hand directly, assuming the role of a protector. A sudden jolt surged through Ein's heart. As anticipated, Mr. Royce began to introduce himself, mentioning our dear Mr. Blake, Ein Blake, hailing from the illustrious Blake family, who was only returned to England by Mr. Malfoy last year. All eyes in the room converged upon Ein, following the direction of Mr. Royce's outstretched hand. Ein instantaneously donned a flawless, artificial smile, her exquisite and captivating visage exuding an air of deception. An appealing appearance undeniably serves as a crucial criterion for nobles in determining whether to extend their respect to one another. After all, beauty, to a certain extent, symbolizes a formidable strength of character. Countless eyes appraised the youth suspected of aspiring to ascend to the position of heir within the Black family, as favored by Lucius. The boy displayed no trace of timidity. Instead, he radiated confidence with a broad smile, allowing the scrutiny of all present to envelop him. Amidst the multitude of gazes, Ein acutely sensed a piercing stare that seemed to penetrate the very soul, causing her to furrow her brow in discomfort. This sensation was inexplicably unsettling. However, that gaze soon dissipated, lingering only for a fleeting moment upon her eyes. Royce, with a smile, endeavored to ease the atmosphere, introducing the next gentleman, an individual of considerable stature, Mr. Isolon Vado from Germany. As Royce made the introduction, a middle-aged man in a wheelchair gradually emerged from the shadows. He possessed a mane of golden hair and a strikingly handsome face, reminiscent of an undeniably attractive youth. Though seated, he emanated an aura characteristic of one who has long inhabited positions of power. Ein furrowed his brow, realizing that the unsettling gaze he had felt earlier seemed to emanate from that individual. The attendees were astute observers, undoubtedly aware of the extraordinary presence of Isolon Vado. However, Royce had no intention of providing a detailed introduction. Should one wish to learn more, it would likely require discreet inquiries at the forthcoming soiree. The gathering swiftly transitioned into a lively exchange of toasts and conversations. People began engaging with acquaintances or those they wished to befriend. Yet, this atmosphere allowed Ein to witness another facet of Snape. Contrary to the anticipated scenario where he would remain aloof and unable to penetrate the aristocratic circle, that was not the case. Of course, he was not effortlessly mingling either. Instead, various heads of households, eager to cultivate a rapport with the contemporary master of potions. Attempted to initiate conversations, only to be gracefully rebuffed by Snape with impeccable poise and courtesy. Ein observed that Snape appeared to be too preoccupied to attend to his own needs. She then glanced at Lucius and Narcissa, who were engrossed in managing the demands of others, before turning her attention to Draco, who was surrounded by other Slytherin children. With a sense of joy, she made her way towards the beverage section of the banquet table. Ein's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since his arrival in this world, he had never tasted a drop of wine. The Royce family was renowned for their vineyards, and it was only natural to assume that their red wine would be exquisite. Ein skillfully uncorked a bottle of red wine and poured a glass. Just as she was about to indulge, a hand intercepted hers, which was holding the quilt. Ein was momentarily taken aback, just as he presumed it to be one of his acquaintances. Perhaps a professor of potion-making who had taken it upon themselves to scrutinize his actions. He lifted his gaze only to be met by a pair of eyes that were almost level with his own. They were deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the vast ocean, containing within them an endless whirlpool that seemed capable of piercing through the very essence of a person. He felt a vague sensation of his memories being subtly probed. In that fleeting moment of their gazes intertwining, Ein swiftly averted his eyes. Ein, I have a remark that I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to express. System, you have already articulated it. Ein, X, a type of plant. You should go back and learn the art of brain closure. The gentleman's actions seem rather inappropriate. Ein cast a glance at the man seated in the wheelchair, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact while displaying an expression of discontent. Yet, the man chuckled in response, saying, Young one, you must not indulge in alcohol. A faint jump at the corner of his eye seemed to suggest it had little to do with him. The man, with a hint of amusement, curled his lips into a smirk. Indeed, a sharp and intriguing little one. Ein, you are merely a child. Your entire family consists of children. I am an adult. Ein tugged at her own hand, yet it remained steadfastly in place. Ein exerted considerable force to free her hand, yet it remained immobile. Her wrist now flushed. Just as Ein intended to toss the red wine from her grasp, a deep voice resonated beside her. I extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Onvato for overseeing this mischievous little one, but the ensuing matters are best left to me. Would you not agree? Severus Snape, holding a wine glass, gently swirled the crimson liquid while his gaze remained vigilant upon the man in the wheelchair. Despite his seated position, the man exuded an aura that rivaled even that of Snape, the esteemed head of Slytherin. Snape's wariness towards this individual intensified. He posed a considerable threat. Onvato displayed a cheerful smile. Indeed, it is far more prudent for the protector to monitor the child. He relinquished his grip on Ein's wrist, the powerful restraint dissipating, and Ein's wrist suddenly felt a wave of relief. Yet, in the next moment, with a flick of her wrist, Ein inadvertently spilled the entire glass of red wine onto the man's lap. A glass of wine was splashed down, leaving Snape momentarily stunned. As was the man who had been doused, Snape's surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by a deep furrow in his brow. In contrast, the man in the wheelchair seemed taken aback for a moment before he burst into laughter. With calm composure, he regarded Ein, whose expression conveyed a defiance of consequences, and then glanced at Snape, who was scowling at the troublemaker. With a casual flick of his hand, the wine stain on his trousers vanished in an instant, an application of wandless, silent magic. Despite the advancements in the magical arts, silent spells remain elusive to many. However, they are within the reach of numerous accomplished wizards. Wandless magic, on the other hand, is reserved for the most elite practitioners. Snape, being one capable of wielding wandless and silent magic himself, recognized the extraordinary prowess of the man before him, which only intensified his irritation towards Ein, the troublemaker. The man in the wheelchair seemed disinclined to confront Ein, instead taking a keen interest in the rebellious youth before him. The boy's eyes bore a striking resemblance to a certain individual, yet his temperament was entirely different. Onvato mused silently, suddenly losing the desire to engage the boy in conversation. Ein's eyes darted around, seemingly contemplating further actions, but ultimately fell silent under Snape's warning glare. Ein, what on earth? He was the one who made the first move. System, I advise you to refrain from provoking him unnecessarily. Ein, he. As time passed, Ein once again felt the probing gazes from all directions. However, thanks to the presence of the man in the wheelchair, the orphan of the Black family, who had appeared before the public on multiple occasions, did not draw excessive attention. The silent, wandless magic of the man in the wheelchair had indeed captured the eyes of many. Yet, None of this hindered Ein's culinary pursuits, although Snape was watching closely, preventing him from indulging in the pleasures of alcohol. The Argentine prawns and Ismara caviar on the table were undeniably exquisite. After a while, Lucius approached Ein and gently patted his shoulder. Ein, with cheeks puffed, was savoring a large escargot. Lucius raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "Ein, finish your meal. I shall take you to meet someone." Ein playfully tapped Lucius on the shoulder while standing on tiptoe, urging him to proceed. Lucius's lips twitched slightly as he met Ein's innocent gaze and Snape's sardonic smile, silently drawing out his wand. With a flick, he cast a cleaning charm on the visibly stained white attire that Ein had touched and casually performed a few more cleaning spells for the little one. Lucius then led Ein to stand before a slightly balding, plump gentleman. "Ein, this is Mr. Jorson, the head of the department responsible for noble property inheritance at the Ministry of Magic," Lucius remarked with a hint of significance. "Mr. Jorson, this young gentleman is the orphan of the Black family, Ein Black." Mr. Jorson squinted his small eyes, his smile exaggerated as he exclaimed, "Ah, so this is young Mr. Black. Truly a fine young man, with a promising future ahead." Ein curled the corners of her lips, revealing an enchanting smile. "Good day, Mr. Jorson." "Hello, hello," Jorson replied, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. "Mr. Jorson, as you are aware, my wife, having once been a member of the Blake family, has always been quite concerned with their affairs." Lucius raised a professionally feigned smile, his tone laced with that habitual note of haughty lament. Ein harbored a tinge of skepticism regarding Lucius's seemingly solicitous demeanor, pondering whether it might provoke discontent. Yet, it was abundantly clear that the officials held Malfoy in high regard, even when he sought favors. His haughty attitude failed to alter Jorson's disposition. With a benevolent smile, Jorson assured, "Mr. Malfoy, rest assured. The Ministry of Magic shall dutifully address the matters concerning the Black family. We shall ensure your satisfaction." Lucius smiled contentedly, but Jorson swiftly pivoted his discourse. "However, the process of inheritance may require some time and involves rather intricate steps." Jorson furrowed his brow, his beady eyes darting between Ein and Lucius. When Lucius raised an eyebrow, poised to interject, Ein's melodious voice chimed in, "Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Mr. Jorson. Being still quite young, I anticipate needing your assistance even after inheriting the Black family's estate." Ein spoke with a charming smile, his expressive eyes alight with mischief. Lucius regarded Ein with an air of surprise. He had assumed Ein would resemble Snape, blunt and unskilled in navigating convoluted matters. To his astonishment, this young lad displayed unexpected adeptness, exhibiting the finesse of seasoned aristocrats and capitalists. "Ha ha, young Mr. Black, you jest." "It is indeed my privilege to assist you," Jorson replied, evidently charmed by Ein's flattery. It seemed that Ein's innocent facade, combined with his identity as the heir of the Black family, rendered him a delectable morsel for many seeking to partake in his fortune. Yet it remained uncertain whether anyone would discern that this tempting treat was filled with sesame paste. Lucius raised an eyebrow, contemplating the missing diary from his household, realizing it was imperative to caution his old friend about the true nature of this boy. He glanced towards Snape, who was ensconced in a throng of aristocrats eager to engage him, his expression one of palpable annoyance. While his peripheral gaze remained fixed on their conversation, a sudden mischievous impulse seized Lucius, and he hesitated to alert his friend. Reflecting on the challenges that lay ahead for him, he observed Ein, whose smile radiated cunning. How intriguing indeed. Returning to Ein, who, having matured internally, discerned Jorson's intent to manipulate him. Fortunately, he opted to play the part of the compliant youth, weaving a web of flattery. After all, he had not made any substantial commitments. Ein took a sip of juice, her sky-blue eyes blinking innocently. The Christmas festivities were spent at a rather dull, yet strangely rewarding banquet. In the days that followed, Ein's life mostly revolved around crafting personas in her diary, exchanging a few words with her father's cheap son, and occasionally bantering with the system, all while enduring Draco's intermittent harassment. Yet, during this time, Ein had not once encountered Snape. As the Christmas holiday came to an end, Ein found herself seated on the Hogwarts Express alongside Draco, both occupying the same compartment. Throughout the journey, Ein listened to Draco's incessant chatter about trivial matters. Ein, you know what? I absolutely adored the Christmas gift you gave me," Draco exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Yes, you're absolutely right," Ein replied dismissively, her expression betraying a distinct lack of interest. After all, anyone would grow weary of hearing the same line repeated for an entire summer. The dragon model you gifted me is precisely what I've always wanted and cherished, Draco continued, oblivious to Ein's indifference, brimming with excitement. It's a Norwegian ridgeback, one of the fiercest dragon breeds. Just imagine if I could raise a dragon. That would be utterly incredible. Yes, you're absolutely right. Ein continued to feign enthusiasm, pondering that perhaps this semester he might actually realize his dream. Calculating the days, she mused that the Gryffindor lot would soon discover Hagrid's dragon. She ought to find time to assess the situation. Ein sat in the carriage, her hand propping up her head, her sky-blue eyes gazing vacantly out the window. Beyond the glass lay an expanse of pure white, where fields once lush with summer crops were now blanketed in a thick layer of snow. This is the essence of winter in London. Ein exhaled onto the car window, and with her finger, she traced a large heart in the mist that formed. Draco looked on in slight astonishment at Ein's rare display of childlike exuberance. Ein remained oblivious to Draco's gaze. After completing a heart, he instinctively inscribed the name Snape in its center. Draco was taken aback, staring in astonishment. Ein, Draco began, his expression betraying a mix of hesitation and unspoken words as he faced Ein. Ein paused upon hearing Draco's voice, then leisurely continued to draw an arrow on the heart, piercing through the entire shape and several letters of Snape's name. What's the matter? Ein asked, casting an unflinching glance at Draco after completing the task. Draco hesitated, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he looked at Ein, then shifted to the artwork on the window. After a moment, he replied, "It's nothing." Ein satisfactorily withdrew her gaze. "System, I perceive the truth without voicing it." Ein, are you the same? System, what on earth are you talking about? Ein, do you wish to be pierced through the heart by my arrow? System, absolutely. Ein, in the past, I was renowned as Cupid. If you beseech me, I shall strike you with an arrow to the heart, and then bestow upon you a public system, so that the two of you may become a pair. System, what nonsense is this? When did our system ever distinguish between male and female? Ein, oh, asexual reproduction. System, incorrect. What nonsense is this? Furthermore, even if there are distinctions between male and female, what makes you think I am the female? Ein, TSK, with your little haughty demeanor. Do you still aspire to be a prince? System, and you dare to speak to me like that? Ein, what? Am I not handsome, charming, emotionally stable, and mature enough to be reliable? System, in life, it is paramount to possess a degree of self-awareness. As for Draco, witnessing his mentor transform from a figure of great compassion to one pierced by an arrow of heartbreak, he felt a surge of complex emotions. However, he suddenly realized that the person before him was Ein, and thus he found solace. It is not surprising for Ein to undertake various endeavors. Draco and Ein sat together on the Hogwarts Express as they returned to school. The welcome feast for the students, after their return, appeared particularly sumptuous, and those who had remained at school during Christmas were filled with excitement. Harry's gaze, fervent and intense, was directed towards Ein across the long tables. In response, Ein bestowed upon him a smile, igniting an even more passionate look in Harry's eyes. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, who had not been seen for much of the winter break, sat indifferently at the staff table, with his eyes closed in repose. It was uncertain whether he wished to ignore the raucous youngsters or to distance himself from Quirrell, who was, after all, a pawn of Voldemort. Ein inexplicably recalled his behavior on the train, casting furtive glances to avoid making eye contact with Snape. Noticing Ein's averted gaze, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Snape dropped several degrees. Even the usually cold Chilo hesitated to engage him in conversation. During dinner, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken thoughts, making the meal difficult to swallow for many, particularly for Ein, who, burdened with his own concerns, completely lost his previous enthusiasm for eating, merely pushing his food around on the plate before abandoning his utensils altogether. As the group made their way to the dormitory, it came as no surprise when Snape called him over. "I'm Black." Snape's voice rang out coldly through the crowd. "Come to my office." Draco, standing beside Ein, evidently recalled something, his gaze towards his godfather instantly filled with sympathy, while his eyes turned to Ein, brimming with admiration. Ein cast a perplexed glance at Draco before following Snape. Unbeknownst to him, in a shadowed corner, a boy of chocolate complexion observed the interaction between Ein and Snape, his fists clenching slightly. The potions classroom office. Ein has lost count of how many times she has come here over the past half semester. Likely more frequent than her visits to her dormitory. "Take out your wand." Snape's indifferent voice echoed, and in the next moment, a flash of red light surged before Ein, causing her to instinctively close her eyes. When confronting an adversary, do you merely shut your eyes and allow them to manipulate you? Snape's voice was frigid, harboring a hint of anger. Now, consider me your enemy and attack me in any manner you deem fit. Snape flicked his wand. Ah, why must I? Unscrunched her nose. But you are Severus. How could I possibly strike against you? Snape remained silent for a moment, advancing towards Ayn with an undeniable aura of intimidation. As he stood before her, the distance between them shrank to mere inches. Leaning in, Snape's deep voice, imbued with a tingling sensation, whispered in Ayn's ear, Ayn. For the first time, he called her name with a tenderness and intimacy that sent shivers down her spine. That breath brushed softly against Ayn's ear. Ayn's ears flushed crimson as he listened to Snape continue. At present, we may be colleagues, perhaps even friends. Yet, should there come a day when I am no longer your colleague or your friend, but transform into your adversary, what would you do? If one day I were to become your enemy? These words lingered in the air like an ominous incantation, casting an inexplicable sense of foreboding over the two individuals. Ayn remained silent, his head bowed and ears flushed, exuding an inexplicable charm. Snape suppressed the peculiar emotions stirring within him and continued to address the youth. Thus, you must learn to safeguard yourself. Professor, Ayn's clear voice suddenly shattered the oddly tender, yet sorrowful atmosphere. That day will never come. He abruptly raised his gaze. His sky-blue eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the night, locking onto the unfathomable depths of Snape's dark irises. There will never be such a day, Ayn declared emphatically. Snape paused momentarily, before erupting into a cold laugh. A mere first-year child, what grounds do you have to make such a statement? Your sole task is to grow up well and preserve your life, both now and in the future. Professor, I am capable of far more than you can imagine. Ayn replied, calm and unperturbed by Snape's derision. Snape fell into a brief and strange silence, scrutinizing the boy before him. Indeed, it was still the familiar Ayn. However, the youth seemed to have abandoned his facade of innocence at some point, revealing a sharpness that was striking and profound. He resembled a polished gem, glimmering brilliantly. Snape was fortunate enough to witness the entire process of the gem's refinement, and at that moment, it radiated in his hands, evoking an irresistible desire to claim it as his own. After all, this gem was so dazzling, yet its brilliance was visible only to him. Do you understand your predicament? Snape did not directly counter Ayn's assertion, but instead opted for a more circuitous approach. You have become a thorn in the side of an insurmountable force that you cannot resist. Moreover, you lack the formidable support of a savior. Thus, only you can protect yourself. Ayn silently scoffed in her heart. Isn't the leader of the Savior's support group none other than Snape himself? System, I cannot permit you to use such an absurd description. Ayn, oh, is it not? System, Ayn coldly scoffed inwardly. Indeed. He is the cherished son of the white moonlight. System? Ayn coldly remarked, what a pity that the father of Bai Yueguang's son is not herself, but rather her sworn enemy. Humph. The system detected an unusual scent. Ayn rolled her eyes inwardly, choosing not to continue the verbal sparring with the system. System, what is the matter? Weren't you just proclaiming your unwavering support for Siha? Ayn, oh, did I say that? System, would you like me to retrieve the records for you? Ayn, silence. An inexplicable irritation spread, directly manifesting upon Ayn's countenance. Severus Snape observed the impatience and agitation displayed by Ayn, mistakenly believing that his provocation had borne fruit. Seizing the moment, he intended to press forward. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Ayn interrupted him. Very well, if you wish to instruct me on self-preservation, then let us begin with the technique of mental closure. Ayn stated, furrowing his brow and wearing a displeased expression. It was now Snape who found himself momentarily taken aback. Mental closure? Ayn, what is the matter? Is it not possible? If so, then let it be. If you cannot teach me the technique of brain closure, what else do you wish to impart? Ayn turned to leave the office, while Snape, for the first time in his life, felt an unsettling sensation from being threatened by a student. He contemplated abandoning this reckless youth, allowing him to experience the harsh realities of the world and the terror of the Dark Lord, only to return in regret, weeping and begging for his guidance. Snape maliciously envisioned Ayn, tear-streaked and kneeling before him, pleading for protection, yet his hands obediently clutched at Ayn's wizarding robe. What are you doing? In truth, there were no tears nor pleas, only a strikingly defiant face, now fuming and waiting for his response. Snape's temple throbbed with suppressed frustration. But he quelled his negative emotions and aimed for a steady tone. Very well, I shall teach you the art of mental occlusion, but during this time, I will also impart other dueling techniques, which you must diligently study. Ein hesitated for a moment, the little calculations in her mind clattering loudly. After much deliberation, she reluctantly acquiesced. Very well then. Ein's reluctant demeanor only served to heighten Snape's ire. Now, clear your mind. With his wand pointed at Ein, Snape's gaze sharpened, intent on extracting thoughts. The significant memories had been well protected by the system, leaving Snape with only glimpses of mundane daily life. At this moment, he glimpsed Ein unwrapping Christmas gifts. Curse Sabini. Does he even comprehend the implications of gifting cufflinks? Snape inwardly cursed, raising his wand once more. Legilimens. The vision unfolded to reveal Ein encountering Dobby, calling him over. Suddenly, as the memory reached this point, a powerful wave of repulsion sent Snape reeling backward. Had Snape truly lost his mind? His anger had finally reached its peak tonight. What was that final utterance? Ein blinked innocently, exclaiming, "Oh, it's nothing. Just that a new expansion for Soul Calibur has been released." Snape fixed his intense gaze upon Ein, his dark eyes piercing with an intensity that suggested he sought to see through him completely. Ein's attempt at deception was futile, leading him to abandon all pretense. "If you possess the ability, then continue observing," he remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders, while internally urging the system to obliterate this particular memory as well. To his dismay, the system mirrored his lackadaisical attitude. "Such memories are irrelevant to the system. Please resolve them independently," it replied with a hint of detachment. Mind extraction. Severus Snape evidently meant business this time, as an unprecedented wave of intrusive sensations assaulted Ein's mind. He hastily endeavored to clear his thoughts. This time, he unearthed the recollection of their earlier escapades in the tower, where they had conspired to torment Bogus. Mind extraction. On another occasion, during a nocturnal stroll, Ein happened upon a portrait and conversed with it for an entire night. Mind extraction. Yet again, Ein found himself on the street of Hollyhock, where he encountered Harry. Snape momentarily ceased his mental probing. The youth before him appeared pallid, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had endured a grave illness. Abruptly halting his scrutiny of Ein's mind, Snape caught him just as he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Ein had anticipated that Snape would inquire about the matter of the Whomping Willow or Dobby, and he was diligently concocting excuses. However, Snape did not pursue those topics. Instead, he merely gazed intently at the figure in his arms. The tactile sensation was, as always, soft and delicate, embodying the form of a youth yet to fully blossom. Due to the after-effects of the invasion on his mind, the body he embraced felt slightly warm, with a faint stickiness from cold sweat detectable even through the fabric. The boy, rarely weak, languidly leaned against him, his breathing noticeably labored. Yet, Snape inappropriately found himself reflecting on the young man he had encountered that day in Nocturne Alley, imagining if that young man were to lie in his arms in a similar manner. He recalled the gentle touch as he had held the young man's waist back then. This boy harbored an abundance of secrets. Indeed, he had a pressing need to learn the art of mind occlusion. Yet, the boy had chosen his own path. Snape mused that perhaps he need not inquire any further, for as he could safeguard the chosen one, he could also protect the individual before him. A profound impulse to shield this person surged within him. The impending war would inevitably arrive, but Ein would not be the epicenter of this turmoil. Thus he believed he could ensure his safety. As for the chosen one, Snape recalled the life he had sacrificed to protect someone in his previous existence, and he fell into a rare silence. That was a sin he ought to atone for. Of course, at that moment, Snape was unaware of the fundamental differences between Ein and Harry. If the chosen one was a magnet for trouble, Ein himself was a creator of it, utterly incomparable. "We shall continue tomorrow." Snape's unusually gentle tone resonated above Ein's head, prompting Ein to regain his composure and straighten his posture. "Well, I won't tell you either," Ein thoughtfully added with a serious tone. Snape remained silent. Subsequently, he retrieved a substance resembling a specially formulated stamina potion from the potion cabinet and handed it to Ein. "Drink this." Ein, without a moment's hesitation, tilted her head back and drank. Snape, in an unusual display of sarcasm, remarked, "To drink recklessly without any knowledge." Ein murmured, "You wouldn't harm me." Snape, with a flicker of thought, retorted mercilessly, "I presume your dim-witted brain is aware of a potion known as the Polyjuice Potion. Rest assured, anyone daring to emulate you would merely be courting disaster." Ein raised an eyebrow. The ability to wield such sharp wit so masterfully was not a skill easily replicated. Moreover, as Ein lifted her gaze, her cerulean eyes met Snape's, imparting an illusion of unparalleled gentleness and focus. "Without your specially concocted potion, how could it possibly affect me?" As Ein wobbled back to her dormitory, Draco, standing nearby, wore a look of deep concern. Ein, you are still quite young. You must take care of your health. He fretted, adopting a paternal tone. Ein cast a perplexed glance at Draco, then nonchalantly uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Draco sighed inwardly, reflecting on how the youth of today are so resistant to advice. While lost in thought, he proceeded with his evening skincare routine. The following morning heralded the start of potions class. At the Slytherin table, a serene ambience enveloped the scene, with only the sounds of dining. In stark contrast to the bustling and animated chatter emanating from the Gryffindor side. On the very first day of the term, during the Slytherin potions class, Ron lay sprawled across the Gryffindor table, his expression one of utter despondency. "Come on," Hermione admonished lightly, tapping Ron on the head. "Neville hasn't even said anything yet." Indeed, Neville remained silent, his legs trembling so violently that he struggled to remain standing. Over at the Slytherin table, Draco casually inquired of Ein, "Hasn't your constitution for potion-making improved?" Ein contemplated for a moment, estimating that it was likely not the case, having not been permitted by Snape to approach the cauldron for quite some time. Ein was uncertain whether he could still brew potions. Nevertheless, after reflecting on his plans for the day, he arrived at a decision. Upon entering the potions classroom, Ein deliberately lingered for a while, and just as Draco was on the verge of tears from anxiety, he finally pulled him into the classroom, settling down at a table directly in front of Eric Box. In the next moment, the classroom door was flung open, and Snape strode in, his black robes billowing. Draco let out a sigh of relief, completely oblivious to the piercing gaze directed at him from behind. "Take out your textbooks. Today we shall be concocting the energizing potion." Indeed, it was the potion designed to enhance the cognitive capacity of your ogre-like brains with a bit more essence of gillyweed. Snape began the lesson in his characteristic cold manner, then instinctively glanced at Ein, who was unexpectedly compliant today. Something was amiss. The astute double agent quickly sensed Ein's unusual demeanor, heightening his scrutiny to an extraordinary level. During the potion-making process, Draco and Ein were paired together, and nearly all of their actions unfolded under Snape's watchful eyes, causing even the proficient Draco to feel a tinge of apprehension. Ein was indeed in no rush. He observed Draco as he handled the materials, while his hand casually delved into his pocket, where a black leather journal quivered slightly, to recount the events. We must return to last night. Once Draco had succumbed to slumber, Ein gingerly rose from his rest, ensuring that the isolation and light-repelling charms were securely in place. He then retrieved the obsidian-covered notebook. "My dear child, do you desire corporeal form?" Ein scribbled fervently. The diary's response was immediate. "Indeed, I do, esteemed father. Have you discovered a means?" "No method as of yet, but I have procured for you a mobile blood bag." After a moment of contemplation, Ein continued writing. The diary's script displayed a hint of hesitation. "What do you mean by a mobile blood bag?" "It involves finding an individual whose vitality you may siphon. This way, you will amass sufficient life force to sustain a semi-corporeal state, thus facilitating the creation of your body." Ein, with rare patience, took the time to elucidate matters to Voldemort. Alas, how could a mere 16-year-old Voldemort be so foolish, so audacious as to attempt the creation of Horcruxes? One cannot fathom the insanity that guided him. A scene from the past resurfaced in Ein's mind, reminiscent of an encounter with an inexplicable phenomenon, accompanied by a fleeting image of a weathered face resembling the texture of an orange peel. Ein let out a disdainful snort, remarking that sometimes the cunning old fox, the White Demon King, could be far more troublesome than the Black Demon King. "Isn't my father afraid that I might betray you after gaining power?" he mused, intending to employ a strategy of feigned affection. He directly echoed his father's words. "Indeed, I am wary, yet I choose to place my trust in you. After all, you are my beloved son." Ein maliciously curled his lips into a smirk, just as his father's words were not yet fully revealed. Ein swiftly crossed out Voldemort's intended statement with a flourish, adding an interjection, "When adults converse, children ought not to interrupt." The journal then continued. "Though your father has faith in you, my dear son, it would be prudent for us to forge an unbreakable oath for safety's sake." The journal fell into silence. Ein contemplated for a moment and then wrote, "Speak, for father has granted you permission to voice your thoughts." In her diary, she carefully pondered her choice of words and inscribed, "Dearest father, I find myself somewhat apprehensive about the unbreakable vow. What if, by mere misstep, I were to shatter it? The thought of death terrifies me." Ein, with unwavering resolve, inscribed, "Let the vow be etched into your actions. Remember not to contravene it." The diary, still longing to resist. Remarked, "Father, I believe that an unbreakable vow undermines the trust between us." Ein remained calm and composed. "Yet your refusal to sign the vow undermines the one-sided trust one have placed in you." The diary attempted to act coy. "Dear father, is it possible to forego the signature? I promise to behave." Ein wrote chillingly, "You need not sign. I have recently learned a new spell called the Fiery Curse. Perhaps father should send you directly to the cycle of reincarnation." The diary lay silent as a grave. I nodded in satisfaction and called out for Winnie. The last time Winnie had delivered food to Ein at Hogwarts, she suddenly appeared before him with a snap. Winnie, still inquiring, had yet to discern that the student merely sought a midnight snack, only to find herself entrapped in a trance. Ein cast a spell upon her, and Winnie's gaze became vacant. "Now, I require you to serve as a witness to an unbreakable vow. However, you must forget everything that transpires tonight, and under any circumstances. You will erase all memories of today." Ein's mellifluous voice resonated in Winnie's ears, and she mechanically nodded in agreement. The system, observing the scene, remarked with a hint of disdain, "You are indeed quite ruthless." Ein rolled her eyes. "You are not so bad yourself." Ein placed his hand upon the diary, while Wendy pointed Ein's spare wand at the intersection of their hands. "Tom Riddle, do you vow never to intentionally harm Ein Black in any form under any circumstances?" The diary appeared to hesitate for a moment, as Ein had directly uttered its name, perhaps indicating that all of its previous disguises had indeed been seen through. Despite the complexity of his thoughts, the diary honestly displayed, "I do." A beam of light emanated from the wand, entwining around their hands. "Tom Riddle, do you pledge never to intentionally endanger any life under any circumstances?" "I do." "Tom Riddle, do you agree to prioritize Ein Black's wishes above all else in every circumstance?" "Meanwhile, I shall commit to refraining from any actions detrimental to you and will strive to restore your body to the best of my abilities." "I do." The pact was established. Ein wagered that if Voldemort were merely a notebook, he would undoubtedly desire to end his own existence. But what of it? Having accomplished all he set out to do, Ein dealt with Winnie and then tossed the diary into his backpack before collapsing into slumber. Indeed, nothing is as delightful as the embrace of sleep. System, it sounds as if one were reciting wedding vows. Ein, silence, please. System, you only rely on him being a mere concept. Wait until he takes form. Ein, having signed the contract of servitude, what can he possibly do to me? System, suddenly, I find myself feeling a tinge of pity for Voldemort. At this moment, Ein remains oblivious to the fact that the arrogance he displays in his diary will eventually be returned to him in full measure before the main soul. The scene shifts back to the potion class. Ein smacked his lips. Professor Snape was watching too intently, leaving him no opportunity to explode the cauldron, which was rather vexing. Just as Ein was about to take a desperate gamble by thrusting his wand into the cauldron, a firm grip seized his delicate wrist. "What do you think you are doing?" Ein Black. The hand, slightly cool to the touch, belonged to Snape. Ein pouted slightly, remarking that it was time to stir clockwise for 5 complete rotations. Snape cast a dubious glance at Ein. There was no infusion of magic involved. It was merely a matter of stirring, pure and simple. Ein blinked at Snape, who gradually released Ein's wrist. Ein felt a surge of joy in her heart. But in the next moment, her wand was seized by Snape. "Stirring does not require a wand. You may retrieve yours after class," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. Snape, having seen through Ein completely, walked away without a backward glance. Ein, is it that my words lack sincerity?" The system replied coldly, "Sincerity, indeed, is in abundance." Ein, why does he not believe me? System, perhaps it is because your sincerity has never been met with fortune. Ein, this is prejudice. System, no. This is foresight. Ein felt a sense of dejection. In the presence of the crowd, it was impossible for him to produce his spare wand. Instead, he could only gaze longingly at Draco, silently imploring him to explode the cauldron. Draco, sensing Ein's intense stare, felt a shiver run down his spine. "Ein, why do you keep looking at me?" he asked, unable to suppress his growing unease. Ein cast a sidelong glance at Draco, silently contemplating when he would inevitably blow up his cauldron. Reflecting on his lackluster performance since the beginning of the term, Draco felt a wave of relief wash over him. Blow up a cauldron? Surely, that was the forte of Longbottom. Just as Draco's thoughts lingered, a deafening explosion erupted. I nearly leaped for joy. Longbottom's cauldron had exploded once again. The joyous commotion captured everyone's attention, and they turned to see Longbottom, his face swollen and tear-streaked. Snape, though grumbling as usual, swiftly brandished his wand to control the damage, ultimately sending Longbottom to the hospital wing with the assistance of his fellow Gryffindors. This series of events unfolded with a practiced ease, a sight the onlookers had witnessed numerous times before, yet it never failed to draw their gaze. August was no exception. His recent days had been less than favorable, especially after several failed attempts to sabotage a certain individual named Black, which had seemingly displeased the upperclassman Lestrange. Curse that Black. And curse Malfoy. They were both insufferable. August angrily sliced at the daisy roots in his hands, glaring at Ein, who sat in front of him. At that moment, the explosion occurred. Lestrange turned his attention to the source of the blast, and indeed, it was that Gryffindor fool Longbottom, who had made quite a mess of himself. Resembling a pig, Lestrange maliciously reveled in the sight of Gryffindor's folly before returning to his own task of slicing the daisy roots. Suddenly, he perked up, having caught a glimpse of Black looking in his direction just as he had been focused on Longbottom. Damn it, did he meddle with my cauldron? August shot a glare at Ein, who fortuitously did not return his gaze, instead preoccupying himself with inspecting his own cauldron. It appeared to be unscathed. Was Black's glance merely a figment of his imagination? Not long after, August discovered a black leather diary nestled within his backpack. Initially, he intended to hand it over to Lestrange, but recalling the elder's recent indifference towards him, he decided to keep it for himself. Yet, even with it in his possession, August hesitated to open the diary, sensing an ominous aura emanating from it. After a considerable time had passed, the diary lay undisturbed in his backpack, prompting August to muster the courage to finally open it. The pages were blank, seemingly awaiting the writings of a particular individual. After a moment's hesitation, he inscribed the words, Wednesday, Hogwarts, clear. The pages of the diary began to reveal their written words. During this period, an unusual calm prevailed. Serene as though everything concealed beneath the surface was tumultuous. On the other side of the notebook, Ein remained unperturbed. He was fully aware of the levels to which his son could sway others, and as a father, he harbored no concerns. However, there was one matter that occupied his thoughts, pertaining to his numerous alchemical materials. Ein discreetly whispered to Draco, instructing him to prepare a vast and secluded venue, and to bring along several individuals capable of tending to dragons. Draco, taken aback, exclaimed, Ein, are you planning to establish a Gringotts? Private dragon keeping is illegal. Ein pondered, what if it involves guarding the home? Draco replied, unless the most ancient wizarding families possess a dragon passed down through generations, and have reported it to the Ministry of Magic, such endeavors are strictly prohibited. Ein let out a dejected sigh. Just as Draco believed that Ein had abandoned this fanciful notion, he heard Ein softly utter, then we must secretly venture here, evading the Ministry of Magic. Draco nearly spilled half a bottle of anti-wrinkle potion onto his face. His expression at that moment was indescribable. Are you serious? Ein remained silent, merely gazing at Draco. Confronted with Ein's rare, serious expression, Draco reluctantly nodded. It was indeed possible, yet the actions on his part would undoubtedly not escape his father's notice. He would surely intervene. But he was not inclined to do so. Ein casually pondered that Lucius's diary was still in his possession, akin to holding a lever of power. It was merely a matter of nurturing a dragon. He was certain Lucius would choose to turn a blind eye and refrain from obstructing him. However, Ein did not anticipate that while Lucius refrained from confronting him directly, he would opt to lodge a complaint instead. When Snape seized Ein by the collar, lifting him into the air as though he were a mere chick, Ein's countenance darkened. Professor, put me down, he struggled in midair. At that moment, several students were present. Yet Snape unceremoniously carried Ein back to his office. Nurturing a dragon? Snape's tone took on a perilous edge. Ein finally set her feet on the ground, rubbing her neck that had been chafed by the collar of her garment. Ah, indeed. Ein showed no intention of concealing his thoughts. It appears that Azkaban must indeed reserve a place for you. Go and provide your foolish dog of a cousin and your mad aunt an opportunity for a family reunion. It wouldn't hurt to be a little discreet. Ein muttered, besides, even if discovered, I am soon to inherit the Black legacy. Having a dragon in the ancient lineage of the Black family seems rather reasonable, does it not? Snape glared at Ein in silence. The azure eyes of Ein sparkled mischievously as they turned, and then, in a seemingly endearing manner, they tugged at Snape's robes. In the past 6 months, Ein seems to have grown taller. Previously, she could only grasp the hem of her robe with ease, but now she can reach the waist of her wizard's cloak effortlessly. Professor, I wish to raise a dragon. I implore you. Ein began to whine, her sky-blue eyes sparkling with radiant light. Severus Snape maintained a stern expression. Yet inwardly, he found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether raising a dragon under his own name might mitigate any potential repercussions on Ein if discovered. "Please, I beg you." Ein persisted, tugging at Snape's robe. The fabric's friction against his skin was mildly irritating, yet Snape refrained from dislodging his cloak. Observing the unyielding demeanor before her, Ein grew anxious. She stood on her tiptoes, encircling Snape's neck, and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "Professor, please." This time, Snape finally reacted. His face darkened as he grasped the collar of Ein's robe, lifting her from the office. With a resounding thud, the door was shut before Ein's eyes. Ein scratched his head. "Ein, it seems that Snape has become thoroughly exasperated by my incessant inquiries, and thus decided to acquiesce. System, take another guess." "Ein, ha ha ha. What is there to guess? It must be like this." "System, hee hee." "Ein, what's the matter? Surely, no one would be shy and sulky, right?" "System, hee hee." "Ein, it is utterly impossible, truly impossible." "System, knowing too much can be quite bothersome. I have to endure this mundane routine every day." At the entrance, Ein pondered for a moment and concluded that, based on his understanding, Snape must have acquiesced. Elated, he returned to the dormitory to share this delightful news with Draco. When Draco learned that Snape had actually agreed to allow Ein to raise a dragon, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Upon discovering the particulars of Snape's consent, Draco found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly retrieving his dislodged jaw. What could one possibly say, dear godfather? With the preliminary arrangements in place, Ein began to intercept individuals. On yet another weekend, the trio from Gryffindor excitedly received a small note, only to be confronted by Ein and Draco, blocking their path. "What are you up to?" "We're not heading to the library today," Ron spoke nervously. "We are going to see Hagrid. He might harbor some hostility towards you." Hermione, the astute witch, deduced the duo's intentions. Harry remained silent, merely gazing at Ein with his emerald green eyes. Ein found it somewhat out of place to ponder that Harry's eyes were indeed captivating. No wonder Snape could protect him a lifetime solely based on those striking orbs. Truly, he was blessed with an innate fortune, surrounded by so many guardians. Ein raised an eyebrow, asserting that they would accompany her. Hermione furrowed her brow in evident discomfort. Although Draco was reluctant to join, he felt compelled to support Ein at that moment. After all, he would certainly choose Ein over the trio from Gryffindor. Indeed, they were resolute in their decision to follow along. Draco and Ein stood united. Ron, visibly irritated, protested, "I've already stated that it's inconvenient to bring you along. What sort of unsavory matters render you unable to include us?" Draco raised an eyebrow, confronting Ron. "There's nothing illegal involved." Ron retorted, his ire escalating. "Besides, even if there were illicit activities, could they possibly surpass what your family is capable of?" Draco's anger flared, yet he managed to temper it under Ein's watchful gaze, seizing upon a flaw in Ron's argument. "Oh, so it seems you are indeed embarking on illegal endeavors?" Draco raised an eyebrow, suppressing his rage and adopting an amused expression. "You." Ron, incensed, reached for his wand. Hermione quickly restrained him. "Ron, the use of magic is prohibited in the corridors." "But how could they act this way?" Ron was on the verge of tears, believing those he considered friends had betrayed him. Yet, he failed to realize that he was the one who had first spoken harshly. Just as Hermione was about to impart some heartfelt wisdom, Ron collapsed, eyes wide open in confusion as he gazed into the void before him. Unaware of the spell that had been cast upon him, Hermione, who had witnessed everything, looked incredulously at Harry, who had drawn his wand without her noticing. Without further ado, Harry, taking advantage of Hermione's shock, cast the same spell on her. Draco stared blankly as Harry effortlessly incapacitated his two companions. Feeling as though he had stepped into a fantastical realm, Harry hoisted Ron and instructed Draco, "Give me a hand," with mixed emotions. Draco lifted Hermione in a princess carry and placed both of them in a concealed classroom nearby. Subsequently, Harry produced his wand and cast a spell on Hermione to ensure that his Gryffindor persona remained intact. Just as Draco took a sip of Ron's potion, Ein consumed a generous portion of Hermione's elixir. Thus, the freshly emerged trio from Gryffindor made their way to Hagrid's hut. "This skin is absolutely dreadful. The freckles are excessive." Draco lamented incessantly about his newly acquired physique, remarking that it felt akin to the dry wood in his family's shed. Was this truly the skin one would expect from an 11-year-old? "Draco," Harry called out with a hint of exasperation. "What now?" Draco frowned. "It's already terrible, and now I can't even comment on it. And this red hair does not align with my aesthetic at all." "Then why did you drink Hermione's potion earlier?" I interjected, and Draco murmured softly, "Isn't it just that you wish to hand that unpalatable cup to Weasley?" Draco pondered for a moment before deciding to complete his interrupted thought. "Your recent demeanor strikingly resembles Ron's when he is beside me." Instantly, Draco fell silent, yet within him, emotion surged like a volcano, unsure of where to direct his ire. How could anyone dare to liken him to Weasley? Such a comparison was nothing short of the gravest insult to a Malfoy. There was no exception. Ayn was indeed quite curious about her new body, exploring it with inquisitive hands, touching and examining every aspect, even lifting her chest in wonder. Just as Ayn attempted to delve into her garments to experience the sensation of her newfound attributes, Harry could no longer contain himself and seized Ayn's hand. "What's the matter, Harry?" Ayn blinked innocently. Strangely, despite the fact that it was Hermione's brown eyes gazing back at him, Harry could faintly sense the unique essence of Ayn's own gaze through those same eyes. Instinctively, he averted his eyes from her gaze and said, "Ayn, please refrain from exhibiting such peculiar behaviors." Ayn obediently placed her hands in position, letting out a soft sound, yet her eyes continued to wander, surveying her own body with curiosity. "Ayn, hee. So this is how the female anatomy is structured. System, do you realize what you resemble at this moment?" Ayn straightened her chest and declared, "A great beauty?" The system coldly retorted, "No, more akin to a lecherous deviant." Ayn and Draco seamlessly reverted to the demeanor of ordinary humans as they approached Hagrid's hut, even emulating the mannerisms and speech of the individuals involved to a certain extent. Observing the sudden transformation of the two, Harry couldn't help but reflect on the genuine disparity between Slytherin and Gryffindor. He took the initiative to knock on the door. "Hey, children, you've arrived," Hagrid exclaimed with a warm smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. As the door swung open, a wave of oppressive heat enveloped them, causing the remaining two, aside from Harry, to instinctively frown, though they said nothing about it. "Come in and take a seat. Little Norbert is about to hatch," Hagrid exclaimed, producing several chairs and setting them before his guests, while he casually settled onto the floor, positioning himself in front of the roaring fire. The flames blazed vigorously, and at the center of the hearth lay a colossal dragon egg. "Norwegian Ridgeback," Draco shouted with excitement upon seeing the egg. Hagrid cast a curious glance at Ron, who seemed oblivious to the species of the dragon egg. It dawned on Draco that Ron, in his typical fashion, was unlikely to know such details. The last time they encountered a dragon egg, Hermione had researched it and discovered that it was a Norwegian Ridgeback. Harry, with a gentle smile toward Hagrid, explained that Ron had been unable to forget it since then. "Haha, so that's how it is," Hagrid chuckled, evidently not suspicious. "It's perfectly normal for a young boy to be fascinated by dragons. When I was a child, I dreamed of raising one myself. Now, I suppose that dream has come true." Harry subtly nudged Ayn. Ayn was momentarily taken aback. "Huh," the system responded. "Proceed with the storyline. What do you mean by huh?" Ayn reflected upon the narrative and the essence of the enchanting young witch, Hermione. Ayn furrowed his brow and adopted a stern tone. "Hagrid, you promised us that you would not raise a dragon without permission." The half-giant's face immediately displayed his reluctance. "Oh, yes, I am aware. I merely wished to keep it until it hatched and grew a little larger. But it will only take a few days for it to grow as big as your house." Ayn continued to speak sternly, insisting that it must be sent away the moment it hatched today. The half-giant let out a sorrowful whimper. "I just want to keep it for a few more days." "No, absolutely not," Ayn declared resolutely. "In such a hot room, under such dreadful conditions, I will not allow it to return for a second time. This must be resolved once and for all." Ron had already contacted the dragon specialist, who would come today to take away the Norbert. Draco seamlessly added, "Yes, Norbert." Ayn nodded, channeling the commanding presence of Hermione, determined to see him off today. The half-giant's pitiful demeanor was truly a source of exasperation for Ayn, who shuddered at the sight. Ayn contemplated for a moment and continued, "Hagrid, at least you will witness his hatching with your own eyes, won't you?" Hagrid, still enveloped in sorrow, managed to smile through his tears and replied affirmatively. Just then, the dragon egg emitted a series of sounds. "Oh, Norbert is about to hatch," Hagrid exclaimed, and the three of them hurriedly gathered by the fireplace. Draco gazed at the egg with almost frenzied anticipation as a crack began to form. Ayn, equally exhilarated, watched the shell and the dragon's blood, flesh, and scales visible through the fissure. Harry too felt a rare surge of excitement. "Norbert, my dear Norbert, look here. Mama is here." Hagrid's words transformed the group's anticipation into a chill. Gradually, a small claw emerged from the egg, followed by a tiny dragon head. The little dragon struggled to break free from its shell and, upon finally hatching, collapsed onto the ground, exhaling a breath of relief. The young dragon seemed a bit dazed, confronted by 4 enlarged faces, unsure of whom to focus on first. It looked around, and ultimately, its gaze settled on Ein, perhaps the only beautiful woman present at that moment. The little dragon extended its tiny claw, seeking a comforting embrace from Ein, and found himself in a quandary. Although the alchemical materials appeared quite charming, and he was inclined to personally verify their integrity, the egg residue on the little dragon made it difficult for him to proceed due to his occasional bouts of obsessive cleanliness. While Ein hesitated over whether to give it a thorough cleaning, Hage had already enthusiastically declared himself the mother and lunged toward the little dragon. Startled, the dragon retaliated with a tiny fireball directed at Hage. Unfazed by being singed, Hage, with his resilient physique, reached out to seize the dragon. The little creature began flapping its wings, darting about to evade capture, while Hage, mistaking the dragon's antics for playful banter, wore a foolish grin. The remaining 3 observers were left speechless, unsure of what to say in response to the spectacle before them. Eventually, as the dragon and Hage grew weary from their frolic, a small fireball erupted from the dragon's mouth, singeing Hage's beard. Rather than expressing anger, Hage instead wore a joyful expression, delighting in the notion that Nobu must surely recognize his mother. Look at that, the little one is truly full of life. Indeed, Ein concurred, producing his wand. Ein contemplated the magical resistance and vulnerabilities of the half-giant as described in the tome. He collapsed to the ground in a faint. Ein struck Hagrid's neck thrice in rapid succession at the same spot. Hagrid remained upright, incredulously turning to face Ein, pointing at him as if to utter something. Then, he collapsed. Simultaneously, dual stunning spells were unleashed upon Hagrid's neck from both Harry and Draco. At last, the half-giant succumbed to the quintuple stunning spell and fell heavily to the ground. The little dragon seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Witnessing the once frenzied half-giant finally come to a halt, it slumped wearily onto the table, steam billowing from its nostrils. What now? Draco wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a twinge of dread. Shall we simply erase it all from our memories? Ein pondered before suggesting that they completely forget about the dragon's predicament. Not quite feasible. Harry mused after a moment. I have a premonition that Dumbledore is aware of everything we have done. It appears he has some ulterior motive guiding our actions. Ein, indeed. Guiding you through the battle for the Philosopher's Stone, I had already arranged for 2 pawns as soon as the school year commenced. Ein felt a chill in his heart. The mere thought of Dumbledore and Snape's ultimate fate compelled him to consider storming into the headmaster's office to deliver a dozen Avada Kedavras. System, remain calm. You cannot contend with Dumbledore. Ein, humph, yet some can. Nevertheless, the matters at hand must be addressed. After much deliberation among the gathered, it was resolved to subtly alter the memories of the individuals involved. Hagrid's memory was adjusted to reflect that they had taken Norbert and delivered him to Ron's brother, Charlie. Subsequently, he fell asleep. Hermione and Ron's recollections were modified to suggest they had intended to accompany the baby dragon to the astronomy tower for its departure, but Harry, feeling that the 3 of them had set their sights too high, decided to venture forth alone with the invisibility cloak, leaving them to encounter an ambush from a masked Slytherin on their way back to the dormitory. As for Charlie, he was naturally under pressure from Draco's father to ensure that the situation was managed by others and kept under wraps. Thus, Ein's dragon-rearing scheme was astonishingly set into motion. It was simply unbelievable. At that very moment, Ein, Harry, and Draco were concealed beneath Harry's invisibility cloak, clutching a box containing the baby dragon. Draco had rehearsed adequately for the rendezvous to collect the dragon, scheduled for that night at the astronomy tower. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ein felt a lingering sense of unease. At this juncture, Draco's polyjuice potion had already worn off. However, due to Ein's miscalculation in dosage, he still bore Hermione's appearance. An ominous intuition compelled Ein to first alter the memories of Hermione and Ron, which consumed precious time. As the hour approached midnight, the curfew loomed near. Ein pondered for a moment before addressing Draco. You should return to the dormitory first. Draco responded with astonishment. What? Ein, I possess a rather ominous premonition. Do you trust me? Although Draco is exceedingly reluctant, he shall never defy Ein's wishes. Thus, Draco can only watch as the other 2, cloaked in invisibility, depart together. Naturally, Harry is quite pleased to enjoy Ein's company in solitude. As for the possibility of being caught and the potential loss of points for Gryffindor, who truly cares? Ein remained apprehensive. However, In Harry's presence, she felt it inappropriate to unveil the Marauder's map, thus she anxiously escorted the little dragon to the astronomy tower. After bidding a reluctant farewell to her little dragon, Anne watched as it was taken away. Anne gazed at the receding figure of the little dragon, reluctantly withdrawing her gaze as she tugged at Harry's sleeve. "Let us depart." Yet, Harry remained motionless. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that." Anne followed Harry's gaze and looked back. Unbeknownst to him, that man had silently trailed behind him, making not a single sound. At this very moment, he stood not far behind, arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing the two. "Snape," Harry whispered, his deep green eyes darkly fixed on the man. "Addressing the professor by name will cost Gryffindor 5 points." Snape's calm voice resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Harry did not react with the usual Gryffindor fervor. Instead, he regarded Snape with a scrutinizing and hostile glare. The normally composed savior managed to draw Snape's attention for a rare moment, but soon, Snape's gaze shifted to the little witch, Anne, who was nervously attempting to retreat behind him. "Night roaming will cost Gryffindor 50 points, Snape continued coldly. Harry's expression remained unchanged, still fixated on the man, while protectively shielding Anne behind him. Snape, both amused and irritated, commanded, "Come out." His tone had suddenly turned severe, causing Anne to flinch. "Professor Snape, please be gentler with the lady. Is that not one of Slytherin's principles?" Harry replied, maintaining his composure, perfectly shielding Anne. Snape finally bestowed a fraction of his attention upon this cunning savior. With a sardonic laugh, Snape said, "Harry Potter, do not presume your little tricks will work on me. If you wish to continue masquerading as a foolish lion in Gryffindor, I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, I have countless ways to make your life miserable." Even if you are Dumbledore's golden boy. Snape's piercing black eyes scrutinized the boy's emerald gaze, yet he no longer felt dazed. Once upon a time, when facing those eyes, he would experience a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if he could glimpse something profound beyond them. But it had been far too long, so long that he could no longer recall when he had ceased to harbor any excess emotion toward those eyes. Perhaps it was during his last brush with death that he finally let go of those eyes, or perhaps... Snape instinctively glanced at the nearly invisible little witch cowering behind Harry, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I'm black," his deep voice resonated. "Do I need to personally drag you out? Professor Snape, my name is Hermione Granger. You have mistaken me for someone else." Anne squeezed her throat, attempting to assert herself. "I believe Miss Granger has already been incapacitated in the classroom you passed through," Snape replied, observing a glimpse of brown hair peeking from behind Anne, a sight that struck him as rather peculiar. "I shall repeat myself. Come here." Snape's words were laced with a hint of anger, and Anne understood that it was prudent not to provoke the irate man at that moment. Thus, she obediently stepped out from behind Harry. "Mr. Potter, will you choose to return to the Gryffindor dormitory now, or shall I summon Professor McGonagall to discuss the reasons for your nocturnal escapades?" Harry cast a deep glance at Snape, followed by a worried look at Anne, and, biting his lip, he turned to leave. Damn Snape, one day. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry swiftly vanished before their eyes. Now, only Snape remained, arms crossed, gazing down imperiously at the young witch before him. How vexing, he mused. Snape nonchalantly seized Anne by the collar of her garment, intending to drag her back to his office, but she stumbled slightly. After all, she was still adjusting to this unfamiliar female form, her body's flexibility and pain threshold seemingly less resilient than his own masculine physique. Anne's eyes were tinged with a physiological redness. Snape paused for a moment, then placed his gaze upon Anne. With an air of indifference, he spoke. "Keep up on your own. Do not let me catch you attempting any further tricks." The pair arrived at the familiar confines of the potions professor's office. A vial of potion was presented before Anne, who, without a moment's hesitation, tilted his head back and consumed it. Indeed, Snape had likely improved the potion's flavor. Anne made a clattering sound with his mouth, sensing that the flavor had significantly improved compared to before. "What? Do you wish to indulge in another bottle?" Snape's deep voice carried a hint of mockery. The moment Anne drank the potion, he transformed from a brown-haired, brown-eyed little witch back into the azure-eyed young boy he once was. Much more pleasing to the eye, Severus Snape silently assessed. "So, is this your method of raising a dragon? A complete erasure of memory coupled with manipulation?" Snape, seated in his office chair, exuded an imposing presence as he gazed at the bewildered boy standing before him. "Well, isn't it rather effective?" Anne scratched his head, uncertain of what had once again provoked this formidable sorcerer. Snape had a tendency to become irate for reasons that often eluded comprehension. Anne discreetly glanced up at Snape. only to find himself unexpectedly gazing into those obsidian eyes. What should have been intimidating instead held his gaze captive. His eyes were truly captivating, resembling exquisite black pearls. Ein silently contemplated within. Meanwhile, Snape continued to exude the formidable presence of the Serpent King of the dungeon. If it were not me discovering this tonight, but another professor. Have you considered the consequences? Snape spoke with an icy indifference. To erase all memories? What grants you such confidence, that with your meager magical prowess, you could erase the memories of a professor? Ein, the confidence bestowed by Loart. System, if you have the ability to think, then you possess the ability to express it. Smiley face. Ein's dismissive remark, lacking capability, utterly lacking capability. Ein reflected on her circumstances and sincerely bowed her head in apology, saying, I am truly sorry, Professor. It was my oversight, and I am grateful for your presence. Ein looked up, a youthful and bright smile blossoming on his face. If it weren't for you, Professor, I might have truly been in a predicament. Thank you, Professor. Snape's thoughts shifted. This shall not occur again. He rapped his fingers on the desk as a warning. Your dragon breeding grounds will henceforth be under my vigilant supervision. You would do well to prepare yourself. All right, Ein acquiesced. Perhaps it could be said that from the very beginning, he never regarded Snape as a mere outsider. After all, dragons are immense creatures. He could utilize a portion for his alchemy while generously sharing some potion ingredients with Snape. There is no conflict there. System, just be slow-witted already. Smiley face. As Ein strolled back to her dormitory from Snape's office with a cheerful gait, an unexpected figure materialized before her. Ein instantly retracted all traces of her smile. Her body taut with tension, the wand concealed within her sleeve trembling slightly. Relax, my child, Dumbledore said, leaning against the wall, his robe adorned with stars and moons appearing particularly eerie in the twilight. Though it is quite late, would you care to join me for a cup of bedtime milk in my office? It would be a great honor. In Dumbledore's office, the decor leaned towards warm tones. There should have been a phoenix perched beside him on the shelf, but it was currently absent. The room was adorned with portraits of past headmasters, most of which were framed yet now found their subjects resting with eyes closed. In a strict sense, this marks the first occasion on which Ein has engaged in such a direct confrontation with Dumbledore. Ein reflected on the foresight he had shown in seeking out Snape for practice in the art of mental occlusion, feeling an overwhelming sense of prescience. Sit down, my child, Dumbledore said, casually transfiguring a cup into a sofa. Ein was momentarily taken aback. Dumbledore playfully winked. Just a little trick. You will learn it in due time. Ein hesitated, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. What I mean to say, Professor, he began, while Dumbledore sat comfortably in his own chair, his fingers interlaced beneath his chin, his piercing blue eyes fixed intently upon Ein. Ein hesitated as he glanced at the sofa, then shifted his gaze to Dumbledore's cup. Will you still be using this cup afterward? Dumbledore replied. System. Ein, how is that? Is my inquiry unreasonable? System. It is likely that the old fox has encountered such an issue for the first time in many years. Ein shrugged, expressing indifference, and then settled onto the sofa with a cup in hand. Would you care for something to drink? Honey tea? Pumpkin juice? Dumbledore, true to his nature, swiftly returned to his usual demeanor. Rest assured, the cup has never distorted the sofa. Dumbledore winked at Ein, who, however, was captivated by the vast collection of books on the shelves. Well, Headmaster, your library is truly impressive. Ein gazed enviously at the rows of books. The system remarked. It hasn't been evident that you possess a great fondness for reading. Ein, you are harboring prejudice. Prejudice. Observing Ein, who remained unyielding and evasive, Dumbledore felt no irritation. Rather, a spark of curiosity was ignited within him. Inviting you here tonight was rather impromptu, Dumbledore elaborated. I happened to encounter Harry during my nightly rounds, and he elucidated the reasons behind your nocturnal escapades. Dumbledore's gaze fixed intently on Ein. Might you, a young one, offer an explanation to this old man about what you and your peers are engaged in at such a late hour? Ein scratched his head in confusion, saying, did you not mention that Harry has already informed you? Dumbledore replied, perhaps Mr. Black would prefer to convey the information to me personally. Ein chuckled softly, suggesting that perhaps the esteemed Professor Snape could provide some insight, as he had already shared his thoughts with him. Dumbledore mused that this young child was proving to be more difficult than anticipated. Severus, it seemed, had begun to exhibit an altered demeanor, though Dumbledore could not pinpoint any tangible flaws in his behavior. Yet, an instinctual feeling whispered that certain dynamics had shifted including the notion that the savior, Harry, was likely still a good-hearted boy. However, this Ein Black appeared to be a significant variable. "Ah, yes, headmaster." Ein clapped his hands, his eyes curving into a smile, eager to share a matter with the headmaster. During this year's Christmas season, a gentleman, who claimed to hail from Germany, had approached him. Ein glanced at Dumbledore, noticing a flicker of alertness in his striking blue eyes at the mere mention of Germany. It was quite remarkable how the mere utterance of that name could evoke such vigilance, truly befitting the white wizard who had shaped and shattered 2 generations of Dark Lords. The gentleman inquired if Ein was a student at Hogwarts, to which he affirmed. Subsequently, the man posed questions regarding you, Headmaster Dumbledore, prompting Ein to lower his gaze in slight embarrassment. Dumbledore took a sip of his honey tea, feigning indifference, though his hand trembled ever so slightly around the cup. "Are you well, Headmaster?" Ein inquired, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle smile, though his expression betrayed a hint of concern. "I am quite well." Nearly caught by surprise. "Did the gentleman mention anything else?" Dumbledore asked, his scrutiny of Ein unwavering. Ein's gaze drifted to the upper right, adopting a quintessentially reflective expression. While his mind began to weave a fanciful tale, he mentioned that he had an acquaintance whose eyes resemble mine. Ein fabricated and lamented the unfortunate distance between them. "That sounds like an intriguing story," Dumbledore replied, placing his cup down with a smile, curious to know if he would have the honor of hearing the entire narrative. Ein was taken aback, fearing that his fabricated tale had been uncovered by Dumbledore. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the old man had a penchant for whimsical expressions, likely employing such phrases to glean further details. Coming to this understanding, Ein began to speak in a manner that was both partially truthful and partially fabricated. That gentleman exuded a formidable presence, though he did not elaborate further. "Is there a problem?" Dumbledore inquired. "It seems that gentleman's legs are unable to support him." Ein observed Dumbledore's subtly shifting expression with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Blake. Perhaps I may refer to you as Ein." Dumbledore's face momentarily changed before returning to its usual demeanor, as if he were still the amiable elder. "Of course, Headmaster," Ein replied, glancing at the disheveled hair atop Dumbledore's head, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for Grindelwald's taste. "I appreciate your willingness to share a cup of tea with an old man at such a late hour. Perhaps staying longer would delay your lessons tomorrow." Dumbledore began to usher him out. "You are quite right, Headmaster. I shall return to my dormitory now. Farewell, sir." Ein cheerfully stood up and left with a light heart, discreetly placing a retractable eye on Dumbledore's desk as he departed, his movements exceedingly subtle. After Ein departed, Dumbledore casually transformed the sofa back into a cup, and then, lost in thought, placed the cup on a high shelf, where it seldom saw use. He cast a fleeting glance at what he believed to be a discreetly concealed extending eye. The Slytherin child. Without even brandishing his wand, Dumbledore merely waved his hand, reducing the extending eye to dust. However, in a corner where Dumbledore's attention faltered, the intricate patterns on the cup seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, perhaps a change. Or perhaps not. Yet, this did not impede its position atop the highest tier of Dumbledore's transparent glass cabinet, quietly surveying the entirety of the office. Produced by Goblinbach. The transparent monitoring device. The extending eye had merely served as a fade from the outset. That night, as Ein wandered through the castle, he donned a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, and in the left lens, the entire scene of Dumbledore's office materialized instantaneously. Ein donned a pair of metallic-framed spectacles, allowing the entirety of Dumbledore's office to come into view. Ein observed Dumbledore seated in his original position, remaining utterly still until he returned to his dormitory and reclined on his bed, still motionless. Just as Ein prepared to remove his glasses and surrender to slumber, relinquishing today's surveillance, Dumbledore finally stirred. He approached the bookshelf, procured a tome of magic, and with a gentle tap of his wand, the book automatically flipped to a specific page, from which a slip of paper fell. Dumbledore picked up the note and replaced it within the volume. Ein squinted to discern which book it was when he heard Dumbledore softly utter the name Gellert Grindelwald while holding a note, and in that instant, he vanished from sight. Ein instantly regained full consciousness. Ein promptly retrieved the live point map and meticulously searched through it countless times, ultimately confirming that Dumbledore was no longer on campus. Ein, goodness gracious, I can hardly believe it. System, I wager a box of data disks that the note serves as a key. Ein, it goes without saying. Surely, it is to meet Grindelwald. I presume it is to ascertain whether he still resides in Numenor. System, that seems plausible. Ein, oh, that's not right, Tonksy. As a system, You should know more than I do. How is it that you are unaware of Dumbledore's secret key? System: I, like you, only possess the original source material. Ein, TSK. Utterly useless. System: having read the original work is already a significant advantage. What more do you desire? Although Ein was engaged in a mental spar with the system, her body swiftly rose and deftly donned her attire. Throughout the entire process, she did not disturb Draco, who lay peacefully asleep beside her. To be on the safe side, Ein cast a series of silencing and slumber charms on her good roommate. System: what are you up to? It's already the wee hours of the morning. Ein: what transpired in the latter part of the night? Our nocturnal revelries have only just commenced. System: so, what mischief are you planning this time? Smiley face. Ein: Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts. System: so? Ein: Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts. Do you not find this statement rather familiar? System: are you suggesting that you wish to? Ein: indeed, I intend to steal the magical stone. System: Ein: at this very moment. Ein effortlessly arrived at the Ollery, penning a letter in a somewhat crooked script with his left hand. System: aren't you supposed to be stealing the Philosopher's Stone? Ein: indeed. Does this not serve as a scapegoat? Once the letter was composed, Ein promptly dispatched it to Chilo. Just as Ein completed the letter, he effortlessly made his way to the end of the fourth-floor corridor, where an air-hole door swung open. Within, the furious growls of a three-headed hound echoed from the depths of hell. Ein skillfully retrieved a sunflower seed, casting a transformation spell that transformed it into a harp. System: a sunflower seed? Ein: ever since that certain system clicked in my mind, I have been feeling a bit peckish. System: like this? Click, click. Ein: silence. At this very moment, the three-headed hound remains poised upon the trapdoor. A strategy must be devised to divert its attention. Ein stepped into the room, while several figures leapt and somersaulted into the corners. The three-headed hellhound, gathering its strength, lunged towards Ein. Ein deftly evaded the impending threat and promptly summoned the harp to play. The melody that emanated from the harp bore an uncanny resemblance to Ein's musical prowess. The notes seemed to convey an inexplicable message. I am a cheerful and radiant young man. My specialty lies in my smile. Observe the upward curve of my lips, albeit with a slight modulation. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the formidable three-headed canine from succumbing to slumber almost instantaneously. Without a moment's hesitation, Ein opened the trapdoor and, just before leaping down, kindly lifted the transformation spell from the harp for the approaching Chilo. As the three-headed hound let out a furious roar, Ein closed the trapdoor above and plunged into the darkness below. Flames blazed fiercely. Realizing what awaited him, Ein decisively cast a fire spell to free himself from his confinement. Immediately, hundreds of keys began to swirl through the air. System: wow, in the original story, there was a type that had already been captured by Chilo, so it recognized it. What should be done now? Ein: you are foolish. Such a savior cultivation plan is undoubtedly something learned in the first grade. Ein waved her wand towards the sky, and a form materialized before her. Indeed, I possess a key that is most extraordinary. Ein cast several freezing spells in succession, and at last, one struck the key. The key fell freely through the air, and Ein deftly caught it below. Ein unlocked the door, relinquishing the key from his grasp. Before him lay an enormous wizard's chessboard, and the piece he lacked on his side was a knight. Ein let out a cold laugh as he approached the king of his realm. I have never pledged my knighthood to anyone else, even if you are but a pawn. You are no exception. The one of Ein pointed menacingly at the king of his adversaries. I am aware that you possess a modicum of rudimentary intelligence. Now, I demand this. I shall assume the role of king, while you shall occupy the knight's position. The king's piece glared furiously at Ein, ready to utter a retort, only to be silenced by a spell that rendered him mute, leaving him to flail helplessly. Next time, it shall not be merely a spell of silence, Ein remarked coldly. Ultimately, the king, seething with rage, moved to the knight's position and transformed into the knight. The game commenced. Under Ein's deliberate manipulation, the knight, once the king, quickly met his demise. Taking down the opposing bishop in the process, his eyes filled with resentment as he perished, casting a final glance towards Ein. Ein, do you see? Danger should be nipped in the bud. System: yes, indeed. Ultimately, Ein set a bait using the queen and boldly stepped forward to stand before the opposing king. Checkmate. Ein coldly directed his stone sword towards the king across from him. The opposing king conceded, fully acknowledging defeat, and opened the next door. A foul stench assaulted Ein's senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose. It was a giant. However, since the last encounter with Snape, this giant seemed to have lost some of its wits. Ein pondered for a moment, casting an illusion spell upon herself, followed by several silent incantations, preparing to stealthily slip away. Ein has succeeded. He has entered the stage set by Snape. The elegant yet imposing handwritten note resembled him in every way. Ein couldn't help but glance at it several times before. Relying on his memory, he located the smallest vial. He wondered if this minuscule amount would suffice to traverse the flames. Just as he was about to consume it in one swift motion, a warning resonated from the system. System warning. The host is attempting to inflict self-harm. Ein paused momentarily, holding the bottle in hand. Subsequently, he earnestly reviewed the logical reasoning problem. Indeed, it was entirely different from the original text. Ein's expression was one of complexity as he swiftly calculated in his mind, and in less than a minute, he located the enormous potion vial. Ein, you mentioned that had you not reminded me just now, I would have consumed that poison. What would have transpired? The system replied in a chilling tone. It would not have mattered. With your constitution, to some extent, you would not perish without a significant dosage. Ein, you are so bothersome, utterly incapable of offering comfort. System, will you still steal the magic stones? Ein, having consumed an entire bottle of potion with satisfaction, stepped into the final chamber enveloped in black flames. Meanwhile, Chilo was unexpectedly disturbed one night by an owl tapping at his window. Thud, thud, thud. Curiosity compelled him to investigate. Chilo, overwhelmed by annoyance, found his mind assailed by Voldemort's influence, who issued commands. The letter bore a scrawl of erratic handwriting. Dumbledore is absent from the school. I am on my way to seize the Philosopher's Stone. In the name of the Master Soul, you must yield. Give it to me. I will retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Enraged, Voldemort's fury escalated as Chilo clumsily made his way out into the fourth-floor corridor in the dead of night. Before the mirror of Ares stood Ein, who had been gazing at it for some time. The reflection revealed the man who stirred a tumult of emotions within him. The figure in the mirror knelt in supplication, confessing his sins, while Ein, in a moment of vengeance, delivered a kick, reminiscent of the way the man had once wronged him. The mirror's unending cycle seemed devoid of conclusion, showcasing the man's expressions of regret and despair as he repeatedly sought forgiveness. Suddenly, the content of the mirror shifted, causing Ein's eyes to widen in astonishment. The reflection of his younger self emerged, while the man who had previously begged for forgiveness now appeared as a young man, mercilessly striking Ein, who, in his youth, was powerless to retaliate, left only to embrace himself in despair. Ein furrowed his brow, and before he could ponder further, the man named Snape materialized in the mirror. With an air of detachment, he waved his wand, suspending the man in midair and ensnaring him, before casting a powerful spell that rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, the young version of himself was cradled in Snape's arms as he softly murmured reassurances, tending to the wounds upon his body. Ein's face grew increasingly flushed as she realized that the very thing she had longed for in her mind was indeed unfolding in such a manner. Oh, how embarrassing. System. Something seems amiss. What exactly have you witnessed? Ein, what is this emptiness? Amidst this moment of jest, as Ein gazed into the mirror once more, a sudden clarity enveloped him, followed by the unexpected arrival of a magical stone resting in his palm. Ein retrieved the dynamic map and discovered that Chilo had already arrived at the classroom at the end of the fourth floor. Returning the same way was no longer an option. Ein pondered for a moment, then concealed the magical stone in the most remote corner of the entire house, subsequently casting a dozen spells of neglect and concealment. Utilizing various destructive enchantments, she simulated the aftermath of a fierce battle throughout the room. Afterward, she rolled on the ground several times, covering herself in dust, and with her spare wand, she bestowed upon herself a spell of unconsciousness, collapsing to the floor. Ein lost consciousness. When he awakened once more, it was the excruciating pain that roused him. A searing agony, penetrating to the very depths of his soul, forcibly pulled Ein from the abyss of unconsciousness. In his hazy vision, he seemed to perceive a man with a serpentine visage. Perhaps the Dark Lord had arrived. A raspy voice, hissing in his ear, inquired about the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone. Ein was engulfed in pain, momentarily disoriented, and only after some time could he utter words in a barely audible whisper. It seemed as though a senior was attempting to intervene, yet Ein's voice was exceedingly faint. I did not harm him. Who is it? Voldemort bellowed in fury. Ein furrowed his brow in agony, exclaiming, I truly do not recognize him. I only know he appears to be a senior from Slytherin, likely in his 5th year, and rather handsome. He continued, I followed him here and witnessed him acquire a stone. Struggling to piece together the events, Ein added, then he discovered my presence, and we engaged in a confrontation. Damn it! Damn it! Voldemort seethed with barely contained rage, yet he could not divulge the matter of his Horcrux in front of Quirrell and Ein. Thus, another searing blow struck Ein. Ein writhed on the ground in agony, emitting horrifying shrieks. It was unclear how long the torment had persisted before Voldemort's fury began to subside. As he departed from Hogwarts, Voldemort spoke to his servant. "Yes, my master," Quirrell replied in a subdued tone, casting a sympathetic glance at the unfortunate boy who bore the brunt of his master's wrath. As the sharpest pangs of pain gradually receded, Ein finally succumbed to unconsciousness, the suffering becoming bearable at last. When Ein awakened once more, he found himself enveloped in the warmth of the medical wing. "Child, you are awake," exclaimed Madame Pomfrey, her eyes sparkling with surprise and a touch of affection. "I truly cannot fathom how you endured this. You are but a child, and yet you have withstood 2 Cruciatus curses." Her gaze was imbued with a maternal glow. Before Ein could utter a word, he realized that his voice emerged hoarse and unrecognizable, likely due to the cries he had let out during the torment. In the next moment, a man clad in a dark robe stormed into the medical wing, his eyes blazing with an anger that seemed poised to erupt. "I'm black," Severus Snape growled. His teeth nearly clenched. His fury was palpable, almost tangible, swirling around him like a tempest. "Severus, you cannot adopt such an attitude towards a child who has suffered 2 Cruciatus curses." Ein, in conjunction with Bobby, revealed a pair of pitifully tear-filled eyes. Although Snape was fully aware that this little rascal was undoubtedly feigning such distress, the sight of the boy's pallid complexion and ashen lips ultimately softened his heart. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding him gradually began to lighten. Ein, perceiving the effectiveness of her plea, swiftly adopted an even more pitiful expression as she gazed at Snape. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding Snape dissipated entirely. "I know, Poppy," he remarked, his demeanor softening. Once his mood had lifted, he gestured towards the 2 vials of potion in his hand. "Very well, Severus." Poppy, yielding to the moment, departed, but not before assuring Ein, "Severus truly cares for you. He has dedicated considerable time to concoct a special, soothing remedy tailored to your potion intolerance. Even if he may appear somewhat stern, it is solely out of concern for your well-being." Ein nodded obediently, fully aware of the depths of care and affection the man before him harbored. It was this very indulgence that had led him to his current state of reckless abandon. Severus Snape, with a stern countenance, handed 2 vials of potion to Ein, who dutifully consumed them. The specially formulated calming draught proved to be remarkably effective, alleviating much of the excruciating pain that had plagued him. "Thank you, Professor," Ein expressed gratefully. Then, seizing the moment, inquired, "Did Professor Quirrell truly take the Philosopher's Stone?" Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, as if sensing something amiss, and began to speak slowly. "Since your disappearance, Quirrell has also vanished. Subsequently, Dumbledore discovered you within the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone, where numerous signs of a struggle were evident. You bore the marks of 2 Cruciatus curses, and the stone was nowhere to be found. The prevailing theory is that you accompanied Quirrell to the chamber, only to be discovered by him, culminating in a confrontation that failed to prevent his escape." Snape's gaze lingered on Ein. "Of course, there exists an alternative explanation. Quirrell may have employed the imperious curse to manipulate a student to test the waters for him. Ultimately, after seizing the Philosopher's Stone, he released the student from his control, leading to a confrontation that concluded with the student succumbing to 2 Cruciatus curses." Observing Ein's pallid complexion, Snape hesitated momentarily. Feeling a twinge of compassion, yet recalling the youth's actions, he steeled himself and inquired, "Might you enlighten your unfortunate potions professor as to what the truth is?" Ein pondered for a moment before responding, "The second explanation is quite commendable." Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously. "What I wish to hear, Mr. Black, is the truth," he intoned, his voice deep yet laced with peril. "I am speaking the truth," Ein replied, blinking in confusion as he gazed at Snape. For a brief moment, the 2 exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Ultimately, it was Snape who relented first. "After your release, do visit my office," Snape stated. "I care not how you converse with Dumbledore. However, here. This shall be your final opportunity to divulge the truth." Ein was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a moment. Snape cast a profound glance at Ein, remaining silent before departing. Before long, Dumbledore indeed arrived, and his dialogue with the cunning old fox proved to be quite taxing. Ein, with a pallid complexion, recounted how he had been abruptly attacked after leaving Dumbledore's office, ultimately losing track of events until he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Upon regaining consciousness, He discovered Professor Quirrell before him, with a dreadful creature parasitically attached to his head. Terrified, Ein screamed instinctively and launched an attack on Professor Quirrell, only to be met with 2 excruciatingly painful jabs from the being at the back of Quirrell's head. His explanation was entirely coherent and aligned with the evidence left at the scene. Although Dumbledore harbored suspicions regarding such coincidences, he certainly could not force a student who had endured 2 painful curses to reveal their thoughts. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. Voldemort's faction suspected that a fragment of his soul, likely the diary, had absconded with the Philosopher's Stone, while Ein's failure to prevent this allowed Voldemort to wreak havoc. Conversely, Dumbledore's camp believed that Voldemort had taken the stone, and Ein was merely under his control, ultimately breaking free, which resulted in the traces of battle. The truth of the matter is, as soon as Ein's health slightly improved, he insisted on being discharged from the hospital. Taking advantage of the bustling daytime crowd, Ein effortlessly slipped into the room on the 4th floor. At this moment, the various obstacles had been largely removed, allowing Ein to traverse unimpeded to the final chamber, where he discovered the magical stone he had concealed in the corner. Indeed, the truth of the matter was that Ein had taken the magical stone and enlisted 2 scapegoats. Just as Ein reached for the stone, a voice echoed behind him. It was none other than Snape, revealing the very truth he had sought to conceal. Ein seemingly nonchalantly secured the Philosopher's Stone, turning to face the man who had covertly followed him. One cannot help but acknowledge the prowess of a double agent. Indeed, he had been outmatched in this pursuit. So, what does the professor intend to do? Inform Dumbledore, perhaps? Ein spoke softly, devoid of the faint guilt he typically exhibited when in error. Snape narrowed his eyes, observing the boy before him, whose demeanor had shifted. He had stolen the Philosopher's Stone, concealed it, and deceived both Voldemort and Dumbledore. The boy, who often gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, had, unbeknownst to Snape, shed his disguise, revealing his true predatory nature. It turned out he was a genuine little serpent cloaked in the guise of a lion. Indeed, the Sorting Hat's judgment had never been in error. I am aware you are aligned with Dumbledore, Ein stated. You are free to disclose my actions to him. I shall bear no resentment towards you. Ein gazed at himself with azure eyes tinged with a hint of compassion for the first time, a look that instinctively unsettled Snape. He had no need for sympathy or pity. What do you wish to convey, Mr. Black? Snape skillfully repressed his emotions as he engaged in negotiation with Ein. Ein stepped closer to Snape, the familiar distance between them once again bringing forth the sound of their breaths. Yet, at this very moment, both were perilous, akin to 2 venomous serpents poised in confrontation. Professor, in your heart, who holds greater significance to you, Harry or me? Ein's breath lingered near Snape's ear. Snape remained inscrutable, offering no response. After a brief pause, Ein continued, in your heart, who is more important, your Lily or me? Snape's gaze instantaneously transformed into something menacing, his entire being coalescing into a tangible vortex of darkness, threatening to engulf everything in its path, with Ein standing at the forefront of this looming threat. Ein, still recovering from the Cruciatus curse, felt a pallor wash over him, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, yet he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he could not afford to show weakness. It mattered not that the professor was reluctant to answer this question. With blood still on his lips, Ein continued to speak, oblivious to the slight change in Snape's expression and the momentary diminishment of his imposing aura. Snape, however, sensed the sanguine undertone in Ein's words, recognizing that he had indeed wounded him. Perhaps, in this fleeting moment of vulnerability, Snape's fate was sealed, marking the beginning of his downfall in this confrontation. Ein continued, Professor, would you care to wager with me? Without my presence, everything you hold dear will merely replay a tragic farce. I am the sole individual capable of altering this course. Ein gazed at Snape, his cerulean eyes reminiscent of a sky bathed in sunlight, yearning to illuminate the pervasive darkness that had long obscured the light. Did Snape know? Indeed. He was acutely aware. Since his rebirth, he had engaged in countless futile endeavors, yet everything had reverted to its original state. It was as if he had foreseen the conclusion, yet was compelled to reenact the narrative. How cruel and utterly helpless this was. He had explored every conceivable avenue. But as a formidable Slytherin, he felt for the first time the weight of his own impotence and insignificance in the face of grand cosmic laws. Yet, this youth represented a variable. Everything surrounding him was subtly transforming. These quiet changes finally culminated today in a profound metamorphosis. The boy's actions could be deemed exceedingly perilous. As he danced between the realms of light and shadow, crafting a set of rules uniquely his own, although he often cloaked himself in an innocent guise. Rendering all, including Dumbledore and his former self, complacent, it was evident that this boy was no ordinary first-year wizard. All of this was likely mere artifice. Snape recalled the young man he encountered in Knockturn Alley. Perhaps that was the true essence of this individual. You wish for me to bow before you? Snape crossed his arms, scrutinizing the audacious youth before him. In a fleeting moment of reverie, I seemed to perceive before her the image from a film, wherein a figure, helpless in the darkness, implored Dumbledore for assistance, accompanied by the haunting phrase, "You are beseeching my aid. What, then, can you offer in return?" Anything. It resonated like an incantation, stirring a profound ache within the heart. The subjugation of Severus Snape was a coveted aspiration for many, yet he remained devoted solely to one, his love, his Lily, his cherished flower. Thus, Dumbledore deftly exploited Snape's guilt regarding that flower, compelling him to yield everything, including his very life and soul, in unwavering allegiance. Ein feels a profound compassion for this man, a sentiment that has persisted from the very beginning. Even before entering the narrative, she has come to save him, yet she cannot express this. Severus Snape requires no salvation from anyone. That would be an affront to his dignity. In a fleeting moment, Ein's mind whirled with a multitude of thoughts and emotions, yet at this very instant, they were meticulously concealed within the recesses of his mind, thanks to the art of mental occlusion he had mastered. For the first time, Snape regretted imparting this technique to him, pondering if it had indeed been a misguided choice. Little did he know, a subsequent decision made by the boy would lead him to profoundly regret teaching him the art of mental occlusion. Returning to the present, having successfully shrouded all his emotions, Ein turned his gaze back to Snape. "No one is worthy of your submission, Professor, myself included," he replied with measured respect. Snape let out a slight huff, intrigued to hear what the boy would articulate next. "I merely hope you can keep some secrets from me," Ein said, kneeling on one knee and gazing up at the imposing figure before him. "I assure you, I will extinguish any concerns you harbor at their inception. I will safeguard everything you hold dear, and I shall strive to fulfill your desires to the best of my abilities. It is I who willingly submits to you, Professor." Snape's pupils dilated in surprise. He had not anticipated such words from the youth kneeling before him. He had expected threats, negotiations, pleas, or perhaps the familiar antics of childish charm. Regardless, he had already resolved not to betray this individual. His true mission had never been to serve Dumbledore, but to protect the child of Lily and the boy before him. It was simply that, nothing more. A double agent, perhaps. But what of it? He existed solely for himself, to preserve Lily's lineage, while also watching over this young man. Yet, at this very moment, the boy's unexpected declaration left Snape utterly astonished. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere as Ein knelt, his gaze lowered, awaiting Snape's response. Snape observed the whirl of hair atop the boy's head, lost in contemplation. "System, are you serious?" Ein. "System. Host, this is merely a book." Ein. "System, it is advised that the host refrain from carrying excess emotions that may interfere with the execution of tasks." Ein. "To me, he is not." "System, what is he not?" Ein. "He is not a character from a book. He is Severus Snape himself." "System." Snape ultimately relented. "I shall keep your little secret." "But next time," Ein looked up at the man with a gleeful expression. "Next time, do not conceal anything from me," Snape stated, his tone remaining as icy as ever. "I have no desire to be confronted with any unforeseen surprises." "Yes, Professor," Ein replied, her eyes curving into a genuine smile. Snape lifted Ein, who was kneeling on the ground, and gently placed her back down, using his wand to brush away the dust. "There is no need for you to utter any words of submission. I am not interested in the allegiance of a mere child," Snape remarked with indifference. "I will be formidable," Ein exclaimed, her brow furrowed. "Silence." Snape's command rendered Ein as quiet as a mouse. "Now, tell me everything you are currently engaged in and what you intend to do." Snape commenced his interrogation. Speaking of which, Ein's eyes began to dart around. "I merely plan to conduct some alchemical experiments using the Philosopher's Stone, such as crafting a body for the diary Horcrux with the stone. Afterward, I intend to focus on my studies and explore the knowledge and Horcruxes that can be discovered within the school, if the opportunity arises. I would also like to travel and learn, as some Horcruxes are located outside and need to be sought out. Should I be fortunate enough to inherit the Black family's legacy, I shall treat the Black family's endeavors with the utmost respect, particularly that locket box." Ein solemnly assured Snape. "I swear that what I have stated is the truth. I merely concealed a portion of it." Snape let out a cold laugh. "Ah, Ein Black. You are quite familiar with the code of Slytherin. aren't you? Oh, I feigned ignorance. Snape suddenly leaned closer, whispering in Ein's ear, "Cunning is our trait. And evasion is our method, is it not, Mr. Black?" Ein blinked, falling silent. Snape straightened up and gazed down at Ein. "Then you should also be aware of the rules of Slytherin." With that, Snape turned and departed, cautioning Ein, "Do not let me catch you again." In any case, the incident concerning the Philosopher's Stone had reached a conclusion, and Ein's academic journey had become rather mundane. As the end-of-term examinations approached, the study groups in the library were entirely engrossed in their books, with the assignments set by the professors doubling in number. The astute young witch Hermione, ever since her memory had been altered, had been vaguely sensing that something was amiss. However, with Harry playing the fool, Hermione quickly redirected all her focus towards her revision. Ein, however, feels a distinct sense of self-sufficiency, believing that there is no pressing need for revision. Instead, she immerses herself in the study of ancient magical scripts and alchemy. Ein, recently, life has been rather uneventful. System, is that not a good thing? Ein, it is rather dull, yet I can't shake the feeling that I have forgotten something. System, unsure whether I should remind you. Ein, System, diary. Ein, oh dear. What on earth? Our poor Eric Boguster has recently encountered an inexplicable event that he cannot confide to anyone else. He discovered a notebook, the pages of which claim to hold a memory. This diary serves as a compassionate older brother, meticulously caring for him and offering clarity in areas he does not comprehend. It resembles a gentle, courteous, and erudite Slytherin upperclassman. Ever since Boguster met this mentor, he has neglected to heed Lestrange's directives to trouble Black. With the presence of this elder, what more could he desire? Boguster even wishes to embrace the diary while he sleeps. However, for reasons unknown, his physical condition has been deteriorating. He often finds himself in a daze, and at times inexplicably appears in places without recollection of how he arrived there. His stamina wanes, and he becomes increasingly lethargic. On the day of the final examinations, he completed his last test in the history of magic in a daze, remaining seated for an extended period before finally exiting the classroom. The corridor was deserted, yet Boguster sensed that something was amiss. Nonetheless, due to his lack of proper rest, he was disinclined to care. As he turned a corner, his spirit seemed to leave his body. A beam of light enveloped him, and then he was plunged into oblivion. Ein concealed himself around the corner and ambushed Boguster. As he observed the figure before him approaching like a mere shell of a human, Ein issued his command: "Surrender the diary and forget everything that has transpired between you and it." Without hesitation, Boguster retrieved the diary he had carried from his bag and handed it to Ein. The sensation of the diary in his grasp was pleasantly warm. Ein glanced once more at Boguster's sunken cheeks and vacant eyes, surmising that he had absorbed a considerable amount of vitality. Ein gently stroked the hair atop Boguster's head. "It is rather pitiable for a child. System, one should also consider who is responsible for this." Ein, how times have changed. Ein, clutching her notebook, effortlessly cast a dozen enchantments, leaving no room for the diary to misbehave. With a cheerful stride, she returned to her dormitory. Even until the very last day of the academic year, Ein did not lift the restrictions on the diary. She merely opened its pages to engage in a light-hearted conversation. Ein began to write, "Dear child, I have come to bring you home. Father, good day." The notebook appeared rather displeased, having been summoned back unexpectedly and subjected to restrictions. "Dear one, how has your vitality fared? Perhaps Father could lift the constraints and allow me to reveal the state of my soul." The diary displayed its own essence. Ein glanced at the peacefully slumbering Draco beside him and decisively closed the diary. A sly grin crept across his face. There was no rush. He could continue playing the role of a father for a few more days. The diary, in its silent frustration over Ein's persistent refusal to lift the restrictions, found itself bound by an unbreakable vow to this individual. Tom Riddle had never felt so constrained. Once he supplanted the primary soul and descended as the Dark Lord, he would undoubtedly exact his revenge. The binding oath seemed to render him powerless. Yet for a middle-aged man mourning the loss of his child, there remained numerous means to inflict suffering, even without direct action. Tom Riddle seethed within the confines of the diary, plotting how he would eventually deal with Ein. Meanwhile, Ein was enjoying the final feast of the academic year. With Harry no longer present to thwart Quirrell in his quest for the Philosopher's Stone, Slytherin had triumphantly secured their 7th consecutive championship, outpacing the second-place Ravenclaw by a significant margin. Snape, visibly pleased, reveled in this rare moment of joy. Ein sipped her pumpkin juice while lamenting her uncertainty about how to spend this summer vacation. Draco, seizing the moment, leaned in and said, Ein, let us make a swift return together later. The sentiment evoked a nostalgic sense of companionship, reminiscent of leaving school together. Ein paused suspiciously before acquiescing to Draco's request. Satisfied, Draco returned to his meal. On the Hogwarts Express, Draco and Ein boarded first, soon followed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who joined them. Are you coming to my house this summer? My dad recently acquired a Muggle car. We could have some fun driving it, Ron exclaimed eagerly. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave my aunt and uncles, Harry replied with a resigned smile and a shrug. Humph, a Muggle car, Draco scoffed disdainfully, causing Ron's face to redden with indignation. The others had grown accustomed to the ongoing rivalry between the two. Ein, will you come to my house this summer? Draco extended an invitation to Ein. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, yes, Ein involuntarily recalled the summer spent in the company of that man. However, if the inheritance of the Black family could be smoothly secured, perhaps it would be possible. Ein cast a fleeting glance at the diary, still bound by his own enchantments, nestled among his belongings. He then regarded the magical stone concealed within his pocket. Surely no one would suspect that this revered magical gem, cherished by all, was at this very moment resting within Ein's pocket, mingling with his assorted trinkets, devoid of any dignity befitting its status. Naturally, the diary, serving as one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, also suffered a similar fate, as it lay in disarray amidst a collection of students' textbooks, stripped of any semblance of grandeur. Ein pondered indifferently. Ein, why do I always have the feeling that I have done something extraordinary? System, just know it. Ein, oh my, how astonishing. System, Ein, it has been quite some time since you displayed that expression. System, allow me to indulge you with a glimpse. Harry, if you wish to venture out during the summer, I happen to possess a method. Ein casually interjected. Draco raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze towards Ein. As a scion of an esteemed noble lineage, Draco was undoubtedly familiar with certain magical tricks suitable for the summer. However, he was rather taken aback to discover that the usually obedient and well-behaved Ein also wielded that very wand. Ein cast a glance at Draco, raising an eyebrow in response. The unspoken communication between them caused Harry's gaze to darken momentarily. Professor Dumbledore stated that I must remain at my aunt's house for at least a week, Harry remarked, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. In the depths of his mind, Harry contemplated that perhaps it would be simpler to have his aunt stay by his side for a week, effectively kidnapping a Muggle, especially if magic could be employed during the holidays. With a shadowed expression, Harry glanced at Ein and then at Draco, clearly sensing that these two were privy to some secret knowledge. Ein was oblivious to Harry's expression, lost in reverie about the potential events of the holiday. The diary had been resolved, and it seemed unlikely that Dobby would trouble Harry Potter again. Aside from the somewhat bothersome presence of Lockhart in the second year, there appeared to be little else to concern him. As for the basilisk lurking in the Chamber of Secrets, it would remain undisturbed, presumably content to stay in its lair. At this moment, Ein was indulging in a serene daydream of a tranquil second grade, utterly unaware that this reverie would be shattered during the summer break. However, at this point in time, they remained safely aboard the Hogwarts Express, with everything seemingly normal. Just after Ron made his declaration to Harry about coming to fetch him in a fortnight, Harry cast a somewhat disappointed glance at Ein before acquiescing to Ron's invitation. Ein, what has happened? System, what is the matter? Ein, the Savior just cast an odd glance my way. System, Ein, what is going on? System, the concerns of youth. It's nothing to ponder over. Ein cast a thoughtful glance at Harry, who appeared somewhat disheartened, and suddenly an idea struck her. Harry, I shall come to visit you during the summer break, Ein remarked casually. Wonderful. Let us make it a plan, but do not leave me in the lurch, Harry replied, his disappointment vanishing in an instant, replaced by a gentle smile. Ein, why do I feel as though his disappointment was merely an act? System, You should have disregarded it. Now, it seems our summer activities have expanded to include a visit to the Savior. Clearly, it is rather inappropriate to visit his humble abode. We must await the moment when the Savior is at his aunt's home for it to be convenient. Alas, we must also contend with a throng of Muggles. How I regret my own impulsive words. The boys' conversation evidently failed to pique Hermione's interest. She appeared contemplative, observing Harry, then glancing at Draco and Ein, ultimately regarding Ron with a look of bemusement. Ron, perplexed, scratched his head. Hermione, would you like to come over to my house? Hermione's expression softened further as she replied, No, I will be traveling with my parents this summer. As the Hogwarts Express arrived at the station, Draco eagerly tugged at Ein, leading him to seek out Lucius and Narcissa. This doting couple, devoted to their son, had come personally to the station to greet their precious child, and they graciously included Ein in their welcome. Upon arriving at Malfoy Manor, Ein was summoned to the study by Lucius. Ein, I have some delightful news to share with you. Lucius produced a key, stating, "The Ministry of Magic has approved your inheritance from the Black family. All properties belonging to the Black family, currently under the Ministry's supervision, are now yours. However, we must visit the Ministry to complete some necessary registrations." Ein's eyes brightened with intrigue. Is that truly the case? What assets are included? The response was not limited to the ancestral home in Grimmauld Place. Several properties belonging to the Black family, and a vault in Gringotts. Bellatrix's vault? Ein questioned. Lucius regarded Ein with a knowing look. Of course not, my dear. Bella's vault is private property. You shall inherit only that portion belonging to the collective assets of the Black family. Oh, the goblet is gone, but the locket box remains. Excited by the prospect of the locket box, Ein failed to notice Lucius's significant gaze. Being as astute as he was, Lucius was well aware of the multitude of secrets concealed within this corner of the Black family legacy. The suddenly vanished diary and the unexpected mention of Bella's vault were not lost on him. Lucius, intimately familiar with Voldemort's dealings, certainly recalled which items had been entrusted to whom. Ein Black is undoubtedly exceptional. Lucius, reflecting on his brilliant friend, the master of potions and dark arts, suddenly found his meaningful gaze transformed into one of amusement at the unfolding drama. Indeed, the encounter between Severus and the enigmatic Black promised to be quite intriguing. Lucius escorted Ein through the fireplace to the Ministry of Magic, and after navigating a series of tedious formalities, Ein finally obtained the keys to Gringotts and number 12. Grimmauld Place. Shall we take a look at your new abode? Lucius inquired as they concluded their visit to the ministry. I can apparate you there, but only to the doorstep. Then I must ask you, Uncle Lucius. Ein replied, blinking his striking azure eyes and unceremoniously tugging at the man's robes. Lucius raised an eyebrow at the term uncle but chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at Grimmauld Place, after a few maneuvers, they finally beheld the doorplate of number 12. This shall be where we stop for today. I cannot allow you to enter, young Ein, Lucius remarked with a raised brow and a smile. The old Black residence is rife with dark magic. You, a mere child, might be devoured before you could even make a sound. Then will you accompany me inside? Uncle Lucius? Ein decided to employ a touch of charm. He continued to blink his blue eyes and gently tugged at Lucius's sleeve. Lucius felt a flicker of affection. It was reminiscent of how his own child had learned to navigate the world without resorting to such endearing displays. The sensation was indeed pleasant. However, he resolutely replied, no. He gently patted Ein's small head. It is already dinner time. Perhaps another day you may bring a master well-versed in dark magic to accompany you here. Ein hung his head in disappointment. Well, let us return to enjoy our dinner. Lucius, with Ein, executed a phantom apparition to Malfoy Manor. Draco was exceedingly thrilled by his friend's sudden inheritance of the Black family estate. After Ein repeatedly assured Draco that he would bring him to visit the old Black residence in due time, Draco reluctantly exited Ein's room. Indeed, several hours had passed since the conclusion of dinner, and it was time for bed. Naturally, it was also time for Ein to set his plans into motion. Ein produced a coin, recalling the method of crafting a key to the door that he had learned in alchemy, using the coordinates provided by Lucius as a focal point. He waved his spare wand. After approximately half an hour had passed, a key was successfully forged. Ein hesitated, casting several glances at this newly created key. Ein, this is my first time making a door key. Will I be transported to strange places? System. Serves you right for not learning the art of shadow stepping. Ein, where else could one have the opportunity to learn at Hogwarts? Thus, the study of apparition was forcefully included in Ein's summer schedule. Fortunately, Ein was quite proficient in alchemy. When the portkey was activated, a peculiar sensation akin to being hooked by a navel pierced through him, and in an instant, he arrived at his destination, Grimmauld Place. Thankfully, all was well. Ein secretly rejoiced in his heart, grateful that no unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Ein discovered number 12 Grimmauld Square, where the entrance was marked by a door, dark and marred with numerous scratches. Coiled around the doorknob was a large serpent, and there were no signs of a keyhole to be found. The only feature on the door was a solitary doorbell. It seemed that one would need to employ magic to gain entry or simply knock. I merely contemplated for a moment before effortlessly opening the door with Allaho's assistance. What a jest it would be to knock when returning to one's own abode. The moment Ein stepped through the door, a domesticated house elf materialized before him. Oh. It was the illegitimate offspring of the disreputable black family, a cadet branch with tainted lineage. How tormented the old matriarch would be to discover that the once illustrious black lineage had fallen so low as to require a side branch for inheritance, and worse yet, from a wretched, illegitimate child. The house elf bowed respectfully to Ein, yet its words dripped with venomous malice. Ein, feigning contemplation, responded calmly, "You are absolutely right. I would feel the same way." The house elf, it seemed, was akin to Creature, who had been momentarily stifled. "Get out of my house, you filthy bastard." Not far away, a portrait screamed, its voice nearly piercing through the eardrums. Ein silently provided herself with a pair of earplugs, then cast a silence spell upon the portrait, subsequently drawing the curtain to obscure it from view. Ein pondered for a moment, then cast a permanent confinement spell upon the curtain, immediately issuing a command to Creature. "No one, not even you, Creature, is permitted to draw back this curtain by any means." Ein commanded. Creature's bulbous eyes shifted, and upon realizing there were indeed no loopholes to exploit, he erupted in furious expletives. Oh, the aged Creature must now obey the commands of a filthy illegitimate child. How far the black family has fallen. If young Regulus were still here, he would never allow such indignity to befall an elderly Creature. "Very well. Go prepare a room for me," Ein ordered Creature, adding with a wicked flair, Aged Creature? Every room in the house appeared quite suitable, and Creature seemed to imply that the squalid illegitimate child would find it a fitting match. With malevolence, Creature proclaimed, bowing in a manner that betrayed a strange contradiction of compliance and disdain. "Excellent. Then I shall take up residence in Regulus's room," Ein responded, a malicious smile curling upon his lips. "Oh, you cannot." Creature glared at Ein in outrage. "I most certainly can. The entirety of the Black Estate belongs to me." Including Regulus's room, Ein paused deliberately, fixing his gaze on Creature. "That little trinket is also mine," he whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to Creature. Creature's eyes widened in shock. "So, I suggest you prepare a room for me, or you shall find out what I am capable of," Ein resumed his cold tone, commanding Creature once more. Creature regarded Ein with a deep, penetrating gaze before bowing and vanishing into thin air. The house elf was remarkably efficient. Shortly thereafter, Creature returned, leading Ein to a tidily arranged room. Though the overall appearance remained somewhat dilapidated and dim, it was undeniably clean and habitable, and Ein chose not to be overly critical. Ein closed the door, cast a series of prohibitions, and then retrieved the diary that had been locked away for an indeterminate number of days. Ein chuckled softly, a curious desire to know the expression on Voldemort's face at that very moment stirring within her. Ein gradually unraveled the seals of the diary, until the final barrier was lifted. "Come forth. I know you can manifest as a soul now." Ein crossed his arms, observing the diary with a calm demeanor. The diary remained still for a moment, and just as Ein raised an eyebrow in curiosity, a wisp of white smoke began to drift from its pages. The smoke slowly coalesced into a translucent spirit, resembling a boy of around 12, possessing striking features and deep contours. His piercing, cool eyes, reminiscent of an eagle, hinted at a facade of gentleness. "Greetings, I am Tom Riddle," the ethereal boy spoke, his voice melodious and youthful. Indeed, even in his youth, Voldemort possessed a captivating allure, tall, handsome, and with a pleasing voice, likely enchanting numerous young maidens. Ein smacked his lips, quietly appraising the situation. Tom noticed a hint of confusion on Ein's face. To him, the only one capable of releasing him at this moment was that unfortunate father he had attempted to vanquish with the Avada Kedavra curse. However, what stood before him was undeniably a youth, a remarkably handsome lad, exuding an aura devoid of any menace. Though Tom was well aware of the folly of judging by appearances, having witnessed countless individuals suffer dire consequences for doing so in his presence, the youth before him was indeed difficult to regard with suspicion, until Ein shook his wrist, and the golden thread symbolizing the unbreakable vow made with Tom shimmered momentarily. "How is it that just a few days have passed, and you no longer recognize your father?" Ein remarked with a teasing tone. Tom, nearly laughing in disbelief, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his gentlemanly composure, exclaiming, "What? A middle-aged man mourning the loss of his child?" Ein cast a leisurely glance at Tom, pondering who might be so eager to take on the role of a son. Tom's once dark eyes began to redden, not from tears of anger, but as they transformed into a hue reminiscent of gleaming rubies. His blood-red gaze fixated intently on Ein. Yet, The oppressive aura emanating from the young Voldemort held little significance for Ein, especially considering he was shielded by an unbreakable oath. Ah, how prescient I truly am. Ein symbolically shook his wrist at Tom, reminding him that all his efforts were futile. You should understand, Ein mused, there are myriad ways to make a person's existence unbearable. Tom's ruby-like eyes glimmered with cold disdain, and his words sent an unsettling chill through the air. Yet, Ein remained unfazed, continuing to retrieve a stone from his possession. You can forget about acquiring that philosopher's stone, Tom warned, narrowing his crimson eyes dangerously. Let us engage in a proper discourse. Ein transformed a piece of furniture into his favorite comfortable chair, which, curiously, resembled the one in Snape's office. He then settled into the chair, his fingertips delicately tracing the armrests. I can offer you the philosopher's stone, allowing you to reshape your very being. Tom replied icily, what are the terms? Patience. Ein smiled at the younger version of Voldemort. I haven't finished my drawing yet. Take a look at this book. Ein tossed a book, leaving everyone astonished. In the stillness of the night, he acted in such a manner, continued. Tom's expression momentarily turned exceedingly peculiar, but he soon recognized the unusual nature of the book. He cast a glance towards Ein. Ein, without further ado, waved his wand and restored the book to its original form. The Secrets of Dark Magic, continuation. Tom's crimson eyes suddenly grew serious. Familiar, aren't they, Tom? Ein remarked, lounging with an air of nonchalance. I have only seen The Secrets of Dark Magic. I had no idea there was a sequel. Tom recalled vividly the moment he stumbled upon that book. In his quest for immortality, he fortuitously discovered a tome detailing the intricate process of crafting Horcruxes in the Forbidden section. Everything seemed too perfectly aligned, as if someone had deliberately guided him to uncover this book and embark on the creation of Horcruxes. Tom narrowed his jewel-like eyes, a glint of danger flashing within. Ein inwardly marveled, recognizing the unmistakable essence of the Dark Lord. Tom, without uttering a word, picked up the book and swiftly located the section concerning Horcruxes. Yet, the creation of a Horcrux would inevitably weaken the soul's strength, rendering one irritable and unstable, ultimately resulting in the loss of all power. Tom's grip on the book tightened, his fingertips turning pale. At this moment, he could almost ascertain that he had been ensnared by someone. Who could it be? His first instinct pointed to Dumbledore, for it was he who had remained wary of Tom from the very beginning. If Dumbledore had indeed orchestrated this trap, everything would fall into place. To devise a snare for him, should he leap into it, would be of little consequence to Dumbledore, as the creation of a Horcrux necessitated murder. Conversely, should he refrain from the leap, he would remain unscathed. What a cunning scheme Dumbledore had concocted. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Tom's scarlet eyes. Yet he managed to suppress it. He continued reading, though his peripheral vision lingered on the seemingly idle young boy before him. This individual held the unbreakable vow in his hands, along with the Philosopher's Stone that Tom required. His stance remained unclear, thus he could not afford to be overtly expressive. However, the process of creating a Horcrux was not irreversible, for a fragmented soul could be reintegrated through special methods. Upon reaching this realization, Tom discerned Ein's intended message. He closed the book. Ah, it seems you are already aware. Ein lifted his gaze to the young Dark Lord before him. Ein Black, as one of the contractual parties. Tom naturally recognized Ein's true name. You wish for me to reintegrate the soul, to mold a body with the Philosopher's Stone, and then merge those fragments you have severed as Horcruxes. Ein elaborated to Tom, this is what I am prepared to assist you with. Tom smiled slightly. When his handsome visage lit up with joy, Ein found himself momentarily dazzled. What, then, do you wish for me to do for you? Tom's voice, laced with a hint of allure, whispered in Ein's ear. Tom was undoubtedly the most adept at leveraging his physical allure that Ein had ever encountered. Ein replayed in her mind the scene of calling out to her father from the diary, managing to steady her turbulent emotions with great effort. Ein, is Voldemort truly real? System. Oh, have you developed feelings for someone else? Ein, when did I ever suggest that I wanted to seek affection elsewhere? System. Ein, no. When did I ever fall in love? Ein's expression grew peculiar, and Tom appeared somewhat perplexed. Could it be that his prideful advantage of appearance had lost its efficacy? Ein cast a complex glance at Tom and said, I have no particular conditions. Everything that needs to be said has been articulated in an unbreakable vow. First and foremost, under no circumstances are you to assume the mantle of the Dark Lord again. Secondly, the indiscriminate taking of lives is strictly forbidden unless I grant my consent. Lastly, should I find myself in need, I expect you to fulfill my requests to the best of your ability. Tom swiftly contemplated Ein's stipulations. Essentially, they indicated a desire for him to become Ein's aide. The conditions were relatively lenient, allowing him considerable freedom. Furthermore, Tom noted the magical stone in Ein's possession. Having a partner who wielded such power was not an insufferable arrangement. Very well, I accept. Tom readily acquiesced to the terms. Ein raised an eyebrow, remarking that even if one does not accept, an unbreakable vow has already been made. Tom shrugged noncommittally. Ein casually tossed the magical stone, which seamlessly passed through Tom's ethereal form and landed precisely upon the pages of the diary. Hurry and manifest your body, young Tom, Ein said, casting a sympathetic glance at the soulbound Tom Riddle. Tom's crimson eyes flickered towards Ein, questioning, is this place secure? The process of the diary crafting a corporeal form, undoubtedly, required time, and he needed to ascertain that the surrounding environment was sufficiently safe. Ein pondered the timing of Sirius's escape and boldly declared, rest assured, it is safe. Should any mishap occur, we need not fear, for this is the stronghold of your most loyal follower. After a moment's reflection, Ein added a supplementary remark. At present, only Tom, who possessed memories of attending Hogwarts, was oblivious to the implications of his words, merely raising an eyebrow in taciturn acknowledgement. All right, Ein snapped his fingers. What business does the filthy spawn of the Black family have summoning creature? Goodness, this is a soul extraction. Without a moment's hesitation, Ein cast the soul-binding curse upon creature. There was nothing here, yet it was the chamber of the new master of the Blacks. Thus entrance and exit were strictly prohibited. Ein issued his command, and creature responded with a look of bewilderment. Tom gazed at Ein with a hint of surprise. Surely, you are more familiar with the efficacy of the soul-binding curse than I am, Ein remarked somewhat irritably. Tom, however, chuckled. Observing the rare youthful demeanor of the boy before him, his laughter tinged with a sense of mischief. Indeed, I am well aware, so fret not. Who is fretting? Ein instinctively retorted, yet was momentarily captivated by Tom's smile, reflecting on the allure of wielding dark magic. Yes, indeed, Tom said in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, almost provoking Ein to exasperation. Ein pondered for a moment and then retrieved a miniature version of the vanishing cabinet from within his cloak. Ein enlarged the disappearing cabinet and positioned it neatly in the corner of the room. Rest assured, Dad will take the time to examine it thoroughly, Ein provocatively remarked to Tom, who merely smiled, seemingly unfazed by the comment. Ein felt a profound sense of futility, as if he were striking the air with a punch. He pouted slightly. Creature, Ein called out, his voice tinged with frustration. The house elf appeared before him, still bearing a vacant expression. Bring me the locket box that Regulus entrusted to you, Ein commanded. However, as he issued the command, Creature's demeanor began to reveal signs of inner turmoil. Ein narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a soul-binding curse, causing Creature to finally quiet down and obediently retrieve the Slytherin locket box. Tom, with his scarlet eyes narrowed, sensed the essence of his own soul emanating from the box. Let us start the merging. I shall assist you further thereafter. Ein tossed the locket box aside, preparing to depart. Then, how do we return? The boy, who appeared somewhat petulant, voiced his desire to go back. A minute elapsed. 2 minutes passed. The boy remained motionless, rooted in place. Tom raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the seemingly stagnant youth. Ein, in his embarrassment, felt as though he could dig his toes into the very ground of a 3-bedroom apartment. Just moments ago, he had spoken with such bravado. Yet now he found himself unable to perform the shadow shift. His gaze wandered aimlessly, deliberately avoiding the astonished visage of Tom. So, how did you manage to get here? Tom inquired. I was crafting a key, but I ran out of materials, Ein replied, his eyes darting about. After a few seconds of silence, Tom could no longer contain his laughter. Hey, Ein exclaimed, shooting an indignant glare at Tom. I won't tease you anymore. Let me teach you. Tom leaned closer to Ein, the chilling aura emanating from him causing Ein to shudder. Why is your soul temperature so low? I nearly trembled. Aside from myself, no one else has ever experienced the tearing of the living soul from the body, Tom stated calmly. Now you see, the temperature of a disembodied soul is indeed cold, much like that of a ghost. Ein suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for this young Voldemort classmate. A misguided influence and a fateful decision had led a promising life down a path of no return. Tom's instruction was remarkably effective, and Ein absorbed the lessons with great swiftness. Now, try to apparate from here to the entrance. Tom guided Ein to the threshold of the room. This place forbids outsiders from operating inside. Should you venture out and encounter trouble, I cannot assist you. Who would need your help? Ein muttered, feeling rather foolish. Ein, Why is little Voldemort so detestable? System. After all, he is the Dark Lord. Ein. What does the Dark Lord have to do with disdain? System. The emotional journey of the Dark Lord also takes an unconventional path. Ein. What are you saying? System. Discover it for yourself. Ein felt that the system had become increasingly perplexing of late. With an air of bewilderment, Ein successfully executed a displacement spell, arriving at the doorway. All limbs intact. No mishaps occurred. It seemed that the mastery was quite commendable. Tom nodded in approval. However, a hint of disappointment laced your tone, Ein remarked with skepticism. Casting a questioning glance at Tom, who returned the gaze with calm composure, unabashed. Now, we shall proceed with the training for precision in displacement spells. Attempt to move from the doorway to stand before me, as close as possible, Tom instructed once more with authority. Ein, without further ado, recognized the pressing necessity to master the art of phantasmal transposition. Ein waved her wand at the doorway, and in an instant, she vanished, reappearing before Tom. So close that she seemed on the verge of penetrating his very soul, her feet unsteadily staggering a couple of steps. Ein was startled by the chilling temperature that surrounded her, yet she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, exclaiming, "How about that? Isn't it impressive?" Tom also curved his lips into a smile, affirming, "Indeed, our little Ein is truly remarkable." Ein furrowed her brows, saying, "Do not speak to me in a condescending tone as if I were a child." Tom responded dismissively, "Yes, yes, all right, all right." Ein was on the verge of losing his composure. Yet, he remained oblivious to Tom's subtle gestures. When the young apparition materialized beside him, he felt an overwhelming urge to extend a hand to steady the youth, but alas, Tom's ruby-like eyes dimmed, harboring a brewing tempest, cleverly concealed beneath his handsome exterior. The Dark Lord had always been a madman, in every conceivable sense, as Tom observed the boy before him, who was blissfully unaware of the impending danger. A seductive smile crept upon his lips. Ein was truly remarkable, having fully mastered the art of apparition. The deliberately softened tone of Tom's voice indeed allowed Ein to relax, eliciting a joyful smile from him. "Right, your partner will not disappoint." With a commanding wave of his hand, Ein prepared to depart from number 12, Grimmauld Place. Tom watched Ein's retreating figure, his scarlet gaze swirling with an unspoken storm. When Ein returned to Malfoy Manor, it was already well past midnight. As a semi-master of the estate, he triggered no alarms upon entering, successfully sneaking back to his room. He then slept soundly until the following afternoon. "Ein, you have finally awakened." The moment Ein stepped out of his room, he was caught by Draco. "You certainly can sleep, can't you?" Ein chuckled, stifling a yawn. "By the way, we were just discussing how to handle your birthday celebration," Draco continued, pulling Ein along. "Wait, what? My birthday celebration?" Ein suddenly became alert. "Indeed. It's in 3 days, on July 15th. Is it possible you've forgotten your own birthday?" Draco looked at Ein with skepticism. Mayor, due to exceptional circumstances in his previous life, had never anticipated celebrating his birthday, nor had he ever experienced such a festivity. Thus, in this life, how could he possibly be aware of the sudden imposition of a specific date? Ein paused for a moment and remarked, "How could I forget? It's merely that I haven't fully awakened yet, ha ha ha." His laughter was somewhat awkward, yet fortunately, Draco did not dwell on this minor slip. "Come quickly. We are discussing how to arrange your birthday celebration. Perhaps you could draw inspiration from my own birthday feast." Draco tugged at Ein's robe. "Wait. You don't still not know my birthday, do you?" Ein hesitated again. Draco cast a doubtful glance at Ein once more. "Ah ha ha ha." Ein chuckled awkwardly. Fortunately, Draco had no intention of pressing him further and simply explained, "My birthday is on June 5th. On the day of my celebration, you happened to be attacked by Quirrell and fell into unconsciousness." Draco spoke of this incident with a lingering sense of indignation. How could Hogwarts appoint such an individual as the defense against the dark arts professor? To attack his own students is utterly outrageous. Draco expressed his righteous indignation. Ein thought to herself that had you known what I have done, you would not speak so lightly. Chilo is merely a pitiable scapegoat. Rest assured, Ein, your suffering shall not be in vain. Draco lifted his chin, declaring that he had already compelled his father to exert pressure on Dumbledore in the name of the board. There must be an explanation regarding the attacks on students at Hogwarts. Ein gazed at Draco in astonishment, realizing that this was the reason why the old fox had not sought a conversation with her during that period. He had been preoccupied with managing the board of trustees. Ein seems to have discovered a new method to counterbalance the cunning old fox. As Ein arrived in the lobby on the first floor, Lucius and Narcissa were already present. "Have you awakened, Ein?" We were just discussing the plans for your birthday celebration. Do you have any thoughts? Narcissa spoke to Ein with a gentle smile, simultaneously handing him a plate of delicate pastries. Feeling a bit hungry upon waking, Ein's eyes lit up, and he casually picked up a small cookie. The cookie was delightfully crisp, with a perfectly balanced sweetness. Ein, with a twinkle in her eye, expressed her delight. I can certainly do that, she replied casually. Lucius, setting aside the daily profit, suggested to Ein, you may choose to invite your close friends for an intimate gathering to celebrate, or opt for a grand public dinner. Ein pondered for a moment. It seems feasible. Having recently inherited the Black family legacy, hosting a public soiree would typically serve as an excellent opportunity. However, such an event might also expose you to the malicious provocations of certain nobles. After all, as you are aware, the Black family has garnered numerous adversaries during the tenure of that particular follower. Lucius earnestly analyzed the pros and cons with Ein. It doesn't seem to matter much. Ein mused casually. The Dark Lord himself has been established, so why should he fear the former subordinates of the Dark Lord? Lucius hesitated, casting a thoughtful glance at Ein, contemplating something, before ultimately deciding. Since you feel this way, let us proceed with a public birthday celebration. Lucius silently recalled a certain master of potions, believing that as long as that individual could attend, ensuring Ein's safety would pose little issue. Splendid, splendid, Ein readily acquiesced. Now, let us discuss the venue, Lucius continued. Ein, you ought to acquire a new estate. Ein's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of discussing this topic, instantly shaking off any weariness. Oh, how delightful! How does one acquire a manor? Ein exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. Lucius raised an eyebrow, surprised by the boy's keen interest in a subject so often cloaked in secrecy. You seem particularly fascinated by the notion of acquiring a manor, Lucius remarked directly. Indeed, Ein's cerulean eyes shimmered with dreams of possessing his very own estate, where he could nurture a myriad of enchanting creatures. He nearly divulged his alchemical materials, but caught himself. After a brief contemplation, Lucius continued, if that is the case, we might consider acquiring the Seligen family estate. Their financial chain has recently faltered, and they are now prepared to sell one of their manors. I recall that estate houses a considerable number of magical beings, likely of the variety you would adore, or perhaps those that Severus would favor, as many of those magical creatures are rare ingredients for potions. Regrettably, Severus has already inherited the Prince family estate and sees no need for an additional purchase. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Lucius glanced at Ein, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, bestowing the manor upon Ein would surely be a splendid arrangement for my dear friend. Ein, filled with rare excitement, urged Lucius to hasten and escort her to visit the legendary estate of the Seligen family. Lucius, ever obliging, presented the invitation, and upon receiving a response, he led Ein out the door. Jan Seligen, a woman of remarkable gentleness, perhaps due to her exceedingly kind nature, occasionally lacked the decisiveness expected of a head of her estate. However, as she graciously guided Ein and Lucius through the entire manor, she exhibited an exceptional patience. Ein surveyed the surroundings and was thoroughly enchanted by the estate. The entire manor revolves around the theme of magical creatures. The garden in the foyer is adorned with a variety of aesthetically pleasing and gentle magical beings. A floral clock, composed of diverse plant species arranged in a circular formation, blooms with different flowers every hour within a 24-hour cycle, serving as a whimsical way to tell time. At the heart of the floral clock stands a magical fountain, intricately designed to depict a mermaid playing the violin, which emits melodious tunes. The structure of the estate is divided into 3 levels, complemented by a basement. The ground floor features a spacious hall, typically utilized for hosting banquets, while also accommodating a dining area for family gatherings. The second floor is reserved for a collection of guest rooms, and the third floor houses the master's bedroom and study, along with several other unused chambers. The basement is transformed into an alchemical workshop, suggesting that the inhabitants of the Seligen family possess a profound affinity for potions and alchemy, as it is equipped with an impressive array of tools and apparatuses. Ein gazed excitedly at the alchemical apparatus, yet cast a wistful glance at the potion-making tools, lamenting that it was likely he would never employ them again in this lifetime, unless, of course, he could find a remedy for his incompatibility with potions. Ein contemplated silently, while Lucius, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, expressed great satisfaction with the overall structure of the estate, particularly the basement. Ultimately, Ein resolved to acquire this manor, allocating a portion of the gold galleons inherited from the Black family to claim ownership. The subsequent steps involved merely visiting the Ministry of Magic to complete some formalities and then enlisting the assistance of a house elf to manage the arrangements for the upcoming birthday celebration. Naturally, these tasks did not necessitate Ein and Lucius's direct involvement. However, while selecting a house elf, Ein casually pointed to the one that caught his eye among the three before him, seemingly named Sunny. Sunny eagerly expressed her willingness to serve Mr. Black, her large eyes shimmering with a glimmer of excitement, her voice a melodious chime. Very well, Ein responded, and promptly signed the floating contract for the house elf. As Ein signed the contract, he reminisced about the two little spirits he had encountered, one named Dobby and the other Cleesh. "I'm Mayor. There are no significant demands. I merely hope this little sprite is reasonable." Here, Sunny, filled with excitement, promptly vanished to Seligen, now known as the Black Manor, to undertake the preliminary preparations for a birthday celebration and the cleanup following the handover of the estate. It is imperative to arrange the manor in the most exquisite manner for the host. Ein, having returned to Malfoy Manor under Lucius's guidance, intended to remain there temporarily until the conclusion of the birthday festivities before relocating to the new estate. In contrast, Draco, with a wistful expression, tugged at Ein's sleeve, pleading, "Can't we stay here a little longer?" Ein gently patted Draco's head and remarked, "Now I too have my own estate to manage." Ein gracefully declined Draco's invitation. What a jest! Having one's own estate certainly makes everything much more convenient. Is it possible to access the Malfoy Manor directly via Portkey? Draco inquired once more. Ein lifted her gaze toward Lucius. "Rest assured, the Flu network to your new estate has been established while the Ministry of Magic processed the necessary formalities. Familiar individuals and locations are included therein." Lucius replied to Ein, then gently ruffled Draco's hair. "You may, of course, visit Ein at any time via the fireplace. I am certain she would be delighted to receive you. Should you refrain from engaging in certain special activities, you would undoubtedly be warmly welcomed." Ein silently pondered to herself. Another day had passed, and she unusually woke up early, contemplating that tomorrow would be her birthday celebration. She couldn't shake the feeling that something significant might occur. Yet, amidst her thoughts, she sensed that she had forgotten something important. Ein suddenly felt a surge of crisis awareness, sensing that if this matter were to remain unresolved, dire consequences would ensue. Just as Ein was striving to recollect, Draco approached with casual ease. "Ah, I heard Harry's birthday is at the end of July. What gift shall we prepare for him?" His words sent a jolt through Ein. "Indeed, we had promised to visit the Savior during the first week of summer vacation." Ein anxiously counted the days, relieved to find that today marked the 7th day, just in time. Draco observed Ein's expression as it transformed from confusion to astonishment, and now to a sudden look of anxiety. "Draco?" Ein hurriedly made her way outside, simultaneously addressing Draco. "I shall be stepping out today. Please convey to Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa that they need not wait for my return for dinner." Upon reaching the door, Ein promptly disapparated to Diagon Alley. Ein skillfully located the address of Harry Potter's aunt, contemplating the demeanor of the entire family. With a flick of his wand, he transformed his wizarding robes into a dapper waistcoat. Clad in the waistcoat and tailored trousers, Ein exuded an indescribable air of British gentility. However, sensing something was amiss, he pondered for a moment before deftly snapping a branch, which he then transfigured into a splendid long-handled umbrella. Perfect. The door to the Dursley household was knocked upon by Ein in his splendid attire. "Oh, guests! Father! Mother!" The one who opened the door was a chubby little boy, presumably the fabled Dudley Dursley. Upon seeing Ein, Dudley was momentarily struck by his beauty, soon revealing an expression of astonishment, and then called for Vernon and Petunia Dursley. "Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" Ein flashed a perfect smile, momentarily dazzling Dudley. As Vernon and Petunia descended the stairs, they beheld the striking youth smiling at them. "Excuse me, are you Vernon?" Vernon, with his substantial belly, labored into the living room and welcomed Ein inside. He struggled to recall any notable figure in the business world who might have such a handsome son, but alas, he was at a complete loss. "Good day. I am Ein Black." Ein gracefully settled onto the sofa, smiling at Vernon and Petunia, while casting a sidelong glance at Dudley, who was observing him from the side. This little brat has changed somewhat. He no longer exudes the same spoiled demeanor. It seems the Savior's influence has worked wonders. "Black?" Vernon was momentarily taken aback. "Is he from the renowned Black family?" Part of the Black family's enterprises extended into the realm of Muggles. Though the Blacks have always held Muggles in disdain, they showed no hesitation in profiting from them. The Black family was particularly well known in the toy and pharmaceutical industries within the Muggle domain. However, it was an elderly mute butler from the Black family who managed this aspect of their business, under the name of John Black. He established the Black group in the Muggle world, which Vernon was now coming to learn about. John Black is a distant cousin of mine. I trust you have heard of his name. Ein's introduction evidently left Vernon astounded. Of course. You know, we often see this esteemed entrepreneur on the financial channel. Vernon wiped the sweat from his brow. Though this young man was merely a distant relative of a great entrepreneur, he still bore the Black name. Ein observed Vernon's reaction, falling into a moment of silence. Fortunately, she refrained from revealing that John was merely a distant steward of the Black family, and that his true name did not even bear the Black surname. May I inquire why you have graced us with your presence today? Penny asked cautiously from the side. As soon as Penny spoke, Vernon shot her a disapproving glare. It is already an honor for Mr. Black to visit our humble abode. How could you so presumptuously ask? Vernon responded, a hint of irritation evident in his tone, likely fearing that he might offend this esteemed guest. Ein, with a gentle demeanor, adjusted into a more relaxed sitting position and said, It's quite all right. I am here to visit a friend. His name is Harry Potter. The instant the name Harry was uttered, a noticeable change swept across the faces of Vernon and Petunia. After Ein had taken a moment to revel in their expressions, he observed the couple's countenance darken as they inquired, May we ask how you know Harry Potter? Ein found the situation rather amusing, yet willingly responded, Previously, at King's Cross Station, I encountered some minor troubles which Harry assisted me in resolving. Thus, our fates intertwined. Only at King's Cross Station? Vernon inquired, uncertainty evident in his voice. Indeed, Ein raised an eyebrow, retorting, Do you perchance possess information that I am unaware of? No, absolutely not, Vernon assured, thumping his chest. Everything in our household is perfectly ordinary, including that little rascal, your friend, Harry Potter. Everything is exceedingly normal. Ein, suppressing a smile, inquired, Where is Harry? I haven't seen him around. Please wait a moment, Vernon said, pulling Petunia aside into a corner, gesturing and whispering furtively. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was fully audible to Ein. Vernon and Petunia exchanged hushed words. You must go upstairs and summon that boy to greet our esteemed guest. Ensure he tidies away those peculiar trinkets. We cannot allow our guest to discover he is a monster. Petunia nodded slightly and ascended the stairs to call for Harry. Meanwhile, Vernon returned to sit opposite Ein, a forced smile plastered on his face. Please hold on. Petunia is fetching Harry, and he will be here shortly. Very well, Ein replied, elegantly crossing his legs and resting his hands casually upon them, exuding a blend of grace and nonchalance. This was the sight that greeted Harry as he descended the stairs. Ein, Harry exclaimed joyfully from above. Harry, it's been a while, Ein said, feeling a twinge of guilt as he noticed Harry did not seem bothered by the fact that it had taken him 7 days to visit. A sense of relief washed over him. After all, one must tread carefully around the dark yet heroic savior. Harry bounded down the stairs in a few swift steps, arriving beside Ein, his emerald green eyes gazing tenderly at her. Ein's heart softened at the gaze of those eyes. Ein, even if the little savior has a dual nature, he is still quite adorable. System, as long as you are aware of his complexity, that is sufficient. Ein, what is the matter? System, every tear you shed henceforth shall symbolize the ocean of thoughts flooding your mind at this very moment. Vernon observed the undeniable camaraderie between Ein and Harry, his countenance darkening further. Yet, as he began to frequently and anxiously glance at the time, Ein sensed an underlying disquiet. Did Mr. Dursley have subsequent plans? Ein turned his gaze towards Vernon. With a forced smile, Vernon admitted, To be frank, Mr. Black, we were expecting a guest from the business world today. Understood. Then Harry and I shall go. No, if you're present, the other party would undoubtedly feel honored. Vernon, fearing Ein's displeasure, contemplated the consequences for his family. It's fine. Harry and I will discreetly withdraw. Ein turned to Harry. Sounds good. Harry readily agreed, yet received a glare from Vernon. Ein cast a chilling gaze towards Vernon, who quickly averted his eyes and began to force a smile. As anticipated, during their ascent, the doorbell rang. The 3 Dursleys downstairs immediately sprang into a state of readiness. Ein followed Harry to his cottage, chuckling softly. Harry, I must tell you, I have been exceedingly busy lately. Not only have I inherited the Black family estate, but, just as Ein was venting to Harry, he opened the door and was met with a pair of large, bulbous eyes. Ein swiftly closed the door behind her, skillfully casting a silencing charm and a locking spell. Harry appeared somewhat taken aback by the circumstances before him, pointing at the house elf and inquiring, "Why can't Dobby allow Harry Potter to attend school? Hogwarts is in peril this year." With a decisive flick of her wrist, Ein cast a silencing spell, rendering Dobby mute, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. Ein, what a stroke of luck to catch the live broadcast of the storyline. System, isn't that rather splendid? Ein, moreover, why is Dobby here? The diary should have resolved everything. System, have you ever heard of the butterfly effect? Ein, surely not, master. System, please, host, strive to resolve the issue. Witnessing Dobby rendered speechless, eyes swirling with tears, Ein sensed that trouble was imminent. However, before Ein could react, Dobby cast a levitation spell, causing everything in the room to float. "Oh dear," Ein exclaimed, and in an instant, he cast a petrification spell on Dobby, simultaneously halting the enchantments on the surrounding objects. Ein gazed at Harry with a sympathetic expression. Harry, perplexed, looked back at Ein with a questioning glance. "You are aware that we cannot use magic during the summer, aren't you?" Ein explained to Harry that it was due to the trace on them. "Yes, I have heard of it," Harry replied, casting a glance at the spare wand in Ein's hand, deep in thought. "Thus, we shall procure spare wands from the black market. The spells cast by these wands will not be monitored by the Ministry of Magic," Ein continued. "However, that house elf earlier had deliberately used a spell detectable by the Ministry, which means my trace will be triggered." Harry completed Ein's unfinished thought. Ein nodded with sympathy. Sure enough, after a brief moment, an owl swooped in through the window, delivering a note to Harry. Upon inspection, it read, "You have unlawfully employed the hovering charm at 4, Privet Drive. As you are aware, underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school. Should this transgression occur again, you will face expulsion from Hogwarts. According to Article 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute, any magic detectable by muggles constitutes a grievous offense. Wishing you a pleasant summer. Sincerely, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Ministry of Magic." Harry blinked at the note in his hand, while Ein observed him with a similar expression of bewilderment. He then turned his gaze to the house elf. "Ein, surely you must have a means to compel him to answer my inquiries without causing any mischief," Harry said with a smile. For some reason, Ein found that Harry's smile at that moment had an unsettling quality. Ein gracefully waved his wand, conjuring a rope that ensnared Dobby, simultaneously lifting the silencing and petrification curses that bound him. Upon seeing Harry Potter, Dobby was overwhelmed with joy. Everything Dobby did was for Harry. Gently, Harry interrupted Dobby's exuberance. "Your name is Dobby, is it not?" Dobby's large, bulbous eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded, "Yes, Harry Potter is indeed a kind wizard. He called Dobby's name." "Are you aware of your actions today? Does your master know?" Harry smiled faintly, adding, "As far as I know. A house elf who acts without their master's consent is not a good elf." In an instant, Dobby's eyes brimmed with tears. "Oh yes, Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby must punish himself." As he spoke, Dobby struggled to hurl himself against the window. "If you break the window, that would add another fault to your list," Harry remarked lightly, plunging Dobby deeper into a spiral of self-reproach. Dobby only wanted to save Harry Potter. Dobby gazed up with his pitifully large eyes, seeking forgiveness from Harry. Yet, Harry regarded the unfortunate creature with indifference. "Do house elves like you often make excuses?" Dobby's last shred of hope seemed to shatter as he looked upon the cold savior before him, as if he were encountering Harry Potter for the first time. Harry Potter and Dobby's thoughts diverged sharply. Suddenly, Dobby began to sob. "Dobby is a bad elf." A slight smile played on Harry's lips. "Knowing you are a bad elf means you must strive to atone, does it not?" "Dobby atone?" Dobby appeared somewhat bewildered by Harry's words, gazing at him with uncertainty. "Speak, who sent you?" Harry initiated his inquiry. Dobby came of his own free will. "No one sent Dobby," he replied, though his gaze momentarily faltered. Harry turned to Ein, who returned a perplexed look, reminiscent of someone under deep manipulation. Ein silently contemplated, yet could not resort to the use of the soul-capturing curse in Harry's presence. This implied that, apart from himself, others had indeed employed the curse on Dobby, and with considerable success. The individual wielding such magic must possess formidable skills. What else had Dobby done beyond this? Harry inquired. Dobby lowered his head, interjecting. Dobby intercepted the letters of Harry Potter's friends. "Why would you do such a thing?" Harry's emerald eyes flickered with a shadow of darkness, though he quickly masked it. Dobby responded, "So that Harry Potter would feel abandoned by his friends, thus causing him disappointment in friendship and preventing his return to Hogwarts. However, my friends will soon come to take me away. Your scheme will not prevail, Harry retorted coldly. Yet, Dobby's gaze grew distant once more. But the two friends from Slytherin will not have the opportunity. Ein raised an eyebrow, and Harry's expression grew solemn. Very well, Dobby, Harry continued, addressing the elf. Though you are a troublesome spirit, I have resolved to offer you a chance for redemption. Leave behind the intercepted letters and depart from this place. Harry issued his command to Dobby. The elf displayed signs of struggle, yet upon encountering Harry's indifferent gaze, he dejectedly slumped his shoulders. If this is what Harry Potter desires. Dobby sighed, leaving behind a pile of letters. Just as he was about to snap his fingers and vanish in despair, Ein cast a forgetfulness charm upon him. Dobby momentarily appeared dazed before disappearing from the room. What do you think, Ein? Harry asked directly, not shying away from seeking Ein's opinion. What can I say? I can only observe with my eyes, Ein replied, feeling somewhat inferior, mesmerized by the Savior's impressive charm that rivaled even the most powerful of spells. Harry, undeterred by Ein's response time, sat down to count the letters while continuing his discourse. That little elf must have been sent by someone. The most likely candidate is Voldemort, as my absence from Hogwarts gives him greater opportunity to act. However, I doubt he would resort to such a foolish and ultimately ineffective strategy. It is not characteristic of Voldemort. Harry paused momentarily in his counting before continuing. In truth, there is only one other person who stands to gain from this, Albus Dumbledore. He spoke the name directly, outlining two potential motives, one to add more intrigue to my summer, and the other to sow discord between Draco, you, and me. I nodded in agreement, his analysis mirroring Harry's almost perfectly. The old bee had always relished such petty maneuvers. It appeared the time had come to assign him a task. Absorbed in his thoughts about how to trouble the old bee, Ein had not noticed that Harry had finished reading the letter and had fallen into silence. Ein, Harry called softly. Ein, lost in contemplation, finally returned to the moment. So you really didn't write to me at all? Harry's emerald eyes gazed at Ein with hurt. Oh no, I've completely forgotten about that. I thought I could just come find you directly, so I didn't write. Typical of me, always quick on the uptake. Fortunately, Harry had no intention of dwelling on the matter and continued to inquire of Ein. I'm not quite sure what will happen next. Harry sighed wryly, waving the Ministry of Magic's notification letter in his hand. It seemed absurd that during summer, when magic was prohibited, he would encounter such a situation. Next, I suppose we shall visit the Ministry's court. If I'm not mistaken, it will likely be the old bee, Dumbledore, escorting you. This would serve to bolster your credibility in front of the Savior, while also demonstrating his influence within the Ministry, thereby enhancing the Savior's trust and reliance upon him. Harry clearly had reached the same conclusion, letting out a cold laugh. It seems I have no choice but to undertake this journey. Ein gazed at Harry's somber expression and lit a row of candles for Dumbledore. Ein, the Savior, corrupted. To what extent has the fate of the Savior's trajectory been altered? System, 49. Ein, is it truly that precise? System, a significant transformative event is required to completely alter the trajectory. Ein surreptitiously observed the somber expression of the Savior, contemplating that the time must be nearing. With the soundproof charm in place, even if a tumultuous event were to transpire within the room, the Dursley family and their guests downstairs remained blissfully unaffected. As dinner time approached, the guests finally departed, and the Dursleys respectfully knocked on the door, inquiring whether Ein would like to join them for dinner. Ein graciously declined the invitation extended by the Dursleys and bid farewell to Harry. Before long, the day of Ein's birthday celebration arrived. The Black Manor had been exquisitely adorned. While the classic designs were meticulously preserved, several contemporary elements were artfully incorporated, much to Ein's delight. At this moment, Ein donned a resplendent white wizarding robe, embellished with golden thread, and complemented by gemstone cuffs that matched the hue of her eyes, rendering her appearance exceptionally refined. At the very heart of the banquet hall stood Ein, surrounded by a throng of individuals eager to test the waters with the heir of the Black family. As the event was open to all, some uninvited guests also mingled about, drawn by curiosity to catch a glimpse of the young Black. Ein's smile had stiffened, and she took a moment to glance towards a nearby location. The man in the black robe noticed her gaze and directed an impatient expression in her direction. Ein radiated a brilliant smile towards the man, yet he coldly averted his gaze. It was clear that Snape would undoubtedly arrive. Ein secretly reveled in the thought that this dark-haired man, who always regarded himself as her protector, had conveyed much through his actions, even if he spoke little. At that moment, his stance, neither too close nor too distant, epitomized his protective nature. Despite his evident aversion to such situations, he patiently remained by her side. The system remarked, calm down, your smile is nearly reaching the heavens. Ein, what, are you unable to tolerate it? Are you envious? System, how infuriating. Yet I cannot reach the host. What shall I do? As Ein and the system engaged in an internal battle, a commotion arose at the entrance. At the center of the crowd's unrest sat a middle-aged man in a wheelchair, Isolanvado, the very same disguised as Gellert Grindelwald. Upon witnessing the arrival at the door, Snape silently approached Ein, positioning himself in a manner that allowed him to swiftly act to protect Ein. Ein gently swirled the glass of grape juice in his hand, observing the man in the wheelchair as he approached. When he finally stood before him, the man greeted, "It has been quite a while, young one." His commanding presence was as formidable as ever, drawing the attention of the entire gathering upon his arrival. At this moment, all eyes were riveted on the host of the banquet and the enigmatic figure in the wheelchair. "Good evening, Mr. Anvado," unacknowledged. Raising his glass in a gesture of respect, the man responded with a smile, accepting a glass of red wine handed to him by a server. "Happy birthday, young one." "Thank you," Ein replied casually, lacking any intention of prolonging the conversation. Yet, the man appeared genuinely intrigued by Ein. "Should I be grateful that you refrained from dousing my trousers in red wine this time?" The wheelchair-bound gentleman inquired with a playful glint in his eye. Ein smirked, replying, "I am surprised you still remember that incident, Mr. Anvado." His tone implied a subtle jab at the man's penchant for holding grudges. Unperturbed, the man reciprocated with a few more exchanges, maintaining a polite demeanor, yet consistently referring to Ein as young one, which prompted Ein to retort each time. After savoring the last sip of his wine, the man displayed a rare smile of enjoyment. "This is a birthday gift prepared for you, young one," he said, presenting a beautifully wrapped package. Ein raised an eyebrow as she accepted the gift. Most presents were systematically arranged before entering the banquet hall, meticulously organized by the house elves. It was rare for anyone to present a gift in person, unless the relationship was particularly close or the gift itself was extraordinary. The man in the wheelchair clearly did not fall into the former category. Ein received the gift, feigning indifference while casting numerous glances at the small gift box in his hands. His curiosity was nearly overwhelming. What could Grindelwald possibly have bestowed upon him? The man in the wheelchair observed Ein's subtle expressions, chuckling without restraint. "What are you laughing at?" Ein shot an annoyed glare at him. "I simply find you to be a most intriguing young fellow," the man in the wheelchair replied, winking at Ein. Ein shivered momentarily as a certain individual crossed her mind, a wave of goosebumps washing over her. Yet, it must be said that there was an undeniable charm in the way the man in the wheelchair winked. After presenting his gift, he was about to depart when a commotion once again erupted at the entrance. Although this disturbance was not as pronounced as the previous one, it was nonetheless sufficient to draw attention. Entering was a young wizard, whom Ein recognized well, Lester Strange. With an air of arrogance, Lester strode towards Ein, provoking a flurry of whispered conversations among the onlookers. After all, the affairs of the Black and Strange families were common knowledge to some extent. It was clear that he had come seeking trouble. Severus Snape furrowed his brow at the sight of the newcomer, mentally chastising Lucius for the ill-conceived idea of turning this birthday celebration into a public affair. He truly should have remained to observe the characters arriving. Indeed, shortly after presenting Ein with his gift, Lucius had departed with Narcissa and a reluctant Draco, citing the need to attend another charity gala hosted by the Malfoys. Damn it, he had to stay here to protect this little imp. Otherwise, by the next day, there would be naught left of him but a pile of bones. As Lester approached Ein, clutching a beautifully crafted gift box, he remarked with an odd smile, "Ah, Mr. Black, happy birthday." A sense of alarm surged within Ein. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, the gift box was hurled towards her with considerable force. Struck by it, Ein felt her surroundings blur into chaos. And instantly recognizing this sensation, she understood that it was a key to a door. Ein swiftly grasped the wheelchair-bound man who was within arm's reach. Although the man's gaze was somewhat frigid, he ultimately did not resist Ein's grip. Not far away, Snape, without a moment's hesitation, conjured a binding spell from his wand, ensnaring Ein's wrist. Almost instantaneously, he was at Ein's side. A whirlwind of motion ensued, and the evening's protagonists, Mr. Anvado and Professor Snape, vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. This was a protracted displacement. Upon regaining consciousness, Ein found himself nearly collapsing into Snape's embrace. "Thank you, Professor," he stammered, taking a few unsteady steps before finally steadying himself while supporting his still dizzy head. I wonder when Mr. Black became so courteous, rather than indulging in such pleasantries. It would be wiser to assess our surroundings, Snape remarked coldly, his piercing gaze directed at the man in the wheelchair. Despite the extensive displacement, the man exhibited no sign of discomfort, maintaining an air of exquisite elegance as though he had just attended a grand banquet. In truth, he had indeed just emerged from such an affair. Since we three have inadvertently come to this juncture, I believe it would be prudent for this gentleman to candidly disclose his identity. Snape's wand was the first to point toward the man in the wheelchair. Ah. Now is hardly the time to brandish wands at allies, the man remarked calmly, merely observing the tip of the wand directed at him. Rather than face the potential betrayal at an uncertain future, I would prefer to extinguish ambiguity at its inception, Snape retorted, his wand unwavering. The two remained in a stalemate for a moment, while Ein blinked in silent observation. Ultimately, it was the man in the wheelchair who broke the silence. A soft chuckle escaping his lips. It matters not to reveal my identity. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Upon hearing this, Snape retracted his wand, an expression of knowing confirmation on his face. It seems you have already harbored suspicions regarding my identity, Gellert noted, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Snape's movements. And you, Mr. Grindelwald, have not made any effort to conceal it, have you? Snape replied. Moreover, it is rather surprising that a young one like you is not taken aback by this revelation, Gellert added, raising an eyebrow at Ein, who was taken aback. What? How did I end up in the midst of this? Ein stammered, caught off guard. Ein hesitated for a moment, then feigned an expression of astonishment. Goodness! You are indeed Mr. Gellert Grindelwald. Merlin's pants. I am utterly astonished. Ein's display of exaggerated surprise was as contrived as it could be. Gellert merely chuckled, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. After displaying a moment of astonishment, Ein swiftly returned to her usual demeanor, exhibiting an almost dismissive attitude. Even Snape, unable to contain his discontent, furrowed his brow in disbelief, pondering whether this young imp truly grasped the essence of the Dark Lord. Of course, the boy was well aware, having known from the very beginning. As Snape had noted, Gellert made no effort to conceal his origins. His distinctive hair color and hue remained unchanged, save for a mere alteration of his widely recognized visage. Coupled with his formidable magical prowess, it was effortless for others to draw parallels to the infamous Dark Lord of Germany. Gellert, unmasking his identity, chose not to don the facade any longer. He lightly obscured his face with his hand before revealing his true appearance. He appeared even younger than the middle-aged man he had previously embodied. Sporting a mane of sun-kissed golden hair, sharp facial features, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes, which, paired with their oceanic blue hue, rendered him exceedingly handsome. Ein, TSK, the Dark Lord must have been chosen based on looks. System in the magical realm. There exists a notion that greater magical power corresponds with greater beauty. Ein, being of the same age, how is it that Dumbledore and Grindelwald can differ so vastly? System, one must concede that the host's observation holds a semblance of truth. It is rare for it to express agreement. The restored Gellert began to survey his surroundings. You need not remain perpetually on guard against me. Had I known you would arrive, I would not have allowed the child to escort me here. My lack of intervention regarding the child's actions stemmed solely from my personal intrigue in him. I wished to prevent his premature demise in certain circumstances. After retracting his wand, Snape also began to examine the environment. Upon hearing Gellert's words, he offered no reply, merely casting a significant glance in Gellert's direction. Meanwhile, the young Ein, having savored the unfolding drama, smacked his lips and commenced his exploration of the new space. The location to which the three had been transported resembled a cavern, dimly lit by sporadic beams of moonlight filtering from high above. The atmosphere was somewhat humid, and the scent of moss lingered in the air. Bioluminescence flickered around them. With remarkable audacity, Ein employed a luminescent charm, inadvertently triggering a mechanism. Instantly, a multitude of arrows shot forth towards Ein from a nearby alcove. Ein swiftly donned his protective armor, yet swifter still was Snape, who pulled Ein into his embrace, evading the arrows with a series of deft spins. In an unfamiliar environment, one must not act recklessly. Has your mind been muddled by the foolish Gryffindor lion? Where has the caution of Slytherin gone? Snape's exasperation was palpable, his obsidian eyes shimmering with a fiery anger beneath the moonlight. I apologize, Ein mumbled, nervously rubbing his hands together. He had not anticipated the mechanism's precise targeting. Had he been alone, he likely would have fallen into a trap. Nearby, Gellert cast a casual glance at their interaction. At least the young one had triggered the mechanism, resolving our illumination dilemma. Gellert interjected, interrupting their conversation. With a wave of his hand, several clusters of fireflies dispersed around them, illuminating the entire cavern. The cave revealed but a solitary path forward, shrouded in darkness, seemingly protected by a magical barrier that could only be discerned upon closer approach. Judging by the nature of the traps, it appeared to be an ancient site of dark magic, designed to deter further exploration. After surveying the surroundings, Gellert concluded that the young boy's companion must have stumbled upon this place, believing the traps would lead to his demise, yet inadvertently benefiting from the peril. Gellert unabashedly expressed his fascination with the dark magic relic. Snape, however, remained noncommittal. Naturally, he too was intrigued by the site, but as a seasoned double agent, his need for caution prevailed. Only Ein, upon hearing Gellert's remarks, felt his eyes brighten. Yet, glancing warily at Snape, who still held him close, he stifled his excitement. Is there a way to leave? Snape, attuned to the warmth of the boy in his arms, recognized the urgency of ensuring the child's safety. Indeed, Gellert replied without hesitation. I present to you a gift. He gestured towards Ein. Inside is a key, leading to one of my residences in England. Snape furrowed his brow as Ein produced a golden object shaped like a golden snitch. The key did not activate immediately, indicating it was one that required a password. So, what is the password? Snape inquired of Gellert. A smirk played at the corners of Gellert's mouth, a hint of aloofness glimmering in his expression. What makes you think I would divulge it? The atmosphere grew tense once more. Ein, nestled in Snape's embrace, felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. He silently pondered whether the professor could momentarily release him, as the situation was delaying their pursuit of the unfolding drama. In due time, he would certainly inform them. However, at this moment, it was Gellert who ventured first into the depths of the cave's darkness, prompting Ein to request their assistance in exploring this enigmatic locale. Snape furrowed his brow deeply, fixating intently on Gellert's retreating figure. After contemplating the odds and consequences of confronting the Dark Lord, Snape finally addressed Ein, instructing him to follow closely behind Gellert while he would provide cover from the rear. With that, Snape relinquished his hold on Ein. Suddenly freed, Ein inhaled deeply, reveling in his newfound liberty as he jaunted after Gellert deeper into the cave. Snape trailed closely behind, ensuring Ein remained within the protective sphere of his vigilance. Thus, the trio advanced towards an unknown ruin in a manner that was temporarily unfriendly. Before long, their path was obstructed by a formidable door. Illuminated by the luminous aura surrounding Gellert, they could clearly discern the ancient door blocking their way. Its frame was adorned with a dense tapestry of archaic runes. Recognizing an opportunity to showcase his expertise, Ein was poised to demonstrate his knowledge of ancient magic when Gellert audibly recited the words, "To unravel this tale, one must discover the correct incantation to unlock the door of wisdom, and the proper incantation is." Ein diligently deciphered the magical inscriptions on the door and noticed that the phrase uttered by Gellert had been deliberately crossed out in the subsequent lines. Ein pondered the details and addressed Gellert, suggesting, "Perhaps we should return. It seems someone has already explored this place, as evidenced by the erased entrance permit." Severus remained silent. Gellert merely turned back, imparting a significant look to Ein as he inquired, "Under what circumstances would one need to intentionally erase the entrance?" Ein contemplated for a moment before responding, I see. I feel rather foolish." Ein fell silent, feeling a sense of reluctance. The items within could not be taken away. Or perhaps something was concealed within, prompting a desire to obscure the entrance. Severus Snape clearly shared this realization, which is why he remained silent. He understood that Gellert would undoubtedly arrive at the same conclusion, rendering any further discussion unnecessary. Ein pouted unhappily, now that the incantation to open the door has been erased. "What can we do?" "Do not fret, young one," Gellert replied, raising an eyebrow. "There is a lengthy passage written here, detailing a story. From this narrative, we can deduce the incantation to unlock the door." Ein once again displayed an enthusiastic demeanor, diligently attempting to decipher the narrative above. The content, rather than being a mere story, resembled an intricate puzzle. "My father is an exemplary bank employee, departing early and returning late, tirelessly laboring to provide for our family's financial needs. Yet, he harbors a deep affection for my mother and sister, unaware of my existence. My mother, a devoted homemaker, embodies gentleness and kindness, akin to a fairy, nurturing my father and sister within our home. Lastly, there is my sister, who delights in my presence. She often enjoys spending blissful afternoons in the little garden, playing with me under the gentle sun. How do I know all this so clearly? Because I am nestled within my mother's womb. Now, can you guess why I reside there? Ein gazed silently, pondering to himself that it was rather simple. His mother must be pregnant. He blurted out, but upon reflection, it seemed incorrect. If she were indeed pregnant, it should be a sister, not a younger sibling. As expected, the door did not open. While Ein was lost in thought, a deep male voice resonated beside him. The answer is, Mother has consumed me. As Snape's words fell, the door before them trembled violently, and ancient stones began to cascade down. Snape swiftly cast a protective charm around Ein. Ultimately, the grand door began to creak open, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Ein was left utterly astonished. Oh, the professor is also versed in ancient magical texts? No, wait, why is the answer Mother ate me? Ein momentarily struggled to comprehend. Snape cast a glance at the somewhat dazed Ein and, in a rare display of patience, offered an explanation. This tale originates from Mother Goose's nursery rhymes. The gist of it is that Mother devoured me, my sister buried my bones beneath a tree, and ultimately, I transformed into a little bird to seek vengeance. The narration is inverted here, hence the answer is Mother ate me. Furthermore, the only scenario that accommodates both being in Mother's womb and playing with my sister is if she was devoured while the sister was amusing herself with my bones. Ein gasped, rubbing the goosebumps that had risen on his skin. It was rather eerie. Snape regarded Ein in silence. Meanwhile, Grindelwald observed Ein with an enigmatic smirk, remarking, "Dark magic relics have always favored these nonsensical tales to deceive people. It sounded as though you had encountered quite a number of dark magic sites yourself." Ein, without a moment's hesitation, shot back a retort, only to realize afterward that the Dark Lord of the past had indeed likely explored numerous dark magic relics. Grindelwald remained unperturbed, merely narrowing his eyes as if lost in recollection. "In my youth, I did visit many places, often accompanied by companions." Ein's expression shifted to one of eager curiosity, urging him to elaborate. However, Grindelwald had no intention of continuing the discussion and was the first to step through the grand entrance. Ein hurriedly followed the moving Guayuan. Upon entering the gate, a colossal broken bridge loomed before the crowd. This bridge featured a gap of nearly 3 meters in its center. Beneath it lay a sinister black mire, bubbling ominously, with several skeletal remains floating atop its surface. Ein pondered. Everything has returned to its original state. The broken bridge remains unchanged. Ein once again endeavored to transform a stone into a wooden plank to place at the center. However, the moment the plank made contact with the shattered bridge, it melted away, ultimately blending into the inky mire. What should I do? Ein scratched his head, unable to repair or reconnect anything. Then, he began to gaze at the infamous dark wizard with shimmering eyes, inquiring whether it might be possible to attempt a flying spell or perhaps use a broomstick. Gellert cast a fleeting glance at him and replied with a hint of indifference. "Flying is prohibited in this area." Ein pondered for a moment and inquired, "Why not use a spell to propel me across?" Gellert remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Ein. Severus did not respond directly either. Instead, he tossed a stone, which, according to the principles of projectile motion, should have landed on the opposite side of the bridge. Yet, at the very instant it touched the fractured edge, a formidable force ensnared it, drawing it straight down into the mire, descending almost vertically. "Perhaps you do not wish to become one of the skeletal companions adrift in that dark quagmire," Severus remarked with a hint of derision. Ein silently closed his mouth. The three of them observed for quite a while from this side of the broken bridge. Primarily Gellert and Snape, who were intently watching, while Ein stared vacantly at the black mire. It seemed there was no other choice. After a time, Snape suddenly spoke, and Gellert remained silent, displaying an expression of reluctant resignation. "Ein, what has transpired? Why do they seem to be speaking in riddles?" "Yuga Dimmler Viosa." Snape brandished his wand, and the skeletons emerged from the black mire, forming a skeletal bridge amidst the broken span. This time, the bones did not dissolve into the dark sludge. Snape was the first to tread upon the bridge crafted from the suspended skeletons, swiftly reaching the other side within a few steps. Ein looked on in astonishment. Gellert remained rooted in place, his expression one of utter discontent, clearly dissatisfied with this solution of a skeletal bridge, yet possessing no superior alternative. Ein paused momentarily before following closely behind Snape across the bridge. Gellert, too, did not hesitate for long. With a furrowed brow, he pinched his nose and traversed the bridge. "Ein, for a fleeting moment, I thought that Snape would lift the spell as Gellert crossed the bridge. System, are you foolish?" Ein. The system, not to mention that Gellert's own magical prowess is sufficient for him to sustain several skeletons by himself. If Gellert were to perish here, what advantage would it bring to you and Snape? Ein system. For you, it merely heightened the difficulty of departing from this place. Thus, Snape would never resort to such actions. Ein. Who claims there are no benefits? System. Ein. I am devoid of one who looks down upon my intellect. System. This time, Severus did not allow Ein's mind to grapple with the riddle independently. He promptly elucidated Ein's queries. The black mire devoured all, save for the skeletons. Thus only the bones could traverse the mire. However, aside from the bones within the mire itself, no other skeletal remains were present, making the construction of a bridge with the bones from the mire the sole solution. Upon hearing this, Ein experienced a moment of enlightenment. Profoundly recognizing the disparity in intellect between himself and the two individuals before him. Solving riddles? It is truly arduous without any answers. After crossing the bridge, two divergent paths appeared before them. Gellert raised an eyebrow and glanced at Snape, who, understanding the unspoken communication, nodded in acknowledgement. Ein. What peculiar consensus have they reached this time? Why is it that among those who excel in riddles, only I find myself unable to unravel them? In a moment of exasperation, Ein observed Severus illuminating his wand and commanding, "Follow me." Meanwhile, Gellert turned his back and ventured down an alternate path. Wouldn't it be safer to explore together? Ein jogged a few steps to catch up with Severus and inquired softly. This approach would enhance efficiency. Yet Severus cast a fleeting glance at Ein and refrained from elaborating further. What on earth? Ein exclaimed with curiosity, while Severus felt a swell of annoyance and chose to ignore him. Their path was filled with clamorous chatter, though it was predominantly Ein's exuberant outburst, with Severus occasionally interjecting with sharp retorts. Eventually, they arrived at a new area where 5 doors stood before them. The central door was distinctly larger, flanked by 4 smaller doors, each adorned with peculiar rings featuring unique and enigmatic symbols. The smaller doors displayed a sequence of different symbols, none of which mirrored one another. Yet all symbols had previously appeared on the rings. The central door bore 4 missing butterfly imprints. I know this, Ein exclaimed, raising his hand eagerly, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of discovery. It seemed he had finally found a use for his intellect. They were to pull the rings in accordance with the instructions above the smaller doors. Not entirely foolish, Severus replied, arching an eyebrow. He waved his wand, and the flickering light at its tip scattered into the surrounding space, reminiscent of the effect Gellert had just conjured. Following the sequence indicated, Severus manipulated the rings on the smaller doors. After the first ring was pulled in accordance with the order, the door trembled and sank downward. Instinctively, Severus shielded Ein behind him. Fortunately, upon opening, the door revealed only a solitary butterfly. The moment it emerged, the butterfly fluttered towards the nearest cluster of luminescence, dancing around it in delight. Severus waved his wand, guiding the cluster of fireflies towards the central door. As anticipated, when the butterfly approached the door, it abruptly transformed into a lifeless specimen, perfectly nestled into a butterfly-shaped recess within the door. After Severus replicated this process with the remaining 3 smaller doors, the central door swung open. Wow, cool, Ein exclaimed unabashedly, showering praise, yet Severus remained unamused, once again shielding Ein as the door opened. No need to be so tense. It doesn't seem dangerous, Ein remarked, peeking cautiously from behind Severus, only to narrowly avoid a sudden, face-to-face encounter with an approaching figure. It was barely discernible, humanoid yet emaciated. A dark mass with an unnerving and rigid demeanor. It was a wraith. Severus instinctively rolled to evade, clutching Ein protectively. Immediately, a fiery blast was unleashed with a swift backward motion. The ignited wraith lunged at the two with frenzied aggression. Snape, without hesitation, sent it soaring away with a powerful charm, and before the wraith could react, he cast a petrification spell, followed by a severing charm. Thus, the wraith, cleaved into several pieces, was ultimately consumed by the flames. Ein remained cradled in Snape's arms, still recovering from the shock of the soul-sucking creature's face-off. Snape noticed that the individual in his embrace appeared to be momentarily paralyzed by fear, and he clumsily raised a hand to pat Ein's head. It's all right. A deep male voice resonated in Ein's ear, prompting him to look up at Snape with a start. The professor's soul-sucking creature is truly hideous, Ein murmured, somewhat dazed. Snape offered no response. As the two ventured into the next chamber, they were met with a labyrinth of mirrors. Yet, Ein instinctively sensed that this particular mirror was far from benign. With their entrance, the grand door sealed shut, and the entire space became ensnared within the confines of reflections. I noticed something amiss shortly after her arrival. Every mirror within her sight reflected the very fears she had once harbored. The eyes that suddenly appeared in the shining, the ghostly figure in white that crawled out of the television, and the memories of the man she loathed to the core for his domestic violence and abuse. All of these harrowing images coalesced into a singular scene. There, before her, was a man with dark hair, his neck stained with blood, and he appeared to be on the brink of death. Anne instinctively grasped Severus Snape's hand beside her, feeling the strong pulse thrumming beneath her fingertips, which brought her a slight sense of calm. "Professor," Anne murmured, her sky-blue eyes gazing at Snape, reminiscent of a sky tainted by ominous clouds. In that fleeting moment, Snape's heart softened. He glanced at her and spoke, "The mirror here reveals your deepest fears." Anne gazed upon the man, whose life force seemed to wane, overwhelmed by the palpable despair and reluctance reflected in his eyes, causing a sharp pang in her heart. Yet, she dismissed it as mere illusion. Snape turned to the youth beside him, unable to resist offering a brief gesture of comfort. Anne lowered her head, following Snape deeper into the labyrinth. "What did you perceive, Professor?" she inquired, striving to ignore the hopeless scenes mirrored around her, focusing entirely on the person beside her. He was still there, flesh and blood, with a pulse, right beside her. There was no overwhelming despair of impending death, nor was there the haunting phrase, "Your eyes resemble your mother's." Anne grasped Severus's hand tightly. Severus glanced down at Anne's somewhat pale visage and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Are you a child?" "These are merely illusions." Compared to the venom of the Serpent King in the cellar, his tone was almost gentle. Anne listened intently to the familiar baritone resonating in his ears, softly murmuring in acknowledgement. Indeed, he was but a child, prone to fear. Snape observed the rare display of affection from the youth beside him and, for once, refrained from uttering further words, instead clasping the boy's hand in a reassuring grip. "Professor, what do you see?" Anne suddenly lifted his gaze, his azure eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. Snape remained silent, merely returning Anne's gaze. In the midst of the surrounding despairing scenes, the boy emerged as a singular beacon of clarity. The imagery was suffused with the haunting vision of his lifeless lilies, devoid of warmth, collapsing into his embrace. He pondered the lost sunlight, the vanished warmth, the forfeiture of all that once was. It was also the day he wagered everything, for he had already lost all that truly mattered, until he was granted a second chance at life and encountered the boy before him. It felt akin to an interminable curse, a cycle perpetually repeating itself, yet within this repetition, a fissure had formed. The blinding sunlight surged through this breach with an unstoppable force, much like the boy with azure eyes, standing as the sole illumination amidst the overwhelming gloom. "Stay close to me," Snape instructed, leading on forward. The labyrinthine corners of the mirror maze concealed various lurking shadows, and having experienced an ambush previously, Snape swiftly dispatched the specters with a seamless series of spells. Flames erupted from the remnants of the specters, only to be extinguished as they encountered the mirrors, as if doused by a sudden torrent of cold water. The mirrors were no ordinary constructs. The duo pressed on. Eventually, they arrived at what appeared to be a transitional space, where all the surrounding mirrors began to whirl, ultimately forming a new path. Anne gazed in astonishment at the transformation unfolding in the mirror. The man, once on the brink of death with blood streaming from his neck, suddenly morphed into a living figure, his raven hair and dark eyes sharp in contrast, while Anne himself appeared as a youthful visage, held tightly in his embrace and kissed deeply. Anne pointed at the mirror, his astonishment rendering him speechless. "What is happening?" he stammered, his hand trembling slightly as he gestured toward the reflection. Instinctively, he glanced at the man beside him, but upon meeting the depths of his dark, enigmatic gaze, his face flushed a deep crimson. "Anne, Tsubaki, this mirror seems to be malfunctioning. System, I cannot see anything. Why do you ask me?" Smiley face. "Anne, you clearly know something." System. "Huh, it's something one could easily surmise." "Anne, what on earth? Then do tell me." System. Smiley face. "What progress have you made?" Anne. Knock. Silence. System. "Oh, it seems my guess was indeed correct." Smiley face. Anne. Snape cast a meaningful glance at Anne. What was once his greatest fear had now transformed into his most fervent desire. "This is rather perplexing," Anne murmured softly, his gaze flitting about nervously, unwilling to meet Snape's eyes. "The mirror of Ariste reveals your deepest wishes, while this place likely unveils your desires." Snape's deep voice resonated, inexplicably raising the temperature around Anne. Coupled with the visions unfolding in the mirrors surrounding them, Ein felt as though he were on the verge of bursting into flames. Nearly smoking with embarrassment, Snape suddenly chuckled, laced with his customary sarcasm. "It seems our young Mr. Black has encountered something quite remarkable. Aren't you too?" Ein retorted, his cheeks flushed and his eyes glistening with indignation as they widened in astonishment at Snape. Snape's expression darkened instantaneously. The sight of the youth's rosy cheeks and glistening eyes melded almost seamlessly with the reflections in the surrounding mirrors. Snape raised his hand, almost brushing against the youth's cheek, before abruptly redirecting his motion to grasp the boy's hand. No more idle chatter, follow swiftly. Ein ceased his futile attempts at denial, hastily navigating through the labyrinth while enduring the mortifying scenes surrounding him. At last, he arrived before the next grand door. Regaining his composure, Ein curiously inquired of Snape, "What did you just witness?" Snape cast a sidelong glance at the youth and, with a sardonic tone, retorted, "Is it possible that Mr. Black wishes to share his youthful romantic woes with me, the potions professor?" Ein reminisced about the intimate interactions between herself and Snape reflected in the mirror. Ein quietly released the hand of Snape, creating a slight distance between them. Snape cast a cold glance at Ein, inquiring, "Are you certain that your ogre-sized brain can independently tackle the challenges awaiting in the next chamber?" Ein, overwhelmed with a tumult of shame and indignation, mustered the audacity to grasp Severus Snape's hand once more. The subsequent chamber resembled a veritable congregation of wraiths. In an instant, Snape enveloped Ein with protective enchantments, and together they navigated the room, evading attacks. One after another, the phantoms shattered under Snape's onslaught. "Professor, I am capable of fighting too," exclaimed Ein, lifting her small chin to gaze at the sharp contour of the man's jaw. "Silence, be still," Snape commanded, casting spells while simultaneously urging Ein to quieten. Ein pouted and, with a swift turn, extricated herself from Snape's embrace. Flames blazed fiercely. "Repel the enemy 3 feet." Shattered into fragments. Ein cast 3 incantations to repel a wraith. The wraith let out a mournful cry amidst the flames, yet Ein's fragmented magic proved insufficient, causing the wraith to struggle and lunge back at him. Armor of protection. Divine edge of shadows. Ein enveloped herself in a protective shield and immediately unleashed the divine blade of shadows. Under the relentless onslaught of advanced slicing spells, the spectral corpse was ultimately reduced to smoldering fragments, which eventually transformed into ashes. Ein proudly glanced back at Snape, seeking a semblance of acknowledgement. But before he could utter a word, a new wave of inferi lunged forward. A chaotic melee ensued. Snape, as the primary source of offense, effortlessly dispatched several inferi with a single incantation, while Ein, albeit somewhat inadequate, managed to contribute in a modest capacity. Before long, the entire area was cleared of the undead menace. When Snape led Ein to the final chamber, Gellert awaited them with keen anticipation. At the center of the room lay a dark well, its depths obscured from view, and hovering ominously above it was a peculiar black orb. The ceiling featured a transparent glass panel through which the moonlight illuminated the orb above the well. The orb appeared not as a solid sphere of pure darkness, but rather as a vessel containing a swirling black substance, glimmering with specks of starlight. Gellert, now seated in a new wheelchair, donned a fresh suit, suggesting that the path he had traversed was far from easy. Observing Snape holding Ein's hand, Gellert raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. "You're rather slow, I see. Is it because you're escorting a young one?" Ein rolled up his sleeves, preparing for a confrontation. Gellert let out a soft chuckle, saying, "Let us see this." Ein, with a sense of indignation, let his sleeves fall. Snape approached, scrutinizing the situation and meticulously comparing the distances between the skylight, the black sphere, and the well opening, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "The moment is not yet ripe," Snape uttered in a somber tone. Gellert non-committally hummed in response. "What is it? Could you elaborate?" Ein inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes. "It is an ancient temporal magic, which can only be activated at a designated moment." Gellert elucidated, clearly indicating that the present was not the appropriate time. "When then? Will it be possible to activate it?" Ein blinked in intrigue. Typically, such magical formations require a specific celestial alignment for activation, such as the conjunction of 5 stars, the merging of sun and moon, or a super blood moon. However, the precise configuration remains known only to its creator. Gellert replied leisurely, "What if, by chance, a mundane celestial alignment was the design?" Ein questioned. "In that case, there is little to be done, unless you choose to remain here indefinitely," Gellert remarked indifferently. "Wouldn't that render the journey futile?" Ein's eyes widened in disbelief. Gellert raised an eyebrow, and Snape remained noncommittal. Surely, you can now divulge the passphrase for the key. Snape prompted Gellert. Naturally. Gellert paused momentarily, casting a meaningful glance at both Snape and Ein. I find myself quite eager to witness your future developments, he stated. Snape emitted a cold snort from his nostrils, choosing not to elaborate further, while Ein continued to listen, his expression one of bewilderment as the two resumed their enigmatic dialogue. The passphrase is Albus Dumbledore, Gellert declared, fixing his gaze on Ein. Ein's large eyes suddenly widened, spinning round and round with a curious gleam. Ein, goodness gracious. What have I just heard? System, I'm not deaf. Ein, look at these two cunning old foxes, one a sly fox and the other a scoundrel. They exchange passwords using each other's names. System, so? Ein, oh dear. I am absolutely stuffed with dog food. System, so, you have finally come to understand my feelings. Have you? Ein, with a silent click of her tongue, retrieved the golden key to the snitch bestowed upon her by Gellert. As Ein spoke, Albus Dumbledore activated the key. While an incongruous thought crossed his mind, Harry Potter would surely be delighted to receive this key. Surely. The reason Dumbledore cherished Harry could not solely be because both he and Gellert were seekers, reining in his somewhat wandering thoughts. The trio arrived at the exterior of a castle, guided by the final destination of the key. The moment Ein beheld the castle, her eyes sparkled with wonder. Her gaze transfixed upon the magnificent edifice, unable to tear herself away. Well then, Mr. Grindelwald, we shall take our leave. Upon returning to familiar territory, Snape promptly distanced himself from Gellert, harboring no intention of extending a visit. Gellert merely raised the corners of his lips in a subtle smile and addressed Ein, saying, Dear child, you are always welcome to visit my castle. Ein nodded vigorously, brimming with joy and nearly leaping with excitement. Observing this, Snape's expression darkened further as he grasped Ein's arm and operated away. Their destination was Spinner's End. Why doesn't the professor take me back to the manor? Ein pondered, scratching his head in confusion as he gazed at the man. The manor is teeming with guests for the birthday celebration, and it is quite late. After conducting a thorough safety check, there would be no time for rest. We will stay here for the night, and I shall accompany you back to the manor tomorrow. Snape succinctly explained, tossing a set of toiletries to Ein. Your belongings are still here. You may use them directly. With that, Snape turned without a backward glance and retreated to his own room, leaving Ein alone in the living room, somewhat bewildered. Ein, why do I feel somewhat strange? System, strange? In what way? Please don't tell me it's a pleasantly strange feeling. Smiley face. Ein, no, I'm not like you. I wouldn't dare to bring up a joke from a decade ago. System, I've noted your words. Smiley face. Ein, as he spoke, Snape appeared somewhat peculiar. System, Ein, I had assumed that, given his nature, he would promptly cast me back to the estate to fend for myself. Not to mention, he even left behind some of my belongings that I had previously used. System, quite foolish indeed. Ein, what on earth? Clarify yourself. System, figure it out on your own. The following day, news of Ein's return to Black Manor spread like wildfire. Having been wrongfully accused on the day of the birthday celebration, he had ultimately emerged unscathed, which further solidified various factions' assessments of Ein's prowess. Meanwhile, the Lestrange family had entirely severed ties with the Blacks. However, what is noteworthy is Draco, upon hearing of Ein's return. He promptly rushed over without even applying his usual hair gel, which he meticulously maintained. As he entered the manor, he headed straight for Ein, inspecting him thoroughly from head to toe several times, only releasing him once he confirmed there were no issues. All right, Draco. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Ein sighed, observing Draco's insistence on stripping him to check for injuries. I really am fine. Professor Snape and that Mr. Onvato accompanied me. How could anything have happened? Ein explained, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Really? Are you certain? Draco examined Ein with a skeptical glance. Indeed, if you don't believe me, you may ask the professor. Ein nodded earnestly. Draco hesitated, seemingly torn, but upon contemplating something, he decisively chose silence. The question of why Ein's injuries warranted consultation with the professor felt rather awkward and somewhat peculiar. Noticing Draco's discomfort, Ein kindly shifted the topic. By the way, has anything new occurred these past few days? Nothing much. The Weasley family has taken Harry to the Burrow. Harry's birthday is at the end of July, and he wants to invite us to his celebration. Upon mentioning this, Draco frowned deeply. I refuse to set foot in that Weasley den. Draco exclaimed vehemently. All right. If you don't want to go, you needn't. Ein shrugged nonchalantly. I can't fathom how Harry tolerates that family, and that Dumbledore. Draco scoffed. What do you expect? He is Dumbledore's golden boy. Ein raised an eyebrow. Surely, one cannot simply disregard the savior and allow Dumbledore to treat him as if he were the third Dark Lord. Draco shrugged noncommittally. If anyone could become the third Dark Lord, it would be you, rather than Harry. Sighing, Ein refrained from engaging with the notion of becoming the third Dark Lord. Who in their right mind would aspire to such a title? Draco suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Why do I have the impression that you were inadvertently setting a flag? Ein contemplated the notebook he had disposed of, as well as the inexplicably reappearing Dobby, and sensed that a series of uncontrollable events had already taken place. Rest assured, I harbor no interest whatsoever in the Dark Lord. I possess no concept of him. Ein echoed a classic statement of someone. Huh. Draco rolled his eyes at Ein. The remaining days of summer vacation passed swiftly. In late July, both Ein and Draco sent gifts to Harry. Draco presented a finely crafted accessory for a wizard's robe, while Ein gifted a homemade alchemical creation, a pair of glasses capable of warding off a deep memory charm. It must be said that Ein's talent in alchemy evidently surpassed his aptitude for potions, as he had already mastered the creation of some simple alchemical products. He even managed to fashion the key for the final destination of their visit to the Dark Arts ruins. However, Snape remained oblivious to this fact, and of course, it was imperative that he remain unaware. Ein discreetly glanced at a peculiar galleon nestled within his wizarding robe, the very key to his clandestine entrance. Surely, it would go unnoticed. As August swiftly approached, Ein, now residing alone in the sprawling Black Manor, found himself endowed with an unprecedented freedom, allowing him to visit the ominous number 12 Grimmauld Place to catch a glimpse of the red-eyed Dark Lord from time to time. When Ein encountered Tom for the second time, he was genuinely taken aback. The boy who had once been a sixth-year student had transformed into a strikingly handsome young man. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of the Horcrux and the Resurrection Stone that Tom had acquired the ability to momentarily solidify into a corporeal form, albeit still tethered to his diary, unable to venture too far from it. As the tangible figure of the Dark Lord stood before Ein, he was utterly astonished. Tom? Ein inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Ein, pray tell me, who is this extraordinarily handsome gentleman before me? System, can you not recognize him, given that crimson gaze? Before her stands a strikingly beautiful young man, his eyes resembling precious rubies, exuding an air of playful intrigue as he leans against the window, gazing at Ein. What? Can you truly not recognize me? His voice, remarkably melodious, contrasts sharply with Snape's deep timbre. Tom's voice is crisp yet laced with an enchanting allure. Moreover, with the slight upward curve of Tom's eyes, it seems as though he gazes at everyone with an affectionate tenderness. It is utterly unfair. Ein pondered silently within, realizing why Voldemort, relying solely on his visage, could amass such a multitude of followers. Indeed, the magical realm seems to be one that values appearances. It is not mistaken. Yet, in Tom's eyes, Ein possessed an extraordinary allure. The youth's visage, unlike his own striking handsomeness, bore a unique androgynous beauty. It was not the kind that would enchant young witches, but rather that which could evoke an overwhelming sense of protectiveness and possessiveness in male wizards. There was even an undercurrent of destructive desire. Tom's gem-like crimson eyes darkened momentarily before he restored his smile, gently twirling his fingertips. He longed to touch the youth's form once more, just as he had before. However, this time, he had the tangible means to embrace the boy. How had his practice of apparition progressed? Tom seemingly inquired casually. Such a simple spell. It could certainly be mastered with ease, Ein replied with a proud expression, stirring a sense of yearning within Tom. Then try again. Apparate to me, Tom beckoned, lightly tapping the empty space before him with his finger. Ein regarded Tom with skepticism, saying, I suspect you merely wish to take advantage of me. Tom looked at Ein with an expression of feigned innocence, replying, What are you talking about? Ein pondered for a moment, perhaps overthinking the matter, although Voldemort had not been rumored to have a wife. It seemed improbable that individuals in the magical realm were universally inclined towards one orientation. With this thought, Ein felt a sense of relief wash over her. Oh, it's unnecessary. I am quite adept at apparition now. Instead of dwelling on this, why not teach me something else? Ein gestured dismissively, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Tom. Is there any particularly impressive spell you could share with me? She inquired. I currently have no wand. Tom chuckled helplessly. I can't very well teach you wandless magic, can I? Well, it's not entirely out of the question, Ein replied, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Tom laughed softly. It is still a bit premature for you. First, you should master nonverbal spells. Presently, Ein had managed to perform relatively simple spells without uttering a word. Yet she still found herself challenged by more complex incantations that demanded a higher degree of precision and offensive capability. Ein, with a heavy heart, let his shoulders droop in disappointment. Very well, he sighed. However, Tom swiftly changed his tone, adding, if you could bring me a wand next time you visit, I would be more than willing to teach you some fascinating spells. Ein's eyes sparkled once more. The dark sorcerer had personally imparted his magic. It must be something truly extraordinary. Thus, when Ein returned for the second time, wand in hand, to seek Tom's guidance, he was taught 2 incantations. Why must I learn the soul-stealing curse and the memory extraction charm? Ein fumed, her frustration palpable, while the memory extraction charm was somewhat acceptable. I have mastered the soul-stealing curse. Thank you very much. Tom, unfazed by her ire, raised an eyebrow, observing Ein's agitation with an air of leisurely composure. Are you certain that your proficiency in the soul-stealing curse is as impressive as you claim? Tom retorted. Ein recalled the inexplicable outburst of Dobby, and had begun to sense the subtle traces of having been manipulated by Dumbledore. Ein Marin, it seems there is no need for me to elaborate further. The young Tom gazed down upon Ein, his crimson eyes unusually filled with intrigue. You must have encountered some instances of control failure, have you not? Ein averted her gaze, curling her lips in disdain. What is it with everyone, so adept at discerning the depths of one's heart? As for the art of extracting thoughts, one must learn to initiate it directly through another's eyes, rather than foolishly brandishing a wand and announcing one's intentions beforehand. Tom elegantly swirled his newly acquired wand, conjuring an opulent Slytherin-style chair that materialized before Ein, where he seated himself. Well then, if there are no further inquiries, shall we commence the lesson? A playful glint danced in his ruby-red eyes, sending an involuntary shiver down Ein's spine. How terrifying it is that one can smile yet emanate such an icy demeanor. Ein shyly averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Tom. However, we do not possess any teaching materials on this matter, he replied. The best form of education is through personal experience, is it not? Tom effortlessly severed all of Ein's escape routes. Do you trust me, Ein? Tom inquired, extending his hand to grasp Ein's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Captivated by those crimson eyes, Ein found himself ensnared. Do you trust me, Ein? Tom gently reiterated his question. Ein, under the influence of an inexplicable force, nodded slightly. Very well. Tom's lips curled into a smile as he affectionately ruffled Ein's hair, deeming him a well-behaved child. Just as Ein, provoked by the term well-behaved child, was about to retort, I am your father, he lost consciousness upon meeting Tom's gaze, his spirit momentarily leaving his body. Caught off guard, he had failed to evade. Tom observed the instant transformation of the boy before him, docile, vacant-eyed, and devoid of resistance, with a hint of intrigue gracing his lips. Come here, my obedient child. The youth approached Tom slowly, exhibiting a charming demeanor, his gaze entranced. Upon reaching Tom, he dutifully lifted his chin to meet the commanding gaze of the man before him. Tom reached out to caress Ein's face, the touch confirming the boy's complexion was as fair and smooth as he had imagined. He gently pinched the youth's cheek, leaving a vivid mark of his fingers. Tom's spirits soared higher still. Gradually, he leaned down, his seductive lips drawing closer to Ein's. At that very moment, Ein retaliated with a punch, striking Tom's handsome visage directly. The blow caused blood to spurt from Tom's nose, yet the crimson fluid did nothing to mar his beauty. Rather, it enhanced his allure, imparting a breathtaking and captivating charm. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Ein seethed, enunciating each syllable with clenched teeth. Tom elegantly produced a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face, gazing at Ein with an expression devoid of remorse. What do you intend to do? Ein glared, teeth gritted. Observe the extent and duration of your resistance to the soul-binding curse, Tom boasted shamelessly. Ein scoffed. Your response is rather commendable. Your resistance is quite impressive, Tom remarked, raising an eyebrow. With time and practice, your mastery of the soul-binding curse will surely improve. As if I wished to practice further. Ein yelled vehemently. I haven't done anything to you, have I? Tom feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders in a manner typical of a scoundrel who believes he is misunderstood. As Ein attempted to strike him again, the young Dark Lord effortlessly seized his wrist. All right, stop fooling around, Tom gently coaxed the boy. I promise I won't tease you anymore, all right? The rising inflection of his voice held an unwavering allure. Yet Ein remained engulfed in the anger of nearly losing his first kiss. Filthy Tom. Wretched Voldemort. Your mind is filled with nothing but trash. Tom raised an eyebrow slightly. Trash? No. In the world of Slytherin, there exists only elegance and desire. Do not use legitimacy on me. Ein's fists were clenched tightly. Tom chuckled softly. Your expression is simply too transparent. Ein pondered to herself that Slytherin was indeed quite bothersome. Tom extended his index finger and shook it gently, remarking that it was not Slytherin that was troublesome, but rather that she did not embody the qualities of a true Slytherin. Ein employed the art of mental shielding. Tom suddenly burst into laughter. All right, I shall cease my teasing. He gently patted Ein's head, soothing the individual on the verge of losing composure. Weren't we meant to practice the soul-snatching spell and the mind-reading charm? Shall we proceed? Tom's ruby eyes sparkled with amusement. I feel as though I've been deceived by you. Ein's gaze became vacant, his small face drooping. Shouldn't I be using you as a target to practice these spells? Tom raised an eyebrow slightly. Well, I fear you may find yourself utterly fruitless. Not necessarily, Ein retorted, as he suddenly lifted his wand, exclaiming, Soul exit. With a casual flick, Tom deflected the spell back upon its caster. The boy's own soul-snatching spell rebounded onto him, leaving him momentarily dazed. I told you. Yet you did not believe. Tom's voice grew increasingly indistinct as Ein struggled to maintain his consciousness, ultimately regaining clarity after a brief period of disorientation. Hey, did you see that? I successfully evaded the soul-snatching spell. Ein exclaimed, excitedly grasping Tom's robe sleeve. The ever-fastidious Dark Lord observed the hand gripping his sleeve with a raised eyebrow, yet surprisingly refrained from shaking it off. Indeed. So now you recognize how abysmally you have practiced the soul-snatching spell, unable even to control it yourself, Tom remarked with unabashed sarcasm. Do all Slytherins feel compelled to mock others? Ein glared at Tom, only to be met with another round of laughter. I am curious, besides myself. Who else has ever mocked you? Tom winked at Ein. Don't even think about it. Before Ein could finish his thought, he felt a powerful surge of magic invading his mind, leaving him with no time to erect the mental barrier. Within his mind, images of Snape's dark hair and eyes emerged, along with his worries and anxieties, his embrace, his sarcasm, his tenderness. And even that blushing scene in the mirror maze all resurfaced vividly in his thoughts. Ein's expression suddenly turned serious as he immediately erected a barrier of mental fortitude, forcefully repelling Voldemort's dark magic from his being. Who are you? Tom's voice dripped with a palpable menace. His crimson eyes narrowed dangerously, causing Ein to instinctively shudder. Yet, upon reflection, Ein recalled the unbreakable pact he had forged with Tom, realizing he was impervious to any harm. Thus, he regained his composure. He's my boyfriend. What business is it of yours? Ein retorted defiantly. Tom's scrutinizing gaze appraised the visibly anxious Ein, before breaking into a laugh. Boyfriend? Ein, filled with trepidation, dared not utter a word. She could already envision the pallor that would wash over Severus Snape's face upon hearing her words. Amen. No, wait, Merlin's lace undergarments. Severus Snape, the esteemed potions master at Hogwarts, a prodigious talent in both dark arts and potion making, and once a servant of mine. Was he truly your boyfriend? Tom stepped closer to Ein, an aura of peril emanating from him. Restored to his youthful visage, Voldemort grasped Ein's neck with an iron grip. Let go of me, Ein gasped, struggling against Tom's hand that constricted her throat, as her face began to flush crimson from the lack of circulation. The golden thread of their unbreakable vow began to tighten around Tom's arm, as if to remind him of their intertwined fates. Tom slightly eased his grip. Though her breathing became less labored, Ein remained unable to dislodge Tom's hand from her neck. What are you doing, Tom Riddle? Ein's cerulean eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking an overwhelming desire for cruelty in onlookers. Indeed, Tom was compelled to act on this impulse. He left his mark upon Ein's delicate neck, satisfied as he withdrew his hand. Is he your boyfriend? Tom's voice dripped with a dangerous lilt. I no longer dared to provoke this inexplicable Dark Lord, hastily shaking his head in clarification. No, it was merely a figment of my imagination, he said, rubbing his neck with a sense of apprehension. Then, with a flicker of trepidation in his eyes, he cast a furtive glance at Tom, whose expression was shrouded in mystery. Do you have feelings for him? Tom continued to pose his perilous inquiry. Aiden paused for a moment, glancing at Tom's expression, and hesitantly shook his head. Tom, uncertain of his own beliefs, chose not to press Aiden further. The earlier ferocity seemed to dissipate, revealing once again his handsome and graceful demeanor. Shall we continue practicing today, Aiden? Tom inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gently extended his hand, wishing to ruffle Aiden's hair. Ein instinctively recoiled, leaving Tom grasping at nothingness. Once the moment passed, Ein's trepidation resurfaced, fearing that this formidable figure might suddenly unleash his wrath. Yet, Tom merely paused for a moment before effortlessly withdrawing his outstretched hand, maintaining a gentle smile as he regarded Ein. "I assured you I would not impose upon you. Why do you find it difficult to trust me?" Tom spoke with a hint of exasperation, his tone unusually tender. Ein silently scoffed, thinking it was merely because he believed her credit had gone bankrupt. Tom raised an eyebrow slightly. Ein promptly employed the cerebral cloaking technique. Bah, utterly worthless Voldemort. Ein silently grumbled internally. Yet her exterior remained composed as she offered a charming smile, remarking, "I truly cannot continue today. I feel utterly drained." "Very well, then you should return and rest properly." Tom readily acquiesced. I could no longer be bothered to discern the truth or falsehood in Tom's words. As if granted a reprieve, he swiftly fled the scene. As Ein returned to the Black Manor, rubbing his neck, darkness had already settled for quite some time. To his surprise, he encountered an unexpected individual in the hall. With the start of term fast approaching, it had been over a month since he last parted ways with that mischievous boy. Snape had recently been plagued by a sense of unease, always feeling that the boy was secretly engaging in activities unbeknownst to him. Today, after hearing Draco mention that Ein had declined an invitation to accompany him to Diagon Alley for the purchase of textbooks, this unsettling feeling intensified to its peak. Thus, he had come directly to the Black Manor to confront him. Sure enough, Snape had arrived at the manor in the morning and had been waiting in the reception room until nightfall. Finally, after a long wait, the boy who had been off on his escapades returned. Snape narrowed his eyes at Ein, who was clutching his neck, and spoke in a low, commanding voice, "Put your hand down." Ein shook her head in terror. Severus Snape's voice grew increasingly menacing, his entire demeanor exuding an oppressive aura. "I shall repeat myself. Lower your hand." Ein had no desire to experience the repercussions of defying Snape once more. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly released her grip from her neck. A distinct mark of constriction appeared upon her fair skin, glaringly conspicuous. "Who did this?" Snape inquired, his tone grave, brewing an ominous tempest. Ein lowered his head, leaving only the crown of his hair visible to Snape, deliberately avoiding any eye contact. "I shall inquire once more. Who is responsible for this?" Snape's patience was nearing its breaking point, and Ein could almost sense the oppressive aura emanating from him, fueled by his magical power. "Ein Black, do not compel me to employ the legilimency against you." Snape's forbearance had finally waned, and his wand was raised slightly in his grip. Ein's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, his cerulean gaze filled with a profound sense of injustice as he looked up at Snape, who was momentarily taken aback. "No, do not use legilimency on me," Ein cried, his voice thick with emotion, tears cascading down his cheeks. Coupled with the vivid crimson marks around his neck, he appeared pitiful enough to evoke deep sympathy. Snape felt a sudden pang in his heart, as if it had been tightly grasped. He lowered his slightly raised wand, merely gazing at Ein in silence. Once the feeling of grievance surged forth, it became uncontrollable, intertwined with the injustices he had suffered from Tom. Ein silently wept, occasionally raising a hand to wipe away the tears that fell to his chin. As his sobs grew more pronounced, even his breathing became tinged with soft whimpers. Finally, with a deep sigh, Snape stepped forward and enveloped the young man in his arms, performing this familiar gesture as if they were in a cave once more. However, in the realm of everyday life, this was the first time he had held the boy in such a manner. "There's no need for legilimency now, do not cry," Snape murmured, his embrace awkward and his demeanor far from comforting. Yet, for the first time, Ein experienced an unprecedented sense of security. He let his tears soak into Snape's dark robes, and surprisingly, Snape did not express anger. He merely continued to awkwardly console the youth before him. It was unclear how much time had passed, but at last, the young man settled into a quietude, gazing up at Snape with his red, rabbit-like eyes. A picture of delicate vulnerability. Ein composed himself, suddenly feeling that his earlier behavior was somewhat embarrassing. After all, as a grown man, what was the matter with crying in someone else's embrace, especially in Severus's arms? Ein discreetly glanced up to observe Snape's expression. Truly, he was the most formidable double agent in history. From his countenance, Ein could discern not a trace of emotion. Ein, feeling somewhat defeated, lowered his head. Snape observed the subtle expressions on Ein's face. Even without the aid of legilimency, the boy's thoughts had long since been revealed. Amusement flickered within Snape. Yet the reminder of the peculiar bruise around the boy's neck swiftly chilled the atmosphere around him. It was unmistakably a mark left by a mature man. However, the boy remained reluctant to confide in him. Snape felt a surge of irritation, yet his expression betrayed not a hint of his inner turmoil. If the boy chose not to share, then he would refrain from inquiring. After all, there were myriad ways to uncover the truth. Sensing the gradual calmness in the person nestled in his arms, Snape gently ran his fingers through Ein's hair. The familiar softness of the strands sending a soothing sensation straight to his heart. Snape silently recited the name of the youth in his heart, enveloped in a tender, lingering sentiment. Yet, the boy remained blissfully unaware of it all. "Have you had dinner?" Snape inquired, releasing Ein, his usually austere tone softened for once. Ein, feeling slightly bashful, fidgeted with his fingers. "No, Sonny," Snape called out a name, and a house elf materialized from thin air. "Yes, Mr. Snape, Master Sonny is here," the house elf replied, its large eyes darting between the two. "Prepare 2 servings of dinner," Snape commanded. "Certainly." With another flash, Sonny vanished. Soon, a meticulously arranged dinner for 2 was presented at the table. Having gone most of the day without a proper meal, Ein gazed at the food before him, his eyes sparkling, and he indulged in it with abandon, disregarding all dining etiquette. Snape, on the other hand, ate at a leisurely pace. After Ein savored the last hearty gulp of warm pumpkin juice, he slumped in his chair, satisfied like a cat that had just been thoroughly pampered, his eyes half closed. All the grievances and fears accumulated throughout the day seemed to dissipate. Snape elegantly concluded his meal, wiping his mouth. "I heard from Draco that you declined his invitation to visit Diagon Alley," Snape remarked, addressing the contented Ein. Ein hesitated, initially having refused due to plans to visit Tom at number 12 Grimmauld Place, but now, Ein contemplated the malevolent deeds perpetrated by Tom. "I shall accompany Draco on the same day, and we shall rendezvous in Diagon Alley. To hell with him and his Voldemort. He can amuse himself with his Horcruxes." Ein gently caressed her round, protruding belly, harboring a mischievous thought within. On the very day she arrived at Diagon Alley, she suddenly recalled something she had nearly forgotten. It transpired that Ein had spotted Draco, his face contorted in displeasure, outside the leaky cauldron. "Hello, Draco. What a coincidence." Ein waved cheerfully. Draco's scowl softened slightly upon seeing Ein, yet he remained irritable. "You cannot possibly believe this. Have they lost their minds? It's merely a few books. Yet they insist on having that wizard's autograph," Draco exclaimed incredulously. "Perhaps I should have a servant from home queue up tomorrow instead," he muttered, pursing his lips. "I really shouldn't have invited you here today. I should have sent someone to assess the situation first." Aiden paused for a moment, recollecting the events that were initially set to unfold at the leaky cauldron. After some contemplation, he decisively concurred with Draco's suggestion. However, just as the two were poised to bypass the book-buying segment, they unexpectedly encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurrying towards Diagon Alley. With a look of exhilaration, Ron greeted Aiden enthusiastically before awkwardly acknowledging Draco. Ein harbored no ill will and had no intention of being at odds with a mere child. Instead, he responded graciously. However, Draco awkwardly returned the greeting, reflecting his discomfort. Ein privately found the interaction between the two amusing. Meanwhile, Harry seamlessly greeted them both before insistently ushering them into the bookstore, leaving no opportunity for refusal. Inside, the line was exceptionally long, and all one could see at the forefront was a flamboyant golden peacock flaunting its exquisite feathers, as it boasted about how it dealt with a potential water monster lurking in a deep area. Its exaggerated smile and animated gestures truly redefined Ein's understanding of what it meant to display one's plumage. Ein suddenly recalled having previously remarked that Draco resembled a flamboyant peacock displaying its feathers. Ein's expression suddenly darkened as he regarded Draco with earnestness, then solemnly uttered, "Draco, I apologize." Draco, taken aback, thought, "So it turns out the true peacock can be so ostentatious. I had misjudged you." After a moment of confusion, Draco chose not to dwell on Ein's unexpected apology. "My mother and Hermione are utterly enamored with Lockhart and are currently queuing inside," Ron, murmuring within the line, remarked. "Surely you two do not fancy that fellow as well." Ein's head shook like a rattling drum. Draco displayed a look of disdain. "Oh, look who we have here." A flamboyant voice suddenly approached, culminating in a presence beside the crowd. Our illustrious Harry Potter. If it weren't for the misalignment of the voice, Ein would have almost believed it was Snape returning to mock them. With a mane of bright golden curls and a classically handsome visage, adorned by a pair of striking azure eyes, the most arresting feature was undoubtedly his dazzling white smile, which sparkled blindingly in his grin. Come on, Harry. I know you must want to take a picture with me. The newcomer was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, who, with an air of familiarity, draped his arm around Harry's shoulder. At that moment, the focus of the crowd suddenly shifted to this duo, with several reporters from various newspapers beginning to snap photos. Oh, just think about it. The charming and popular wizard Lockhart meeting the savior. This news will surely make headlines tomorrow. Lockhart chuckled heartily, basking in his own exuberance. Excuse me, sir? Harry interjected, gripping Lockhart's wrist with a firmness that revealed the effort behind it. Lockhart's expression shifted slightly. Pardon me, but may I ask who you are? Harry asked bluntly. It seems we are not well acquainted. Would you kindly refrain from any physical contact? Lockhart's smile faltered for a moment before he quickly salvaged the situation. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, your defense against the dark arts professor this year. It is rather unfortunate that you do not know me. You should take a good look at the magical me and my entire collection of Gilderoy Lockhart series, which includes all my preferences and introductions. Lockhart always managed to deftly navigate his own awkwardness, and of course, if one were to peruse the Wizarding Weekly, they would discover that I am the 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award. With that, Lockhart flashed a radiant grin, showcasing his brilliant white teeth. The Most Charming Smile Award? Ein's voice rang out unexpectedly, drawing the attention of the crowd. Is that so? Ein raised his gaze, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty, adorned with a gentle smile that resembled the soft March breeze melting away the delicate frost, instantly enveloping one in the warmth of impending spring. The youthful figure, strikingly handsome, displayed a smile both ethereal and captivating. Suddenly, a click echoed from an unknown source, interrupting the moment. The photographer, noticing the attention directed towards him, felt a twinge of awkwardness. I am a reporter from the Wizard Weekly, and that boy's smile was simply too enchanting. He stammered in a flustered explanation. Not at all. Feel free to capture the moment, Ein replied, his eyebrows curving slightly as his smile deepened. With Ein's approval, the sound of cameras clicking resonated in waves. Oh dear. My apologies, sir, Ein teased, deliberately provoking Lockhart while maintaining his cheerful demeanor. It seems the title of the Most Charming Smile Award may soon have a new contender. Lockhart, whose face had been contorted with anger, found himself momentarily frozen at the sight of Ein. The boy's exquisite features extinguished all traces of his irritation, replaced by a peculiar sensation blossoming from within. Truly, this young man possessed an unparalleled beauty. After a moment of daze, Lockhart's gaze gradually transformed into one of insatiable desire. Ein cast a glance of subtle disdain at Lockhart before inquiring, Mr. Lockhart, are you still selling books? We have been standing in line for quite some time. Selling. No, I shall give them to you. Lockhart exclaimed hastily. I will bestow upon you my entire collection. Once more, Lockhart donned his expertly crafted, dazzling smile, eager to leave the most favorable impression on the young individual before him. Ein feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh dear, that simply won't do. The collection by Mr. Lockhart is rather expensive, isn't it? Not at all, not at all. If I were to gift them to you, it would be the books that would be honored. Lockhart replied. Ein was taken aback by Lockhart's unexpectedly servile demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. What about my friends? Ein ventured hesitantly. Lockhart paused for a brief moment, then immediately grasped the implication. Your friends are my friends. I shall present each of them with a complete set of books. Ein grasped Lockhart's hand with a gentle yet fervent grip, her face radiating pure delight. Really? I cannot thank you enough. Lockhart, entranced by the softness of her touch, felt his thoughts drift away into the ether. Ein, Mr. Lockhart, Harry suddenly interjected, his emerald eyes darkening as they fixated on the clasped hands of Lockhart and Ein. A chill emanating from his gaze directed squarely at Lockhart. We have been holding everyone up from purchasing their books. It seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Harry timely offered a way out of the awkward moment. Upon hearing Harry's words, Ein immediately released his grip on Lockhart, discreetly brushing his hand against his wizarding robe. What bad luck. The sacrifices made for the sake of his performance were considerable. Ha. Is our little savior seeking the spotlight as well? Lockhart wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulder, saying, Although your appearance may not quite compare to mine or that of this young gentleman, your fame is still quite significant. So do not be disheartened. My apologies, sir. Harry looked up at Lockhart, his gaze reminiscent of one addressing a specter. I believe we are fundamentally different. The fame you cherish is something I have regarded as worthless since childhood. I hope you can understand that not everyone shares your perspective. Harry politely nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Ein casually gathered several bundles of books, distributing one each to Hermione, Ron, Harry, Draco, and himself. After completing the task, he waved goodbye to Lockhart. "Farewell, Mr. Lockhart." Ein waved sweetly, turning away without a backward glance, clutching the expensive volumes as he departed. Once outside the bookstore, Ron was practically bursting with excitement. Hardly able to believe the substantial amount of galleons he had saved, his gaze towards Ein growing even more fervent. Draco, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. In his words, remaining in the company of that flamboyant peacock would have tainted him. Hermione appeared somewhat displeased, seemingly wishing to linger with Lockhart a while longer, which drew incredulous looks from all the surrounding gentlemen. Harry remained silent throughout, saying nothing. "System, what were you trying to achieve just now? Attracting Lockhart's attention brings you no advantage whatsoever. Ein, do you not find it amusing? System, it's utterly ridiculous. Ein, although I am uncertain as to why, I have observed that whenever I approach Roard, Harry seems to become rather displeased. System, so, Ein, I am quite curious to see what fate awaits Lord, who is being contemplated by the white-to-black savior. System, perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate. Ein, the system presents a Lord, a hero clad in white, yet possessing a shadowy essence. This semester, you have indeed endured much. Ein, what is this all about? System, be good, don't ask. You will understand once school starts. Smiley face. After Ein and his companions completed their shopping, they returned to their respective homes. As there was no incident involving the diary, Lucius and Arthur merely exchanged cold huffs as they brushed past each other, without any confrontation. A few days later, the day of school arrived. Sunny had meticulously prepared all the luggage for her master. With her bulbous eyes wide open, she gazed at Ein. Truly, my Sunny is a source of great relief. Ein generously bestowed upon his house elf the highest praise, compared to other house elves that frequently collided with walls, tugged at their own ears, plotted betrayal against their masters, or incessantly berated them. Sunny could be deemed exceptionally outstanding. It was indeed her duty. Sunny felt an immense joy from her master's compliments, her big eyes sparkling with delight. "Good Sunny, today we must head to King's Cross Station early," Ein said with a cheerful smile as he began to pack his belongings. He was certain that arriving at the station half a day early would allow him to avoid encountering the Weasleys and Harry, who would likely be caught outside by Dobby. Moreover, given how Dobby had been so thoroughly manipulated by the Savior last time, he probably would not return. Regardless, it was prudent to arrive early. Just as Ein was preparing to leave, an unexpected visitor knocked at the grand door of Ein's estate. "Master, it is Mr. John." Sunny quickly informed him after peering through the door. John Black, whose real name was John Kingsley Black, had adopted this surname while managing the Muggle enterprises for the Black family, a name that clearly indicated the family's esteem for this taciturn old steward. Ein hesitated for a moment, glancing at the time, and realizing it was still early. He resolutely welcomed the esteemed entrepreneur from the Muggle world into the reception room. "Good day, housemaster." John Kingsley respectfully bowed to Ein. Ein promptly gestured for the elderly gentleman to take a seat and conjured a teacup with a flick of his wand. "There is no need for such formality, Mr. John." Ein replied courteously with a slight nod. "As a junior, it is I who should be paying my respects to you." The old butler smiled with a sense of contentment at the newly appointed heir of the Black family. The previous head of the Black family had always looked down upon Muggle enterprises, and it was thought that meeting the housemaster today would be a difficult task. Old John remarked to Ein, a rare smile breaking through his dignified and serious demeanor, surprised by the politeness exhibited by the new head of the Black family. "You toil tirelessly for the Black family, and it is they who should feel fortunate to have you." Ein discreetly glanced at the clock, hoping that this meaningless exchange of pleasantries would soon pass so they could delve into the matter at hand. Yet, the seasoned British entrepreneur was unyielding. The courteous exchanges and formalities spanned nearly 2 hours. Eventually, Ein, feeling exasperated, took the initiative to inquire, "Might I ask what brings you here today, Mr. John?" He turned his gaze toward Old John. Old John gently sipped his tea, cleared his throat, and began, in principle. "I am merely here to provide the housemaster with a routine report on certain industries within the Muggle realm." However, Old John hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at Ein. "Please feel free to speak candidly." Ein smiled faintly, understanding that Mr. John had likely perceived that he was not akin to the previous head of the Black family. "I have long held the belief that the development of the Muggle world in recent years has far surpassed that of the insular magical realm." Upon hearing this, Old John finally let out a sigh of relief. As you are aware, the Black family's primary ventures in the Muggle world revolve around pharmaceuticals and toys. John paused before continuing. Pharmaceuticals allow us to exploit certain advantages with magical potions, while toys incorporate a touch of alchemical tricks. In truth, most wizarding noble families dabble in these two sectors. The entire market for toys and pharmaceuticals is becoming increasingly saturated. Please, continue. I'm encouraged, sensing where this was leading. In my view, the Muggle industries ought to explore a broader range of ventures, particularly the emerging sectors that have arisen in recent years. These could potentially become the new pillars for the Black family in the Muggle world, old John remarked, his bright, youthful eyes glimmering with enthusiasm. I was momentarily touched, sensing that old John was genuinely devoted to managing the Blake family's estate with utmost care. What industries do you believe could be strategically developed? I inquired. Upon being questioned by Ein, old John suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly analyzed the current state of various industries within the Muggle world. Although Ein felt somewhat bewildered by the information, he ultimately grasped the crux of the matter. So you believe the Black family should commence ventures into the arms and entertainment sectors? Ein inquired, raising an eyebrow. He was well aware of the immense profitability inherent in these two industries. As a traveler from the 21st century, however, he was astonished by old John's commercial acumen. Indeed, my lord, old John affirmed. If you consent, I can assure you that within this year, the net profits of the Black family's enterprises will at least double. I agree. But with one condition, Ein replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Ein's agreement, old John was overwhelmed with exhilaration, dismissing the subsequent condition as trivial. My condition is that for every new armament produced by the Black family, a sample must be presented to me for review. Once old John had departed, I glanced at the time. In the next moment, he dashed outside en apparat to the nearest apparition point by King's Cross Station, where he promptly boarded a prearranged luxury vehicle. Come on, step on it. Drive faster. I urged the chauffeur from the back seat of the elongated Rolls-Royce. The driver, somewhat exasperated, replied, as you know, the roads around King's Cross Station are notoriously congested, and you are nearly 4 hours late. Then please hurry, I exclaimed, his anxiety mounting. Given the current pace, they had already reached the maximum speed tolerable by the local traffic authorities. The driver sighed and pressed the accelerator firmly. Ein gazed at the passage of time, gradually succumbing to despair. What else could be done? After all, the area surrounding King's Cross Station prohibited both apparition and flying. By the time the special car arrived for Ein, the presence of wizards at King's Cross had nearly vanished. In desperation, Ein counted the platforms. 1, 2, 3, and finally 9. Upon spotting Harry and Ron, who were pushing exaggeratedly small carts between platforms 9 and 10, Ein's despair deepened. Ah, it's Ein, Ron exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice upon seeing the latecomer, while Harry merely shrugged at Ein with a resigned smile. Ein felt utterly exhausted. So much so that he did not even wish to greet the two individuals. Are you late? Ein casually inquired. Not at all, I assure you. We can still make it in time for the final minute. It was for some inexplicable reason that we were barred from entering. Look, we simply cannot get in. This is truly bizarre. Upon mentioning this, Ron, filled with righteous indignation, reached out to touch the now solid wall of the platform. To his astonishment, his hand passed right through it. Ron slowly formed a question mark in his mind. Tentatively, Ron attempted to push the small cart into the platform, only to find that it too passed through effortlessly. Ein gently patted Harry on the shoulder, noticing the increasing number of Muggles gathering nearby, and signaled for him to step into the platform first. The trio traversed the platform, only to find that the Crimson train, which should have been waiting, had vanished without a trace. The platform was left with only a few reluctant parents lingering, gazing into the distance. Oh dear, we are going to miss the start of term feast. Will we be expelled because of this? Ron lamented, clutching his head in despair. I was about to say that you were overthinking, but then noticed Harry gazing at her thoughtfully. Ein, why is he looking at me? It's not as if I caused his tardiness. System, perhaps he is simply lost in thought. Ein, what comes to mind? System, have you forgotten the encounter with Dobby the last time you were with him? Ein, in terror, he wouldn't think that Dobby is sent by me, would he? System, although the likelihood is slim, given the current disposition of the Savior, it is not out of the realm of possibility for him to cast suspicion upon you. Ein, just as I was about to express my thoughts to the professor, I decisively silenced myself, realizing that the more I spoke, the greater the risk of drawing suspicion upon myself. Yet, How unjust it was for me. In fact, to absolve myself of any suspicion, I found no grounds to refuse when Ron suggested we take a flying car to Hogwarts. After all, I could not possibly, in front of Harry and Ron, lead them to number 12, Grimmauld Place, greet the Dark Lord, and then slip into Hogwarts under Dumbledore's very nose via the vanishing cabinet. These days have become increasingly precarious. I wonder if the place in Azkaban that Snape mentioned still awaits me. As I resolutely climbed into the dilapidated old car, which was a far cry from the extended Rolls-Royce I had previously driven, a deep male voice suddenly resonated in my ear. "What are you doing?" At that moment, the familiar voice was like a celestial melody to me. I lifted my misty eyes, looking with great grievance at Snape, who had unexpectedly appeared beside the car. Snape cast a glance at me before turning his venomous gaze towards the two Gryffindors. "Our illustrious Harry Potter, is the ordinary method of arriving at school no longer sufficient? The common train cannot accommodate the grandeur befitting a savior. So you resort to such a showy entrance to Hogwarts?" "Not at all, Professor," Harry replied, lowering his gaze. "For reasons unknown to us at the moment. We were delayed outside the station, causing us to miss the Hogwarts Express." "Very well, then. I trust that with the intellect of a savior, you are still aware of how to utilize an owl. I imagine the headmaster, whose mind is likely filled with thoughts of treacle tart, would be more than willing to assist his golden boy, wouldn't he?" Indeed, Snape wasted no time in delivering his scathing remarks. Meanwhile, I dutifully shrank into the back seat of the car, trying to minimize my presence. "Hey, Snape, you!" Ron could not contain his indignation at Snape's demeanor and was about to shout, but Harry swiftly covered his mouth. Snape smirked, addressing a professor by name. 5 points from Gryffindor. You must be the only Gryffindor in Hogwarts history to lose points before the school year has even commenced. Truly befitting of the infamous Mr. Weasley. Ein continued to huddle quietly, hoping that Snape would overlook his presence. "Humph, get off." Snape glanced at Ein, a hint of irritation escaping him as he spoke to Ein. Ein swiftly darted out of the vehicle, followed closely by Harry and Ron, who tidied their belongings before alighting. Snape produced a crystal vial, gesturing for everyone to touch it. In a whirl of vertigo, they were instantaneously transported to the entrance of Hogwarts. "Keep up," Snape commanded tersely, striding directly towards the protective barrier of Hogwarts. Ein hastily followed suit. Ron and Harry stumbled a few steps before steadying themselves and continuing onward. Snape strode ahead with purpose, while the trio jogged closely behind. Just as Ein felt compelled to urge Snape to slow his pace, Snape had already begun to reduce his speed. Ein took a moment to breathe. On the path to Hogwarts, Ein beheld the unfathomable depths of the forbidden forest beside him, as well as the notorious Whomping Willow, which was meant to thrash him mercilessly. Ein gazed at the vibrant willow tree before him, its robust branches swaying gracefully, and instinctively touched his own arm in trepidation. "Humph, now you know fear. But where was it at the beginning?" Snape coldly mocked Ein. Ein curled her lips in silence, while the remaining two individuals remained utterly oblivious to the enigmatic discourse unfolding before them. Ein had no choice but to explain. "If our vehicle were to approach Hogwarts, we would inevitably encounter the Whomping Willow along the straight path, and it would surely ensnare us." Ron glanced at the Whomping Willow and shivered in trepidation. Only Harry, lost in thought, surveyed Snape and then turned his gaze back to Ein, pondering something inscrutable. Snape, who had escorted the trio to the castle, immediately dismissed them and retreated to his own dungeon. The three, having arrived at Hogwarts earlier than expected, gazed at the still bright sky and resolved to return to their dormitory to organize their belongings. Sunny, who had meticulously sorted her luggage ahead of time, made it effortless for Ein to pack his things. With nothing else to occupy his time, Ein decided to visit the room of requirement before dinner. Following the Marauder's map, he found himself at the entrance of the room of requirement. As Ein paced back and forth before the door, he silently chanted, "I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something." Suddenly, a door materialized before him. As Ein opened the door, her eyes were met with a chaotic storage room, a disarray of various items from different eras haphazardly strewn together in a disordered mess. Ein, undeterred by the mess around her, exuberantly hopped about in search of her desired item, only to unexpectedly discover the vanishing cabinet, while the coveted Ravenclaw diadem remained elusive. Ein restlessly ran his fingers through his hair. This shouldn't be the case. Ein rummaged through the refuse once more, ensuring that the crown was indeed absent. Before finally ceasing her search, Ein approached the vanishing cabinet, hesitating for but a moment before resolutely deciding to step inside. Ein seemed to traverse a dimension while inside the disappearing cabinet. He walked through a pitch-black corridor until he finally beheld a door. Upon pushing it open, the sudden influx of light caused a momentary discomfort to Ein's eyes, and he stumbled forward, only to fall into a somewhat chilly embrace. A beautiful soul willingly offers their arms. Tom's teasing voice echoed from above Ein's head. Ein steadied himself and shot a fierce glare at Tom. He vividly recalled the incident when he had gripped Tom's throat with great intensity. Ein forcefully pushed Tom aside, whether it was merely a figment of her imagination or not. The youthful Tom appeared more solid and formidable than during their last encounter, nearly resisting her push. Who cares about you? I merely came to test whether the vanishing cabinet is functional, Ein declared fiercely, punctuating her words with a cold huff. It seems the results are promising. Tom raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What business is it of yours? Ein retorted sharply. Hee. Are you not afraid that I might simply follow through the cabinet to Hogwarts in search of you? Tom chuckled lightly, his jewel-like red eyes gleaming with an enchanting allure. Ein rolled her eyes dismissively, thinking to herself that if one sought their own demise, they should not waste her precious Philosopher's Stone. It was likely that the moment you set foot in Hogwarts, Dumbledore would reduce you to mere fragments. Tom merely chuckled softly, offering no comment. Humph, when the time comes, I shall use the Philosopher's Stone to seek out the remaining shards of your soul to reconstruct your body, while these 2 fragments will send you into oblivion. Ein arrogantly lifted her chin. Even so, you are still intent on shaping my form. What is it that drives your obsession with me? Tom reached out to gently grasp Ein's delicate chin, playfully pinching it. Could it be that you harbor feelings for me? Ein slapped Tom's hand away, her cerulean eyes brimming with fury. Go ahead and indulge in your fantastical dreams. I have no affection for someone like you. Tom, however, remained unfazed. He merely retracted his hand and gracefully rubbed his wrist. His crimson gaze met Ein's, entirely indifferent to her words. The Dark Lord's desires are never beyond his reach. Tom spoke softly, his voice imbued with an air of indomitable certainty and an unwavering resolve to claim what he seeks. Ein, MD, suffering from severe chinibu, truly hopeless. System, let it be. I shall bring forth a cascade of romantic encounters for you. Smiley face. Ein, what have I done? System, ah. So it is your extraordinary charm and unique physique that captivates everyone. Ein, grass. A type of plant. System, ah. Yes, indeed, you are absolutely correct. It seems we might need to add a B in front. Understood. I will serve as a refined literary editor, meticulously polishing the provided Chinese text by 1. Comprehending the core meaning and artistic essence 2. Eliminating extraneous punctuation and vulgar commercial elements 3. Preserving the narrative's integrity while enhancing its linguistic elegance 4. Rendering the purified content in sophisticated English diction 5. Maintaining absolute fidelity to the original context without interpretation. I shall provide only the polished translation without commentary or explanations. The output will reflect elevated literary standards while remaining true to the source material's intent. Please proceed with the text you wish to have refined. Ein remained silent for a moment, contemplating before he spoke. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to argue over this trivial matter. When you are finally able to venture out, go seek your Bella yourself and refrain from hovering around me. Tom regarded Ein with a non-committal glance. By the way, I came to inquire about your crown soul fragment. Do you recall anything about it? As Ein broached the subject at hand, he furrowed his brow. I vaguely remember it should be in the room of requests. Yet I have searched numerous times and failed to locate it. Tom cast a significant look at Ein, choosing not to question how Ein possessed such knowledge. Instead, he reminisced about the crown's whereabouts. The room of requests should be situated in a concealed chamber, atop the highest shelf of the cabinet. Ein furrowed his brow. Having thoroughly searched the tallest cabinet, he was quite certain it was devoid of any Ravenclaw diadem. There was no need for such concern. Tom smirked nonchalantly, elegantly crossing his arms as he leaned against the edge of the table, exuding an air of calm assurance. Even if one were to flee, they could never escape Hogwarts. There were only so many individuals. How could they remain undiscovered? Are you not afraid that your fragment of a soul might drain the life from someone, allowing them to vanish into the vast crowd upon their graduation? Ein raised an eyebrow. Whether as Tom Riddle or as Voldemort, he would never be an ordinary man. Tom arrogantly lifted his chin, his crimson gaze radiating a domineering confidence. Therefore, he must still be within the school, perhaps even yet to absorb any life force. What leads you to that conclusion? Ein inquired with curiosity. Because if I were in his position, I would never settle for mediocrity, even within the confines of Hogwarts. Tom suddenly leaned closer to Ein, a playful smile dancing upon his lips as he spoke softly in his ear. Ein, devoid of any emotion, retorted coldly, "Ah, indeed. So you shall be swiftly apprehended. How splendid of you." Tom, momentarily taken aback, chose not to pursue the conversation further. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and inquired of Ein. Since there is still ample time, why not practice the soul snatch spell a bit more? With that, Ein turned away without a backward glance and vanished into the cupboard, eliciting a soft chuckle from Tom behind him. As Ein returned to Hogwarts, he coincidentally arrived just as the evening feast commenced. No sooner had he taken his seat than Draco seized his sleeve, bombarding him with inquiries. "You have no idea how many times I searched for you on the carriage." Draco grumbled, his brow furrowed, which led everyone to remark that today, Malfoy seemed particularly eager to flaunt his new hair gel. Aang glanced up at Draco's meticulously styled hair and remarked, "Indeed, the previous hair gel was superior. This one makes your hair appear rather flat." Draco, Aang gazed up towards the professor's table, pondering whether it was merely Severus Snape's misfortune that he had found himself seated beside Quirrell during his tenure, and next to Lockhart when the latter was present. At that moment, Lockhart was enthusiastically displaying his brilliant white teeth, gesticulating animatedly as he regaled the audience with tales, punctuated by exaggerated expressions. Meanwhile, Snape sat beside him, his countenance dark enough to suggest the potential for rain. Ein wagered that if the Avada Kedavra practitioners were not to transgress the law, Snape would have long since unleashed a lethal curse upon the oblivious Lockhart by his side. The individual at the professor's table seemed to have sensed Ein's gaze. Snape cast a glance in his direction, his previously piercing eyes softening for just a moment upon meeting Ein's. Lockhart, upon noticing Ein, exaggeratedly waved at him, simultaneously engaging in animated conversation with Snape, who stood beside him. The tension in the air surrounding Snape visibly diminished several degrees as he directed a warning glance toward Lockhart, seemingly uttering some cautionary words. However, Lockhart remained blissfully unaware of Snape's admonition, continuing his boisterous commentary. Just as Snape seemed on the verge of losing his temper, Professor McGonagall finally entered the hall, accompanied by this year's first-year students. Ginny Weasley, yet another young girl from the illustrious Weasley family. Ein took a sip of pumpkin juice and shouted Gryffindor just as the sorting hat nearly touched Ginny's head. Colin Creevey, a small boy with a muggle camera hanging around his neck, nervously stepped forward. The laughter from several onlookers regarding his camera caused him to clench his fingers tightly, turning them pale around the device. After a moment's hesitation, the sorting hat placed him in Gryffindor as well. Soon, the sorting ceremony concluded, and Slytherin remained the house with the fewest members. After the ceremony, Dumbledore, as per tradition, rose to deliver a few inconsequential remarks, causing Ein's thoughts to drift to that unpleasant man with blonde hair and blue eyes. It was hard to imagine how such a disparate pair could have come together in their youth. This led Ein to recall a certain dark-haired man with red eyes in the same profession, prompting a deep sigh. "What's wrong, Ein?" Draco inquired with concern. "Nothing. Just misplaced something and don't know where to find it," Ein replied, resting his chin on one hand and scanning the surroundings. Who could possibly have the crown? Everyone seemed suspicious. Dumbledore's speech this year was unremarkable, devoid of any cryptic implications. Ein felt quite satisfied. After all, the feasts at Hogwarts were renowned for their delectable offerings. A succulent Argentine prawns lobster head to start, followed by a medium-rare filet mignon accompanied by tomato meat sauce pasta and a mango Caesar salad, topped off with a rich milk pumpkin juice. Let's treat the house elves of Hogwarts to some chicken legs. After the feast, the Slytherin students returned to their common room. Snape strode into the Slytherin lounge, his robes swirling dramatically, and conjured a sofa to sit upon, exuding an air of superiority akin to a serpent king surveying his subjects. The young Slytherin stood obediently under his imposing presence, awaiting his address. "This is Hogwarts' finest house, Slytherin," Snape's deep voice resonated, causing Ein's thoughts to drift back to the opening night a year ago. Everything felt altered yet oddly unchanged. In your forthcoming studies and lives, you will gradually come to understand the weight and significance of this name. Snape's elegant tone reached Ein's ears, inexplicably causing a flush to rise to his cheeks and his heart to quicken. At that moment, Snape's gaze seemed to find Ein's, their dark and blue eyes locking. Snape raised an eyebrow at Ein. "All actions detrimental to Slytherin will be strictly prohibited, not only for first-year students but also for certain restless upperclassmen. I trust you will remember this well." His voice, deep and graceful like a cello, concluded the admonition. "Above all, do not let me catch you." Snape cast a glance at Ein, and in that moment, it felt as though time itself had folded, transporting them back to the fateful day in the Chamber of Secrets. I assure you, all that you fear shall be nipped in the bud. Everything you hold dear, I shall protect with unwavering resolve. The desires you cherish, I will strive to fulfill to the best of my abilities. It is I who willingly submits to you, Professor. Ein, do not let me catch you again. As his thoughts gathered, Snape's gaze darkened upon the striking youth amidst the crowd, radiant and dazzling, akin to the sun. He professed his willingness to submit to Snape. A notion both absurd and yet, inexplicably, igniting a glimmer of unrealistic hope. Snape recalled the desires he had glimpsed within the mirror maze. The boy, blushing and enveloped in his embrace, kissed with a dreamy gaze, his exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue, stirring a longing to possess him entirely, heart and soul. Inside and out, Snape forcibly averted his gaze. Yet, it was futile. The nature of their relationship could be anything except that. His life was dedicated to atonement. He could not drag such a sunlit youth into the depths of his own despair. With a heart full of tumultuous thoughts, Snape swept away in his robes, leaving Ein pondering thoughtfully as he watched Snape's retreating figure. Ein, system, something feels amiss. System, no longer calling me master? Ein, this is a matter of great seriousness. System, speak. Ein, I sense that Snape's gaze upon me is rather peculiar. Why does it feel this way? System, have you come to a realization? Ein, why do I feel as though he gazes at me as if I were a terminally ill patient? Am I unaware of some incurable disease that has befallen me? QQ System. Ein, System, you may speak. I can endure. System, I am rather reluctant to engage in conversation. After Snape's departure, the next event is the chief challenge. Ein, will you partake this year? Draco inquired hesitantly, recalling that last year Ein had expressed considerable interest in the chief challenge. However, last year's Ein was still a blank slate. This year, Draco considered Ein's flawless grades in every subject aside from potions and flying, compelling him to muster every ounce of determination. If it were Ein, losing the title of chief would likely not provoke his father's ire. Who said I would participate in the chief challenge? Ein blinked innocently. Oh, that surprised you last year. Didn't it, Draco? Last year was merely out of curiosity. I wanted to observe how everyone engaged in dueling. Ein shrugged nonchalantly. However, after enduring Snape's grueling dueling training and Tom's peculiar regimen, Ein found himself utterly disinterested in the trivial skirmishes of the chief challenge. First, the 7th grade chief challenge commenced. Although 7th graders had already learned the silencing charm in theory, hardly anyone utilized it in the dueling arena. Ein shook his head at the students whose movements appeared practiced yet were, in reality, sluggish. Had it been Snape, a barrage of spells would have been unleashed without a moment's respite. The 7th grade duels were thus. Those beneath 6th grade offered even less spectacle. Just as Ein stifled a yawn, a gaze filled with intense animosity caused him to retract at mid-yawn. It was Bellatrix Lestrange, now elevated to the 5th grade. Soon, it would be time for the 5th grade chief challenge. Lestrange stood upon the dueling platform, her hateful glare firmly fixed upon Ein. Ein raised an eyebrow, provocatively gazing at Lestrange. Lestrange was indeed formidable, swiftly overwhelming his peers in their year. However, during Lestrange's final duel, he suddenly unleashed a beam of crimson light, hurtling directly towards Ein in the audience. Ein was taken aback, instinctively casting a protective armor that deflected the spell back. Lestrange was equally surprised that Ein had been prepared, hastily leaping aside to evade the returning incantation. The look in Lestrange's eyes grew increasingly contemptuous towards Ein. Draco, witnessing the unfolding events, was about to rise in righteous indignation to speak out, but was intercepted by Ein. Ein raised his hand before the entire Slytherin house. May I inquire if I can petition to challenge the 5th-year champion? The moment Ein raised his hand, all eyes in the room were drawn to him. The newly appointed head of the academy appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing between the heir of the Black family and the young master of the Lestrange family seated above. It was indeed a perplexing situation. Hesitantly, the head of the academy spoke, noting, according to tradition, while there is no precedent for this, it is not entirely out of the question. After finishing his statement, he turned his gaze towards Lestrange, adding that it would be preferable if both parties consented. Lestrange regarded Ein with disdain, a malicious smile playing on his lips as he taunted, "Ha, very well. Just make sure you don't come crying to the headmaster later." Crying to the headmaster? Are you certain that it will not be you who does so? Ein raised an eyebrow, a cold smile emerging. Oh, of course. Given your unfortunate appearance, I dare say that weeping to the headmaster would only result in you being ushered out of the office. Ein gazed at Lestrange with an expression of profound pity. Lestrange, on the verge of fury, pointed his wand directly at Ein and exclaimed, "Black, if you possess any courage, step onto the stage. I shall ensure that you do not leave this room today." Ein was not swayed by his provocation. He merely let out a carefree laugh before stepping onto the dueling platform with a confident stride. Instantly, the eyes of all the Slytherins were fixed upon the two individuals. Ein disregarded the gazes surrounding him, advancing step by step towards Lestrange. Lestrange felt the weight of his opponent's presence, yet, constrained by pride, he did not retreat. Thus, Ein stood before Lestrange, mere inches apart. Lestrange did not lower his wand, which was now almost pressed against Ein's body. Ein whispered softly into the ear of the man before him, a voice only they could hear. The soul departed from the body. Ein gently lifted the sleeves of his wizard robe, and to the onlookers, it appeared as though he intended to reach out and caress Lestrange's cheek. Gasps of astonishment escaped the crowd, utterly bewildered by Ein's unpredictable demeanor and his intentions. Yet, concealed beneath the folds of his robe, a beam of light struck Lestrange directly. His pupils abruptly dilated, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. "Lestrange, let us engage in a duel. During the contest, employ the Cruciatus Curse against me." Ein issued a command to Lestrange, promptly distancing himself. "Lestrange, I challenge you to a duel." Ein's resounding voice echoed clearly throughout the common room. The members of Slytherin held their breath in anticipation. Only Draco appeared somewhat unsettled, caught between the allure of spectacle and genuine concern for Ein. Ultimately, Draco decisively chose the latter and hurried off to summon the headmaster. He hesitated for but a moment before departing the common room, as all eyes were fixated on the dueling platform. After a courteous exchange of pleasantries between Ein and Lestrange, Ein resolutely commenced casting his spells. Petrify them all. Shatter into fragments. With a swift motion, Ein unleashed two advanced incantations. However, Lestrange, the fifth-year champion, was no novice. He deftly conjured a protective armor to deflect the oncoming assault, and then launched a counterattack. Ein deliberately employed a series of less lethal spells. Aligning himself with Lestrange's level on the same battlefield, patiently awaiting the latter's piercing incantation. During this exchange, Ein had surmised through their duel that his actual prowess surpassed that of the fifth-year student before him. As they engaged in a back-and-forth struggle, the onlookers marveled at how Ein, as a mere second-year student, could hold his ground against the fifth-year champion. Suddenly, as if spurred by an unseen force, Lestrange unleashed that particular spell upon Ein. The moment the curse of heart-piercing struck him, Ein was filled with regret. Had he known the depths of Lestrange's animosity, he would never have anticipated it to manifest with such intensity. Ein wished for Lestrange to employ the Cruciatus Curse, believing it would be straightforward. The Slytherin champion's public use of an unforgivable curse could easily lead him to Azkaban, reuniting him with his unfortunate distant uncle and aunt. Worse still, expulsion seemed a foregone conclusion. However, he never anticipated the excruciating pain that would ensue. When Snape pushed open the door to the common room, he was met with the sight of Ein writhing in agony on the floor, while Lestrange stood bewildered, wand pointed at Ein. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape cast a spell that sent Lestrange sprawling aside and swiftly ascended the platform to cradle Ein in his arms. As Ein, on the verge of losing consciousness, recognized Snape, he weakly clutched the Professor's ropes. "Professor, it hurts." Ein's voice was barely a whisper, nearly inaudible, as he leaned feebly against Snape's chest. Feeling the frailty of the person in his embrace, Snape cast a fierce glare at Lestrange. Yet, as the headmaster, he could not assault a student without just cause. Otherwise, Snape's expression hardened, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of tearing Lestrange to shreds. He realized he had been overly complacent, having assumed that a youth could not possibly be bested by Lestrange, yet here they were, faced with an unfortunate turn of events. Tightening his hold on Ein, Snape cast a final glance at the defeated Lestrange before departing with Ein in his arms. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey was taken aback by the sight of Ein cradled in Snape's embrace. "I told you the Slytherin Champions Tournament should be cancelled. There are always accidents every few years," she exclaimed, her tone exasperated yet gentle as she attempted to levitate Ein onto a bed with her wand. However, Snape gently declined her assistance, placing Ein on the bed himself. With a pale complexion yet still conscious, Ein gazed up at Snape with his watery blue eyes, prompting a surge of compassion within the professor. Madame Pomfrey began a series of diagnostic spells on Ein, enveloping him in a kaleidoscope of colorful lights. The Cruciatus Curse. Yet again, Madame Pomfrey's heart ached as she observed the frail child lying on the bed, pondering how such a young soul had endured so much. Ein revealed a feeble smile, perhaps having endured enough to develop some form of immunity. Ein originally intended to alleviate the awkwardness with his words, but instead, he was met with the dual glares of Madame Pomfrey and Snape. Ein bashfully closed her lips, resolutely deciding within herself that she must not allow Snape to uncover the truth behind the Cruciatus curse. After confirming that Ein had merely suffered from the curse, Snape departed for his office to concoct a personalized soothing potion for her. After all, it was only Snape's specially formulated elixirs that could alleviate Ein's unique condition, which rendered most potions ineffective. The lingering effects of the Cruciatus curse left Ein feeling somewhat dazed and disoriented as she watched Snape stride away. A peculiar emptiness settling within her heart, shaking off the bewildering thoughts swirling in her mind. Ein closed her eyes in an attempt to rest. Shortly after Snape's departure, the door to the infirmary suddenly swung open, startling Ein awake. She turned her gaze towards the entrance, only to be greeted by a dazzlingly white smile. "Goodness! I've heard about your predicament, dear Ein," Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed, sauntering over to her bedside with exaggerated steps and uninvitedly taking a seat beside her. Leaning closer, his rather foolishly handsome face loomed large before Ein. Ein was instantly startled, losing the last remnants of his drowsiness. "Do not disturb the patient's rest," Lady Pomfrey warned Lockhart from afar. Lockhart immediately displayed his ever-reliable charming smile, replying, "Yes, madam, I am fully aware. It is merely my deep concern for Ein that has compelled me to come and check on him." Consequently, Lady Pomfrey, under the influence of his dazzling grin, hesitated and reluctantly allowed Lockhart to approach Ein. Ein felt overwhelmed, as the after-effects of the heart-piercing curse seemed to intensify. Ein gently massaged his temples and, in a weary tone, addressed Professor Lockhart. "Professor Lockhart, may I take a moment to rest alone?" Lockhart immediately fixed his azure eyes, reminiscent of forget-me-nots, upon Ein, creating an illusion of profound affection. "I am truly concerned for you, Ein." Lockhart's tender voice, at that moment, felt like a death knell in Ein's ears. "I know numerous spells that could instantly cure your ailment." Ein quickly replied, "No need for that, Professor Lockhart." "Ein, goodness, this plague has struck me. Am I still alive?" "System, ha 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 ha." "Ein, you still take pleasure in others' misfortunes." "System, be cautious, he is about to draw his wand." As Ein witnessed Lockhart preparing to draw his wand, he momentarily disregarded the excruciating pain that lingered from the Cruciatus curse. He hastily sat up from the bed and grasped Lockhart's wrist to restrain him. "Do not worry, Ein. Everything will be just fine." As Lockhart insisted on taking some action, Ein firmly held him back, and the two became entangled upon the hospital bed. When Snape returned to the infirmary with potions, he was met with this very scene before him. Ein appeared disheveled, her eyes red-rimmed, and filled with panic as she half collapsed onto Lockhart, one hand gripping his wrist while the other rested on his thigh. Lockhart, seemingly intent on retrieving something from within his own embrace, had nearly enveloped Ein in his arms. "What are you doing?" The deep voice, often described by countless Hogwarts students as the whisper of a demon, now resonated in Ein's ears like a celestial melody. Ein gazed up at Snape as if he were a savior, his reddened eyes reflecting a profound sense of grievance. "Professor Lockhart intends to do something to me," Ein accused, pointing a finger at Lockhart. Snape narrowed his dark eyes, directing a cold, indifferent glance towards Lockhart. His impression of Lockhart from a past life was indelibly etched in his memory, an utter buffoon who relished flaunting his clumsy magic in various settings. Perhaps the only thing he excelled at was obliviate. Snape's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. "I beg your pardon, but I believe I am the potions master of this institution." Approaching Ein with a potion bottle in hand, Snape observed the entangled arms of the two. As a storm brewed within his dark gaze, Ein instinctively sensed a hint of danger and swiftly withdrew her hand. Upon noticing Snape's arrival, Lockhart realized that there was little he could accomplish and, with a sense of disappointment, rose from the side of Ein's bed. "Ein, I suppose I shall have to return to see you after some time," Lockhart lamented, addressing Ein. "Though I am aware you will miss me dearly. We cannot linger in each other's company every single day." Ein was suddenly engulfed by a chilling sensation. The atmospheric pressure surrounding Snape had plummeted to the point of creating a vortex. Yet, this valiant figure continued to speak. "However, Ein, rest assured, although many are enamored with me, you hold a unique place in my heart." Lockhart playfully winked at Ein as he spoke. "Truth be told, Had one not been acutely aware of Lockhart's fundamentally superficial nature, this charming moment of a handsome man winking and smiling would have been quite delightful. But alas, this was Lockhart. Ayn turned her head away, unwilling to witness the scene that was painfully glaring. Loin's turn of the head seemed to be mistaken by Lockhart for shyness. The man chuckled softly, saying, "Do not be shy, young Ayn. We shall meet again. I will be waiting for you in the defense against the dark arts class." Ayn, what am I waiting for? Should I first open his skull? System, you were not like this before. Ayn, oh? What bones have I been lifting before? System, rebellious spirit. Ayn, humph. System, what did I say? Snape observed the interaction between Ayn and Lockhart throughout. And only after Lockhart had departed did he hand the potion to Ayn. Drink it all, not a single drop must remain. Snape's indifferent voice seemed to carry an undercurrent of suppressed anger. Ayn, feeling a twinge of displeasure following the incident with Lockhart, glanced at Snape's indifferent demeanor, her frustration bubbling to the surface. Humph. With a cold huff, Ayn turned her head, refusing to take the potion. Ayn black. Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. Do not compel me to take action against you. Go ahead, go ahead. Ayn retorted defiantly, her sky-blue eyes fixed stubbornly on Snape. He recalled the earlier interaction between Ayn and Lockhart, which had unfolded without regard for his presence, and let out a cold laugh. What is it? Do you require me to fetch Lockhart to feed you the potion before you will deign to part those noble lips of yours and swallow this elixir? Snape's words ignited a spark within Ayn, igniting all her earlier grievances, from the Cruciatus curse to her irritation with Lockhart, in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Ayn, with reddened eyes, reached out and knocked the potion from Snape's hand. The shattering of the glass bottle instantly plunged both individuals into silence, as the potion cascaded across the ground, pooling amidst the shards. After the tempest of anger subsided, Ayn found herself staring at the shattered potion vial before her, a flicker of unease and regret stirring within her. After all, it was a potion specially crafted by Snape to alleviate the lingering effects of the Cruciatus curse. Feeling a twinge of remorse, Ayn turned to Snape, contemplating an apology that lingered unspoken on her lips. Yet, as she beheld the expression on Snape's face, she was suddenly taken aback. It was an inscrutable expression, one she could not quite articulate. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though her heart was grasped and mercilessly crushed by an unseen force, a sensation 1,000 times more excruciating than the curse itself. The storm of anger that had once brewed within Snape vanished abruptly, leaving him standing as still as a statue. His eyes, dark and hollow, fixed upon the potion as it oozed from the fractured glass. It was as if he were gazing at something irretrievably lost. There were no wars, no shouts of fury, not even a trace of indignation. He merely observed with a chilling detachment, as if separated from the world by an insurmountable barrier, an impenetrable wall of sorrow. Ayn was in a state of panic, unlike any she had ever experienced before. She felt an overwhelming urgency, as though if she did not take action soon, something precious would be lost to her forever. Ayn, in a flurry, grasped the hem of Snape's robe. "Professor, please listen to me," he implored, his azure eyes filled with distress. Meeting those silent, obsidian orbs, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Should he claim it was unintentional, or confess that he had momentarily lost control? A myriad of excuses and thoughts whirled through Ayn's mind, yet none found their way to his lips. Instead, he clutched Snape's robe with a pallid face, exuding an inexplicable stubbornness. As moments ticked by in silence, Ayn held onto the fabric tightly, while Snape regarded him with a frigid gaze, the duration of their stillness unknown. Ultimately, Snape let out a resigned sigh and said, "Let go." Ayn tightened her grip, her eyes glistening with defiance as she gazed at Snape, unwilling to apologize or release her hold. After a moment of silence, Snape reached out and grasped Ayn's wrist firmly. "Release it," he commanded, exerting pressure in an attempt to free her wrist, but to his surprise, the tears that had been threatening to spill from Ayn's reddened eyes finally cascaded down her cheeks. "I won't let go," she cried, tilting her tear-streaked face upward to meet Snape's gaze. A pang of sorrow tugged at Snape's heart, as every tear that fell from Ayn seemed to strike at the core of his being. What a troublesome little imp, the mess he had created. And yet she wore such a heart-wrenching expression. Ultimately, Snape let out a resigned sigh and offered an explanation. "Release it, and I shall fetch you another potion." Ayn widened her eyes slightly, gazing at Snape with a hint of bewilderment. Her tear-streaked face wore an expression of surprise that was somewhat amusing. However, Snape found no humor in the moment. He reached out, gently patting Ayn's head in a soothing manner, urging her, "Be a good girl and wait for me here." all right? Ein gazed at Snape, repeatedly assuring herself that the man bore no anger and had no intention of departing for good, before reluctantly releasing her grip. Snape flicked his robes and strode out of the infirmary. Ein gazed at Snape's departing silhouette, then glanced at the spilled potion pooling on the ground, feeling a twinge of melancholy. System, in my opinion, some individuals are simply meant to be. Ein, silence, you wretched system. System, has the foolish child finally come to his senses? Ein, system, it is not an easy task. Ein, why? System, what? Why? Ein, why did I just feel so distressed? As if I were terrified that Snape would never pay attention to me again. Ein tugged at the fabric of her clothing near her heart, where a lingering dull ache still resided. Ein, is it because I feel a pang of sympathy for Snape? System, it is both yes and no. Ein, what is that? System, you will understand it in due course. After departing from the infirmary, Snape strode through the castle, the echoes of his footsteps resonating in the stillness of Hogwarts under the night sky. When had he undergone such a transformation? In that fleeting moment when the boy discarded the potion, his innate disposition would have dictated that he dismissed the child entirely. No, even in accordance with his former temperament. The Cruciatus curse would have held no significance. He would have paid no heed to the boy, not even a fraction. As Snape continued his walk, he found himself reflecting on those cerulean eyes, a certain softness blooming within him. He recalled the youth he had encountered in the mirror maze. The boy's slightly reddened eyes gazing at him with an entranced trust, as though he were wholly reliant on Snape. With a sigh, he closed his eyes, the darkness around him enveloping him like a shroud. He could not pinpoint when it had begun, but the lily in his heart had, unbeknownst to him, been replaced by a radiant sunbeam. What was once a moment of warmth had transformed into a blinding orb of light. Yet, it was exasperatingly burdensome. That boy named Ein, arrogant, capricious, and imbued with the cunning of Slytherin, rendered his actions perpetually unpredictable. Perhaps he even possessed knowledge that eluded others. He was undeniably perilous, yet his brilliance was captivating, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. Snape's thoughts drifted back to the image of the boy, tear-streaked and gripping his robes, as if he were on the brink of losing something essential. Weeping with a heart-wrenching despair that stirred sympathy within him. Truly, he had been ensnared by this impish child. However, he could not indulge in such notions. Setting aside the fact that his life was meant for atonement, he was acutely aware of the path he was destined to tread. One that danced perilously along the edge of light and darkness, a road devoid of a future. The boy deserved better. There were others more suited to him. And that individual could never be Snape. Not ever. The depths of Snape's dark eyes began to hollow, mirroring an abyssal lake, devoid of ripples or waves beneath the tranquil night. Upon returning to his office, a place imbued with memories of his encounters with Ein, he momentarily felt a disorientation, but he quickly gathered his composure, securing the spare potion before retracing his steps back to the infirmary. Ein, with a hint of concealed excitement, awaited Snape in the infirmary, simultaneously enduring the disdain and mockery of the system. However, when Snape reappeared in the medical wing, Ein perceptibly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Snape exhibited neither anger nor any negative emotion, but quietly handed the potion to Ein. Ein grasped the potion and downed it in one swift motion, turning his gaze towards Snape. Snape's dark eyes, as tranquil as a still pond, merely flicked over him before he uttered, "Rest well." He prepared to depart. "Wait." Ein instinctively called out to Snape. Snape halted, casting a questioning glance in Ein's direction. Ein intended to voice something, yet found himself at a loss for words. There was something amiss with Snape, profoundly amiss. In this fleeting moment, Ein sensed a shift, an intangible change in the air. Ein tentatively reached out once more to grasp Snape's robe, but all it elicited was a fleeting glance from him. "What troubles you?" Ein inquired with a hint of caution. Why pose such a question? Snape's hollow black eyes appeared devoid of any emotion as he countered Ein's inquiry. Ein's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as he exclaimed, "You weren't like this just a moment ago. What has happened to you?" Snape remained silent, and the two were once again engulfed in a prolonged silence. Just as Ein was about to speak, Snape finally broke the stillness. "Ein, I am not a good person," he murmured in a low tone, instilling a sense of panic within Ein. "Who says you are not a good person? You most certainly are," Ein retorted without a moment's hesitation. Snape lowered his gaze upon the boy and gently reached out to caress his face. Experiencing Snape's tenderness for the first time, Ein momentarily froze. However, Snape merely brushed the corner of Ein's reddened eyes before withdrawing his hand and continuing, "You know, Ein, Ein defiantly proclaimed, "What if I am not a good person? I am not a good person. None of us are virtuous. We are all the same." Snape remained silent, regarding Ein as one would a petulant child. "You know what I mean," he said, letting out a soft sigh as he gently pulled the robe from Ein's grasp. "Ein, you possess a bright future, while I do not." The unspoken words of Snape's latter statement were concealed beneath the cloak of night. Ein was utterly overwhelmed. He yearned to grasp something. Yet for the first time, he realized how distant Snape truly was from him. Or rather, the man who once felt so near had suddenly transformed into an unimaginable distance. As if separated by the eons of a distant star, Snape's dark eyes appeared to harbor the entirety of the cosmos, imbued with an ancient depth and an inescapable solitude. "Professor, what is the matter with you? You weren't like this just moments ago." Ein's voice began to quiver with emotion. "Severus, what has affected you so? Was it my fault? If it was, I apologize. I shouldn't have carelessly thrown the potion or lost my temper with you. I promise I won't behave like this again. I will change. I will amend everything. Please, do not be like this." In an instant, Snape's heart softened, and when he saw the mist gathering in Ein's cerulean eyes, he realized he had once again failed. He returned to Ein's side, sitting on the edge of his bed, gently enveloping the boy in his arms and patting his back. "It is not your fault. The issue lies with me." Snape's deep voice carried a touch of restraint. "But please, do not treat me this way," Ein cried, collapsing into Snape's embrace. "Do you not know that I have feelings for you?" Snape's body froze at the sudden confession, like a fleeting firework exploding in the depths of his heart, only to be engulfed by an even deeper darkness. Snape's hand, which had been soothing Ein's back, stilled as he sensed the shift in the boy. It was only then that Ein belatedly realized the weight of his words, his face flushing crimson. "What I mean is, ahem, I truly admire you, Professor," Ein stammered, attempting to salvage the moment. However, witnessing Snape's increasing silence, he disregarded any sense of pride and hurriedly added, "So, I really do like you." After his confession, Ein felt like a lamb awaiting judgment, his cerulean eyes darting about, unable to meet Snape's gaze. Snape lingered in silence for what felt like an eternity before finally speaking. "Do you understand what you are saying?" Ein promptly raised 3 fingers, exclaiming, "I swear that at this very moment, I am not under the influence of any spell or potion. I genuinely and wholeheartedly express my affection for you." Snape fell into a prolonged silence, and as the moments stretched on, Ein began to feel a sense of unease. "Professor Severus, you must say something," Ein implored, gazing earnestly at Snape. After an extended period of silence, Snape finally responded, "It is impossible." "Why? Do you not harbor feelings for me?" "I refuse to believe it." Ein's eyes widened in disbelief. "You have protected me, cared for me, and we have shared so many experiences together. Why can we not be together?" Snape's dark eyes calmly met Ein's gaze as he replied, "Why? Do you not understand?" Ein defiantly questioned, "What should I clearly understand?" Severus Snape restrained the pangs of sorrow and pain within him, coldly articulating each word, "Because I am enamored with another. She is my sunshine, my ideal. I shall spend my life seeking atonement for her. Your lily has withered." Ein exclaimed in fury, "Is it merely because of a decease that you would forsake the potential future between us?" "Ein, you have better choices," Snape attempted to persuade him. "Severus, I must confess that I like you. I do not care if your heart harbors a memory of someone else, nor what you may become as a double agent. I simply like you. I admit it, I like you, and I want to be with you." Ein's azure eyes blazed with intensity. Snape was not surprised by Ein's extensive understanding, but rather astonished by the depth of Ein's fixation on him. From the boy's actions and words, Snape could perceive a trace of the youth's attachment, believing he could maintain a boundary between them. However, he did not anticipate that he would ultimately find himself ensnared in the depths of the boy's affections. Everything he had just said was merely an attempt to dissuade the youth from his aspirations. After all, a future between them was impossible. He would not permit his tainted self to tarnish a radiant sun. Ein was still so young, with a bright future ahead. He should not be entangled with someone who had already lived a life, yet remained unchanged. Ein gazed defiantly at Snape, embodying an unwavering determination to achieve her goal. Snape turned his attention to Ein, his eyes softening in a rare display of tenderness. "Ein, look into my eyes." Ein gazed into Snape's obsidian eyes, which appeared dreamlike. For the first time, she sensed a profound and overflowing emotion within those dark depths, momentarily lost in a daze. So this is what it feels like to be loved by Snape. He gently leaned down, whispering softly into Ein's ear, akin to lovers sharing tender secrets. "Forget your feelings for me," Snape murmured. Let all be forgotten. Under the influence of Snape's specially crafted potion, Ein recovered swiftly. The following morning, Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination and, with satisfaction, announced that he would be able to leave the hospital in a few days. I nodded, presenting a flawless smile to Madame Pomfrey. Thank you, madam. Madame Pomfrey affectionately reached out to stroke Ein's head, but Ein subtly evaded her touch. Madame Pomfrey did not dwell on this, assuming it was merely Ein's reluctance to be regarded as a child, and thus offered Ein a gentle smile in return. Ein naturally responded with a polite Slytherin smile. Although he was required to remain in the infirmary for a few more days, friends were permitted to visit. The first to pay a visit to Ein was Draco. Upon entering, Draco initially wore a look of concern, but upon seeing Ein's relatively good condition, his expression relaxed. Ein, you're not in any trouble, are you? Draco inquired, still feeling a twinge of worry for his friend. Ein sat upon the bed, gradually lifting the glass of water that rested on the bedside table. Her cerulean eyes seemed to pierce through Draco's very soul, evoking an unsettling chill within him. Yet, as Draco turned his gaze towards Ein once more, she had reverted to her gentle smile, as if the previous intensity had merely been a figment of his imagination. What could possibly be troubling me, Draco? Ein sipped delicately from her glass before speaking. It's merely a cruciatus curse. Draco felt a slight easing of his apprehension, responding, Indeed, Professor Snape's antidote must be quite effective. However, as he spoke, an inkling of disquiet began to envelop the atmosphere, prompting him to look at Ein with suspicion. Ein maintained her serene smile, devoid of any sign of distress. Perhaps it was simply his own misconception. Unbeknownst to Draco, however, Ein's fingers tightened around the glass, turning pale from her grip. Yet, in the next heartbeat, she appeared composed, casually shifting the blanket aside and remarking, Indeed, Professor Snape's potions are undoubtedly the most efficacious. Draco remained troubled by an ineffable unease, yet he could not articulate the source of his discomfort. He opted to steer the conversation in a different direction. Speaking of which, Ein, Draco leaned closer. Did you know that Lestrange, who cast the unforgivable curse on you just yesterday, was summoned by the ministry that very night? Oh. Ein's lips curled into a faint smile, though her eyes betrayed no warmth. How unfortunate for him. Draco sensed an unsettling quality in Ein's smile, but upon closer inspection, he dismissed his apprehension as overthinking. He pressed on, Yes, Lestrange is likely in serious trouble. Even if he avoids Azkaban, his expulsion from Hogwarts seems inevitable. Humph. He deserves it. With indignation, Draco continued, How dare he cast an unforgivable curse upon you? Ein casually remarked, Isn't it quite a bargain to exchange a piercing curse for the disappearance of a troublesome adversary? Draco gazed at Ein with a hint of unfamiliarity, responding, Well, one cannot quite put it that way, Ein. I must admit, you seem rather peculiar today. Ein tilted his head slightly, gazing at Draco with a look of confusion. What is strange? He inquired. Everything is peculiar, Draco thought silently to himself, yet found himself inexplicably hesitant to voice this sentiment in front of Ein. There was an unsettling intuition that beneath Ein's gentle smile lay something undiscoverable, something perilous. Observing Draco's silence, Ein took it upon himself to reassure him. It's all right. Perhaps you simply did not sleep well last night. Draco, somewhat dazed, responded. That could be the case, right? After all, I am Ein. What could possibly be strange? Even as Draco eventually departed from the infirmary, he remained in a state of disorientation, sensing that something was amiss. After Draco's exit, the system could no longer contain itself and spoke within Ein's mind. Hey, are you all right? Ein. System, yesterday. The system was uncertain whether the spell of total oblivion had indeed taken effect on Ein. Logically, it should have been effective, but it would cause the protagonist to forget their feelings for Snape. Therefore, in principle, interference was not permitted. However, the current state of the host is. Ein, did anything happen yesterday? The system did not anticipate Ein's counter-question, leaving it momentarily at a loss for words. Ein, yesterday, did I not simply consume the potion delivered by Professor Snape and then succumb to slumber? Or is it possible that something transpired unbeknownst to me? System, the system ceased to respond, and Ein seemed disinclined to delve deeper into the matter, letting the topic rest. The second visitor to Ein was Harry. Not having seen Ein during breakfast, he inquired about the situation from Draco and hurried over to check on Ein. Ein, I heard about yesterday's events. Are you all right? Harry gently placed a box of sweets on Ein's bedside. Ein's gaze fell upon the top layer of chocolates in the candy box. Her sky blue eyes seemed to recall something. Deepening with contemplation, Ein bestowed a gentle smile upon Harry, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Harry. It's rare for someone to know that I have a fondness for chocolate. Harry's cheeks flushed slightly. Well, I just guessed. In truth, it was rather easy to deduce Ein's preferences by observing her dining habits in the hall. Chocolate has a way of uplifting one's spirits, does it not? Ein delicately unwrapped a piece of chocolate and placed it in her mouth. The velvety sweetness melted on her tongue, causing her to comfortably squint her eyes, reminiscent of a contented feline. I'm glad you like it. Harry's vibrant green eyes sparkled as they gazed at Ein, yet she did not respond as she usually would. Ein feigned fatigue and stifled a yawn. Ein, are you feeling tired? Then I shall not disturb you any further. Harry perceptively suggested his intention to take his leave. I apologize. Perhaps I have not yet fully recovered and feel somewhat drained, Ein replied, her sky-blue eyes betraying a hint of surface-level regret. With that, Harry departed the infirmary. As he walked alone down the corridor, his dark eyes were filled with swirling turmoil and tempestuous thoughts. Ein has transformed. Even with the most elaborate disguises, Harry could still discern the truth within Ein. Beneath those once gentle eyes, warmth had now vanished, leaving only a chilling void. What had transpired? It is uncertain whether to deem Ein fortunate or unfortunate. On the very day of his discharge from the hospital, he fortuitously found himself attending Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class. Upon entering the great hall, the long-absent Ein was met with the subtle, discerning gazes of the entire Slytherin house. After all, despite the duel concluding with Lestrange's use of the Cruciatus Curse, the fact that this second-year student had exchanged blows with the fifth-year champion had sparked considerable discussion within Slytherin. The house had always held a reverence for the strong. Ein strode forward, disregarding the scrutinizing glances of those around, and seated himself beside Draco, commencing his breakfast. Draco, evidently elated at the sight of his long-absent roommate, chattered animatedly about the events of the past few days. Ein, you absolutely won't believe it. Even the girls from Slytherin have begun to be drawn to that flamboyant peacock, Draco remarked, casting a disapproving glance towards the lectern where Gilderoy Lockhart was boasting extravagantly, perplexed as to what allure such a character could possess. Ein paused momentarily while slicing the croissant, but soon regained her poise, elegantly picking up a fork to spear a piece and bringing it to her lips for a delicate chew. It was rather peculiar, one might say, to observe Draco labeling others as ostentatious peacocks. Ein silently pondered, her expression remaining inscrutable. Ein, will you not say anything? Draco expressed his dissatisfaction with Ein's response. After swallowing the bread in her mouth, Ein elegantly wiped her lips before inquiring, what would you like me to say? Draco, somewhat incredulous, remarked, you used to join me in mocking Lockhart. Is that so? Ein replied noncommittally. Ein leisurely sipped a glass of freshly squeezed apple juice, the slightly tart flavor causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. However, he soon relaxed his tense features and finished the apple juice sip by sip. Draco was even more incredulous, and you used to detest apple juice. Perhaps it was time to indulge in a change of palate. After finishing the juice, Ein lifted his sky-blue eyes to gaze at the professor's table. His gaze landed squarely on Gilderoy Lockhart, who was currently regaling the crowd with his verbose tales, resembling a flamboyant peacock in Draco's estimation. Lockhart, seemingly aware of Ein's attention, flashed a dazzling smile full of gleaming teeth. Meanwhile, Severus Snape, who already wore an expression dark as a thundercloud, grew even more ominous upon noticing Lockhart's beaming display directed at Ein. Ein, however, did not spare a single glance for the man in the black cloak. In response to Lockhart's ostentatious display, I merely offered a cordial smile to their professor of dark arts. Lockhart's smile broadened even further. Snape abruptly rose to his feet. Oh, Professor Snape? Lockhart seemed to have just noticed the presence of Snape beside him. Have you finished breakfast so swiftly? One must understand the importance of a proper meal. It is essential for maintaining a fine complexion, much like mine. It was evident that Professor Snape did not indulge in skincare routines, as it was clear his skin was not in the best condition, making him appear considerably older. Snape let out a cold chuckle and unleashed a torrent of venomous words towards Lockhart. I believe my skin's condition does not require your attention. If Mr. Lockhart possesses such energy and time, he might be better served by filling his vacuous mind with more substantial knowledge, so that its emptiness does not become so painfully apparent. Having spoken, Snape swept away, his robes billowing behind him. Throughout the exchange, Ein did not spare Snape a single glance. Draco, realizing this, was so taken aback that he could no longer eat his breakfast, incredulously inquiring of Ein, did you have a quarrel with Professor Snape? Ain raised an eyebrow and looked at Draco, saying, "How could that be? Professor Snape is an exceedingly trustworthy elder." Draco hesitated as he gazed at Ain, sensing an underlying discord. "You used to speak of Professor Snape differently. Perhaps I was too naive in the past." Ain casually dismissed the topic, bringing the conversation to a close. In the defense against the dark arts class, Gilderoy Lockhart appeared in the classroom, his dazzling white teeth gleaming. "Oh, my dear students, before we commence the lesson, we shall first undertake a brief and simple quiz." Lockhart grinned and winked, assuring them, "Fear not. Those who have perused my books will find the answers come easily." As the papers were distributed, they featured questions about Lockhart's preferred colors, his greatest aspirations, and his most significant achievements. Draco's expression shifted dramatically upon glancing at the examination paper. "What on earth is this nonsense?" he muttered quietly to Ain. Ain's expression remained utterly unchanged as she picked up her pen and began to answer the questions. "Hey, Ain, you can't possibly know the answers to these ridiculous questions, can you?" Draco exclaimed, astonished by Ain's swift writing. "Who knows?" Ain replied nonchalantly. The following is the response from Ain. Lockhart's favorite color. What does love favor? Lockhart's greatest wish. What does it matter to me? Lockhart's most significant achievement. It is a privilege to serve as my professor of defense against the dark arts. The gift Lockhart most desires. I am uncertain, but I believe that receiving my response should indeed be an honor for you. The answers provided by Ain filled 3 large sheets of paper. After collecting the papers, Lockhart first beamed at each student's work, then expressed his delight and lavishly praised Hermione Granger, who had answered every question correctly, until he laid eyes upon Ain's exam. Lockhart's smile visibly faltered. "Oh, this young Ain," he said, raising the test paper in his hand, a hint of exasperation on his face. "These are indeed rather rebellious answers." "Oh, is that so?" Ain replied noncommittally. "I believe I have merely stated the facts. Had the timing been more opportune, perhaps Lockhart's forte would have led him to respond to this question with a complete forgetfulness." Ain was enveloped in malevolent thoughts, her gaze shrouded in darkness. Lockhart cleared his throat awkwardly a couple of times, deciding to proceed to the next segment. From beneath the table, he retrieved a cage cloaked in a black cloth, speaking in a cryptic manner. "Next, you shall witness the most wicked and vile creature in this world." Ain cast a sidelong glance, eagerly anticipating the emergence of another Lockhart from the cage. "However, there is no need for concern. Remain composed. With my presence, you have no reason to fret." As Lockhart spoke, he pulled aside the dark cloth that shrouded the enclosure. Revealed within was a cage filled with Cornish pixies, their bodies adorned in a vibrant shade of blue, sporting pointed chins, large ears, and a pair of wings, all while chattering animatedly in their lofty 8-foot frames. Ain observed the pallor that overtook Harry and Ron, who were compelled by Hermione to sit in the front row. A few diminutive house elves, close to the edge of the cage, were attempting to stretch their hands out to seize something. Indeed, these wicked and malevolent Cornish house elves. Let us witness how you intend to deal with them. As Lockhart proclaimed this, he flung open the cage. Instantly, the entire classroom descended into chaos. The house elves scattered in all directions, and several of them, when gathered together, could lift a person into the air before dropping them. Others engaged in solitary skirmishes, tugging at the ears of the students. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, seated in the front row, were the first to bear the brunt of the house elves' collective assault, struggling to wield their wands in an attempt to subdue the mischievous creatures. Ain, having long been prepared, seized Draco and dashed towards the classroom door. Along the way, a few mischievous sprites attempted to impede their progress, but Ain swiftly repelled them with a few well-aimed spells. Upon reaching the entrance, Ain shouted to the students inside the classroom, "Run!" The moment the command echoed, some quick-thinking students began to flee towards the exit, soon followed by others who grasped the urgency of the situation. Ultimately, all the students surged towards the doorway in a collective rush. Ain stood at the doorway, allowing students to pass while deftly repelling the little sprites with a mere flick of his wand. "Oh, please don't leave just yet," he called out. This was all for the benefit of the students. As Gilderoy Lockhart observed the students rushing outside, he attempted to follow suit, but in the ensuing chaos, he found himself inexplicably rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. Seizing the moment, the sprites surged forward, tugging at Lockhart's hair, pinching his ears, and pulling at his clothes. "Ouch! Stop! Please, cease this at once!" Lockhart cried out, flailing his wand in desperation, yet his efforts were evidently futile. He could do naught but seek assistance from the nearby trio of Gryffindors. You three, hurry and help me. Harry cast a fleeting glance at Lockhart before nonchalantly striding towards the exit. Hermione hesitated, rooted in place, unsure of what to do. Ron regarded Harry's retreating figure, then turned to Hermione, who appeared torn between wanting to assist and her skepticism regarding Lockhart's competence. He stepped forward and grasped her arm. Don't just stand there. Let us move. However, Hermione hesitated, watching as Lockhart grimaced under the sprite's relentless torment. Isn't he supposed to be quite powerful? How can he not handle a few sprites? Ron's sudden realization illuminated the situation. Unless he is merely a fool, unworthy of rescue, he remarked. Upon hearing Ron's words, Hermione reluctantly followed him outside. By that point, the classroom was devoid of students, and all the sprites had converged on the helpless Lockhart, who was now howling in distress. Hermione had nearly reached the threshold when her innate kindness compelled her to glance back, yearning to assist Lockhart. However, her gaze was abruptly met by a pair of cerulean blue eyes. Those eyes, though smiling, emanated an icy chill. Hermione shivered, and upon closer inspection, it seemed Ein merely wore a faint smile, the previous chill perhaps a figment of her imagination. Ein softly inquired, Are you certain you wish to return? Hermione cast a perplexed glance at the somewhat unusual Ein, then surveyed the disheveled Lockhart, whose belongings lay strewn about. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely turned away. Ein observed as the last student departed, and with a swift motion, he entered the classroom, meeting Draco's puzzled gaze. As Ein stepped into the classroom, he swiftly closed the door behind him, casting a series of counterspells to prevent anyone from entering or exiting. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lockhart's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. Ein, are you here to assist me? Lockhart exclaimed, his eagerness evident as he attempted to approach, yet his feet remained firmly anchored to the ground. A few tiny sprites, initially eager to swarm the new arrival, found themselves repelled by the protective barrier surrounding Ein. Well versed in the art of bullying the weak, the mischievous sprites turned their attention to Lockhart instead. Professor, I am feeling rather unwell, Ein said, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he drew closer to Lockhart. It seems you attempted to help me in the infirmary a few days ago. Casually toying with a spare wand, Ein distractedly found a chair and took a seat. Now is not the time for such discussions, young Ein. Lockhart, overwhelmed by the relentless sprites, was on the verge of collapse. Please, get these wretched little creatures away from me. But aren't you quite formidable, Professor? Ein tilted his head, smiling at Lockhart. Perhaps you could demonstrate how one should handle such a situation. In that moment, Lockhart realized that the angelic facade of young Ein concealed a devilish intent. Eager to witness his predicament, dizziness washed over Lockhart as he remained rooted to the spot, causing him to tilt backward uncontrollably. Ein, how utterly tedious. Lord is far too easy to toy with. System, what has been the source of your recent agitation? Ein, what provocation is there? I am perfectly well. System, Ein, I feel absolutely splendid. Wouldn't you agree? System 2024? For the first time, Ein uttered the full name of the system, which even the system itself felt an inexplicable chill, just as Ein was about to bring an end to the farce while watching Lowart nearly collapse. Lowart suddenly straightened his posture. In an instant, the aura surrounding Lowart transformed, radiating a sharp and solemn presence. With a swift flick of his wand, all the small sprites were immediately frozen in place. The binding spell that Ein had cast upon him amidst the chaos was effortlessly dispelled. Ein's azure eyes pierced directly towards Lockhart. At that moment, Lockhart's gaze was a deep crimson, imbued with a chilling aura. As the tip of his wand menacingly pointed at Ein swiftly took cover, narrowly evading a beam of crimson light. Immediately thereafter, a flurry of rapidly approaching spells followed in quick succession. Ein brandished her wand to parry and evade. Yet she inadvertently fell victim to a slicing spell that grazed her thigh. Blood immediately gushed forth. Ein let out a low grunt, casting a more intense and inscrutable gaze at Lowart. Fortunately, the crimson-eyed Lowart could not maintain his consciousness for long. He suddenly succumbed to oblivion, his entire form slumping backward into a state of unconsciousness. In that moment, the classroom fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the resounding thud as Lowart collapsed to the ground. Ein, suppressing the agony within, approached Lowart with a cautious gait, each step a careful shuffle. Lowart's earlier demeanor had been strikingly evident. There was undoubtedly something amiss, particularly those crimson eyes. Ein let out a cold scoff, strikingly reminiscent of a certain man concealed within the depths of number 12 Grimmauld Place. It seems that Lockhart must have acquired a particular Horcrux. As Ein took just a few steps forward, The surrounding fairies, having lost their control, began to chatter incessantly, obstructing Ein's progress. Ein silently cursed under his breath and began to handle the little sprites with his wand. However, it was during this brief delay that the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom was abruptly flung open. It turned out that Draco, unable to quell his concern for Ein, had ultimately succumbed to the urge to call for Snape. Upon hearing Draco's description, Snape's expression shifted several times, and without a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the classroom. Upon entering, he was met with the astonishing scene before him. Ein, with blood streaming from his wounded leg, assisted Lockhart in managing the chaotic swarm of mischievous sprites, while Lockhart lay unconscious on the ground. The air around Snape suddenly grew tense. With a flick of his wand, he immobilized all the sprites in place, then roughly forced them back into their cage, securing it with a lock. "Curse it, could you not make things easier for once?" Snape instinctively moved closer to Ein, intending to lift him, but Ein evaded his approach. Ein's evasive movement once again aggravated the wound on his thigh, causing a fresh stream of blood to flow forth. At that moment, Snape's countenance could aptly be described as black as ink. "What exactly do you want?" Snape inquired in a low voice, laced with barely concealed anger directed at Ein. "Shouldn't that question be posed to me, Professor Snape?" Ein replied, her icy gaze fixed upon his dark eyes, shedding the guise of innocence she typically wore. "Professor Snape, it appears we are not particularly acquainted." Ein's cerulean eyes reflected no trace of emotion as she regarded him. Snape paused momentarily, then responded, "But you are now a member of Slytherin House, and as its head, I have a duty to ensure your well-being." Ein coldly declined Snape's offer, saying, "There's no need. Professor Snape, I can make my way to the hospital wing on my own. A simple blood-replenishing charm is something I can manage." Snape's brow furrowed intensely, as if he could crush a mosquito with the tension. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against Ein's stubbornness. "I shall escort you to the hospital wing," Snape replied dryly. Ein, disregarding Snape, merely uttered a blood-replenishing spell and, albeit limping, rose to his feet. "I believe Professor Lockhart would benefit more from your assistance, Professor Snape." Ein approached Snape, only to brush past him as he exited through the door. "Thank you for your concern, Professor Snape." Ein nodded politely, departing from the defense against the dark arts classroom. Snape suddenly began to question the validity of his decision. He had intended to guide the boy away from darkness by erasing his feelings for himself. But where had he gone awry? The boy's actions were entirely beyond Snape's expectations. He had anticipated that the boy would become more radiant. However, Snape gazed with a shadowy expression at the boy's stubborn figure limping away, like a ray of sunlight ensnared in darkness. The moment Ein vanished from Snape's line of sight, he could no longer restrain himself and collapsed to the ground in agony. The wound on his thigh, further exacerbated by his reckless actions, reopened and began to bleed profusely. Intense waves of pain surged through his mind, eroding Ein's thoughts. The anguish intertwined with the depths of those dark, enigmatic eyes, leaving Ein's spirit in disarray. Had Snape's oblivion truly taken effect? Certainly not. Ein reminisced about everything that transpired that night. Snape whispered softly in her ear, uttering that despairing incantation, "Obliviate." Ironically, it was the very birthday gift bestowed upon her by this man that intervened. Ein's hand slipped into his pocket, touching the cufflink that had yet to be donned. Now shattered by a spell that obliterated all memory, Ein's memories drift back to that day when they returned from the cavern to Spinner's End. The night had settled over Spinner's End, enveloping it in a serene hush. The temperature in London had a notable fluctuation between day and night. Snape effortlessly kindled the flames in the hearth, and a gentle warmth enveloped Ein, prompting him to comfortably squint his eyes. "Professor, Professor," Ein exclaimed, scampering a few steps to Snape's side, tugging at the man's sleeve. Snape raised an eyebrow, poised to unleash a retort, when he noticed Ein pouting. "Even Grindelwald gifted me a birthday present. Where is yours, Professor?" "I presume you are aware that the paltry birthday gift from your wretched potions professor would likely become indistinguishable among the plethora of gifts you received," Snape quipped. His brow arched in sardonic amusement. Ein, clearly unimpressed, pouted and remarked, "I have no interest in such tokens of polite gesture." Ein clutched Severus's sleeve, her azure eyes sparkling with anticipation. "The professor must have prepared a gift intended solely for me, right?" Severus remained silent, his mind drifting back to the moment he had acquired the present, a wave of irritation washing over him. He was baffled by the memory of that little rascal, Zabini, who once gifted Ein a pair of cufflinks. How absurd. Cufflinks were hardly suitable as casual gifts. Yet, before he could fully comprehend his actions. He found himself exiting the boutique with a pair of sky-blue cufflinks in hand. They were merely a token meant to provide some protection for the little imp. Severus reassured himself regarding his inexplicable behavior, casting various protective charms upon the cufflinks. However, on the day of Ein's birthday, he inexplicably failed to present them. At that moment, confronted by the boy's eager gaze, he inexplicably retrieved the poorly wrapped cufflinks from his pocket. "Take your gift and hurry off to bed," Severus stated tersely, his voice betraying a hint of urgency as he hastily departed. Ein, upon receiving the gift, was as elated as if she had indulged in a decadent tiramisu. Her beautiful eyes squinted with joy as she examined the cufflinks, reluctant to part with them. Ultimately, she wrapped them in a piece of velvet and tucked them close to her heart in her pocket. He, a birthday gift from the professor. Ein joyfully rolled around on her bed all night, reveling in her delight. Returning to the present, Ein pressed her hand against the wound on her leg, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. With her other hand, she wielded her wand, casting several spells to halt the bleeding. Yet, the pain in her leg paled in comparison to the anguish brought forth by the shattered cufflink. No one could fathom that. In the instant the cufflink splintered in her grasp, something profound and irrevocable had also fractured within her. Severus Snape. Ein silently murmured this name in the depths of her heart, as if her heart were being tightly squeezed in pain. If this is what you desire. Ein, limping with a wounded leg, chose not to head towards the medical wing. Instead, she ascended the spiral staircase step by step, reaching the 8th floor. There, a surreal scene unfolded. A giant creature adorned in a pink dance skirt twirled gracefully, and murmured her desire for a room to conceal her belongings. And after pacing back and forth 3 times, a door opened before her. Ein effortlessly entered the room and slipped into the vanishing cabinet. Little did Ein know, however, that just around the corner on the 8th floor, all of this was being observed by a pair of watchful eyes. Ein, through the pitch-black disappearance cabinet, momentarily lost his sight, causing his pain to intensify. With a pale countenance, Ein pushed open the other side of the cabinet. "Long time no see. What has happened to you?" Tom's initially light-hearted tone darkened upon witnessing Ein's demeanor. He inhaled the metallic scent of blood that lingered in the air and expertly discerned a darkened patch on Ein's black robe. "Injured? Come here," Tom commanded with a note of gravity in his voice. Ein rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Given my current state, you still expect me to go over there? You are well aware of my condition. Why would you not come to the medical wing to seek my assistance?" Tom, equally displeased, furrowed his brow in response to Ein's obstinate behavior. Despite his words, he strode forward with determination, effortlessly lifting Ein, who was on the brink of collapsing before the vanishing cabinet, and gently placing her upon the bed. "Let the Dark Lord attend to your treatment. You might just be the first in history to do so." Tom chuckled softly, but his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as he began to unfasten Ein's robe. Upon her pale thigh lay a gaping wound, deep enough to reveal bone, still seeping blood. Evidently, the earlier healing charm was quickly losing its effectiveness. Tom's brow knitted in concern as he brandished the wand Ein had provided him, performing a series of intricate spells. Suddenly, Ein felt as if a shroud of black mist enveloped her leg, erasing not only the pain but also her sense of touch. Ein looked at Tom with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. "Surely, your skills in treatment cannot be on par with Lockhart's, can they?" Tom raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean by being on the same level as Lockhart?" "I have temporarily sealed off the sensation in your wound using dark magic. This seal also prevents any blood from flowing out. Therefore, during the normal healing process, you will feel no pain, your daily activities will remain unaffected, and you will not experience any bleeding. Once you have fully recovered, everything will be as it should." Einmar had not anticipated that the Dark Lord could exhibit such astute maneuvers when addressing matters of healing, yet it appeared to pose no significant issues. Ein gracefully descended from the bed, and upon doing so, discovered with certainty that he felt no sensation. The wound had ceased to bleed. "I shan't express my gratitude to you, for this injury was indeed of your own making," Ein remarked with a hint of playful arrogance, lifting his chin toward Tom. "Is that so?" Tom replied, his tone noncommittal. "Have you found a new Horcrux?" "Not entirely certain yet, but I am inclined to believe it is highly probable." Ein reflected on Lockhart's peculiar state at that moment. The crimson hue of his eyes was unmistakably distinctive. If it were not a Horcrux, it might suggest that Lockhart possessed a dual personality, though there were no signs indicating such a condition. "I wonder which Horcrux it could be," Ein pondered aloud. Tom elegantly retrieved his notebook and began to make some annotations therein. Ein, with a hint of curiosity, leaned in to observe. What are you doing? Are you tattooing your own essence? Tom replied, it's merely an ordinary notebook. I know. Tom raised an eyebrow, gazing at Ein with a blend of amusement and exasperation. Why do you appear somewhat disappointed? Ein immediately straightened his posture, exuding an air of seriousness. Is that so? Then you must be overthinking it. Tom, with his crimson eyes, gazed at the earnest expression on Ein's face. For some reason, he felt that the young man seemed to have undergone some transformation compared to before. Although Ein was desperately attempting to disguise this change, striving to demonstrate that he was no different from his former self, Tom suddenly spoke. His voice laced with an enticing undertone. There is something decidedly amiss about you today. Ein immediately retorted, what is amiss? It is merely your illusion. Tom squinted his crimson eyes. Certainly, something was amiss. The denial came too swiftly, almost as if he were concealing something. Tom's ruby-like eyes bored directly into Ein's seemingly murky azure ones. Ein directly sensed an ominous presence. Tom Riddle, if you dare to use your soul-sucking powers against me, I shall never speak to you again. Ein's sky-blue eyes brimmed with fury as they awaited Tom's response. Tom stared at Ein for a moment before bursting into laughter. Very well, I shall heed your words. Ein regarded Tom with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, yet could decipher no thoughts from his seemingly nonchalant crimson gaze. Ein secretly curled her lip, finding the Dark Lord exceedingly troublesome, utterly oblivious to the sinister thoughts concealed within his terrifying bald head. Although Tom, at this very moment, still appeared as the handsome young man he always was, Ein could not help but inexplicably recall that noseless, egg-shaped head, which instantly evoked a rather peculiar sensation towards Tom. Ein fell into silence for a while, yet ultimately, curiosity overcame the potential peril of probing too deeply. He glanced around, unable to restrain himself, and inquired, if the number of soul artifacts you have fused increases, will you revert to your original, unsightly form? Tom's demeanor shifted abruptly, exuding an intense aura of dominance. His crimson eyes regarded Ein with the piercing gaze of a superior, and he dangerously posed a question. Do you truly find me unappealing? Ein swallowed hard, questioning whether one could truly find a lack of hair and nostrils unappealing. Tom fell into an eerie silence, and after a moment, he finally subdued his formidable presence and responded to Ein, stating that appearances should remain unchanged. Ein let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Tom fell into an even stranger silence. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke again. In that case, let us discuss your matters. I respect your thoughts and shall refrain from probing into your mind, but on the condition that you offer me your honesty. Tom's crimson eyes gazed intently at Ein. Ein immediately turned her head to the side, insisting, no, I absolutely do not. Tom remained silent, his indifferent gaze fixed upon Ein, observing her growing discomfort and awkwardness. What are you doing, Tom? Ein shot a glance at him, but he remained unmoved. After a brief moment, she hesitantly spoke up. Actually, I just, Tom raised an eyebrow. Tom, could you teach me how to duel? Ein's sky-blue eyes seemed resolute as they locked onto Tom. I'm black. Tom remarked with a dismissive smile. Do you truly comprehend what you are proposing? Of course I do. With her resolve firm and unwavering, Ein continued, I wish for you, Tom Riddle, to instruct me in the art of dueling, including but not limited to various forms of dark magic. Tom Riddle, he murmured the name to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his crimson eyes remained utterly cold. You are requesting the second Dark Lord to teach you dark magic. Do you understand what that entails, I'm black? I am fully aware, which is why I am earnest in my request. Ein showed no signs of fear in the face of Tom's imposing presence, steadfast in her conviction. Suddenly, Tom laughed, the sound of his youthful laughter resonating within the small room, instinctively making Ein feel a sense of danger. He stepped closer, reducing the distance between them, leaning slightly forward until their faces were nearly touching. The chill emanating from his body caused Ein to instinctively shrink back. His voice, rich and magnetic, lingered in her ear. And what makes you think I would teach you? He inquired, chuckling softly before continuing, furthermore, why would I want to teach a mere child how to duel? What advantage does that hold for me? Am I to create a potential rival for my future? Ein was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. He had not anticipated this aspect, perhaps owing to Tom's previously amiable demeanor, which had led him to frequently overlook the fact that, even with merely 2 soul fragments, the man before him was unequivocally the most formidable antagonist in the entire narrative, Voldemort. At this very moment, this realization was strikingly clear, for the owner of that voice, Voldemort, stood directly before him, mere inches away, his dangerous crimson eyes fixed upon Ein, accompanied by a sinister smile. Ein instinctively recoiled slightly, only to be met once more with Tom's soft laughter. Had she not contemplated these matters before? Tom eased the distance between them, his imposing aura softening a touch. Should one call you adorable, or merely innocent? Tom reached out to gently caress the soft crown of Ein's hair. Ein, however, grasped Tom's wrist firmly. The frigid temperature sent a shiver through Ein, yet he did not relinquish his hold. Ein gazed back at Tom's crimson eyes, articulating each word distinctly. So, is it not possible? Tom momentarily froze, feeling the warmth at his wrist, and for an instant, the darkness in his red eyes deepened. This youth before him consistently brought forth unexpected delights. Tom sensed a troubling fervor surging within him. This boy was different. He yearned to possess him, to make him solely his own. Tom fought to suppress the madness lurking in the depths of his crimson gaze, striving to maintain an air of normalcy. For now was not the time to frighten him away. He glanced at Ein's sky-blue eyes, as clear and radiant as a brilliant azure sky. They were too bright. If night were to taint the heavens, it would require some time. Yet, the Dark Lord was never lacking in patience. Tom smiled faintly as he released Ein's hand, rising to tower over the boy's resolute form, speaking with elegance. Of course, it is not entirely impossible. Tom's refined voice ignited a spark in Ein's eyes. As long as you can offer a price that satisfies me. However, Tom's subsequent remark vexed Ein. Then I shall no longer restrict you from being the Dark Lord? Ein tentatively inquired, blinking at Tom. Tom merely raised an eyebrow. I have no interest in reliving a life I have already experienced. And what if I cease to restrict you from killing? Ein scratched his head, struggling to articulate. Do you truly believe that an unbreakable vow could impose significant limitations upon me? Tom's arrogant demeanor, though irksome to Ein, held an undeniable truth. It was evident that Tom possessed ample means to circumvent any unbreakable oath to achieve his desires. Then what do you propose we do? Ein, in a fit of resignation, pouted and directed his question at Tom. Tom observed the rare, adorable pout of the boy, and his crimson eyes darkened once more. I desire you, he declared, his ruby-like gaze fixated unwaveringly upon Ein's eyes. Ein gazed at Tom with a sense of perplexity. During the period of my instruction, I expect you to accept all my pedagogical methods. Tom averted his gaze, completing his remaining thoughts. This time, it was Ein who hesitated, recalling the rather unpleasant experiences of their previous practices with the soul-reaping curse and the memory extraction charm. I can grant you 10 seconds to contemplate your decision. With a casual gesture, Tom conjured a chair, crossing his legs and seating himself with an air of elegance, akin to a monarch assured of his dominion, awaiting the willing submission of his subjects. Ein contemplated a momentary rebellion, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Tom's piercing glance silenced him. Tom's eyes conveyed a clear message to Ein. No one could negotiate with him. 10, 9, 8, 7. Tom began the countdown without a moment's pause. Wait, 10 seconds isn't enough? Let me argue a bit more. Ein protested, furrowing his brow in defiance. 6, 5, 4, 3. Tom, however, continued unfazed, entirely disregarding Ein's pleas. 2, 1. Just as Tom's countdown reached its conclusion and he prepared to speak, Ein hastily interjected. All right, I agree. Isn't that sufficient? Ultimately, under the pressure of the countdown, Ein capitulated. Excellent. Then, as your instructor, I now require you to answer my first question. Tom fixed his emotionless crimson gaze upon Ein. Do you wish to become the third generation of Dark Lord? Ein did not respond directly. Instead, he gazed at the man before him with his azure eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through the darkness. The man in front of him, with his raven hair and crimson eyes, scrutinized Ein from a position of superiority, exuding an aura befitting one who has long resided in power. This reminded Ein of another man, a wheelchair-bound figure who possessed a similar presence. However, in contrast to Tom's sharp and overt demeanor, that golden-haired Dark Lord appeared somewhat more reserved, though only marginally so. Ein could perceive the distinct aura emanating from the two Dark Lords, an essence that set them apart from ordinary individuals, a latent savagery and an air of arrogance embedded within their very bloodline. I knew all too well. Ever since that fateful night when Snape had forgotten everything, he too had felt the same tempestuous blood coursing through his veins, a violent urge to obliterate everything in its path. Ein lowered her gaze, presenting an appearance that seemed rather docile. I believe I cannot become the Dark Lord. Tom squinted his crimson eyes, regarding the boy who had suddenly adopted a demeanor of innocence, finding it somewhat amusing. I can sense it, Tom remarked casually. You possess the lineage of that bloodline. Ein lowered her head in silence. It was of no consequence. Tom smiled gently, asserting that when one truly acquires power, the answers to my inquiries will come forth naturally. Now, dear Ein, grasp your wand. Tom's tone resembled a lover's whisper, imbued with immense tenderness. Yet, his gaze suddenly sharpened, radiating an aura of decisive ferocity. The instruction commenced. Upon Ein's return to Hogwarts, she felt as though her very bones were on the verge of disintegration, and her spirit had been profoundly drained. The overwhelming intensity of the training left Ein in a state of utter disorientation. As Ein returned to Hogwarts, the clock struck midnight. Lacking the Marauder's map, he had to navigate his way back to the dormitory with utmost caution. The vast and desolate halls of Hogwarts echoed solely with Ein's footsteps, the flickering candlelight casting an eerie atmosphere. A sense of foreboding crept into Ein's intuition. This feeling intensified as he reached the second-floor corridor. There, a cat was grotesquely nailed to the wall in a cruciform manner, the surrounding walls splattered with dark crimson blood. A pair of feline eyes fixated unwaveringly on the corner of the corridor, and as Ein rounded the bend, their gazes met with an unsettling intensity. System, encountering love around the corner? Ein, would you like to accept this love? System, oh no, I cannot accept it. Ein, I beg your pardon. System, are you Ein? Have you taken over? Ein coldly completed the latter half of the sentence. You are finished. 3 is of no consequence. System, what do you mean? Ein lifted his foot, and the blood at his feet trickled along the base of the wall, extending all the way to the corner of the corridor, resembling a web spun by a spider for its prey. At this moment, Ein stood upon that very pool of blood. Every trace that had been tainted, no matter how meticulously concealed, could be traced in the realm of magic. By tomorrow, should anyone discover it, a simple tracing spell would undoubtedly lead back to Ein's footprints. This was a trap laid for himself. Someone was aware of his movements and anticipated his return at midnight, deliberately allowing him to tread upon this sanguine stain in the dim light, thereby ensnaring him with no means of escape. A glaring betrayal. Realizing this, Ein decided not to rush away. Instead, he approached the scene of the crime to observe. The cat was Lady Loris of Felch, and unlike the petrified creature in the original tale, this feline was unmistakably lifeless. Its abdomen was eviscerated, the blood seeping forth from within. On the wall were blood-written words, clearly inscribed after the cat was dragged, leaving a gruesome mark. The secret chamber had been breached. Warning, beware of those who oppose the heir. The scarlet letters appeared particularly horrific under the interplay of light and shadow. Yet, trapped in this dire predicament, Ein revealed a hint of a smile, his azure eyes brimming with exhilaration at the prospect of challenge and excitement. With that realization, Ein's voice, tinged with a husky thrill, declared, Then let me stir the chaos even further. Ein deliberately smeared himself with the surrounding blood, transforming himself into a more grotesque sight. Then, with his wand, he cast a spell that erased all memory, followed by using a spare wand to render himself unconscious, lying amidst the pool of blood. The following morning, a piercing scream echoed through half of the castle. The first eyewitness to the scene was a Ravenclaw student, who, upon discovering the grim tableau, hurried to inform his house head. Professor Flitwick, upon witnessing the scene, nearly fainted. However, upon noticing Ein clad in Slytherin robes, he quickly dispatched students to summon Snape and Dumbledore, along with the owner of the cat, Filch, and Madame Pomfrey from the infirmary. Early that morning, Snape was roused by a knock at his office door. Having spent the night virtually sleepless due to Ein's incident, he was engulfed in an atmosphere of profound despondency. The boy's cold tone and gaze pierced his heart like a dagger. What had transpired to leave him in such a state? Regret and relief intertwined within him. Regretful. He pondered whether his mishandling had contributed to the boy's desire to avoid the light. Yet, relieved, he recognized that the boy had chosen to distance himself, an undeniable escape from a perilous source. He, Severus Snape, a double agent, was fated to tread the perilous line between light and dark. Proximity to him would only invite danger. Thus, with a darkened expression, Snape opened the door to the student. The Ravenclaw was nearly overwhelmed by the intimidating demeanor of their potions professor. However, despite his fear, he trembled and managed to convey the urgency. Professor, your house is black. He is lying in a pool of blood. Snape's mind exploded with a shocking clarity at the mention of black and blood. Where? His obsidian eyes bore into the Ravenclaw student, demanding no superfluous words. Before the student could finish his sentence in the second-floor corridor, Snape, like a black whirlwind, dashed past him, racing down the corridor towards the scene. Upon arriving, Snape's senses were assaulted by the sight, and his sleep-deprived mind momentarily spun in disarray. He staggered, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. In those fleeting moments, professors began to arrive one after another upon hearing the news. Severus Snape surveyed the scene before him, where the boy he cherished lay bloodied and lifeless amidst a pool of crimson. Nearby, a cat lay slain, its belly cut open, while a few students gathered in clusters. Along with a dazed Professor Flitwick, still reeling from the shock. Ignoring everything around him, Snape approached and lifted the boy, whose fate hung in the balance. His trembling fingertips betrayed a fear he had never known, that the touch would reveal a chilling coldness. In that moment, as the boy lay unconscious, it seemed as though nothing else in the world mattered. All considerations of caution and danger faded. He only wished for the boy to stand before him once more. Fortunately, the body in his arms radiated warmth, and he could feel the shallow rise and fall of breath through the thin fabric of the wizard's robe. The boy remained as warm and soft as ever, merely with his eyes closed at that moment. Albus Dumbledore, who had rushed in upon hearing the news about Severus's child, was about to utter a word, but was halted by Snape's terrifying gaze, a look unlike anything Dumbledore had ever witnessed. It was as if Snape cradled a precious treasure, one that must not be touched by anyone else. The words Dumbledore had intended to speak were swallowed under the weight of that piercing stare. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey approached with concern, preparing to examine Ein. Throughout the meticulous process, Snape held Ein tightly, indifferent to the blood that stained his own robes. "Poppy, what is the situation?" Snape's voice emerged, deep and hoarse. The moment he spoke, he captured the attention of nearly everyone present, for they had never seen Snape in such a state. The piercing gaze seemed lethal, as if it yearned to annihilate everything in its path. Yet it softened unexpectedly when directed towards the person in his embrace. It resembled a formidable fortress that had, from within, cracked open to reveal its tender core, a softness that belonged solely to one individual. Dumbledore observed Snape in this state, and although he remained silent, a profound contemplation flickered across his cerulean eyes. Severus was no longer under control. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards the youth nestled within Snape's arms, pondering what extraordinary act could elicit such profound concern from a powerful double agent. He hoped this boy would not prove to be an uncontrollable variable. A multitude of thoughts raced through Dumbledore's mind, yet they culminated in a sigh as he beheld Snape's expression. If not for the greater good, he might have wished for these children to attain their desires, if only sometimes. Madame Pomfrey conducted a brief examination of Ein, declaring merely that he had fainted and that the wound on his leg bore traces of dark magic. After confirming with Madame Pomfrey that the boy was indeed unharmed, Snape received the answer he sought and strode away, cradling Ein towards his office. Following Snape's departure, Gilderoy Lockhart arrived tardily. Yet, it was perhaps fortuitous that Lockhart was delayed. Had he encountered Snape in such a state, the superficial professor of defense against the dark arts might have found himself on the receiving end of Slytherin's venomous wrath. Given Snape's current disposition, he might not have even resorted to venom, but rather unleashed a vicious curse. Meanwhile, at the end of the second-floor corridor, shortly after Snape departed with Ein, Filch appeared, nearly distraught as he clutched Madame Loris, insisting that the culprit must be brought to justice. The investigation revealed that Ein had been involved in a confrontation with someone, leaving Madame Loris in a horrifying state, crucified, though it remained uncertain who was responsible. Ein could either have been the instigator or merely a witness who was attacked. Clarity would only come once he awoke. An increasing number of students gathered, prompting Dumbledore to take decisive action to clear the scene and convene a discussion among the faculty. "Let us proceed to my office. It is the nearest." Remarkably, Lockhart had managed to recover from his encounter with the house elf in mere hours and was now eager to assist in resolving the incident. Had Ein been present, he might have felt compelled to admire Voldemort's theatricality, as it was likely that the fragment of soul within Lockhart was orchestrating this performance, feigning ignorance with utmost authenticity. Dumbledore cast a glance at Lockhart, uncharacteristically declining his offer, and instead addressed the professors, suggesting, "Let us head to the headmaster's office and notify Severus to join us if Ein's condition stabilizes." On the other side, Professor Snape hurriedly traversed the castle, cradling Ein in his arms as he made his way to his office. The students who occasionally crossed paths with him were paralyzed by the daunting aura of unapproachability that emanated from Snape. Draco, who had just stepped out intending to head to the Great Hall, caught sight of his headmaster and his best friend. Snape strode purposefully down the corridor, holding the bloodied Ein, leaving Draco utterly stunned, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. He stumbled forward, his words stammering as he inquired about Ein's condition. "Professor, what has happened to Ein?" At that moment, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Snape seemed capable of stirring up a tempest, yet Draco, genuinely concerned for Ein's well-being, restrained his instinct to distance himself from Snape and mustered the courage to ask. Snape's hollow yet piercing black eyes shifted from Ein's face to Draco's, prompting another shiver from the latter. The sight was terrifying. Who had ever witnessed such a version of Professor Snape? As if he were on the verge of unleashing a curse like the Avada Kedavra? Upon recognizing Draco, Snape slightly softened his tone, though his pace remained unyielding, allowing Draco to jog alongside him. "Ein is merely unconscious," Snape stated tersely, before dismissing Draco from his attention. However, when Draco attempted to voice further concerns about Ein, he was halted in his tracks by a mere glance from Snape, which warned him to keep his distance. Draco stood frozen, watching helplessly as Snape carried Ein back to his office. Once inside, Snape gently laid Ein on his bed, meticulously using magic to cleanse the blood from his body. He then dampened a towel with warm water and tenderly wiped the boy's face. Finally, Snape's gaze darkened as he lifted the hem of Ein's robe. A clear mark of dark magic marred the boy's thigh, where there had been blood previously. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts and worries rushed through Snape's mind. Yet upon gazing at Ein's peaceful, slumbering face, he exhaled a deep sigh. He carefully draped Ein's robe over him and covered him with a soft blanket. Upon regaining consciousness, Ein found himself in a remarkably familiar, yet never-before-visited place. The familiarity stemmed from the time he had spent living in a similar decor style during his previous cohabitation, while the fact that he had never actually been here held true, as Severus's bedroom had never been opened to him. A cursory glance led Ein to deduce that he was indeed in Severus's chamber at Hogwarts. For a fleeting moment, he had anticipated facing the relentless probing and questioning of the old bee upon awakening, but instead, he felt a warm surge of gratitude. His professor had ultimately chosen to shield him. However, this pleasant mood was short-lived. The corners of Ein's lips, which had previously been lifted in a smile, fell as he recalled the amnesia that had enveloped him. Humph, Severus truly remained an old rogue, essentially unscathed and having enjoyed a restful slumber. Ein stretched languidly in bed before preparing to rise. Just before pushing open the bedroom door, he faintly heard voices outside, prompting him to tiptoe to the door and listen intently. "Severus, I did not expect such a significant change in you," came the voice of that old bee, Dumbledore. Listening intently, Ein raised an eyebrow, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve the golden snitch gifted by Grindelwald, tossing it lightly in his palm before placing it back into his pocket. Never mind, it was not yet the right time. He would find a way to deal with that old bee eventually. Ein continued to eavesdrop. On the other side, Snape appeared to be silent, lost in a prolonged contemplation. "Severus, you know I wish for your happiness as well. I am merely taken aback. After all, you previously mentioned Lily to Dumbledore." He paused intentionally, hoping to gauge Snape's reaction. Regrettably, the master of double espionage offered no feedback, and even his expertly wielded occlumency provided no opportunity for insight. Snape remained silent. And after what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. "Albus, I will fulfill the promise I made to you." This time, it was Dumbledore who fell into silence, only to finally exhale a deep sigh. "Severus, regardless of anything, you are the one I trust the most." Once again, Snape seemed enveloped in silence, prompting Dumbledore to continue. "We all wish for Lily's child to thrive, Severus," he said. "Not just the child you care for, but Harry equally requires your protection." "Albus." Snape's tone grew markedly cold. "You are mistaken. My relationship with that child is not as you envision." Dumbledore remained silent. But Ein could easily imagine how Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes were scrutinizing Snape at that moment. Yet Snape resolutely held his ground. "Severus, regardless of your connection with that child, we must not lose sight of our mission and the actions we have taken," Dumbledore finally articulated after a brief silence. "Are you doubting me?" Snape's voice emerged, dry and clipped. No, my child," Dumbledore quickly clarified. "I merely fear that you may not see your own heart clearly. Have you considered the evolution of the Patronus charm? Dumbledore inquired, but was met with an extended silence. It has changed, hasn't it, Severus? He pressed on. Snape remained mute. But you cannot shield him forever, Severus, Dumbledore asserted, sensing the moment was ripe to make such a statement. Ein, eavesdropping at the door, furrowed his brow, while Snape promptly retorted, Albus, I have vowed to uphold my promise. There is no need for you to threaten me with irrelevant individuals. This is not a threat, Dumbledore replied, softening his tone. I am merely stating a fact. From your standpoint, that child can never be extricated from this. Let it be directed at me, Albus. Snape's voice, familiar to Ein, began to betray a hint of suppressed anger. Dumbledore remained silent, only to sigh. Severus, awaken that child. We have questions that need addressing. He is still unconscious. Snape's voice escalated in anger. But it is merely a state of unconsciousness, is it not? Dumbledore spoke. Severus, you are overly concerned about that child. I have not. Snape forced himself to suppress his anger and insisted, do not be so quick to deny it. Severus, Dumbledore continued to provoke the man, acknowledging that you cannot protect someone alone is not necessarily a weakness, is it? At the very least, it allows you to find the right allies for yourself. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally responded, Albus Dumbledore, I shall fulfill your desires as you wish. Ein could no longer endure the situation. This old bee was clearly using the child as leverage to threaten Snape, implying that he alone could not protect the child. He must rely on Dumbledore, serving him tirelessly. Only then could Dumbledore ensure the child's safety. There was even a hint of menace woven into his words. Ein could not possibly be unaware of the child's identity. Thus, he pushed open the bedroom door, interrupting Snape's words. Ein stepped out, yawning and rubbing his eyes, and was taken aback upon seeing the two individuals in the office. Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore. Are you conversing with Professor Snape? Ein blinked in surprise. Shall I take my leave? Dumbledore, with a warm smile, beckoned to Ein, saying, It's quite all right, my dear child. Do come here. Ein approached the two with a gentle demeanor, casting a furtive glance at Snape, only to find herself unable to discern any emotion from the expressionless visage of the master of occlumency. With a silent sigh echoing in her heart, Ein forced a semblance of a smile as she walked toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore, tenderly ruffling Ein's hair, spoke softly. Ein, my child, is there any discomfort lingering in your body? In her heart, Ein quietly scoffed, thinking that everyone was your child. Yet, on the surface, she blinked innocently and replied, Not at all. I feel quite refreshed after a good sleep. Perfect. We have a few questions we would like to ask you. Would you be so kind as to oblige? Dumbledore maintained his gentle tone, adorned with a warm smile. If you don't mind, would you care to join me in my office for a cup of soothing honey water? After uttering these words, Dumbledore playfully winked. A wave of disgust washed over Ein, yet she managed to maintain her composure and agreed. Thus, Ein and Snape silently followed Dumbledore through the fireplace to the office of the headmaster. Inside, the professors were still present, particularly Lockhart, whose eyes sparkled upon seeing Ein. Ein, I told you then that I should have been the one to assist you. You would have awakened much sooner and wouldn't have needed to lie in repose for so long. Ein raised an eyebrow as she gazed at Lockhart, who was grinning with a mouth full of bright white teeth. Internally, she scoffed, yet outwardly she displayed a charming and endearing smile. Trust me, I am a recipient of the Order of Merlin, and I am well versed in at least 100 ways to heal you instantly. Ein's seemingly innocent smile appeared to embolden Lockhart, who then began to boast incessantly about his own accomplishments. The surrounding professors collectively frowned in response. Very well, Professor Lockhart. Let us inquire of Ein what transpired last night. Dumbledore interjected, skillfully redirecting the conversation. Instantly, the gaze of the professors shifted toward Ein. Ein pondered for a moment. Slightly lowering her head, and with a hint of frustration in her voice, she inquired, I apologize, Professor, but may I ask what transpired last night? Ein's remarks caused all present to furrow their brows. McG was the first to break the silence, seeking confirmation from Ein. Do you have no recollection of the events that transpired last night? Ein blinked, revealing an expression of regret and acknowledgement. I apologize, Professor McGonagall. But I only remember going out for a night stroll last evening, and then all subsequent memories fade away. A profound silence enveloped the room, broken first by Professor Flitwick. Perhaps we should examine Ein's wand. We may uncover something of significance. Ein, do you mind if we take a look at your wand? Dumbledore inquired, though it was a question, and since there was no room for refusal. Of course, Headmaster, Ein replied without hesitation, handing over his wand. as he had been using a spare for practicing dark magic and had no fear of scrutiny. After a flashback charm examined Ein's wand, the assembly fell silent once more. It was evident that only a few aggressive dueling spells were present, yet one spell stood out, Obliviate. Upon witnessing the flashback of Obliviate, Snape's usually calm dark eyes flickered with a hint of disturbance, instinctively shifting his gaze towards Ein. Ein felt the weight of Snape's gaze and turned to meet it directly. His cerulean eyes, devoid of sorrow or joy, exuded an air of profound indifference. It was as though he regarded a stranger, completely stripped of the affection, trust, and reliance that once bound them. Snape sensed a dull ache in his heart as he withdrew his gaze, realizing that it was his own hand that had wrought this utter oblivion. Ein let out a cold laugh in her heart and withdrew her gaze. Meanwhile, the professors present engaged in a discussion, ultimately concluding that Ein must have witnessed something during her nocturnal wanderings, leading to a confrontation with an individual, after which she, in a fit of desperation, used her own wand to erase all memories of the previous night. The reason for employing Ein's wand to wipe her memories was likely to prevent any trace of her involvement from being discovered. The suspicions surrounding Ein were largely alleviated in the absence of any words from him. Only Snape's meaningful gaze fell upon Ein, given his understanding of the youth. He suspected that the truth was far more complex than it appeared. Snape's indifferent eyes surveyed the room, ultimately landing on Dumbledore. Yet, he remained silent, unable to utter a word about Ein in the presence of these individuals. It was indeed a pity. The speaker was Lockhart, who proclaimed that had he been present yesterday, that individual would surely not have escaped. I possess countless spells capable of subduing a person in an instant. Ein smirked coldly to herself, pondering that perhaps it was Lockhart who had been present at the scene last night. Wow, Professor Lockhart is truly remarkable. Ein gazed at Lockhart with starry eyes, her admiration causing him to feel quite elated. Of course, he mused, had I been there, I would certainly have ensured your safety. I can assure you of that. In fact, if I had arrived a moment sooner, I could have tended to your fainting spell before Professor Snape even arrived. I possess considerable skill in treating unconsciousness. Lockhart continued, growing increasingly animated as he recounted his experiences at the Aniston ruins, and then timely interjected. It seems that Professor Lockhart is quite aware of my physical condition at that time. Ein single remark drew the attention of all the professors onto Lockhart. It was well known that when Lockhart arrived, Ein had already been taken away by Snape. If Lockhart was indeed aware of Ein's condition, it could only mean he had encountered Ein beforehand. Yet, Lockhart appeared oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, continuing to boast about himself under Ein's encouragement. With his objective achieved, Ein refrained from saying more, simply offering Lockhart a compliant smile. It seemed that a resolution to this matter would be temporarily elusive. Dumbledore spoke, suggesting that they intensify nighttime patrols to prevent similar incidents from recurring. His words momentarily stifled the crowd's skeptical glances, and Lockhart's demeanor soon quelled any lingering doubts. After all, Lockhart did not seem the type capable of orchestrating such a meticulously planned event. Nevertheless, Ein's goal had been accomplished. He had initially sought to divert more attention towards Lockhart, thereby ensuring that the actions of that soul fragment would not be as unobstructed at certain times. In a sense, this would impose limitations on its behavior, which was ultimately more advantageous for Ein. After politely bidding farewell to the professors, Ein exited the headmaster's office. Due to exceptional circumstances, Hogwarts was granted a day off, and upon Ein's appearance, he was swiftly surrounded by the trio from Gryffindor and Draco, who had come rushing upon hearing the news. Do you truly not remember anything? Ron inquired, furrowing his brow and scratching his head after hearing Ein's explanation. Hey, what do you mean by that? Draco exclaimed. Of course, knowing Ein is fine is the most important thing. Ron muttered, I'm just curious about what happened. However, Ron did not remain quiet for long before leaning in with his characteristic red-haired curiosity. By the way, haven't you Slytherins heard any rumors? Ron asked eagerly. After all, that's the heir of Slytherin, who could it be? A hint of discomfort appeared on Draco's face, although we don't know who it is yet. The Slytherin response to this heir is quite polarized. What do you mean? Ron's eyes sparkled with the thrill of gossip. Draco frowned, hesitating to respond, until Ein interjected. Actually, I'm quite curious as well. Draco immediately elaborated. There are essentially two opposing viewpoints. One faction thinks the heir of Slytherin is quite impressive, with a small group believing it heralds Slytherin's impending resurgence. However, the majority still sense that something is amiss with this situation, and raised an eyebrow. Consider this. If you truly were the heir, why would you not make a grand appearance? Instead, resorting to such underhanded tactics and even going so far as to kill a cat is hardly in line with the aesthetic of Slytherin. Draco wrinkled his nose in explanation, asserting that, in his opinion, such actions were decidedly un-Slytherin. Isn't it true that Slytherin has always had rather peculiar tastes? Ron murmured quietly from the side, particularly regarding that mysterious figure. Ultimately, Ron's whispered comments diminished to a mere whisper under Draco's piercing glare. Ayn smiled wryly, shaking her head in resignation, neither affirming nor denying. Ayn thought to herself that she should record this statement and play it for someone to hear. It was then that Harry, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Ayn, may I have a word with you in private? Ayn gazed at the savior before her, the emerald eyes gradually becoming a source of unfamiliarity. Ayn adopted a serious demeanor and replied, of course, we shall proceed to the adjacent classroom. Ayn and Harry entered the adjacent room, where Harry cautiously secured the door. His somewhat shadowy gaze fixed upon Ayn. Ayn, you remember, don't you? Harry's words prompted Ayn to narrow his eyes slightly. Harry, I do not comprehend your meaning. Ayn replied steadily, meeting the gaze of the savior before him. Harry remained silent, simply observing Ayn, who felt as if he could glimpse his own reflection within those verdant eyes. Ayn, I hope you can place your trust in me, regardless of your intentions. Harry said earnestly after a moment of silence. Perhaps my current abilities may not be of much assistance to you, yet my identity, the attention focused upon me, and those who seek to exploit me. Harry paused momentarily, then continued, Ayn, as long as you require it, I am willing to do everything you desire. Ayn's lips curled into a wry smile as he regarded the black and white savior before him with keen interest. He vaguely recalled that at this moment, the trajectory of the savior's destiny had only shifted by a mere 49%. Harry, you are the savior of Gryffindor, Ayn said with a smile directed at Harry. Though his eyes betrayed no mirth, we're destined to walk different paths. Harry's emerald eyes locked onto Ayn's, and he articulated each word with deliberate clarity. That is not necessarily so. Ayn nonchalantly tousled her bangs and offered Harry a sweet smile. Ayn's smile momentarily left Harry in a daze, yet he swiftly regained his composure. From a certain perspective, Harry Potter found Ayn drawing closer, whispering in his ear, in truth, I rather dislike you. Ayn's words did not elicit much astonishment from Harry, as if he had already foreseen everything. However, this does not hinder your ability to utilize me. Does it? Harry spoke calmly, yet he could not help but swallow hard the moment Ayn drew near. Ayn suddenly burst into laughter. Harry, why bother? Isn't it enough to simply be your savior? I refuse to be a pawn in someone else's game, Harry replied coldly. Ayn lifted the corners of his lips. Are you willing to become my pawn? Harry gazed calmly at Ayn's smiling visage. The youth before him possessed a strikingly beautiful face adorned with a subtle smile, reminiscent of that unexpected afternoon. It burst into his world like sunlight, leading him down a path that diverged entirely from the one he had always anticipated. Yet, Harry harbored no regrets about any of it. In fact, he found himself yearning for it, embarking on a journey that starkly contrasted with that of the savior. Why should he be the savior? By what right should he assume that role? All he desired was to be himself, to simply be Harry Potter. If everything around him compelled him to tread the predetermined path, then he would resolutely refuse to conform to their expectations. Ayn, with a smile gracing her features, squinted at Harry as he displayed a myriad of expressions. Nonchalantly, she leapt onto a table and took a seat. It seems you have given this considerable thought, haven't you? Ayn remarked, crossing her legs and tilting her chin, gazing down at Harry with an air of superiority. Indeed, my thoughts are quite clear, Harry retorted, his expression serious and resolute. I refuse to be a mere pawn in your game. I am determined to forge my own path. Come here, Harry, Ayn beckoned, her gesture inviting. Harry, yielding to her call, approached and looked up at her. You have spent time in the Muggle world, so you should understand well that wizards who remain complacent are bound to decline, Ayn stated, mentioning the Black family's ventures into the Muggle arms trade. Harry's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. You must be aware that some Muggle firearms are not inferior to magic, Ayn observed, tilting her head slightly and smiling at Harry. Are you interested in delving into this shadowy industry? Harry's emerald eyes gleamed with an intense fire, revealing his eagerness. Ayn casually tossed a business card to Harry, saying, You may contact him. Just mention that I referred you. Harry accepted the card, which was an unblemished white piece devoid of any inscriptions. Naturally, Harry was no fool. He recognized this as merely a preliminary test. With a wave of his wand, he cast a revealing charm, typically learned in the 6th year. and the contact details materialized before him. John Kingsley? Harry read aloud from the card. Noticing Ein's lack of reaction, he then performed a more advanced revealing spell. Soon after, an additional line of fine print appeared. Chairman of the Blake Group, John Blake. Upon seeing this, Ein nodded in satisfaction. Propping himself up with his right hand on the table and executing a graceful somersault to leap down from the tabletop. Ein approached the door and glanced back at Harry before departing. With a hopeful heart, she mused on the possibility that the savior might surprise her further. She bestowed upon Harry a smile and then turned to leave. Behind her, Harry clutched the business card tightly. His green eyes filled with shadows yet tinged with a hint of excitement and anticipation. System, a reminder to the host. Harry Potter's fate trajectory has shifted by 51%. Ein, the little savior is quite surprising. System, indeed. Ein, how is it that you seem somewhat dissatisfied with my approach? System, how could that be? Smiley face. I merely feel that it would be wonderful if you could exhibit such enthusiasm when addressing someone else's tasks as well. Ein, a double agent is not so easily deceived. System, I never specified who, that was your own assumption. Ein, silence, you wretched system. System, smiley face. Another uneventful stretch of my second-year academic journey has passed. However, Ein has not been in the best of spirits lately, and even Draco, observing Ein's demeanor, lacks the courage to invite him to watch the Quidditch match. Ein entered the hall with a dark expression, adhering to the routine of having breakfast. Draco, standing beside him, fidgeted as if he had something to express. Draco, what is it that you wish to say? Ein finally inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity despite his sullen demeanor. Ein, have you been troubled by something lately? Draco hesitantly and cautiously posed the question. Ein's countenance darkened further as her thoughts drifted back to number 12, Grimoire Square. Just a few days prior, Ein collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his entire body racked with pain inflicted by the curses. Before him loomed Tom, whose crimson eyes gazed down coldly at his fallen form. So weak. Get up, Tom commanded, flicking his wand. A spark erupted from its tip, prompting a frown upon Tom's brow. Ein writhed in agony on the ground, cold sweat nearly soaking him through. For the Dark Lord before him displayed an alarming proficiency in casting the most excruciating spells, leaving Ein to grovel in torment. Frequently caught off guard or unable to mount an effective defense, Ein found himself in a state of utter disarray. At this level, do you still wish to challenge my true form or my soul fragment? Tom's teaching style was merciless, marked by an unyielding coldness and incisive sharpness. Ein struggled to rise unsteadily, steeling herself for battle once more, her cerulean eyes slightly reddened from the pain. Tom's crimson gaze dimmed slightly as he stowed away his wand. Let us conclude for today, he stated. Ein, gasping for breath, attempted to articulate a response, but Tom interrupted her. Have you forgotten your promise? Accept my methods for now. I grant you respite. He spoke coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Ein gently closed her eyes, assuring herself of Tom's unwavering resolve, before surrendering to the ground. Tom gazed at Ein before him, instinctively furrowing his brow. Ein Black, where has your Slytherin elegance gone? Ein rolled her eyes, exclaiming that she was not suffering from her own trials, but rather from the relentless training imposed by someone, leaving her body in pain and making it a challenge to even rise to her feet. Ein reminisced about the previous dual training with a certain potions master, suddenly realizing that, in certain aspects, the master could indeed be considered gentle. A sense of nostalgia washed over her. Ein's evident distraction only served to deepen Tom's displeasure. With a swift flick of his wand, he levitated Ein and gently placed him onto the bed. Rest well now, let us discuss the matter of the soul fragment. Ein reclined upon the bed, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the ceiling, contemplating. I have employed certain tactics. The soul fragment should find it rather challenging to emerge and cause disruption. Tom furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. If he does not appear, how will you capture him? Ein cast a peculiar glance at Tom. Just go rummage through Lockhart's office. Tom scoffed. Do you really believe that a shard of soul endowed with self-awareness could be so easily discovered? Ein was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Tom glanced at Ein and replied. The soul fragment only manifests beside a person when it is necessary to exert control over them. At all other times, it remains concealed. Do you truly believe you can locate it with ease? Ein fell into silence, suddenly finding a semblance of truth in Tom's words. What should be done now? Ein sighed, conceding to some minor missteps in decision-making. Just wait. Tom raised an eyebrow. Unfazed, my soul fragment. How could it possibly be relinquished so easily? it will inevitably emerge to cause mischief again. You possess a rather accurate self-awareness, Ein remarked after a pause, genuinely reflecting. Tom merely hummed noncommittally, choosing not to engage with Ein's sardonic tone. However, you ought to exercise caution lately. That soul fragment is evidently targeting you, Tom advised, casting a concerned glance at Ein. Ein fell into silence once more, reminiscing about the soul fragment that had confronted him in the dark arts defense classroom. How could it be that the Dark Lord would take such an interest in him so effortlessly? Tom sensed Ein's bewildered gaze upon him and raised an eyebrow, returning the look with a hint of confusion. Thus, the two shared a moment of mutual perplexity. Clearing his throat, Ein awkwardly broke the eye contact between them. Ahem, well, I shall be mindful. As they faced danger, Tom spoke slowly. Just when I believed that Tom had undergone a sudden transformation and was about to offer some words of concern regarding self-preservation in perilous situations, Tom's tone shifted unexpectedly. When faced with danger, do not lose sight of me. Tom cast a haughty sidelong glance at Ein, asserting, after all, that he was the one who had trained him. Ein sighed, memories flooding back, and the more he contemplated the events of the past few days, the angrier he became, his countenance darkening. Draco, observing him from the side, felt a chill of apprehension, pondering how Ein had been so affected without him having uttered a word. Fortunately, Ein swiftly regained his composure and addressed Draco's inquiry. It was merely a trivial incident, nothing to be overly concerned about. Ein took a hearty sip of the warm, sweet pumpkin juice, which smoothly coursed down her esophagus and into her stomach, lifting her spirits just a tad. Following Draco's lead, she inquired, "So, do you have something you wish to share with me?" Draco stole a furtive glance at Ein's expression, and upon noting no signs of distress, cautiously ventured, "There is a Quidditch match today. Will you be attending to watch?" Ein raised an eyebrow, recalling the events of the storyline. This time, it seemed reminiscent of Dobby manipulating the rogue ball to pursue Harry Potter, ultimately leading to Harry's bones breaking, only to be further tormented by Lockhart, who, under the cover of night, employed the bone-strengthening charm, which painfully exacerbated his condition. It was an opportune moment to observe the capabilities of the young savior. Ein, with a hint of malice, contemplated that if Harry were to experience yet another fall in treachery akin to the original narrative, he would consider it an entertaining spectacle. And subsequently, he would no longer need to squander any more time on him. With this thought in mind, Ein raised an eyebrow and readily acquiesced to Draco's proposal. "Very well, I shall attend." "Really? Splendid," Draco exclaimed, his demeanor instantly transformed with excitement. "Ein, I must tell you, my father has replaced the entire Slytherin Quidditch team's brooms with Firebolt 2001s. This time, Gryffindor shall not prevail." "MMM, Ein responded nonchalantly, while inwardly reflecting on Draco's ignorance of the true flying prowess possessed by the Chosen One, an innate talent passed down through generations, not something that could be compensated for by a mere set of brooms. Consequently, as Draco donned his green Quidditch uniform and Harry his red one, and the two teams took to the field with palpable tension, Ein settled into the stands, one hand clutching a bag of beef jerky and the other holding a glass of sparkling water, bracing himself for the unfolding drama. The two teams soared into the air, and shortly after the match commenced, a bludger went wild, relentlessly targeting Harry. Ein savored a piece of beef jerky, relishing its flavors. Harry executed a deft maneuver in the air, skillfully evading an attack from the roaming ball. Ein took a sip of the sparkling water, flavored with cherry. With the assistance of the Weasley twins, Harry narrowly evaded the rogue bludger, which was sent soaring into the distance. Ein smacked her lips, finding the sweetness to be slightly lacking. The unusual happenings on the court soon caught the attention of onlookers, and whispers of confusion began to ripple through the crowd. However, Ein remained undisturbed, as there were few people around her, and she continued to watch the performance. At last, a substitution had been made, and the player was pursued by the wandering ball. Ein recalled the disheveled state in which she found herself last year at this time, pursued relentlessly by the elusive bludger, and suddenly, the savior appeared far more agreeable. This impression was particularly enhanced when the savior, under the immense pressure of the bludger, successfully captured the golden snitch. Once the match concluded, individuals swiftly approached to seize the clearly manipulated bludger, efficiently returning all the balls to their box. I narrowed her eyes slightly. Fortunately, the event of the savior being struck by the wandering ball did not transpire, nor did the incident involving Lockhart come to pass. Although the spectacle was diminished, it is reassuring that the savior remains remarkably commendable. I finished the last piece of beef jerky, brushed his hands together, and turned to make his way back. Just as he was about to leave, a series of gasps echoed in his ears. Thanks to Tom's extensive training, Ein possessed an almost uncanny intuition for danger, prompting him to instinctively roll aside. All the bludgers, quaffles, and even the golden snitch whizzed past him in a flurry. Had Ein not evaded them just in time, he would surely have been struck by every single ball. Ein reacted swiftly, promptly donning her armor for protection. The missed ball rapidly changed direction, hurtling towards Ein from various angles. Ein wielded her wand with grace, deftly evading and launching attacks, rendering it exceedingly difficult for those around her to encroach upon her vicinity. At that moment, Harry, mounted on his broomstick, soared to Ein's side and swiftly pulled her onto his broom. Harry remained silent, immediately propelling his broom into the sky, while various balls came hurtling towards them. With a swift 360-degree spin, Harry deftly evaded the oncoming projectiles. Ein, perched atop the broom, was compelled to clutch tightly at Harry's wizarding robe. After the spin, he nearly toppled off the broom. System. I absolutely. From now on, I shall maintain a distance of no less than 10 meters from the Savior. System. The child meant well. I must express my gratitude to his entire family, overcome by a fear of heights. And found himself contemplating that succumbing to a ball's impact might be a more straightforward fate. Yet, the Savior's impeccable broomstick control could not evade the collective onslaught of all the balls. Ultimately, amidst a barrage that blocked every possible escape route, he was struck mercilessly by a bludger. In a moment of desperation, Harry pivoted to shield Ein, only to be knocked unconscious by the rogue ball. The broom, now devoid of Harry's guidance, plummeted freely through the air, while Ein, paralyzed by his acrophobia, tightly shut his eyes and succumbed to the descent. In the throes of his fear, as he plummeted at breakneck speed, a multitude of balls converged upon Ein, resulting in a catastrophic impact. Ein emitted a pained groan, striving to cast a levitation charm to mitigate his free fall, only to discover that his arms were completely fractured and rendered immobile. Fortunately, as he approached the ground, a gentle force cradled him, preventing him from becoming the first wizard to perish from a fall. In that fleeting moment of slowed descent, Ein finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in a flurry, Snape arrived at the scene and caught the slowly descending Ein, while also casting a levitation spell on the unconscious Harry. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape, cradling Ein, made to rush towards the infirmary, but was obstructed by Lockhart. Ein is gravely injured. Allow me to take care of him. I possess ample experience in such matters. Lockhart boldly interjected, blocking Snape's path. Step aside, Snape's low voice rumbled with an undercurrent of tempestuous fury. Sensing the impending danger, Lockhart instinctively moved aside. Snape pressed on, still carrying Ein, leaving Harry in a more unfortunate predicament. Harry found himself surrounded by the arriving crowd, all in a fluster to transport him to the infirmary, only to be intercepted by Lockhart. Rest assured, I can handle this. It's merely a fracture requiring but a simple spell, Lockhart declared, aiming his wand at Harry. Thus, when Ein gradually awakened, it was already night, and he found himself, as expected, lying in the infirmary. A pervasive ache coursed through his body, an ominous sign, yet upon assessing his condition, Ein realized that his internal organs seemed unscathed. The discomfort he felt was likely a remnant of a healing process. After all, compared to some of Tom's more sinister curses, this degree of pain was bearable. Ein sat up and surveyed the surroundings, indeed discovering the Savior lying beside him in the medical wing. I find myself at a loss for words in this moment. Ein cast a complex gaze towards Harry. At that moment, Harry was not asleep. Rather, he seemed to be enduring excruciating pain, oblivious to Ein's awakening. He beheld his limp arm, acutely aware of the agonizing sensation of his bones and flesh mending, yet he stifled any cries of distress. Suddenly, in the darkness, a soft pop resonated, and a house elf materialized before the two. Dobby cannot permit Mr. Harry Potter to remain at Hogwarts. It shall be exceedingly perilous this year. Dobby gazed at Harry with his large, watery eyes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Harry inquired, "Were you responsible for those balls?" The earlier bludger had been under Dobby's control, but the one that attacked Mr. Black had not. The house elf looked at Harry with a pitiful expression, his hands wringing together. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Mr. Harry Potter's presence at Hogwarts will undoubtedly be fraught with danger. Dobby insisted, urging Harry to depart at once, to distance himself from Hogwarts, to evade peril. "Who sent you?" After a moment of calm reflection, Harry naturally recalled the peculiarities of this elf. Dobby's large eyes momentarily appeared vacant before returning to their usual state. Dobby came of his own volition to warn. Ein, unable to watch any longer, seized the opportunity to cast a soul-binding curse. Sometimes, one must be direct. Ein exchanged a significant glance with Harry, who blinked in response. Dobby, who sent you? Ein inquired of the clearly vacant-eyed house elf before him. Dobby began to exhibit signs of struggle. Ein narrowed her eyes slightly and waved her wand to amplify her magical output. It was the final revelation shared by Professor Dumbledore with Dobby. The little elf could not withstand Ein's pressure, his gaze becoming hollow as he muttered under his breath. In an instant, Harry's emerald eyes darkened profoundly, a flicker of rage igniting within them. Albus Dumbledore. Harry gritted his teeth and called out the name. Ein was not the least bit surprised by Dumbledore's plan to cultivate a savior. However, observing the dark yet charismatic hero before him, Ein felt immense satisfaction at Dumbledore's self-sabotaging actions. Ah, the golden boy has been undone by his own machinations. Are you astonished? Is this unexpected? Ein waved his hand with satisfaction, and the controlled Dobby immediately vanished before the two. However, who would be the one to manipulate those orbs next? Upon noticing Ein's alertness, Harry decided to delve directly into this issue. Could it be that heir of Slytherin? It was highly probable. Ein's gaze remained indifferent, as the visage of Lockhart flashed through his mind. Yet again, he had missed an opportunity to acquire a soul fragment. Ein cast a resentful glance at the instigator. Harry Potter. Sensing Ein's unusual gaze, Harry hesitated momentarily before softly inquiring, "Have I perhaps overstepped my bounds today?" Ein, unfaltering, spoke candidly. "Had you not previously conveyed your genuine sentiments to me, I would have deemed you a component of my adversarial scheme." Harry replied, "I apologize. In the heat of the moment, I failed to consider the implications." Ein cast a forlorn glance at Harry and said, "Next time, please keep yourself and your broomstick at least 10 meters away from me." Harry replied. The two did not linger in the infirmary for long. By the following morning, they had fully recovered and were discharged. Shortly after they exited the infirmary, they stumbled upon a large crowd gathered at the corner of the corridor. Ein and Harry exchanged a glance, quickly forging ahead into the throng. The dueling club. Do you aspire to become a master duelist? Do you wish to safeguard yourself in the perilous halls of Hogwarts? Do you desire to enhance your strength? The dueling club warmly welcomes your presence. Seasoned duel experts will impart their knowledge of dueling techniques face-to-face, teaching you unparalleled skills in combat. Next Saturday at 8 o'clock. The inaugural gathering of the dueling club awaits all enthusiasts of dueling. Upon seeing the notice, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet Ein, aware of the underlying truth, hesitated to remind him. Nonetheless, the dueling club beckoned. Thus, on one fateful evening a few days later, Ein knocked on Lockhart's office door. When Lockhart opened the door and beheld Ein, his eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. "Ah, Ein, do come in," he exclaimed, inviting Ein into his office with palpable excitement. "Have you encountered some academic challenges?" "Oh, of course, if you merely wish to engage with me as a devoted admirer, that is entirely welcome too." With that, Lockhart playfully winked at Ein. Ein silently recited a few calming phrases, ultimately suppressing the wave of nausea that had threatened to overwhelm her, and revealing a charming smile. It was I who had heard about the dueling club, a venture advocated by Professor Lockhart, was it not? Ein smiled sweetly. In my heart. Only Professor Lockhart possesses such remarkable prowess and genuine concern for the safety of his students. System, ugh. Ein, system, it is truly repulsive indeed. Ein, grass, a type of plant, be silent. System, you truly do not suit this style. Ein, as long as it is effective. The facts prove its efficacy. Upon hearing Ein's praise, Lockhart felt as though he were floating. His azure eyes sparkled with excitement and enthusiasm, rendering him somewhat incoherent. Oh yes, indeed. Ein truly understands me the best. Would you care for something to drink? Juice or soda? Perhaps a bit of fruit wine? Soda would suffice, Professor. Ein continued to smile sweetly. Lockhart gazed at Ein's exquisite visage with a hint of fascination and poured him a glass of strawberry-flavored soda. The slightly sour taste caused Ein to frown slightly in distaste. Would you prefer another flavor? Should we switch it up? Lockhart immediately inquired upon noticing the beauty's furrowed brow. It's quite all right. The strawberry flavor is also pleasant. Ein took another sip of the soda before transitioning to the main topic. I am here today to request your assistance. Professor, would you be able to offer me some pre-class guidance? I am concerned about embarrassing myself in the dueling club due to my unfamiliarity with the spells. Ein slightly furrowed his brow, adopting a perfectly measured expression of worry. Of course, that is no problem at all. You must know that this is my forte, Lockhart confidently assured. Under my tutelage, you will undoubtedly become the most formidable student in the room. Wow. Then I shall rely on you, Professor Lockhart. Ein's eyes sparkled with admiration, the cerulean depths filled with awe. Shall we begin now? Lockhart paused for a moment before responding. Well, we can start with some theoretical knowledge. For instance, we might learn the pronunciation of the disarming spell. Ein lowered her gaze, revealing a countenance marked by disappointment. Ah. I had anticipated engaging in practical exercises with Professor Lockhart, yet I find myself required to commence with theoretical knowledge. Indeed, theory serves as the foundation for practice, Ein. It is essential to grasp the pronunciation of spells, as this significantly influences their efficacy, Lockhart remarked, sensing Ein's sudden despondency and feeling compelled to offer reassurance. In Lockhart's mind, I am no different from the other students. Ein raised her sky-blue eyes, which shimmered with a semblance of unshed tears, slightly reddened, yet upon closer inspection, they were filled with indifference. Lockhart's heart lurched unexpectedly, quickening its pace. In that case, I shall refrain from disturbing the professor, Ein said with disappointment as she cast a fleeting glance at Lockhart before turning to leave. Wait, Lockhart called out hastily. We can engage in practical exercises directly. Really? Ein's expression transformed instantaneously. Her earlier dismay morphed into sheer delight, her change of demeanor as swift as a theatrical mask. Then let us commence at once. Lockhart wiped the sweat from his brow. Very well, then. Ein could hardly contain her eagerness as she brandished her wand, her blue eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint as they fixed upon Lockhart. The tip of her wand emitted a few erratic sparks, prompting Ein to narrow her eyes slightly, a cold smile playing upon her lips. Lockhart, let me uncover what secrets you are concealing. Lockhart appeared to have triggered an unsettling memory, as a palpable tension enveloped him. Ein squinted slightly. Let us first take a few steps back to back, then bow. I shall commence the countdown, Lockhart stated while wiping the sweat from his brow. When I reach 1 in my count, we shall begin. However, for your safety, rest assured that I shall refrain from employing any overly complex spells. Ein's lips curled into a smile. Of course, I trust the professor. I hope the professor can trust me as well. Now, on the count of 3, 2, 1. Let us begin. As soon as Lockhart's words fell, Ein casually waved his wand, casting several second-year spells. With deliberate slowness, he launched the incantations, allowing Lockhart to awkwardly fend off a few of them. Stupefy. Ein nonchalantly flicked his wand, observing Lockhart as he stumbled in a futile attempt to evade Ein's assaults. Ein cast several more spells, sensing that the time was ripe. Ein waved his wand, exclaiming, "The dragon emerges." In an instant, a colossal python slithered forth from the tip of Ein's wand, landing on the ground and flicking its tongue menacingly at Lockhart. Lockhart's expression shifted to one of palpable panic. Oh, yes, the dragon emerging is indeed a highly advanced spell. I am quite astonished that you possess such skill. But how shall we resolve the predicament before us? Oh no, do not come any closer. As Lockhart muttered anxiously to himself, the enormous python, under Ein's command, began to encircle him in a slow, deliberate manner. Ein gazed at Lockhart, ensnared by the colossal python, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Professor, what shall you do now? The azure serpent flicked its tongue, coiling tightly around Lockhart, attempting to force a revelation from the man before it. Just a moment is all that is required. Professor Lockhart, if you find it unbearable, perhaps you should summon that individual who can assist you. You must know whom I refer to, do you not? Ein's eyes remained fixed on Lockhart, while his peripheral vision scanned every corner of the room that might conceal the coveted crown. The entire dark arts office exuded an unsettling silence, and Ein instinctively believed that the object of his search was nearby. Yet, he could not uncover what he sought. Just as Ein patiently awaited the soul fragment to seize Lockhart's body, a sudden wave of intense dizziness engulfed him. Ein stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, while the enormous python conjured from his magic abruptly vanished due to the instability of his power. Regaining his freedom, Lockhart gazed at Ein, his expression revealing an unusual intensity, as if the facade he had worn for so long had finally been torn away. Lockhart stepped forward, seeking to steady the unsteady Ein. Ein, are you all right? Do you need a moment to rest? Ein instinctively sought to evade, yet was abruptly engulfed by a wave of debilitating dizziness. Have you drugged me? Ein's fierce gaze pierced through to Lockhart. Ein summoned the last vestiges of his will to open his eyes, gazing at the golden snitch held by Lockhart, a glimmer of hope illuminating his gaze. He may have been unaware of Ein's struggle to rise and grasp the hand that clutched the golden snitch, But it was clear he had come to realize it now. Albus Dumbledore. The instant Ein uttered this name, the portkey was activated. Lockhart stared at Ein in astonishment, for it was his first encounter with someone who possessed a portkey. After Ein's exclamation, his mind once again succumbed to a state of drowsiness during the intricate process of operating the door key. When Ein opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst a cluster of flowers at the entrance of a manor, in a rather precarious state, accompanied by Loart. Loart, having suddenly arrived in this unfamiliar setting, anxiously surveyed his surroundings. Upon realizing they were alone, his gaze returned to Ein's face. Fortunately, it wasn't long before a voice, tinged with arrogance, resonated from a distance. The young visitor's arrival is indeed quite distinctive. Loart ceased his actions, casting a fierce glare at the intruder who interrupted his moment. There sat Gellert in a wheelchair, leisurely observing Ein. Struggling with the remnants of a strange sound threatening to escape him, Ein forced himself to speak. Upon sighting Gellert, Ein felt a sense of security wash over him, allowing his mind to drift back into a foggy state. "Do not be anxious, young one," Gellert remarked, flashing a charming smile as he glanced at his watch, indicating that the expected guest would soon arrive. No sooner had Gellert spoken than a figure materialized in the distance. Cloaked in black, with a swirling robe resembling a tempest of dark clouds, advancing towards them with an imposing presence. As Ein beheld the newcomer, her eyes sparkled with delight, momentarily forgetting the previous discord between them. With her tear-filled, cerulean eyes, she implored, "Professor, please save me." The visitor was none other than Severus Snape, who had been diligently grading assignments in his office just 10 minutes prior. A horde of mindless trolls. What nonsense have they written? Snape, feeling inexplicably irritable, scrutinized the nonsensical papers before him, and without a second thought, marked them with a bold P. His vexation seemed to intensify, and he was unsure why he felt so unsettled this evening. After hastily marking 3 papers, Snape resolved to liberate himself from the burdens of grading, even if only for a moment. At that moment, an owl persistently tapped against the window. With a furrowed brow, Snape opened the window to reveal an unremarkable owl, which dropped a card before taking flight. However, the card was anything but ordinary. Snape detected the familiar aura of dark magic emanating from it, and his expression turned grave as he drew his wand. Although tainted with dark magic, the card posed no threat. It merely bore an additional layer of concealment. Furrowing his brow, Snape dispelled the dark enchantment, revealing a message that left him astounded. Ein, Crisis, XXXXX. Followed by a string of familiar addresses, the very ones given by Grindelwald when the trio had emerged from the cave. Despite his skepticism, the urgency of the message compelled Snape to act without hesitation. He dashed out of Hogwarts and instantly apparat to the address inscribed on the card. Upon arriving, he was met with a disconcerting sight. Not far away, a familiar figure appeared to be in dire straits, barely able to stand. Another man stood across from him, unashamedly confronting the youth, while a third man remained seated in a wheelchair. Without a moment's thought, Snape surged forward. As the familiar silhouette of Ein became clearer, Snape quickly discerned her distress. The boy he held dear was in a state of disarray, his demeanor dazed, clearly under the influence of a potion. Without hesitation, Snape cast a spell that sent Lockhart flying. With Ein on the verge of collapsing, Snape swiftly stepped forward to catch her in his arms. "Just a moment longer," he murmured, his low voice tinged with a hint of gravel, yet surprisingly patient, almost tender as he spoke to the vulnerable figure in his embrace. Ein was comforted by a soothing voice, becoming much more obedient, no longer whining, though still panting heavily. Severus Snape cast a gentle glance at the person in his arms. Then his gaze turned sharply towards Lockhart. The latter, having been knocked aside by Snape, staggered to his feet, and what had initially been anger transformed into laughter upon seeing Snape cradling Ein. "I see," Lockhart said with a malicious grin directed at Snape. The atmosphere around Snape grew heavier with tension. Yet, Lockhart, oblivious to the danger, continued, "Professor Snape has always said that Ein is quite adorable. I understand your thoughts very well, you know." "Silence," Snape barked, his fury rekindled after a long absence. For reasons unknown, the mere thought of Lockhart coveting the person in his embrace ignited an urge within him to obliterate everything. Suppressing this destructive impulse, Snape coldly addressed Lockhart. "I shall report your actions to Dumbledore without fail." Lockhart, undeterred, raised his wand at Snape, declaring, "Then do not blame me for being impolite." Witnessing this, Snape could no longer restrain himself and unleashed a spell upon Lockhart. The latter collapsed to the ground like a heap of flesh. Observing this, Gellert furrowed his brow. "Did you kill him?" Snape scoffed. No, I merely taught him a brief lesson and erased all his memories of Ein. Gellert relaxed slightly at this. That is good. I would not want this abode sullied by such filth. Snape, non-committal, retracted his wand and gently cradled Ein, his demeanor now in stark contrast to moments before. Thank you. Snape nodded in acknowledgement to Gellert. Not at all. I merely saw the child in trouble and decided to inform you. Gellert shrugged indifferently, gesturing to the puddle that was Lockhart. It's fortunate you didn't kill him. Otherwise, Albus would have quite the headache. Snape cast a disdainful glance at Lockhart. However, it's not entirely without remedy, Gellert pondered, his gaze lingering on the fallen Lockhart, tinged with a hint of regret. Snape, disinterested in the thoughts of the Dark Lord, replied, Enough, this is no concern of yours. Gellert raised an eyebrow, amused as he observed the two. You should take the child away now. Snape nodded in agreement, and, with a flicker of apparition, they vanished from the spot. Returning to Hogwarts at this moment would be inappropriate. Thus, Snape carried Ein to Spinner's End. The familiar surroundings allowed Ein to relax further, though this relaxation led to a growing haze of consciousness. How do you always manage to stir up trouble? Snape's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed intensely upon Ein. Yet at that moment, Ein was clearly beyond the realm of rational deduction. I will prepare the antidote. Snape's deep voice resonated, laced with palpable restraint. Ein clung to Snape's arm like a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood, her blue eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at him, voicing her grievance. Severus, do you truly dislike me? Do you wish to erase my memories simply because of your disdain? Snape was momentarily taken aback. You remember? However, at that moment, Ein was entirely oblivious to Snape's words, lost in her tears and childish pleas. I don't care. I like you, Severus. The shadows in Snape's eyes seemed almost palpable as he regarded the young girl, lost in thought, perhaps sensing the silence enveloping them, even in her diminished rationality. Ein instinctively questioned, Severus? Snape felt the weight of her sorrowful essence, her eyes seeming to accuse him of the injustices he had wrought. Ein, we have no other choice. He murmured, painfully closing his eyes. When he reopened them, only clarity and indifference remained within his dark gaze. Ein unconsciously tilted his head. Severus? Snape drew his wand, directing it towards the dazed youth, the familiar incantation lingering on the tip of his tongue. Time and again, just as he was about to utter the words, they were swallowed back down. The act of forgetting was deceptively simple. Uttering the spell would restore everything to its original state, just as it had been that fateful night, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would arise this time. Snape found himself struggling to swallow, yet this time, he could not bring himself to articulate that straightforward incantation. Collapsing to the ground, Snape lightly tapped his wand, and Ein instantly succumbed to slumber. Stealing one last, profound glance at the boy, Snape turned and descended into the basement. When he awoke once more, it was already the following day. Ein struggled to open her bleary eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. Ein gazed up at the familiar ceiling, resolving to seek out a few individuals in the coming days to alleviate his unease. What malice could possibly dwell within the heart of young Ein? He was merely experiencing a slight bout of melancholy. And what was the source of his discontent? It was, of course, due to the treachery of Lockhart. There could be no other explanation. Ein struck the bed with great force, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, Lockhart is finished. System, you certainly have a talent for misdirecting your anger. Ein, be silent. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Snape, his expression as cold as ice, standing at the threshold. Mr. Black, if you are awake, I kindly request you to move your esteemed legs and return to school on your own. Snape's indifferent tone stood in stark contrast to that of the previous night. Ein cast a disappointed glance at Snape before dejectedly rising from the bed and making his way out. Ein, alas. System, you should consider yourself fortunate. Ein, what is there to be grateful for? Grateful that nothing transpired last night. Smiley face. System, indeed, you ought to be thankful that nothing occurred last night. Otherwise, you would truly remember nothing now. However, it is advisable to keep such matters from the host's awareness. As Ein returned to school, it was already evening. The moment Ein appeared after a day's absence, he was confronted by Draco. Ein gently patted Draco's shoulder, sighing, Ah, Draco? Ein gazed regretfully at the platinum strands atop Draco's head, affectionately patting him. It was a pity that he had almost become this child's elder. Although Draco was unaware of Ein's musings, it did not deter him from sharing an astonishing piece of news. Have you heard? The defense against the dark arts professor has been replaced, Draco declared with a serious expression. Ane's gesture of stroking Draco's head abruptly froze. What? I heard that Lockhart has offended someone, and now he is somewhat delirious, recuperating in the hospital wing. Ain't it surprising? Still at Hogwarts? Draco, indeed. They say he plans to transfer to St. Mungo's in a few days. Anne promptly turned and departed. Draco hastened after him, inquiring, Hey, where are you off to? I'm going to pay a visit to Lockhart. Anne shouted back over his shoulder while striding forward. Draco stood rooted to the spot, momentarily taken aback. Anne hastily arrived at the medical wing, and as expected, found a group of girls gathered around Lockhart's bedside. Lockhart seemed somewhat dazed, and upon noticing Anne, a flicker of apprehension appeared in his eyes. Just then, Madame Pomfrey unexpectedly appeared to usher everyone out, prompting the reluctant girls to exit. Anne pondered for a moment before stepping outside. Then, at the corner, she cast a disguise spell upon herself. Once all the girls had departed from the medical wing, Anne stealthily infiltrated the ward. At that moment, only Lockhart remained in the medical wing, greatly facilitating Anne's subsequent actions. Anne stealthily entered the room, ensuring that no one was present before promptly casting soundproofing and vigilance spells around him. He then dispelled the illusionary charm. Lockhart, upon seeing Anne suddenly materialize before him, was so startled that he nearly leapt from his bed. Why, you Lockhart stammered, pointing at Anne, trembling with cold sweat, yet unable to utter a single word. It has been quite some time, Professor Lockhart, Anne remarked with a detached smile, though, in truth, it has only been a day since we last met. Who are you? Lockhart instinctively recoiled from the figure before him, but the memories that had been erased left him utterly unable to recall who this person was. Professor Lockhart, it seems that you are quite forgetful. Anne narrowed his eyes slightly, the tip of his spare wand pressed against Lockhart's throat. Shall we see if you truly have forgotten? Memory extraction. Anne ruthlessly delved into Lockhart's thoughts, mercilessly sifting through his memories. The images before him were mere fragments, yet everything pertaining to himself had been entirely obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Anne pouted in dissatisfaction, expressing her disappointment. So Professor Lockhart has completely forgotten about me. How disheartening. System, what are you disappointed about? Is it merely the loss of an excuse to nitpick? Anne, that is certainly not the case. Smiley face. System, absolutely. Anne somewhat disinterestedly retracted his wand, weary of further idle chatter with Lockhart, and continued to peruse Lockhart's memories, until he stumbled upon a particular scene. It appeared to transpire during the summer, where Lockhart, showcasing a dazzling smile, was engaging in animated conversation in Dumbledore's office. Meanwhile, Dumbledore seemed somewhat distracted, idly scribbling and sketching on a piece of paper. I noticed that the golden key to the door was placed upon the table, seemingly in a position frequently encountered. That old bee. From Lockhart's perspective, it was essentially a one-sided meeting, characterized by his own incessant ramblings. The outcome of this encounter was quite clear. In the absence of any candidates for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart, even with his singular talent for oblivion, was unambiguously selected. With the contract duly signed, Lockhart descended the spiral staircase with a light-hearted gait. For some inexplicable reason, a sudden urge blossomed within him to thoroughly explore the very institution he had once attended and was soon to teach. As he turned, he found himself before a grand painting depicting a colossal troll clad in a ballet tutu, engaged in a dance. It was as if summoned by some enchantment. Lockhart, with a vacant gaze, wandered back and forth before the artwork 3 times, at which point the entrance to the room of requirement materialized before him. Upon reaching this point, Anne's expression turned notably grave. It was unexpected that the influence of the crown, this sole artifact, had grown to such an extent. Continuing from Lockhart's perspective, they proceeded into the room of all desires, a space dedicated to the storage of various items. A chaotic assortment of belongings lay haphazardly stacked, but one cabinet stood out prominently before them. Lockhart seemed to be drawn by an enigmatic force, and he approached the cabinet, opening it. There, nestled in the top compartment, lay a tattered crown, quietly resting. Lockhart retrieved the crown with a sense of purpose. I narrowed her eyes slightly, delving into the recesses of her memories. What followed was a rather fragmented recollection, often consisting of inexplicable instances where she found herself in various locations. As for Ravenclaw's diadem, Lockhart had kept it concealed, ensuring that no one else was aware of its existence. Until one fateful day, a translucent figure emerged from the diadem. This ethereal apparition resembled a sovereign surveying his domain. Casting a disdainful glance around upon noticing Lockhart, The latter was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this spectral presence in his office. However, in the next moment, he found himself captivated by the man's unparalleled aura. Subsequently, Lockhart was seldom subjected to direct manipulation. Instead, he took it upon himself to seek out diverse sources of vitality to replenish the diadem's needs. Ein meticulously perused Lockhart's memories, but found no recollection pertaining to Lady Loris on that particular day. It is likely that the crown was carelessly tossed to a student, leading to the ensuing events. Fortunately, Lockhart would invariably retrieve the crowns afterward, employing his adept technique of total oblivion on the respective students. Ein continued to delve into the depths of memory, fortunate that the crown was now in a recoverable state. Astonishingly, it lay within the confines of Lockhart's office, nestled upon his desk. Cursed be the fates. How could he have so carelessly brushed past the crown the previous night? It was undoubtedly aware of his existence and harbored a sense of wariness. Furthermore, the crown, having absorbed vitality, clearly posed a more formidable challenge. After sifting through the memories he sought, Ein withdrew his wand, casting a cold, indifferent gaze upon Lockhart, whose mental state had evidently deteriorated further due to the invasive scrutiny of his memories. Ein furrowed his brow, contemplating for an extended period, and ultimately, with a sense of distaste, he pinched his nose and plucked a few strands of hair from the top of Lockhart's head. Ein retrieved the reserved compound decoction, let down her hair, and took several large gulps. Thus, a brand new Lockhart emerged. Faced with the identical Ein before him, Lockhart stood there, utterly bewildered and frozen in place. Ein cast a sympathetic glance at Lockhart and casually tossed aside a spell of oblivion. One might say that when Lockhart rendered others forgetful in real combat, he likely never anticipated this day would come for himself. Ein swiftly exited the medical wing, making his way toward the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. With ease, he recalled the incantation from memory, gaining access to the office without difficulty. Shortly after Ein entered, a semi-transparent figure emerged ethereally from the drawer of the desk. What is happening? Did I not caution you against getting too close to that boy? What benevolent deeds did you perform yesterday? The younger version of Tom Riddle, the visage of Voldemort, suddenly manifested before Lockhart, exuding an intimidating presence. His crimson eyes piercing Lockhart with a fierce intensity. Ein, following the reaction of the forgetful Lockhart, donned an expression of utmost trepidation. My master, please temper your wrath. The crown wore a gaze devoid of warmth, and Ein had no doubt that if Voldemort had a wand in hand at that moment, he would unhesitatingly cast a curse that pierced to the very marrow. Ein's face was etched with reverence, and internally he let out a silent click of his tongue. The formidable Voldemort, exuding an air of intimidation, cast his disdainful gaze once more and commanded, "Speak of the events that transpired after yesterday." Ein pondered for a moment and began weaving a tale. Yesterday, that little rascal suddenly produced a key, and we were transported to a Muggle street. Continue, Voldemort said, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a chilling tone. Ein cautiously lifted her gaze to observe Voldemort's expression, continuing to speak. However, I found it increasingly difficult to proceed, as Ein shivered in trepidation, prompting me to abandon the little imp and flee. Worthless creature. Voldemort scoffed, yet surprisingly, his mood improved slightly due to Lockhart's failure. I had warned you not to lay a hand on that little fiend. I apologize, master. I was wrong, Ein said in a hushed voice. Her eyes filled with fear as she regarded Voldemort. As Ein spoke, he mentally noted the individual bearing the surname Riddle. Never mind, have the new prey been selected? The diadem of Voldemort seemed somewhat weakened, lacking a physical form. Yes, it has been chosen, rest assured, Ein replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he looked up. I shall take you there at once. Humph, it could be deemed somewhat useful. Voldemort's diadem huffed arrogantly before drifting back into the diadem. You shall soon discover its worth. Upon witnessing the diadem return, Ein's cold gaze fell upon the drawer. Ein, adorned with the shell of Lockhart and bearing the crown, made his way towards the room of requirement. Fortunately, Hogwarts had succumbed to the night, and he encountered no one along the path, which spared him potential troubles. Thus, when the crown was finally conveyed to number 12, Grimmauld Place, via the room of requirement, a sense of unease began to settle in. Tom, who had been engrossed in a book within the confines of the room, instinctively set his reading aside at the first hint of disturbance from the vanishing cabinet. However, upon seeing the visitor, the smile that had graced his face morphed into a sinister smirk, and his crimson eyes narrowed. An unfamiliar face indeed. The eyes of Ein's version of Lockett turned in their sockets, embarking on a self-directed performance. You lock it. I exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Tom. Who are you? Tom gazed at the newcomer with an indifferent expression, as if confronting a talking corpse. Master, there is someone here who resembles you, I declared, retrieving the diadem of Voldemort from his pocket and placing it on a nearby table. Why not have a duel? The victor shall become my master, I suggested with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Almost instantaneously, a figure emerged from the diadem. It was none other than the spirit of Voldemort. Which Horcrux are you? Are you the primary soul? The diadem Voldemort's crimson eyes flickered with murderous intent. With this corporeal form, it could only be the primary soul. Yet, something felt amiss. Tom directed his gaze toward his own diadem Horcrux, which was crafted after the pendant box, leaving him somewhat uncertain about the nature of this Horcrux. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Tom narrowed his eyes slightly. The truth would soon reveal itself. He did not respond to the diadem. Instead, his soul's power surged forth like a tempest, enveloping the spectral figure of the diadem, while the soul fragment within it fiercely contested for control over the essence. Ein witnessed two semi-transparent entities merging in the air, continuously transforming and reshaping. Ein, am I witnessing Transformers? System, the duration has been somewhat prolonged, prompting Ein to conjure a chair to observe the two souls in a tug-of-war. Time passed uncounted, and just as Ein stifled his third yawn, the struggle finally reached its conclusion. A gradually calming mist gently enveloped Ein before returning to Tom's body. Simultaneously, the crown began to dim, losing its former luster. Is it over? Ein stretched lazily and rose to his feet. Tom raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ein encased in the Loart shell. Does the victor claim the title of master? Ein rolled her eyes in exasperation. Don't tell me you didn't recognize me. Tom chuckled softly. At first glance, I couldn't tell, but the moment you spoke, I immediately knew it was you. Ein was somewhat intrigued. Pray tell? How can you discern that it is mine? Audacious and reckless, who else could it be? Tom lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a glance at Ein. Return to your original form. Ein regretfully surveyed his own body, lamenting the wasted effort of consuming so many unpleasant herbal concoctions. Tom's expression darkened slightly. He perceived a certain ominousness surrounding this individual. Ein looked at Tom in confusion. It was because he was on the brink of death. Tom let out a cold laugh, for within the recesses of his mind, he had already glimpsed the intentions harbored by this person named Lockhart towards Ein. To dare covet someone favored by the Dark Lord was indeed a grave offense. Ein curled her lips in disdain as she retrieved the restorative potion and took several hearty gulps. Before her, the man's form transformed, reverting to Ein's likeness. What was once merely an ordinary handsome face instantaneously transformed back into Ein's exquisite visage. Tom's lips curled into a satisfied smile. 2 days later, as usual, Ein entered the hall, ready to partake in dinner, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar figure at the professor's table. Ein's footsteps faltered as he approached his destination. The man seated at the lectern seemed to sense this, turning his gaze towards Ein almost simultaneously, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Ein approached his seat with somewhat heavy footsteps, and Draco immediately leaned in closer. Ein, have you seen the new professor at the faculty table? Draco nudged Ein with his elbow. I heard he graduated from Durmstrang and is well-versed in various dark magic defenses. Oh, is that so? Ein replied expressionlessly, picking up his knife and fork to prepare a croissant, while tumultuous waves of anxiety surged within him. Not only was he aware of the professor's expertise in diverse dark magic defenses, but he also knew of his mastery in various dark arts. Furthermore, he was cognizant that this individual was none other than a renowned Dark Lord. Moreover, he understood that this Dark Lord had a profound connection with Dumbledore. The man seated at the faculty table could only be Gellert Grindelwald himself. Even the visage he bore was that of a soldon vado. Ein expressionlessly forked a piece of bread, which tasted as insipid as chewing wax, and stuffed it into his mouth. Galatea, seated at the faculty table, observed Ein's antics with amusement before redirecting his attention to those beside him. Next to Galatea sat Dumbledore, whose face bore a cheerful smile, concealing the tumult of emotions he had likely experienced through countless roller coasters and sharp turns. Suddenly, as the majority of individuals were present, Dumbledore rose to his feet. Everyone, may I have your attention? I would like to introduce a new professor, he announced to the students. However, the astute among them had already discerned that the old fox's smile was not as composed as he appeared. Mr. Isolon Vado will be your defense against the dark arts professor henceforth. Galatea waved to the audience from his seat, prompting a wave of enthusiastic applause, mingled with the hushed whispers of several girls. They were likely remarking that Professor Onvato, if 20 years younger, would undoubtedly be quite the handsome figure. Oh, Anne chuckled coldly to herself. 20 years old? Surely, one must be oblivious to the fact that this man, who appears to be in his 40s, is actually a century and a half old, nearly the same age as the old white-bearded bee beside him. Anne once again swallowed a piece of dry bread with an expressionless face. However, seated at the professor's table, another individual shared Dumbledore's unease. Upon entering the hall and spotting Gellert, Severus Snape's pupils momentarily contracted, yet the seasoned double agent swiftly regained his composure. Adopting his customary cold demeanor as he strode towards his designated seat, his robes billowing behind him. Nonetheless, his peripheral gaze remained fixated on that man for nearly the entire evening. Gellert, for his part, seemed disinclined to engage with Snape, dedicating his attention solely to Dumbledore. Professor Onvato, have you acclimatized to life in England? Dumbledore's azure eyes pierced through his spectacles, locking onto Gellert. Dumbledore was acutely aware of this man's true identity. No one could fathom the extent of his astonishment when this individual presented himself, seeking the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Alongside his shock, a layer of complexity tinged his emotions. That day marked the second since Lockhart had been confirmed as mad, and Dumbledore found himself grappling with the board's inquiries regarding the defense against the dark arts position, feeling somewhat helpless. Who could have anticipated that this eccentric professor would not even last until Christmas? At that moment, Fawkes approached Dumbledore, bearing a letter. Good boy, have you brought new correspondence? Dumbledore gently stroked Fawkes's feathers and took the letter. It was a letter of application for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. This correspondence seemed to alleviate Dumbledore's immediate concerns, yet his blue eyes deepened with contemplation. He certainly did not believe in mere coincidence. Someone had come prepared. A meeting would be arranged. Then came the sound of knocking on the office door. Dumbledore's expression sharpened. Enter. A man in a wheelchair appeared before him. The moment deep blue eyes met azure ones, Dumbledore stood momentarily stunned. Gellert chuckled softly. Headmaster Dumbledore. A pleasure. Dumbledore, as if jolted from a trance, paused briefly before responding. Good day, Mr. Onvato. Gellert gazed at the man he had not seen for nearly half a century, his golden eyes instinctively softening as he offered a wry smile. Will you not offer me a cup of tea? Dumbledore regarded Gellert meaningfully. How about the newly released Honeydew Honey Tea from Honeyduke? Gellert shrugged, presenting an innocuous smile. I assumed you would be familiar with Ceylon black tea. Thank you. That was Gellert Grindelwald's favorite type of tea. Dumbledore said nothing further, skillfully preparing the red tea that his guest desired. 1 part milk, half a part sugar. The familiar flavor of the tea melted in Gellert's mouth, transforming into a hint of bittersweetness. Why come to Hogwarts to apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor? Dumbledore's cerulean eyes seemed to pierce through the man before him, yet Gellert's inscrutable expression left Dumbledore at a loss. Gellert's deep blue gaze met Dumbledore's, unwaveringly fixed upon him. For one person, Gellert stated, locking his eyes onto Dumbledore's. Dumbledore remained silent, and the two simply held each other's gaze until he was the first to look away. Dumbledore, understanding the unspoken, refrained from inquiring who that person might be. Who else could it be? He mused to himself with a wry smile. So, does the headmaster need to personally assess my abilities and teaching standards? Gellert chuckled lightly, crossing his legs in a manner that exuded nonchalance. Dumbledore spoke with a weighty implication. I believe that may not be necessary. Gellert chuckled again, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. It would be better for the headmaster to conduct a hands-on examination, lest he inadvertently admit someone unreliable. Dumbledore offered no reply. His hands interlaced as he rested his chin upon them, his scrutinizing gaze once more fixed upon Gellert. Gellert, in turn, wore a poised smile, allowing himself to be appraised. Is Professor Lockhart's situation related to you? Dumbledore inquired seemingly at random, his gaze drifting towards Fawkes nearby, yet he did not miss a flicker of expression from Gellert. Gellert noncommittally responded, What do you think, Headmaster? Dumbledore remained silent, rising from his chair to leisurely stroll to the window. Hogwarts requires tranquility and peace. I must be responsible for the students, Dumbledore remarked, gazing out at the landscape, his words laden with meaning. Gellert chuckled softly. Albus, you are perhaps the least qualified person to utter that statement. Dumbledore offered no rebuttal, sinking into a long silence. Until at last he sighed softly. Some matters leave us no choice. Everything is for the greater good. Gellert continued the unfinished words of Dumbledore. Dumbledore momentarily appeared startled. his expression momentarily lost in reverie, as if time had regressed to a century ago when the red-haired boy first encountered the golden-haired youth, until they diverged, drifting further apart. Seizing the opportunity while Dumbledore was lost in thought, Gellert surveyed the surroundings and easily spotted a familiar coin on the table. The coin gleamed, unmistakably well-worn from frequent handling. Gellert's heart softened as he gazed at Dumbledore's silhouette, filled with an overwhelming sense of longing and nostalgia. Dumbledore remained silent for an extended period, causing Gellert's heart to soften even further. He took the initiative to speak. "Albus, it's up to you to dare. Do you dare to keep me, this source of danger, by your side?" Gellert deliberately paused before continuing. "Do you dare?" Dumbledore said nothing, his azure eyes filled with clarity and wisdom, not even turning to face him. Gellert's simple provocation was, of course, unlikely to yield any response. It seemed Gellert had not truly expected an answer, for upon finishing his statement, he relinquished the choice to Dumbledore. Mr. Onvato, as always, adeptly utilized the situation. Dumbledore briefly pondered the pros and cons before reaching a decision. Sometimes, danger must be placed directly before oneself in order to monitor everything more effectively. Moreover, the circumstances at this moment did not allow for refusal. If he were to dissent, it would likely complicate matters with the Board of Governors, and given Gellert's character, if he could act against Lockhart, he would undoubtedly seize any advantageous forces available. "The headmaster is too kind. I am merely an ordinary person," Gellert said, slightly narrowing his eyes as he reclined casually against the back of his wheelchair. Gellert was aware of what his Albus would decide. After all, he was indeed his Albus. Gellert's tender gaze fervently lingered on the figure before him while Dumbledore turned away. Unbeknownst to him, the reflection in the window revealed that Dumbledore had already perceived his gaze. Thus, he hesitated to confront that individual directly. However, since Gellert wished to masquerade as an ordinary person, perhaps maintaining this facade of superficial relations was also feasible for him. Dumbledore sighed internally. When he turned back, a signature smile adorned his face. "Then welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Onvato." With memories flooding back, Dumbledore observed Gellert's ease in dealing with students and found himself momentarily at a loss for words, resorting only to distant inquiries of little consequence. Gellert, however, listened attentively to all of Dumbledore's words and responded earnestly, "I have been in England for some time now. Initially, I found it rather challenging, but it has improved significantly since. After all, I had previously spent a considerable amount of time in England during my youth." Dumbledore was momentarily caught off guard, recalling the days of his youth spent in England, a time that felt intimately connected to his own existence. He chose not to speak further, instead immersing himself in his meal. The headmaster still had an insatiable fondness for sweet delicacies. Gellert, resting his chin on one hand, gazed at Dumbledore with a soft smile. While Dumbledore remained unresponsive, those observing Gellert's every move gasped in astonishment. Goodness, what had they just witnessed? The handsome Professor Grindelwald was smiling so joyfully at the aesthetically unique Dumbledore. Many, unaware of the underlying truth, lamented the irony of such a remarkable individual whose tastes seemed to reside in peculiar realms. After Gellert finished his laughter, he averted his gaze, reminding himself not to rush. The time was not yet ripe. He silently contemplated, letting his eyes wander to the most striking young man at the Slytherin table. Yet, he mused, he shouldn't wait too long. Perhaps a little encouragement would be beneficial. With this thought, Gellert gracefully lifted his glass of red wine, swirling its contents elegantly. After Ainsley had finished devouring an entire croissant, he finally raised his head to look at the professor's table. Oh dear, what an eyesore! Upon raising his gaze, he found Gellert gazing affectionately at their headmaster, Dumbledore. Ein swiftly shifted his gaze from Gellert and the old beat to the man in the black robe, standing aside. Perhaps it would be better to observe the professor and refresh his eyes. The man, with his dark hair and black eyes, exuded an extraordinary presence as always. Today, however, he seemed to deliberately temper his aura. Nonetheless, Ein still easily sensed the oppressive force emanating from him. Severus Snape, whose gaze was remarkably keen, captured the boy's glance almost instantaneously as Ein turned his eyes toward him. Snape's dark eyes deepened with intensity as he briefly met the boy's gaze before swiftly diverting his attention elsewhere. Ein, satisfied, redirected his gaze and resumed his battle with the dinner before him. Ein began to slice his lamb chops, cooked to a perfect medium rare. The meat, slightly tinged with a rosy hue, offered a hint of tenderness, while the exceptional seasoning harmoniously balanced the inherent gaminess of the lamb. Ein indulged in a delicious meal, her eyes gently closing in contentment. as the soothing embrace of exquisite cuisine restored her tranquility after the day's shocking events. Ein began to contemplate the current situation. The Crown Soul artifact had been resolved, and it seemed unlikely that Dobby would make another appearance. In light of this, it appeared that the Chamber's incidents would not recur this year. In a few days, Lockhart would transfer to St. Mungo's, which should prevent any further mischief on his part, and the events associated with him would likely cease as well. As for Gellert, Ein was confident that he understood what was expected of him. The basilisk could remain undisturbed in the chamber. Excellent. All issues had been resolved in the first half of the year. Now, he could simply relish school life in the latter half. With this realization, Ein's spirits lifted, and even the interactions between Gellert and Dumbledore could not dampen his appetite. Draco observed as Ein transitioned from shock to a blank expression, and finally to an inexplicable joy. Draco? Ein's thoughts remained as enigmatic as ever. Consequently, the following day, they found themselves in Professor Gellert's defense against the dark arts class. Draco, unusually exuberant, eagerly pulled Ein to occupy the front row of the classroom well in advance. Ein found himself at a loss for words, pondering how Draco would react upon discovering that the highly esteemed Professor Onvato was, in fact, none other than Gellert. Ein decided to temporarily keep this secret for Gellert. As soon as class began, Gellert maneuvered his wheelchair into the classroom. The aura of the Dark Lord. Even though Gellert had made a conscious effort to contain it, still effortlessly subdued a throng of little creatures. With a smile, Gellert commenced, "Dear students, I am delighted to be your professor for the defense against the dark arts. Ein, it is indeed delightful to subtly return to Albus's side. System, to perceive without revealing." Gellert glanced around, and, upon noticing Ein, his gaze lingered for a moment, revealing a smile imbued with profound significance. "I hope that in our future academic endeavors, everyone can glean something valuable from my lessons and coexist harmoniously." Ein, it seems to me that he simply wishes to coexist harmoniously with the elder bees. System, after delivering his opening remarks, Gellert commenced the lesson. "Now, let us embark on the learning material for today. The topic at hand is the disarmament spell. And at this moment, I require a student to come forth and provide a demonstration for everyone." Ein promptly lowered his head. It is well known how crucial it is to avoid making eye contact with the teacher. "Now, Mr. Ein Black, Gellert has called your name with precision. Please step forward and demonstrate the usage of the disarmament charm for everyone." Ein, filled with indifference, lifted his gaze towards Gellert. Gellert maintained a beaming smile, exuding a sense of audacity that was almost infuriating. "We still need to find a student to partner with Blake. Perhaps it would be best for Blake to choose a partner himself," Gellert remarked, subtly raising his chin with a playful lift of his lips. Ein reluctantly ascended the podium, lifting his eyelids carelessly to gesture towards the savior. "Harry?" Gellert, intrigued, turned his gaze toward the chosen one. Then, "Mr. Potter, please partner with Mr. Black." "Very well, Professor." Harry composed himself, a gentle smile gracing his face as he approached Ein. The two positioned themselves face to face, and Ein noticed a subtle shift in Harry's demeanor as he approached the stage to confront him. It was as if a well-concealed brilliance had suddenly revealed itself. Ein's expression grew somewhat more serious. "Disarm! Disarm!" The incantation was almost uttered in unison as it shot forth from the tips of Ein's and Harry's wands. Ein extended his hand to catch the wand that Harry had sent flying, while Harry was pushed back 2 steps by Ein's spell. Ein wore an expressionless visage, while Harry stumbled a couple of steps before regaining his balance, the depths of his emerald eyes reflecting something even more profound. Applause echoed as Gellert curled his lips in a smirk, exclaiming that it was indeed a splendid duel, was it not? Ein cast a blank glance at the spectator, Gellert. "Ein, let me share a joke with you. I was disarming the savior, and in the end, I emerged victorious." "System, while it may seem quite ordinary, your phrasing makes it sound rather extraordinary all of a sudden." Ein, it suddenly evokes the illusion of being able to confront Voldemort's Avada Kedavra head-on. System, rest assured. Young Tom is rather reluctant. Ein, do you wish to listen to the absurdities you are uttering? System, I am merely speaking the unvarnished truth. Smiley face. Following Ein's demonstration, the classroom commenced a practice session, dividing into pairs for a duel utilizing disarming spells. Gellert appeared to take a particular liking to Ein, frequently casting glances towards him and Draco, whether deliberately or inadvertently. The incantation's execution lacked sufficient swiftness. Gellert approached Ein from behind, shaking his head in disapproval. Ein turned his head, somewhat annoyed, and said, "Am I not skilled enough?" Gellert raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Ein. Ein belatedly realized that she had just been rather rude to the Dark Lord of a generation. I apologize, Professor, she immediately conceded, retracting her neck. No worries. However, it is quite disrespectful. At 8 o'clock tonight, for some labor service, in my office. Do you have any objections? Gellert chuckled lightly as he spoke. None, Ein replied, regaining her impassive demeanor, yet unable to suppress a soft laugh at Gellert's amusement. You truly are quite entertaining, little one. With a meaningful smile, Gellert departed. Draco, seated across from them, stared blankly at the interaction, momentarily puzzled by why the affable and amiable Professor Onvato seemed to target Ein, yet it appeared devoid of malice. During dinner, Draco, having held his questions all day, could no longer contain himself. Ein, do you and Professor Onvato have some prior conflict? He whispered into Ein's ear. Ein, feeling despondent, took a sip of apple juice and then bit into a vegetable and ham sandwich, pondering, how could I possibly know? Ein, how is it that after only a few encounters, that Gellert is so captivated by me? System, you are quite amusing. Ein, System, I presume that Gellert is contemplating this. Ein, I must express my gratitude to him. Under Ein's gaze, his attention instinctively fell upon the professor's seat. Gellert, sensing Ein's scrutiny, immediately cast a smile that was both intriguing and laden with significance. Ein decisively shifted her gaze towards the old bee. Goodness gracious. May Merlin's lace garters bless this pair to unite swiftly, so they may cease to trouble me one by one. Ein, preoccupied with thoughts of the impending confinement, consumed her dinner with a sense of ennui. At that moment, the top student of the year unexpectedly appeared beside her. Ein Black, a boy clad in the formal robes of Slytherin, announced, the headmaster wishes for you to visit his office at 8 o'clock this evening. Ein paused momentarily, instinctively responding, however. This evening I have labor service with Professor Galen Onvato. The young man appeared momentarily taken aback before articulating. The long-standing regulations of Hogwarts dictate that the headmaster's detention takes precedence over that of a professor. In this circumstance, Professor Onvato's detention will be conveniently rescheduled for tomorrow. Ein's eyes brightened at the prospect of a reprieve, and adhering to the principle of making the most of every moment, he gladly accepted Snape's detention. However, it was only upon arriving at the threshold of Snape's office that he realized something felt distinctly amiss. The last time they had been alone together was during that rather unfortunate incident involving the potion. How utterly embarrassing. Caught in the throes of self-consciousness, Ein stood at the door for a full 5 minutes without knocking, his toes nearly burrowing into the ground in a fit of awkwardness. Just as he was attempting to bolster his resolve, the door to the office swung open unexpectedly. The silhouette of a grown man was illuminated by the office light, casting a shadow over Ein. He looked up at the man. There is no treasure to be found at my doorstep, Mr. Black. No matter how many times you circle back, it will remain elusive. The deep, male voice dripped with merciless sarcasm. Yet it surprisingly evoked a sense of long-lost familiarity within Ein. The professor raised his gaze to meet the man's, his cerulean eyes glistening like a lost kitten in the woods. Snape paused momentarily, his gaze delving into the depths of Ein's dark eyes. Come in, he said, stepping aside to allow Ein entry. As Ein brushed past Snape, he felt the proximity of the man's presence envelop him. The Slytherin head's office was perhaps the place Ein frequented most in Hogwarts, save for his own dormitory. As soon as Ein entered, he swiftly nestled into the sofa with remarkable ease, comfortably closing his eyes and letting out a contented sigh. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, observing, it appears that Mr. Black has quite the fondness for the sofa in my office. I nestled on the sofa, pouting slightly. Why doesn't the professor call me Ein anymore? Snape arched an eyebrow, non-committal, as he directed his gaze towards Ein. At that moment, the young boy resembled a languid cat, comfortably curled up on the sofa, as if he were on the verge of drifting into a blissful slumber. Snape's eyes darkened, suppressing the urge to reach out and caress the boy's short black hair. His throat moved slightly, instinctively performing a swallow. Just then, Ein's half-closed eyes met Snape's, and for a fleeting moment, their gazes locked. Coughing abruptly, Ein broke the moment with a sharp fit of coughs. Ein's cough instantly rendered Snape serious. He swiftly approached the boy, intending to pat his back. However, just as he was about to extend his hand, he paused, halting his motion. His fingers twitched slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from raising his hand. Are you all right? His deep voice resonated beside Ein, causing the boy's cheeks to redden further, although his cough had subsided. The casual, I'm fine felt somewhat forced as Ein averted his gaze. Why did the professor seek me out tonight? Ein inquired, taking the milk offered to him and delicately licking it, reminiscent of a kitten savoring its milk. Snape's gaze darkened slightly. Delicious, he remarked, his low voice tinged with an undertone of compulsion, unresponded by sticking out his tongue and making a face. Yet he ultimately lacked the courage to challenge the authority of his housemaster. Thus, he settled back obediently, sipping the milk carefully, wary of making any unnecessary movements. The boy's manner of drinking was exceedingly well behaved. Snape's fingers curled slightly as he once again suppressed the urge to ruffle the boy's hair, forcing himself to divert his gaze. "What is the nature of your relationship with Grindelwald?" Snape inquired, though Anne sensed a hint of something restrained within the man's cold tone. Anne set down the milk cup. Her brow slightly furrowed, and her lips pouted in discontent. "I am uncertain as to why this is happening. It seems he particularly enjoys targeting me." Severus Snape's gaze, laden with unabashed skepticism, rested squarely upon Anne. Anne protested instantly. "Hey, do you not believe me? What I say is the truth." Snape raised an eyebrow. "To what extent has someone's credibility deteriorated that it requires my reminder?" Anne pouted and angrily turned her head away. "Everyone else may choose not to believe me. But how can Severus doubt my words?" She questioned. "Can Mr. Black assure me that nothing is being concealed from me?" Snape scoffed derisively, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Anne. Anne blinked innocently and began to feign naivety. "I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us." Snape cast a fleeting glance at the boy, who appeared to be guilty, remaining noncommittal. Anne evidently harbors many secrets from himself, a fact that Snape had long been aware of. There was even a vague sense that these matters might be intertwined with the Dark Lord. However, without a doubt, the arrival of the young boy truly altered the trajectory of fate. Grindelwald, who had never left Germany, suddenly appeared in England, even taking on the role of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. The diary Horcrux, which was supposed to emerge this year, was not found with the youngest daughter of the Weasley family, yet the events of the Chamber of Secrets still transpired. Moreover, last year's missing Philosopher's Stone and Gilderoy Lockhart, who should have sustained an entire academic year, now resided in St. Mungo's. All these occurrences seemed remarkably coincidental, yet, when traced back, they were all, to some extent, related to the boy before him, resembling a cat. Snape suddenly recalled the boy who had knelt before him in the Chamber of Secrets. "I only hope you can keep some secrets for me. I assure you, I will quash all that you fear in its infancy, and I will protect everything you cherish in pristine condition. I shall strive to fulfill your desires to the best of my abilities. It is I who willingly submits to you, Professor." His sky-blue eyes, akin to a sunlit sky, seemed capable of dispelling boundless darkness in that fleeting moment. Snape glanced once more at the boy, who now wore an innocent expression yet moved with a languid grace, and softly uttered, "Little trickster." Anne blinked, tilting her head in a gesture of perplexity. Snape, however, showed no inclination to elucidate. Instead, his typically vacant black eyes bore an unusual softness. "Whatever you choose to pursue, prioritize your own safety," Snape articulated to Anne, his tone surprisingly gentle, yet his words remained as stern as ever. "Otherwise, I shall no longer tolerate your reckless behavior." Anne's sky-blue eyes twirled playfully for a moment before revealing a hint of mischievous delight. As Anne seized the moment when Snape was momentarily caught off guard, she leaped forward, grasping his neck, intent on planting a kiss upon him. In a split second, just as she was about to make contact, Snape slightly lifted his head, resulting in Anne's lips landing upon his chin. Anne, although somewhat disappointed, Anne, who successfully stole a kiss, felt a profound sense of joy, despite the fact that Snape's expression had darkened considerably. Snape's face instantly fell, appearing as if it could seep ink, for the boy's actions consistently took him by surprise. Anne Black's voice, deep and cold as ever, carried a weight of seriousness that he knew was likely feigned. Anne remained utterly unconcerned by it. Anne nonchalantly hummed and lazily reclined back onto the sofa, a sly smile gracing his face, indicative of his successful ambush. Severus admitted, "You harbor feelings for me as well," Anne said, narrowing his eyes playfully as he gazed at Snape. Snape, maintaining a stoic expression, chose to remain silent. Anne pouted and hummed, "What? Are you attempting to deliver me another all is forgotten?" Snape gazed at Anne, momentarily rendered speechless. "Do not even think about it." Anne furrowed her brows, her cerulean eyes flashing with irritation as she regarded Snape. "You still owe me for the cufflinks you ruined last time." Snape remained silent, his dark eyes inscrutably fixed upon Anne. Anne suddenly felt flustered. Faced with Snape, he was perpetually at a loss for how to respond. "Please, don't be this way. If you think I've overstepped, I will certainly be more mindful in the future. Just don't cast me aside so completely." The more Anne spoke, the more aggrieved he became, and the corners of his eyes began to redden. Do you have any idea how much this hurts me? If you truly do not like me, then just, as he continued, tears began to gather in his eyes, falling one by one like droplets. Finally, Snape sighed deeply and drew the young boy into his embrace. You are no child anymore. Why are you crying? His deep voice carried a hint of reassurance, which instantly provided Ein with an outlet for his pent-up emotions. It's all your fault. Ein sobbed a couple of times, rubbing his eyes. I never act like this in front of others. Are you implying that it's my fault? Snape raised an eyebrow, gazing down at the boy in his arms. Yes, it is your fault. Ein buried his face in Snape's chest, too timid to meet the man's gaze. Get up. The man's voice was slightly hoarse. No. Ein nestled deeper into Snape's embrace, refusing to lift his head, much like an ostrich. I shall say this once more, get up. Snape showed no sign of softness. Maintaining a steady tone, Ein, feeling aggrieved, lifted her head and withdrew from the warmth of the man's embrace. Ein, I shall bring you greater peril. Snape calmly articulated the reality to the young boy. Ein, with tear-filled eyes, gazed up at the man, her voice tinged with distress. So, do you mean that if I distance myself from you, I shall be safe? Snape fell momentarily into silence. Indeed, regardless of whether Ein's actions were intentional, he found himself irrevocably ensnared. Memories of the treachery from Lestrange and Gilderoy Lockhart's underhanded schemes flooded his mind, prompting a deep sigh. You know I cannot escape all of this, Ein asserted, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Snape. Thus, do not entertain the notion of pushing me away with excuses. The whirlpool I am caught in may not be any safer than the one you find yourself in. Snape's profound black eyes studied the youth, yet he remained silent. Severus, I wish you would place a bit more trust in me, Ein implored, reaching out to grasp Snape's robe, her blue eyes fixated on him without a blink. This is something I ought to say to you. The man spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. If you truly trusted me, you would have much to share with me, would you not? At that moment, Ai's gaze began to wander uncertainly. Well, that is somewhat. She hesitated. Snape's eyes were sharp, and a subtle smile played upon his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. Inconvenient, is it? Ein averted his gaze from Snape's eyes. Yet the man's piercing stare seemed to envelop him in its intensity, leaving Ein feeling as if he were seated upon a bed of nails. I do not wish to coerce you, Ein, Snape said, his gaze softening slightly as he regarded the youth. I merely want you to prioritize your own safety. Yes, I will, Ein replied earnestly, locking eyes with the man. System. I will. Smiley face. Ein. Grass, a type of plant. Silence. System. Oh, I will indeed. In an instant. Ein's face flushed slightly, and his gaze began to wander. Observing the boy's demeanor, Snape ultimately resolved to grant him clemency as scheduled. After all, wasn't he something one should have known from the outset? A small deceiver, brimming with falsehoods, yet he still fell for the ruse. Before long, the appointed hour for confinement with Gellert arrived. Ein could not be so naive as to believe that Gellert would genuinely impose a period of confinement or engage in any form of labor service. Standing at the threshold of the defense against the dark arts professor's office, Ein let out a sigh and rapped lightly on the door. Ein, come in, came the invitation. And the door swung open of its own accord. The interior of the office was a stunning revelation, its space vastly enlarged by an extension charm, exuding an understated opulence reminiscent of a vintage palace. The walls adorned with numerous oil paintings, and even the candlesticks crafted from pure gold contributed to the regal ambience. One entire wall was lined with an impressive array of collectibles, clearly limited editions. Gellert sat elegantly upon the sofa in the reception area, akin to a sovereign at rest within his own palace. The astonishment on Ein's face was unmistakable, greatly delighting the original Dark Lord. A few personal trinkets he cherished. Gellert elegantly sipped his red tea, gesturing for Ein to take a seat. After expressing his astonishment, Ein directly seated himself on the sofa opposite Gellert. Speak. What do you require of me? Ein inquired, resting one hand on his chin while his fingers lightly tapped his cheek, his gaze discreetly observing Gellert's expressions. I am quite intrigued by the recent ventures of the young ones, Gellert remarked, hinting at something specific. In what regard? Ein raised an eyebrow, aware that the Blake family was involved in numerous industries. Gellert lifted his gaze to meet Ein's cunning expression and chuckled softly, in the realm of muggles. Arms? Ein questioned, his voice tinged with curiosity. Indeed, Gellert affirmed with a nod, falling silent as he awaited Ein's response. Ein's gaze swept over the teacup in Gellert's hand. And with a hint of displeasure, she pouted, Does Professor Onvato not wish to offer me a cup of tea? Gellert's deep blue eyes sparkled with a trace of amusement as he replied, "Is it not because I fear that the little one may not appreciate the tea I provide here? I have yet to taste the tea of the Dark Lord of the first generation. It would be worth a try." Ein's eyes, imbued with a subtle depth, regarded Gellert as she continued their game of riddles. "The black tea, perhaps 7 parts sugar?" Gellert inquired, raising an eyebrow. Ein pouted, displaying her displeasure. "I prefer my treats fully sweetened." Gellert merely raised an eyebrow with a smile. "It is not wise for a child to be overly greedy. Excessive sugar can lead to cavities." Ein curled her lips in a subtle smile as she glanced at Gellert. "I dare say," she remarked, "that if one were to caution someone against excessive sugar consumption for fear of cavities, it seems the admonition would be better directed at another individual." Gellert's smile diminished slightly, and the aura of the Dark Lord began to emanate, both intentionally and inadvertently. Ein remained utterly unconcerned, crossing his legs and gazing at Gellert with his sky-blue eyes, devoid of any hint of fear. Gellert's scrutinizing gaze lingered on Ein for a moment before he broke into a smile. "Indeed, this young one is quite fascinating, always managing to bring me delightful surprises." "You flatter me," Ein replied, gently tapping his cheek with his hand. "Henceforth, I shall rely on Professor Onvado's diligent assistance for our collaboration." Gellert chuckled softly. "With your words laid out so plainly, do I truly have any grounds for refusal?" Ein blinked her eyes playfully, exclaiming, "Professor Onvado truly is a wonderful person." Gellert, intrigued, cast a glance at Ein and remarked, "Such praise for me is rather uncommon." Ein chuckled lightly, saying, "It is undoubtedly due to Professor Onvado's remarkable prowess that everyone hesitates to gaze directly upon him. How could they possibly discern your brilliance?" Gellert, with an air of haughty superiority, lifted his chin slightly and replied, "It is not necessary for many to recognize this." Ein internally rolled her eyes, yet chose not to display her disdain upon considering the collaboration she had just forged with the individual before her. This peculiar demeanor of Gellert could only be appreciated by someone as eccentric as the old bee. The man's impudent and capricious nature was rather unbecoming. Had he not been Gellert, he might have long been subdued and silenced in a dark alley. Indeed, it seems that a man ought to embody a more profound and reserved temperament. In Ein's mind, the silhouette of a person quietly emerged, and his gaze began to wander. With a profound and introspective demeanor, he seemed lost in thought. Observing the youth before him becoming distracted, Gellert, too, chose not to elaborate further, exchanging only a few polite pleasantries before allowing the young man to depart. As Ein was about to depart, he abruptly halted his steps and turned to Gellert, saying, "By the way, if we are to forge a partnership, there is another party that will be involved." Gellert, with a hint of displeasure, furrowed his brow and replied, "I would prefer not to have any dealings with that creature." Ein gazed at Gellert with a hint of surprise, but after a moment of contemplation, he began to discern where the misunderstanding lay. "Did you discover something from Lockhart?" Ein inquired. "It is rather easy to draw the connection, is it not?" Gellert retorted, turning the question back on Ein. "Rest assured, it is not him." Ein pondered briefly before providing Gellert with an unexpected reply. "As for the profit-sharing, we can indeed adhere to your previous thoughts, allowing Black to concede an additional 3 points. However, the matter concerning him must remain confidential for the time being." Ein's deliberation yielded a response that left Gellert somewhat taken aback. "Do you place such significant value on that individual?" Gellert inquired in return. Yet as soon as the words left his lips, a knowing smile graced his face. "I am quite curious if your acquaintance is aware that you are harboring such a secret." Gellert's unfinished thought lingered in the air, yet both were acutely aware of the implications. What was being harbored, of course, was the fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. It appeared that Gellert had fully grasped this information, making it exceedingly difficult for Ein to deflect. Upon this realization, a mix of embarrassment and anger flickered in Ein's demeanor, prompting him to pout slightly. "Which is precisely why I need you to keep it a secret." Gellert, witnessing the feline-like irritation of his companion, chose to refrain from further comments, merely chuckling softly. "Fear not, dear child. I am not particularly interested in your affairs, nor in that matter." Ein finally felt at ease, regaining the smile she had worn earlier. "Rest assured, the one who will also partake in this is someone from your family whom you hold in high regard," she said. "Gellert, huh?" Ein gazed contentedly at the frozen smile on Gellert's face and continued, "He is the savior, indeed." After dropping this bombshell, Ein paid no heed to Gellert's reaction and departed from the ostentatiously lavish office that seemed excessively opulent. TSK, staying too long here truly risks blinding one's eyes. Ein contentedly made her way towards her dormitory. System, could you elucidate? What was your dialogue with the old demon king? Ein, what is there to explain? Do you not comprehend? System, should I understand? Ein, TSK, you are a tad more foolish than I had anticipated. System, will you speak or not? Smiley face. Ein, I shall not disclose how you may proceed. Smiley face. System, I shall refrain from revealing the progress of your tasks. Smiley face. Ein, am I rare? Smiley face. System, do you not wish to inquire about the progress of your cyber mission? Smiley face. Ein, speak quickly. Ein, did not Gellert initially express his desire to partake in the Black family's arms trade within the Muggle world? At first, when he mentioned his preference for tea with 7 parts sugar, it was intended to imply that I should concede 3 parts. However, I insisted on having it fully sweetened, indicating my unwillingness to yield. Subsequently, the old fellow acquiesced. Yet, he later began to leverage the matter of Tom's soul fragments against me. I felt a twinge of anger as she reflected on the situation. It's all that Lohart's fault. Otherwise, the matter of the soul fragment would never have come to Gellert's attention, nor would he have suddenly connected my use of the phone to Voldemort's soul fragment with the intent of reshaping Tom. Given the extent of his information gathering, it is highly probable that he's already aware of the disappearance of the Philosopher's Stone. Unlike Dumbledore, he will quickly deduce that the stone was taken by me to mold Tom's body. System, so you instructed him to keep it confidential. Indeed. One must not let the old bee know, and one must also ensure that Severus remains unaware. System, yes, that is reasonable. Rolled her eyes in exasperation. Reasonable. My foot. I lost a whole 3 points for this. Tom must reimburse me for all of it. Once he is able to step outside, I shall have him work for me to repay the debt. Walked along, grumbling to herself, while contemplating how to compel Tom to toil relentlessly for her. Envisioning herself as the unscrupulous employer and Tom as the humble worker. Nevertheless, the monumental bombshell I left for him certainly evens the score. Ha 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 ha. His emotions must be quite intricate at present. The savior, whom his beloved painstakingly nurtured, has been dragged into the mundane arms trade by me. Ha 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 ha. His feelings must indeed be tumultuous. He yearns for the old honeybee to be informed, yet fears the potential devastation that such knowledge could bring. However, given Gellert's character, it is highly probable that he will remain silent. Henceforth, he can only watch as the one he holds dear tirelessly invests his efforts into rearing another child, only to discover that this child possesses a heart as dark as coal. The more Ein contemplated, the lighter her steps became, until she reached an intersection, where she suddenly halted. At the end of the corridor, a student clad in Gryffindor robes was crucified against the wall, blood streaming from them and pooling at Ein's feet. The student's head hung low, long hair cascading down to obscure her face, rendering her unrecognizable, though it was evident that she was a girl. Her condition shrouded an uncertainty between life and death. In that moment, Ein stood frozen for merely a few seconds before a piercing scream echoed from nearby. A Hufflepuff student gazed in horror at the scene before her eyes widening in terror as she looked down at the blood at Ein's feet. Ein sighed, exasperated, and spread his hands in resignation. At that moment, in the headmaster's office, Professors Dumbledore, Gellert, Severus, McGonagall, and several others had once again gathered, with Ein and another student who had witnessed the events sitting at the center. This is impossible. A Hufflepuff student, trembling with trepidation, pointed at Ein, exclaiming, I clearly saw blood on your feet, and I heard that it was you who harmed Filch's cat. He accused, you are the heir of Slytherin. It seemed that the professors surrounding the Hufflepuff had emboldened him, allowing him to confront the Slytherin heir with unusual audacity. Professor McGonagall frowned at this assertion, stating, accusations of harming a fellow student are serious, Mr. Legis, and you must take responsibility for your claims. The Hufflepuff student instinctively recoiled, refraining from further comment. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before speaking. According to Mr. Ein, he arrived on the 2nd floor shortly after leaving Professor Onvado's office, and by that time, Miss Ruth was already pinned to the wall. Indeed, that's correct, which is why I am also concerned for Miss Ruth's condition. I nodded. Her situation is dire. She has been petrified, and there are penetrating injuries to her clavicle and wrists. She has already been transferred to St. Mungo's for treatment. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, appearing somewhat at a loss. Gellert, who had been observing with detached elegance, furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing Dumbledore's demeanor. Just as Gellert was about to speak, Ein interrupted him, saying, Professor Dumbledore, if you are willing to trust me, I will endeavor to uncover the perpetrator behind this. Mr. Black, so arrogant. Do you consider yourself a savior? Severus, who had remained silent until now, derided. Yet these two incidents are clearly directed at me, are they not? Ain's sky-blue eyes met Severus's dark gaze with unwavering seriousness. Therefore, it is evident that he will strike again. Whether by continuing to frame me or by direct action against me. Nonsense, Severus retorted coldly. Perhaps you should place a little more faith in me, Professor, Ain replied. A smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Severus before turning to Dumbledore. What do you think, Headmaster? If you currently lack leads, and my suspicions can be dismissed, perhaps you could allow me, the one directly involved, to draw out the hidden assailant. Dumbledore silently scrutinized Ain, his azure eyes seeming to pierce through him. However, Ain was no longer the naive newcomer to Hogwarts. His perfected mental occlusion rendered Dumbledore incapable of discerning any of his thoughts. Ain turned towards Dumbledore, revealing a radiant smile. Do not push yourself too hard, my child. Dumbledore eventually spoke. When you find yourself in need of assistance, remember that you have companions in whom you can place your trust. Ain cast a glance at Dumbledore and replied nonchalantly. Of course, Draco and Harry are both very good friends of mine. Dumbledore regarded Ain in silence, their eyes meeting without a trace of timidity. What had changed? Dumbledore observed the radiant youth before him, sensing that something had gradually slipped from his grasp. Instinctively, he glanced towards Gellert, who merely bowed his head, lost in thought. So many matters had unfolded, diverging from his previous expectations. He remained uncertain as to the direction in which this chaos would continue to evolve. With a deep sigh, Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Ain's shoulder, saying, If you require assistance, feel free to seek help from the professors. And let a smile play upon his lips. Rest assured, Professor Severus Snape will undoubtedly assist me. And so will Professor Onvato, right? Snape turned his head away with a disdainful huff, while Gellert raised an eyebrow, observing the audacious boy. The youth, however, remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety in his words, displaying an admirable audacity. Yet, Ain was taken aback to discover that even with his nearly exonerated status among the professors, he could not evade the whispers of the masses. When Ain suddenly grasped this reality, he realized that his fellow Hufflepuff student, Legis, had nearly spread the tale to every corner of the school. The incident had originated on an ordinary morning when Ain, stretching lazily, intended to head to the Great Hall for breakfast, only to find himself the subject of pointed fingers and hushed whispers along the way. Ain deliberately slowed her pace, allowing snippets of conversation to reach her ears. Hey, have you heard? It was Black who did that to Ruth from Gryffindor. Is that true? I thought he was always so nice before. You can't judge a book by its cover. Have you forgotten his last name? Oh right, Black. He is the one. The most devoted follower of the Dark Lord. Indeed, you have no idea how tragic Ruth's fate was. Her scapula and wrist were completely pierced, and she was petrified. Nailed to the wall, with blood everywhere. Goodness, that is horrifying. They say at that moment, Black was wielding nails and a hammer, drenched in blood, like a devil. Oh my. How can such a person still be at school? I don't know. They say the Black family bribed the school administration to cover it up. How can this happen? It's truly terrifying. I must tell my father. What good will that do? Behind Black, not only is there the Black family, but Malfoy is always at his side. Who knows if Malfoy was involved in this? What are we going to do then? There's nothing we can do but keep our distance. Doesn't Professor Dumbledore care? It's said that Dumbledore is also intimidated by their power and dares not speak out. Oh my, I want to go home. Hogwarts is too frightening. Indeed, who could disagree? As Ain walked on, his steps grew increasingly heavy, noticing the change in his demeanor. Draco cast a sharp glare at the whispering students nearby. Upon meeting Draco's gaze, those murmuring fell silent and hastily departed. Ain, Draco spoke calmly, addressing him directly. Don't take it to heart. Those students are simply too bored and indulge in trivial gossip, he continued, sensing Ain's distress and hastily offering words of comfort. However, Ain replied firmly, Draco, for the time being, it would be best if you kept your distance. Draco, in a state of panic, grasped the sleeve of Ain's garment. Why? Ain, we are friends. Surely you cannot forsake our friendship due to the idle chatter of others. Ain, somewhat helpless, paused to explain. It is not as you perceive, Draco. The current situation is quite evident. Someone wishes to ensnare me in a web of public scorn. He must be dreaming. Draco's slate-blue eyes flickered with indignation. No matter what transpires, we shall remain the best of friends. Ain was momentarily taken aback. The Draco before her, often regarded merely as an ordinary friend, stood unwaveringly by her side at this very moment. This adorable platinum peacock was resolutely on her side. Ein's azure eyes softened momentarily as he reached out to caress Draco's platinum locks. "Draco, I am truly delighted," Ein's gentle voice whispered in Draco's ear, causing a faint blush to creep up the latter's neck. "I am genuinely pleased that, despite everything, you still choose to stand by my side," Ein continued, a teasing note in his tone. "Though, I must say, your hair gel is a tad excessive." "Brat, give me back the sentiment I just felt," Draco retorted, his expression darkening abruptly, though such gloom did not linger for long, as Ein naturally withdrew his hand. "However, Draco," Ein remarked, a smirk playing on his lips, revealing an air of undeniable arrogance, "the adversaries lurk in the shadows while we stand in the light. If things do not unfold as they wish, how can they afford to reveal their weaknesses?" Yet, as Draco furrowed his brow, preparing to voice his thoughts, Ein interjected, "Trust me, Draco." Draco glanced up at Ein, whose exquisite visage shone like a radiant sun, blindingly captivating. He instinctively swallowed hard, genuinely perplexed by the notion that anyone would dare oppose Ein. Nevertheless, no amount of Draco's confusion could alter the reality of the situation. "By the way, Draco," Ein continued with a serious tone, "when you encounter Harry and the others, kindly convey my message to them. Inform them that I wish to be left undisturbed for a while, and that they should maintain their distance from me." Draco nodded solemnly in agreement. Without waiting for Draco's response, Ein resumed his brisk pace, striding confidently toward the great hall amidst the curious gazes of those around him. "System, why do I feel as though you are rather pleased?" "Ein, woe is me, how could this be? I am utterly despondent." In her sorrow, Ein occupied a corner of the long table, with 2 or 3 seats around her left unoccupied. Consequently, the entirety of the food on that section of the table was nearly hers alone. Ein casually seized a leg of lamb and began to gnaw on it. The system remarked, "Are you truly so despondent that you resort to feasting on lamb at the break of dawn?" Ein, alas, you do not comprehend that this is transforming sorrow into appetite. System, if it is delectable, indulge yourself further. Smiley face. Ein, do not envy me. After all, you are but a mere collection of data. If you cannot endure it, perhaps indulge in some sunflower seeds to satisfy your cravings. System, 1 minute later. System, crunch, crunch. Grease from the leg of lamb inadvertently trickled down the corner of Ein's mouth. However, the sight of Ein's isolation caught the attention of someone seated at the professor's table. Snape set down his breakfast, his dark eyes fixating on the solitary youth at the long table, his brow slightly furrowing in concern. Since Ein has resolved to awaken the isolated, it is only natural that he intends to fully embrace this endeavor. Firstly, regarding classmates who whisper behind his back. Ein consistently feigns indifference while hastily passing by. In every class requiring paired collaboration, Ein invariably works alone. Even within the castle, whether walking to the library or returning to his dormitory from the auditorium, he finds himself solitary. In no time, rumors have spread regarding Ein as the heir of Slytherin. Allegations of him harming a muggle-born wizard from Gryffindor and the subsequent abandonment by friends. The transformation in Ein's demeanor is starkly evident. He has shifted from a person who once greeted others with a cheerful smile to one whose expressions are increasingly marked by impatience and a diminishing smile. From previously relishing companionship, he now traverses the halls in solitude, exuding an air of frustration. Yet, this fade is merely a pretense. In reality, Ein is elated, reveling in the freedom from trivial social interactions, no longer needing to placate his peers, and even feigning discontent to disregard the professor's demands. This joy reached its zenith upon receiving John's financial report over the weekend. Since inheriting the Black family estate, John has been providing Ein with quarterly updates on the operations of the Black group in the Muggle world, and this time, the report included the latest Beretta handgun developed in the realm of Muggle armaments. What boy does not harbor a dream of possessing a firearm? And now, that dream has come to fruition. Ein picked up the pistol and strikingly posed several times before dashing into the wishful thinking chamber without a second thought. I require a room for target practice. I require a room for target practice. I require a room for target practice. When Ein emerged from the chamber, exhilarated and refreshed, it was already late into the night. The pistol was deftly twirled in Ein's hand before being tucked away into the folds of his wizard's robe. As Ein strolled towards the dormitory, his mind wandered to the thought of arranging for John to bestow a firearm upon the savior in due course. He mused that old Gellert likely had no need for one, and thus, it would be prudent to keep this under wraps for now. Before long, Christmas arrived. and Ein decisively signed up to return home. Meanwhile, Draco, fidgeting and restless, yearned to approach Ein with something to say, but recalling their prior agreement. He could only watch with longing as Ein submitted his application, entirely missing the opportunity to invite him to spend Christmas at his home. Just as Ein handed his Christmas leave request to Snape, he was halted in his tracks by Snape's call. Ein. Black. The voice, uniquely Snape's, resonated with a magnetic allure, causing Ein's heart to skip a beat. Ein paused momentarily, gradually turning around to cast a perplexed glance at Snape. Snape's dark eyes fixed upon Ein's blue ones, imbued with a depth that Ein found inscrutable. Come to my office later, Snape intoned, before resuming his task of collecting application forms from the other students. Neglecting to acknowledge Ein further, Ein had been seated in Snape's office for over half an hour, during which time Snape had uttered not a single word, while Ein simply sat on the sofa, sipping his warm milk. Ein blinked her eyes as she gazed at the man who was diligently grading assignments. His handsome brows were perpetually furrowed, never having relaxed, and occasionally he would mark a large upon the paper. Ein reminisced about the time he received a paper from Professor P, whose handwriting was indeed both elegant and graceful. Ein narrowed his eyes with satisfaction, gazing at Snape through a haze of enchantment. Naturally, Snape, whose perception was remarkably keen, had noticed from the very beginning the occasional glances cast upon him by the impish boy, along with his inexplicably peculiar smile. Snape's hand, poised with a quill, faltered slightly. Leaving an ink blot on the parchment, with a deft motion, he swiped through the blot, inscribing a solitary P. Ein smiled more joyfully, and were it not for the circumstances, he might have hummed a tune in delight. Severus Snape suddenly found himself questioning his own decision. He had witnessed the young boy's isolation due to the rumors circulating about him, and he feared that this might lead the boy to waver and commit an irreparable act. He hoped fervently that Ein would not follow in the footsteps of the previous Potter, who, upon being ostracized, had acted in a way that jeopardized his own safety. Snape's peripheral vision remained fixated on Ein's actions, confirming that the boy was indeed in high spirits, and this joy was not mere pretense. As a result, Snape felt a measure of relief. After half an hour had passed, as Ein finished his milk and began to roll about on the couch with a book in hand, Snape finally spoke. "Will you return to Black Manor for Christmas?" he inquired, casually tidying up the scattered student assignments nearby. Ein's azure eyes circled within their sockets, attempting in vain to decipher Snape's intentions. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the truth. Snape raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What were you originally intending to say?" How could Ein's hesitation possibly elude the watchful eyes of the double agent? Ein had no choice but to respond candidly. He needed to return to manage the family business and might take the opportunity to visit the school to check for any developments regarding the soul instruments. After all, Christmas presented an excellent opportunity for the soul instruments to engage in activities that were typically inconvenient. Snape raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes seemingly piercing through Ein. Ein blinked innocently, gazing back. "Ein Black, when will you be candid with me?" Snape uttered these words in a calm tone, devoid of anger or disappointment. Yet, they stirred a pang of sadness within Ein. "There are certain matters I must address on my own," Ein attempted to elucidate. "It's not a matter of mistrust, primarily. I believe that if I divulge this information, it will surely be thwarted." Snape raised an eyebrow and seated himself beside the youth. Seemingly aware that there were indeed matters he was not intended to know, Ein found himself at a loss for words, ensnared in the web of conversation spun by the cunning double agent. Yet, the agent showed no mercy towards the hapless boy, continuing unabated. The isolation he had been thrust into only served to grant the lurking adversaries greater opportunities to strike, did it not? Snape's low, resonant voice laid bare Ein's every intention. "During the Christmas break, you intend to find a way back to school, do you not?" Ein found herself utterly speechless. She had anticipated that the man she admired would not be straightforward, yet she had not expected his perceptiveness to be so profound. "Ah, how could that be, Professor?" "You're overthinking it," she chuckled nervously, scratching her head, though her gaze dared not meet Snape's. "Look at me, Ein." The man sighed, his voice low and tinged with a hint of resignation. "You might consider placing your trust in me, Ein stammered slightly. "I truly believe in you, as you know." Snape's lips curled into a faint smile that never quite reached his eyes. "If this is all you mean." He did not finish his sentence, but Ein was acutely aware of the underlying implication. This level of belief hardly constituted trust at all. "Then why does the professor not attempt to place greater faith in me?" Ein fell silent for a moment before quickly turning the tables, questioning why the professor could not trust him when he possessed the ability to resolve everything. Snape regarded Ein in silence. I have the capability to manage all that has transpired and all that is yet to unfold. I possess this strength and this ability. Even Gellert believes in me. As Ein spoke, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Why does the professor persist in viewing me as a mere child in need of protection? Snape was momentarily taken aback by the youth's words. Indeed, the boy before him exhibited a wisdom beyond his years and an astonishing rate of growth. Whether in the thriving industries of the Muggle world or the rising status within the wizarding community, his adept handling of the Philosopher's Stone and his fearless demeanor in the presence of the Dark Lord, as well as certain matters concerning the Second Dark Lord, could not be overlooked. Although Snape was uncertain of the specifics regarding Ein's actions, his instincts told him that the boy had undoubtedly engaged in significant endeavors concerning the Horcruxes. Yet he was reluctant to disclose them. "You are correct, Ein Black," Snape finally said, his deep-set eyes locking onto the boy's. "We are lacking in trust." The weight of Snape's words struck Ein like a dull ache, for the absence of trust was indeed a heavy accusation. Ein lowered his head in sorrow, tears beginning to swirl unconsciously in his eyes. "Why must you say such things?" Ein's voice, tinged with emotion, prompted Snape's heart to soften. How did it come to this? With a heavy sigh, Snape returned to sit beside the young boy. "How is it that tears compel me to yield? I am weak. I am a coward. Is that sufficient?" Ein whimpered, burying his face in his hands as he sobbed. The term coward momentarily startled Snape, conjuring unwelcome memories, yet they swiftly faded. Indeed, let bygones be bygones. Snape remained by the boy's side until he had completely calmed down. Ein, exhausted from crying, rubbed her eyes and cast a somewhat bashful glance at Snape. "I apologize," she murmured. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, replying, "I had assumed I should be accustomed to all of this." Ein lowered her head, feeling a sense of embarrassment. "There is but one thing. If you return to Hogwarts during the holidays, you must inform me," Snape said slowly. Christmas approached swiftly, and after weeks of restraint, Draco finally slipped into the compartment where Ein was seated, seizing the moment when no one was watching. "Ein, I have been utterly suffocated these past weeks," Draco lamented, glancing around to ensure their solitude. "You cannot imagine the torment I've endured. I've yearned to converse with you. Let me tell you, someone even spoke ill of you in my presence, and I barely managed to refrain from casting a hex upon him. Lately, Harry has been incessantly inquiring about you. It seems he is quite concerned for your well-being." Ein rested his chin on one hand, a smile gracing his lips as he watched Draco speak animatedly about something. Occasionally, he would shake his head with a sigh of resignation. "Just endure a little longer. It shall soon pass." Ein spoke seemingly without intent. Yet his gaze drifted through the glass of the window towards the vast expanse beyond. Noticing Ein's silence, Draco, ever considerate, refrained from further chatter, choosing instead to share the scenery with him. The journey from Hogwarts back to London spanned a lengthy railway, and the chill of December left a delicate frost upon the glass, where a light touch of a fingertip would create a transparent droplet, unveiling the world outside. The landscape beyond the window was predominantly wilderness and valleys, occasionally interrupted by remnants of human presence. In winter, the valleys exuded an air of somber solitude, even if snow had not yet graced the ground. "Ein, will you come to my home for Christmas?" Draco, true to form, could not contain himself for long in silence and, after a brief struggle, finally posed the question. Ein cast a humorous glance at Draco. "You truly wish for me to spend Christmas with you, don't you?" "Of course," he replied eagerly. "This year, our family has acquired a magnificent Christmas tree. I was even contemplating decorating it with you." At the mention of Christmas, Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ein cast a noncommittal glance at Draco, remarking that such tasks could easily be entrusted to house elves. "What do you know? Decorating the Christmas tree by hand with someone you cherish is a profoundly joyous experience." Draco protested, his brows furrowed. "Ein, you simply do not grasp the true significance of Christmas." "Ah, yes, indeed," Ein replied dismissively. Yet his thoughts uncontrollably drifted to the essence of Christmas. He imagined the two of them adorning the tree together, if it were he and Snape. Would the man wear a stern expression, disdainfully placing the star atop the tree, only to then criticize the crooked snowflakes he had hung? Perhaps he would even reach out to adjust the misaligned decorations. And would he employ magic to make the Christmas tree glow, or even enchant it to sing? Perhaps a rendition of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star? Ein shook her head as her thoughts drifted, realizing that the man was likely uninterested in such childish antics. After a moment of hesitation, Draco could not help but speak up, asking Ein if she might consider reigning in her imagination. Ein, puzzled by his comment, lifted her gaze toward Draco. Your expression just now was rather lecherous, he remarked, his handsome features contorting into an unflattering grimace that appeared particularly unsavory. Ein, moreover. Draco pointed to the drawing that Ein had unconsciously etched onto the glass. The window bore a simplistic depiction of a Christmas tree, flanked by two stick figures holding hands, one with short hair and the other with hair cascading to their shoulders. Ein. Draco squinted as he meticulously examined the painting, and after a prolonged moment, he nodded knowingly, wearing an expression that suggested he understood everything. Ein, have you fallen in love? I haven't. Don't speak nonsense. Ein retorted instantaneously. Yet the instant he protested, he felt a wave of warmth rise to his cheeks. Draco scrutinized Ein with a hint of skepticism, clearly unconvinced by Ein's denial. If you are, then just admit it. What is there to be ashamed of? After making his point, Draco glanced again at Ein's artwork. It appears to depict a short-haired woman slightly taller than you. Is she in 7th grade? Stop guessing. Ein, flustered and embarrassed, swiped at the glass, clearing away a section to reveal the outside scenery. Oh, come on, don't be shy. Who are we to each other? Just tell me. Draco's curiosity was unabashedly evident, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with excitement as they fixed on Ein. I said no, it's just not true. Ein remained resolute, turning his head away to gaze out the window, ignoring Draco's incessant inquiries. Oh, come on, please. Dream on. Don't be bashful. Absolutely not. Could it be someone I know? Oh, no way. I really do know them. Enough with the guessing already. Ah, little Ein is all flustered. Ha ha ha. Draco Malfoy. All right. I won't ask anymore, but do put your wand away. In that moment, the car was filled with the sounds of their playful banter. Through the car window, amidst the desolate woods, a slender shadow darted past the mouth of a nearby cave, unnoticed by anyone inside the vehicle. Upon returning to Black Manor, Ein found Sunny practically dancing with excitement. The young master is home. With tears of joy welling in her large eyes, Sunny exclaimed, How wonderful! What shall the young master have for dinner? Perhaps some lamb chops with pumpkin juice, or creamy green mussels and clams would suffice as well. The young master also relishes spaghetti with tomato meat sauce. Should we prepare some freshly squeezed berry juice, perhaps with a touch of extra sugar? Ein smiled gently, her eyes curving with delight. Sunny truly understands me. Let us have one of everything, and add a brownie cake as well. Certainly, my dear master. Please hold on for a moment. Sunny snapped her fingers and vanished from sight. Ein lingered for a moment before returning to the study, where he meticulously pinned letters to several significant individuals. After completing his correspondence, he reclined on the sofa, becoming utterly still. It is December now. Following Christmas, it shall soon be that person's birthday. Ein lay sprawled on the sofa, carelessly resting his feet, still shod, upon the meticulously tinted armrests, displaying not an ounce of Slytherin's renowned elegance. Were there anyone present at that moment, they would likely furrow their brows and mock Ein, perhaps even pointing an accusatory finger at him and suggesting a week of confinement. At this thought, Ein chuckled softly, further unabashedly trampling on the couch, leaving behind dark imprints of his shoes. Yet, ultimately, no one materialized to chastise Ein. Ein reclined in his own estate, sprawled upon the sofa in his study, free from any reproach. Ein suddenly felt a tinge of boredom. It turned out that spending Christmas alone evoked such sentiments. Ein idled away several days at the estate, during which he briefly met with some industry executives and perused the financial statements, but he refrained from further intervention. Notably, John had delivered the latest Muggle weaponry, which appeared to be a type of miniature bomb, capable of both remote control and timed detonation. Ein found it intriguing and decided to retain a few samples. Before long, Christmas Day arrived, and after declining Draco's invitation, Ein nearly slept until the afternoon on Christmas Eve. Ein stretched languidly as she prepared to unwrap her Christmas gifts. The abundance of presents was a delightful surprise. Ever since she took over the Black family, acquaintances, both familiar and unfamiliar, had been bestowing gifts upon her. After filtering out some commercially motivated offerings, Ein discovered the thoughtful presents from her friends. To her astonishment, Harry had gifted her a tie that perfectly complemented Muggle attire, adorned in deep-sea blue and silver with a subtle shimmer. Ein was thoroughly pleased with this gift, hoping that Harry would find joy in the present she had chosen for him. She reminisced about the miniature bombs she had given him, nodding in satisfaction. Next, she unwrapped Draco's present, a collection of ancient magical texts. With great excitement, she tucked it into her embrace, reflecting on her decision to gift him a dragon model this year, surmising that Draco would likely overlook such trifles. Ron and Hermione had given her some modest gifts, and in a display of straightforward affection, Ein reciprocated with a set of pure gold ornaments for Ron, which could be deemed quite thoughtful. For Hermione, she selected a trendy headband that had recently gained popularity among witches. Surprisingly, this year, Ein also received a gift from Blaise, a brand new wizarding robe featuring intricate dark silver patterns. As she neared the end of her unwrapping, she encountered an unsigned gift, wrapped in the customary deep green paper, tied simply with a black satin ribbon. Ein let out a soft hum, yet a smile involuntarily graced his face. He reached out to the packaging box and then unwrapped it. Inside lay a brand new pair of cufflinks, adorned with sky blue gemstones, embellished with delicate tiny diamonds. As if the stars had been set within the heavens, Ein gazed at the gift, his eyes gradually softening. He retrieved from his pocket the pair of shattered cufflinks he had long hidden away. Ein chuckled softly, discarding the shattered cufflinks and cautiously concealing the new ones within his bosom. Meanwhile, Snape hastily unwrapped the few gifts that remained. With evident disdain, he cast aside the fruit-flavored candies gifted by Dumbledore, furrowing his brow as he lifted a corner of the book presented by Lucius, which purported to provide guidance on how to please a younger romantic partner. Upon glancing at the cover, Snape scoffed derisively, unceremoniously tossing it beneath the bed. Such a tome was destined for a life of dust accumulation and obscurity. After the tiresome ritual of unwrapping the customary potions and dark arts books, Snape finally arrived at the gift from Ein. He could not deny that his heart quickened at the sight of it. It was a modified two-way mirror, capable of retaining simple written communications when the other side was not connected. At that moment, inscribed upon it were the words, "Merry Christmas, Severus. I plan to visit Hogwarts before January 9th. May I borrow your fireplace? Yours, Ein." Snape frowned as he rapped on the mirror. The individual on the other side appeared taken aback by the suddenness, slightly flustered as he activated the connection. The young man seemed to have just emerged from a bath, with damp hair and clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, seated at the edge of his bed. "Ah, Severus. No, I mean, Professor," Ein stammered, scratching his head, seemingly dissatisfied with his appearance, and hastily tidying himself up. "Why the sudden call?" Ein murmured, his gaze wandering, unable to meet the penetrating black eyes reflected in the mirror. "January 9th? Came the deep voice from the other side, as those dark eyes seemed to scrutinize the youth before them. "Ah, yes," Ein's face flushed slightly, his eyes darting towards Snape. "It is indeed January 9th. Reason?" The man fell silent for a moment before inquiring. "What reason?" "It was a spur-of-the-moment decision," Ein replied, lowering his head, contemplating whether to end the connection, yet feeling a pang of reluctance. After another moment of silence, Snape finally spoke. "January 9th, come to Spinner's End." Ein's eyes sparkled with delight. "All right. It is settled then." Ein joyfully shook his legs, his feet dangling and swaying at the edge of the bed. Snape cast a sidelong glance at the boy, reminding him to dry his hair before sleep. Ein chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. "All right." Snape ended the communication. Ein held the mirror, gazing at it from left to right, ensuring that only her own exquisitely handsome face, which could incite both admiration and envy, was reflected back at her. Reluctantly, she concealed the mirror beneath her pillow. Ein lay upon the bed, her mind consumed by the visage of the man in the mirror, his profound dark eyes haunting her thoughts. The echo of his deep voice seemed to linger in her ears, and Ein's consciousness gradually began to drift. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, a sudden series of knocks resonated from outside the window. The image of the man in her mind was abruptly shattered. Infuriated, Ein sprang from her bed and flung open the window. There, majestically perched upon the windowsill, stood a golden eagle, its proud demeanor accentuated by a letter bound to its talon. The bird arrogantly extended its leg. "Your master had better truly be in need," Ein squinted, her tone laced with danger, "or I may just have to explore 10 different culinary methods for preparing eagle meat." Ein reached out to receive the letter. The golden eagle seemed to sense that the person before it was not to be trifled with, and thus slightly tempered its inherent arrogance, nuzzling Ein's hand in a somewhat ingratiating manner. Ein cast a sidelong glance at the golden eagle, letting out a cold snort as she unfurled the letter. The paper and envelope exuded a sense of vintage opulence, with a wax seal bearing a German logo. Ein received the letter and could roughly surmise its sender. Indeed, it was from Gellert. Writing to oneself late at night is truly remarkable. Ein curled her lip as she unfolded the letter, but her expression shifted from disdain to gravity upon reading its contents. After perusing the message several times, she finally, with a solemn demeanor, waved her wand, and reduced the letter to ashes. The contents were succinct yet alarming. A prison break from Azkaban had occurred, with the British Ministry of Magic attempting to conceal the truth. Some Dementors had lost control, and the escapees included Sirius Black, Bellatrix Lestrange, and other Death Eaters. "Is this truly your intention?" Gellert inquired, sipping his red tea as he regarded the weary young man who had come to seek him early in the day. The youth appeared somewhat haggard, likely due to a sleepless night compounded by an early rise, his disheveled hair betraying his fatigue. Nevertheless, his beauty remained undiminished. Gellert couldn't help but remark, "Fortunately, you are an exceptionally skilled wizard." Ein raised an eyebrow as he gazed at Gellert, who, however, refrained from uttering the latter part of his sentence. Yet, both parties undoubtedly understood the unspoken implications. Ein's beauty was indeed a rarity within the realm of wizards. Had it not been for the current era of peace and Ein's own formidable prowess as a sorcerer, countless individuals, akin to Lockhart, would have coveted his exquisite allure. At times, beauty may not necessarily be a blessing. It seems that this era of tranquility is on the brink of upheaval. Ein rolled her eyes, choosing to disregard the elderly man's comments regarding her appearance. "So, what do you intend to do?" Gellert inquired, shifting the focus back to the matter at hand. His hands casually folded in his lap. "This situation is rather complicated. Those fools at the Ministry of Magic are likely attempting to sugarcoat the reality. If we expend our efforts on persuading the Ministry, it will undoubtedly lead to a significant waste of unnecessary energy." Ein rested her chin on her hand, contemplating the matter, aware that the escape of those Death Eaters surely bore the mark of Voldemort. Gellert raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Are you certain it is that Voldemort?" Ein was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Gellert's implication, and then spoke. "It cannot possibly be Tom. His true form still resides in Grimo." Ein's words and actions came to an abrupt halt. Gellert looked at the young boy with a puzzled expression. Ein paused in silence for a moment before speaking. "It seems that number 12 Grimmauld Place is the ancestral home of the Black family." "So?" Gellert raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Ein was filled with despair, lamenting that he had forgotten to transfer Tom, hoping he had not encountered either Sirius or Bellatrix. Gellert calmly sipped his tea, then suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Ein exclaimed in frustration, pounding the sofa. "Why didn't you move your little pet to a safe place sooner?" Gellert retorted with a sidelong glance at Ein, showing no mercy. "I had no idea. Ein was on the verge of tears. I thought I had at least until next year." Gellert raised an eyebrow at Ein, who clearly had no intention of offering an explanation, as he stood up to leave. "Let us hold our position for now and refrain from expending energy negotiating with the Ministry of Magic. We might as well let them be for the time being," Ein remarked as he prepared to depart, noting that the Ministry could still serve to confuse Voldemort's side. "It's best to make Voldemort believe his opponent is a fool." I nodded in agreement. Gellert, however, arched an eyebrow. "And all the blame will fall on Albus?" "Enough. I know you're protective." Ein frowned and waved his hand dismissively, adding that he still had Severus acting as a double agent. "What did I say?" Gellert took a sip of tea, remaining silent. "Let us see how this plays out. Voldemort surely won T-Storm Hogwarts to deliver an Avada Kedavra to your old friend. Your old acquaintance is no pushover either," Ein rambled on, while Gellert's expression grew increasingly somber. "Ein, Black," Gellert spoke coldly to Ein, "there are reasons behind Albus's actions." "Oh, yes, Ein replied dismissively, "For the greater good, I understand." Gellert maintained his serious demeanor without a word, but as Ein was about to leave, he couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, I don't care what grand ideals you have. I just want the people I care about to be safe." Ein's sky-blue eyes pierced Gellert's, filled with unwavering resolve. Gellert met Ein's gaze and solemnly replied, "I understand. I will speak to Albus. It better be that way," Ein said, putting on his coat and moving toward the door. He turned back one last time to add, "Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands." The apparition of Ein departed, leaving Gellert holding a somewhat tepid cup of red tea, lost in contemplation. However, this reverie was brief, as Gellert soon scoffed, "Humph. A mere child is still a mere child." He then lifted his gaze to the resplendent ceiling, suddenly engulfed by a fleeting sense of disorientation. He pondered whether had he possessed such steadfastness from the outset, the outcome might have diverged from the present reality. Meanwhile, as soon as Ein exited Gellert's abode, he employed a disillusionment charm to arrive at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Exercising caution, Ein had donned an ample hood that concealed his entire visage. Upon pushing open the grand door of number 12 Grimmauld Place, I acutely sensed the remnants of a recent presence, unmistakably that of an outsider, rather than Tom. After all, Tom should still be unable to leave that room. I drew his wand, and as he passed by a room, a large dog suddenly charged out, attempting to sink its teeth into him. With a swift armor charm, I deflected the dog's advance. The creature executed a deft spin as it landed, baring its teeth and growling menacingly at Ein, its hostility unmistakable. In that moment, a flurry of thoughts raced through Ein's mind, whether to expose Sirius's true identity or to consider him as a potential ally. Yet, upon reflection, certain matters seemed overly complicated to articulate. Instead, he called out, "Creature." An elderly house elf materialized before him. "Esteemed master, how may Creature be of service to you?" "Though my master is a wretched half-blood, old Creature remains bound to serve him." "Oh, look what old Creature has found, not merely a filthy half-blood, but also the wayward son who has shattered the heart of the old lady, the traitor of the Black family, has returned to the ancestral home. Oh dear, the scoundrel who ought to be imprisoned in Azkaban has appeared here. Poor old Creature is truly wretched." Ein curled the corners of his lips, for the first time feeling that Creature might indeed possess some utility. With his wand pointed at the gaunt, black hound, he narrowed his eyes. "Sirius Black?" Ein spoke. The large dog seemed taken aback, having not anticipated that its true identity would be so swiftly unveiled by a house elf. It momentarily froze, then resumed baring its teeth, attempting to masquerade as a genuine canine. "Sirius Black," Ein repeated, this time with an assertive tone. The dog experienced a brief and peculiar pause before continuing to snarl softly, seemingly trying to feign ignorance of human speech. Ein let out a cold laugh, his wand flickering slightly. "Sirius Black, or perhaps you prefer the name Regulus Black. I wonder which title you favor." The tip of Ein's wand sparked with a flicker of magic. "Are you under the impression that your canine form possesses greater offensive power against a wizard, or are you merely wagering that I will not counter your animagus spell?" The large black dog, still bristling with fur, ceased its snarling at Ein. A satisfied smirk graced Ein's lips as he seized the opportunity to cast a binding spell while the dog was distracted. Caught off guard, the black dog fell victim to the enchantment, struggling on the ground and howling incessantly, its eyes filled with animosity directed at Ein. Ein shrugged nonchalantly. "Do not look at me in such a manner. It is you who has unexpectedly appeared in my home. I merely employed a binding spell in response to the uninvited guest within my abode. Is that truly a matter of concern?" The large black dog bared its teeth, growling softly while struggling against its restraints. Ein sighed in exasperation, pressing his forehead in disbelief. "Has years of life in Azkaban rendered you incapable of engaging in meaningful conversation?" Ein gazed upon the emaciated figure before him, a flicker of compassion glimmering in his eyes. "Very well, let us converse properly." With a deft casting of an anti-anamorphosis spell, Ein watched as the large black dog gradually morphed into a human form, revealing a gaunt man, little more than skin stretched over bone. The man's visage was so gaunt that it resembled a mere shell, a cadaver wrapped in skin, coupled with the profound hatred radiating from his eyes. He appeared as a corpse animated solely by vengeance. Ein grimaced in distaste. The man continued to struggle, yet his efforts waned, and he gradually began to pant for breath, though the hatred in his eyes remained undiminished. "Now, I shall pose a question to you," Ein said, crouching down to gaze at the man sprawled on the ground before him. "What fuels your animosity towards me? Is it an instinctive loathing for Slytherin? Or does it stem from your resentment towards Black?" The moment Ein posed the question, Sirius was evidently engulfed in confusion, his gray eyes gazing blankly and vacantly at Ein. Ein let out a long sigh, acknowledging, "I understand that your escape from Azkaban was fueled solely by hatred. However, in this very moment, you find yourself relatively safe. Therefore, might you consider returning to a semblance of normalcy and engaging in meaningful communication?" Ein gazed at Sirius, his cerulean eyes reflecting tranquility, tinged with a hint of compassion. Sirius fell into silence, yet it was evident that he had withdrawn into a profound stillness. When Sirius finally spoke, he realized that after years of silence, he was nearly bereft of the ability to articulate words, his voice hoarse and almost unrecognizable. Ein let out a sigh, waving his wand to conjure 2 sofas and a glass of water. "Please, take a seat." Ein was the first to settle onto one of the sofas, casting a glance at Sirius. With unsteady steps, Sirius rose to his feet and awkwardly made his way to the other sofa, nearly stumbling along the way. Fortunately, he managed to sink into the sofa without further mishap. Hesitantly, He accepted the floating glass of water that hovered before him. He hesitated to drink, pondering what devious potion the cunning Slytherin might have slipped inside. I merely shrugged. Ultimately, Sirius chose not to partake of the water, instead sitting quietly opposite Ein. "Well, since you cannot speak, you might as well listen to me," Ein declared, crossing his legs and surveying the disheveled man before him. "First and foremost, you require a location that cannot be scrutinized by the Ministry of Magic. After all, given your current circumstances, encountering a Dementor could result in an immediate kiss." With one hand propped under his chin, Ein continued to observe the man's reactions as he spoke. After Ein uttered these words, the man across from him exhibited no reaction, seemingly indifferent to his own fate. "So, you seek revenge, do you?" As Ein's words faded, a flicker of vengeful fire ignited once more in Sirius's eyes. Ein lightly tapped his own cheek, contemplating whether he was now in a state sustained solely by the energy of hatred. Indeed, quite dismal. "Have you given any thought to your godson, Harry Potter?" The moment Ein spoke, Sirius immediately lifted his head, his gray eyes reflecting a rare glimmer of light. "Harry," Sirius rasped, finally articulating a complete word for the first time. "You care about him, do you not?" Ein narrowed his eyes slightly, reminding him that it was he who had forsaken the boy initially. "I am atoning." Sirius suddenly gripped his own hair in anguish, the already unkempt strands becoming even more disheveled. "Perhaps you would like to hear a tale about Harry? We are quite good friends, you know," Ein said with a hint of mischief, a sly smile curling his lips, his voice laced with temptation. "Since you've walked right into my trap, do not blame me for taking one of your key players, Dumbledore. How is Harry?" Sirius's gray eyes sparkled with an unusual intensity as he eagerly inquired of Ein. "Oh, him?" Ein casually leaned back against the sofa, his gaze drifting to the upper right, as if lost in recollection. "He had a difficult childhood, as you know. He had no family and was raised by his muggle aunt. As a little wizard, he was treated like a freak, abused and scorned." "Impossible! Dumbledore! Dumbledore!" Sirius's pupils dilated in shock, struggling to voice his thoughts, but unable to form coherent sentences. Ein let out a cold laugh. "Ah, you speak of Dumbledore. Perhaps this is the very spectacle he yearned to witness. To have the savior endure bullying from a tender age, only to arrive at Hogwarts at the age of 11, where a mere sprinkle of affection from Gryffindor would suffice to mold him into the champion Dumbledore envisioned. This is utterly inconceivable," Sirius lamented, writhing in anguish as he pounded the sofa in futility. "How could this be? If this were not the reason, then pray tell, why has the magical realm remained tranquil for a full 11 years while Harry has endured relentless torment for the same duration? Surely, countless families would have eagerly offered the most favorable conditions to nurture a savior. So why did Dumbledore deliberately select a muggle family that harbored animosity towards wizards? Of course, he would assert it was for the sake of blood protection, yet we all understand that such protection requires merely a year of sustained effort. There was absolutely no necessity to subject a child to such an environment for his entire formative years. 11 years of childhood, gone." As Ein spoke, his gaze shifted, revealing a profound sense of compassion and empathy. With each word he uttered, Sirius's anguish and self-reproach deepened, threatening to engulf him entirely. Why must it be this way? Sirius could no longer contain himself and burst into tears, his hoarse voice resembling the abrasive rasp of sandpaper against one's ears, eliciting an unsettling irritation. Yet, in that moment, Ein chose to endure. Sensing the moment was ripe, Ein stoked the flames further. In truth, Harry had been clandestinely engaging in some of the Black family's dealings under Dumbledore's guidance. Ein began to articulate this revelation. Gradually, Sirius's sobs subsided, his expression tinged with confusion as he turned to Ein. "We all understand that Dumbledore's aim is to mold Harry into a worthy savior, to be sacrificed at the opportune moment for the inevitable war that looms ahead." Sirius abruptly lifted his head, his incredulous gray eyes fixed upon Ein. "But he is still just a child." Ein turned her head away from Sirius, saying, "Indeed, he is merely a child. Yet he can be so easily manipulated and exploited by Dumbledore, even to the point of feeling gratitude towards him. How dare he?" Sirius rose to his feet in a fit of anger. Ein let out a cold chuckle. "How dare he? Have you and James Potter, along with Lily Potter, not realized how you were manipulated by him, enduring 11 years in Azkaban without comprehension? And Severus?" Sirius appeared momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Utilizing the simplest methods at the lowest cost to gather a cadre of individuals willing to serve him, one must concede that Dumbledore, as a manager, far surpasses me. Ein crossed his legs and slightly lifted his chin as he spoke. However, such allegiance, laced with deception, is beneath Slytherin's contempt. Sirius, somewhat dejected, sank back onto the sofa, remaining silent for a considerable time before he finally spoke. As for Harry, to a certain extent, he is currently serving the Black organization. Yet, simultaneously, I will bestow upon him sufficient power and guidance, enabling him to choose his own destiny, rather than being fated to bear the mantle of a savior. Ein slowly began to speak, gazing at Sirius. Now, you may tell me, do you wish to join us? Sirius lowered his gaze to his trembling hands, feeling powerless. That is not something you need to ponder. As long as you choose to join us, I will arrange everything else for you. Ein rose to his feet, looking down at the despondent man before him, his tone laden with persuasion. You will return to Harry openly as Sirius Black, able to protect him closely. And the one you seek vengeance against, I can enable you to execute personally. Sirius clenched his trembling hands tightly, and after a long silence, he hoarsely uttered, "What are the terms?" Ein extended her hand towards Sirius, her exquisite face adorned with a gentle smile. "Let us forge an unbreakable vow," she proposed. "Creature." Ein called once more, and the house elf appeared before them, grumbling. With a spirit seemingly detached, and under the astonished gaze of Sirius, Ein, without a moment's hesitation, cast the soul-bonding charm, wielding her wand to solidify the unbreakable vow between herself and Sirius Black. "What? Have you suddenly come to realize that I am not a person of virtue and wish to retract your words?" Ein mocked coldly. "Of course not," Sirius replied, casting a deep glance at Ein as he took her hand. "Sirius Black, do you vow, at any time, regardless of what the future holds, to permanently relinquish your claim to the Black family inheritance?" "I do," Sirius affirmed almost without a second thought. "Sirius Black, do you pledge, at any time, regardless of any conflicts with other factions, to steadfastly stand by my side and that of Harry, and to serve our cause?" "I do," he agreed once again. Without a moment's hesitation, Ein's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Sirius Black, will you, under the right circumstances, be willing to treat yourself with greater care and commit to restoring your health?" Sirius paused, taken aback, gazing at Ein. She maintained a semblance of a smile. Her eyes averted from him. "I am willing." With a heart full of complexity, Sirius and Ein forged an unbreakable vow. The pact was established. This place is no longer safe. Bellatrix has escaped from prison. Remaining here makes it easy for her to find you. Upon completing the contract, Ein promptly informed Sirius, "You have two choices. You can hide in the Muggle world for a while, or you can stay at my estate until I resolve everything. After which you can reappear openly." Sirius looked up at Ein. "The second option." "Ah, the second option," Ein mused, rising and gracefully walking to Sirius. Leaning close to whisper in his ear, "allows you to see Harry at any time and to partake in the process of revenge whenever you wish. However, I choose the second option." Sirius raised his head, his gray eyes filled with unwavering determination. "I fear no danger." "Excellent." Ein straightened, her slender waist creating an alluring silhouette from the side. "Then from this moment forth, you shall be my pet for the new term." Sirius gazed deeply at Ein before transforming into his animagus form, sitting obediently on the ground. Ein could not resist the urge to ruffle the fur of the small Sirius. "You must take good care of yourself during the remainder of the winter break," Ein said with a cheerful smile. "The Black family certainly does not have such an unseemly dog." "Sonny," Ein called out, and a charming house elf suddenly appeared. When Sonny first arrived at number 12, Grimmauld Place, the dim atmosphere and the sight of the large black dog, along with the clearly disturbed creature, left her quite taken aback. "Sonny, you are a good little one, are you not?" Ein said kindly to the house elf. Sonny obediently nodded, her large eyes blinking innocently. "Then please take this large black dog back to the manor and care for him diligently, if you would." Ein offered no further explanation, and Sonny, adhering to her master's wishes, took Sirius away without further inquiry. As soon as Sirius had departed, Ein hurriedly ascended the stairs, making his way to Tom's room. Christmas soon passed, and Ein spent the holiday alone, with time swiftly passing until the day he had arranged to return to school with Snape. Ein wore a grave expression. Having risen early from the Black Manor at dawn, Ein descended the stairs with a somewhat heavy gait and, not surprisingly, spotted Sirius enjoying his breakfast. Ein cast a fleeting glance at Sirius, casually greeting him before preparing to depart from the manor. "I'm Black," Sirius tentatively inquired, after being meticulously cared for by the house elf. Sonny, for several days, Sirius had made a remarkable recovery. The once disheveled and ragged appearance had now transformed into that of a mature and composed gentleman. His chiseled facial features, combined with those gray eyes brimming with tales, greatly enhanced Sirius's allure. Ayn raised an eyebrow as she glanced at Sirius at that moment, unable to suppress a soft click of her tongue. Truly, he was once the heartthrob of the school. He is indeed exceptional. Sirius scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, a faint blush igniting on his handsome face. Ahem, it's not really like that, so please don't say such things. Ayn raised an eyebrow and let out a soft scoff, clarifying that there was no intention to flatter, urging the large canine not to overthink it. Sirius, unfazed, calmly inquired of Ayn whether there were any tasks to undertake today, offering his companionship for protection, assuring that he would not be a bother. Ayn contemplated for a moment, envisioning herself accompanied by Sirius, the great black dog, in black as they visited the professor's residence, imagining the harmonious coexistence of the three of them. Ayn shuddered involuntarily, quickly shaking her head. It was utterly terrifying, far more so than witnessing Merlin and a giant engaging in an intimate dance. Ayn promptly declined Sirius's invitation, stating, "No, you should take care of yourself. It is not convenient for you to join today." Upon hearing Ayn's words, Sirius did not press further. He merely nodded, indicating his understanding. "By the way, there is something else." Sirius seemed to recall something, setting aside his breakfast. "That day you suddenly went to number 12 Grimmauld Place. You must have had something to attend to. I remember that when you returned, your expression seemed rather poor. Did something happen?" Upon hearing this, Ayn's expression immediately darkened. The weight of his face returned, reminiscent of the heavy burden he had felt upon waking that morning. The reason was simple. Today, he had embarked on a lengthy journey to Hogwarts, initially to investigate another Horcrux within the school. However, when he ventured into Tom's chamber that day, he was met with nothing but a desolate, empty room. Not a single crown, pendant box, diary, or philosopher's stone remained, and Tom himself had vanished without a trace. What, then, was the purpose of his quest for the Horcruxes? As Ayn Phantom shifted to Spidertail Alley, the hour was still relatively early. However, Professor Snape had already risen. The young boy, Ayn, stood obediently before Snape, his azure eyes blinking innocently. Snape raised an eyebrow. "I presume you might enlighten your unfortunate potions professor about the primary purpose of your return to school today?" Ayn gazed innocently at Snape with wide eyes. "It's to prepare a birthday surprise for the professor." Snape scoffed derisively. "Is that the kind of surprise one conjures up, such as suddenly manifesting a dark mark at school?" Ayn's expression contorted slightly, and then he hesitated, looking at Snape. "Professor, may I suggest that we refrain from making any declarations?" Snape, however, ultimately guided the young boy through the Floo network to his own office at Hogwarts. With a flourish of his wand, Snape inscribed a line of time in the air. It was 8:47 in the morning. "You are to appear here promptly at 9 o'clock this evening, or else you shall find yourself spending the latter half of your winter break confined within Hogwarts," Snape reminded coldly. "Understood." Ayn stood at attention and saluted, preparing to make a swift exit. "Wait a moment," Snape called after Ayn, his tone somewhat unnatural. Ayn paused in confusion, gazing at Snape, who averted his eyes awkwardly, his ears slightly tinged with crimson. "Did you bring the cufflinks I gave you?" Ayn's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. Once Snape finished his inquiry, Ayn responded with an enthusiastic hum, akin to that of an eager puppy. He then leaned in to embrace Snape's neck, attempting to plant a kiss, but Snape deftly evaded, resulting in Ayn's lips landing gently on his chin instead. Ayn felt a tinge of disappointment, yet overall, she was still quite elated. Thus, she swept away the morning's gloom and embarked on her day's agenda. "System, I am curious about your intentions for meandering through the library with your illusion spell, only to now find yourself lurking in the Slytherin common room. Ayn, are you foolish?" "System, this system encompasses the pinnacle of human intelligence in AI. You are the first human to question its intellect." Smiley face. Ayn, "Oh, so you haven't interacted with other humans, have you?" System, "Excellent, human. You have successfully captured the attention of this system through such means." Smiley face. Ayn, "I should refrain from indulging in outdated tales of domineering protagonists." System, "It is another system that has suggested these to me." Ayn, "Are you still connected online in real time?" System, "When accompanied by a host. It cannot connect to the main system. These are all recommendations from the predecessors of the previous systems." "I know." System, "Do not overthink it. Sometimes I merely seek to alleviate my boredom and pass the time." Ayn, "Ha. Suko, I shall remember you. No one can wound my heart and escape unscathed." System, wake up. Firstly, I am not human. Secondly, I possess no form. And lastly, you have no heart. Ein, do you still wish to hear the reason? System, shall I retract my previous statement? Ein, never mind. I shall convey the information directly. Please analyze which soul artifact is most likely to manifest this time. System, the remaining soul artifacts include the ring, the golden cup, Nagini, and Potter. The ring is well guarded, and the geographic location of Little Hangleton is rather obscure, making it unlikely for anyone to stumble upon it. Nagini has consistently remained by the side of the main soul, while Potter, as one might expect, is still under control. Thus, it is the golden cup. Ein, certainly, not too foolish at all. System, this system possesses a remarkably high intelligence. Smiley face. Ein, humph, I did not perceive that. System, so what? Now that it has been confirmed as the golden cup, what difference does it make? Ein, the location of the goblet storage is the vault of the Lestrange family. Recently, there have been no reports of thefts from Gringotts. Thus it is plausible that a member of the Lestrange household has taken it themselves. System, however, Lestrange has already been expelled. Ein, indeed. Thus Lestrange would opt to entrust the coveted trophy to those he holds dear. Furthermore, the trophy itself shall guide Lestrange to bestow it upon an individual more befitting. System, a more befitting individual? Ein, what kind of individual would choose to carry a soul device with them? Or rather, someone who possesses a wise mentor system that can provide clarity at any moment? System, they are deeply invested in their studies, to the extent that they would rather cling to their concerns, even when aware of the issues at hand. Ein, bingo. System, so you are seeking those who continue to strive for knowledge during the Christmas holidays? Ein, indeed, it is likely that this individual belongs to Slytherin. Based on my understanding of Lestrange, he would prefer to entrust such a significant matter to someone he deems more reliable. System, I see. Ein, thus, the objective becomes exceedingly clear. It pertains to those who possess lofty aspirations for their studies. Individuals who previously fostered a friendship with Lestrange and chose to remain at the school during the winter break to diligently pursue their education. System, however, how can you be certain that those chosen for the Horcrux will remain at the school during the winter break? Ein, there are two reasons. First, if I were a soul vessel, I would undoubtedly seize the rare opportunity presented by the small number of students at the school to undertake some endeavor, although I remain uncertain as to whether the soul vessel has begun to act. Second, individuals typically chosen for such matters often come from troubled family backgrounds, making it highly probable that their personalities are relatively reclusive, thus reducing the likelihood of exposure. Consequently, such individuals are more inclined to remain on campus during the winter break. System, Ein, what troubles you? System, I was merely contemplating. If only a fraction of your intelligence could be bestowed upon your emotional quotient, your journey in the realm of love would not be so fraught with challenges. Smiley face. Ein, silence. After a morning of careful observation, Ein had essentially pinpointed a particular individual, one with whom he was already quite familiar. It was none other than Eric Boguster, who had been stirring up trouble since the first grade. Naturally, Ein, unencumbered by any moral constraints, felt no qualms about his intentions. Seizing the opportunity while Boguster was engrossed in a book in the lounge, Ein stealthily slipped into Boguster's dormitory and conducted a thorough search. Although he did not uncover the Horcrux itself, he did detect a trace of dark magic, suggesting he was indeed on the right track. Ein stealthily returned to the public lounge using the illusory body spell, only to find that Bogust was the sole occupant at that moment. Just as Ein prepared to softly utter the incantation, a hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. Ein's eyes widened. Shoo, do not make a sound, just follow me. The familiar voice did not alleviate Ein's tension. Instead, it heightened her anxiety. Yet, fully aware of the disparity in strength between herself and the person behind her, and recognizing her predicament left her with no alternative, Ein could only nod in acquiescence. The illusion spell wielded by the individual behind her was evidently superior to Ein's own. They had effortlessly seen through her invisibility, while Ein could not discern their presence at all. In the void, Ein felt her hand being grasped by another, guiding her towards the exit. Ein followed the unseen shadow all the way to the Room of Wishes. Upon entering this chamber, the scene that unfolded bore an uncanny resemblance to the room at number 12 Gramont Square. Ein found herself momentarily disoriented, as if she had returned to that place where Tom had mercilessly tormented her. However, as the familiar surroundings came into view, she gradually began to relax. Tentatively, she inquired, Tom, in the void, A figure slowly materialized as Tom deactivated his invisibility, raising an eyebrow with keen interest as he regarded Ein. Upon seeing the familiar expression on his face, Ein let out a sigh of relief. "You startled me. I thought you were another slice that had somehow come to life." Tom, with a slight smirk, responded. After her initial relief, Ein began to question him. "What brings you to Hogwarts so suddenly? Do you think it wise to operate right under Dumbledore's nose?" Tom's lips curled into a subtle smile. "What is this? Are you genuinely concerned about me?" Ein pursed her lips and said, "Fine, forget I mentioned it." Tom, with a hint of playful audacity, lifted Ein's chin and replied, "You have indeed spoken. How could we pretend otherwise?" Ein rolled her eyes and said, all right, I care about you. So, what exactly do you intend to do? How can you still have the audacity to speak?" Tom lifted his eyelids slightly and cast a sidelong glance at Ein, remarking, "Who was it that confidently assured there would be no issues, that no one else would intrude?" Ein, I too was taken aback by Azkaban's assertion that the more one speaks of it, the more potent its influence becomes. Tom let out a soft scoff, choosing not to pursue the matter further. In any case, that day, an unexpected intrusion occurred. The original intent was to eliminate the threat directly. However, fearing the repercussions, they opted to arrive at Hogwarts directly through the vanishing cabinet. Ein, with a sense of relief, patted his chest and remarked, "Fortunately, you did not act impulsively." Tom raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Is that person significant to you? Bella or Sirius?" Ein rolled her eyes once more, declaring, "I have no interest whatsoever in my elder sister, mind you." Tom huffed in response, "Then it must be Sirius." "Ein, what are you being so awkward about?" Tom cast a cold glance at Ein. "Indeed, there is a master potion maker ahead in line. Ein, you seem off today." Tom refrained from pursuing the topic further, seamlessly transitioning to the events of the day. "There are issues with the Golden Cup. It is unwise to act rashly." Tom stated plainly. "What does that mean?" Ein gazed at Tom in perplexity, struggling to comprehend. The previous two incidents of entrapment in the secret chamber were likely orchestrated by the Golden Cup. Tom elaborated. "I am unsure of your actions, but you have become a thorn in the side of the Golden Cup, with a prominence exceeding that of a savior." Ein shrugged helplessly and remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps I have unwittingly taken on the role of the protagonist." Ein retorted to Tom with a question of her own. "I believe you ought to engage in some self-reflection as to why every slice of yours seems to find me unappealing." Tom cast a meaningful glance at Ein and replied, "Perhaps it's not that I find you unappealing. Rather, I am simply intrigued by you." "Ein, I appreciate your understanding." Tom narrowed his gaze. "A couple of days ago, I visited the secret chamber and discovered that it had not been opened at all." Ein suddenly perked up her ears. "What? How did that petrification occur? Isn't that the serpent's gaze?" Tom raised an eyebrow. "There are numerous methods that can induce prolonged petrification, including spells, potions, and even certain alchemical creations. You ought to be aware of that." Ein was somewhat taken aback by the statement. Tom calmly interjected, suggesting that the Golden Cup might not be located within Hogwarts. Rather, the items present in Hogwarts could very likely have been deliberately arranged to lure out the serpent. Ein's eyes widened in disbelief. Tom sighed, gently stroking Ein's head, his indifferent crimson gaze momentarily revealing a hint of affectionate warmth. "It's nothing. For now. Just refrain from acting impulsively. Ein, what do you plan to do next?" Tom pondered for a moment before glancing at Ein. "Have you changed the location of the disappearance cabinet?" Ein shook his head in a dazed manner. "Not yet." Tom nodded. "There's no need to act for the time being. I still have some tasks to accomplish with the vanishing cabinet." Ein tilted her head and gazed at Tom. "Are you about to establish your own faction?" Tom raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you not confident in me?" Ein pouted playfully. "It's not like that. I'm just concerned about you." Tom flicked Ein's forehead with 2 fingers, teasing, "Silly little one. Do you really believe that John alone could have expanded the Blake family's business to such heights?" Ein, with tears welling in her eyes, covered the spot on her head where Tom had struck her. "What are you doing? Can't we communicate civilly?" Tom cast a fleeting glance at Ein and replied, "In truth, I have long since devised a strategy. A portion of the Blake family's enterprises bears the mark of my influence. Consider it a modest token of my gratitude to you." Ein stared blankly, uttering a soft "oh," while Tom felt an irresistible urge to play again. Ein seemed to have sensed the intentions of the person before her, cautiously stepping back and covering her forehead. "So, what do you think the current situation of the Gold Cup is?" Ein inquired, pouting her lips. "Why not attempt an analysis?" Tom raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards Ein. Ein, though somewhat hesitant, began to analyze the situation. The first possibility is that previously at Hogwarts, the individual had later been transferred by students to some hidden location outside the school. The second possibility is that the individual has remained at Hogwarts all along, merely not presenting themselves as the person we perceive. Excellent. Tom nodded in satisfaction, encouraging Ein to proceed. Ein's expression grew serious. Thus, the third possibility, which I currently deem the most plausible. Tom glanced at Ein. The golden cup has always been in the vault. Everything happening now is merely a smokescreen crafted by someone. As Ein spoke, his brow furrowed more tightly. Tom cast a look of admiration at Ein. Your analysis is astute. Ein gazed at Tom and earnestly stated, assuming the most probable scenario unfolds, the mastermind behind all this is the Dark Soul. Ein and Tom spoke in unison, a sense of foreboding settling over them. Ein furrowed his brow, instinctively nibbling at his thumbnail. The plot was unraveling, devoid of any prophetic advantage, which was exceedingly frustrating. Moreover, how could the Dark Soul possess such high intelligence? Shouldn't it be bumbling and scheming over the Goblet of Fire? And was not its target supposed to be Harry Potter? Why had that shifted to himself? Just as Ein continued to fret and gnaw at his nails, a hand grasped his. Leave your nails alone. They'll be gnawed to the quick, Tom remarked with evident disdain, casting off Ein's hand with a look of disapproval. Ein, it's no wonder you're still single. After a brief interlude, Ein managed to compose himself and began to inquire of Tom, what are your plans moving forward? Tom pondered for a moment before responding. I initially thought I had ample time, but it seems that the retrieval of the soul vessels must be expedited. In a few days, I will journey to Little Hankton to reclaim the ring. I would like you to accompany me then. I nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding the golden cup, I will verify its status with Gringotts. If it is indeed there, I shall reclaim it directly. Should it not be found, we can deliberate further. Tom succinctly established the course of action for the future. Once the confirmation was completed, Ein felt an immediate sense of relief. Tom raised an eyebrow. Observing Ein, what seems to be the matter? You appear unusually pleased. Indeed, having a reliable companion is quite convenient. Ein stretched languidly, a smile illuminating his face as he looked at Tom. Shall I take my leave then? In such a hurry to do what? Tom inquired, a hint of displeasure evident in his raised brow. In a rush to pursue romance, Ein cheekily made a face at Tom before dashing away. Behind him, Tom scrutinized the retreating figure of the youth, his red eyes narrowing slightly. As the clock approached 9, Snape sat alone in his office, his dark eyes fixated on a distant point, lost in thought. Throughout the day, he had immersed himself in his books. Yet even potions, usually a source of deep fascination, had lost their allure. It was unclear when his attitude towards the boy had shifted towards boundless tolerance. Despite the fact that the youth was a little trickster who refused to divulge anything about his actions, Snape's fingers unconsciously traced the armrest of his chair, where uneven serpentine carvings lay beneath his palm. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. The boy wouldn't dare venture into the Chamber of Secrets today, would he? Snape abruptly stood, only to pause at the threshold of his office. He should trust him a little more. Besides, the boy could not speak Parseltongue and therefore could not access the chamber. Yet, the memory of a certain savior who had not returned home during the winter break gnawed at him, leading him to wonder if Ein had taken the savior to unlock the chamber and face the ancient basilisk alone. Unable to remain seated any longer, Snape sprang to his feet, intent on rushing out of his office. But at the moment he opened the door, he found Ein poised to knock. Ah, Professor. Upon seeing Snape, Ein's expression brightened instantly. Is there something you need to attend to? May I accompany you? Snape hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, nothing of consequence. He couldn't very well admit that he suspected the two boys of sneaking off to the chamber behind his back. Stealthily, Snape assessed the youth, noting that he appeared quite healthy, with no signs of distress. Perhaps he hadn't ventured into the chamber after all. If only Ein could read Snape's inner thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly retort, does one need the sliced version of the Slytherin heir to access the chamber? I already possess the original model. However, aside from the basilisk, there was little of significance within the chamber, rendering a visit rather unnecessary. Ein cast a puzzled glance at Snape, noticing that the man had no intention of elaborating further, so she chose not to pursue the topic any longer. Just as Snape's words trailed off, she felt a soft sensation brush against her lips. Snape's gaze darkened slightly. Ein extended a finger to rest gently upon Snape's lips, silencing his words. Severus, hold on a moment, Ein teased, winking mischievously. a hint of cunning joy illuminating his expression. With that, he took Snape's hand and led him through the office door. Ein led Snape upward, toward the astronomical tower, their journey marked by an unusual silence from Snape, who refrained from his customary jibes. A sense of curiosity enveloped him as he pondered the intentions of the youth before him, yearning for him to pursue his desires unfettered. Unbeknownst to Ein, Snape's gaze deepened with contemplation as they approached the tower, a place steeped in familiarity for him. Countless times had he stood there, gazing into the distant night, departing from this realm that was never truly his before dawn's arrival. As darkness enveloped the world, the familiar moonlight streamed through the windows, casting elongated shadows of the youth upon the floor. The boy paused at the window, his eyes sparkling with a brilliance akin to the sky, and he beamed at Snape. "Severus, happy birthday." Ein's gentle voice pierced the stillness of the night. In that moment, outside, dazzling fireworks erupted, illuminating the night sky. The beautiful pyrotechnics blossomed, fleeting yet magnificent, creating a series of breathtaking displays that momentarily transformed the night into a luminous day. The resplendent fireworks reflected in the boy's eyes, and at that instant, the man perceived the first light of dawn, his own unique sunlight. One firework after another burst forth, capturing the boy's attention, yet Snape's gaze remained steadfast, fixated on the youth's eyes, for it was through those eyes that the fireworks revealed their most exquisite beauty. Ein's cerulean eyes shimmered like exquisite gemstones against the backdrop of fireworks, and as the spectacle faded, those gems gradually absorbed the essence of the night. It was as if sunlight-kissed jewels were inexorably drawn into darkness, yet from that moment forth, they belonged solely to one person. "Severus, I pondered for quite some time about the perfect birthday gift for you, yet I could not arrive at anything suitable. So I resolved to present you with a dazzling fireworks display reminiscent of Hogwarts." Ein blinked, her smile radiant as she gazed at Snape, her expression tinged with an unmasked affection. "In a book I once read long ago, I encountered a phrase that resonated deeply with me." Ein gently pressed her hand against Snape's, the world around them vibrant and welcoming, beckoning him home. "I believe that, whether in the past, present, or future, Hogwarts holds a unique significance for us, and thus, I hope you will cherish this gift." Seizing the moment while Snape remained silent, Ein discreetly took his hand. Before she could revel in her triumph, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Snape had suddenly drawn her close, his deep voice, laden with restrained emotion, resonating in her ear, as comforting as his presence during countless crises. "You have won, little deceiver." Since that fateful day, January 9th, Ein felt as if she were soaring, immersed in a honey bliss. On this day, Sirius was making his way from the bedroom to the living room when he discovered Ein sprawled on the sofa, her legs excitedly raising and rhythmically slapping against the couch. "Great. We'll see each other at school then, Professor," Ein teased in a high-pitched voice that was sickeningly sweet, causing Sirius to shiver involuntarily. Just as she ended her call on the two-way mirror, she joyfully rolled on the sofa until her eyes fell upon Sirius, clearing her throat. Ein's flushed cheeks had yet to regain their normal hue, and upon seeing Sirius, she immediately straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. "School is starting soon. How is your recovery going?" "Ah, what a clumsy attempt to change the subject." Sirius raised an eyebrow, now fully restored to health, exuding a mature charm that was undeniably compelling, complemented by the handsome features he had possessed since his student days. Yet, his personality had also reverted to its former troublesome nature. Changing the subject? Sirius unflinchingly pierced through Ein's awkward attempt at diversion. Ein cast an indignant glare at Sirius, reminding him, "Do not forget that you have entered into a contract with me. The agreement seemingly did not stipulate that I could not inquire into your personal affairs." Unfazed, Sirius strode into the living room and settled himself on the opposite side of the sofa. Ein was taken aback, nearly leaping from her seat. "What are you doing? Calm down. Come and talk to your uncle. Have you fallen in love?" Sirius lounged extravagantly on the sofa, his eyes slightly raised, legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. "None of your business." Ein furrowed her brow, cautiously putting away her compact mirror. TSK, dear Ein. I seem to have heard that your partner is a professor? A professor from Hogwarts, perhaps? Sirius teased, his curiosity piqued. Has any young female professor recently arrived at Hogwarts? Ein, for some reason. Witnessing Sirius enveloped in ignorance sparked a curiosity within Ein. He suddenly pondered what expression would adorn Sirius's face upon discovering the truth. Ein envisioned a possible scenario and turned to Sirius, his gaze gradually imbued with a complex blend of sympathy and understanding. Noticing Ein's silence, Sirius's playful demeanor intensified. He smirked and said, "Why are you still shy? After all, it's just a teacher-student relationship. Which young man hasn't fantasized about a beautiful young female teacher?" Ein cast a glance at Sirius, his eyes reflecting an increasingly intricate array of emotions. However, Sirius appeared oblivious to Ein's intent and pressed on with his inquiries, asking whether he taught herbology or astronomy. After a brief moment of silence, Ein, somewhat torn, finally spoke up. "Potions is also a splendid subject. I must admit, I performed quite well in my potions class during my student years. Having spent 11 years in Azkaban, Sirius seemed rather unfamiliar with the professors at Hogwarts." Ein cast a more intricate glance at Sirius and cleared his throat, saying, "Just don't be too impulsive when the time comes. What's the fuss about?" Sirius raised an eyebrow and chuckled heartily. "I am quite a competent elder and fully capable of understanding the thoughts of you young people." Ein's complex gaze was tinged with a hint of sympathy. "Well, that's good." As the school year approached, Ein found a moment to concoct a reason to return to number 12 Grimmauld Place, and, through the vanishing cabinet, made his way back to Hogwarts. On the other side of the cabinet, Tom had moved it into his own residence. Thus, as Ein stepped out, the familiar decor nearly led him to believe that the vanishing cabinet had malfunctioned. After a brief moment of disorientation, Ein spotted Tom in the room, who had just set down his book to look at Ein. Ein furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and pouted in complaint. "Why on earth did you decorate the wishful house to resemble the abode at number 12 Grimmauld Place so closely?" Tom raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Ein. "What is wrong with that?" Ein pouted slightly and glanced around, expressing her belief that he would appreciate the opulent Slytherin-style decor. The house at number 12 Grimmauld Place always appeared rather unremarkable. Tom remained non-committal, refraining from response, his deep ruby eyes reflecting an enigmatic meaning that Ein could not quite decipher. Yet, this was indeed the place where our paths had converged. Tom's melodious voice was deliberately tinged with a hint of seduction, but Ein, recently ensnared in the tumultuous whirlpool of Snape's affections, remained oblivious to his allure. Ein chuckled foolishly and said, "Ha, you still remember the time when you played my foolish son?" Tom, system, laughing to death. Ein, it is rather amusing. The expression that follows should not be this one. System, however, I possess no emoticons, only this smile. Ein, you may also express your laughter with hhhhhhh. System, understood. I've learned it. Hhhhhhh. Ein, the grass, a peculiar plant, has become even stranger. System, shall I reverse it? Ein, there's no need for you to say anything. What is it that you find amusing? System, ha, laughing at Tom. Ein, the journey of love is fraught with difficulties. It is truly lamentable. Ein, what are you babbling about? Would you care to listen to the nonsense you are uttering? System, it has become even worse. Smiley face. Ein, you are quite peculiar. System, I simply have seen too much. Smiley face. While Ein was still embroiled in an internal tempest with the system, Tom had already tidied up his books and risen to his feet. He elegantly adjusted the hem of his attire, a flowing black robe adorned with subtle silver embroidery. Coupled with his mesmerizing crimson eyes, he created an illusion that was almost dizzying. Even Ein, who often lacked awareness, felt a momentary daze. What is the matter? Noticing Ein's unusual demeanor, Tom deliberately inquired. Nothing. Ein shook his head. I just suddenly find you rather handsome. Tom's lips curled into a smile, his ruby-like eyes glinting with a gentle amusement as he gazed at Ein. Is that my honor? Ein shook his head and replied, No, it is not your misfortune. Tom inquired, What is the reason? Ein glanced at Tom with an air of certainty. The more attractive one appears, the greater the likelihood of being remembered when venturing outside, and consequently one's existence becomes more noticeable. Tom, with a hint of indifference, raised an eyebrow and replied with an air of arrogance, And so what? Ein gazed at Tom with a look of disbelief, akin to that of a bewildered parent. The Master Soul and Dumbledore will undoubtedly discover your presence, he remarked. Tom responded with a derisive chuckle. Do you truly think I care? Ein harbored a slight disdain, exclaiming, You are noble. You are aloof. You are truly remarkable. Yet, even when faced with the truth, you remain unfazed. Is that sufficient? Tom scoffed softly, nonchalantly flicking his robe. I certainly do not concern myself with them. Even if they were aware of my existence, what could they possibly do to me? I nearly rolled his eyes, exclaiming, Yes, indeed. You are the most formidable. The strongest. Could you please consider my feelings and refrain from letting others see me associated with the second-generation Dark Lord? Tom cast a sidelong glance at Ein, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Yet, he ultimately brushed his hand across his face, transforming it into an ordinary visage, characterized by black hair and dark eyes. Hurry up and keep up, Tom's voice, tinged with indifference due to his irritation, rang out. Ein quickly took 2 or 3 steps to catch up. Why so fierce? Ein murmured from behind. Tom shot him a glance, but chose not to engage further. As Tom navigated the castle, accompanied by Ein, it felt as though they were traversing an uninhabited realm, leaving Ein both exhilarated and apprehensive. Can't we just exit through the vanishing cabinet? Ein asked, glancing around nervously, wary of encountering anyone. We need to retrieve something first, Tom replied casually. After skillfully descending several flights of stairs, Tom led Ein to the entrance of a girl's restroom. Wait, what? Ein exclaimed, his eyes wide as he watched Tom stride into the girl's restroom without hesitation. Who are you? A ghost materialized from the toilet. Its expression one of terror at the sight of 2 boys, ready to scream, but was swiftly silenced by Tom's wand. You saw nothing today, Tom's cold voice echoed. And the ghost, its eyes vacant, nodded in compliance before drifting back into its toilet. Ein followed closely behind Tom, nodding to herself in quiet agreement. Ein, indeed. I have learned. System, haven't you already mastered the soul-snatching spell? Ein, I have learned the ways to deal with women. System, Ein, when it comes to women. Reason is futile, one must issue direct commands. System, you truly deserve it. Ein, the system, deserved to be oppressed for a lifetime. Ein, grass, a type of plant. Labor and I are one. System, huh? Over there, Tom paid no heed to Ein, twisting every faucet until he reached one that would not yield water. Tom uttered a phrase in serpentine tongue. Tom, open. Before him, the faucet abruptly contorted, transforming into a black void that connected to the depths below. Tom turned to gaze at Ein. Ein glanced at Tom and hissed softly. Tom inquired, what are you doing? Ein, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head and remarked, I am learning the language of serpents. Tom cast a bemused glance at Ein. In return, Ein innocently blinked at Tom, seemingly eager for an assessment of his progress. However, Tom decisively chose to sidestep the topic and inquired, do you need me to accompany you down? Stimulated by the recent system encounter, Ein, brimming with excitement, yearned to showcase his prowess as a formidable warrior. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined Tom's offer. No, I can manage on my own. I am capable. I am incredibly impressive. With a sense of bravado, Ein strode confidently to the cave's entrance and peered down into the abyss, only to take a slight step back. Ein mustered her courage and cast one last glance at the opening before taking a significant step back. Tom raised an eyebrow, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Clearing her throat to dispel the awkward silence, Ein stammered, I can do it. I just need a moment to prepare. Tom remained silent, his brow raised, arms crossed, watching Ein's every move with an expression that suggested he was merely an amused spectator. With hesitant determination, Ein took a small step forward. Well, then I shall jump, she declared, inching closer while glancing up at Tom. He maintained his aloof demeanor, his eyebrows arched in skepticism. Ein was about to utter more when a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, approaching the direction of the washroom. Tom's expression shifted, a glint of danger flashing in his crimson eyes. In an instant, he wrapped his arms around Ein's waist and leaped forward. The abrupt sensation of weightlessness elicited a startled cry from Ein, swiftly muffled by Tom's large hand. Quiet, he admonished in a melodious voice that belied the harshness of his words, effectively silencing her. In the final moment before the light vanished, Ein caught a fleeting glimpse of a black robe at the doorway. Tom emitted a series of hissing sounds, and the opening above them sealed shut. The relentless descent left Ein feeling disoriented. The enveloping darkness combined with the increasing speed of their fall heightened the awareness of Tom's arms encircling her waist and the palm over her lips. Just as Ein felt they were plummeting freely toward the abyss, the downward momentum finally began to decelerate, revealing a dim light at the other end of the passage. As they emerged from the opening, a gentle enchantment enveloped Ein, guiding her descent softly. The moment her toes grazed the ground, she was momentarily engulfed by an unreal sensation. Tom released his grip, causing her to stumble slightly. Beneath her feet lay a scattering of small animal bones. Tom shot Ein a sidelong glance, a light mockery in his tone. TCH, impressive. Ein, grass, a type of plant. and furrowed his brow as he tread upon a ground littered with the remains of small creatures, following Tom ahead. Could this truly be the chamber of Salazar Slytherin? With each step, he found himself stumbling over yet another tiny bone, and the further he advanced, the tighter his brow knitted in dismay. What sort of aesthetic was this, ruins intertwined with the macabre? Tom cast a sidelong glance at Ein, and upon witnessing Ein nearly trip over a skeletal fragment, he could no longer contain himself and extended a hand to steady him. This is the lair Salazar crafted for Helbo, Tom remarked casually, designed in accordance with Helbo's preferences. Helbo? Ein grasped Tom's outstretched arm for support and lifted his gaze to meet Tom's eyes. A serpent monster, Tom succinctly explained, offering no further elaboration. Thus, Ein followed Tom until they arrived before a circular door adorned with intricate serpent engravings. Open, Tom hissed, and as his voice echoed, the serpentine carvings began to writhe, ultimately coiling around the circumference of the door, which then swung open. Beyond lay a straight passage, flanked by colossal serpent-headed sculptures, culminating in a gaunt visage carved at the end of the corridor. Ein found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, although the decor here appeared quite pleasant. Tom cast a glance at Ein and remarked, "No need to elaborate. I had the same reservations when I first visited this place." Consequently, Ein swallowed the unspoken words that lingered in his throat. Alas, Salazar was indeed quite unattractive. Ein pondered for a moment, then stood on tiptoe to pat Tom's shoulder. "It's all right. At least you are still quite handsome." Tom cast a cold glance at Ein and replied icily, "Indeed. All thanks to my muggle father." Ein, with a contemplative expression, resolved to momentarily remain silent. Tom approached the visage of the sculpture, his demeanor slightly grave, and hissed, "Engage in conversation with me, Salazar Slytherin, the greatest among the four founders." As Tom's words lingered in the air, the sculpture before him parted its lips, revealing a vague movement within. Stepping closer, Tom reached around and gently covered Ein's eyes with his hand. Ein held her breath, the sound of scales brushing against the ground echoing in her ears. Soon after, two distinct hissing voices began to converse. "Halbo, it has been a long time," Tom remarked, his crimson gaze unwavering as it met the serpent creature's slitted pupils, showing no sign of fear. "Oh, you are not afraid of my eyes?" the serpent questioned, flicking its tongue in curiosity as it regarded the human before it. Tom let out a soft chuckle. "Do you not remember me, Halbo?" The serpent-like creature seemed to encircle both Ein and Tom, though it was uncertain whether it was truly enveloping them. In reality, the creature, known as Herbo, did indeed spiral around the two, inhaling their scents. "I feel as though I have encountered you before," Herbo remarked, flicking its tongue, "but it seems like an eternity ago." "Has no one else sought you out recently?" Tom inquired. "I have been in slumber for quite some time. Were it not for your presence, I might still be asleep." The serpent hissed. Tom nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Very well, then you may return to your slumber. By the way, this is my friend. Please do not harm him." The enormous serpent, displaying an unexpected semblance of humanity, inclined its head, and in that moment, Ein sensed a colossal presence drawing near, yet he dared not move. His eyes still shrouded by Tom's hand. "Ein, master, please help me understand what is happening." "System, I share your sensory perceptions, yet if you cannot see, how could I possibly know what is occurring?" Ein's disappointment stems from the unfulfilled potential of iron not being forged into a pipe. "Ein, TSK, what use are you?" "System, have you been wanting to say that to me for a long time?" "Ein, it's good to know." "System, you are finished." "Ein, are you threatening me?" "System, no, I am merely stating a fact." "Ein, do you recall the events that transpired earlier in the restroom?" "Ein, how is it possible? Is someone truly approaching? However, they certainly cannot enter." "System, that may not be the case." Smiley face. In the realm of Ein, only Voldemort and Harry possessed the ability to converse in Parseltongue. Harry could not possibly uncover the means to unlock the Chamber of Secrets unless System, indeed. Ein, surely not. Just as Ein felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The serpent creature flicked its tongue, gently gliding over Ein's head. "This should suffice. You may allow him to see me," hissed Herbo. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the other side of the entrance. Someone else had entered the secret chamber. For Snape, today was initially a rather ordinary day. Ever since January 9th, that little imp had incessantly contacted him through the two-way mirror, a relentless presence like an overzealous shadow. However, today was slightly out of the ordinary. Ein, who typically rushed to connect with him each morning, had suddenly fallen silent. Initially, Snape presumed the boy had merely overslept. But after glancing at the still dormant mirror for the 10th time, while reluctantly lingering in bed, he extinguished the flame beneath his cauldron. Something was amiss. Very amiss. Severely amiss. Snape snuffed out the flame in the cauldron, leaving the potion half-finished as he departed from the basement. The approaching midday sun signaled that I indeed had no intention of making contact today. Pondering on the sofa in the living room, Snape swiftly connected the fragments of information the boy had casually mentioned in recent days with the events leading up to his departure for Hogwarts on January 9th. Quickly arriving at a conclusion. That little imp had most likely ventured to Hogwarts today, though his intentions remained unclear. With this thought, Snape promptly used a handful of flu powder to return to his office at Hogwarts. He swiftly eliminated several common haunts of the boy. But as he moved briskly through the castle, his expression grew increasingly grave. Ultimately, Snape made his way toward the location of the secret chamber, and at this juncture, his countenance could be likened to that of a darkened coal. That little imp had better not allow himself to be caught. He truly possessed an audacity that knew no bounds. Just as Snape stepped into the washroom, he found it completely devoid of life. The washroom was eerily silent, without a trace of any presence. However, the keen instincts of the double agent soon detected a dissonance in the atmosphere. He sought out the resident ghost of the washroom, Myrtle. The vacant expression on Myrtle's face clearly bore the aftermath of a soul-sucking curse. Her condition left Snape with a grim certainty that someone had indeed ventured into the secret chamber. With a serious demeanor, Snape, considering the continued silence from Ein, had no choice but to prepare for the worst. Would Ein venture into the Chamber of Secrets? And how did he gain access? He does not possess the gift of Parseltongue. Could he have been under the control of a soul fragment? Contemplating this, Snape promptly turned towards Gryffindor Tower. Upon his return to the girls' lavatory, Snape brought along an unexpected savior. His visage was shrouded in gloom, while Harry's expression was even more somber. When Harry saw Snape escorting him to the girls' lavatory, his countenance darkened to an extreme. Snape, Harry spoke with a calm demeanor, having completely shed his gentle facade, his emerald eyes veiling a lethal intent. If you wish for my assistance, you ought to at least enlighten me on the circumstances. Silence, Snape retorted coldly, guiding Harry to the peculiar tap and commanding, in Parseltongue, to open. Harry, maintaining a stoic expression, refused to utter a word. Snape narrowed his eyes, his impatience growing palpable. Even drawing forth his wand. Harry Potter, obey my commands. Snape's wand tip glimmered menacingly. Harry, undeterred, produced a handgun from his cloak, swiftly chambering around and aiming it at Snape. Surely, you are familiar with this, Snape. Harry's grip on the weapon was steady, his gaze both indifferent and piercing. Snape scoffed dismissively, disregarding the young savior. Follow my instructions, and then return to your dormitory, speaking of this to no one. Harry narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with Snape in a standoff. I have stated, should you require my help, I must be apprised of the entire situation. Snape, vexed, furrowed his brow, having not anticipated that the savior would prove to be such a formidable child. After weighing the pros and cons, Snape sheathed his wand and coldly addressed Harry. I suppose I can inform you. I may have been forcibly taken into the Slytherin chamber, which can only be accessed through Parseltongue. If you wish to rescue Ein, assist me in opening the door and then return. Harry softened his gaze and holstered his gun. I understand, but I insist on accompanying you. Snape, exasperated, clicked his tongue. Harry Potter, do you not value your life? Harry, unwavering, directed his vibrant green eyes into Snape's dark ones. Can you guarantee that thereafter there will be no need for Parseltongue? What if there are other areas within the chamber that require it? Snape fell into a brief silence. Indeed, he had never truly entered the chamber in his previous life, and all knowledge of it had been gleaned secondhand. As for what lay within the chamber, Snape could not assure. However, despite being a choice made out of necessity, Snape found himself entangled in a moral dilemma as he risked involving Lily's son in peril. At that moment, Harry reined in his earlier bravado, restoring his demeanor to one of gentleness. With his eyes cast down, he spoke in a calm tone. Professor Snape, please take me with you. I can protect myself, and I assure you I will not cause any trouble. Snape regarded Harry with a deep gaze, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Taking a deep breath, Harry envisioned the serpentine engravings on the faucet twisting and writhing. Open, he hissed, producing a sound from his throat, and instantly, a dark abyss opened in the restroom. Harry glanced at Snape, who, with a serious expression, instructed, I will go down first. You follow closely behind. Very well, Professor Snape, Harry replied, refraining from any reckless bravado and simply leaping into the abyss after Snape. As Snape emerged from the void, he cast protective spells over both of them. Yet the sensation of bones beneath his feet caused him to furrow his brow in discomfort. Holding his wand aloft to illuminate the path ahead, Snape ventured forward, with Harry dutifully trailing behind, his hand already gripping a loaded firearm. The duo swiftly discovered another serpentine door, and aside from this, there were no other exits. Snape narrowed his eyes, glancing at Harry, who, understanding the unspoken cue, addressed the door with a simple open. The circular door began to creak open slowly. As it did, Snape's pupils dilated in alarm. Before him stood a man strikingly reminiscent of Tom Riddle, restraining Ein, blindfolded, and pushing him toward the gaping maw of a colossal serpent. Avada Kedavra! Without a moment's hesitation, Snape unleashed a killing curse toward Tom. Just as Tom prepared to release his grip on Ein, he noticed two figures, one large and one small, materializing at the entrance. The moment the man appeared, he cast a killing curse in Snape's direction. Tom's ruby-like eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly evaded the lethal green light, pulling Ein out of harm's way. Ein heard a familiar voice and hurriedly pushed Tom's hand aside to take a look. Tom, let go, Tom swiftly cast a silencing spell, rendering Ein only able to emit muffled sounds. Snape, witnessing the killing curse being evaded and recognizing that Ein was still held captive by Tom, hesitated to act recklessly, resulting in a tense stalemate between the two. Meanwhile, Harry calmly aimed his gun at Tom. Although unable to speak, Ein continued to struggle until finally she managed to push Tom's hand away from her eyes. Gazing at the suddenly appeared Snape and Harry, Ein exclaimed in terror, Ein, grass. A type of plant. What is Tom the dog going to do? System, if you cannot speak, then quietly observe the performance. Ein, I fear that Shifu may misunderstand this situation. System, what is there to fear? He has already formed a misunderstanding. Ein gazed despairingly at the confrontation between Snape and Tom, her eyes brimming with tears as they silently accused Tom of silencing her. To Snape, this scene morphed into a sinister tableau of Voldemort holding Ein captive, rendering her voiceless. In that moment, Ein could only plead with the instigator to spare her. Snape's dark eye seemed on the verge of erupting with fiery wrath. Observing Snape's demeanor, Tom merely scoffed, mockingly addressing him. Severus Snape, is this how you treat your master? Snape's gaze remained brooding and unyielding, as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice, release the boy you hold. Tom cast a sidelong glance at Ein, locking eyes with her pitiable, tear-filled azure orbs. He chuckled softly. Are you making demands of your master, my dear potions master? What is it that you desire? Snape inhaled deeply, glanced at Ein, and lowered his wand as a gesture of harmlessness. Tom observed Snape's resigned demeanor with keen interest, his spirits lifted, unaffected even by Ein's struggles in his grasp. Isn't there a savior by your side? Exchange the savior for her, Tom proposed after a moment's contemplation, addressing Snape. Ein struggled to rise. System, translate that. Tom, you're insane. Ein, grass, 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 grass. A group of plants. Snape immediately furrowed his brow and, without a moment's hesitation, rejected. That is impossible. Tom curled his lips into a smirk, provocatively addressing Snape. Oh? Is that so? Then does this little brat matter at all? Tom lifted Ein by the collar as one would a small chick. Ein cast a fierce glare at Tom, who completely disregarded it. Aside from Harry, Snape's dark eyes revealed a profound despair, his hand clenching the wand at his side so tightly that his fingertips began to turn pale. Witnessing Ein's plight stirred a pang of sympathy within him. Ein began to struggle once more. Had his gaze possessed the power to slay, Tom would have been subjected to countless torturous fates. Tom furrowed his brow slightly and gently patted Ein's head, urging him to behave and refrain from moving about restlessly. Ein was engulfed in despair. Yet, it seemed that Severus Snape remained ensnared in a profound desolation and silence. Lily's son and Ein, he could not relinquish hope. Aside from him, apart from Potter, all else was inconsequential. Snape's hollow gaze shifted towards Tom, his voice low and gravelly. I can, Professor. At that moment, Harry, standing beside Snape, suddenly spoke, his emerald eyes brimming with composure and tranquility. Let me be the one to exchange for Ein. As Harry declared this, he holstered his firearm and began to approach Tom. Tom regarded the so-called savior with a flicker of surprise, a rare glimmer of appreciation flashing in his crimson eyes. However, his gaze towards Snape was filled with even greater disdain. What is this? The very person involved has consented, and you still hesitate? Tom sneered at the silent Snape. Ah, I almost forgot. You sought my favor for that girl named Lily Potter, did you not? Are you unwilling to act against her son? Could it be that after all these years, you still harbor feelings for that unattainable ideal? Tom poked Ein's cheek and whispered in his ear. Look at the one you admire. He still harbors a cherished memory of a lost love, one that cannot fade, no matter how much time passes. Ein lowered his head, unwilling to acknowledge Tom, enveloped in a palpable gloom. Harry had scarcely taken 2 steps when Snape ensnared him with a spell, rendering him immobile. Tom narrowed his eyes. It seems you have made a decision? Are you willing to forsake this little fellow? No. Snape raised his gaze, his cold black eyes devoid of any emotion. This is the last time. Tom squinted. What do you mean? Snape spoke with conviction. I brought Potter here. I must return him, no matter the cost. Tom let out a derisive laugh. But this is the final occasion. After this, I shall meet my demise, and under any circumstance. I shall no longer be able to prevent you from harming Harry Potter. Can this condition be exchanged for Ein? Snape's voice resonated with an unfathomable depth. Humph. Do you think you can thwart me? Tom's arrogance shimmered in his narrowed eyes, yet there was a newfound seriousness when he regarded Snape. Moreover, your life holds little significance to me. Additionally, I can fulfill all your demands. Snape's dark eyes met Tom's crimson gaze, cold as a machine. The flicker of emotion in Tom's red eyes quickly transformed into words. Very well, then I command you to kneel, crawl over, and kiss the tips of my shoes. At your command. Snape exhibited no hesitation, his tall frame bending in preparation to kneel. At that moment, a surge of potent magic erupted from Ein, serving as the core of its manifestation, liberating him from Tom's grasp. Tom Riddle. Ein glared at Tom, his eyes ablaze with fury. Tom raised an eyebrow. Oh, impressive. You managed to break free. Smack. Ein delivered a resounding slap across Tom's face, the unexpected pain leaving him momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the force of the blow. Ein swiftly approached Severus after confronting Tom, enveloping the man, who seemed on the brink of despair, in a tight embrace. Severus, it's all right. Tom has sworn an unbreakable oath to me. He cannot harm me. Do not be deceived by him. I pieced together his very body and soul, Ein reassured, tears glistening in his eyes as he comforted the man before him. Severus remained silent, his dark eyes impenetrable. Meanwhile, Tom had also regained his composure, his ruby-like gaze narrowing dangerously, his anger rivaling Ein's. Ein Black, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Tom seethed, teeth gritted as he glared at Ein. Tom Riddle, have I not emphasized Severus's significance to me? What on earth are you doing? Ein shot back fiercely, refusing to back down. Tom fixed his gaze on Ein, momentarily at a loss for words. The stinging pain on his face was a stark reminder of what the boy had just done, all for another man. Tom's expression was more dismal than ever. At that moment, Severus, now understanding the situation, reached out to embrace Ein, feeling the warmth of the boy's body, which finally brought him a sense of relief. When Severus looked at Tom again, the despair had dissipated, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze, as if his dark eyes could penetrate the very essence of the Dark Lord before him. Do you have feelings for Ein? Severus suddenly inquired, his tone unmistakably assertive. Tom hesitated briefly before retorting coldly, ridiculous. The Dark Lord could never be interested in a mere child. As he spoke, Tom irritably flicked his wand, causing a spark to erupt from its tip. Severus regarded the younger version of the Dark Lord thoughtfully, choosing not to speak further. Upon hearing Tom's words, Ein merely scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. To be liked by such an arrogant and conceited individual, how unfortunate that person must be. Ein shot a glance at Tom, huffing in annoyance. Tom's wand flicking paused momentarily, plunging him into a deeper agitation. Enough, let's retrieve the Horcrux. Are we going or not? Ein hummed awkwardly twice before turning gently to Snape and saying, Tom and I will collect the Horcrux. There is no danger involved. You should take the chosen one back. I shall accompany you, Snape interjected. However, Ein glanced at Harry, who promptly exclaimed, I want to go too. Snape furrowed his brow as he regarded Harry, and with a flick of his wand, he cast a sleeping charm, followed by a levitation spell. Just leave him at the door for a while, Snape remarked nonchalantly, then followed Tom out. Ein glanced at Tom, then at Snape, and finally at Harry, who was being forced to float in a state of unconsciousness. There was an unmistakable sense that something was amiss. Ein shook his head, momentarily setting aside the unsettling feeling, and hastened to catch up with Tom. Poor Harry was left abandoned at the entrance of the girls' restroom. Tom, Ein, and Snape proceeded towards the gates of Hogwarts. Throughout the journey, Ein fervently prayed to avoid any encounters, and perhaps his prayers were answered. The number of students remaining at school during the winter break was minimal, and they encountered no one along the way. Upon exiting Hogwarts, Tom cast a cold glance at Ein, followed by a dismissive snort, extending his hand towards him. Taking hold of Tom's hand, Ein cautiously grasped Snape's with his other. After a tumultuous choice, they found themselves in the desolate village of Little Hangleton. Once home to two families several decades ago, both had met their demise at Tom's hands 50 years prior. A paternal household and a maternal one were both silenced forever. Indifferently, Tom strode towards the forlorn Little Hangleton, confidently navigating to the dilapidated Gunter residence. As they approached the house, Tom furrowed his brow. What was amiss? Was he unable to lift his own spell? Ein, still irked, spoke with unreserved candor, ready to retort at any moment. Tom glanced at Ein, whose childish temperament was evident, and remarked, "There has been a change." With that, Ein's expression turned serious. What is going on? Could it be that another Horcrux or the main soul has visited? The situation remained unclear. It was also possible that the Horcrux residing here had fled on its own. Tom remarked nonchalantly, "Could you pay more attention to your own fragments?" Ein grumbled in response. "Humph, the soul that has been separated is merely a source of power," Tom stated coldly, leading the way into the house. Ein initially wished to advance alongside them, but was held back by Snape, who instructed, "Stay behind me." Following Tom into the room, Ein paused momentarily, then broke into a joyful grin, bouncing eagerly after him. "What is happening?" Ein peeked from behind Snape, inquiring about the Horcrux. "Is it still here?" "It should be," came the response. Tom brandished his wand, unleashing a dazzling array of spells that left Ein utterly mesmerized. Even Snape could not suppress an expression of astonishment at the intricate dark magic displayed. Remarkably clever dark arts, he commended. Tom, with an air of arrogance, let out a haughty sniff and lifted his chin, embodying the prideful demeanor of one who believes mere mortals dare not question his prowess. Ein nearly rolled her eyes at this display. Finally, as they reached the last step, a ring materialized before the three of them. Ein appeared momentarily dazed, reaching out as if to touch the ring, only to have it firmly restrained by Snape in his embrace. Tom cast a sidelong glance at Snape and the entranced Ein, remaining silent. With a flick of his wrist, Tom summoned a small serpent, which slithered towards the ring, hissing softly. Upon contact with the ring, the serpent transformed into a charred fragment of blackened ash, while the swirling circle of dark mist surrounding the ring dissipated. Ein's expression regained its clarity. I had just heard Ein hesitantly begin to speak. "Humph, too feeble." Tom cast a sidelong glance at Ein, dismissing the feeble attempt at manipulation as mere triviality. "Understood. I will serve as your text editor, carefully reading and comprehending the meaning of provided passages before refining them by 1. Removing meaningless punctuation 2. Eliminating advertisements for recommendations collections 3. Deleting hidden URL promotions and other irrelevant content 4. Outputting polished English translations using sophisticated vocabulary and graceful phrasing, while preserving original meaning. I will provide only the refined translations without explanations or responses to any questions requests within the texts. My focus will be purely on linguistic enhancement through elevated diction and stylistic elegance. Please provide the first passage you'd like me to process." Ein, how can Tom be so infuriating? System, you are not so bad yourself. Just when Ein thought Tom was about to pick up the ring, his expression suddenly turned serious. In an unusually grave tone, he addressed the two of them. "Listen carefully. The soul fragment within this ring exhibits some peculiar anomalies. At present, it remains unclear whether this irregularity originates from the soul fragment itself or from the resurrection stone. However, it is undeniable that this fusion poses significant dangers. I must merge this soul fragment at midnight," Tom stated solemnly to them. "Midnight?" I'm perked up, curious. "Why midnight?" "Because that is when my spiritual power is at its zenith," Tom replied, casting a bemused glance at Ein. "Ein, I inexplicably sense a cyclical turn of fate." Snape calmly inquired, "What is it that we must do?" Tom cast a glance at Snape, paused in silence for a moment, and then spoke. "I am uncertain of what may transpire. If I were to lose control, should you then hasten to stop me?" Ein leaned forward, tilting his head in inquiry. Tom let out a derisive snort, fixing his gaze upon Ein. "If I were to lose control, you should swiftly flee." Ein retracted his head and whispered, "Does that mean I no longer have to concern myself with you?" Tom let out a cold snort. "Loss of control will only be temporary. Ensure that you safeguard your own lives." Soon, midnight approached. Tom rose, walked over to the ring, and extended his hand, saying, "Remember, if I exhibit any abnormalities, you must flee immediately." "Understood. I am quite adept at shadow shifting," Ein replied readily, showing no signs of hesitation. Tom glanced at Ein before turning his attention to Snape. Snape gave a slight nod, prompting Tom to touch the ring. In that instant, the Tom before them seemed to dissolve into a cloud of black mist, merging with the ring, which began to morph and twist until it ultimately fused together. The amalgamated mist continued to transform, though sporadic tendrils of black mist erupted uncontrollably. A human form gradually coalesced, ultimately revealing Tom's silhouette. "Tom," Ein ventured cautiously. Initially, the figure before them was silent, but soon, he broke into a captivating smile, his ruby eyes flickering with hints of black mist. "Ein, I am fine now," Tom said gently, beckoning him closer. Just as Ein was about to stride over with great confidence, he was halted by Snape from behind. "Ein," Snape's deep voice resonated with palpable vigilance. "Something is amiss." Ein blinked and turned her gaze back to Tom. At that moment, Tom squinted his eyes in displeasure, openly displaying his murderous intent towards Severus Snape. "Severus Snape, step aside." Tom's voice resonated coldly. In the next instant, a silent curse was cast without a wand. Snape, encircling Ein's waist, deftly evaded the attack. "Ein, come here. Do not make me repeat myself a third time." The darkness in Tom's eyes deepened, as he regarded Snape with the indifference reserved for the dead. While his possessiveness over Ein reached a fervent peak, Ein shrank his head slightly and discreetly tugged at Snape's cloak, suggesting, "Shall we make our escape?" Ein was poised to flee, exhibiting no awareness of the potential repercussions of abandoning a strategic ally alone in the desolate wilderness. Snape's gaze darkened slightly. "There is no time left." Ein looked at Snape in confusion, only to suddenly hear Tom's laughter resonate through the air. "My dear Ein, you cannot escape," Tom's alluring voice echoed as he approached step by step, while Snape remained steadfastly in front of Ein, blocking Tom's advance. "I cast the anti-disapparition charm the moment I saw you, my little Ein." Tom's gaze was fixed on Ein, his ruby eyes brimming with a suppressed excitement, as if he were gazing upon a coveted treasure. Snape took a step forward, shielding Ein from Tom's view. Tom narrowed his eyes dangerously. "If you wish to live, step aside," he coldly instructed Snape. Snape remained silent, resolutely brandishing his wand in defiance against Tom. "Do you truly believe you can impede me?" Tom scoffed, raising his chin. "Severus Snape, who bestowed upon you the audacity to be so brazen before me." With that, Tom unleashed a silent curse, a piercing hex aimed directly at Snape. Although Snape could have evaded it, he recognized that to do so would mean putting Ein in jeopardy. Thus, he chose not to dodge, bracing himself to endure the torment of the curse. Snape merely let out a muffled grunt, his form swaying slightly. "Severus." Ein rushed forward to support Snape, hastily retrieving an object from her pocket and hurling it towards Tom. Tom's eyes narrowed as he sidestepped the incoming projectile, unaware that it was a potion vial. The vial shattered upon hitting the ground, releasing a plume of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Ein quickly produced a key from her pocket, not pausing to discern its origin, and together with Snape, activated the key. A whirlwind of chaotic motion ensued, a disorienting sensation that felt longer than it should have. Ein instinctively sensed that she had taken hold of a key that perhaps she ought not to have. When the two finally landed, the ominous foreboding she had felt materialized into a stark reality. In her state of panic, Ein retrieved the key to the door, which had previously been the focal point of her visit to the cave. "Ein, Snape." Ein fidgeted with his fingers, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Snape. "Professor, please allow me to explain. Did you not mention last time that this well would trigger something at a specific time?" "I merely," as Ein spoke, his voice dwindled to a whisper, his eyes darting nervously, reflecting his profound unease. Snape, having endured a piercing curse, appeared somewhat pallid, nonetheless. His low voice resonated with unwavering steadiness. "So you simply fashioned a key to the door?" Ein lowered her head, nodding with an air of guilt. "Are there other keys that can facilitate our escape?" Snape inquired after a moment of silence. "Indeed, there are. Just a moment," Ein replied as she began to rummage through her pockets. At that very instant, the moonlight from above illuminated the well's opening, casting a celestial glow as if stars were scattered amidst the luminous beams. Ein's movements abruptly halted as he gazed at the courtyard. At that moment, the surface of the well began to shimmer with glistening ripples, undisturbed by any breeze. As Ein's gaze fell upon the well, it appeared as though she were entranced. Stepping forward with deliberate slowness, "Ein," Snape exclaimed, his brow furrowed in concern as he attempted to reach out and grasp her. Yet, he discovered an impenetrable transparent barrier seemingly separating them. Ein. Snape called out her name with urgency, striving to rouse her from her enchantment. However, at that moment, Ein seemed utterly oblivious to any sound, her vacant eyes fixated on the mouth of the well. At the moment Ein was bathed in the moonlight, she suddenly soared into the air, hovering directly above the mouth of the well. Ein closed his eyes, resembling a devout believer sacrificed in reverence, and under the moonlight, his figure grew increasingly ethereal. Snape, nearly beside himself with despair, pounded furiously against the transparent barrier. At that moment, Ein seemed to sense something. He opened his cerulean eyes and gazed at Snape. It was a look Snape had never encountered before, one that bore the indifference of a deity, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. This was not the Ein he knew. The azure depths of his gaze brimmed with compassion for the mortal realm. As if poised to ascend to true divinity, eternally entwined with the cosmos, Snape, almost in a frenzy, struck the transparent barrier with his fist, shouting, "Ein!" In that fleeting instant, the cerulean eyes seemed to ripple as if touched by a wave, and the divine presence was momentarily drawn into the earthly realm. At that very moment, the transparent barrier flickered and vanished, allowing Snape to surge forward, grasping Ein's hand. The moonlight intensified, surpassing even the brightness it could normally possess, enveloping everything in a blinding whiteness. Yet, regardless of the overwhelming light, Snape clung desperately to Ein's hand. A powerful upward force surged, and Snape felt himself lift off the ground, soaring into the unknown amidst the brilliance. When consciousness returned, Snape found himself in an unfamiliar setting. Before him lay a dilapidated small room, the wooden floor marred by patches of mold, creaking underfoot with each step. The room was shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by a small window, allowing a scant amount of sunlight to filter through. Though it was daytime, the light was hauntingly dim. The air was thick with the long-accumulated scent of smoke and alcohol. In a shadowy corner of this grim environment, curled up, was a child of perhaps 4 or 5 years. Snape furrowed his brow as he approached, the dim light revealing the child in a tattered, somewhat soiled short-sleeved shirt that hung loosely on his small frame. The exposed skin bore splotches of bruises and even scars from cigarette burns. Snape's frown deepened as he noticed the child's facial features bore a resemblance to Ein. Hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward to awaken the slumbering child. "Wake up." The deep timbre of the man's voice, unexpectedly imbued with a touch of gentleness, stirred a pang of compassion within Severus as he beheld the small child before him, whose body was marred with bruises reminiscent of a delicate flower. The boy, resembling a miniature version of Ein, slowly stirred from his slumber, his dark, gem-like eyes shimmering with innocence and vulnerability. He blinked, gazing at the unfamiliar man who had suddenly appeared before him. "Uncle, who are you?" The child's tender voice broke the silence, barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Severus furrowed his brow deeper, striving to soften his tone to avoid frightening the fragile boy, who seemed as if he could be easily broken with a mere touch. "Are you Ein?" Severus inquired uncertainly. "Mm." The small Ein responded with a quiet affirmation, but upon noticing the furrow in Severus's brow, he instinctively recoiled in fear. "Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you." Severus, for once, exhibited an unusual patience as he spoke to the boy, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the boy's arms. There, amidst the mottled bruises that were evidently inflicted, were also burn marks resembling those made by cigarette butts. A surge of fury erupted within Severus at the sight of Ein's injuries. Who did this? His low voice concealed a rising anger, causing the small Ein to shudder. "Do not fear. My anger is not directed at you." The boy's reaction extinguished any remaining ire within Severus. Ein blinked, his innocent gaze fixed upon the somewhat unfamiliar man before him, and unexpectedly, a flicker of affection began to blossom within him. At that moment, the wooden floor creaked ominously, signaling the approach of someone. Severus's demeanor shifted abruptly as he drew his wand in readiness. Suddenly, a drunken man kicked open the door to the room. Severus aimed his wand directly at the intruder, yet the man appeared oblivious to his presence, striding toward the small Ein with a menacing air. "Damn it, you little brat. Just seeing you irritates me." The man cursed vehemently as he raised his foot to kick little Ai Ein. Instinctively, Ai Ein, seemingly accustomed to such brutality, clasped her abdomen, bracing herself for the impending domestic violence. Snape, witnessing the man's approach, swiftly drew his wand, and cast a spell without a moment's hesitation. However, the enchantment merely passed through the man's body, dissipating into the void. Observing this, Snape rushed forward to intervene, only to find himself passing through the man's form as if he were non-existent in this realm. Unable to halt the attack, the man's foot connected with Aine, who stifled a cry of pain. Yet, the man, relentless, continued to kick her mercilessly. Snape's eyes reddened with fury. He yearned to strike down the man before him and rescue Aine, but he could do nothing but watch helplessly. As the man continued his assault, Aine, struggling to contain her cries, faltered under a particularly harsh blow, emitting a muffled whimper. This sound only incited the man's rage further, as he kicked her repeatedly, treating the 5-year-old like an inanimate object. He raged on, "You little wretch, born with no promise, utterly useless, and still I have to take care of you. How could you be so worthless?" Aine squeezed her eyes shut, curling her fragile frame in a desperate attempt to shield herself from the verbal and physical onslaught. It was only after the man had vented his fury that he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. With the door's resounding thud, the room returned to its oppressive gloom. Snape's gaze darkened, a tempest of rage brewing within him, yet he restrained himself, unwilling to frighten Aine. After a lengthy pause, she gradually regained her composure, her clear eyes gazing at the man in the room whom only she could see, offering a gentle smile. "It's all right, don't be sad." Aine isn't hurt. Snape rushed forward, longing to embrace the boy, but discovered he could not make contact. His body passed through Aine, realizing he was perpetually bound to observe, unable to engage with this world. Snape endured the torment of watching the boy he cherished suffer abuse, witnessing Aine endure pain with remarkable fortitude, still embodying understanding despite her injuries. His heart ached as if tightly gripped. Snape, his gaze heavy with emotion, looked upon the boy, who met his eyes with innocence, attempting to reach out to him. Yet, Aine's hand too passed through Snape's form. She paused, blinking her bright eyes. "Sir, are you?" Snape's expression deepened, a myriad of unreadable emotions swirling within him as he regarded the boy. "Sir, are you a legendary deity?" Little Aine revealed a delicate smile, her large eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. "I am not," Snape managed to utter with great difficulty, his voice hoarse. For a moment, Aine felt a flicker of disappointment. Yet she quickly regained her composure. It seemed that only Aine could perceive the presence of the gentleman. Surely, he must have appeared for Aine's sake. Snape responded softly. As little Aine smiled sweetly, her joy palpable. "However, I cannot do anything for you." Snape's voice was profoundly low, imbued with depth and gravel. "That's all right," Aine beamed cheerfully, her understanding nature shining through, evoking a pang of tenderness in Snape's heart. "When my mother departed, she said that heaven is a beautiful place. I wish to go there too. If Aine were to go to heaven, would anyone love her?" Little Aine tilted her head, her clear eyes brimming with innocence. Snape shifted his fingers, recalling the painful truth that he could not touch Aine, and clenched his hand tightly. "There will be those who love you. Even before you reach heaven." Snape spoke with difficulty, feeling utterly at a loss as to how to confront this child. Aine blinked and suddenly burst into laughter. "Thank you, sir." Instantly, everything before him was enveloped in a veil of white mist. The figure of young Aine gradually became indistinct. Snape reached out, attempting to grasp him, but his hand fell into an abyss of nothingness. As the mist dissipated, the scene shifted. Before him appeared a place reminiscent of a mundane elementary school, where, at that moment, the bell had rung for dismissal. Groups of children, aged around 7 or 8, gathered in clusters, chatting and laughing as they walked, while Snape instinctively searched for the figure that occupied his thoughts. After a while, Snape spotted the boy down a secluded path not far away. The boy's school uniform was tattered and soiled, and at that moment, he was cornered by a group of slightly older boys in the alley. "Hey, wildling, did you bring any money today?" The leader of the group smirked maliciously. "If you didn't bring any, it's going to be difficult for us to explain." Young Aine pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze in silence. "I'm asking you a question. Can't you speak?" The leader, growing impatient, stepped forward and shoved Aine. "Speak up. Didn't your father call you a wildling? What? Doesn't he want to give you any money to spend?" Aine was knocked to the ground. Yet the group showed no signs of relenting, beginning to pummel him mercilessly. Snape watched in anguish, his fists clenched, yearning to intervene but realizing he remained powerless, forced to witness the unfolding cruelty. Amid the blows, Aine shielded his head, and through the gaps of fists and feet, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Snape. Suddenly, Ein's eyes brightened as if a child lost in darkness had found the light. With great effort, he managed to smile at Snape, mouthing, "I'm all right." Snape tightened his fists. Yet the mere presence of Snape seemed to imbue Ein with a newfound courage to face this world. At the very least, it assured him that sunlight could penetrate the shadows of his existence. In subsequent scenes, Snape bore witness to the boy's harrowing journey, suffering abuse at home, being pointed at by neighbors, and enduring bullying at school. Yet, the boy demonstrated remarkable resilience, learning to protect himself, to resist, and to raise his voice against the injustices of the world. Most impressively, he excelled academically, displaying intelligence, and, through his prolonged ordeal, learned to leverage his advantages to navigate the treacherous waters of life. Moreover, after the youth has triumphed over bullying, he even extends a hand to assist other classmates who have suffered similar fates. Yet, regardless of whether the youth is the victim or displaying his resilient growth, Snape can only observe as a mere spectator. In another scene, a young man, now a college student, dons a pair of refined metal-framed glasses while engrossed in a book at the library on a serene afternoon. Having matured into a young adult, Ein consistently exudes an air of elegance and composure. He embodies the quintessential traits of a Slytherin, reserved, graceful, and astute, adept at navigating the perils of life. However, at his core, he remains a person of integrity, kindness, and courage. Snape gradually approaches the young man reading in the library. The youth adjusts his glasses, seemingly unperturbed by Snape's arrival. With a gentle smile, he gestures towards the seat across from him. Snape stands in silence, drawing near to the chair. Yet his form passes right through it. Ein was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her, but soon a wry smile graced her lips. "It seems that we are still unable to truly connect, my elusive dreamer." Ein tilted her head slightly, casting a gentle smile at Snape. He remained silent, his dark eyes fixed upon her, their depths profound. "Although I am uncertain of your purpose, I am truly grateful for your existence," Ein set her book aside, resting her chin on one hand as she gazed at Snape. "Perhaps you are unaware, but there have been countless moments when I felt ensnared in a quagmire. Yet, just as I was on the verge of sinking, a ray of sunlight would momentarily draw me from the darkness. Without your words, it remains uncertain whether I would still be here today. However, I find myself utterly powerless, unable to assist you." Snape's voice was somewhat hoarse, a deep timbre that sent chills down the spine. Yet Ein merely smiled gently. "No, you have already aided me immensely. Truly, more than you can fathom." Snape remained silent, lost in thought. Ein continued, "Sir, you are not a person from our world, are you?" After a prolonged silence, Snape finally responded with a quiet affirmation. "If it were possible, I would truly wish to visit your world. If only." The young man's voice gradually faded into the void, and everything before him transformed into a vast expanse of white. When Ein awakened once more, it felt as though she had traversed an extensive dream. Everything she had once experienced within that dream was vivid and authentic, yet this time, there existed an additional figure, like a beacon of light amidst the darkness. It simply existed, though it was beyond her reach. It remained an everlasting ray that allowed her to see herself. Ein's body gradually transitioned from a buoyant state to one of considerable weight. His eyelids fluttered slightly as he sensed the heaviness enveloping him. In a vague awareness, he perceived himself reclining upon a soft bed, surrounded by the familiar aroma of potions. Ein struggled to open his eyes. What greeted him was the familiar medical wing. As he attempted to sit up, he realized that his body felt utterly unresponsive, rigid to an extraordinary degree. "Ein, is the system awake? Ein, what is happening to me? System, can you guess how long you have been unconscious? Ein, 3 days. System, hee. Ein, hello, what is going on? System, 1 year. Ein, what on earth? System, a few days after your disappearance with Snape, Grindelwald suspected that you might be at the ruins, and indeed found you both there. However, you were both unconscious, and subsequently transferred to St. Mungo's. Despite the extensive consultations at St. Mungo's yielding no results, Dumbledore ultimately decided to place you in the infirmary. Ein, is it truly this exhilarating? System, so what clandestine activities are the two of you engaged in? Smiley face. Ein blushed shyly. Ein, alas, it is nothing of great significance. Merely a brief encounter with the parents. System, strolling along. Ein, what shall I do about my tasks? Many of my plans have been disrupted. System, you might want to have a chat with Dumbledore. There are delightful surprises awaiting you. Smiley face. Ein, an old bee? What on earth? What could I possibly discuss with him? System, Perhaps you might serendipitously encounter dear Tom dancing cheek to cheek with the esteemed principal. Ein was instantly covered in goosebumps. Ein, speak your mind clearly. There's no need for any cryptic remarks that may unsettle the atmosphere. System, having gathered a general understanding of the situation, Ein adjusted to his somewhat rigid form and slowly sat upright. However, he soon realized that, contrary to the system's assertions, Snape, who was supposed to be lying beside him, had vanished. Ein felt a twinge of disappointment, but she swiftly cast it aside. Ein pondered momentarily before making his way towards the Dark Arts Defense Office. Given the current circumstances, the swiftest course of action would likely be to inquire about Grindelwald's whereabouts. As a formidable Dark Lord of his era, he should possess considerable knowledge regarding both Tom and Dumbledore. Ein approached the Office of Dark Arts Defense with somewhat stiff legs. "Please enter," he heard Gellert say upon the sound of a knock, slightly taken aback. Raising an eyebrow, Gellert set down his cup of red tea. Ein poked his little head into the office. "Oh, the little one has finally decided to awaken?" Gellert, slightly surprised upon seeing Ein, nodded slightly to gesture for him to take a seat. Ein once again marveled at Gellert's extravagant demands for his abode, then limped to the sofa opposite Gellert and settled down. Gellert raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes as he awaited Ein to speak first. "Dear friends, I have returned. This past half-year has been filled with numerous events, encompassing both personal growth and professional fluctuations. Overall, I believe I have experienced significant development. Moving forward, I will resume the story of Ein and Snape, and I will also begin to cultivate some new writings. I hope for your continued support. I am deeply grateful for your unwavering loyalty, and I will persevere until this novel reaches its conclusion, providing everyone with a satisfying ending." Ein's delicate brows knitted slightly, and a year spent in bed away from the sun had imbued his already enchanting visage with an additional touch of pallor, rendering him exuding an air of fragility. Gellert scrutinized the individual before him. Undeniably, this person possessed a remarkable audacity and capability that far surpassed his years, which explained why Albus was so insistent. As Gellert pondered, his fingertips gently tapped against the armrest. Ein had been lying idle for a year, feeling utterly helpless in the face of the current situation, which inevitably stirred a sense of anxiety within him. With a hint of urgency, he spoke. "Gellert, what is the state of affairs in the magical realm?" With a graceful flick of his fingers, Gellert summoned a steaming cup of exquisite red tea that appeared before Ein. The translucent crimson liquid resembled amber, exuding a rich and fragrant aroma. "The present circumstances cannot be altered by your efforts alone in such a short span of time," Gellert replied leisurely. "Let us take a moment to enjoy this tea, and we shall discuss it at our own pace." Ein wrinkled his lips, pondering that the old fellow had yet to create something new. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to his desire and took a sip of the red tea. With a sudden splutter, Ein expelled the liquid. Gellert raised an eyebrow, momentarily astonished, before a realization dawned upon him. "My apologies, I forgot that you do not enjoy sugar in your red tea." Ein's large, glistening eyes brimmed with reproach. "Aside from your Albus, no one would dare to sweeten black tea with sugar." Gellert, momentarily elated by an unheard remark, waved his hand nonchalantly and prepared a proper cup of black tea for Ein. Savoring a sip, Ein narrowed her eyes in delight. This black tea possessed a strangely familiar flavor. Ein's delicate little nose twitched inquisitively. Gellert experienced a fleeting, almost imperceptible pause in his actions before casually responding. "Perhaps it is the same tea leaves you have encountered before." Standing under Ein's astonished gaze, Gellert rose and strolled to the window, gazing out at the sunlit world beyond. Ein cast a glance at Gellert's straight legs and then into the old man's eyes, deep as the ocean, as a colossal question mark gradually emerged above his forehead. "Ein, why does it feel like Gellert has changed?" "System, it would be concerning if there were no changes after a year apart." Ein, alas, one cannot articulate it in such a manner. After all, has not the essence of your intentions remained unwavering? "System, thank you for the invitation. Yet I am not particularly pleased." Smiley face. "Ein, you must admit, it's quite evident that Lao Guy is no longer as ostentatious as he was a year ago. Could it be that he has found love?" "System, I lack the foresight to discern such matters, so how would I know?" Ein, alas, are you not the most adept at analyzing these matters? Please, enlighten us. Does it not resemble a man in love? System, are you referring to yourself? How pungent. Dear fellow. Smiley face. Ein, just as Ein and the system were exchanging their grievances, Gellert finally spoke up. He has returned. Ein was momentarily taken aback, tilting his head in a dazed manner. Ah? He's back. That person has returned. Who? Voldemort. Ein was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. Though her hand holding the cup of red tea trembled slightly. Ein, goodness gracious, how did the plot arrive at this juncture? System, indeed. If the roots are not eradicated, the spring breeze will bring forth new growth. Ein, I shall confront Tom shortly. System, indeed, it is time to address matters appropriately. Ein. System, what I mean is, pour water over him, splash a bowl of soup on Tom's face, and sincerely inquire about his whereabouts. Your soul has been lost for so long. Why hasn't he sought you out? Ein, why does it sound peculiar? System, you must think of it this way. There is little I can do about it. Smiley face. Ein, what have you included in the recent patch you released? System, she is merely my sister, do not overthink it. Ein, the system, he and I share merely a platonic friendship, having been companions for many years. Ein, please refrain from such behavior, it will exhaust me. Ein, enough. System, then I shall admit my mistake. Ein, system, shut down. System, nonsense. At that moment, Gellert had just dropped a bombshell. And Ein's already pale complexion grew even more frail, evoking a pang of sympathy in those who beheld him. Even Gellert, rare in his tenderness, felt a fleeting concern for the child before him. However, Ein merely fell silent for a few moments before swiftly regaining his composure. When did this happen? Gellert inquired, his gaze fixed upon Ein's sky-blue eyes. Upon confirming that he detected no hint of fear within them, a slight smile graced his lips. 3 months ago, Voldemort audaciously invaded the High Council of Magical Charms in England and France, boldly announcing to the magical world that the Dark Lord had returned. I nodded. Remarking on his attractiveness, Gellert gazed at the fearless Ein before him and chuckled softly. He has summoned all the Death Eaters. Now, the entire United Kingdom is in disarray. Ein gazed at Gellert, who appeared remarkably composed, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So, what plans do you have at present? The sunlight streaming through the window fell upon Gellert's eyes, yet it seemed to be devoured by the depths of the ocean, failing to reflect a single ray. Only a chilling gloom remained. I am awaiting his earnest request, Gellert spoke softly. You certainly possess remarkable patience. Are you not afraid of the game turning against you? Ein shifted his body slightly, eager to eavesdrop on the gossip. Gellert turned his gaze towards Ein, his icy eyes imbued with a hint of condescension typical of one in a position of power. He wishes to resolve matters in his own manner, naturally. I shall assist him. The saint is merely his ultimate trump card. His manner? Ein looked at Gellert, a sudden instinctive sense of peril causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Ein suddenly rose to his feet, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. Gellert, you. Supporting himself with one hand on the sofa and the other pressed against his head. Ein struggled to maintain his consciousness. Gellert, with an air of indifference, observed Ein's faltering attempts with an unmoved gaze, his fingers delicately tracing the void. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Perhaps you should take a nap, young Ein. Darkness began to cloud Ein's vision, and ultimately, he succumbed to the effects of the drug, slipping into unconsciousness. The last image before his mind faded was Gellert's gaze, imbued with a sense of compassion. As Ein gradually regained consciousness, he found himself once again in the infirmary of Hogwarts. The atmosphere was eerily silent, devoid of any light or the presence of others. Outside, the night had fully descended, casting a dim, foreboding aura. The stars twinkled in a delicate interplay of light and shadow, while a slender crescent moon peeked through the clouds, its gentle luminescence filtering through the glass and illuminating the room. He could hardly fathom that a formidable dark wizard of his era would resort to drugging him in his tea. It was also his own oversight, as he had been so tantalized by the sweetness of the first cup of sugary black tea that he failed to detect the potency of the subsequent spiced brew. Ein, propped up by his aching body, sat up from the bed, reflecting on every gesture and action of Gellert. The thought of Dumbledore resolving matters in his own way echoed in Ein's mind, suddenly engulfing him in an inexplicable wave of panic. Ein struggled to rise from the bed, her pale toes faltering the moment they grazed the floor. This misstep led her to collide with the cabinet beside the bed, causing the potion bottles atop it to clink together with a jarring clang. Little Ein, you must not get out of bed. Madame Pomfrey's voice rang out from a distance. As anticipated, it wasn't long before she burst into the infirmary, swiftly arriving at Ein's side, her brow furrowed and her gaze filled with disapproval. My dear child, you have just regained consciousness from your faint, and now you risk succumbing to it once more. You must remain in bed and recuperate properly. Ein silently made a mental note regarding Gellert, determined to settle the score with Dumbledore eventually. Madame Pomfrey, noticing the flicker in Ines's eyes, feigned a pitiful demeanor. Her sky-blue irises brimmed with emotion, the corners of her eyes slightly reddened, and paired with Ines's exquisite visage, it tugged at Madame Pomfrey's heartstrings. "These potions hold no effect for me. I merely seek Professor Snape's assistance in concocting some special elixirs," Ines murmured, gently lowering his head to reveal the charming whirl of hair atop it. Instantly, the maternal instincts within Madame Pomfrey surged, compelling her to tenderly stroke Ines's head. "Do not worry. These potions are specially crafted by your Professor Snape. He was called away by Albus the moment he awoke. Yet he still found time to return and deliver these potions." Upon hearing that Snape had deliberately sent her potions, Ines's mind conjured the image of the man who had filled the void of her shadowy childhood. He was like a small window, piercing through the darkness with radiant sunlight. From that moment on, her gray and white memories were vividly painted with passionate hues, invading her very heart. Ines's heart suddenly softened. Was he summoned by Dumbledore? Immediately. Upon paying heed to Madame Pomfrey's words, a warning bell rang in Ines's mind. It is indeed Headmaster Dumbledore. Madame Pomfrey cast a disapproving glance at Ines. Ever since that individual returned, the entire Hogwarts relied heavily on Headmaster Dumbledore's support. Yes, it is Headmaster Dumbledore. Ines forced a smile that was as false as it could be. Did Madame Pomfrey know where he sought Professor Snape? "I'm not entirely sure," Madame Pomfrey sighed. "I have already reminded Albus that Severus requires a period of rest. They likely have more pressing matters at hand. However, you need not concern yourself with these matters. Simply focus on recuperating at Hogwarts, and all will be well." A shadow briefly flickered across Ines's gaze, yet the moment she looked up, a sweet smile graced her lips. "Very well, Madame Pomfrey. I am confident that Hogwarts is indeed safe." Just as Madame Pomfrey turned away with a satisfied expression, a beam of light illuminated the space behind her. "So, you should rest well at Hogwarts." Within the vast expanse of Hogwarts Castle, a series of hurried footsteps echoed, stretching all the way to the 8th floor. Ines, enveloped in a shroud of low pressure, made his way towards the room of requirement. Lo and behold, who do I see? A Slytherin, wandering in the night. As he rounded the corner of the staircase, a chilling sensation coursed through him. It was Peeves. Ines let out a cold laugh, continuing forward without the slightest pause. "I shall inform Dumbledore. He will surely reprimand you severely. Ha ha, Slytherin. Inform him of..." "Ah." With a flick of her wand, Ines transformed the mischievous Papigi into a spherical form, sending it rolling down the staircase. Just as the impudent Papigi was about to unleash a torrent of curses, it beheld Ines's cerulean eyes gleaming with unmasked malice. "Allow me to ponder, dear Papigi," Ines remarked, a cruel smile playing upon her lips. "I believe I have encountered certain tomes that speak of the killing curse, said to obliterate a person's very soul." For the first time, the ghostly Papigi felt a chilling sensation surge from its feet to the crown of its head. Curiosity piqued. It wondered what effects the killing curse would have on a spectre. Ines raised her wand, aiming it menacingly at Papigi. In a sudden burst of panic, Papigi screamed, "No, you cannot do this." "And why not?" Ines replied, tilting her head with a smile as green sparks erupted from the tip of her wand. Avada! Just then, another voice resounded through the empty corridor, interrupting Ines's incantation. Ines turned around to behold a tall figure emerging from the shadows. The newcomer was cloaked in black, intricately embroidered with silver threads that formed elaborate patterns, and his ruby-like eyes shone particularly brightly in the darkness. "Tom." Ines retracted his wand, his eyes sparkling with recognition. Tom approached with an elegant yet elusive smile. "I'm Black," he said, his voice low and somewhat foreboding, evoking a sense of danger within Ines for reasons he could not quite comprehend. "I was just about to seek you out," Ines replied, scratching his head, his sky-blue eyes darting about. "Oh, you were looking for me? What merit do I possess to warrant Mr. Black's esteemed attention?" Tom scoffed softly, regarding Ines with a condescending gaze. Ines curled her lips in disdain. Tom was, as always, insufferably proud and conceited. Just as Ines was about to voice her thoughts, Tom interrupted her. "I know what you wish to inquire. This is not the time for idle chatter. Follow me." Tom turned his gaze towards the corner where the terrified Papigi cowered, adding, "First, we must address a troublesome matter." In an instant, Papigi, in a frenzy, attempted to flee, but was swiftly struck down by Tom's spell, disintegrating into dust. "Take heed. Next time, refrain from wasting words on your adversaries." With that, Tom sheathed his wand and took Ines's hand, for, after all, villains often meet their demise through their verbosity. Ines stared blankly at Tom. still in a daze when he was led away by him to Riddle Manor. Ein, guided by Tom, traversed through the vanishing cabinet and arrived at an entirely new estate. The layout of the manor exuded a dark elegance characteristic of Slytherin, with a serpentine lock twisting upon the grand entrance. The surrounding walls were adorned with verdant vines, intermittently blooming with deep crimson roses. The principal structure boasted a silvery green palette, intricately inlaid with exquisite Slytherin motifs, while the rooftops were crowned with Gothic spires. Before the entrance hall, a magnificent serpent-shaped fountain stood, its eyes set with two imposing emeralds. Flanking the path were an array of nameless flora, glowing ethereally under the cloak of night. Yet, bathed in the moonlight, this new estate took on an eerie and foreboding aura. Ein shivered slightly, rubbing her arms. Tom, your taste is truly unique. Tom cast her a sidelong glance. What? It remains as distinctive as ever. Ein promptly altered her choice of words. Humph. Tom let out a soft huff, yet gently removed his cloak and draped it over Ein. You're such a delicate one. I wonder where all those lessons I taught you went. Ein protested. I am but a bettered impatient for an entire year. Do you understand what it means to be a patient? Tom, disregarding Ein's words, strode into the parlor of the estate. Ein pouted as she followed inside. With a grand gesture, Tom conjured forth a cup, exquisitely crafted from pure gold, intricately adorned and filled with steaming milk, which now stood before Ein. Ein pouted defiantly. I won't drink. Tom frowned and replied, Little one, if you don't drink, you won't grow tall. Ein gritted his teeth as he lifted the cup, feeling an overwhelming urge to strangle Tom for his infuriating presence. How could it be that after a year apart, Tom's talent for aggravation had intensified so remarkably? Tom, with a satisfied expression, watched Ein endure a mug of hot milk, and then promptly poured him another. Ein remained silent. Fortunately, Tom did not compel him to drink further. Otherwise, Ein might have staged an impromptu performance, dousing Tom with the milk in a fit of rage. I know what you wish to inquire, Tom interjected, steering the conversation back to its core. This year, the primary soul has returned. Are you certain it's the primary soul? Ein's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed. The primary soul is accompanied by Nagini, and I have secured the golden cup, Tom remarked, casting a glance toward Ein. Really? Where's the golden cup? Ein's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Tom's gaze fell upon the golden milk cup in Ein's possession. Ein, you. Tom chuckled softly, teasingly saying, how could I possibly use a soul vessel to hold milk for you? Ein contemplated. Indeed, this was an act befitting you. In other words, the primary soul has returned. Yet from whence did it acquire a body? Ein furrowed his brow. The bones of the father, the flesh of the servant. The blood of the enemy. Tom narrowed his crimson eyes slightly, filled with disdain, as the primary soul had fallen to such depths. Ein blinked innocently. Tom cast a dangerous glance at Ein, saying, do not conflate me with that foolish creature. Oh, the Dark Lord has now summoned the Death Eaters, many of whom are quite mad. Tom reclined elegantly on the sofa, his legs gracefully crossed. Ein suddenly clenched his fists. Which Death Eaters? Tom, perceiving Ein's concealed anxiety, deliberately shifted the topic. Yet, he himself was rather cautious, remaining in the shadows, and thus far, I had not found an opportunity. Tom. Ein furrowed his brow in distress. Tom gazed at Ein, his icy red eyes devoid of warmth. I'm black, Tom coldly articulated. The one who entered into a pact with me is you. The others are merely expendable pawns. So, Ein's eyes widened, his sky blue irises harboring fury. The potion's master you so ardently long for returned to the Death Eaters today at 3 o'clock. Ein shattered the golden cup in a fit of rage. Ever since his bitter parting with Tom, he had secluded himself in Black Manor for several days. Though he recognized that all of this stemmed from Dumbledore's misguided ideas and Gellert's indulgence, and that Tom was merely a scapegoat for his frustrations, he remained despondent. After his 10th unsuccessful attempt to reach out to Snape, he hurled the two-way mirror onto the bed, collapsing onto it himself. Severus, Ein murmured, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Why must it be like this? I have done so much already. Why can I not prevent Severus from becoming a spy? Master, please eat something. Sunny dutifully brought forth a sumptuous feast, yet Ein could summon no appetite, simply gesturing for Sunny to leave, with tears welling in her large eyes. Sunny tremulously added, It is my fault, Master, for not preparing a meal to your liking. Ein let out a long sigh, realizing that he could not vent his frustrations on the innocent house elf. You may set it down for now. I shall partake in it shortly. With a wave of his hand, Ein dismissed Sunny from his thoughts. In an instant, Sunny's spirits brightened once more. Of course, Master, Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." With a soft clap, tranquility enveloped the room once again. Ein grasped the wand in his hand, a wand that had accompanied him through numerous trials and tribulations. Time and again, it had been battered and bruised by Snape's relentless training in combat. If this was the case, and I cannot rescue you from the shadows, then let us step into darkness together. As Ein pondered these thoughts, a sudden rustling sound echoed from the hall downstairs. Startled, he leapt from his bed and dashed barefoot down the stairs. "Sirius!" Ein's voice, initially filled with excitement, shifted in tone upon seeing the visitor. Before him stood Sirius Black, who, after a year of recovery, had transformed into a dashing young man of remarkable charm. Yet, the unkempt stubble adorning his face lent him an air of rebellious abandon. Ein cast a glance at him and slumped back onto the sofa. "What is the matter, Ein?" Sirius inquired, scratching his head, somewhat at a loss. "What has transpired? Would you care to share with your uncle?" Ein languidly lifted her gaze and squinted at Sirius, as if to say, "Surely, you have something to discuss with me." Sirius paused momentarily, scratching his head, and presented a somewhat ingratiating smile. "I heard you sneaked out from Hogwarts, and I immediately deduced you had returned to the manor, so I came to see you right away." "Who told you that?" Ein raised her eyelids, casting a languid glance at Sirius, who found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ein cast a skeptical glance at Sirius, and then, understanding dawned upon her, followed by a cold smirk. "Dumbledore? Ah, no." This flustered Sirius attempted to provide an explanation, yet his reaction was sufficient to validate Ein's suspicion. Ein chuckled coldly. "The Order of the Phoenix? Sirius's eyes widened in astonishment. "Ein, how is it that you possess such knowledge? Not only am I aware that your order is in disarray, but I also know that you have dispatched my Severus to serve as a spy." Ein cast a piercing glance at Sirius, hurling a cushion at him. "Ein, behave. Just stay put at Hogwarts, all right?" Sirius attempted to reach out and pat Ein's head, only to have his hand swatted away. "If you have anything to say it all at once," Ein remarked coldly, fixing Sirius with a steely gaze. Sirius furrowed his brow, seemingly at a loss for words. "I hope you still remember the unbreakable vow we made together." Ein stood up, presenting Sirius with his back. "Whether Dumbledore is trustworthy, what he has done in the past, and what he will do in the future, surely you are not foolish." Ein continued, "Many matters are not as simple as they appear on the surface. We must rely on Dumbledore's strength." Sirius, with a pitiful expression, clutched at Ein's garment. Ein curled the corners of his lips into a cold smile, addressing Sirius Black. "I am Ein. Although I have been absent for a year, my black group remains unscathed, and I have returned. I shall personally obliterate everything that dares to encroach upon those I hold dear." Sirius stared in astonishment at the youth before him. Clad in a silvery white robe adorned with exquisite gems, his tousled hair exuded a languid disarray, while his deep azure eyes instilled a sense of trepidation. "I'm Black. The heir to the illustrious Black family is not merely a successor but the very arbiter of its dominion. He possesses the means to actualize all that he professes. Now that he has joined the Order of the Phoenix, it is imperative to first consolidate his position with Dumbledore." Ein withdrew the hem of his garment from Sirius's grasp, understanding intuitively what ought to be articulated and what should remain unspoken. "Should there be any significant developments on Dumbledore's part, do remember to inform me promptly." Sirius, with a downcast demeanor, nodded in acquiescence, experiencing for the first time a twinge of regret for his impulsive decision to join the order. Ein chose to disregard the presumptuous Sirius and ascended to the second floor. An owl flapped its wings as it soared from Ein's window into the unknown expanse. Above the renowned slums of London, a luminous moon hung in the night sky, its nearly perfect roundness foretelling an evening fraught with unrest. Beneath the ethereal moonlight, the slums exuded an eerie and sinister aura, mingled with indescribable scents that fostered a breeding ground for wickedness. A man clad in black, draped in a dark cloak, wandered the streets with his head lowered, his attire faded from wear. He encountered a drunken man, staggering and unsteady, who careened into him as they passed. "Who the hell are you? Can't you see?" The inebriated man slurred, glaring with bleary eyes and gesturing unsteadily at the figure in black. The cloaked man merely cast a fleeting glance at him before turning to leave, deftly lifting a wallet from the drunken man's pocket unnoticed amidst the latter's continuous tirade. As the black-clad figure rounded a corner, he beheld a lavishly dressed youth leaning against the wall. A wizard of considerable stature, reduced to thieving from a muggle. The boy's clear voice rang out sharply in the dim alleyway. The cloaked man paused, his voice gravelly as he inquired, "Who are you?" With a light laugh, The youth approached him, his sky-blue eyes shimmering enchantingly in the moonlight. "Who I am is inconsequential," he replied, his tone laced with a tantalizing allure. "What matters is that I can offer you what you desire." The cloaked man scoffed derisively, preparing to depart, only to hear the youth's voice linger in the air. "Wealth, power, status, and wolfsbane potion." The cloaked man halted in his tracks. "I escorted Lupin to a nearby Muggle villa, a property also belonging to the Black family. Make yourself comfortable. This is one of my estates." I casually walked to the living room and settled down, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, the house elf, Sunny, appeared out of thin air. "Master, how may I serve you?" Sunny gazed up at Ein with wide, sparkling eyes. "Prepare a meal for this gentleman. And also procure a latest improved version of the wolfsbane potion." At the mention of the wolfsbane potion, a flicker of light briefly illuminated Lupin's otherwise dull eyes. But as if recalling something, he fell back into shadow. "What do you need me to do?" Lupin rasped, "Since you are already aware of my identity. You must understand that there are certain things I will never do, no matter the circumstances." Ein let out a light chuckle, remarking, "It seems that quite a few individuals have sought your company." Ein's beautiful eyes turned towards Lupin. "Allow me to venture a guess. Is it Greyback from Voldemort's side?" Lupin's gaze darkened. He is certainly not an easy werewolf to deal with, a creature that indulges its baser instincts, quite repulsive, Ein remarked, unabashedly expressing her disdain for werewolves. After all, Snape had nearly fallen victim to a werewolf's bite during his time at Hogwarts, and the individual before her was the very instigator. "Or perhaps Dumbledore has sought you out?" Ein inquired tentatively, causing Lupin's pupils to constrict. Observing his reaction, Ein understood immediately, silently cursing the old bee while regarding Lupin with a hint of astonishment. "I am quite curious about what could have led you to reject Dumbledore," she mused. Lupin remained silent, his demeanor shifting into a state of heightened vigilance. Ein blinked and said, "Do not be anxious, Mr. Lupin. We are merely engaging in casual conversation. Given your prolonged presence in the Muggle world, you must have heard of the Black Group." Lupin cast a wary glance at the wizarding youth before gradually nodding. "There is hardly anyone in the Muggle realm who has not heard of the Black Group. Then you must also be aware of Sirius Black." Ein tilted his head slightly, keenly observing every subtle shift in Lupin's expression. As anticipated, Lupin's breath quickened immediately, and there was an urgency in his tone as he spoke. "What has become of Sirius?" Ein offered a faint smile, her eyebrows arching slightly. "If you wish to learn some information, it requires an equitable exchange." Lupin cast a deep glance at Ein, his voice imbued with a sense of weariness as he slowly replied, "I am uncertain as to why you have sought me out. I possess nothing that could possibly be of assistance to you." Ein rose to his feet, intending to pat Lupin on the shoulder, but Lupin instinctively recoiled. Ein nonchalantly withdrew his hand and stated, "I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Sirius is under my command." Lupin narrowed his eyes dangerously. Ein pondered for a moment, sensing an inherent ambiguity in the statement, and thus cleared his throat. "What I mean is, Sirius and I have forged an unbreakable vow. He will unconditionally stand by my side for eternity." Lupin reflected for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Approximately a year ago, Dumbledore approached me, hoping I would accept a teaching position at Hogwarts. Defense against the dark arts?" And raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. However, I declined. And the reason? I cannot neglect my responsibility towards the children of Hogwarts. I am a werewolf," Lupin said, momentarily closing his eyes in anguish. Ein raised an eyebrow, perhaps grasping the underlying reason. A year ago, both Snape and she had succumbed to unconsciousness, originally poised to take up a teaching position at Hogwarts. Lupin was compelled to forego this opportunity due to the absence of the potion's master to supply him with wolfsbane potion, a predicament that persisted until now. It seems that the fluttering of a butterfly's wings has set these events in motion. Ein gently lowered her chin, contemplating for a moment before arriving at a decision. "Very well. In light of your honesty, I shall offer you a position." Lupin cast a wary glance at Ein. "I will not betray my friends." Ein scoffed coldly. "Do I really need your assistance to deal with anyone?" Lupin hesitated and inquired, "Then what is it that you wish from me?" Ein blinked with a charming smile and introduced himself. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Ein Black, heir to the Black family." Ein Black murmured the name softly. "Since you are familiar with the Muggle world, you can temporarily undertake some tasks for the Black Group." With a casual wave, Ein produced a contract. "This is a labor contract in accordance with Muggle regulations. If there are no issues, please sign it." Lupin received the sheets of paper with a sense of disbelief. "You are merely asking me to work in the Muggle world? What else could you possibly do?" Ein replied with a hint of disdain. Although this was a fortunate opportunity, it was Lupin's first encounter with someone so unabashedly forthright. You can contact me through John at any time. As you are aware, the magical world is currently rather tumultuous. Ein paused. I am not asking you to join my faction at this moment, but should you come to a decision, we may discuss it further. Lupin grasped the contract tightly, his gaze lowering. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, and serious. Mr. Lupin, one cannot desire both loyalty and the presence of my oath-bearer. Ein furrowed his brow. You wish to withhold your allegiance while simultaneously seeking to meet my sworn ally. Do you not find that rather greedy? Lupin tightened his grip on the contract, causing it to crumple slightly. During your period of contemplation, this villa can be made available to you for support, and the Wolfsbane potion will be delivered to you monthly. Lupin raised his eyes to meet Ein's. Genuine gratitude reflected in his gaze for the first time. Thank you. Ein Tion smiled sweetly. There's no need to thank me. It will all be deducted from your salary. Lupin. Ein hummed a little tune as she prepared to depart. Just before leaving, she suddenly turned her head and remarked, the next time we meet, do remember to spritz on some perfume to mask the scent that clings to you. Lupin furrowed his brow, instinctively questioning himself. Despite residing in the slums for an extended period, he had always maintained a sense of cleanliness and believed he bore no unpleasant odor. Ein wrinkled her nose and waved her hand, saying, the stench of your poverty is suffocating me. Lupin. Ein returned to Hogwarts, embarking on his 4th year. Just under a week had passed since the start of the term, and Ein's return stirred quite a commotion. Ein, do you know? I endured a whole academic year of torment. Draco exclaimed upon seeing Ein, his eyes sparkling with excitement. There would always be someone inquiring if you had returned. Yes, I'm back, Ein replied dismissively. It's truly wonderful that you're back. But alas, it's just good to be here again. Draco seemed to want to express something further, yet ultimately swallowed his words. Ein cast a perplexed glance at Draco amidst his indifference. When had this child learned to speak in half measures? Yet, it did not take long for Ein to discern what the unspoken half of Draco's words entailed. As Ein and Draco entered the Hogwarts Great Hall for their meal, they were immediately met with several malevolent gazes. Some stemmed from Slytherin, yet the majority originated from Gryffindor. Draco whispered conspiratorially into Ein's ear, remarking that ever since that individual returned, the foolish lions of Gryffindor harbored an especially deep animosity towards Slytherin. Ein spoke softly, those Slytherins. Draco rolled his eyes. They are nothing but the brainless diehards of that individual. Many of the old noble families within Slytherin have yet to declare their stance. Thus this group harbors ill intentions towards us, especially that Toby Davis. Draco glanced at the boy seated in the Slytherin head's position and continued. Their family was among the first to rally behind that individual upon his return, which is why he was directly appointed as the head of Slytherin. Now, no one dares to cross him. Ein raised the corners of her lips, intrigued. Ein strode purposefully towards the seat of the Slytherin head. Draco, taken aback, hurried to catch up. Ein stood before Toby Davis, a 7th grader. Davis lifted his gaze, his shadowed eyes scrutinizing the uninvited pair. What is it? He inquired, remaining seated. His demeanor tinged with a brooding intensity. Nothing much. I simply thought your seat looked rather appealing. I would like to take a moment to sit, Ein replied, gracefully raising his right hand. Startled, Davis assumed Ein was about to draw his wand, prompting him to stand abruptly and point his wand menacingly at Ein. The volume of their exchange was far from discreet, and this sudden commotion immediately captured the attention of everyone in the auditorium. Ein's movements were fluid. As he gracefully rolled up his sleeve with his right hand, Davis narrowed his eyes, inadvertently meeting Ein's mocking smile. What's the matter, Mr. Davis? Are you feeling tense? Are you afraid of what I might do to you? In Laboratory 319 of the Y Country's Mermaid Experimentation Base, a large, azure, transparent water tank stood at the center. Approximately 3 meters in height and 5 meters in length and width, covered by a heavy iron lid. Above the tank, a metallic plaque read, Experiment Subject, No. 319 Codename, Ein Species, Mermaid Other. Temporarily undisclosed suspended within the tank was a youthful, black-haired merman, his eyes tightly shut. This male mermaid appeared remarkably petite, even smaller than the average human male. Yet, his features were exquisitely beautiful, with a tail that transitioned from pale blue to sky blue, subtly emanating a lustrous glow that captivated the gaze. Beside his lustrous, white jade-like ears were delicate blue ear fins, also radiating a unique brilliance. At that moment, however, the young merman remained with his eyes closed, his complexion flushed and his small frame slightly trembling. This fragile demeanor evoked an inexplicable heartache, a desire to alleviate his suffering. Should he open his eyes, those celestial blue orbs would serve as the most enchanting tools to ensnare the souls of onlookers. Mermaids have always been perilous beings, the most dangerous entities lurking in the unknown depths of the ocean. They possess an unparalleled beauty, matched only by their intellect, rivaling that of humans. When they choose to ascend to land, transforming their beautiful tails into legs, it heralds the apocalypse for humanity. Surrounding the tank were an array of intricate instruments. Yet they began to emit alarming beeps, disrupting the previously smooth operation. Within the laboratory, several scientists clad in white coats exchanged worried glances as they moved about. The man at the center, with shoulder-length, jet-black hair and sharply defined features, exuded an air of intensity. His pitch-black eyes were now filled with a murderous intent. Professor Snape, the condition of experiment subject number 319 is deteriorating. Should we consider abandoning it? Ventured an older scientist in a white coat, treading carefully, wary of provoking this young but esteemed master in mermaid research. With a cold glare, Snape silenced the man instantly. Prepare the marine serum, begin purifying the water, he commanded in a low voice. Another white-coated figure hesitantly interjected, Professor Snape, it's futile. The dosage of the suppressants has exceeded the lethal threshold. And the young merman is likely. I assume your ears are not as obstructed by age spots as the previous gentleman's. To the extent that you cannot comprehend my meaning. With a piercing glare, Snape silenced any further conversation. Upon entering the pool, the ocean nymph, initially furrowed in distress, relaxed her brow yet kept her eyes shut, her complexion growing increasingly flushed, her breaths more rapid. Preparing for recovery and injection, Snape issued commands, donning white gloves as he moved to the nearby workstation to concoct a potion. The others, cowed into silence, hastily activated the machinery to retrieve the little mermaid. Though Snape felt a twinge of anxiety, his hands remained steady as he swiftly prepared a syringe. When he turned back, he found the others had ensnared the mermaid with machinery and unceremoniously discarded her on the ground. Snape's brow furrowed deeply. He rushed forward, gently lifting the mermaid from the floor. In his arms, her flushed face and rapid breaths indicated her distress. She tilted her head back, devoid of strength to struggle. Her pale arms bore the marks of the fishing net, red lines etched into her skin, evoking sympathy. Instinctively, the mermaid nestled against the towering human, her crimson face burrowing into the fabric of his white coat, leaving behind a damp spot. Snape's expression darkened, yet he remained focused on his task. He injected the potion into her arm. As the needle pierced her skin, the mermaid let out a soft whimper, a delicate sound that stirred the hearts of all present, particularly that of Professor Snape. As the potion took effect, the mermaid's tightly closed eyes gradually opened, revealing pools of cerulean blue that shimmered with iridescent light, reminiscent of stars illuminating the night sky. She blinked, her eyes dancing with beauty, and in her dazed state, blew a bubble at Snape. Startled, Snape nearly dropped her. Though the mermaid could survive out of water, her time was limited. He carefully ascended the staircase, gently returning her to a pristine water source. The mermaid, seemingly exhausted, swam a couple of laps before curling up with her tail and drifting into slumber in the familiar surroundings. Marvelous, Professor Snape, exclaimed a lab coat-clad colleague, bouncing with excitement. Subject 319 has been saved. It's all thanks to your presence. Snape watched as the mermaid's breaths gradually lengthened before slowly diverting his gaze. The moment his eyes left her, the warmth in his expression transformed into icy resolve. Investigate thoroughly. I want every individual in this laboratory examined. We must uncover the culprit. Severus Snape's voice resonated with a deep, restrained fury. As time passed, the lights in the laboratory gradually dimmed, leaving only a few small lamps for monitoring purposes. In the monitoring room, the personnel occasionally glanced at the screens before them. The tiny mermaid in the pool remained blissfully asleep, curled around her tail. The duty officer stifled a yawn and stretched lazily. Upon glancing back at the screen, it was still the same scene, the mermaid dozing peacefully, occasionally releasing a bubble. Within the laboratory, the mermaid opened her eyes, her cerulean orbs glinting with a mysterious allure as she swiftly surveyed all the monitors. After a thorough inspection, a cold smile crept across her lips, her enchanting visage appearing enigmatic under the dim lights. With a deft movement, the mermaid pushed aside the cover above her and skillfully emerged from the water tank. The moment she touched the ground, her exquisite, gradient blue tail transformed into a pair of fair, supple legs. while her scales seamlessly morphed into a lovely blue robe. Treading lightly, the mermaid approached the laboratory table, her azure eyes darting over the various potions and ingredient descriptions, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. She meticulously imitated Snape's every step in potion making, successfully concocting a new reagent, nodding to herself in satisfaction. The dark potion she had previously concealed was discarded nonchalantly into the trash bin located in the blind spot of the monitor. A sly smile graced the mermaid's lips. "Do investigate thoroughly, Professor Snape. Only when humanity begins to turn against itself can I achieve my aims, can I not? This, after all, is something you once taught me. Oh, my dear Professor." With her delicate, exquisite feet bare, the mermaid made her way toward the exit of the laboratory. A glimmer of malice flickered in Davis's eyes. "I'm black. Are you challenging me?" Aine curled her lips in a smirk, gazing at the person before her with an expression that was almost a smile. Davis let out a sinister chuckle as he rolled up his sleeves. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, for emblazoned upon his arm was a distinct black mark of dark magic. "You are provoking me," which is tantamount to challenging that esteemed individual. Davis narrowed his eyes slightly and declared, "Blake, your fate is sealed." Aine nonchalantly pulled over the chief's chair and seated himself. "Who claimed that provoking you equated to challenging that esteemed individual?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, Aine made the breakfast that Davis had not yet had the chance to enjoy vanish instantaneously. Gasps of astonishment echoed around the room. Nonverbal magic. It was indeed nonverbal magic. Such a feat demands absolute mastery over magic. Only those with profound magical prowess and unyielding control over their power can achieve it. Davis was taken aback as well. Yet, what Aine uttered next was even more astonishing. Only the mightiest are worthy of following that illustrious figure. Aine spoke languidly, suppressing the murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. "I'm Blake, alone am deserving to follow that esteemed individual." A profound silence enveloped the Hogwarts Great Hall. In a discreet corner unnoticed by others, Aine stealthily made a gesture. Sonny, hidden beneath the table, quietly vanished from sight. Aine gradually rose to his feet, casting a scornful gaze that left Davis's muscles taut with tension. "Feel free to return and lodge your complaint. I am most curious to see whether the Dark Duke will favor you, this wretch, or me." Aine's remarks at the Slytherin table swiftly circulated within the house, and even spread to other colleges. Consequently, the little serpents of Slytherin eagerly inquired with their parents, beginning to observe Aine with cautious interest. Meanwhile, students from other houses harbored even greater animosity towards Aine, viewing him as nothing more than a pawn of Voldemort. After a day of classes, Draco cautiously approached Aine, accompanying him as they navigated through the bustling crowd. Merely being near Aine, Draco felt the weight of numerous hostile gazes, not to mention the scrutiny directed at Aine himself. Yet, Aine appeared utterly unfazed, breezing through the corridor with an air of nonchalance. "When did you learn wandless magic?" Draco whispered as he drew closer to Aine. "Oh, wandless magic? I haven't learned that," Aine replied innocently, blinking with a knowing smile. "System, unable to master magic yet proficient in deceit." "Aine, do you comprehend? This is what we call the judicious use of resources." "System, utilizing domesticated sprites to coordinate with you beneath the table?" "Aine, how delightful." "System, what exactly do you intend to do?" "Aine, did I not come here solely to fulfill my mission?" "System, current character's destiny trajectory." "Aine, hush, I wish to remain unperturbed." "System, Aine, regardless. Everything will soon be upended. So what did you mean by those words you spoke earlier?" Draco continued to inquire anxiously. A faint smile played upon Aine's lips as she remarked, "I am waiting for someone to find me." Draco, taken aback, inquired, "Waiting for someone? Who might that be?" Aine observed the bewildered expression on Draco's face and kindly reached out to pat his platinum blonde head. Alas, it was slick with hair gel. Following this, Aine gave Draco's shoulder a reassuring pat, saying, "Just wait, it won't be long now." Draco stood there, even more perplexed, while Aine did not wait for him and moved ahead. As the crowd began to thin, just as Aine turned a corner, he was suddenly yanked into a shadowy alcove with considerable force. Aine instinctively drew his wand, yet upon seeing the person before him, he silently retracted it. The boy standing in front of him wore black-rimmed glasses, and his emerald eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson. It was Harry Potter. "What is it?" Aine inquired indifferently, his sky-blue eyes devoid of any emotion. Why does Harry's voice sound hoarse and deep, as if he were suppressing something? "Aine, why did you say such things?" "I have my reasons," Aine replied, furrowing his brow. Harry's verdant gaze shimmered with a hint of red. But, system, what a remarkable turn of events, I must say. Ein, release it quickly. System, the trajectory of the Savior's fate has been successfully altered. Ein, system, it has utterly transformed into a heartless little turnip. With a subtle arch of her brow, she genuinely revealed a radiant smile. In that fleeting moment, the enchanting smile of the handsome man, akin to the first thaw of winter's ice, left Harry momentarily stunned. The anger and sorrow that had just consumed him seemed to vanish in an instant. System, oh dear, suddenly dropped back to 90. Ein's expression instantly turned icy. Have all the tasks assigned by John been completed? Harry was momentarily taken aback. There haven't been any new tasks lately. Ein, have you mastered the mobile firearms? Harry, I've made some progress. Ein, how many students did you rank in the final exams last semester? Harry, over 20. Ein, TSK, which subject has been a hindrance? Harry, potions. Ein, what score did you achieve? Harry, just barely passed. Ein furrowed her brow and exclaimed, after all the effort I have invested in raising you, is it merely to witness you achieve a passing grade in potions class? Harry replied, Ein, without further ado, will it be possible to attain an E in potions this semester? Harry murmured, I shall do my utmost, provided that our potions professor is not Snape this term. Harry darkly contemplated that sinister old bat. Ein sighed, gently caressing the boy's dark hair, tousling it into a nest reminiscent of one made by a drunken bird. Focus on your studies, and disregard everything else. Upon finishing her words, Ein intended to turn away but was seized by the corner of her garment by Harry. Ein, aren't we in this together? The boy's voice trembled with fragility. I am aware that Voldemort is your father's murderer. Ein paused, unable to resist her soft heart as she gazed at Harry. I cannot say much to you right now, but I shall never become your adversary. Harry's emerald eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. Ein, do you mean? Be the savior of Gryffindor? There will come a time when I will need your assistance. Ein lightly curved her lips into a smile, waved her hand dismissively, and turned to depart. The boy behind her silently observed Ein's retreat, and after a long while, he finally released his tightly clenched fist. Within his palm lay a small vial filled with a pearlescent pink potion. It is not yet time. Harry murmured softly to himself as he concealed the potion back within his sleeve. For an entire week, Ein had been unable to contact Snape. Today marked the last day of the week, a day that was supposed to feature potions class. At this moment, Draco had already finished his grooming and appeared radiant. Ein, it's time to rise, Draco called out. To his surprise, Ein showed no signs of lingering in bed. She flipped over and sat up. Draco glanced at Ein in astonishment, only to stiffen and turn away the next moment. Goodness, how terrifying. At that moment, AI's gaze was as if it could kill. Oh, where art thou, godfather? Although Ein exuded an unmistakable aura of despondency, he refrained from directing his ire towards Draco, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. For reasons unbeknownst to others, Davis had opted for a leave of absence following the discord with Ein. Ein strode towards the position of the Slytherin head with deliberate steps. Embodying a sense of low atmospheric pressure, Ein instinctively cast a glance at the professor's seat. As expected, she did not behold the familiar figure she was accustomed to. The atmospheric pressure around Ein has lowered by another degree. Although numerous malevolent glances linger in the vicinity, no one dares to provoke Ein in these uncertain times. After all, they are all astute little serpents. However, the situation may not be the same for other houses. Slytherin should not become a pawn for that individual. Suddenly, a resounding shout echoed through the great hall, drawing the attention of all present towards Hufflepuff. There was a sense of surprise. Had a Gryffindor stood up, it would not have elicited such astonishment. But a mere Hufflepuff? The young man who rose was a seventh-year student, handsome and striking, exuding an undeniable air of righteousness. Yet, Ein appeared unaffected, continuing to enjoy his breakfast. The boy seemed to revel in the attention, gaining confidence as he approached the Slytherin table. The Slytherins, known for their cunning, refrained from confronting the newcomer at that moment. Several onlookers discreetly cast glances at Ein, eager to discern how the newly appointed head would respond. The Hufflepuff student made his way directly to Ein. Hello, you must be the new head of Slytherin, he said, his tone laced with a touch of haughty reserve as he regarded Ein. Ein bestowed upon him not even a glance, merely continuing to partake in a breakfast that was as tasteless as chewing wax. However, Draco, well acquainted with Ein, silently broke into a cold sweat, wishing fervently to slip away unnoticed. Oh my, save me, save me, save me. The current state of Ein is perilous. Greetings? The Hufflepuff, noticing Ein's lack of response, furrowed his brow and spoke again. I am Cedric Diggory. I believe that Slytherin at Hogwarts should be inclusive of everyone, although many in Slytherin currently idolize the Dark Lord. This is misguided. I hope we can unite. Silence. Ein glared fiercely at the incessant chatter of the boy. Cedric was momentarily taken aback by Ein's imposing presence. Yet he quickly regained his composure. I understand that it may be difficult for you to embrace my proposal at this moment. So I would like to extend a challenge to you, Cedric articulated. Ein did not respond, leaving Cedric with no choice but to continue. I propose a duel. If I emerge victorious, I wish for my fellow Slytherins to temporarily heed my command. The Slytherin table was rife with scornful glances directed at Cedric from several noble descendants. Unity of purpose? Defiance against the Dark Lord? Did he even comprehend the gravity of his words? Setting aside whether these noble heirs genuinely subscribed to the Dark Lord's ideology, the intricate and convoluted relationships among aristocratic families ensured they could not easily determine their allegiance. Consequently, several young Slytherins secretly entertained the notion of witnessing Ein decisively put this audacious challenger in his place. Should Ein be defeated, it would indeed be an even more entertaining spectacle. Many of the young Slytherins, their minds racing, gazed with newfound interest at the two adversaries. However, to everyone's astonishment, Ein did not even lift his head. He merely uttered, I refuse. Cedric. For a moment, Cedric found himself at an impasse. This was unexpected. Based on his understanding, Ein Black was known for his penchant for the spotlight, and he would surely be unable to tolerate such provocation, thus rising to accept the duel. Regardless, once Ein consented to the challenge, Cedric recalled the strategy he had previously devised with Filch. By enticing Ein to wield his wand within the castle, he could ensure his confinement. Moreover, with Dumbledore absent from the school, once Ein was imprisoned, Cedric could subject him to relentless torment. A shadow flickered in Cedric's gaze as he contemplated this. What is the matter, Mr. Black? Are you afraid to accept my challenge? The art of provocation had always been effective with Ein Black, Cedric mused confidently. Indeed, he had succeeded. Ein rose to his feet, his sky-blue eyes gazing at Cedric with an expression akin to that of a specter. A duel? At this very moment? Ein drew forth his wand. Cedric observed Ein brandishing his wand, a flicker of delight crossing his gaze. He had taken the bait. However, it seemed that Hogwarts forbade the use of magic to assault fellow students. Ein flicked his wand, a smirk dancing upon his lips. A flicker of frustration crossed Cedric's eyes. The bait did not take. Nonetheless, he resolved to devise another strategy later. Yet, it mattered not. Ein's voice emerged in a low timbre, laced with a hint of the uncanny. Our duel need not rely solely on magic, need it? Cedric paused, taken aback. What are you planning? Ein raised his wand to lift the handsome man's chin, an ominous glint veiled within his gaze. I intend to duel with the senior. Ein's tone subtly lifted at the end, seemingly issuing a stern warning, yet it resembled a lover's whisper. Draco's complexion turned pale, and he spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Indeed, Draco was acutely aware that Ein was at the height of his fury at that very moment. Ein cast a fleeting glance at Draco before lowering her wand, which had been poised under Cedric's chin. Now, 3, 2, 1. Senior, I look forward to your guidance. As soon as Ein's voice fell, he swiftly seized Cedric by the neck, forcefully pressing him down onto the table. A piercing scream escaped Cedric's lips. The table was cluttered with an array of cutlery, and under the impact, plates shattered into fragments, blood immediately streaming down Cedric's handsome face. The other students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff could no longer remain seated. They hurriedly drew their wands, shouting, Blake, release the upperclassmen. What do you intend to do? All their wands were pointed menacingly at Ein. Lifting her gaze with an air of benevolence, she surveyed the spirited students of Hogwarts. With a soft smile, she suddenly leaned down to whisper in Cedric's ear, It seems they are quite concerned about you. The affectionate voice of Ein whispered into Cedric's ear, akin to the seductive murmur of a demon. It was utterly terrifying. Why had he chosen to provoke such an individual? Yet, despite these thoughts, Cedric found himself enduring excruciating pain, gasping as he spoke. Blake, would you kindly release me? The smile on Ein's face grew ever more pronounced. A countenance of exquisite beauty, paired with such a malevolent grin, unexpectedly evoked a sense of chilling allure. Ein continued to whisper softly. I don't understand, Senior. Since you are here, why would you want to leave? Are they so concerned about you because of your handsome face? If I were to ruin your visage, would they still hold you in such high regard? I am quite curious to find out. Ein appeared to be in deep contemplation, his cerulean eyes swirling thoughtfully. Cedric, believing that Ein had decided to spare him, attempted to struggle to his feet. Ein's gaze turned icy as he forcefully pressed Cedric's head down onto the chaotic dining table filled with discarded dishes. "Ah!" Cedric cried out in agony, his face now a gruesome mixture of blood and tears. Regret washed over him. He truly regretted it. Cedric's scream escalated the tension among those around him. "Release Cedric." "Yes. Let him go swiftly." "Indeed, how wicked the Slytherins are. The upperclassmen showed kindness for your sake, and this is how you repay them." A few seventh-year Gryffindors, brandishing their wands, began to approach the Slytherin side. Draco, who had initially remained seated at a distance, sensed the brewing trouble and quickly drew his wand, aiming it at the advancing Gryffindors. "Halt! Everyone, do not move," Draco commanded loudly, attempting to deter them. Several supporters of the Malfoy family rose, wands in hand. Slytherin and Gryffindor faced off, a palpable tension suggesting that conflict was imminent. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Everyone, lower your wands." A deep, furious voice echoed from the entrance of the Great Hall. Ein abruptly lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the hall. After many days of absence, Snape stood there clad in black robes, emanating an aura of palpable tension as he surveyed the students engaged in a standoff. "Enough!" Snape's deep voice resonated through the hall, plunging the room into an immediate silence. Draco was the first to sheath his wand, promptly followed by several Slytherin students who obediently stood down. After all, who would dare confront the Dark Lord of the Dungeons directly? Yet, a few Gryffindor students seemed oblivious to the shift in dynamics, continuing to glare at Snape with hostility, as if he were one of Voldemort's Death Eaters. Without further ado, Snape flicked his wand, and the wands of several Gryffindor students snapped in twain. Chaos erupted once more. As for Ein, ever since he laid eyes on Snape, he stood transfixed, a thrill of exhilaration coursing through him. His excitement grew, causing him to grip his wand with increasing intensity. Cedric seethed in silence, unable to voice his frustration. Snape, having swiftly assessed the situation, was well aware that Ein was at the heart of the turmoil. After addressing the students on either side, he strode directly towards the instigator, towering over Ein. Snape regarded him with a pair of black eyes devoid of any glimmer of warmth. Ein was taken aback. Immediately, Snape's gaze shifted from Ein's face to his hands, where he was pressing Cedric's head. Ein immediately released his grip, wiping his hands on the back of Cedric's robe afterward. "Professor, do not misinterpret this. There is nothing between us. Truly, we are merely good friends, correct, Senior?" Cedric, who had already lost his former appearance, raised his head unsteadily. Snape's lips twitched slightly. He turned to Draco and instructed, "Take him to the hospital wing." "Yes, Professor." Draco obediently rose, casting a disdainful glance over his shoulder at Snape. With a simple levitation charm, Cedric was lifted into the air. "As for you," Snape addressed Ein. Before him stood a youth with azure eyes, shimmering like stars, filled with his own reflection. Yet, in the beautiful depths of the boy's gaze, he appeared merely as a shadowy figure. Snape's demeanor grew heavier. He deserved better. Especially at this moment, he was acutely aware that he might vanish forever at any day's notice, let alone provide the boy with stability and happiness. Detention for 1 week. Snape's voice was deep and devoid of emotion. Upon hearing the term of detention, Ein's eyes brightened, blinking in surprise. "Go to Filch." Ein's joyful expression abruptly froze on his face. "What?" Snape disregarded Ein entirely, sweeping his robes aside as he departed. Draco gazed at Ein, who wore a blank expression, with a furrowed brow. Ever since they exited the Great Hall, Ein had remained impassive, not uttering a single word, all the way until potions class. Ein entered the potion classroom and promptly seated himself in the front row, compelling Draco to follow suit, albeit reluctantly. However, since the moment Severus Snape entered the room, he had not bestowed even a glance upon Ein, seemingly disregarding him entirely. At that moment, Ein was diligently stirring the contents of his cauldron. Draco discreetly withdrew his wand. As anticipated, a mere 5 seconds later, a tremendous bang erupted as Ein's cauldron exploded. Prepared for such an eventuality, Draco swiftly conjured a protective shield. The resounding noise immediately captured the attention of every individual in the classroom, yet Snape did not so much as cast a glance in their direction. Ein gazed expressionlessly at the chaos before him, remaining motionless for an extended period. Draco, too, did not dare to take any initiative, merely sighing as he returned to his potion-making. Ein remained motionless for a full 10 minutes. After a considerable while, he He slowly drew forth his wand and lightly tapped the potion before him, rendering it pristine. The incantation uttered by Ein was devoid of any wavering. It continued uninterrupted until the conclusion of the potion class. Throughout the entire session, only Ein's cauldron repeatedly erupted, and each time, Ein would simply restart the process anew. Ein's bewildering antics initially captivated the attention of the students in the class, yet subsequent attempts failed to garner any interest. Meanwhile, Snape remained completely aloof, not even casting a glance in their direction. It was not until the end of the lesson that Snape picked up his book and exited the classroom. Ein, with a stern expression, swiftly pursued him. Snape moved with remarkable speed and long strides. Ein hurriedly jogged to catch up with him at his office. Just as Snape turned to slam the door shut, Ein promptly extended his hand to block it. A resounding thud echoed as his fingers collided with the door, and the sound of cracking bones resonated from the hand caught in the door. Ein's hand visibly swelled instantaneously. Yet, Ein appeared oblivious to the pain. His gaze fixed intently upon Snape, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. In contrast, Snape's eyes remained hollow and dark throughout the encounter, only slightly pursing his lips upon noticing Ein's hand. "I'm black," Snape intoned with a dispassionate air. "What is it that you desire?" His indifferent tone resonated in Ein's ears. Ein's fury twisted into a sardonic smile. "Severus Snape, you inquire about my troubles? Throughout this day, you have persistently disregarded me, creating an insurmountable distance between us. What is amiss? Have you grown weary of me? Or perhaps you have found a new affection? Or are you simply longing for that alabaster radiance once more?" Snape pressed his lips together, his expression remaining inscrutable. "If there is nothing of consequence, then return to your dormitory. Do not forget, you have detention with Filch tonight," he stated coldly and without mercy. Ein sneered and spoke. "Snape, what on earth are you up to? Must you always conceal matters and resolve them on your own?" Snape paid no heed to Ein and intended to shut the door once more. Ein did not grant him the chance to close the door. Instead, he raised his foot and forcefully kicked it open. The serpentine door handle emitted a cacophony of hissing sounds, yet neither of the two present could comprehend its utterances. "Severus Snape, what on earth do you mean?" Ein widened her eyes, the cerulean hue now tainted with a furious crimson. Yet the faint blush at the corners evoked an inexplicable sense of pity. However, Snape merely stared back with his void-like, obsidian eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His tone was frigid, reminiscent of an unfeeling automaton. "Black, I am merely your potion's master. I implore you to be mindful of your station and the manner in which you address me," Snape intoned in a deep voice. Ein's eyes brimmed with tears in an instant, yet she stubbornly restrained them from cascading down her cheeks. Was it Dumbledore's influence? Did he compel you to act as a spy? If so, we could deliberate together. We could navigate this matter side by side. However, Severus Snape coldly interrupted Ein. "I shall reiterate, Mr. Black. I am merely your potions professor, and at most, I serve as your head of house. You ought to extend me the courtesy I deserve." Snape's words pierced Ein's heart like a series of frigid daggers, each thrust more painful than the last. "Now, I kindly ask you, the esteemed Mr. Black, to move your feet and vacate my office." Ein could no longer contain her emotions, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yet, she stubbornly held her head high, unwilling to reveal her vulnerability. "Severus, have you forgotten the words you spoke to me beneath the fireworks that day? Was all your tenderness towards me merely a fade?" Snape clenched his fists tightly behind his back, his tone remaining icy. "I have never made any promises to you, Mr. Black." Ein gazed in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. "You had previously asserted that I had triumphed. You called me your little trickster, a phrase you had uttered." Snape averted his gaze, speaking with a stiff demeanor. "Indeed, you merely secured a victory, a recognition from one Slytherin to another. Nothing more." Ein suddenly collapsed, rushing forward without regard for her swollen and bruised hand, seizing Snape by the collar. "Snape, repeat that. Say it again." Snape offered no resistance. The pressure of her grasp drew blood from his palm. Yet, he remained impassive, gazing coldly at the frenzied youth before him. "No matter how many times you ask, it remains unchanged. Black, this is merely a figment of your own imagination. I have never made any promises to you. We have never had any other relationship. Never." Ein's fist struck Snape squarely on the face. This blow was delivered with all his might, causing Snape to stagger momentarily, blood instantly streaming down his visage. Yet, despite this, Snape maintained his impassive demeanor, coldly observing the myriad of emotions displayed by the individual before him. His sorrow, his grief, his anguish, his fury, and his disbelief, all stemming from his own actions. Snape inwardly mocked himself with a bitter laugh, a profound sense of unworthiness surging within him. It should not have been this way. From the very beginning, the youth ought not to have been drawn into the shadows. Had that not occurred, he would not be enduring such torment. Snape clenched his eyes tightly shut. Ein delivered a powerful punch, standing still as he gasped for breath. His breathing was rapid as he endeavored to calm his emotions. System host, please, try to regain your composure. Ein, I am aware. I remain remarkably composed. System, your calmness is approaching the brink of violence. Ein, how could that be? I understand that Severus merely wishes to distance himself from me due to his role as a spy. System, it is good that you can comprehend this. Ein, indeed. My thoughts are quite clear. As long as Snape is not a spy, these matters will cease to exist. System, why do I have an uneasy feeling about this? Ein, how about I go and slay Voldemort right now? Or perhaps Dumbledore instead? System, did you not claim to be quite composed? Ein, indeed. These two matters are not highly actionable. It would be more expedient to eliminate the savior. System, OMG, the host has gone mad. What to do? Seeking solutions online. Ein gasped for breath, taking a considerable amount of time to regain even a semblance of composure. He cast a frosty glance at the disheveled Snape, who still refused to meet his gaze. Ein's eyes blazed with intensity as he gritted his teeth, fixating firmly on Snape. Severus, if this is your decision, I shall respect it. I hold all your choices in high regard. Therefore, from this moment onward, I hope you will likewise honor all my decisions. Esteemed Professor Snape. Ein cast one last lingering glance at Snape before turning away without a trace of reluctance. Time passed in silence, and Snape remained motionless. The desolate corridor faced the door that had been violently kicked open, revealing only an empty office within. Inside, there was but a solitary figure, embodying a hollow heart. An eerie stillness enveloped the room, as if nothing had transpired. The only indication of the recent turmoil was the stinging pain on Snape's face, a reminder of the harsh words he had uttered. Memories of that dimly lit room flooded his mind, the bright and clear eyes of the small boy, and that sunshine-like smile. He felt unworthy of such treasures. Meanwhile, Ein stormed back to the dormitory in a fit of rage. Upon seeing Ein, Draco instantly sat up straight, appearing as meek as a quail. My goodness, Ein is truly terrifying right now. What on earth did you do, Godfather? It was then that Draco noticed Ein's hand, swollen and bruised, already showing signs of deformity. Good heavens! Ein, your hand! Draco exclaimed in shock, only to immediately silence himself under Ein's piercing gaze. Ein calmed his anger and turned to Draco. Draco was stealthily concealing something behind him, which appeared to be an envelope. Ein raised an eyebrow slightly. Draco, noticing Ein's gaze upon him, awkwardly cleared his throat. That letter was sent by my father, he stated. Stealing a glance at Ein and observing his relatively calm demeanor, he continued, It is addressed to you, but seeing you appear rather disheartened, I hesitated to present it to you. Ein chuckled softly, You're just in time. Ein extended his unblemished hand to receive the gilded envelope, which bore a subtle, fragrant aroma, perfectly in line with the long-standing traditions of the Malfoy family. Ein grasped the envelope delicately between her teeth and, with a single hand, extracted a letter. With a casual flick, a lavish sheet of beige stationery unfurled before her eyes. Ein swiftly perused the letter, and with a casual gesture, placed it beside the flickering candle, allowing the flames to consume it. For a moment, silence enveloped them both, just as Ein was about to step out to face confinement at Felchis. Draco suddenly called out to him, Ein. Ein paused, turning to glance at Draco. Draco appeared to be struggling with his emotions, yet ultimately spoke with unwavering resolve. Were you and my father discussing that individual? Ein lowered her gaze and said, Draco, this is not something you need to concern yourself with. I can also do something. Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with determination. It is perilous, Ein replied coldly, intending to depart. Then why must you go? Draco persisted, grasping the edge of Ein's robe. If you can do it, so can I. Ein let out a disdainful laugh, her sky-blue eyes reflecting indifference, yet subtly intertwined with a flicker of anger. Draco. You must not. Why must I not? Before Draco could finish his words, he widened his eyes in astonishment as he watched Ein approach him. Ein exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, emanating an aura of magical might. As Ein drew nearer, the once luminous azure eyes grew devoid of their customary luster, resembling the frigid ice of winter. Ein effortlessly tore open Draco's collar, revealing the thin garment beneath. Before Draco could react, Ein forcefully pushed him down onto the bed, leaning over him with an imposing presence. Ein pressed a single hand against Draco's ear, propping himself against the bed, his exquisite face mere inches from Draco's. His striking blue eyes, however, brimmed with a fierce intensity. Draco could even perceive Ein's steady breaths. Trembling, Draco hesitantly inquired, "Ein, what are you intending to do?" Ein leaned down, her voice tender yet as cold as the icy winds of October. "Draco, I have made myself clear. You cannot." The breath beside his ear caused Draco to flush instantly, a mix of embarrassment and a tinge of fear washing over him. Having uttered her words, Ein stood up, as if nothing had transpired, and turned to leave. Draco remained there, bewildered, lying on the bed, lost in thought for an extended period. Ein departed from the dormitory, not seeking out Felch directly. Instead, he turned towards the room of requirement. His injuries required tending, and under the present circumstances, it was inconceivable for him to approach Snape. Thus, he had no alternative but to enlist the aid of the Black family to locate another master of potions. Upon traversing the dark, enigmatic vanishing cabinet, Ein discovered that this particular cabinet had been relocated to Riddle Manor by Tom. One could only ponder how Dumbledore might react upon learning that Hogwarts harbored a secret passage directly leading to Voldemort's ancestral home. Ein curled her lips in disdain. Almost immediately after Ein made her entrance, Tom burst onto the scene with great fervor. I remarked that it was quite late in the evening, but Tom's haughty voice had barely completed a sentence when he caught sight of Ein's pitiful hand. "Damn it, how did you get yourself into this state again?" Tom's arrogant tone took an abrupt turn, transforming into one of frantic concern. Ein cast a nonchalant glance at her own swollen, purplish hand, resembling that of a pig's trotter, which had even taken on a somewhat misshapen appearance. The prolonged pain had dulled into a certain numbness. "You wait here." Tom shot a fierce glare at Ein before storming out without so much as a backward glance. Mere minutes later, Tom returned in a whirlwind, clutching a vial of potion in his hand. "Come here," he beckoned to Ein, his brow furrowed. Ein turned her head, ignoring him. Tom, infuriated, stomped over, but gently grasped Ein's injured arm. The chilling potion made contact with her skin, and the pain was instantly alleviated. Ein spoke softly, "It is futile. My constitution requires something specially formulated." As the words left her lips, her previously battered hand began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. Ein blinked her eyes. Tom scoffed, "Do you think only your potion master can concoct something special?" Ein gazed upwards at the man before her. His face, possessing the striking beauty of a campus heartthrob, exuded a sharp and fierce intensity. His crimson eyes, however, harbored an unsettling aura of formidable authority. Ein let out a long sigh, pondering who might benefit from this in the future. Tom lazily lifted his eyelids to glance at Ein, remaining silent thereafter. The two remained in silence for quite some time, until the potion took full effect and Ein's hand was completely restored. "Speak, what is it that you truly desire?" Tom casually conjured a chair, seated himself elegantly with his legs crossed, yet his crimson eyes fixated sharply on Ein. Ein feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. "What do you want to do? Just attend school like normal?" Tom narrowed his eyes, his demeanor becoming even more formidable. "Ein Black, do you truly believe you are speaking to just anyone?" Ein approached with a playful grin, exclaiming, "Of course, I am conversing with our illustrious Dark Lord. It is a tremendous honor and a most enlightening experience." Tom's lips curled into a slight, satisfied smile, yet he remained unfold. "Do not divert the conversation. I am well aware of your recent actions." Ein would certainly not doubt the information that Tom, as the Dark Lord, could amass, nor would she question Tom's intellectual capacity to foresee his own intentions. Ein did not wish to conceal anything. He simply pressed his lips together and fell silent. Tom abruptly rose to his feet and approached Ein, gazing down upon him with an imposing presence. As Tom towered over Ein, a dangerous glimmer flickered within his crimson eyes. "No one understands that fellow better than I do. Your actions are tantamount to courting disaster." Ein let out a soft hum, dismissively retorting, "Given your understanding of me, do you truly believe I would be defeated?" The youth's eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance, drawing countless moths from the shadows, yearning to approach that singular source of light, born in darkness yet untouched by its taint. This light shone far more brightly and brilliantly than that which had never known the absence of light, rendering the creatures of the night utterly entranced. Tom gazed at the youth's exquisite face, reminiscent of a celestial beauty, while a tempest of intrigue swirled within his depths. "You shall not falter, for I stand by your side." Ein raised an eyebrow slightly, as if taken aback momentarily. However, His indomitable spirit soon compelled him to retort. Ein immediately spoke. Without you, I would not falter. Tom grasped Ein's chin, unleashing a formidable aura of dark magic. The direct pressure emanating from the Dark Lord inevitably weighed upon the young boy. And before long, a thin sheen of sweat began to form on his forehead. Yet, the boy's eyes sparkled with an unwavering brilliance, resolutely refusing to yield. Tom compelled Ein to lift his gaze towards him, saying, "But do you comprehend the trials that await you?" Ein curled the corners of her lips, defiantly unleashing her own magical power in the face of the Dark Lord's overwhelming presence. What consequences may arise? Only through experience shall she discover. Sensing the youthful resistance of the boy's nascent magic, Tom instinctively tempered his own force. For a fleeting moment, the two stood in confrontation, neither willing to concede defeat. As time ticked by, despite Tom's diminished exertion, the Dark Lord's oppressive aura steadily drained the boy's resolve. Observing the discomfort etched upon the youth's face, Tom's heart softened at last. Ultimately, it was Tom who relented. "Then go ahead and try. Just do not come back to me in tears." Ein let out a huff of indignation, declaring, "I won't seek you out even in tears. I shall go find Cipher." Tom narrowed his eyes, a sly smile creeping across his lips, and retorted, "Your Cipher? Pray tell, does he still pay you any heed during this time?" Ein, feeling as if a vulnerable spot had been struck, angrily flicked his robe. "You need not concern yourself with it." Ein departed in a fit of anger. Tom gazed at the boy's retreating figure, the shadows in his eyes no longer concealed. No one knows oneself better than oneself. What consequences will this decision bring for the youth? The boy has underestimated the profound allure that his pure soul possesses for those ensnared in darkness. Ein returned to Hogwarts, her expression fraught with irritation, having surpassed the curfew by more than half an hour. Ein contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to ascertain what Filch truly intended. After all, that Hufflepuff fellow had persistently vexed her, and it was only natural that he would have a hidden agenda. Ein maliciously curled the corners of her lips, troubled by a lack of an outlet for her pent-up emotions. Ein forcefully kicked open the door to Ferkie's room. At that moment, Ferkie was hunched over, meticulously polishing the shackles on his hands. Upon witnessing Ein's abrupt entrance, he instinctively recoiled in surprise, but soon a malicious grin spread across his face. "Let me see who it is." "Ah, a Blake," he said, rising to his feet, his voice raspy and laced with palpable malevolence. "Well, I have come to impose confinement." Ein cast a glance at the shackles in Ferkie's hands, then shifted his gaze to the whip adorned with barbs hanging on the wall. Ein curled the corners of her lips. "You wouldn't intend to entertain me with these, would you?" Ferchie sinisterly circled behind Ein, lowering his voice as he spoke. "Are you frightened?" Ein smirked coldly. "I shall bring ruin." Before Ein could finish speaking, unexpectedly, Felky made a sudden move, covering Ein's mouth and nose with a tattered cloth. Ein immediately held his breath and turned around, delivering a swift kick that sent Felky sprawling to the ground. However, it was too late. Ein had still inhaled a trace of the mysterious gas. Ein immediately sensed the rapid depletion of his magical energy. Felch let out a sinister laugh. "Blake, now you are just like me, ha ha ha. How does it feel to lose your magic?" The swift loss of magical power was accompanied by a draining of physical strength, causing Ein's vision to darken as he staggered and grasped the nearby table for support. "Felch, how dare you do this to a student at Hogwarts?" Ein's furious gaze was as sharp as a dagger. "And so what?" Filch spoke darkly. "Dumbledore is not at the school. I merely need to ensure you do not perish. With a wizard's recuperative abilities, you will always recover." Filch paced over to Ein and forcefully locked the shackles around his wrists. The other end of the shackles quickly secured itself to the instruments of torture nearby. "As long as I don't kill you, no one can touch me." While speaking, Filch picked up a whip that hung on the wall. "How nostalgic. It has been decades since this whip last saw use." Filch gazed obsessively at the whip in his hands. In the next moment, his malicious and spiteful gaze fell upon Ein. Such a beautiful little face. It must be truly captivating when it cries out, Filch thought with excitement as he stared at Ein. "You seem well prepared." Ein struggled to maintain consciousness, discreetly retrieving a mirror from his pocket with his other hand. In this moment, it was impossible to ascertain which mirror he had taken out. Whether it was Sirius or Tom, or perhaps... Ein's gaze dimmed slightly. The probability of such a coincidence was merely 1 in 3. Once the double-sided mirror was activated, Ein began to procrastinate. "It was Cedric who prompted you to do this, wasn't it?" Ein spoke, though his breath was somewhat feeble. Yet, the more weakened Ein became, the more exhilarated Felch felt. "Ha ha ha, you are quite clever," Felch declared, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly hardened. Crack! A whip struck Ein with great force. Ein's pupils constricted sharply, and he stifled a sound of pain. Yet, in the next moment, he was drenched in sweat. The area where the whip had struck was marked by the tearing of his black uniform, revealing a pale skin that split open, a crimson line appearing instantly. The barbed whip cruelly scraped away a layer of flesh. Physiological tears swiftly filled his sky-blue eyes, casting a delicate mist over those beautiful orbs. How exquisite, Ferris thought. Captivated by Ein's expression of enduring pain, Ein, gritting his teeth, cast a furious glare at the person before him. Ein had never experienced such an intense surge of murderous intent as at this very moment. Crack! Another whip fell. The tip of the whip grazed Ein's cheek, leaving a crimson scar that stretched from his left cheek to his right armpit. Truly exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. Felci was nearly driven to madness. And just as he raised his hand to deliver the third lash, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A swift spell surged through the doorway. Felci was abruptly struck by a powerful incantation, sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed to the ground with a forceful thud. Ein gasped as she gazed towards the doorway. It was Snape. Ein chuckled to himself with a tinge of self-deprecation, lowering his gaze. Damn it! He had just finished a quarrel when Snape caught sight of his disheveled appearance. With a 1 in 3 chance, he braced himself, only to feel his taut nerves suddenly relax at the moment he laid eyes on Snape. In an instant, Ein's vision darkened, and his body slipped beyond his control. Just as he was about to collapse, he felt a familiar embrace. Snape stepped forward, catching Ein in his arms, deftly unshackling his handcuffs while carefully avoiding his numerous wounds. His obsidian eyes betrayed no concealment of the pain and affection he felt. However, when he turned his gaze towards Filch, who lingered by the wall, only a glacial indifference remained. Snape's wand was pointed directly at Filch, the cold intent to kill radiating unmistakably. Please, don't kill me, Filch quavered, trembling as he knelt before Snape, desperately pleading for mercy. The tip of Snape's wand glimmered with a green light. I am Dumbledore's man. You will kill me. Dumbledore will not let this go unpunished, Filch cried out in terror. Snape remained unmoved. Dumbledore will not spare this boy either. Filch's panic escalated, and he blurted out anything that came to mind. Snape hesitated for a fleeting moment. Realizing his words had struck a chord, Filch hastily continued. You know that if Dumbledore learns how important this boy is to you, he will undoubtedly keep the boy under his control. Therefore, you cannot kill me. Snape closed his eyes briefly. After what felt like an eternity, he lowered his voice and commanded, Leave. Depart from Hogwarts. Remember, henceforth, there will be no more Filch in this world. All right. I'll do as you say. I'm leaving right now. Filch, having narrowly escaped death, fled without looking back. Snape turned his attention back to the youth in his arms, who had succumbed to unconsciousness but bore a furrowed brow, reflecting immense pain. Without a moment to spare for his own anguish, Snape hurriedly carried Ein back to his office. He gently laid the boy on the bed and skillfully retrieved potions from the cabinet. The blood on Ein's body had begun to congeal, adhering to his tattered robes. Severus Snape meticulously tore away the fabric that clung to the wounds. The painful sensation elicited a low, muffled groan from Ein, causing Snape's heart to tighten with a pang of empathy. After carefully managing the clothing, he applied the potion, witnessing the wounds on Ein heal at a visibly accelerated rate. Just as Snape instinctively intended to tend to the injury on Ein's hand, he was taken aback to find that it had already returned to its original state. His gaze darkened, and his brow furrowed, as his grip on the potion bottle tightened. Yet, almost immediately, he seemed to recall something. Pressing his lips together as he gazed at the now sleeping youth on the bed, he had pushed him away with his own hands. What right did he have? Severus reined in all extraneous emotions from his deep black eyes and departed the room. Not long after Snape left, the once sleeping boy suddenly opened his eyes. His cerulean gaze appeared especially clear against the backdrop of the night. However, his expression was somewhat enigmatic. The boy raised his delicate, slender arm, his flawless hand resembling white jade, radiating beauty in the moonlight. He looked at his hand, and then curled his lips into a smile that hinted at an undeniable sense of triumph. Draco swore that the last time he had seen Ein this joyful was during their previous encounter. Ein wore a cheerful smile as she walked along the path to the auditorium, occasionally greeting her fellow classmates. However, her peers seemed rather reluctant to return her salutations. Nonetheless, this did not diminish Ein's buoyant spirits. It was the weekend, and Draco had applied to go home, unexpectedly discovering that Ein intended to accompany him on his journey. Ein, what has prompted you to suddenly wish to return home with me? Draco inquired, his curiosity piqued. Ein raised an eyebrow and glanced at Draco, inquiring, "What is it? Are you curious?" Draco nodded fervently. Ein smiled gently and patted Draco's head. "Ask your father." Draco. Ein. Ah, yet another day devoted to amusing the little creatures. System, indeed. How delightful. Ein. Today is the weekend. Let us be a bit happier, shall we, Tsubaki? System. All right, I shall be cheerful. Ein haha. You truly remain as humorous as ever, my dear. System. You two are as capricious as always. Ein chuckled softly, non-committally. Two majestic white Pegasi drew a splendid carriage, halting at the entrance of the Malfoy Manor. From the carriage emerged a small prince with platinum hair, who, upon sighting a couple at the door, beamed with joy and rushed towards them. "Father, mother!" Draco exclaimed exuberantly. The Lucius couple smiled gently, with Narcissa tenderly ruffling Draco's hair. "Draco, you've grown a bit taller recently," she remarked. Shortly thereafter, the carriage curtains were drawn back, revealing a pair of long legs stepping elegantly out. Following this, a strikingly handsome youth, resembling a celestial being, emerged from the carriage. With a cheerful tone, the youth remarked, "He is not the third prince. How could he grow just like that?" Perhaps Aunt Narcissa dotes on Draco too much. Although Lucius and Narcissa did not fully grasp the humor in the youth's words, they promptly extended a warm and courteous welcome to him, and waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, there is no need for such formalities between us." Lucius nodded with restrained demeanor. "It is a blessing for Draco to have a friend like you." And also nodded slightly, yet could not resist the temptation to interject. "Do you really desire such fortune?" Lucius's composed smile faltered, becoming somewhat stiff at the corners of his mouth. Ein feigned disappointment, sighing. "It appears that you are not particularly keen on this." Lucius regarded Ein with a meaningful gaze, responding ambiguously. If it were indeed a stroke of fortune, the Malfoy family would have no reason to decline. Ein lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lucius, speaking deliberately. "What I say is, that is so." Lucius regarded Ein for a considerable time, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a soft chuckle. "Very well, then the Malfoy family shall embrace this fortune." Ein raised an eyebrow. "A detailed discussion?" Lucius gestured invitingly. In the reception room, Ein reclined comfortably on the sofa, casually lifting a cup of honey-infused black tea. Meanwhile, Lucius maintained an air of noble restraint, sitting elegantly with a composed demeanor. Aang took a sip of her red tea, blissfully narrowing her eyes in contentment. "Lucius, I presume Voldemort has sought you out on numerous occasions." Upon hearing that name, Lucius instinctively trembled. He then tapped the ground with his serpent-headed wand, a gesture that served as his only reply. "Collaborate with me. This is your sole option." Ein spoke candidly, as if his words were casually uttered. Yet the certainty in his tone was unmistakable. Lucius narrowed his eyes and said, "Mr. Black, as the head of the Malfoy family, I must take responsibility for my decisions." This was clearly a test of Ein's hidden cards. Ein let out a light scoff and casually tossed a double-sided mirror. "I borrowed your notebook last time. This time, I have come to return it to you." Ein's lips curled into a smile, her cerulean gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lucius, eagerly anticipating the dramatic transformation of his countenance. Lucius, filled with skepticism, grasped the two-faced mirror. The moment he glimpsed the scarlet eyes reflected within, his expression shifted dramatically, nearly causing him to fumble the mirror in shock. "Lucius, have you forgotten your master?" A languid voice emerged from the mirror, yet the slight inflection hinted at the speaker's displeasure. Lucius, the Lord, was drenched in cold sweat. How could this be? Tom, in a rather foul mood, had anticipated that the ungrateful one would finally make an effort to reach out, only to discover that it was merely a ruse to intimidate Lucius. The ungrateful little wretch. The more Tom pondered, the angrier he became. Fortunate that a convenient outlet for his frustration was right before him. "Lucius, it has been quite some time. How fares the Malfoy family?" What should have been a simple greeting morphed into a veiled threat in Lucius's ears, a fact Tom was well aware of. He narrowed his scarlet eyes slightly, regarding Lucius with a smile that was anything but reassuring. "My lord, the Malfoy family shall forever remain loyal to you." Lucius hastily pledged his allegiance, fearing that any delay might result in this omnipotent Dark Lord storming into his abode through the mirror. What a jest, if it were the current, mindless Dark Lord devoid of intellect or sense. Lucius might dare to engage in some verbal sparring. However, the Dark Lord before him was unmistakably the formidable Tom Riddle. In his prime, the genuine Dark Lord. "Tom, do not frighten Lucius." Ein having thoroughly enjoyed Lucius's dramatic transformation, benevolently decided to spare the unfortunate middle-aged man. Humph. Such an ungrateful little creature. Tom spoke with a hint of arrogance, yet the affectionate undertone in his voice sent shivers down Lucius's spine. Trembling, Lucius gingerly cradled the double-sided mirror in his hands and offered it to Ein. Ein casually reached for the double-sided mirror. Turning back, he casually remarked, "I'll talk to you later." After dismissing Tom with a wave, Ein slipped the mirror into his pocket. Lucius gazed at Ein with a look of reverence. How daring of him to dare to hang the Dark Lord's communication. "So, Lucius, can we now discuss our forthcoming matters?" Ein slightly squinted, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sitting upright with an air of solemnity, Lucius respectfully addressed Ein. "Of course, whatever plans you have, the Malfoy family will lend its full support." Ein lifted the corners of his lips, rising to stand beside Lucius, whispering in his ear. Lucius was initially taken aback, but upon seeing Ein's unyielding expression, he solemnly nodded in agreement, inwardly lamenting for a certain aging single friend. At that moment, the Lestrange Manor, though bathed in daylight, exuded a chilling and eerie atmosphere. The estate bore no signs of life. Even the flora had ceased to thrive, wilting in silence. A shroud of ominous black mist enveloped the manor, rendering it impossible for those within to discern day from night. Beneath this manor lay a hidden underground chamber, lavishly adorned and evidently crafted with great care. At the center of this chamber stood a throne, entwined with silver serpents and adorned with emerald gemstones. The surrounding walls, though magnificent, emanated a chilling aura that was utterly disquieting. Upon the throne sat a man with a serpent-like visage, devoid of a nose and hair. Coiled beside him was a massive python, dozing languidly. Yet, for reasons unknown, the serpent-faced man appeared somewhat frail. At that moment, two men clad entirely in black robes entered the chamber, escorting a boy dressed in Hogwarts attire. Upon laying eyes on the serpent-faced man, the boy trembled in fear. Yet he approached with quaking steps, bending to kiss the man's robes. "My lord," the serpent-faced man, known as Voldemort, smiled with satisfaction. His smile, rather than reassuring, sent an even deeper chill through the air. "I recall you are the current head of Slytherin." Voldemort's voice, albeit subdued, carried a hissing undertone. If I were present, he would undoubtedly feel a tingling sensation upon his scalp. However, at that moment, all those gathered felt a profound, instinctive fear rising from within. "Why, yes, my lord." A boy trembled, his voice quaking. "I was originally, but it's all that Black's fault." "Black?" Voldemort's eyes narrowed. What were once merely slits now seemed almost non-existent. He recalled a time from years past when he could only inhabit the bodies of others. There seemed to be such a person. A youth with azure eyes, radiating the warmth of sunlight, remarkably handsome, yet always inadvertently sabotaging his endeavors. "Indeed, my lord," Davis spat, his hatred for Ein momentarily overshadowing the fear that welled up within him. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Davis embellished Ein's actions and words with fervor. He had anticipated Voldemort's wrath, expecting him to deal harshly with that young scoundrel, Black. Yet, Voldemort appeared lost in thought. "He claims to be the only one worthy of following me." Voldemort's voice, hissing slowly, rekindled Davis's terror. He lowered his head, trembling as he spoke. "Why, yes," he brazenly declared, "such, my lord. You must show him your power." The image of the youth resurfaced in Voldemort's mind, the previously hazy outline becoming somewhat clearer. That bright, sunlit boy, how beautiful his smile was. The notion of him kneeling at Voldemort's feet, those azure eyes filled with devotion, seemed quite appealing. Voldemort suddenly chuckled softly. His voice echoed eerily in the somewhat empty basement, causing a nearby serpent to writhe in response. What would have seemed a mundane scene became exceptionally frightening under Voldemort's voice and expression. "Davis," head bowed, quivered as he asked, "El Lord?" Voldemort glanced down at the boy at his feet, suddenly feeling a wave of irritation. Excruciating. The boy writhed in agony on the ground, and the sound of his pained wails greatly pleased Voldemort. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. "Do not attempt to fathom my thoughts. This is merely a lesson." After the excruciating torment, Davis lay unconscious, frothing at the mouth. Two cloaked figures who had brought him and lifted him out. Truly, he entered upright and departed horizontally. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius remained alone in his study long after Ein had departed. Yet, he was neither attending to business nor reading. He was merely lost in thought, reflecting on Ein's words. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the study. Lucius shook off his reverie and called, "Enter." Draco opened the door. revealing a gleaming platinum head peeking through the crack. With a hint of concern, he gazed at Lucius. "Father, you've been in the study all night. Is there something troubling you?" Lucius turned his gaze towards Draco. His son, whom he had watched grow since childhood, possessed a certain obstinacy and a touch of arrogance typical of a young master. Yet at his core, he remained an innocent child. However, perhaps for Draco's future, it was time for him to make a decision. After a moment of contemplation, Lucius inquired, "Draco, having spent so much time with Ein, what are your thoughts on him?" Draco's eyes immediately radiated unwavering conviction. "Ein is wonderful. Truly, exceptionally wonderful." Lucius was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard his son speak so highly of someone. Though he can be a bit erratic in his actions, no. That's not what I mean. He has always been sincere with his friends. To befriend Ein is indeed a stroke of fortune. A resolute gleam illuminated Draco's eyes as he spoke of Ein. Lucius nodded. "If that is the case, then I understand." He rose, gazing out at the gloomy sky. The Malfoy family, as pure-blood nobility, must also bear certain responsibilities for the family and for Draco. A week later, all Death Eaters received a direct summons from the Dark Mark. Voldemort had called upon all his followers. When Snape received the summons from the Dark Mark, he was teaching a potions class to the fourth-year students. It was peculiar. He had expected Ein to be a source of annoyance once more, yet he had simply taken a leave of absence, or rather, Draco had requested it for him. A vague sense of foreboding began to creep into Snape's mind. As the searing call of the Dark Mark pierced him, this ominous feeling intensified. The fourth-year students witnessed a rather dramatic scene unfold. "Damn it, has your brain finally merged with the Mandrake, that you cannot even bear to heat your own kind?" Gryffindor lost 10 points for inappropriate compassion. Snape spat venomous words, causing Neville to nearly blow up his cauldron. Has our esteemed savior grown so confident that he no longer requires the guidance of the potions master to concoct new potions? How delightful. Perhaps the savior should try his own invention shortly? Gryffindor lost another 10 points for unauthorized experimentation in potions class. Snape materialized behind Harry. Startled, Harry nearly added an extra spoonful of moonstone powder. His expression darkened, but he restrained his anger. Snape let out a cold huff and departed. "Look what I see now, a Slytherin? It is astonishing to commit the same blunders as those foolish lions. At 8 o'clock tonight, confinement and labor service await." Snape's gaze could not find Ein, and his fury escalated dramatically. Draco sighed inwardly. While caught in this moment of exasperation, he inadvertently stirred the potion for 8 weeks instead of the prescribed 7.5. The solution, which should have exhibited a cerulean hue, appeared slightly darker than intended. Draco silently prayed that his godfather would overlook this minor error. "Draco Malfoy." The low voice resonated behind him, sending a chill down Draco's spine. It was over. He felt his hair stand on end. "I hope your mind operates properly, at the very least to distinguish between 7 and 8. Snape's sharp tongue halted abruptly. He instinctively covered his left arm, his expression suddenly turning grave. "Professor?" Draco inquired, lifting his gaze. Upon noticing Snape's instinctive gesture, Draco's complexion shifted as well. As the heir of the Slytherin aristocracy, he was acutely aware that this was precisely where the Dark Mark resided. "Everyone, cease your activities, extinguish the cauldrons. Self-study." With these words, Snape hastily exited the classroom. Draco watched his retreating figure with concern. For reasons unknown, his thoughts instinctively drifted to Ein. What is Ein up to? He has not made an appearance for an entire day. Meanwhile, Ein, who has been on Draco's mind, is currently at the Black Manor. Ein hummed a little tune, enveloping himself entirely in a flowing black cloak, which at first glance might lead one to believe he resembled a Death Eater. Ein approached the floor-length mirror. Glancing left and right, the cheerful hum of her song came to an abrupt halt. Ein curled her lips in disdain. How ugly. She hesitated for a fleeting moment, and resolutely adhered to her own aesthetic, donning an ethereal long robe of moonlight white. Delicate silver threads intricately wove patterns upon the moonlit garment, rendering Ein herself an enchanting sprite of the moonlight. Ein contentedly twirled a few times in front of the mirror. "Ein, perfect. Let us head out." "System, one might think you were off to a rendezvous." "Ein, well, it's almost like a date." "System, just a stroll, I suppose." Smiley face. "Ein, it seems that today's light bulbs will be somewhat more numerous." "System, as long as you are happy." The system has begun to fully indulge Ein's whims. After all, the narrative has veered far off course, fundamentally altering the trajectory of the core characters. The process, however, is rather difficult to commend. In the basement of the Lestrange Manor, Voldemort sat upon his throne, surrounded by a woman who knelt before him, extending her left arm. Bella, how many do you think will return this time? Voldemort's raspy voice echoed. The woman beside him gazed at Voldemort with fervent zeal. Master, you are the sovereign of the entire Dark Realm. All should bow before you. Voldemort narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. You speak the truth, Bella. Yet, there will always be those who fail to recognize reality. A fierce glint flashed in Bellatrix's eyes. I shall teach those disobedient ones a lesson from my master. Voldemort chuckled ominously. Bella, my dear Bella, what if it is your sister and brother-in-law who are disobedient? Bellatrix immediately pledged her loyalty, as long as my master requires it. I shall personally deal with them. Very well, my dear Bella, Voldemort replied with a satisfied smile. But for now, there is no need for you to take action. Your sister and brother-in-law have finally come to their senses a few days ago. Though it took them some time, I have heard they are preparing a surprise for me, which I eagerly anticipate. A flicker of jealousy crossed Bellatrix's eyes. Malfoy? What could they possibly prepare for our master? Voldemort smirked. It is a surprise that I am very much looking forward to. During their conversation, one by one, individuals clad in black cloaks entered the dimly lit basement. Upon their arrival, they knelt quietly on one knee, awaiting the commands of the man seated upon the throne. When Severus Snape arrived, he too was shrouded in a dark hood, obscuring his visage from view. His entrance was notably late, positioning him towards the rear of the assembly. Nevertheless, his gaze swept the room, and soon he discerned a familiar figure among the crowd. A frown creased Snape's brow. How could Lucius be here? The platinum strands of Lucius's hair were not completely concealed by the hood, rendering him somewhat conspicuous amidst the throng. As the gathering reached its fullness, the serpentine-faced man on the throne finally spoke. I am pleased to see so many familiar faces. Voldemort's voice was hoarse, and if one listened closely, it bore an almost serpentine quality. During this time, I have summoned some of you. His tone was grave, his speech deliberate. Some had heeded his call, while others had yet to respond. Naturally, there were those who had not answered at all. Voldemort's voice suddenly turned menacing. Why now, when you did not respond before? Lucius instinctively stiffened at the inquiry. I am curious about the reason. Voldemort elongated his words, causing the kneeling Death Eaters to break into a cold sweat. What is the reason, Lucius? He directly addressed Lucius, his crimson eyes piercing through the shadows. Lucius quickly stepped forward, kneeling in the center. My lord, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. I have been diligently recruiting new members on your behalf. Lucius's voice trembled. The deep-seated fear etched into his very being. New recruits, you say? Voldemort's lips curled into a sinister smile as he pointed his wand directly at Lucius. The latter, paralyzed by fear, felt beads of cold sweat cascade down his brow. Then let me see whether the newcomers you present will earn you rewards or simply lead you to an Avada Kedavra. Voldemort delayed the punishment, granting Lucius a momentary breath of relief. My lord, you will surely be pleased. Lucius signaled discreetly to the figures behind him. As the heavy door of the basement was reopened, a shaft of sunlight pierced the gloom, and a youth stepped into the darkness, illuminated by the golden rays. Clad in a flowing robe of moonlit hue, he bore a subtle smile at the corners of his lips. His sky-blue eyes sparkled with mirth, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding shadows. It was Ain. Upon sighting the newcomer, Snape's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. How dare he? How dare he? In an instant, Snape felt the urge to rush forward and pull the boy from the encroaching darkness, but reason restrained his impulsive actions. Acting recklessly would only place the boy in greater peril. Damn it! How could he dare? The fury within Snape's dark eyes threatened to engulf the young man before him. Ain casually scanned the crowd. Although Snape's attire allowed him to blend seamlessly among the Death Eaters, Ain still recognized him at once. After all, the fury directed towards him was impossible to overlook. The corner of the boy's mouth curved into an even wider arc. Ain cast a calm glance at Snape, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he approached the man seated upon the throne. Upon catching sight of the man on the throne, Ain's smile blossomed even more radiantly, resembling an angel who had inadvertently wandered into darkness. This instantly captured the attention of the man seated above. The reason behind Ain's brilliant smile was, Ain, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. It's over, it's over. Quickly, Emperor, pinch me. I can hardly contain myself. System, remain calm. You must absolutely remain composed. If you laugh now, it will be the end. Ain, but he really has no nose. Ha ha, this is hilarious. System, hold on. You must resist. Ain stifled a laugh, his face slightly flushed. the suppressed smile at the corners of his mouth, however, was interpreted by Voldemort as the exuberance of a young boy witnessing something thrilling. "Come here, my obedient child," Voldemort intoned in a deep voice, addressing Ein. Ein forcefully restrained his aunt, feigning a look of hesitation. "What is it?" Voldemort narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure. "I have a fear of snakes. Could you perhaps ask the serpent behind you to conceal itself for a moment?" As soon as Ein's voice fell, an oppressive silence enveloped all present Death Eaters. Each Death Eater, while outwardly composed, felt an inner turmoil akin to a cacophony of screams. How audacious of him to presume he was conversing with someone. How could he dare to claim he was afraid of snakes? Was he courting death? Meanwhile, Snape had already begun to tense, preparing to retaliate the moment Voldemort made his move against Ein. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he hadn't arrived sooner, as it would have allowed him to position himself closer to protect the young boy. Yet, Voldemort merely reined in his smile, narrowing his crimson eyes as they bore into Ein. Ein felt an intense sensation of being scrutinized invade her mind. Ein swiftly and adeptly seized various venomous videos of biting and constricting serpents, attempting to distract Voldemort. After a while, this intense curiosity began to wane. Fearfully, Voldemort slowly spoke. Ein nodded obediently, her eyes brimming with tears, wearing a pitiable expression. "O Lord, you are so wise and powerful, akin to a deity in my heart. Yet, I am truly terrified of snakes, primarily due to their repulsiveness. Especially your serpentine visage. A mere glance could make me regurgitate my last meal." Ein blinked rapidly, mentally adding to his thoughts. Since fear had taken hold, Voldemort's words were left unspoken, and the Death Eaters began to concoct wild imaginations. "What? Are you suggesting that you could coexist within his belly without fear? A mere Avada Kedavra to show you what true terror looks like? A piercing agony to cure all forms of dread?" The Death Eaters maliciously pondered, seemingly anticipating the vision of the youthful boy meeting his demise within the serpent's belly. Yet, the chilling hissing of snake language escaped Voldemort's lips, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present, save for Ein, who was instead engulfed in goosebumps. The giant serpent fixed its gaze upon the boy for a moment before twisting its body and departing. The Death Eaters were left bewildered. How is this different from our expectations? It simply walked away? The capricious lord dismissed Nagini, who was always by his side, due to a mere boy's fright? Many Death Eaters even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own vision. However, their subtle movements were swiftly caught by Voldemort. "Some of you are rather fidgety." He narrowed his eyes. A piercing agony. Voldemort randomly selected a fortunate Death Eater, bestowing upon him a grand gift of the Cruciatus Curse. With this exemplary demonstration, the others dared not make another move. Indeed, he was still the same formidable lord. Ein's eyes sparkled with delight as she offered a smile to Voldemort. "Thank you, Lord," she said. The youthful exuberance of the boy was a source of great pleasure for Voldemort, who was in high spirits. He beckoned to the boy, stating, "Come forth. I shall bestow upon you the dark mark." As the words left Voldemort's lips, a wave of intrigue swept over the gathered crowd. Lucius bowed his head, concealing the complex emotions swirling within his gaze. The dark mark, even for a spy, was an indelible mark that could never be erased. The other Death Eaters were engulfed in a mixture of shock and jealousy, for all present had undergone rigorous trials to earn the privilege of receiving the mark. Yet this boy, without any effort, was favored by the Lord and granted the dark mark. Bellatrix, consumed by rage, felt her jealousy flare to the point of almost manifesting as tangible flames. Meanwhile, Severus, hidden beneath his dark robe, clenched his hand tightly, blood seeping from his palm. Yet, even the pain in his hand could not compare to the anguish in his heart. If only he had not pushed him away. Perhaps he would not have resorted to such vindictive measures. If he had not returned as a spy, might he not be standing here at this moment? "Severus, you are truly a failure. You cannot protect anyone." His misguided attempts at guardianship had only plunged the one he cherished into the depths of despair. "Severus, you have repeated the same mistake." He lowered his head, eyes wide and nearly bursting with despair. Never had he felt so powerless as in this very moment. Yet, amidst the turmoil of others, Ein remained untouched, her demeanor unaffected. Ein's eyes flickered as she spoke resolutely in an atmosphere so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. No, this single word reverberated, stirring a tempest of intrigue among the Death Eaters. Many of them raised their heads in astonishment, their curiosity about this valiant figure surmounting their fear of the Dark Lord. They were eager to discover the identity of this audacious individual who had dared to utter 3 sentences, 2 of which directly defied Voldemort himself. Snape, momentarily jolted from his self-loathing, felt his muscles tense once more, bracing himself for combat. Voldemort narrowed his eyes dangerously, inquiring, "What did you say?" Ein blinked repeatedly and reiterated, "I refuse. I do not wish to bear the dark mark." A faint sound of gasps reverberated around the room. Snape had tightened his grip on his wand. Lucius furtively cast a worried glance at Ein. Voldemort tapped his fingers against the armrest of the throne, yet he refrained from unleashing his fury, pondering the rationale behind it. Ein pouted. "They all bear the dark mark. If I had one as well, wouldn't I be just like them?" Voldemort was somewhat taken aback by the youth's rationale. Yet his irritation towards the boy's defiance had not entirely dissipated. "Why do you hesitate to be like them?" Voldemort inquired, his voice still rasping and deep. "If I am to become a Death Eater, I must be the foremost among them." Ein gazed resolutely at Voldemort. "Ein, I am utterly exasperated. I feel like I might be sick. System, what troubles you?" "Ein, at this moment, I feel as though I am cradling a toilet, proclaiming that in this life, even if I am but waste, I shall reside within your embrace. I aspire to be the foremost excrement in your vessel. System, you do not utter another word." "Ein, the Phoenix Society owes me an Oscar." "System, ah, indeed, the entire wizarding world owes you a little golden statuette." "Ein, I shall seek compensation for my emotional distress from Dumbledore." "System, what concern is that of his?" "Ein, had it not been for his persuasion that led Voldemort to peruse the tome on Horcruxes, he would not have resorted to fragmenting his soul. Were it not for this act of fragmentation, he would not have transformed into a fool of monumental proportions. If Voldemort had not become such a fool, he would not have wrought devastation upon the wizarding world. Had he not laid waste to the wizarding realm, this war would not have ensued. System, enough already. The persona of the self-righteous is out of vogue these days. Ein, had it not been for this war, the Old Bee would not have confronted Voldemort. If the Old Bee had not clashed with Voldemort, Severus would not have become a double agent. Were Severus not to assume the role of a double agent, he would not have ignored me. If Severus had not disregarded me, I would not be so infuriated with him. Were I not so aggravated with him, I would not have to express my loyalty to a face that could evoke last night's meal. Ein, the system, you truly are remarkable." Voldemort cast a lingering glance at the youth before him. Initially captivated by the boy's striking appearance, he had thought to keep him close as a charming companion. However, upon further inspection, this little companion proved to possess a certain intrigue. Voldemort chuckled softly, as his low laughter echoed. The expressions of the Death Eaters shifted from shock to sheer admiration as they gazed at Ein. What kind of celestial being is this? He has managed to amuse the notoriously capricious Lord. They were beside themselves with excitement. The Lord has actually been entertained by him. This is unbelievable. Yet amidst this collective astonishment, one individual remained an exception. While everyone else was in awe, only Bellatrix Lestrange remained untouched by the mirth. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in her eyes, nearly materializing into something tangible. Yet Ein did not spare her even a glance. What a jest! Portraying Voldemort was already exhausting enough. How could he possibly muster the energy to perform for another? And without any additional compensation. Ein rolled her eyes inwardly, yet maintained a facade of clarity in her gaze, unwaveringly meeting Voldemort's stare. Once Voldemort concluded his laughter, he regarded Ein with an added hint of affection. A sentiment perhaps known solely to him. After all, discerning tenderness from her narrowed eyes was somewhat of an unreasonable expectation. "Do you aspire to be the foremost Death Eater?" Voldemort inquired softly. "Indeed." I nodded earnestly. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she pouted slightly and murmured, "Moreover, the dark mark is exceedingly unsightly. Having it stamped on my arm would be utterly dreadful." Ein's voice, though soft, resonated clearly enough for everyone present to hear. In an instant, the entire basement was enveloped in an eerie silence. The Death Eaters found themselves at a loss for words to articulate the shock they had experienced that day. A true warrior. Who cares about a savior? This is the embodiment of true valor. Meanwhile, Voldemort, upon hearing Ein's words, surprisingly did not erupt in fury. Instead, a faint smile crept across his lips. Does he find the dark mark unsightly? Ein discreetly cast a glance at Voldemort's expression, then lowered his head with a hint of guilt, murmuring a soft acknowledgement. Voldemort's scarlet eyes fixed upon Ein, revealing an unmasked intrigue. "Very well, then, proceed as you wish." The Death Eaters, The word shock has been thoroughly worn away from my lexicon. Severus Snape, bowing his head, secretly exhaled in relief. However, Voldemort's tone shifted. The heart that Snape had just set at ease was once again filled with trepidation. Aspiring to be the foremost among the Death Eaters is no trivial pursuit. Voldemort leaned back slowly against his throne. "Come here, obedient child," he rasped, addressing Ein. "My lord." Bellatrix, who had been half kneeling at Voldemort's feet, suddenly interjected. This black, seemingly emboldened, continued, "My lord, he must not be allowed to approach you." Voldemort turned his gaze to Bellatrix, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. "Bella, recognize your place. Should there be a next time, you shall know the consequences." The jealousy that had momentarily consumed Bella sent a chill down her spine, and she broke into a cold sweat, hastily lowering her head. "Forgive me, my lord. I have overstepped my bounds." Deep within, Ein felt 100 reluctant sentiments. Yet he still edged closer to Voldemort. As he halted his steps, he couldn't resist making a face at Bella, mocking her with a slight grimace. How absurd. What an eyesore. Bella felt as though she might explode with fury. Were her master not present, she would undoubtedly teach this audacious young fool a lesson. Ein paid no heed to the thoughts of this nominal aunt and boldly approached Voldemort's throne. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to kneel on one knee. Voldemort leaned forward, grasping Ein's chin. "Good child, tell me, what can you do for me?" His scarlet eyes shimmered with a determined glint. How exquisite she was. It was a pity that she was somewhat disobedient. Yet, a touch of vitality was not entirely a detriment. Ein paid no heed to the colorful rubbish that cluttered Voldemort's mind. With a flicker of his eyes, a mischievous smile graced his lips. "I have a notion that could lure the savior into a trap." "Oh? Do you share?" Voldemort inquired with keen interest. However, rather than the savior's voluntary entrapment, Voldemort found himself yearning for the young man before him to willingly embrace him. Voldemort's elongated eyes narrowed as he observed Ein recounting his plan. Ein pretended to subtly rub his knee. Voldemort chuckled softly. How could he be unaware of the boy's hidden intentions? If he was fatigued from kneeling, he should rise. In my presence, there is no need for such deference. What harm is there in indulging him a little? Ein, ever the embodiment of benevolence, rose without a moment's hesitation and began to articulate his grand design. We could reignite the triumvirate championship, manipulating the outcome to ensure that the savior emerges victorious. At the culmination of the event, the trophy could be fashioned into a key, facilitating direct transport to our stronghold. As Ein spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Please agree. Please agree. Surely, the plot must bend back a little. Voldemort appeared to ponder for a few seconds before he spoke. This matter requires someone to operate within Hogwarts. After saying this, Voldemort's gaze began to wander among the Death Eaters present. The moment he laid eyes on Snape, Ein immediately interjected, "You can count on me, my lord." The use of the term lord nearly caused Ein to bite her own tongue. Oh dear. To address such a being as lord. How absurd. I should return and give Tom a good thrashing to vent my frustrations. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, directing his attention towards Ein, remaining non-committal. Ein, perceiving a lack of firepower, hastily continued, "My lord, I vow to become your most capable Death Eater. Please grant me an opportunity to prove myself." Voldemort fixed his gaze upon Ein for several moments, to which Ein unwaveringly returned the stare. Voldemort then chuckled. "Very well, I shall entrust this task to you. However, should you falter, do not despair. Other opportunities will arise for you to truly shine." His voice, raspy and elongated, lingered in the air. Ein was once again covered in goosebumps. The gathering of the Death Eaters has finally concluded. Ein swiftly returned to Hogwarts, making her way back to her own dormitory. Ain buried her head deep within the quilt, enveloping herself in a dozen oblivion and invisibility spells. Draco, who was originally engrossed in applying a facial mask, abruptly halted his actions, leaving half of his face adorned with the mask, creating an especially comical appearance. Ein suddenly recalled something and emerged from under the covers, addressing Draco with a remark. "If anyone inquires about me, just say I am not here." Upon finishing her statement, Ein burrowed back into her cocoon of blankets. Draco was left perplexed, his mind swirling with questions. However, after a brief moment, having just completed applying the other half of his facial mask, Draco paused in his actions. He gazed at the dark, ominous figure of the Godfather, whose aura seemed on the verge of materialization. Draco swallowed hard. Ein said she is not here, he began. But before he could finish, Snape wielded his wand and dispelled the multitude of spells Ein had cast. Approaching Ein's bedside, Snape abruptly yanked the covers aside. I'm black. The timid turtle gazed up at Snape with wide, innocent eyes, blinking in bewilderment. I'm black. Snape gritted his teeth and forced the words through clenched jaws. Step forward. I'm black continued to blink innocently, his large eyes wide with feigned ignorance. Without uttering a word, Snape seized Ein by the arm and dragged him from the bed, pulling him back to his office. He then slammed the door shut with considerable force. I'm black. Snape glared at the boy before him, his teeth nearly clenched in frustration. Ein gazed innocently with her beautiful eyes, tilting her head to look at Snape, blinking softly. Do you know what you are doing? Snape's deep voice concealed a tempest of fury. Heaven knows, when he beheld Ein standing before Voldemort, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. How dare she? Oh, I haven't done anything. I merely went to play the role of a spy. Ein gazed innocently at Snape, wearing an expression of naive bewilderment, as if to say, I am utterly unaware of what you speak. Once again, this same routine. Each time a mistake is made. This is the only tactic employed. Snape's fury escalated to a new height. Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Snape approached Ein, his formidable presence descending upon her like a palpable weight. Ein did not retreat. She merely lifted her gaze to the towering man before her. One must tread carefully, exercising utmost caution, for even so, one could meet their demise at any moment. The capricious Dark Lord could inflict upon you a pain so excruciating it feels as though your very bones are being shattered. Severus's voice, deep and resonant like a cello, began to speak. Furthermore, you would be confronted with the scrutiny of all, be it from allies or adversaries. No one would comprehend your plight. Each individual would harbor disdain and animosity towards you. Ein reined in her smile and gazed earnestly at Snape. Is it true, then, that all you have endured has been this? Has your world, the scrutiny you have faced, and all that you have experienced truly been thus, Severus? Snape stood momentarily stunned. Ein's heartache threatened to overflow from his eyes. He embraced Snape's broad waist tightly. Severus, do not worry. I shall remain by your side through all of this. Soon, it will come to an end. Everything you fear shall not come to pass, for I am here. A tumult of emotions, a blend of sorrow and anger, surged within Snape. He fiercely shut his eyes. Starting tomorrow, you are to stay here and not venture anywhere. Ein's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly released Snape. After much effort, he had managed to deceive Voldemort. How could he abandon that now? This matter is non-negotiable. Snape spoke coldly. Severus Snape. Ein felt a surge of anger as well. I have the right to pursue what I desire. You can act as a double agent without my objection. Why can't I? Snape's fury became increasingly difficult to contain. I said no, and that means no. Ein let out a soft snort, declaring, you cannot control me. At that moment, Snape's fury surged to a critical point, an anger intertwined with something far more profound, spilling forth uncontrollably. Cannot control you? Snape's rage morphed into a sardonic smile, revealing that you remain blissfully unaware of the trials that await you. Voldemort's gaze directed at Ein was laden with an understanding that Snape himself could not deny. Snape's eyes darkened, and an aggressive glint flickered as he regarded the youth. How could I be oblivious to what lies ahead? Whatever you confront, I shall also face. What logic permits you to evade consequences that are inescapable for me? Ein defiantly retorted, her cerulean eyes brimming with stubbornness. Very well, Ein. Severus Snape's gaze darkened. A tempest of fury intertwined with other emotions surged forth, shattering his rationality. Then let me show you what you shall confront. Snape seized Ein by the collar of her garment and began to drag her toward the bedroom. Ein was taken aback, unable to resist in time, as he was forcefully thrown onto the bed in the bedroom by the collar of his shirt. Siffer, what are you doing? At this very moment, AI felt a surge of panic, yearning to slip out of bed. However, Snape swiftly tore off his cloak and casually waved his wand. In an instant, robust vines sprouted from either side of the bed, ensnaring the youth's wrists and firmly securing him to the mattress. Snape, release me at once. Ein struggled desperately, kicking her legs, yet the vines around her wrists only tightened with each futile attempt. Snape sneered. Are you not capable of bearing the costs of espionage? I am merely assisting you in a preliminary exercise for what you are about to face. You scoundrel. Ain's azure eyes were tinged with a delicate shade of crimson due to her indignation, rendering her figure irresistibly endearing. Ein, in a fit of rage, lifted her foot with the intention of kicking Snape, only to have her ankle firmly grasped by a large hand. Snape, equally incensed, found that his anger was intertwined with a myriad of other emotions at that moment. Ein spoke with a hint of anxiety. Severus, Could you perhaps calm down for a moment? I believe we can. Before she could finish her sentence, Snape turned and silenced her with his lips. The rest cannot be broadcasted. It was not until the following morning that Ayn gradually succumbed to slumber in her haze. When she awoke once more, it was already past noon. Ayn languidly stifled a yawn, just as she was about to stretch her limbs, when her entire body seized up. Every bone felt as though it had been shattered and then painstakingly reassembled, leaving her in a state of profound discomfort. A particular spot throbbed with an intense, indescribable ache. Goodness gracious! Ayn widened her eyes, realizing that she was in Snape's bedroom. Simultaneously, she recalled the events of the previous night. Oh my goodness! System, humph. You got it wrong. Ayn, are you kidding me? System, humph, it's good that you know. If it had eyes, they would surely be rolling to the heavens at this moment. Yesterday was infuriating. I was utterly unprepared and suddenly kicked into the harmonious abode. Ayn supported her waist. Limping as she descended from the bed, her feet trembled upon touching the ground. Internally, she cursed Snape for his beastly behavior. Yet, as she recalled the man's fervent expression from the previous night, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with warmth. Ayn gingerly stepped out of the room, supporting her waist with delicate movements. Just as she crossed the threshold, the office door swung open. Severus Snape stood there, holding a vial of potion, an eyebrow raised as he regarded Ayn. You can still get out of bed? His deep voice instantly flushed Ayn's cheeks with a rosy hue, evoking memories of the mortifying whispers he had shared with her the previous night. Observing the rare expression of embarrassment on Ayn's face, Snape couldn't help but chuckle softly. He extended the potion towards her. Drink this, it will make you feel better. Ayn, filled with skepticism, took the potion and sipped it. It has a delightful strawberry flavor. Ayn joyfully finished her drink, and after savoring it, she squinted her eyes and let out a contented little burp. Seeing this, Snape felt even more elated. He stepped forward and gently cradled Princess Ayn in his arms, carrying her into the bedroom. Ayn subtly sensed a twinge of impending peril. This feeling of unease reached its zenith when Snape cradled him in bed. Danger. A precarious situation. Ayn's eyes widened in surprise as she abruptly sat up. Suddenly, I recalled that I had yet to complete my potion assignment. I must hasten to finish it. Snape chuckled softly. What are you thinking? You should rest well. This week's potion assignment is entirely waived. Yes? Ayn let out a long breath. However, her sky-blue eyes began to dart around mischievously, even without the use of legilimency. Snape could surmise that this little creature was up to no good. As anticipated, Ayn, with a sense of grievance, spoke up. But I still have assignments for the charms class, herbology, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, ancient runes, divination, and the history of magic. Snape suddenly felt overwhelmed. Ayn, feeling utterly aggrieved, lowered her head in resignation. It's all right, Severus. I can manage to write it myself, she declared, attempting to rise but inadvertently collapsing weakly back onto the bed. Snape rubbed his forehead in exasperation. You should rest. I will assist you in completing it. Ayn's expression of grievance vanished in an instant, replaced by a cheeky grin directed at Snape. Thank you, Severus. I knew you were the best. The following day, a remarkable spectacle unfolded at Hogwarts. Almost all the professors, upon encountering the assignments signed by Ayn Black, adorned with the exquisite handwriting of a familiar colleague, fell into a prolonged silence. After a moment of hesitation, they reluctantly awarded an O. Through Ayn's remarkable efforts, the Goblet of Fire finally arrived at Hogwarts. Within the Great Hall, all eyes were fixed intently on the Goblet of Fire resting upon the table, brimming with anticipation. At that moment, the students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang finally made their entrance to Hogwarts. A colossal carriage descended from the heavens, led by a robust woman, none other than Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Notably, the long-absent Dumbledore finally appeared in the hall, though his countenance bore a distinctly evident weariness. Ayn raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at Gellert, who sat upon the professor's dais. Gellert merely toyed with an object in his hand, his demeanor somewhat distracted. Dumbledore greeted Madame Maxim with a genial, businesslike smile, warmly bestowing a kiss upon her hand. Ayn cast a glance at Gellert, whose fingers seemed to have crushed whatever trinket he had been toying with. Ayn beheld the very spectacle she yearned to witness. With a sense of satisfaction, she joyfully lifted a cup of honeyed water and took a hearty gulp. Before long, a large black vessel surged forth from the depths of the dark lake, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the students of Hogwarts. The one who leapt first from the boat was Karkaroff, striding with an air of superiority. Dumbledore approached to greet him. Yet Karkaroff merely inclined his head in a slight acknowledgement, exuding an air of arrogance. However, as Karkaroff drew near to the professor's table, his pupils suddenly dilated in surprise. "Ein, oh dear Karkaroff," spotted Gellert. Although Gellert had changed his appearance, Karkaroff, once a saint and now a Death Eater, recognized his former master at once. Dumbledore, with a cheerful smile, patted Karkaroff on the shoulder. "Mr. Karkaroff, please have a seat." Trembling, Karkaroff pointed at Gellert, his face a mask of terror. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, smiled like a cunning old fox. "This gentleman is the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. So, have you two met before?" Gellert raised an eyebrow, casting a slightly affectionate yet exasperated glance at his Albus. His Albus still had a penchant for mischief. Gellert stood up in a most agreeable manner and inclined his head slightly towards Karkaroff. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Karkaroff. I am Mr. Lentoa." Karkaroff felt as though he might weep, yet in the current circumstances, he could only force a smile more grotesque than tears as he took his seat at the professor's table. Seated there, Snape let out a cold snort without reservation. Having enjoyed the commotion among the professors, Ein shifted his focus to the students. It must be said, the girls from Beau's Batons are truly enchanting. Ein gazed appreciatively at the most exquisite of the group, Fleur. Truly, she embodied the grace befitting one of Vila descent. Like Ein, many of the boys at Hogwarts were captivated by her beauty. Just as Ein found himself momentarily distracted, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Alarmed, his instincts sensed danger, and he quickly averted his eyes from Fleur, following the source of the penetrating stare. Ein raised an eyebrow slightly. Initially, she thought it was a potion professor consumed by jealousy, but to her surprise, it turned out to be something else entirely. Ein followed his gaze and noticed a tall, handsome young man staring intently at him. Ein curled her lips into a gentle smile directed at the boy. Instantly, his gaze ignited with fervor as he strode purposefully toward her. "Hello, my name is Victor Crumb. I am a 7th-year student at Durmstrang." The boy's bright eyes sparkled, and his slightly halting English rendered him endearingly charming. Ein chuckled lightly. "Hello, my name is Ein Blake. You may call me Ein." Sitting nearby, Draco suddenly perked up, a peculiar intuition activating his invisible radar. Instinctively, Draco glanced towards the professor's table. As anticipated, Snape, who had previously been engrossed in Karkaroff, suddenly shifted his attention. Meanwhile, Ein continued to engage in an intriguing conversation with Crumb. The weather in London fluctuates significantly. It seems one must adapt thoroughly during this period. Ein gazed at Crumb with a twinkle of mirth in his azure eyes. Crumb's heart fluttered instantly. This boy from Germany possessed an unexpectedly pure charm. Without hesitation, Crumb spoke up. "Ein, you are stunningly beautiful. I have taken a liking to you." Ein was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with someone so unabashedly candid. However, he quickly shook his head. "I'm sorry, Crumb," Ein said, lifting his gaze to meet Crumb's. "I have someone I care for." Instantly, Crumb's invisible dog ears drooped, portraying a disheartened expression. Nonetheless, Ein continued, "As a friend, I hold a great fondness for you as well." Ein blinked her eyes, causing Crumb to feel a sudden rush of emotions, even reddening his cheeks. "This is bad." An alarm was blaring from Draco's invisible radar. Draco furtively glanced at the professor's seat, where the atmospheric pressure around a certain man had sunk to a terrifying level. Draco discreetly poked Ein. Ein raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it, Draco?" Draco made a series of exaggerated facial expressions, hinting wildly. Ein tilted her head in confusion. "Draco, are you unwell?" Draco replied, "It's over." The system chimed, "Clue, clue, don't forget to observe Snape." Ein, what is the ACD dynamic? System. Clicking sound. To avoid being unprepared for the next time I find myself in the small dark room, I have procured a new bag of sunflower seeds. Ein, system. This time, it is flavored with caramel. Ein, system. What would you like? Ein, the sunflower seeds from the system may never reach Ein. Yet the crab legs from Crumb's hands have found their way to him. It is uncertain when Crumb had taken his seat beside Ein. With a swift motion, he skillfully cracked open a crab and presented the most tender leg of meat to Ein. Ein joyfully accepted, savoring the delectable flavor enhanced by the crab vinegar. Meanwhile, Draco felt a sudden darkness envelop him. The low pressure emanating from the professor's table had become palpable, drawing the attention of Gellert. Gellert, with a quizzical glance towards Snape, followed his gaze and observed two young souls engaged in lively conversation. A knowing smile crossed Gellert's lips as he comprehended the situation. Crumb's fervent and candid affection was a refreshing revelation for Ein. In both his past life in the East and this current existence in London, all had been subtle and reserved. The expression of affection often took on a roundabout nature, epitomized by a certain master of potions. Krum, however, made Ein realize that it was indeed possible to convey one's feelings so openly. Ein instinctively cast a glance at Snape, only to discover that he was intently fixated on her and Krum. Oh, how intriguing this has become. Ein patted Krum on the shoulder, saying, "In the future, should you encounter any matters at Hogwarts, feel free to invoke my name. It will be effective." Krum's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that truly so?" I nodded emphatically. "Of course, it will make the punishment even more severe when you get beaten." Krum chuckled. "Ah, Ein, you are quite humorous." Draco, watching from the side, was so agitated that he nearly gouged a hole into the Malfoy manor with his toes. At that moment, Dumbledore finally revealed tonight's centerpiece, the Goblet of Fire. "This evening, I have an important announcement to make." Dumbledore stood up, his long white beard twisting into several bows, draping over his robe adorned with stars and moons. Forgive Ein's perspective. He had always believed it to be a nightgown. Dumbledore began to speak. "I trust you have all noticed the presence of students from 2 other schools, as we are hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year." The crowd erupted into cheers, with even those students privy to the details unable to conceal their excitement. The registration rules are simple. All students aged 17 and above are eligible to sign up. The deadline is midnight tomorrow. Write your name clearly and place it into the Goblet of Fire. It will select 3 champions for us. A chorus of lamentation arose from the younger wizards who had yet to reach the age of 17. Ein shrugged nonchalantly. It mattered little, whether he was 17 or not. The outcome remained unchanged. After midnight the following night, the curfew had already taken effect. Within the expansive corridors of the castle, only Ein's footsteps echoed in the silence. Following the unexpected disappearance of the mischievous spirit, all the ghosts began to inexplicably circle around Ein. This only served to further facilitate Ein's endeavors. Ein swaggered into the room where the Goblet of Fire resided. At this moment, nearly all students who met the age requirements had already inscribed their names within it. The flame within the Goblet of Fire flickered faintly, and upon sensing Ein's arrival, it even arrogantly swayed its flames. Ein curled her lips, extending her magical claws towards the Goblet of Fire. "Oh, Goblet of Fire, surely you possess at least a modicum of intelligence, do you not?" Ein grasped the Goblet of Fire with a single hand. The flames flickered momentarily, casting an enchanting glow. "Now, swiftly, reveal all the names to me," he commanded. For an instant, the flames of the goblet surged, nearly scorching Ein. The smile at the corner of Ein's mouth widened. Bang, bang, bang. Ein grasped the flame chalice and struck it emphatically against the table. It is no wonder that the mischievous child finds such delight each day. It is indeed quite exhilarating. The flame chalice endured numerous blows, its flickering flame dimming considerably. "Hurry, release it." Yet, the flame chalice steadfastly upheld its duty, unperturbed by Ein's words. Ein placed the chalice of flames back upon the table. Just when the chalice believed it had narrowly escaped peril, Ein unexpectedly produced a chainsaw from an unknown source. The chainsaw emitted a menacing buzz, perfectly coinciding with my curiosity to discover the internal structure of the chalice. Ein raised the chainsaw towards the Goblet of Fire. The flames flickered, yet Ein remained undeterred. At last, when the chainsaw was but a mere centimeter away from the goblet, it yielded and presented a note. Ein retrieved the Goblet of Fire. Would it not have been preferable to do so earlier? He pressed on. The goblet, resigned to its fate, continued to dispense slips of paper. Gradually, the notes accumulated, covering the entire table, until the final one was produced. "Is there any more?" Ein lifted the goblet and shook it gently, inverted. The flickering flame within seemed to convey a message of finality. Ein contentedly placed the flame cup back down. At this moment, the flicker of the flame had dwindled to an almost imperceptible size, entirely subdued after being taught a lesson from its once arrogant blaze. Ein then retrieved 4 slips of paper and tucked them back into the Goblet of Fire. "Tomorrow, these 4 shall be revealed. Do you understand?" The flames within the goblet flickered momentarily. Ein departed with a sense of satisfaction. The following evening, Dumbledore once again produced the Goblet of Fire. "Tonight, we shall unveil the names of the brave champions participating in the Triwizard Tournament." All eyes eagerly turned towards the goblet. The flames flickering within appeared significantly dimmer than in the previous days. Dumbledore, with a playful touch to his nose, chuckled. "It seems the enthusiasm of our students over the past few days has left our goblet rather fatigued." The Goblet of Fire then declared, "Now, Let us proceed to reveal the three champions. The goblet, invigorated, readied itself for the task at hand, knowing that once this duty was fulfilled, it could enjoy a century-long respite. By then, that little brat would surely be long gone. What an exasperating situation for a goblet, whether in frustration or not. A burst of flame shot skyward, nearly singeing Dumbledore's beard. I nodded with satisfaction, deciding to be a tad gentler when transforming the goblet of fire into a key. Just a smidgen, perhaps. Our first champion is. Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, the goblet erupted with a series of loud thuds, promptly unleashing 4 slips of parchment. As if eager to conclude the day's work, Dumbledore absent-mindedly touched his nose. Next to him, Gellert reassuringly patted Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore stiffened momentarily before regaining his composure. It appeared that our champions had indeed emerged, albeit with a minor twist, resulting in an unexpected quartet. Dumbledore picked up a slip of paper. The champion from Durmstrang, Victor Krum. A cheer erupted. The champion from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. An even more fervent cheer followed. The champion from Hogwarts, I'm Black. Silence ensued, save for a sparse scattering of applause from a few Slytherin students. And another champion from Hogwarts, Harry Potter. A hush fell over the crowd, which soon ignited into a fervent debate. Why were there 4 champions? Had Hogwarts cheated? Indeed, it was peculiar, and to think it was Harry Potter. What was happening? After announcing the names, Dumbledore's piercing azure eyes, magnified by his spectacles, turned sharply towards Ein. Astute as he was, he undoubtedly recognized the hand that had meddled. It seemed necessary to have a serious conversation with him. Meanwhile, the 4 champions sequentially entered a small chamber for wand checks and individual interviews. Ein languidly stifled a yawn. In the small compartment, Rita Skeeter's quill was busily scratching away on its own. It is said that as a Slytherin, you have long desired to follow the Dark Lord. Is that correct? Without waiting for Ein's response, the quill resumed its automatic writing. The youth before her harbored an ardent admiration for the Dark Lord, even hoping to win the Triwizard Tournament to capture his attention. Ein gestured towards the quill. Rita Skeeter did not lift her gaze. Never mind that. Let us move on to the next question. How do you feel about your classmates' skepticism regarding your participation in the Triwizard Tournament? The quill began to write once more. Ein curled her lips upward, her hands clasped beneath her chin. I fear you have misunderstood a certain matter, Rita. Rita Skeeter finally mustered the courage to glance up. But upon encountering the visage of the youth before her, an overwhelming chill enveloped her. Do you comprehend the significance of the surname Black, Miss Beadle? Rita's eyes widened in astonishment. Moments later, Ein emerged, humming a cheerful tune. Harry Potter approached with a radiant expression. Ein felt a surge of joy. They could compete together. Harry, with his sparkling emerald eyes, brimmed with delight. Ein curled her lips into a subtle smile. You need not overthink it. When the time is ripe, I shall guide you on what to do. Harry obediently nodded, concealing the depth of his contemplation. By the way, does Beretta have it on her person? After a while, Harry emerged with a faint smile gracing his features. Subsequently, it was rumored that Rita Skeeter had taken an extended leave due to illness. Ein did not intervene in Harry's progress in the tournament. He is likely to have his own methods. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the eve of the next competition. Recently, there has been a certain lack of enthusiasm in Ein. Recently, John conveyed news indicating that the development of miniature explosives has encountered a minor setback. Ein has recently been contemplating whom to enlist for the resolution of this issue. As Ein sat in Potions class, her mind wandered. Draco, seated beside her, couldn't help but smirk slightly. It seemed that only Ein could so openly daydream during a potions lesson without incurring the professor's ire. In a moment of ennui, Ein began to twirl a quill. After finishing the detailed instructions on the blackboard, Snape turned around to find a certain boy in the front row, unabashedly lost in thought. Now, take out your materials and commence the creation. Snape's deep voice prompted all the little creatures present to snap to attention and hastily gather their supplies. Ein languidly stifled a yawn, resting her head on the table, feeling somewhat drowsy. Suddenly, a colossal shadow obscured Ein's sunlight. Ein lazily lifted his eyelids and found Snape standing before him, his expression devoid of emotion, arms crossed. Around him, several small creatures had already begun to draw in sharp breaths. Sleeping during class was perilous. Being discovered by the professor while sleeping in class was exceedingly dangerous. Being caught napping by the potions professor was a grave, grave threat. Only Draco, standing nearby, discreetly smirked. He wagered 10 vials of hair potion that the professor would not take any action against Ein. As expected, Ein merely rubbed his eyes. his voice thick with a nasal tone carrying a hint of petulance. "What's wrong, Professor?" Snape gazed at the oblivious, sulky youth before him, his gaze darkening. His voice, usually deep, took on an unprecedented gentleness. "If you are tired, you may return to your dormitory to rest. There is the Triwizard Tournament tomorrow." In an instant, the entire potions classroom fell into a profound silence. All students who had been preparing their materials halted in shock. It was over. "Someone, please, slap me awake." Was that gentle Snape merely a figment of my imagination? But soon, Snape lifted his gaze, and the warmth in his dark eyes was instantly replaced by frost. "What? Has your brain been so squeezed by trolls that you have independently learned to concoct blood-replenishing potions? Why are you still standing there?" The small creatures immediately jolted into action, resuming their tasks. Oh dear, it seems that Snape is indeed still the same. Ein languidly stretched, a yawn escaping his lips. "A blood-replenishing potion? I wish to learn it as well." Snape observed the glimmer in the boy's eyes, a softness blooming within him. He leaned closer to Ein, his voice a low murmur imbued with a distinctive tenderness. "There is no need for you to master potions." Ein blinked, tilting her head in perplexity. "The cabinet on the left side of the office holds any potions I have crafted, available for your use." Ein revealed a radiant smile. "Ein's system. Hey, did you hear that? System. I am numbered 2024, not born in 2024, and certainly not a little dragon person. Ein, that is none other than Snape. All the potions crafted by the youngest master potion maker of our time. Available for my use. System, what is this foul stench? It is nearly damaging my motherboard." Ein's heart was aflame with uncontainable excitement. "Ein, I intend to sell everything. Just imagine how many gold galleons that would amount to." "System, are you certain Snape is aware of your thoughts?" Smiley face. "Ein, just think about it." This incident caused Ein to subconsciously glance at Snape's potions cabinet every time he passed by the office. It even led Snape to briefly suspect that Ein was up to some mischief once again. Ein ultimately remained until the conclusion of the potions class before departing with the larger group. However, barely 2 steps into his departure, he was intercepted by Harry. At this moment, Harry was without his glasses, and his striking emerald eyes radiated an enchanting allure. It must be acknowledged that Harry inherited his father's striking good looks, along with his mother's captivating green eyes, making him quite the sight to behold. Upon catching sight of the beauty, Ein felt a surge of joy and came to a gracious halt. "What troubles you, Harry?" he inquired. Harry lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes betraying a palpable sense of unease. "Well, Ein, I wish to discuss the upcoming Triad Championship tomorrow." Ein felt a twinge of surprise, under normal circumstances. Harry should have already been aware of the first event and prepared his flying broomstick accordingly. Could it be that something unforeseen had transpired? Although Ein was perplexed, she did not intend to disregard the situation. Thus, she merely signaled Draco and followed Harry out. At the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, many students coming and going cast glances at Ein that were unmistakably laced with malice. Nevertheless, no one truly dared to confront Ein and prevent her from entering the common room. After all, while it was rare for Slytherin members to visit the Gryffindor common room, there was no explicit prohibition against Gryffindors inviting Slytherins into their quarters. Ein is indeed the kind of werewolf who is utterly indifferent to the opinions of others. Harry swiftly led Ein through the common room to his dormitory. At this moment, the 4-person room was completely empty. Harry's emerald gaze appeared somewhat eerie in the dimly lit chamber. Ein surveyed the surrounding vibrant hues of red and gold, wrinkling her brow in disdain. Harry chuckled nonchalantly, for the Gryffindor style was predominantly characterized by such flamboyance. "Please, take a seat. Allow me to pour you a drink." Ein casually found a desk and took a seat, casting a fleeting glance at the tabletop. The vibrant red ink was so intense that it nearly pierced the paper. Upon reading the title, one could not help but exclaim, "Ah, the 10 benefits of moonlight grass." Among the myriad benefits of this remarkable herb, one must ponder why we emphasize merely one. How many benefits does moonlight grass truly possess? This remains a subject of much debate. However, when discussing one of its virtues, we must inevitably delve into the inherent qualities of the moonlight grass itself, as these attributes fundamentally determine its efficacy. So what exactly are the benefits of moonlight grass? Signed, Ron Weasley. Ein cast a cold glance at the text, scoffing softly. Even Ein, who often dozed through potions class, was aware that one of the properties of moonlight grass was its ability to reduce potion tolerance, thereby enhancing their efficacy. Immediately, Ein shifted to admire the sharpness of their professor's penmanship. The vivid red was bold and vigorous, radiating brilliance. Truly, a testament to their esteemed professor. At that moment, Harry approached, holding a glass of a pale pink beverage. This was a trendy new drink in the Muggle world, flavored with white peach. Recently, I had considered recommending it to John for mass production. Why not give it a try? Anne raised her interest slightly and took a sip. Quite delightful. Anne comfortably closed her eyes and took a few more sips. Harry gazed deeply at Anne, yet she merely set down her cup and returned his gaze. What is it you wish to convey? Harry scrutinized Anne for a long moment before finally speaking. The first match is likely related to dragons, as far as I know. It may involve retrieving something from their vicinity. I nodded slightly and then inquired, what next? Harry was not surprised by Anne's lack of reaction. After all, given Anne's formidable strength, there was no reason for him to be unaware of the information that might have reached him. What currently occupied my thoughts was the plan to use a flying broom to draw the dragon's attention, thereby seizing the opportune moment to stealthily procure the dragon egg. Anne furrowed her brows, her sky-blue eyes brimming with disapproval. This is unacceptable, Harry. Harry hesitated for a moment before tentatively inquiring, is there a problem, Anne? To his surprise, Anne seemed to react as if prodded, anxiously rising to her feet, concern etched across her face as she gazed at him. Flying on a broomstick is so perilous. How could you even consider such a method? Harry's emerald gaze flickered towards the half-empty glass of white peach juice, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It's all right, Anne. I'm quite capable, he reassured her, softening his voice as he tentatively placed his hand on her shoulder. Anne exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Harry felt a surge of delight within. Subsequently, he tentatively wrapped his arms around Anne's waist, gently caressing him. Indeed, trust in my abilities, would you? The final phrase, with a teasing lilt, was almost whispered against Anne's ear. Anne's face flushed with a rosy hue, her demeanor slightly bashful as she fidgeted. Nevertheless, you need not worry. I possess a means to ensure your safe acquisition of the dragon egg. Anne cast a resolute glance at Harry before preparing to dash out of the dormitory. However, at the threshold, she turned back for a lingering look at Harry, who remained with a gentle, smiling demeanor. Anne departed from the Gryffindor dormitory. The dim light cast shadows over her emerald eyes, creating a play of light and dark. After a while, Harry raised his hand to conceal the uncontrollable smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In the vastness of the dormitory, Harry's laughter erupted joyously. He laughed for an extended period before finally collapsing onto his bed, utterly exhausted. His jade-green eyes were tinged with crimson, reflecting an irrepressible madness within. As Anne burst forth from the dormitory, he dashed towards Snape's office with the swiftness of the wind. At that moment, Snape was engrossed in grading assignments. Anne stormed in without even knocking, causing Snape to raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. Just as he was preparing to greet the young lad, he noticed that Anne completely disregarded him and made a beeline for the potion cabinet. Not this one, not that one, and certainly not this one either. Where could it be? Anne's searching became increasingly frantic, and her anxiety intensified. Observing this, Snape hurried over. What are you looking for? I shall assist you. A sleeping potion. One potent enough to incapacitate a dragon. Anne clutched Snape's robes with urgency, her cerulean eyes betraying an unmistakable anxiety. Without a hint of doubt, Snape swiftly retrieved a vial of deep blue potion from the cabinet and handed it to Anne. Exercise caution, he advised. The potions here are all infused with moonlit grass powder, which may exert a notable effect on you. Anne did not even allow Snape to finish his words before she rushed out in a flurry. Anne, with a swift and purposeful stride, entered the room of wishes and stepped into the vanishing cabinet. On the other side of the cabinet, sensing Anne's arrival, Tom swiftly approached. Clad in a loosely fitting burgundy bathrobe, having just emerged from the bath, droplets of water trickled down his dark hair, cascading onto his collarbone. The bathrobe was slightly ajar, revealing the tall man's well-defined chest muscles. The burgundy fabric barely concealed half of his thighs, accentuating the length of his muscular legs. Is there something you need? He inquired, his voice deep with a hint of curiosity, the final note rising slightly. He gently swirled the red wine in the elegant goblet he held. In the dim light, the chiseled contours of his handsome face were strikingly clear. His prominent eyebrows arched slightly, and a faint, enigmatic smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Anne was momentarily captivated by the exquisite beauty before him, but in the next instant, he urgently inquired, "Where's John? I need to speak with him." Tom, too, adopted a serious demeanor, setting down his glass of red wine. "What has happened? Why do you need to find him?" Anne paced anxiously, and even Tom, who had rarely witnessed such a state of distress in a youth, furrowed his attractive brows in concern. "Do not fret, elaborate on your thoughts," he urged. "I need to consult John regarding the latest development of the extensive spray weapon." Tom's brow furrowed even deeper. Why the sudden urgency? Ein wore a serious expression, yet was remarkably eager. "Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Triumvirate Championship. The first round entails the theft of a dragon egg." Tom regarded Ein with a hint of surprise. "It is merely a dragon. Must it warrant such elaborate preparations?" Ein's sky-blue eyes shimmered with a hint of worry. "It's Harry. I fear that something unfortunate may befall him tomorrow. I must prepare these items for him." Ein had just finished speaking when he began to anxiously pace back and forth. No, this is insufficient. I must also prepare high-grade protective gear for him. A protective necklace, protective rings, and protective cuffs. All of these are essential. Let me think." Tom stared at Ein in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. "That's right. I must hurry to find John." As soon as Ein's voice faded, he dashed out of Riddle Manor like a streak of lightning, leaving Tom standing alone, his expression shifting tumultuously. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself from muttering a low curse under his breath. Useless, unable even to keep his own wife in check. Meanwhile, Ein, in a state of urgency, sought out John and acquired the weapon, promptly returning to Hogwarts. However, by that time, the curfew had already been enforced. Ein gazed longingly at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, while the diligent fat lady stifled yawns, showing no inclination to grant Ein entry. Ein returned to his dormitory, disheartened. Meanwhile, in the office of the potions professor, Severus Snape was troubled by Ein's unusual behavior. He was diligently grading assignments, each one marked with a glaring red P, indicative of his foul mood. Suddenly, a noise at the door sent a chill down his spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Hiss, 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 snake language. Snape swiftly drew his wand, preparing for confrontation. Moments later, the second uninvited intruder of the day made his entrance. Tom, who frowned and regarded Snape with cold, hostile eyes. The displeasure in the room escalated sharply. "Snape, lower your wand. Is this how you treat your master?" Tom looked down at Snape with an air of arrogance, his robe lending him an aura of noble indolence. In stark contrast stood Snape, his black cloak fastened tightly, exuding an austere demeanor. Had Ein been present, he would likely have found the situation amusing, but Ein was not here now. Though Snape did not lower his wand, he felt a slight easing of tension upon recognizing Tom, as the current version of Tom posed no threat to him. He had to concede that this was all thanks to Ein. "What do you want?" Snape's tone was icy, betraying his lack of welcome for the visitor. Tom snorted dismissively, choosing to overlook the former servant's rudeness. He found a seat, crossing his legs. "Have you seen Ein today?" Tom cut straight to the point. "Yes. He came to take some potions from me." Tom's frown deepened, his displeasure mounting. "Did you not notice anything unusual about him?" Snape lowered his wand, reflecting on Ein's demeanor from breakfast in the hall to his arrival at the office. Indeed, there had been something odd about him, but Snape had attributed it to the boy's anxiety over the impending tournament. Tom let out a derisive snort, looking down on Snape with disdain. "He just came to see me, asking for John to prepare a large-scale spraying weapon for that golden boy, Dumbledore." Snape's pupils widened in alarm. Tom smirked maliciously at Snape. "What's wrong? Is your little Ein going to be taken away by someone else? Aren't you worried?" Suppressing his inner fury, Snape replied coldly, "That seems irrelevant to the Dark Lord." Tom stood, casting a sidelong glance at Snape. "Listen well, Snape. I will assist you this once. Should there be a next time, I will stop at nothing to keep Ein bound to me." Tom unabashedly unleashed the oppressive aura of his Dark Lordship. "If you cannot manage him, I shall intervene personally. There will be no second chances." Severus spoke with a steely resolve, unwilling to yield as he too released his own magical pressure. "You had better," Tom retorted with a cold snort before turning to depart. After Tom's exit, Severus struck the table with a fierce blow. "Damn Potter," he muttered through clenched teeth, the name escaping his lips like venom. He raised his hand, sending a flurry of papers, each marked with a capital P, cascading to the floor. Stepping over the scattered parchment, Severus made his way to the basement to prepare the antidote. In the potion chamber, a cauldron bubbled violently, emitting pink, frothy vapors. Severus operated with a near-mechanical precision, adding the necessary ingredients at the most opportune moments. Yet, his countenance was a grim mask of fury. By the time he completed the potion, it was well past midnight. He fought against the urge to storm into Ein's dormitory and force the potion down his throat, instead carefully bottling the concoction. After a moment's hesitation, he made a final adjustment to its flavor. The following morning, Ein awoke with startling clarity, sitting upright in bed. At that moment, Draco, who was usually an early riser, was still in a state of drowsiness. Ein, why are you up so early? He mumbled, rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn. Ein gazed with her sparkling blue eyes at Draco. Today, they were to engage in a dragon duel. Draco was momentarily taken aback, his mind awakening to the realization. What? Duel me? Ein paid no heed to Draco and stormed into the washroom with fervor. A resounding clap echoed through the air. Ein closed the bathroom door. Draco, who was half reclining on his bed, suddenly froze, feeling that something was amiss. No, everything was decidedly amiss. Draco alertly rolled out of bed. Just then, Ein's voice emerged from the bathroom. Draco, may I borrow your hair potion, sleek hair potion, beauty potion, whitening potion, firming potion, acne treatment potion, dark circle remedy, and radiance potion? Draco's alarm bells rang instantly. This was not right. Extremely not right. Draco shouted in his mind, Godfather, Ein seems to be coming out. Ugh, he has already come out. Perhaps on the verge of infidelity. Draco hastily donned his clothes, intending to seek out Snape. However, before departing, he glanced in the mirror. His platinum hair was somewhat disheveled, his complexion slightly duller than yesterday, and he even bore a hint of dark circles. Draco hesitated, pausing in his tracks. The Malfoy family motto forbade him from venturing out in such a state. Perhaps he should wait a moment longer. It shouldn't make much difference. Thus, it was this moment of hesitation that led to Snape arriving at the dormitory precisely at Ein's usual waking hour, only to find the place deserted. Snape clenched the vial of potions in his hand, his expression darker than ever. Meanwhile, Ein had busily applied all of Draco's potions early that morning and finally stepped out with a radiant visage, even having spritzed on Draco's perfume. Ein made her way to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, passing by the herbology classroom, and casually plucked a few blossoms that appeared to be in splendid bloom. As Harry stepped outside, he immediately caught sight of Ein, her eyes shimmering with delight. His emerald gaze softened instantly. Ein, have you been waiting long? Next time, do feel free to inform me in advance. Ein shook her head, her eyes shimmering like a puppy-s, sparkling with stars. It was not long ago that I had just arrived. Ein grinned, revealing her teeth. The originally foolish expression, combined with Ein's unparalleled beauty, still left one momentarily dazzled. Ein joyfully extended the flowers to Harry. As Harry accepted the blossoms, he lowered his gaze, concealing the fervor that simmered beneath. In that moment, Harry resembled a fervent gambler. Fully aware of the consequences that awaited him once the intoxicating spell was lifted, yet he plunged headlong into the abyss without a backward glance. He inhaled the fragrance of the flowers and lifted his eyes to behold the sunlit youth, radiant as the sun itself, even if only for a fleeting moment. It was worth it. Such brilliance shone for him alone. The assorted blooms intertwined, creating a rather peculiar scent, yet Harry remained entranced, unable to extricate himself from their allure. I noticed the delight in Harry's eyes as he admired the flowers she gifted him. Harry, do you truly have a fondness for flowers? In that case, I shall purchase the land adjacent to Black Manor and cultivate a garden solely for you. Harry pressed his lips together, a subtle smile gracing his thin mouth as he replied, No need, Ein. I only cherish the flowers you give me. Ein was even more delighted after hearing this, her eyes crinkling into slits of joy. Without hesitation, Ein took Harry's hand and said, Come, let me first take you to the arena of the championship. Ein held Harry's hand as they traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Some astute Slytherins seemed to sense an unusual aura and promptly contacted their parents. Yet, Ein, ensnared by the effects of a love potion, remained blissfully unaware. The events of today would soon lead to significant turmoil for Ein in the days to come. Ein, filled with exuberance, led Hallie to the arena of the championship. At that moment, the other two competitors had yet to arrive. Ein retrieved a miniature weapon resembling a flamethrower from his pocket. When the time comes, simply aim this at the dragon while casting an amplification spell and unleash a torrent of flames. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly be effective. Ein rummaged through his pockets once more. This is a protective necklace, this is a protective bracelet, this is a protective ring, and this is a protective cuff. Ein personally equipped Harry with an entire set of gear, finally nodding in satisfaction. Throughout the process, however, Harry remained silent, his gentle gaze fixed upon Ein, as if he wished to etch every detail into the depths of his memory. Once he sensed Ein's contentment, Harry finally spoke, inquiring, And what about you, Ein? Ein curled his lips into a smile, the young man standing against the light, his exquisite face radiating an unparalleled audacity. Ein declared, extending his hand to retrieve his wand. I shall slay the dragon. Before long, two competitors from Beaux Batons and Durmstrang arrived, as expected, well prepared for the challenge. During the dragon selection, Fleur displayed evident tension, but she relaxed slightly upon drawing the relatively less dangerous Welsh green. When it was Victor's turn, he drew the Chinese fireball. Ein, on the other hand, drew the Swedish short snout, while Harry, unsurprisingly, drew the most ferocious Hungarian horntail. Ein frowned displeased and took the dragon model from Harry's hands, exchanging it with him. Take this. The Swedish short snout is considerably more docile than the Hungarian horntail. Harry pursed his lips and looked at Ein. It's all right. I can manage. Ein interrupted Harry with a furrowed brow. Remember, when the time comes, use the spray gun directly. If it proves too challenging, don't hesitate to come to me for assistance. I will help you. Harry smiled gently, a hint of affection glimmering in his eyes. Thank you, Ein. With sparkling eyes wide open, Ein encouraged Harry, you can do it. Harry took a solemn glance at Ein and nodded. The competition commenced. Harry switched to the Swedish short snout, becoming the first contestant to take the stage. As he emerged, a wave of applause erupted. The sounds of Bagman's various introductions filled his ears, praising him as the youngest champion, and after a lengthy introduction, it was finally Harry's turn. He shyly waved to the audience, eliciting another round of cheers. Meanwhile, the dragon before him seemed slightly irked by the commotion, beginning to exhale bursts of fiery breath. Harry hesitated for a moment, touching the concealed fire extinguisher in his pocket, but ultimately summoned his broomstick with his wand. Amidst the cheers, he mounted the broom and began his daring maneuver around the dragon. In a flawless dive, he successfully retrieved the dragon egg. The judges, unsurprisingly, awarded him high scores of 7 and 8, while Dumbledore bestowed a perfect 10. Even Karkaroff, who had appeared somewhat distracted, offered a reasonable score of 8. Next to perform was Fleur, the enchanting girl of Vila lineage, who opted to hypnotize the green dragon. She encountered a minor mishap while stealing the egg, singeing the hem of her dress. The judges uniformly awarded her scores of 7 and 8. Following her was Victor, who launched a spell at the dragoness' eyes. He was the first to adopt an offensive approach, although the outcome was somewhat unfortunate, as the dragon egg was ultimately crushed. Nonetheless, he received scores of 5 and 6, with even Karkaroff granting him a 10. Lastly, it was Ein's turn to take the stage. When Ein made his entrance, the applause resonated with a fervor rivaling that of Ferrong, for his beauty surpassed even that of Ferrong, who bore the blood of the Vila. Meanwhile, Snape in the stands clenched his wand tightly. To be candid, under normal circumstances, Ein would have been confident in his ability to effortlessly secure that wretched dragon egg. However, in this moment, his mind, clouded by the effects of the love potion, rendered him uncertain of the astonishing actions he might take. Ein made no immediate move, merely producing his wand. In his ears, Bagman's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. Now we see the final champion, Ein Black from Hogwarts. What kind of surprise will he bring us? Oh look, he has drawn his wand. Is he planning to attack the dragons, like Champion Crumb? Indeed, it is well known that the eye is the most vulnerable part of the dragon. Targeting it is undoubtedly a bold strategy. Good heavens, what has he done? Bagman's exclamation ignited gasps from all present. With a mere flick of his wand, Ein soared into the air. A flying spell. He is employing such an advanced flying charm. Ein hovered gracefully in the air, his exquisite visage illuminated by the sun, resembling an angel inadvertently descended to the earthly realm, with his sky-blue eyes reflecting a chilling indifference tinged with compassion. Shortly thereafter, Ein waved his wand, encircling the entire arena, including the dragon, within a transparent barrier. This was a protective spell, conjuring a shield of defense. What could he possibly be up to? Bagman's voice betrayed an unmistakable excitement, as the attention of everyone present was riveted upon Ein. Even Dumbledore and Grindelwald regarded the scene with a hint of surprise. Let us speculate. Perhaps the brave warrior Black is concerned about the flames emitted by the dragon affecting those in the vicinity. He truly is a considerate soul. Bagman's voice brimmed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Yet at that moment, Ein did indeed curl the corners of his lips ever so slightly, soaring higher into the sky. Ein slightly parted his delicate lips, employing an amplification spell to ensure that his voice resonated with all present. He invoked a protective barrier. both to prevent the dragon's escape and to shield his performance from any interruptions. His tone carried a casual arrogance. Now, I invite everyone to relish the dragon-slaying spectacle. As Ein's voice resonated, a profound silence enveloped all present. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the radiant youth before them. After a considerable pause, Bagman finally regained his composure and slowly spoke. Oh, he seems to have proclaimed his intention to slay a dragon. While the competition does not explicitly prohibit such a declaration, it is, after all, a dragon, a creature that requires the combined might of a dozen seasoned wizards to subdue. Does he truly comprehend the gravity of his words? Bagman's voice trembled with excitement, yet it was laced with skepticism. How is it conceivable that a fourth-year wizard would dare to claim he shall slay a dragon? Surely, it must be mere bravado. Although none present truly believed his words, the atmosphere began to simmer with fervor, with some even emitting derisive hisses. Ein, unfazed, gently curved the corners of her lips. Well then, I invite everyone to thoroughly enjoy my forthcoming performance. Do not blink. As Ein's voice fell, his previously indifferent gaze transformed into one of piercing intensity. He pointed his wand directly at the somewhat enraged dragon. The cutting curse. Ein unleashed a strike imbued with formidable magical power, which struck the dragon's scales. The once impenetrable scales, capable of withstanding spells, were cleaved open, leaving a massive gash that bled profusely. The dragon let out a mournful roar, its blood splattering and igniting the fervor of all present. He had truly wounded the dragon. He had even severed its scales. Everyone gazed at the young boy suspended in midair with fervent admiration. The boy's enchanting visage was now splattered with crimson blood, imparting an eerie allure. Ein's smile broadened at the corners of her mouth, as the anguished dragon before her thrashed its tail in a frenzy, enraged beyond measure. Unleashing torrents of fire, Ein extended his tongue, delicately licking the blood that had splattered at the corners of his lips. This was merely the beginning. In an instant, the eyes of all spectators converged on the youth, captivated by this visual spectacle, reluctant even to blink. The boy adeptly evaded the onslaught of the colossal dragon in midair, unleashing a barrage of vividly colored spells that struck the beast with unrelenting ferocity. With each incantation, the dragon's anguished cries grew more pronounced. Blood continued to splatter upon the youth, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a demonic warrior emerging from the depths of hell, drenched in crimson. Each futile resistance from the dragon only provoked even harsher assaults from the boy. As the dragon's strength waned, the loss of blood rendered it incapable of retaliating. The youth, somewhat disheartened, flicked his wand dismissively. Is this truly all it amounts to? The dragon is utterly ineffectual. Very well, I shall grant you a swift end. The wand of Ein points directly at the dragon's eye. Ein's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze radiating a chilling intent. Fortunately, he remained aware of the multitude of eyes upon him. Ultimately, the incantation of Avada was reluctantly swallowed back. In the next moment, a crimson spell shot forth directly at the dragon's eye. The colossal beast let out a mournful wail before slowly collapsing to the ground. The assembled crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly captivated. Even Bagman, who had been providing commentary, found himself rendered speechless, unsure of what to say. The youth descended gracefully, his toes barely grazing the earth. His black wizarding boots were stained with blood. In that moment, the young man appeared as a harbinger of death, a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The entire arena watched in hushed awe as he advanced towards the fallen dragon. The magnificent creature had already ceased to breathe. The boy approached the spot where the dragon's eggs lay, reaching out to grasp a few shattered shells. TSK unpursed her lips and casually waved her wand, dispelling the barrier. At the moment the barrier was lifted, it seemed as though everyone in the room had regained their breath. Bagman attempted to utter something, opening his mouth to emit a syllable, only to realize that his voice had taken on an unusual pitch. Ahem. Bagman forcefully cleared his throat. It appeared that the dragon slayer had evaded the dragon egg, his voice somewhat ethereal. However, it seemed that the dragon egg had been shattered during the recent skirmish. Now, let us invite the judges to provide their scores. The panel of judges, seasoned individuals accustomed to grand spectacles, found themselves hesitating for a moment. Only Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Ein, decisively awarding 8 points. The other judges took their time before gradually revealing their scores, which predominantly fell between 6 and 7. After all, the core objective, the dragon egg, had indeed been destroyed. Yet, at this moment, none of the onlookers cared about the scores. They merely reverently watched as the dragon slayer stepped into the small chamber. As Ein entered the small room, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he prepared to approach Harry, scarcely noticing the other individuals present. However, as Ein made his way toward Harry, a tall figure obstructed his path. Ein furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the man before him. A good dog does not obstruct the path. At that moment, Snape's countenance could only be described as dark enough to spill ink. The magical pressure he instinctively emitted caused the surrounding temperature to plummet by 10 degrees. Harry instinctively shivered. Through the gap concealed by the man, Ein caught sight of her own heart quivering with an icy chill, instantly emanating a coldness even more frigid than that of Snape. Leave. Ein glared at Snape, her cerulean eyes radiating an unmistakable aura of menace. Snape was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a visage from Ein. The frigid blue gaze held no trace of emotion, as if she were regarding a lifeless object. A pang of pain seemed to strike Snape's heart. Yet, he merely maintained a stoic expression as he offered Ein a vial of potion. "Drink it," he commanded, his deep voice laced with barely concealed anger and a hint of sorrow. Ein gazed intently at Snape, the wand slipping from his sleeve. In the next moment, the wand was directed at Snape. "I said leave." Snape harbored no doubt that in the next heartbeat, Ein would cast a malevolent curse upon him. Suppressing his fury, Snape endeavored to soften his tone, speaking with utmost civility. "You have been subjected to a love potion by Potter. This is the antidote. Please, take it first." Ein smirked sarcastically, her beautiful eyes radiating unmasked irony. "Snape, who do you think you are, attempting to sow discord between Harry and me?" The wand in Ein's hand glided upward, directly pointing at the prominent tip of Snape's nose. "I shall say this one last time, leave. Do not attempt to test my patience, for you cannot bear the consequences of such a challenge." Snape's breaths grew increasingly labored as he struggled to restrain his emotions. Ultimately, he left behind a vial of potion and turned to depart. As he left, he cast a glance at Harry, his dark eyes reflecting an unfathomable abyss. Ein watched as Snape departed, inexplicably feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. Forcing herself to disregard this sensation, she approached Harry. "Harry, are you all right?" Harry had yet to recover from the look Snape had cast upon him before leaving him somewhat disoriented. Noticing Ein's concerned gaze, he managed to muster a warm smile. "I'm fine, Ein." Observing the frightened expression on young Harry's face only intensified Ein's anger. "Harry, just wait. The next time I encounter Snape, I shall ensure he pays for this. I will avenge you." Harry lowered his eyes, concealing a shadow that briefly crossed his emerald gaze, softly replying, "Yes, thank you, Ein." Upon hearing the heartfelt gratitude from the depths of her heart, Ein's spirits soared with joy. Harry then lifted his gaze, adorned with a radiant smile. "Ein, your dragon egg has been shattered. Allow me to bestow this dragon egg upon you." Ein graciously waved his hand, saying, "No need. You may keep it for your own amusement." Ein, having just spoken, seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, by the way, if you require a private washroom, I shall directly contact Lucius and request him to designate the student council president's washroom for your exclusive use in his capacity as a board member." Ein spoke with an air of arrogance, yet his demeanor resembled that of a newly affluent individual. Harry raised his eyebrows slightly and remarked, "Ein, you are truly delightful." Ein's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she scratched her head. Under the cloak of night, Ein strode confidently through the halls of Hogwarts Castle, even humming a cheerful tune as she walked. "Mimi so FME 11 la so mi so FME so do system. Click click. It escaped. It's an elevation to FA. Ein. Humph, humph, humph system. Who would have thought? In this lifetime, I would witness a Snape fanfiction featuring a plot of a wife's desperate pursuit through the flames of adversity. Einem, you haven't said anything. System, I certainly haven't revealed anything. Spoilers will lead to dire consequences. I inquired about what you were consuming. System, oh, I am enjoying some sunflower seeds. Crunch crunch. Ein. System, the essence of creaminess. Ein. Wasn't it caramel flavored last time? System, someone mentioned that the cream flavor is delicious. So I decided to try a different taste. Ein. System, crunch crunch. Indeed, it is delectable. Ein. TSK system. Hey, I must say, have you truly forgotten? Ein. What have I forgotten? System, your heart's desire. Ein. How could I possibly forget? System, ah, I see, so you intentionally provoked Snape. Ein. What about Snape? System, Ein. Hasn't my heart always belonged to Harry? System, Ein. Tsubaki, you seem rather peculiar today. System, grass, it seems I have slipped up. Ein. What is this? System, have you been affected? I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Ein paused in his tracks, perplexed, and gently tapped his head. Ein, are you expecting? System, you are the one who is expecting. And it's Snape's. Ein, grass, a type of plant. Must you be so revolting? System, never mind. I cannot convey the keywords. You must fend for yourself. Ein, what on earth are you talking about? Please clarify your words. System, just make sure you don't end up in tears later. Uncurled her lip. Too indifferent to engage with the inexplicably deranged System, Ein continued to stroll towards the forbidden forest. It is said that within the depths of the forest lies a peculiar plant known as starlight grass, which only illuminates at midnight, and can only retain its luminescence when harvested during its glowing state. Ein intends to pluck a few handfuls for Harry to play with. Ein smiled with satisfaction, eagerly conversing with the System. Ein, oh, I must tell you, someone like me, a true gentleman, should inherently cherish and pamper his beloved wife. System, haha. Ein, hello? What are you sneering at? I am truly exceptional, wealthy and handsome, indulging my wife. System, huh? Ein, envious, are you? You lack it. System, first, I do not go by that name. I am called 2024. Second, I advise you against being presumptuous. Third, who says I do not possess it? Ein's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if she had caught a whiff of gossip in the air. Ein, this place is spacious and the signal is strong. Please elaborate. System, Ein, do share, are you also the ruler responsible for the HP World crossover? System, Ein, forget it, it's obvious that it's an act. System, who is pretending? I too have a wife. Ein, alas. System, he is in the adjacent project team, responsible for the infinite flow. Ein, alas, how tragic. A long-distance relationship. System, after I complete this phase with you, I too can transition to an infinite flow. Ein, oh, congratulations. System, it is indeed true. Ein, I advise you not to be so presumptuous. System, just wait. I shall watch you weep. Ein, if I were capable of tears, I would gladly stand on my head to shell sunflower seeds for you. System, I have saved this record. Smiley face. Ein emitted a couple of grunts as he ventured into the forbidden forest. The nocturnal realm was fraught with peril, yet for Ein, it felt akin to strolling through a garden. After all, a wizard capable of slaying dragons with bare hands would surely make any creature with an ounce of intelligence in the forbidden forest steer clear of his path. Ein leisurely strolled to the edge of a serene lake. Fireflies danced in the air, while a few unicorns could be seen in the distance, quenching their thirst by the water's edge. Ein comfortably stretched her limbs, intending to rest for a while before seeking the starlight grass. Just at that moment, a rustling sound suddenly emerged beside her. Ein's gaze sharpened, and the wand slipped from his grasp, pointing directly at the source of the sound. Who goes there? Reveal yourself. From the shadows of the underbrush, a man seemed to hesitate for a moment before stepping forward. Under the moonlight, Snape's dark robes melded seamlessly with the night. The man's handsome features softened considerably in the moon's glow. His pitch-black cloak remained fastened tightly at the very top, presenting an image that was both refined and austere. Ein was suddenly seized by an inappropriate impulse, a desire to tear away the bothersome black robe and its intrusive buttons. However, he quickly shook his head, casting aside those inexplicable thoughts. How could he entertain such notions? He was, after all, a paragon of virtue, resolutely devoted to Harry's wife. With this in mind, Ein's gaze towards Professor Snape grew even colder. How fortuitous, indeed. Ein did not retract his wand. Instead, he scrutinized Snape intently. Snape's pitch-black eyes appeared hollow, and his expression remained impassive as he gazed at Ein. For reasons unknown, Ein felt an inexplicable irritation at Snape's demeanor, prompting him to utter even more hurtful words. Professor Snape truly exemplified the role of a competent double agent, never forgetting the art of mental occlusion. What is it? Afraid that I might report to your master. Ein maliciously curled her lips. Snape remained unfazed, his mind shielded firmly in place. What business does Professor Snape have in the Forbidden Forest? Surely it cannot be mere coincidence that we have crossed paths. After a moment of hesitation, Snape slowly spoke. I fear for your safety. Ein appeared to have heard the most outrageous joke, laughing mockingly without restraint. Me? Dangerous? Ein approached Snape, his sky-blue eyes filled with a malice and coldness that Snape had never witnessed before. Snape neither retreated nor evaded, standing resolute until Ein stood directly before him. Ein lifted Snape's chin with the tip of her wand, adopting a frivolous demeanor, yet her sky-blue eyes were devoid of any emotion. Ein maliciously curled the corners of her lips, leaning close to Snape and whispering, "Professor Snape, your persistent pursuit of me may lead me to mistakenly believe that you harbor feelings for me." Snape's body stiffened, and he instinctively clenched his fist. Ein let out a mocking snort, seemingly anticipating Snape's reaction. A double agent, subjected to such ridicule, would likely be driven to madness. Well, at least it served as a form of retribution for Harry, who was often penalized. Just as Ein intended to leave well enough alone and stow away his wand, he was met with the man's deep, resonant voice. "Yes, I do like you." Ein's pupils dilated suddenly. For a fleeting moment, Ein thought he had misheard. Yet, to his astonishment, Snape reiterated his words. The voice was deep, yet remarkably clear. "Ein, I like you." In an instant, a profound sense of panic surged from the depths of Ein's heart. He felt an almost frantic urge to flee, but quickly reminded himself that he could not afford to lose his composure in this moment, so he steadied himself. The tip of his wand firmly pressed against Snape's chin. "Snape, what are your true intentions?" The hollow black eyes remained fixed on Ein, unblinking and devoid of any evasion. Such dark eyes only intensified Ein's turmoil. His cerulean gaze, once filled with malice and mockery, now faltered in the presence of those penetrating black orbs. Ein was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense intuition, one so powerful that it could not be disregarded. It seemed he might have made a grave mistake. Yet, in the next moment, fury reclaimed dominion over his mind. "Snape, do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts." Ein gazed at Snape with her strikingly beautiful eyes. "You harbor feelings for Harry's mother. You merely wish to approach Harry through me. Snape, you truly disgust me." Snape's pupils contracted, the boy's words piercing his heart like a dagger. The most tender part of his soul was left battered and bruised. Snape briefly shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, the depths of his dark gaze were no longer hollow. Ein was taken aback. The dark eyes before him resembled an unfathomable vortex, laden with an unbearable weight. "You may doubt my words, yet at this moment, you must return with me," Snape intoned in a deep, resonant voice. Ein instinctively remained on guard. On what grounds? Snape began to elucidate. Not long ago, Karkaroff ventured alone into the Forbidden Forest, and it is highly probable that perilous entities lie in ambush for you here. Ein squinted his eyes, filled with doubt. "Karkaroff had no reason to target me." Snape cast a meaningful glance at Ein. "From the moment you appeared before that individual, countless Death Eaters have sought to bring about your demise." Ein still refused. "That is my concern, and it is none of your business. Obey me and return with me." Snape stepped forward, attempting to grasp Ein. Ein instinctively took a step back, raising the wand that she had previously lowered once more. "Snape, you mentioned that other Death Eaters would target me. Then what of you? Why should I place my trust in you?" Ein cast a piercing gaze at Snape, the wand that lay between them resembling an insurmountable chasm, preventing Snape from advancing a single step. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally spoke. "In this world, anyone could betray you, except for me." Ein spoke carelessly, uttering nonsense that I could hardly believe. In the memories altered by the potion, it was predominantly Snape's indifferent demeanor that I recalled. Such a person claims that he alone would never cause himself harm. Who would believe that? Come back with me. Snape deftly sidestepped Ein's wand, attempting to grasp the hem of Ein's robe. Ein instinctively retaliated, a piercing pain that struck deep within. The crimson light instantaneously hit Snape, causing him to falter momentarily due to the intense agony. Nevertheless, Snape persevered, refusing to retreat. "Come back with me," he uttered through gritted teeth, his voice sounding feeble yet resolute as he extended his hand towards Ein. Ein was taken aback, stepping back in shock, and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Why aren't you dodging?" The recent strike bore little magical power. The speed of such a spell was one that Snape could easily evade or counter. Yet, Snape did neither. He showed no intent to dodge at all, solely fixated on bringing Ein back to the castle. Ein's heart was in a state of turmoil, as if something had slipped beyond her grasp. Something felt amiss. Why was Snape behaving in such a manner? This was not in accordance with his character. Ein continued to retreat, while Snape advanced relentlessly. "Stay away from me. Go away. Just go away." Ein's bluster did not deter Snape's advance. Step by step, Snape approached Ein, gradually cornering him and cutting off all avenues of escape. Behind Ein stands a tree. "Come with me." Snape extends his hand towards Ein. With gritted teeth, Ein cast another curse. Cruciatus. A wave of excruciating pain surged forth, causing Snape to falter, his visage paling drastically. Yet, those dark eyes remained fixed upon Ein, unwavering in their resolve. "Cruciatus! Cruciatus! Cruciatus!" 3 relentless incantations followed in quick succession, and even Ein, the source of this magical onslaught, felt the strain. Nevertheless, Snape endured, suppressing any cry of anguish. Shadows danced before his vision, and the boy he had long been consumed by thoughts of stood before him, face alight with fury, wand raised, inflicting the Cruciatus curse upon him. Ultimately, the compounded agony rendered Snape unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Ein gasped for breath, leaning against a grand tree as she gazed at the man sprawled on the ground before her. A pang of anguish surged through her heart. The hand that grasped her wand trembled uncontrollably. What had transpired? What was happening to her? It was all so peculiar, truly bewildering. Ein, in a state of utter panic, yearned to flee, yet his feet felt as though they were rooted to the ground, rendering him immobile. After what seemed like an eternity, Ein finally managed to calm himself. He gazed at the man collapsed on the floor, and with trembling steps, approached him. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of terror washed over him, an acute fear that something was about to vanish. Ein reached out to feel Snape's breath. Thankfully, he had merely succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, instead of feeling relieved, Ein was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unease. A potent wave of anxiety washed over him. The actions of the tall man, with his obsidian eyes, which were as unfathomable as a vortex, replayed endlessly in Ein's mind. Furthermore, he had professed his fondness for himself. Ein reached out to caress her heart, feeling an emptiness within, as though she had lost something profoundly significant. Ein once again contemplated everything that Snape had previously uttered. The potion of infatuation. Harry. Could it be that Harry would truly employ such a potion against her? Yet he was undeniably just an adorable young boy, one whom she cherished. But wait. How had she come to hold such affection for Harry? Ein endeavored to recall the myriad moments shared with Harry. Their initial encounter transpired on Privet Drive, where the 11-year-old Harry found himself besieged by his cousin Dudley. It seemed that she had uttered something to him. If you can fight back, do so. If not, flee. If escape proves futile, deceive, and if deception fails, then trick. After that, it appeared she had departed. But why did she leave? It seemed there was someone who insisted she return home by 6 o'clock. Who, exactly, was that person? Ein was suddenly struck by a piercing headache. As if a crucial insight was on the verge of revelation, yet the memories remained frustratingly elusive. The second encounter with Harry seemed to have occurred in Diagon Alley. At that time, it appeared that he had also crossed paths with Draco. The 3 of them had been shopping together in Diagon Alley. As memories began to sharpen, Ein sensed that something significant was still amiss, perhaps a vital detail or individual that eluded him. Following this was his time at Hogwarts, where he encountered Harry numerous times thereafter. It was then that he had invited Harry to join the Black Group. No, that couldn't be right. If he truly cherished Harry, how could he have allowed him to join such a perilous organization? He would have surely cherished Harry, keeping him safe from any danger. Ein continued to strive to recall, yet found herself utterly unable to remember when her affection for Harry had first blossomed. Her feelings for him seemed to have emerged from thin air. Contemplating this, Ein's expression darkened significantly. Ein intended to immediately contact John to enlist the most esteemed physician to ascertain the nature of her ailment. However, just as she was about to depart, she suddenly recalled the potion's professor who had collapsed on the floor. Ein gazed with a complicated expression at the unconscious Snape lying on the ground. If everything Snape had said was indeed true, to what extent had their relationship progressed? He had professed his affection for Ein. Perhaps Ein had yet to reciprocate. Nevertheless, treating someone who genuinely cared for him in such a manner made Ein ponder if he had been excessively harsh. However, this moment of self-reflection lasted merely a fleeting second before he quickly came to terms with it. Ein, given my striking appearance, it is only natural to have a multitude of admirers. System, indeed, there are quite a few. Ein, although I cannot recall, where does Snape rank among my suitors? System, that depends on how you choose to rank them. Smiley face. Ein, it is merely a matter of how much I like him. System, huh? Ein, hey. What kind of expression is that? System, click, click. The expression of waiting for the funeral pyre of pursuing a husband. Ein, what nonsense is this? As Ein silently berated within herself, she levitated Snape with a floating charm. After all, leaving an unconscious human in the Forbidden Forest posed a certain degree of peril. However, as she elevated Snape, a pink potion vial unexpectedly tumbled from his grasp. Ein hesitated for a moment before tucking the potion bottle into her bosom. Ein, he has affection for me. Is it unreasonable for me to take a potion from him? System, hee hee. Ein, what? Could it be that Severus Snape was exceedingly stingy? Unwilling to even spare a potion for my pursuit? System, heh. Ein. Could you possibly speak in a more comprehensible manner? System, I have mentioned before. This poses quite a challenge. Smiley face. Ein. Then do answer me. System, no need to mention potions. If you so desire, he would willingly give you his very life. Ein. What a joke. How could that possibly be? Ein, despite his profound disbelief, found himself questioning his convictions today due to Snape's actions. Ein, my goodness. Could it be that Snape is a potential romantic? System, it seems you have infected him with your sentiments. Ein, is that the best you can articulate? My unparalleled prowess. System, hee hee. Ein, however, if I were to truly agree to Snape, it would be inconceivable. It must be nothing but Snape's one-sided affection. System, hee hee. Ein, after all, love between the two of us has led to no outcome. System, hee hee. As Ein anxiously pondered within, she led Snape out of the forbidden forest. Suddenly, in his state of unconsciousness, Snape stirred slightly, furrowing his brow. Ein trembled in fright, causing Snape to tumble to the ground. Snape remained unconscious, still ensnared in his slumber. Ein let out a sigh of relief. Reassured that there appeared to be no imminent danger in the vicinity, Ein swiftly slipped away, as if greased by the very soles of his feet. System, how remarkably fast he runs. Ein, I am certainly not feeling guilty. System, I never said that. It is you who has acknowledged it. Smiley face. Ein, damn it. He must ascertain what is truly happening. Ein rushed into the room of requirement without a moment's hesitation, departing from Hogwarts. In the vast emptiness of Riddle Manor, the echoes of Ein's call suddenly reverberated. Tom, my dear father, do come out quickly. Tom, who had barely succumbed to slumber, entered the room with a scowl upon his face. The man was clad in a black silk robe, which hung loosely, exposing his broad chest. His well-defined pectorals momentarily dazzled Ein's eyes. Put on some proper attire. You look utterly ridiculous like this. Tom smirked, a seductive glint flickering in his crimson eyes. What is it? Are you feeling something for me? Ein rolled his eyes. Are we not father and son? Do you intend to disregard the moral fabric of our relationship? Tom's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Ein. Ein black. Are you feeling particularly rebellious? Ein timidly touched his nose. Oh dear, let's not speak of that anymore. Something significant has occurred. Tom casually took a seat. What is this momentous event? Has the main soul perished? Ein had a rare moment of hesitation. It was not that significant. Tom let out a scoff, his expression laced with derision. I must say, it feels as though someone has slipped me an aphrodisiac. My memories seem to have been altered. Upon hearing Ein's words, Tom remained unfazed. Ein gazed at Tom for a moment, astonished. How can you be so utterly unresponsive? Tom scoffed coldly in response. Are you only just now realizing this? Is Snape truly so ineffectual? Ein hesitantly inquired. How do you know I was drugged with an aphrodisiac? Surely, you did not administer it to me, did you? Tom's crimson eyes glinted with coldness as he gazed at Ein. I would never resort to such despicable measures. Ein swallowed hard. All right, I understand you certainly won't. So, have I truly been slipped a love potion? Tom cast a glance at Ein. To be honest, he harbored a strong desire to play a trick on Snape at that moment. However, upon witnessing the genuine anxiety reflected in Ein's eyes, he ultimately found himself unable to proceed. Well, Tom succinctly acknowledged. Ein fell into a brief silence. Was it the doing of Harry Potter? Tom's lips curled into a cold smirk. Quite evidently, Ein fell into a prolonged silence. Tom, growing somewhat impatient, rapped his fingers on the table. So, when will you finally take the antidote? I am truly tired of this foolish demeanor of yours. Ein hesitated for a moment before retrieving a vial of pink potion from her pocket. This was the very potion that had slipped from Snape's grasp. Tom, growing impatient, snatched it from her, uncapped the bottle to inhale its contents, and then handed it back. It was an antidote. Drink it. Ein held the potion in his hand, remaining motionless for a prolonged moment. What are you waiting for? Drink it. Tom glanced at Ein in surprise, only to find the youth wearing an expression on the verge of tears. What is the matter? Tom inquired with a furrowed brow. At that moment, Ai's expression was more wretched than tears. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she grasped the potion bottle. Tom raised an eyebrow. So, have you finally come to realize how outlandish your taste truly is? Ein shook his head and lowered it once more, his voice barely above a whisper. Today, I scolded him and even struck him. Tom let out a cold laugh, remarking, if he cannot even be kept in check by his wife, he deserves it. Ein shook his head once more, on the verge of tears. I scolded him, expressing my disgust. I struck him with the heart-piercing spell. Tom, Ein looked up, tears welling in her eyes. I have used 4. Tom, 6. At that moment, Ein felt as though the potion vial in his hand weighed 1,000 pounds. He was too afraid to drink it, unable to bear the potential consequences of consuming the antidote. Tom observed Ein's trembling hands and pale complexion with growing irritation. The more he looked, the more displeased he became. Impatiently, Tom rapped on the table, urging, hurry up, drink it, and be gone. Ein trembled, hesitating to drink. Tom, unyielding, stepped forward and seized the potion bottle. In the next moment, Tom grasped Ein's chin, forcefully thrusting the bottle of potion into Ein's mouth. Ein instinctively struggled, yet could not escape Tom's grasp. A portion of the potion spilled during her struggle, but most of it was still forced down her throat. As the last remnants of the potion were consumed, Tom flicked his wrist and discarded the empty vial, with his other hand finally releasing Ein from his hold. She gasped for freedom, coughing violently several times. In quick succession, a cascade of forgotten memories surged forth, exploding into her consciousness. The spider-infested alley, the chocolate she had personally handed to Snape, the three-headed dog attacking, with Snape shielding her in his golden embrace. In the Chamber of Secrets, Snape kneeling before Tom for her sake. Childhood recollections of Snape striving time and again to protect her. And beneath the brilliant fireworks, the whispered words, "You have won, little deceiver," along with the recent confession in the Forbidden Forest, "I love you, Ein." Ein's mind erupted with a deafening buzz. What had he done? The overwhelming surge of emotions caused his brain to cloud, and he eventually succumbed to unconsciousness. Tom's pupils dilated, and before his mind could fully process the situation, his body instinctively moved to Ein's side, catching the suddenly fainting boy. The unconscious youth appeared pale, yet his brow was furrowed tightly. Tom suddenly felt a twinge of regret. A tumultuous torrent of thoughts, like dampened burlap soaked by relentless rain, began to spread gradually, enveloping him entirely, dark, damp, and viscous. When Ein awakened once more, he found himself lying in the dormitory of Hogwarts. Ein opened her eyes, lying helplessly on the bed, utterly devoid of the desire to move. She ought to seek out Snape to offer her apologies. Ein let out a sigh, her drowsy mind feeling as though burdened by a heavy stone. Yet, she remained utterly perplexed as to what expression she should wear while facing Snape. Fortunately, at that moment, the dormitory door swung open. Ein suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. However, upon catching sight of Draco's golden little head, Ein exhaled in relief, though a faint sense of disappointment lingered within. Draco, noticing that Ein had finally awakened, brightened up. "You are finally awake, Ein," he exclaimed eagerly, presenting a letter to Ein. "You've been asleep for nearly 3 days." Following this, Draco hesitated momentarily, as if grappling with his thoughts about Harry and the matter with the professor. Ein, the perceptive Slytherin, quickly grasped the situation. Realizing that everything had returned to normal, it is indeed a relief that normalcy has been restored. As for the matter concerning the godfather, well, what couple doesn't have their quarrels? Often, the more they argue, the stronger their bond becomes. Ein received Draco's letter, and as expected, it was yet another scheme orchestrated by Voldemort. Glancing at the time, she realized it was set for tonight. Goodness, her awakening was indeed timely. Ein tidied himself up briefly before preparing to attend a gathering with the Death Eaters at the Lestrange Manor. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Ein felt that this manor seemed to exude a slightly more vibrant aura compared to his last visit. A patch of land had been intentionally designated by the fountain, adorned with a variety of colorful flowers and plants. While visually appealing, they served no practical purpose whatsoever. Ein curled her lips in disdain. Akin to Voldemort, impressive in appearance yet utterly ineffectual, Ein donned a simple school robe today, lacking the ethereal elegance of the previous occasion, yet it accentuated her youthful innocence. Just as Ein was about to descend into the basement, an uninvited guest obstructed her path. It was Ein Black, the newcomer, Bella. With her cascading dark curls exuding an air of audacity, wore an expression that betrayed her unmasked malice. "What do you want?" Ein replied nonchalantly, raising her eyelids slightly. "Thanks for the invitation, but being coerced into working overtime on a night like this is quite irksome. I have no desire to engage with my overly scheming colleagues." Bella smirked, her lips curling in a manner that suggested she was all too eager to ensnare Ein in her machinations. "The Dark Lord awaits you in his study. He hopes you will visit him alone." Ein disregarded her completely and made his way towards the basement, where Snape was also present. Ein altered the direction of her steps. Ein cast a frigid gaze at Bella, who responded with an even more unrestrained and exuberant smile. Beneath her facade, jealousy twisted within her eyes, unable to be concealed. She reached out, leveraging her height advantage to grasp Ein's chin firmly. Ein instinctively wished to cast a malevolent curse, but upon catching a glimpse of the study on the second floor, she forcibly suppressed the impulse. The balding man was indeed in the study, and he was surreptitiously observing. Ein lowered her gaze. In the next moment, a look of sorrowful beauty appeared on Ein's face, as if she were on the verge of tears. "Aunt Bella, have I done something to displease you that would make you dislike me?" Bella was momentarily taken aback. In the blink of an eye, she recoiled as if she had touched something repugnant, shaking her hands in agitation. "What are you pretending for?" Bella huffed, leaving in a huff. Ein rubbed his eyes and descended to the second floor of the villa. As he turned the corner, the boy's previously tearful visage was instantly shrouded in gloom. "Voldemort, you would do well not to provoke me." Thud, thud, thud. Ein gently tapped on the door. As it swung open, he composed his expression. Voldemort reclined in the armchair of his study, his crimson gaze fixated on the boy standing outside. The youth's cerulean eyes glistened with a hint of red, suggesting he had recently wept. Yet, he wore a smile that masked his distress, presenting an image of both vulnerability and resilience. Voldemort's scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. "Ein, has something transpired?" His voice rasped, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Ein ground his teeth in discomfort. However, in the very next moment, he beheld the man who was now kneeling on one knee, his head bowed in submission. It was Snape. Ein lowered his head, as if to conceal the grievances he had previously endured. Only Ein was aware of the tumultuous emotions raging within him under the weight of oppression. Ein lowered his voice. "My lord, I can resolve this myself. I will ensure that you and all others accompany me to hell." Voldemort gazed at the boy, feeling an unexpected moment of softness. "If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out." The latter part of Voldemort's statement remained unspoken, yet he cast a significant glance at Ein. Suddenly, the formidable aura surrounding Voldemort intensified, ruthlessly radiating its magical pressure towards the two individuals present. Severus, kneeling on one knee, trembled slightly at the overwhelming force. I could only taste a coppery sweetness in her throat as she forcibly suppressed a mouthful of fresh blood. Ein looked up in confusion, meeting Voldemort's gaze without a hint of evasion. Noticing this, Voldemort's lips curled into a faint, satisfied smile. It appeared the young man harbored no secrets from him. Thus, what of that rumor? Ein suppressed the anger simmering within, raising a radiant and exuberant smile. "My lord, what brings you to seek my presence?" The beauty possessed bright eyes and pearly white teeth, her charming smile distinctly pleasing to Voldemort. He retracted his magical pressure and casually leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes slightly. "I have recently heard some rumors regarding you, my most beloved child." Voldemort's gaze fixed upon Ein, who tilted her head in confusion. "It is said that a certain Slytherin prince shares some unspeakable connection with the head of Slytherin House." Voldemort's voice rasped as he turned his attention to Severus Snape, who knelt with his head bowed. "Severus, can you elucidate this matter for me?" Snape, already inclining his head further down, responded with a voice that remained steady yet unyielding. "I apologize, my lord, but I am unaware of this affair." Voldemort squinted, his red eyes gleaming with dangerous intent. "Unaware, you say? How utterly excruciating." A sudden flash of crimson light struck Snape, causing the kneeling man to stagger momentarily, stifling a groan before regaining his composure. "Very well, Severus. It seems you have mastered the art of placating your master, have you not?" Voldemort leaned forward, casting an irritable glare at Snape. "Your subordinate dares not." Snape maintained his composure, though his voice wavered slightly in weakness. While Voldemort's attention remained fixed on the half-kneeling Snape, his peripheral vision observed the movements of another young man. At the moment the red light struck Snape, the youth visibly froze for an instant, then forcibly suppressed the urge to rend the bald-headed man before him into pieces. How dare he? How dare he? The boy's hand, concealed beneath his robe, clenched into a fist, yet his gaze remained cast downward, betraying not a hint of emotion. To display concern now would likely result in both him and Snape failing to exit this chamber alive. Voldemort noted the boy's indifference with keen interest, deriving satisfaction from it, a rare smile of contentment gracing his features. "It appears these are merely rumors after all," Voldemort remarked, his gaze fixed on Ein. "Good child, come forth." Ein lifted his head, his bright blue eyes adorned with a faint smile. Yet, the smile did not reach the depths of his eyes. Just as Voldemort and Snape believed that the young man would undoubtedly comply with Voldemort's command, the youth suddenly spoke. "I shall not, my lord." Voldemort dangerously narrowed his eyes, his crimson gaze piercing through the azure depths. Once again, it was the Cruciatus curse. Unintentionally accumulated a plethora of trivial memories, rendering Voldemort unable to discern the truth. The true mastery of mental concealment does not lie in preventing the adversary from uncovering anything, but rather in ensuring that whatever they do perceive is but an illusion. Such an absolute closure of one's mind resembles a vault reinforced with adamantium. Though the password remains unknown, it inherently suggests to others that secrets dwell within. Voldemort, having failed to uncover the information he sought, felt a twinge of displeasure. Consequently, his tone grew indifferent. "I'm black. Have I been overly indulgent, leading you to believe that you can defy me?" Anne shook her head. Which of his organs believes he is indulging me?" I laughed and embraced it. "System, perhaps it is his hair that thinks so. Or perhaps his nose." Anne lifted her head, blinking her eyes. "My lord, I did not intend to defy you. It is just that I am particularly unhappy at this moment." Upon hearing this, Voldemort slightly raised his brow. Anne pouted her lips, feigning a look of indignation, exuding a certain youthful exuberance. She had initially set out in high spirits to seek Lord, only to be intercepted midway by Bella. Bella had exclaimed, "Oh, little Beijing, today marks your demise. Just wait and see." She dared to vie with me for Lord. Lord is exclusively mine. Anne, while speaking, mimicked Bella's expression, gesturing with her fingers and using a voice that was notably shrill. Unsurprisingly, Voldemort's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. On one hand, Bella had dared to insult his most favored child by likening them to a mere pawn, and on the other, no ruler appreciates being referred to as mere property. Bella's remark struck both chords. Voldemort had entertained doubts regarding the veracity of Anne's words, as it was entirely plausible that they were fabricated by Anne herself. However, Bella had always exhibited an audacious and domineering nature. Initially, Voldemort had chosen to overlook her transgressions, considering her loyalty as one of his most devoted subordinates. Yet, it appeared that Bella's targeting of Anne warranted a stern reprimand. As Voldemort's thoughts swirled, he gazed at Anne with a hint of tenderness. Anne was instantly covered in goosebumps. Voldemort deliberately softened his tone, striving to appear gentle. Yet to Anne's ears, it only suggested that he might be suffering from some form of weakness. "Good child, do not be angry. I shall summon Bella to vent your frustrations. Is that agreeable?" Voldemort's tone, reminiscent of a lover soothing their beloved, instinctively repulsed Anne. Nevertheless, Anne feigned a cheerful demeanor. "Oh yes, my lord is the best. Anne, if only I could perish on the spot, that would be most desirable. System, Severus, come forth." Voldemort gazed down upon Snape, issuing a command. Snape stepped forward, kneeling partially at Voldemort's side, extending his left arm. A dark and grotesque dark mark was etched upon it. Unclenched his fist once more. Voldemort pressed his hand against the dark mark, and shortly thereafter, Bella appeared at the door. "My lord, did you summon me?" Bella inquired, bowing respectfully, her gaze towards Voldemort revealing unabashed fervor. "Bella, you have been rather audacious of late." Bella raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Immediately, she caught sight of Anne's triumphant expression nearby, and quickly grasped the situation. "My lord, it must be that little wretch who has spoken against me," Bella exclaimed, her anger causing her to leap up, pointing an accusatory finger at Anne. Anne stood with her hands on her hips, embellishing the tale with a mischievous flair. Indeed, it was all I who said it. Clearly, Lord, you possess no discernment in your judgment. How dare you, little Bella, conspire against me? Watch how I deal with you." Bella was instantly incensed, drawing forth her wand. However, faster than Bella, Voldemort struck. With a piercing attack that felt like a dagger to the heart, Bella collapsed, writhing on the ground in agony. Devoid of the earlier arrogance she had displayed, unfurrowed his brow and extracted 2 cotton balls to plug his ears. After a while, Bella finally regained her composure. Her body drenched in sweat and weakly half-kneeling on the ground, daring not to leap again. Seeing this, Voldemort felt a modicum of satisfaction. He then addressed Anne, stating, "Since Bella has displeased you, I shall entrust her to your discretion. You may employ any means necessary here." Bella gazed at Voldemort in disbelief. Yet he did not spare her even a glance. "Any means?" Anne withdrew his wand, idly toying with it in his hand, while his mind spiraled through a labyrinth of thoughts. At this moment, Voldemort seemed more like a probing entity. Yet, What exactly was he attempting to ascertain? Ein cast a sidelong glance at Snape, who had been keeping his head bowed. From the very beginning, he had been probing the dynamics of his relationship with Snape. What exactly did Voldemort intend? Did he wish to prevent his two subordinates from cultivating a closer bond, thereby liberating themselves from his grasp? Or was it something else entirely? Ein's eyes narrowed slightly. Once again, Voldemort had taken an interest in her. At this moment, punishing Bella was also an opportunity to observe her reaction to the competition for favor. If she were to be harsh with Bella, Voldemort would likely perceive her as vying for his affection as well. Ein curled his lips into a cold smile. Voldemort, rather unattractive in appearance, harbored quite grandiose aspirations. A spark ignited at the fingertips of Ein, as flocks of birds took flight, their wings fluttering towards Bella. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, including Bella, who was bracing herself for the impending agony. At that moment, confronted by the harmless flock, she forgot to defend herself, allowing the birds to ruffle her hair at will. Ein knelt before Voldemort after releasing the curse. "My lord, I have dealt with Bella." Voldemort did not respond immediately, but gazed at Ein with a profound intensity for a moment. What an astonishing punishment it was. Ein lifted her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Lord, being excessively harsh on one's loyal subordinates can indeed be disheartening. System, true disheartenment is not born from loud quarrels, but rather from Ein, silence. System, clicking sounds. Ein, Voldemort, with his eyes narrowed and a slight smirk playing upon his lips, reassured, "My dear child, you need not fret over this. As long as you remain obedient, I assure you I shall not be overly harsh." Ein smiled gently, remaining silent. Internally, she fervently criticized him. "Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on how your ex-wife, Bella, has been affected by your actions." At that moment, Bella cast a profound glance at Ein, wisely choosing not to speak further. Shortly thereafter, Voldemort broached another topic, concerning that Harry Potter. "When do you intend to bring him before me?" I nodded slightly. "In the third stage of the Triwizard Tournament, I shall await him at the labyrinth's end. I wonder where Lord wishes to meet him." Voldemort rapped the table, his voice raspy. "Little Hangleton." Ein thought to herself, as expected. She then lowered her head and said, "As you wish, my lord." The matter had been addressed, and logically speaking, Voldemort should have allowed everyone to leave. However, he remained silent, causing the other three present to refrain from speaking as well. After a prolonged silence, Voldemort finally spoke. "Ein, lately I have been feeling somewhat unsettled. As if there are elements beyond my control." Ein's heart skipped a beat, yet she maintained an exterior of serene composure. Ein looked up and offered a faint smile. "Please, do not overthink it. If you choose to perceive it that way, there is little I can do." Snape felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This little imp. Does he even comprehend whom he is addressing? As expected, Voldemort narrowed his eyes dangerously, directing a more chilling gaze towards Ein. Yet, in the next moment, Ein's eyes shifted, presenting a visage of feigned innocence. His delicate features displayed a heart-wrenching look of grievance, and his sky-blue eyes were tinged with red around the edges. "My lord, you just mentioned that you wouldn't be too harsh with me. I merely made a small jest, and you react so sternly." Voldemort observed Ein for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ein, you are quite amusing." Ein raised an eyebrow. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze upon his face. He believed that Voldemort had uttered a single phrase, one that rendered Ein motionless and plunged Snape into an icy abyss. Voldemort spoke. "Ein, you shall remain here tonight." The boy's cerulean eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Voldemort. "My lord, are you quite well?" Voldemort arched an eyebrow, looking down at Ein with an air of superiority. "You should consider yourself fortunate. Ein, it is my utmost honor to express my sentiments to your entire family." System, woohoo lake, woohoo lake. It seems we've gone a bit too far. Ein, silence. Die system. Ein pondered for a moment before speaking. "My lord, may I inquire what purpose you have in keeping me here?" Voldemort cast a meaningful glance at Ein and smiled. "Stay and amuse me." Ein responded with a calm yet resolute demeanor. "I beg your pardon, but I find it difficult to comply." In an instant, Voldemort's gaze turned perilous. "Why? Do you already have someone special in your heart?" Ein continued. "I can be your dagger, your sword, and the wand in your hand. Yet, I refuse to be a mere plaything." Voldemort, feeling agitated, tapped the table and spoke in a hoarse voice. "I lack for those who pledge their loyalty to me. You ought to realize how to best please me." Ein nearly coughed up blood. Suppressing the urge to confront Voldemort with his wand drawn, Ein continued. "In the distant ancient lands of the East, there exists a saying, Those who adorn themselves with beauty shall see their allure fade. My loyalty to you is, of course, also for my own future. I implore you, my lord, do not force me into a corner." Voldemort felt a surge of irritation. The flicker of intrigue he had harbored vanished entirely in the face of Ein's earnest response. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his wand and unleashed a piercing curse upon Ein. The agony struck him violently, and lacking Severus's formidable resilience, Ein stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Yet, he resolutely bit his lip, stifling any sound of pain. As the torment gradually subsided, Ein lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, unable to rise. Voldemort observed the struggling youth with cold indifference, a cruel smile curling his lips. "Ein Black, let today serve as a lesson in the consequences of defying me." He turned his gaze to Bella. "Bella, take Black to the quarters and confine him there. No one is to enter or exit without my command." In that instant, Severus's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, yet he forcefully restrained his expression and actions, casting a fleeting glance at Ein. At that moment, Ein lay pallid upon the ground, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, but he managed to offer Severus a barely perceptible, reassuring smile. In a perspective unseen by Voldemort and Bellatrix, Ein silently mouthed the words, "It's fine, trust me." Snape clenched his fists tightly. Following Voldemort's command, Bellatrix cast a significant glance at Ein before levitating him with a spell. She showed no mercy, jostling him along the way until they reached the bedroom. In the next instant, she unceremoniously tossed Ein onto the bed and swiftly locked the door behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, Ein promptly sprang upright, executing a quick maneuver as he waved his wand to inspect all magical traces within the room, including but not limited to surveillance spells. Upon confirming that Voldemort had not stooped so low as to surveil the bedroom, Ein hastily cast several locking charms on the door, racing against time to examine everything he carried. He had a few keys on him, but at that moment, escaping would likely ruin his entire plan. Thus, he was left with a few alchemical products inscribed with ancient runes. As he surveyed these idle creations crafted for practice, a plan began to form in Ein's mind. "Very well, Voldemort." Ein coldly curved his lips. "Should you dare to entertain improper thoughts towards me, I shall ensure your lineage is severed, leaving you with no future concerns." In the bedroom on the second floor of the Lestrange Manor, layers of silver-green drapery intertwined, subtly revealing the silhouette of a youth reflected upon the bed curtains. A faint mist lingered in the room, and within the vapor, a delicate fragrance wafted through. When Voldemort stepped into the chamber, this was the scene that greeted him. His crimson gaze narrowed instantly, aggressively fixating on the figure upon the bed. The shadow of the youth appeared to be lying sideways, the graceful contours of his body unobscured by any garment. The slender waist was accentuated in this position, showcased to perfection. Voldemort advanced swiftly, wholly oblivious to the slight crimson glow emanating from the carpet beneath his feet. He lifted the bed curtain and climbed onto the bed, the drapery falling back into place. Moments later, the wizard's robe that had adorned his figure was cast out from between the curtains. A hoarse sigh from the man on the bed echoed faintly. Just then, the bedroom door swung open with the wind, revealing Ein, impeccably dressed, arms crossed, observing coldly from behind the door. Noting that the time was ripe, Ein mercilessly drew aside the bed curtain. Alas, a sight most blinding. The once alluring figure had vanished, leaving only Voldemort, bare and exposed upon the bed. He frowned, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as if ensnared in a nightmare or perhaps lost in a sweet reverie. Ein disdainfully picked up the clothes from the ground and threw them onto Voldemort. "Hey, my lord, wake up." Ein reached out and gently patted Voldemort's head. But there was no response. Voldemort, a second pat, yet still no reaction. Egghead, another tap, but once again, there was no reaction. Ein nodded in satisfaction. Ein produced a double-sided mirror and directed it towards the opposite side. "Hurry up, don't expose yourself," he urged. Before awaiting a response from the other side of the mirror, he unilaterally severed the connection. Ein emerged from the chamber, only to be met at the threshold by two hooded Death Eaters. Ein deliberately tugged at his collar, leaving several red marks at the neckline, and tousled his hair slightly, adopting an air of arrogance. "I am utterly fatigued today. Thus I shall preside over tonight's Death Eater meeting." Instantly, the two Death Eaters hesitated. Ein spoke sharply. "What? Are you truly intending to confirm with the Lord in person?" The two Death Eaters exchanged hesitant glances towards the bedroom, yet ultimately refrained from approaching the Lord directly. Instead, they flanked Ein on either side and guided him towards the basement. At that moment, the basement was densely populated with Death Eaters in black robes, all kneeling solemnly upon the ground. Ein cast aside his wizard's robe and seated himself upon the throne. Please, rise, my family. Do not stand on ceremony. As soon as Ein's voice fell, several audacious Death Eaters rose to their feet, unabashedly voicing their skepticism. What are you, my lord? Ein stifled a yawn. Allowing her collar to fall slightly, deliberately revealing several fresh red marks she had just inflicted upon herself. Lord, having exerted himself excessively today, has entrusted me with presiding over the Death Eaters' meeting. The Death Eater, as anticipated, let out a contemptuous snort. What are you even, to dare sit there? Ein curled her lips in a subtle smile, her sky-blue eyes piercing through the figure of the Death Eater. You question me? Then what are you? If not a mere creature? The Death Eater pointed at Ein, exclaiming, You are the true creature. Ein scoffed with disdain. Ah yes, indeed, I am merely an object, while you are nothing more than a wretched being. The Death Eater, finally incensed, drew forth his wand and aimed it at Ein. Ein, unfazed, boldly extended both hands. Come, strike me with the killing curse. Though the Death Eater seethed with rage, he was not driven to the brink of madness. Ein is evidently a servant of the Lord, albeit merely a plaything, yet not devoid of agency. The Death Eater may hesitate to act, but that does not imply Ein shares the same trepidation. Ein stepped forward and approached the Death Eater. Bogus? Ein meticulously scrutinized the features of the Death Eater, swiftly matching the individual to the name on the list. To his astonishment, it was Boguster. Truly, fate had brought them together once more. What is it? Boguster scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ein. Oh, it is merely that I wonder if you have ever heard a certain saying. Ein circled around Boguster, each step seemingly treading upon the hearts of everyone present. What words? Although Boguster sensed something amiss, he nonetheless steeled himself to speak. Ein paused beside Bogust, leaning in to whisper into his ear. Child, debt, father, repayment. Not even Bogust, nor Merlin for that matter, would have heard such words before. However, it was of little consequence. Ein let out a light chuckle. In the next moment, she shouted, What do you intend to do to me? I am a person of Lord. Boguster was taken aback, witnessing Ein's robe being torn at the collar, revealing an alluring crimson mark. Ein immediately collapsed to the ground, her eyes reddened, embodying a scene of pitiful sorrow, on the verge of tears. Boguster, you possess such audacity. The hoarse voice hissed like a serpent, sending a shiver down the spines of all present Death Eaters. An overwhelming magical pressure descended upon everyone in the vicinity. At the epicenter of this pressure, Boguster could hardly withstand it, collapsing to one knee and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ein disdainfully scooted back a couple of steps. At the entrance of the basement, the familiar bald had appeared at the door. Lord, he is bullying me, Ein exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she reached out toward Voldemort. Instantly, Voldemort's gaze darkened, his crimson eyes struggling to suppress the tumultuous desires within. He stepped forward and lifted Ein in a princess carry, his hands unceremoniously wandering over her waist. Ein's expression shifted dramatically and constrained by her persona. She found it difficult to voice her thoughts. Instead, she cast a fierce glare at Voldemort. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Voldemort's crimson eyes as he lowered his head and spoke in a tone only the two of them could hear. If you seek my assistance, you ought to offer some form of compensation, don't you think? How dare you say that? This predicament is of your own making. Ein suppressed his voice and uttered a curse. Yet, to the Death Eaters, the two appeared to be engaging in a playful exchange. Many of the Death Eaters wore expressions that suggested they were oblivious to the scene, except for one man in a black robe who clenched his fists tightly. Beside him, a platinum head concealed beneath the dark fabric cast a worried glance at his companion. Voldemort then spoke. I have some pressing matters to attend to. If you require my assistance, contact me through Ein. The Death Eaters murmured amongst themselves, seemingly discontent with their lord's decree. However, in the next moment, the hissing sound of Parseltongue silenced them all. Voldemort uttered a command in snake language, and a massive figure suddenly materialized in the basement. Nagini. Go, bite that bogus. Oh, Tom. How delightful. You mean to bite that bogus? Yes, precisely him. Nagini hissed joyfully and, in an instant, darted like a flash of lightning to Bogus' side. Bogus' eyes widened in shock. The next moment, a searing pain struck his neck. Nagini's venom spread rapidly, and soon, the light faded from Bogus' gaze. Ein stood quietly to the side, observing with a detached gaze, yet the moment she witnessed Nagini's bite, her fists clenched tightly. The person beside her sensed the shift in Ein's emotions and, From a perspective hidden from all, gently grasped her hand. Voldemort leaned in close to Ein's ear and whispered, "What troubles you?" Ein regained his composure, closing his eyes and shaking his head. It was he who had been overly impulsive. Witnessing Nagini's act of biting inevitably brought Severus to mind. Upon this realization, Ein's gaze sharpened with resolve. He would never permit such a thing to transpire. Soon, the well-trained Death Eaters carried away the lifeless body of Boguster, who had failed to find peace. Ein struggled momentarily before leaping from Voldemort's embrace. "My lord, please focus on your tasks. I shall meticulously compile the daily reports from the Death Eaters and present only the significant portions to you." Ein, adjusting her voice, vividly portrayed the enchanting visage of a seductress. Voldemort, with remarkable acquiescence, adeptly assumed the role of a foolish monarch, blinded by the charms of the enchantress. "Do take care not to overexert yourself, for it would grieve me." Ein blinked her eyes playfully, offering a sweet smile. "It's all right. I have a butler who can assist me. You need not worry." Voldemort nodded and continued issuing his commands. "You shall proceed with the tasks I previously assigned, reporting your progress to Ein every 3 days." The Death Eaters exchanged glances, yet, under Voldemort's long-established intimidation, none dared to speak. Thus, they tacitly accepted the arrangement. After all, if trouble were to arise, there was a treacherous enchantress to bear the blame, leaving them unscathed. As the meeting drew to a close, Voldemort narrowed his crimson eyes slightly. "Ein, we shall conclude here for today. Come with me." Ein was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Voldemort. It was evident that the role of Voldemort could only be convincingly portrayed by the Dark Lord himself. This particular Voldemort was, of course, Tom, whom Ian had summoned using the two-way mirror to temporarily assume the guise of the infamous Dark Lord. However, they had previously agreed that after performing their little charade, Ian would extract the necessary information, and Tom would voluntarily withdraw from the scene. There was no expectation for Ian to accompany him in this act. Yet, constrained by the persona he had adopted, Ian reluctantly acquiesced to Tom's whimsical notion, and followed Tom to a secluded back garden of the Lestrange Manor. As Tom came to a halt and turned around once more, his handsome visage had returned. Ian raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Weren't you quite fond of the hairstyle resembling a braised egg before?" Tom's expression darkened instantly. "Silence." Ian emitted a couple of soft hums, abruptly summoning me over. At that moment, the moon had ascended into the celestial expanse, casting its ethereal glow that danced subtly through the clouds. Tom's previously sharp visage appeared softened under the veil of night. Why pursue the life of a spy? His deep voice flowed like a stream under the moonlight, melodious yet tinged with an air of chill. Ian tilted his head, contemplating the course of action. Tom's crimson eyes glinted menacingly under the moonlight. "You must understand. We possess countless methods to confront the primary soul, yet you have chosen the most perilous one." Tom took a step forward, closing the distance between them to the point where they could hear each other's breaths. His imposing figure loomed over Ian, as azure eyes met a sea of scarlet. It was as though a blue-eyed rabbit had unwittingly wandered into a serpent's den. "I had once cautioned you." Tom's deep voice seeped into Ian's ears like a whispering breeze, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Ian instinctively wished to take a step back to create some distance, yet Tom swiftly encircled her waist, and found himself momentarily paralyzed, caught in a predicament with no clear path forward or backward. The Master Soul would not let you escape. Your allure to the Master Soul is fatal. Tom extended another hand, gently brushing against Ian's lips. "Do you not believe?" The man's voice, so close, instinctively urged the young boy to flee. Yet, the man's other hand firmly restrained the boy's waist, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. In Ian's azure eyes, a rare hint of confusion flickered. "This was not the Tom I had anticipated. I never imagined it would unfold this way." Tom's lips curled slightly, eliciting a smile that was both elusive and enigmatic. The hand that had gently caressed Ian's lips now moved with increasing fervor. The youth's lips, glistening with moisture, radiated a lustrous sheen, reminiscent of a blooming poppy, captivating every passerby who longed to partake in their beauty. Tom's gaze darkened, his crimson eyes swirling with a long-suppressed yearning. At that moment, Ian truly began to feel a sense of panic. Tom's unwavering indulgence and that unbreakable vow had always led Ian to believe that Tom would never act against him. Yet, at this moment, Tom felt profoundly unfamiliar to Ian, an unsettling strangeness. Ian exerted considerable effort to resist Tom. However, the youth's strength was utterly insignificant in the face of the Dark Lord. Tom's Adam's apple bobbed, and his voice took on a gravelly tone. "Be obedient and refrain from moving." Ian fell silent as a whisper. Tom, please remain calm. We are allies. You cannot take my life. Ein, paralyzed by fear, continued to chatter incessantly. Tom found himself both amused and exasperated. With a gentle yet firm motion, he slid his fingers down Ein's lips, ultimately grasping his chin to compel him to meet his gaze. Ein, I can no longer endure this. If I do not reveal the truth to you, I fear that with your intellect, you may never comprehend it in this lifetime. Ein's eyes widened, a primal instinct warning him. Absolutely not. He could not allow Tom to continue speaking. It felt as if the very fabric of reality would shift should Tom utter another word. Tom slowly began to speak. Ein, Ein instinctively interrupted Tom with a shout. Tom halted, his gaze fixed silently upon Ein. The boy's azure eyes shimmered like rippling water, brimming with unshed tears as if he had been cruelly wronged. Those once lively orbs now reflected an unsettling blend of anxiety and fear. He was frightened. In an instant, Tom's previously aggressive demeanor dissipated. The grip he had on the boy's arms loosened. Reluctance filled him. He could not bear to witness the unease in the youth before him. Tom gently closed his eyes. Sensing that Tom seemed to regain his composure, Ein finally exhaled in relief. Ein took a step back with a tinge of trepidation. However, upon witnessing Tom's eyes closed in repose, a pang of compassion stirred within him. How did it come to this so suddenly? The two fell into a profound silence, neither daring to speak. After what felt like an eternity, Ein finally broke the quietude. Tom, you recently inquired why I chose to become a spy. The truth is, my selfish desires compelled me. I yearned to experience all that he has endured, so I might draw closer to him. Tom opened his eyes and gazed upon the youth before him. The boy's eyes were fixed on the distant void, yet his gaze emanated strength and tenderness. In that fleeting moment, Tom understood. Some words, whether spoken or left unspoken, would not alter the outcome. Under the pretext of Voldemort, Ein swiftly discerned the movements of the Death Eaters. Together with Tom, they orchestrated a formidable suppression against them. In an instant, the Death Eaters, bewildered and unaware of the underlying cause, sensed that their adversary had become remarkably astute. Meanwhile, after a prolonged slumber of over half a month, Voldemort finally awoke. His crimson eyes, upon regaining consciousness, brimmed with a bloodthirsty intent, yet softened slightly upon beholding the beauty at his bedside. Ein. Voldemort's raspy voice carried a hint of an elusive tenderness. Ein, however, endured the shivers that almost arose upon his skin. Ein blinked, casting a seductive glance at Voldemort. My lord, I have been quite exhausted lately, busy orchestrating obstacles for the Death Eaters. May I return to school now? It has been far too long since I last saw Severus. I have missed him dearly. On the other side, in a dream that had persisted for nearly half a month, the gaze exchanged with Voldemort shifted unexpectedly. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized that while his heart surged with fervor, his body remained unresponsive. Ein observed the change in Voldemort's countenance and secretly scoffed to himself. Products from Ein are invariably of exceptional quality. If Lord is disobedient, it is likely due to inadequate neutering. The specially crafted alchemical items from Ein can free you from worries painlessly in just half a month. Ein blinked her eyes innocently as she gazed at Voldemort. Voldemort's expression darkened slightly, yet he acquiesced to Ein's request. After all, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Could it be that these past 2 weeks had been excessive? That seemed unlikely. As Ein returned to school, the Christmas season was fast approaching. Upon arriving at the school, he encountered Victor head-on. Victor's eyes lit up upon seeing Ein, and with his somewhat halting English, he hurried to catch up with him. At last, I have found you. Ein casually dismissed the remarks, not pausing in his stride as he made his way towards the cellar. Victor, undeterred, followed closely behind, continuing to speak. Do you realize that for the past fortnight I have searched high and low for you? A warrior is needed to perform the opening dance at the Christmas gala. Ein suddenly halted in her tracks. Victor's eyes brightened with anticipation. I believe that the two of us, as valiant warriors, can unite. Ein leapt with excitement and clapped his hands. Victor, believing that Ein had agreed, began to feel elated as well. However, Ein merely patted Victor's shoulder with enthusiasm. Thank you. I now know how to enjoy the Christmas party. Victor responded with confusion. Ein continued to pat his shoulder. When the time comes, I shall treat you to a wedding feast. Victor? Ein continued. Rest assured, I do not require your contribution. Victor? In the next moment, Ein sprinted into Snape's office with remarkable speed, leaving Victor alone in a state of disarray. Inside the office, Snape furrowed his brow, pressing down forcefully on a piece of parchment to draw a large P, the pressure nearly tearing through the paper. Just then, sensing something, Snape lifted his gaze toward the door. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open. "Severus!" Ein exclaimed, leaping into Snape's embrace. Snape, seated in his chair, was taken aback as Ein landed on him, straddling his legs. The impact caused both him and the chair to shift backward, yet remarkably, he refrained from unleashing his usual venomous retorts. The familiar warmth of the person in his arms brought an immediate sense of calm to Snape, who had been agitated for the past fortnight. With a soft sigh, he tenderly stroked the back of the one nestled against him. Ein inhaled the familiar scent of herbs, a pang of emotion stirring within him. "I'm sorry," the boy's voice, tinged with a hint of tears, emerged from his embrace. Snape paused in his soothing gestures. The boy let out a couple of muffled sobs before reaching back to press his hand against Snape's. "I still need it." Snape chuckled softly and resumed gently caressing the boy's back, continuing until Ein's emotions had settled. Only then did Ein lift his head. His sky-blue eyes, stained with tears, bore a tinge of crimson, and the tip of his nose was flushed, as if he had endured great injustice. Snape exhaled a sigh, his deep voice melodious and captivating. "It's not your fault. It is I who failed to protect you." Ein listened, her nose nearly tinged with the sting of tears, on the verge of weeping. "Yet, I truly have committed numerous transgressions." Ein reminisced about the man's eyes in the forbidden forest, filled with both love and despair. She also recalled her own agonizing torment. One after another, Ein truly wished to rush back to the past and end his own life. Snape's voice was deep, yet his dark eyes were no longer hollow. "Do not cry, do not weep here." Ein blinked in confusion, gazing at Snape. Snape let out a soft chuckle, leaning closer to Ein's ear. "I merely wish to witness you weep under a certain circumstance." Ein's ears flushed crimson in an instant as she struggled to break free. Yet the man held her firmly in his embrace. Snape's breath filled her senses once more, momentarily disorienting Ein. "Do not leave. Allow me to hold you a while longer. I yearn for you," the man murmured, his voice laced with seduction, causing Ein to succumb to a profound weakness. When Ein awoke once more, she found herself reclining on the sofa in the office of the potions professor. Ein sat up, his expression peculiar. He attempted to rise, only to be met with a wave of discomfort in his lower back. Ein muttered a curse under her breath, referring to the old beast. She struggled to rise, supporting herself with her hands on her waist. At that moment, Sonny suddenly appeared. Master, you must imbibe some potion." Ein raised an eyebrow slightly. It was the command of Master Snape, instructing her to come and drink the potion as soon as she awoke. Sonny obediently produced a vial of potion. Without a moment's hesitation, Ein drank it all in one gulp. Ah, the flavor of strawberries. Immediately, Ein recalled his plans for the Christmas party. He took up his quill and wrote a letter, which an owl flapped its wings and soared into the distance. The howling cold wind enveloped the falling snowflakes, which cascaded upon the snowy mountains. The entire world was draped in a shroud of white. In this desolate, snow-covered peak, 2 solitary footprints remained. The snow continued to fall, and before long, the freshly imprinted tracks were concealed beneath a new layer of white. At the end of the footprints, 2 figures pressed onward. The pair moved with a lightness that seemed unaffected by the harsh climate. The man ahead was tall, clad in a dark cloak adorned with a white fur collar and intricate dark stitching, resembling a nobleman emerging from an ancient scroll. His handsome features were striking, with a prominent nose and deep brown eyes that gazed steadily ahead, occasionally catching snowflakes upon his long lashes. Following closely behind him was a youthful figure, dressed in a snow-white cloak, nearly blending into the snowy landscape, save for his flowing ebony hair that stood out vividly. The boy possessed an endearing doll-like face, with captivating almond-shaped eyes and lips that glistened with a healthy sheen, exuding an air of effortless elegance. His expression always bore a hint of a playful smile. "Master," the boy's bright voice called out, his intentionally elongated tone infused with a touch of playful affection. "How much longer until we arrive?" He tugged gently at the hem of the man's cloak. Yet, the man did not pause nor turn to glance back, responding with a cool demeanor. "The formation of the Kunlun Forbidden Area has been triggered. It seems outsiders have intruded." The boy halted, stretching lazily. Haven't those ancient relics of nearby sects been dormant for years? What outsiders could possibly come? The man continued on without waiting for the boy, simply replying, "In this world, apart from the various sects of Huaxia, there are also sorcerers far in the west. Do not underestimate them." The youth, visibly displeased, pouted as he observed the man's retreating silhouette, suddenly grinning malevolently as he brandished a dagger. With narrowed eyes, he aimed the blade at the man's heart from a concealed angle. A playful sound escaped his lips, finally capturing the man's attention. The man halted, turning to regard the dagger-wielding boy, his expression betraying no surprise, merely urging the youth forward with a silence that spoke volumes. The boy, unimpressed, shrugged and sheathed the dagger, hastening to catch up. Before long, the pair effortlessly arrived at their destination. The reason was simple. Amidst the vast expanse of snow, one could scarcely overlook a large area charred to resemble blackened coal, at the very center of which lay a deep, ominous chasm. The boy leaned inquisitively over the edge of the abyss. Goodness, it must be at least several dozen meters deep, should an ordinary person fall in. They would surely meet a grim fate. The man, ignoring the boy, retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket. With a mere gesture, intricate, glowing characters began to emerge upon the paper. In the next instant, he levitated effortlessly above the chasm. Observing this, the boy quickly called out, "Hey, master. Take me with you." "Hey." The man paid him no mind, directing himself toward the depths of the black hole. Left behind. The boy clicked his tongue in annoyance. In a moment of daring resolve, he leaped into the abyss. The two landed almost simultaneously, with the man casually producing several more talismans, which fluttered around, illuminating the surrounding area. Below, a vast circular chamber awaited, its walls adorned with ancient runes. While numerous corpses lay strewn about haphazardly, the boy counted aloud, 1, 2, 3, and 3 still alive. Disdainfully, he flipped over one of the bodies. Well, isn't this the group that came to our home looking for trouble just days ago? How fortuitous that they met their end here." The man paid no heed to the boy's revelation, deftly inscribing symbols in the air, causing the scattered corpses to vanish, leaving only 3 individuals who were markedly different in their attire. However, the trio appeared gravely injured and unconscious. The boy bounded over to 2 of them, a man and a youth. The man had raven locks that fell to his shoulders, still cradling the boy in his arms, even in unconsciousness. How intriguing, the boy mused, chuckling as he prepared to investigate further, only to have his hand seized in an instant. Fixing his gaze, he met a pair of striking blue eyes. The originally cerulean hue, in this lightless cavern, reflected a hint of the uncanny and perilous. "Who are you?" the blue-eyed youth inquired, his voice carrying a distinct London accent. Due to a severe injury, his breath was exceedingly unstable. The youth with azure eyes was none other than Ein. "Oh, still a foreign devil," the young man scoffed languidly, effortlessly shaking off Ein's grasp. Once he regained a semblance of composure, Ein promptly began to assess Snape's injuries, discovering that he had merely succumbed to unconsciousness from the blast shockwave. A wave of relief washed over Ein. At that moment, AI began to search for the presence of another individual, only to catch sight of the man in the black cloak on the other side. As he approached a distant corner, just when AI intended to extend his hand to ascertain the identity of the newcomer, the man who had fallen suddenly sprang to life. His crimson eyes gleamed with unmasked malice, and the tip of his wand flickered faintly with a fiery red glow. In that critical moment, the tension was palpable. Ein summoned the strength to rise, the tip of his wand aimed directly at the crimson-eyed man. "Tom, do not compel me to take action." Ein's voice bore a raspy quality, tinged with a sense of exhaustion. The once menacing crimson gaze softened somewhat as it fell upon Ein. "Leave," Tom commanded, his tone low and gravelly, revealing his current state of distress. The man stood before the Dark Lord, undeterred by fear, continuing to speak in his cool, detached voice. "You need treatment, otherwise, you shall perish." Tom scoffed disdainfully, utterly hypocritical. The man retrieved another charm from his pocket, lightly tapping it with his fingers as he casually remarked, "Do not overthink it. I merely fear your demise would deprive me of a witness." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of golden light enveloped them, causing everyone present to vanish in an instant. Time rewound to a day prior. Having reconciled with Snape, Ein hummed a tune as he set out to find Tom. The Riddle Manor offered no defenses against Ein, who effortlessly entered the estate. Progressing from room to room, he ultimately arrived at Tom's study. "Tom." Ein pushed the door open, revealing an empty room. Just as she was about to search for the next chamber, Ein's attention was drawn to an open spellbook laid out on the desk. "What secrets is she clandestinely pursuing behind my back?" Ein picked up the spellbook, and with just a glance, her previously cheerful expression transformed into one of grave seriousness. An overview of the soul amalgamation method. Damn it. Ein instantaneously surmised that there must have been an issue during the fusion of the soul artifacts. Ein promptly produced a two-way mirror, preparing to contact Tom. However, on the other side of the mirror, there was but a fleeting moment of connection. Tom's crimson eyes flickered briefly before he abruptly severed the link. Anticipating this, Ein had already prepared a locating spell within mere seconds. With a flourish of his black robe, he strode towards the fireplace, heading to the headquarters of the Black family in the Muggle world. John, a man well past 50, took great delight in the London afternoon. Although the weather was somewhat capricious and humid, the top floor of Black Tower always offered a uniquely refreshing experience. At that moment, John was savoring a freshly brewed cup of Ethiopian coffee, delivered by a subordinate. The vintage phonograph beside him played a melodious tune, its needle gliding over the grooves of the vinyl record. The combination of the nostalgic melody, the rich yet slightly bitter coffee, and the rare sunny day in London created a truly splendid afternoon. Yet, this idyllic scene was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of green flames in the fireplace. John, who had been enjoying his afternoon, was taken aback as he witnessed the flames in his office transform into an emerald hue. His expression shifted dramatically. The seasoned elder swiftly harnessed his physical capabilities, rushing to the door to lock it and drawing the curtains over the floor-to-ceiling windows. Just as he managed to catch his breath, Ein emerged from the fireplace, his complexion as dark as soot. "Master, what is it?" John began, only to be interrupted by Ein. "John, prepare the plane for me." Taken aback for a moment, John quickly responded, "Of course, master. Where shall I prepare to take you?" Ein gritted his teeth, forcing a name from between his lips. "Huaxia, Kunlun Mountain." After sending the young master onto the plane, John finally exhaled in relief. He lifted his coffee cup once more. Thankfully, it had cooled slightly, though this particular brew possessed a hint of acidity when chilled. It was still palatable. Just as the cup reached his lips, the flames in the fireplace flickered green once again. Indeed, it was Severus Snape. 10 minutes prior, he had been instructing a group of first-year trolls in potions class, currently directing a stream of venom at one unfortunate troll, a Hufflepuff student. Attempting to add a hedgehog spine before the cauldron had cooled, was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, Snape abruptly halted the venom spray. His expression darkened as he waved his wand, conjuring an image in the air that resembled a map, a red that was rapidly fleeing from the map's confines. Snape's robes billowed dramatically. "This class is now a self-study," he declared, leaving a group of bewildered trolls in his wake. Following a brief silence, the classroom erupted into jubilant celebration. Snape, with a somber countenance, promptly inquired, "I presume the esteemed Mr. John might indulge a humble junior with a trivial question. Where is he?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down John's forehead. "Mr. Snape, would you care for a cup of coffee?" John nearly offered his office chair with reverence. However, Snape merely scoffed in response. "Mr. John, you should be aware that a certain young lad often places himself in peril, and as a sufficiently mature and rational individual, it is your duty to intervene at the appropriate moment." Snape emphasized the phrase sufficiently mature with pointed disdain. Clearly, John's age and his actions left Snape profoundly dissatisfied. Wiping the sweat from his brow, John thought, "I lack the courage to thwart the young master. Yet, I cannot afford to offend his beloved either." He could only nod in agreement, promising to be more cautious next time. Snape, unwilling to waste further time, directly asked, "Where has he gone?" "Huaxia, Kunlun Mountain," John replied. Moments later, another aircraft descended from London, charting its course eastward. In the land of Huaxia, at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, a biting and frigid wind swept through, enveloping the snowflakes and once again blanketing the long-accumulated snow with fresh traces. Near the summit of one of the mountain ranges, a man clad in a black robe stood resolutely, accompanied by a group of individuals with their eyes closed. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these seemingly entranced figures were under the sway of sorcery, mindlessly following the man. This man was none other than Tom. His crimson eyes glimmered with a chilling detachment as he regarded the offerings beside him, betraying no emotion. With a gentle tap of his wand, a glowing red array gradually emerged, breaking through the snow. At that moment, Tom sliced open his palm, and blood flowed from the wound, cascading down his wand. As the liquid touched the pristine snow, it began to trickle along the crimson formation. The enchanted offerings stood at various points within the array. As the blood coursed through their positions, it seemed to siphon the very essence of life from them, causing them to collapse to the ground, becoming one with the array. This forbidden magic evidently demanded a tremendous amount of Tom's magical energy, and with the copious loss of blood, even he, the Dark Lord, appeared somewhat pale. Just as the array was on the cusp of completion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Tom, what are you doing?" A youthful, melodious voice pierced through the thunderous roar of the helicopter's rotors. Tom lifted his gaze toward the source of the sound, his pupils constricting in shock. A boy, clad in a fitted black robe, stood defiantly at the helicopter's door, braving the fierce wind, suspended several stories above the ground, seemingly poised to leap without a parachute. In an instant, Tom felt his heart come to a halt. And leapt down directly. Tom instinctively halted the ongoing magical formation, raising his wand to cast a multitude of levitation charms upon the young boy. The abrupt cessation of the formation caused a tremendous backlash, leaving Tom with a coppery taste in his throat. His Adam's apple shifted slightly as he swallowed the blood that surged forth. "What brings you here?" Tom inquired in a calm voice, his attractive brows slightly furrowed. Upon landing in Ain, she immediately stormed over to Tom, seething with anger. "How dare you?" she exclaimed. "Look at what you are doing now." Ain pointed at the ground strewn with sacrificial offerings, his eyes ablaze with incredulous fury. "Do you comprehend what you are doing, Tom Riddle? Those are lives. Living, breathing lives." The incredulous tone of the youth greatly displeased Tom, who had no desire to clarify anything to him. For instance, these individuals had been ensnared by a profound curse long before their encounter with him, and they would not survive the year. To serve as the offerings for his own ritual was, in fact, a privilege bestowed upon them. Tom narrowed his crimson eyes slightly, his piercing gaze locking onto Ain. "Ain, you have overstepped." Ain was utterly enraged, almost to the point of laughter. "Oh, I have overstepped, have I? Tom Riddle, do you not recall your unbreakable vow?" Tom regarded the youth before him. His striking azure eyes, tinged with a faint crimson hue at the corners from his fury, sparkled with an unusual vitality. His delicately arched brows were knitted together, enhancing the expressiveness of his gaze. A disheveled mop of black hair was tousled wildly by the fierce wind. Yet it did not diminish the youth's allure. Rather, it added an air of untamed charisma. However, as the direct target of the boy's ire, Tom's displeasure intensified. Coupled with the backlash from the disrupted spell, Tom was acutely aware that his magical power was on the brink of spiraling out of control. "This is none of your concern. Leave at once," Tom intoned in a low voice, raising his hand with the intention of forcibly escorting the boy away. Ain, having his sleeve grasped, swiftly swatted Tom's hand aside. The pallid, almost sickly hand of Tom bore the imprint of Ain's strike. This infuriated Tom Riddle to no end. A swirling mass of dark energy began to coalesce around him, heralding the onset of a magical tempest unleashed by his suppressed power. Tom's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Ain Black. "I shall warn you one final time. This is not your affair. Now, immediately, depart from this place." Ain, in a fit of rage, curled her lips in a mocking smile, arms crossed. The Dark Lord truly lived up to his title. His presence was indeed formidable. "Today, I shall observe what the Dark Lord intends to do." Under Ain's relentless provocation, the magical pressure surrounding Tom finally erupted. A powerful surge of magical energy radiated from Tom at its epicenter. Just as Ain drew her wand in preparation, she suddenly found herself confronted by a towering shadow. Ain's previously tense emotions suddenly relaxed upon catching the familiar scent of herbs. "Severus? Yes, it is I." The well-known voice, the comforting aroma. The familiar warmth constructed the most formidable defense for Ain in this world. After a tempest, Tom struggled to suppress the magic that nearly erupted within him. Meanwhile, Severus had positioned himself between the two, adopting a protective stance that shielded Ain entirely behind him. The glaring scene before Tom stirred a low pressure around him once more. "Severus, do you dare to present yourself before me, prepared to pay the price?" Tom's voice, slightly hoarse, resonated with the undeniable authority of the Dark Lord. Severus stood tall, completely guarding Ain. "I shall not repeat the same mistake again." Tom's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Mistake? That was not your error. It was your ineptitude." Severus's expression remained unchanged, yet the veins in his hand, which clutched his wand, subtly betrayed his tension. "In the past, you could not protect your beloved Lily. Now, you are unworthy." As Tom's words fell, he raised his wand. Severus immediately entered a combat stance, his wand aimed directly at Tom. Tom's wand erupted with visible black vortices, and the previously dormant array was reactivated, causing the ground to tremble. Severus encircled Ain with one arm, while firmly grasping his wand with the other. Tom gritted his teeth, glaring at Ain, his crimson eyes ablaze with fury. "Black, come here." Ain, who had been nestled in Severus's embrace, lifted his gaze towards Tom. No way." The boy's words seemed to shatter Tom's final shred of hesitation, and the array activated, causing the ground to begin fracturing. I shall repeat myself. Come here. As Tom raised his other hand, a nonverbal spell surged towards Ein, who instantly felt a powerful force drawing him toward Tom. Just as Ein prepared to draw his wand in defiance, Severus unleashed a spell that struck at Tom. The two formidable forces collided, and the array instantly began to warp. From the ground, a tremendous shockwave clashed with the spells in the air, creating a new counterforce. In an instant, a deafening explosion resonated throughout Kunlun Mountain. Time returned to the present, at a standalone villa at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Ein cradled a steaming cup of tea, sitting obediently on the sofa. Opposite her was the man clad in a dark cloak. Upon returning to the villa, he shed the cloak to reveal a meticulously tailored bespoke suit beneath. The crisp white shirt complemented his tailored trousers, and the addition of metallic glasses completed his appearance, exuding an air of refined yet mischievous sophistication. The tea is remarkably delightful, something I have never tasted before in Britain. A man adjusted his glasses and replied in a cool, crisp tone, Kunlun snow chrysanthemum, produced and sold domestically. With no involvement in export trade. Ein's cerulean eyes sparkled with curiosity, and just as she was about to shift the conversation to another topic, she was interrupted by the man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Tianli, the heir of the Kunlun sect from Huaxia. He gestured towards the kitchen, where a youthful boy with a cherubic face, donned in a petite apron, hummed a tune while cheerfully slicing fruit. This is Chuya. Ein's azure eyes sparkled. Wow, what a lovely name. Chu Tianli. Ein, is the pretense too contrived? Chu Tianli, after a moment of silence, inquired, Pray tell, who are you and what brings you to my Kunlun? Ein's gaze wandered aimlessly. Well, we must wait for Tom to awaken to discern the truth, ha. Chu Tianya's expression remained utterly unchanged, yet his words dripped with an icy chill. I possess unwavering confidence in my talismans. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory answer, I assure you, these two individuals shall never awaken. Ein's expression instantly turned frosty. Ein gently placed her teacup down. The delicate sound of porcelain meeting the surface of the table resonating through the air. Immediately afterwards, she rose to her feet. Her dark, tousled hair cascaded across her forehead, while her sky-blue eyes shimmered with a hint of an elusive smile. The striking beauty she possessed unfolded into an exquisite grin, capturing the attention of those around her. Yet, to the man seated opposite her, it seemed as though this enchanting scene was utterly inconsequential. His expression remained unchanged, and the gaze he directed at Ein betrayed no sign of emotion. Ein is indifferent to such trivialities. He merely retrieved his wand from his pocket. Having long heard of the extraordinary talents in the land of Huaxia, he pondered who might possess greater strength, those skilled in magic or their counterparts. The one of Ein pointed directly at Chu Tianli, who remained seated on the sofa, exuding an air of indifference. His demeanor was imbued with a youthful arrogance, coupled with a hint of provocation-fueled ire. Chu Tianli did not even flinch, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. I do not strike children. A fleeting moment of bewilderment crossed Ein's face, as if some misalignment in his thoughts had rendered him momentarily speechless. After several seconds of silence, he surprisingly declared, I have come of age. Oh, I couldn't tell, came the response. An inexplicable tension abruptly dissipated, much like the smoke of a battle that had never truly begun. Just then, a commotion from the kitchen shattered the stillness between the two. Master, I've cut the fruit. I'm bringing it over. Chuya, with his cherubic visage, approached the coffee table, beaming innocently while carrying a platter of fruit. The little bunny apron he wore seemed tailor-made for him, exuding an air of docility as he diligently prepared the fruit in the kitchen and now bounced over with glee. However, at the very moment he set the fruit platter down, Chuya suddenly lunged towards Chu Tianli. Clang. The sound of a dagger clattering to the ground echoed through the room. The sudden shift in events left Ein blinking in astonishment. Jia merely clicked his tongue, rubbed his wrist, and squinted at Chu Tianli, questioning where he had once again exposed a flaw. Yet, Chu Tianli remained impassive, showing no inclination to engage with Chuya. Despite the failed assassination attempt, Chuya appeared unfazed, once again donning his cheerful, doll-like smile. He casually leaned against the sofa, as if the preceding chaos had been nothing more than a collective hallucination. At that moment, Chu Tianli finally furrowed his brow, observing the untidy posture of Chuya, who had crossed his legs. Shut up, I'm enjoying myself, he retorted. Witnessing the peculiar dynamic between the master and disciple, Ein found himself at a loss for how to respond. This was beyond his comprehension. Blinking rapidly, he recalled the matter at hand. With a furrowed brow, He addressed Chu Tianli, stating, I do not wish to be your adversary, but I must take them away. Chu Tianli, arms crossed and leaning forward, inquired, what is the reason? Ein was somewhat perplexed. Of course, it's because one is my husband and the other is my closest friend. Chu Tian replied, I meant the reason for your visit here. After a moment of contemplation, Ein finally spoke. The specific reason may be related to the secret art of soul fusion. I arrived here accompanied by Tom, the one with the crimson eyes. Chu Tianli lowered his eyelids slightly, as if deep in thought. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from one of the bedroom doors. In the next instant, the entire door was forcefully shattered from within. Tom, with his blood-red gaze, was filled with an aura of menace directed straight at Chu Tianli. For the first time, a hint of surprise flickered across Chu Tianli's expression. Even more astonished was Chuya. My goodness, how could someone break through Dog Li's talisman in such a short time? Quickly, teach me, Chuya exclaimed, jumping with joy. Meanwhile, Tom continued to glare at Chu Tianli with an intense, threatening presence. Ein was acutely aware that Tom, in this very moment, was exceedingly perilous. The oppressive aura emanating from Tom, belonging to the Dark Lord, instilled a palpable sense of dread among all present. At that juncture, Chu Tianli spoke up, declaring, You are about to meet your end. Tom's eyes narrowed slightly. You too shall soon perish. Chu Tianli responded, I refer to your soul. Tom stared at Chu Tianli for a protracted moment, yet Chu Tianli exhibited no semblance of fear, maintaining eye contact. Ultimately, Tom retracted his dark aura, moving to sit beside Ein, directly across from Chu Tianli. With a composed tone, Tom instructed, Reveal all that you know. Chu Tianli, direct as ever, inquired, Were those individuals you killed? Tom arrogantly lifted his chin, merely exterminated a swarm of ants. Chu Tianli nodded. In fact, I owe you gratitude. The curse upon them was a backlash from the last incursion into Kunlun, and they were not destined to survive the year. However, should they die from the backlash, the burden of causality would descend upon me. By killing them, you have also resolved a matter of fate. Tom remained silent, yet Ein, just a fist's distance away, sensed Tom's displeasure. Fortunately, Chu Tianli continued, Your soul is incomplete. Not even a small portion can be claimed, and it is exceedingly fragmented, as if hastily assembled. Tom remained mute, seemingly acquiescent. Kunlun possesses ancient secret arts capable of mending souls, but the prerequisite is that the soul fragments must be intact. What are the remnants of your soul? After a moment of contemplation, Tom replied, I have my means to procure it. Chu Tianli withheld his judgment. The greatest adversary of humanity is always oneself. Tom refrained from responding, instead countering with a question, Then, what price do you seek? At that moment, for the first time, Chu Tianli's demeanor turned serious. I desire the method by which you can split a soul. As soon as Chu Tianli's words fell, Tom displayed little reaction. The most pronounced response came from the previously docile Chuya. Chuya's countenance shifted dramatically. The once cheerful, innocent visage darkened ominously, as if all prior expressions were mere facades. Indeed, it seemed that this was the truth. Chuya's voice took on a lower timbre. Chu Tianli, I recall instructing you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Chu Tianli remained unfazed. This does not pertain to you. In the next heartbeat, Chuya seemed incensed, flipping over to pin Chu Tianli against the sofa. Chu Tianli found himself forced against the couch, while Chuya knelt on either side of him, elbows pressing firmly against his throat. The once cheerful eyes now resembled a profound whirlpool, dark and unfathomable. Does it not concern me? Chuya, in a fit of rage, ironically smiled. Do you wish to hear the words you utter, Chu Tianli? The man, ensnared between the sofa and the youth, did not appear flustered. His expression remained dispassionate as ever. Chu Tianli extended a hand, attempting to push aside Chuya's arm, only to find it pressed down with even greater force. When I address you as master, it is merely an act of courtesy on my part. How can a mere human truly consider themselves significant? Chu Tianli gazed intently at Chuya, as if witnessing, for the first time, such unvarnished and fervent emotion from him. Chuya was seething with anger, an intensity that Chu Tianli could palpably sense. Lowering his gaze slightly, Chu Tianli temporarily relinquished his resistance, seeking to reason with Chuya. Your being harbors an excess of fragmented souls. If left unchecked, it will undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. Chuya and Chu Tianli locked eyes, neither willing to concede an inch. Ein and Tom, understanding the moment, remained silent. Indeed, indulging in fruit is a shared instinct among humanity. However, after exchanging merely a glance, Chuya suddenly burst into laughter, a hearty, uncontrollable mirth that bent him at the waist. One hand encircled his belly while the other propped against the back of the sofa, and tears of genuine amusement glistened in the corners of his eyes. In stark contrast, Chu Tianli displayed no change in expression. Once his laughter subsided, a lingering smile graced his lips. In a tone tinged with a hint of flirtation, Chia uttered the most indifferent words. Chu Tianli, have you forgotten who I am? Chu Tianli slightly averted his gaze, responding, no. Leaning closer, Chu Ya's crimson lips hovered near the shell of the man's ear, his breath enveloping him in a tantalizing whisper. Then you ought to understand the consequences if I grow stronger and break free from your constraints. Chu Tianli lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment. Seemingly satisfied with his understanding, Chia subtly curved his lips and settled back onto the sofa. Yet, moments later, Chu Tianli spoke unexpectedly, I know, but it matters not. For an instant, Chia was taken aback, grappling with disbelief at this sudden revelation, unsure of how to respond. After a brief change of expression, he could only muster a stoic remark, ignorance leads to demise, before hastily retreating, akin to a frightened escape. Chu Tianli, however, made no effort to pursue him, instead returning his focus to Tom to further discuss the intricacies of soul division. Tom, his crimson eyes momentarily subdued, recognized this as a collaboration he desired. He produced his wand and waved it through the air, conjuring a tome on dark magic deciphering into existence. Meanwhile, Chu Tianli retrieved a talisman, which ignited spontaneously in his grasp. Once the blue flames consumed the talisman entirely, a book on the foundational formations of the Kunlun sect materialized in his hands. He effortlessly tossed the formation book to Tom, who caught it with a smirk. You are quite generous. It is said that the disciples of the mysterious ancient kingdom of Huaxia seldom share their arcane knowledge. Chu Tianli, unfazed, replied, the arts are meant to be utilized. Surprised, Tom regarded Chu Tianli with renewed interest. Chu Tianli continued indifferently, the formations are detailed within the book. While some materials may be relatively rare, they should pose no challenge for your capabilities. The most crucial element for fusion is, indeed, the complete shard. As I listened, she propped her chin on her hand and fell into deep contemplation. In the present day, only the main soul, Nagini, and Harry remained among the soul vessels. Gathering them was not particularly challenging. The primary obstacle lay with Harry. I pondered for a moment before speaking. If certain fragments of souls reside within others, would their fusion and separation cause harm to the vessel? Chu Tian replied, logically, it should not. I swiftly discerned the flaw. According to reason. Chu Tian pondered for a moment before speaking. There is a certain probability that during the fusion, a portion of the memories from the vessel may return to the original entity. However, the impact should be minimal. At worst, it would merely expose the secrets of the vessel. It should be fine, right? Ein tilted his head slightly, sensing that there was likely nothing amiss, and contentedly returned to his room in search of Sephir. Tom was equally generous, tossing over the tome that unveiled the secrets of dark magic. Chu Tianli reached out to receive it. Just as he was about to delve into its pages, he heard Tom's soft voice. The method of splitting one's soul is through murder. Chu Tianli's hand froze mid-turn. Tom continued, each utterance striking like a nail, pinning Chu Tianli in place. I know what you seek. You wish to preserve his soul's freedom while avoiding its taint from darkness. Yet, in this world, how often do we find the luxury of duality? To claim freedom is to embrace darkness. The moment a soul is stained with blood, there is no turning back. The ultimate decision of Chu Tianli and Chuya remains uncertain for now. Meanwhile, the three had already boarded the flight back to London. On this side, Tom was casting a dismal glance at Ein and the recently awakened Snape. Ein gazed at Snape, whose complexion remained somewhat pallid, with a face full of concern. Her delicate, fair fingers gently caressed his cheek. Are you still feeling unwell? Have you improved? Snape shook his head, capturing Ein's hand in his grasp. His voice, low and tinged with a hint of weakness and hoarseness, implored, do not let me worry any longer. Next time, whatever you intend to do, please inform me in advance. Ein's eyes sparkled as she nodded earnestly. Tom, observing from the side, scoffed softly. Do you truly believe him? You might as well place your trust in your tracking magic. Ein, feeling quite discontent, cast an exasperated glance at Tom, resolving to ignore the man afflicted with conjunctivitis throughout their journey. Meanwhile, Tom merely smirked, appearing unfazed as he perused his book on formations. Before long, Ein, unable to contain her restlessness, stealthily approached Tom's side. May I have a look as well? She inquired. As soon as Ein laid eyes on the tome of formations, she found herself momentarily entranced. Tom's gem-like eyes, while perusing the pages, inadvertently drifted towards the fluffy head that had nestled close to him. It appeared so soft, evoking an irresistible urge to caress it. With his slender fingers, Tom delicately brushed the edge of the page, yet his gaze remained fixated on the crown of Ein's head. He then turned the page, prompting the fluffy head before him to lift in immediate displeasure. Ein wore an expression of displeasure, her beautiful brows furrowed together. "I have yet to finish." Tom, with his ruby-red eyes, cast a lingering gaze at Ein, forcefully suppressing the stir of emotions within him. With a swift motion, Tom closed the book with a single hand, the sound echoing sharply. Ein, perplexed, tilted her head in confusion as she gazed at Tom. In response, Tom abruptly struck Ein's head with the book before turning away to read. Ein let out a soft hiss, rubbing his head as his mind remained captivated by that book. The enigmatic formations of ancient China resembled a profound vortex, exerting a fatal allure over anyone who dared to approach it. Those who inadvertently found themselves ensnared for a lifetime became the sacrificial offerings to its mystique. Henceforth, that mystery was shrouded in a veil of sanguine darkness. Ein first gazed upon the soul convergence array, but soon thereafter, he began to peruse other materials until he reached a particular page. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Ein's mind. Just a few days had passed since the journey to Mount Kunlun, and Hogwarts was already enveloped in the festive spirit of Christmas. As the holiday approached, excitement brewed in every classroom regarding the upcoming Christmas ball and the subsequent break. The little trolls chattered incessantly, their minds wholly detached from their lessons. Even during the typically soporific history of magic class, the students fidgeted restlessly. Indeed, right after this afternoon's lesson, the eagerly anticipated Christmas ball awaited them. In stark contrast to the jubilant students, Harry wore a decidedly gloomy expression, especially as the final class before the ball was taught by Snape. Since the incident with the love potion, Snape, who had always taken pleasure in targeting Harry, had adopted an air of indifference. It seemed that whatever Harry did was of no consequence to Snape, a demeanor that was infuriatingly arrogant. Clenching his holly wand beneath the desk, Harry ultimately relinquished his grip, redirecting his focus to slicing the daisy roots on the table. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Ron, who, in his typical fashion, was attempting to hurl an entire piece of moonstone, meant to be ground into powder, into his cauldron. How exasperating. Potions class was bothersome enough, and Snape only added to the annoyance. The mere thought of the companions Dumbledore had assigned to him made Harry even more irritable. He couldn't even muster the energy to intervene in Ron's foolishness, pretending not to notice. Before long, a resounding explosion erupted from Ron's cauldron, causing the red-haired troll to yelp in surprise. Harry quickly adopted a concerned facade and rushed to Ron's side. "Are you all right, Ron?" he thought to himself, hoping for an incident that would allow him to escort Ron to the infirmary, thus escaping the torment of this dreadful potions class and the sight of his rival's scowling face. Yet, fate did not favor him. Though Ron was not particularly bright, he seemed to possess an uncanny streak of good luck. With a foolish grin, Ron scratched his head and admitted he had forgotten to grind the moonstone into powder, relieved that nothing serious had occurred aside from the potion's ruin. Harry promptly reassured him, "It's fine, Ron. There's still enough time to make another batch. After all, it's not my work, so it doesn't matter." After calming Ron, Snape arrived, drawn by the commotion. "Did you grind your brain into powder while making potions? How else could it have exploded like that?" His low voice slithered through the air like a demon's whisper. Harry busily sliced the daisy roots. "Mr. Weasley, Gryffindor will lose 10 points for your foolishness." Snape then turned his gaze toward Harry, a mocking smile curling upon his lips. "It seems our potions master and savior is unwilling to assist his fellow classmates." Harry remained silent, continuing his task. 10 points deducted from Gryffindor for your refusal to help a fellow student." With a prolonged tone, Snape continued, 10 points are deducted from Gryffindor for your blatant disrespect towards the professor." Harry forcefully set down the silver dagger in his hand, which clattered sharply against the table. Snape narrowed his eyes, looking down at Harry with disdain. In response, Harry managed a strained smile. "I harbor no disrespect towards you, Professor Snape." Snape scoffed lightly. "You had better not." With a flourish of his robes, he turned and strode away. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, then relaxed it again. Meanwhile, his other hand discreetly brushed against his pocket, retrieving a vial that had spilled most of its contents. Harry coldly watched Snape's retreating figure. "Very well, Snape. You ought to pray that you were not invited to tonight's Christmas ball. However, 3 hours later, Harry's hopes were dashed. After the banquet, as everyone gathered in the hall, all lights suddenly dimmed. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, a spotlight gradually illuminated the center of the room, revealing a dance floor. Simultaneously, soft music began to play. Several enchanting fairies, each bearing different instruments, flitted around the dance floor, weaving a splendid melody. At the head table, Dumbledore waved his wand, and the dance floor was instantly filled with a gentle yet radiant light. Surrounding the head table were a few more fairies carrying lanterns, providing Dumbledore with a touch of illumination before he spoke. As the music swelled, Dumbledore's familiar voice rang out. "Dear children, what you have eagerly awaited is now upon us, the Christmas ball. Please, revel in this enchanting evening." The crowd erupted in cheers. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, stroked his beard and then raised his hand to signal for silence. "Now, let us welcome our brave champions to lead the dance." As the crowd erupted in cheers, Victor Crumb made his grand entrance. The 17-year-old boy, tall and athletic from years of playing Quidditch, turned his attention away from inviting Ein to extend an invitation to another boy. This boy, somewhat diminutive and seemingly a fifth-year student at Hogwarts, was adorned in classic noble equestrian attire, giving him a rather princely appearance. Upon glancing at Crumb, the boy immediately flushed and lowered his gaze. In contrast, Crumb appeared rather boorish, his eyes incessantly darting towards Ein even as he made his entrance. Their appearance was met with a wave of applause. Following them were Fleur and Harry. It was unclear what strategy Harry employed, but seemingly adopting an attitude of indifference, he simply sought another champion instead. Fleur, significantly taller than Harry, rendered their pairing unexpectedly humorous, as the tall girl led the small boy, who barely reached her chest, into the arena. The audience shot Harry fiery glares in response. At that moment, the final pair made their entrance. This duo was both familiar and unfamiliar to all. They were well known because their names resonated with nearly every Hogwarts student, yet unfamiliar because Severus Snape had, for the first time, shed his heavy black robes in favor of a deep brown formal ensemble. The dark golden fabric and silver embellishments accentuated the garment's mysterious elegance. The tailored fit highlighted his physique, and his robust frame seemed perfectly poised to envelop his dance partner. In stark contrast, Ein donned a gradient Lolita dress, the layers of the skirt transitioning from soft pink and white to shades of blue and purple. Each tier was adorned with exquisite, substantial lace trim, while the bodice showcased a dramatically cinched waist, emphasizing Ein's delicate figure. He wore white lace gloves that complemented the puffed sleeves of his gown. Today, Ein sported twin ponytails, his golden curls swaying gently with each step, topped off with an adorable little hat perched atop his head. Ein, with her pair of azure eyes sparkling with joy, complemented by cascading waves of golden hair and a Lolita dress, resembled a doll that had stepped straight out of a painting. Snape's gaze darkened. The beauty and purity of such things invariably stirred within him a desire to mar their perfection. He envisioned binding her with iron chains, fastening heavy links around her delicate porcelain wrists and ankles. He longed to confine her within the solitude of his room, allowing only himself the privilege of her presence. More than anything, he yearned to see her weep, to witness the corners of her azure eyes redden as she sobbed and pleaded for mercy. Yet, he knew he must not, and should not be confined to a dimly lit chamber. His brilliance ought to illuminate the magical realm. The two glided gracefully across the dance floor. The once greasy old bat transformed into a hybrid prince, while Hogwarts' most handsome lad instantaneously morphed into a stunning beauty. This extraordinary pair instantly captivated everyone's attention. Ein employed a clever stratagem. At that moment, she observed a formation within the Huaxiao array, known as the step-by-step lotus formation. This formation is typically positioned at entrances to monitor human movements. With each step taken upon the array, a luminous shadow resembling a blossoming lotus would unfurl. Ein has refined the formation, transforming it into a unique arrangement exclusively for himself and Snape. As they twirl gracefully in the dance hall, each step they take blossoms like a radiant lotus flower. In that moment, they captured the attention of everyone present. Ein's eyes sparkled with mischief as she danced, casting glances at Snape. "Are you satisfied with the arrangements, sir?" she inquired, her voice laced with an alluring inflection. The term "sir" evoked memories of a young boy stepping into the world of magic, feigning innocence while harboring cunning intentions, much like a clever little fox. With a swift motion, Snape propelled the girl high into the air before catching her effortlessly. She gasped in surprise, instinctively grasping his arm as she landed. Her sky-blue eyes shone brightly, seemingly unfazed by the sudden turn of events, revealing a hint of slyness instead. Ein curled her lips into a mischievous smile, deliberately drawing close to Snape's ear with her dance movements, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Sir?" Snape's dark eyes dimmed slightly, his deep voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. "Do not provoke the flames." Ein suddenly burst into laughter, completing the opening dance with a full 360-degree spin. Ein gracefully lifted her skirt, taking a final bow. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The candles that had been floating in the air were extinguished in an instant, followed by the magical effects sustaining the grandeur of the Hogwarts Hall, which began to flicker out one by one. The once resplendent and vibrant Hall of Hogwarts was suddenly engulfed in darkness. "Oh, what is happening? What is going on?" The crowd began to stir, buzzing with confusion and growing tumult. Anne was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression transformed into one of icy froidure. Her frigid blue eyes gradually became imbued with an unsettling aura of lethal intent. Very well, it appeared that someone was destined to have an unpeaceful Christmas Eve. Anne retrieved the skin-tight wand from her thigh-high stockings, poised to raise it when a warm hand enveloped her other hand. The deep timbre of his voice, accompanied by the ever-present slightly bitter aroma of herbs, resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the darkness. "It is all right, Ein. We shall have many more peaceful nights, many more Christmases." Snape's voice, akin to a pebble dropped upon a lake's surface, dispelled the chill that lingered in Ein's gaze. Ein gently curled her lips and grasped the hand that held hers. Mischievously, she discreetly poked her pinky into Snape's palm. Upon hearing the deep breath of the person beside her, Ein blinked and spoke. "However, every Christmas is uniquely distinct. Rest assured, I am not angry. It is merely that someone must bear the consequences." At that moment, a foul stench wafted through the hall's entrance, permeating the entire space. Following closely was an insidious chill. Steeped in despair, Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, while Ein coldly curved her lips. "How utterly lacking in creativity," she remarked. "Once again, it is giants and dementors." Just then, a voice, tinged with weariness, resonated from the podium. "Children, do not be alarmed." Dumbledore rose slowly, drawing forth his elder wand, and with a grand flourish, green flames illuminated the hall anew. All the students turned to Dumbledore, their anchor of hope. Yet, only Snape's expression hardened as he stepped back with Ein. As expected, in the next moment, Dumbledore's voice transformed. What had been a weathered yet powerful tone morphed into a sinister hiss. "Ha ha 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 ha. After all, your anxiety is of no consequence. The great Dark Lord has returned today." Dumbledore's face, illuminated by the eerie green flames, contorted into that of a noseless, bald visage, none other than Voldemort. Voldemort relished the terror of the young souls, and a cacophony of gasps and cries echoed throughout the hall. Simultaneously, giants and dementors breached the entrance, encircling the entire assembly. In the midst of the chaos, Snape held Ein tightly in his embrace. Meanwhile, the brave Harry and Crumb, who had been at the edge of the dance floor, instinctively rushed toward Ein. This scene naturally caught Voldemort's attention. His scarlet eyes narrowed, and upon spotting the blonde-haired, blue-eyed maiden in the center of the dance floor, a glimmer of avarice ignited within them. With a flick of his wand, Voldemort silenced the entire assembly as if a mute button had been pressed. The vast hall was so silent that only the heavy breaths of the giants could be heard. Voldemort's gravelly voice rang clear within the hall. "I'm Black, come here. To my side." The hissing words seemed to inscribe a spell upon each heart, instilling fear and a compulsion to submit. Snape tightened his hold on Ein. Voldemort's crimson eyes narrowed once more, repeating his command, this time laced with a palpable magic. "I'm Black, do not make me repeat myself for a third time. This is your final opportunity. Now, immediately, come here, and I will overlook your previous actions." The auditorium was enveloped in a prolonged silence that lasted for a minute. Just as Voldemort's patience was on the verge of waning, Ein unexpectedly burst into laughter. The boy's melodious voice seemed utterly out of place in such an atmosphere, akin to a flickering candlelight igniting in the darkness, dispelling a hint of the chilling gloom. Ein cast a soothing glance at Snape, signaling him to release his hold. Snape regarded Ein with profound understanding, honoring the wishes of his beloved. He had always known that his partner was never a fragile vine in need of his protection. Ein gazed at Voldemort, a slow smile gracing her lips, her exquisite visage resembling a flower blooming in the depths of hell, dazzlingly radiant. Yet her words emerged like the whispers of a demon. "What is it, Voldemort? Are you able now?" Ein took a few steps forward, the uncomfortable sensation of her high heels causing her to slightly furrow her brow. Resolutely, she removed her shoes, allowing her feet, as delicate as white jade, to rest directly upon the crimson carpet of the hall. I let out a soft snort, casting a sidelong glance at Voldemort. I thought the effects of my potion would leave you in a perpetual state of weakness, unable to rise for the rest of your life, she mused. The once dreadful atmosphere of the hall, for reasons unknown, took on a somewhat comical air due to Ein's remark. It was not long before the first person in the crowd could no longer contain their laughter, followed by a ripple of chuckles from others who also succumbed to the humor. Voldemort, in an instant, was consumed by fury. "I'm black. You seek your own demise," he thundered, brandishing his newly acquired Elder Wand, its tip ignited with a fierce glow, aimed directly at Ein. Ein blinked in feigned surprise. "Oh my, you have indeed acquired the Elder Wand." Voldemort let out a cold chuckle. "Since you are aware that this is the Elder Wand, you must also understand that every individual who opposes it shall meet their demise." Ein nodded in sudden realization. The legend states that the Elder Wand can never be defeated, and the sole means of possessing the Elder Wand is to vanquish its previous master. Voldemort snorted dismissively, acknowledging, "It is good that you understand." Ein maliciously evoked a smile. "I find it quite perplexing. Since the old wand is destined never to lose, how has it continuously changed its masters?" Ein blinked her eyes. Harry blinked his eyes. Everyone present who had heard of the Deathly Hallows blinked. Indeed, if one could never lose, how was it that the ownership changed from one generation to the next? Voldemort narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Ein, I appreciate your mischief, but not at this moment. You ought to exhibit a bit more decorum." Ein simultaneously raised her wand, the tip emanating a green flame. "How fortuitous, you harbor feelings for me, while I detest you. We are indeed a match made in heaven." No sooner had she spoken than a beam of light shot forth from Ein's wand, aimed at Voldemort. Voldemort narrowed his crimson eyes, emitting a disdainful snort, his raspy voice laced with mockery. "Little Ein, perhaps you ought to learn from those around you. At the very least, comprehend who is beyond your reach." With a dismissive flick of his wand, he unleashed a beam of light in retaliation. The two spells collided in a violent explosion midair, the shockwave surging towards Ein. Armor of protection. Snape swiftly turned, enveloping Ein in his embrace, casting a spell to shield them from the blast. It seemed Voldemort had only just noticed Snape's presence, his elongated gaze dangerously fixed upon him. "Snape, my potions master, are you attempting to betray me?" Snape pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he instinctively activated his mental shielding. His hollow black eyes met Voldemort's, provoking a sardonic smile from the dark wizard. "Excellent, my most trusted potions master. You wish to betray me and also covet my people, do you?" Voldemort's tone shifted slightly, a powerful magical pressure suddenly engulfing the entire hall, causing some younger students to faint under the weight of it. At the epicenter of this magical onslaught, Snape struggled to endure, beads of perspiration trickling down his forehead. Yet, he remained silent, steadfastly shielding Ein behind him in a protective stance. Ein gazed at the man before her, a wave of bittersweet emotions surging within her. The obscure shadows of a troubled childhood forged a relentless pursuit of power within him. Yet, in the depths of his ambition, he descended into an abyss of irreparable despair at the tender age of 20, willingly extinguishing all the light in his world. Thus, he spent over a decade seeking atonement, grappling with remorse, and navigating the precarious boundary between light and darkness. His life, shrouded in shades of gray, bore the indelible mark of that dark magic upon his hand, a brand etched deep within his soul, inescapable. However, now, circumstances had changed. Ein gently tugged at Snape's sleeve, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. "Severus, trust me, won't you?" The youth's voice, akin to a beam of light, unexpectedly pierced through the drabness of existence, rendering all things vulnerable to its brilliance. Snape momentarily hesitated, and in that fleeting moment of surprise, Ein's gaze sharpened, and a smile graced her lips. "Lord Voldemort, may you graciously accept this splendid Christmas gift." With a swift wave of the wand, Ein illuminated the 8 corners of the grand hall with brilliant blue pillars of light. The focal point of these luminous beams was precisely where Ein's recently cast spell had erupted. In an instant, this central nexus unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, hurtling directly toward Voldemort's incantation. Instinctively, Voldemort cast a spell, only to witness Ein's lips curl into a smirk. The youthful voice, tinged with mirth, echoed, "Woo, you've fallen for it." At the very moment Voldemort unleashed his spell, The beam that had initially targeted him immediately expanded into a web-like formation, enveloping him entirely. In that fleeting moment, Ein deftly produced a talisman and began to chant in fluent Chinese. Heavenly gang, swiftly appear, assist my divine power. The bright star shines high, banishing all evil. Heavenly gang's might, subdue the demon lord. Urgent, as the law commands. In an instant, the blue pillars transformed into radiant golden light, converging upon Voldemort's position and firmly ensnaring him within the web of brilliance. Voldemort let out a pained growl. His crimson eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Ein and rasped, "What have you done?" The talisman, held delicately between Ein's two fingers, erupted with an unprecedented golden radiance. Ein gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, Voldemort, you have indeed committed a multitude of misdeeds." Ein gazed with a mischievous smile at the anguished struggles of Voldemort. The sorcery, hailing from a mysterious ancient eastern land, was said to grow more potent with the extent of wicked deeds committed. Voldemort writhed in a frenzy, yet the web constricted ever tighter. As the web made contact with him, it became painfully evident that his flesh and blood were being consumed. Voldemort howled in desperation, "I shall not perish. I still have." Ein cleared his ears and casually retrieved the Slytherin locket, the resurrection stone ring, and the Ravenclaw diadem from his pocket. "Pardon? What did you say? What more is there?" Voldemort let out a heart-wrenching roar of fury. Ein curled the corners of her lips. "Hey, what are you waiting for? It's time to get to work." Ein called out loudly to the surroundings. Immediately, the hall was illuminated. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Tom appeared in an instant. In the center of the formation, Voldemort's red eyes widened in astonishment, which quickly transformed into laughter. "Ah, I see now. I see now," he exclaimed, and then cast a fierce glare at Ein. "So, all of this was merely orchestrated to lure me here." Ein smiled mischievously, exclaiming, "Indeed, you have finally realized it." However, her smile swiftly vanished, and her icy blue eyes regarded Voldemort as if he were a mere lifeless object. "You should have long been prepared to pay the price for all that you have done." Voldemort fell silent for a moment before erupting into a sinister laugh, his raspy voice echoing throughout the entire hall. "I'm black. Do you truly believe that by destroying my Horcrux, I would meet my genuine demise?" Ein tilted his head. "Isn't it so?" Voldemort's crimson eyes gazed at Tom. "By allowing him to live, you are, in essence, allowing me to persist." Ein scoffed lightly. "You are nothing like Tom." Tom narrowed his crimson eyes, gazing enigmatically at the writhing Voldemort on the ground. After a prolonged silence, Tom chuckled softly, "Indeed, I am nothing like you." Voldemort let out a cold laugh, gasping for breath as he struggled to articulate his words. "Tom Riddle, no one understands your desires better than I do." Tom's eyes narrowed dangerously. Voldemort continued to fight for his voice. "You are me, and I am you. I am well aware that sooner or later, you will become just like me." Tom remained silent, his expression cold as he regarded the feeble reflection of himself before him, as if utterly indifferent. Voldemort continued to gaze at Ein, managing a faint, mocking smile. "Ein, your gravest error lies in your belief in me." Ein cast him a cold glance, declaring, "I have never placed my trust in you. Tom is not you. Moreover, we share an unbreakable pact. He would never betray me." The smile at Voldemort's lips continued to widen, and even in his grotesque and bloodied state, he persisted in speaking, "Let us wait and see. I shall forever gaze upon you from the depths of hell." Ein felt an inexplicable sense of irritation and shouted at Gellert, "Enough already. How long do you intend to listen to his dying words?" Gellert raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Ein and then at Tom, a subtle smirk playing upon his lips. In the next moment, Gellert gestured towards Voldemort, summoning the Elder Wand back to his hand. The wand traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely in Gellert's grasp. Voldemort, witnessing this spectacle, burst into laughter once more. "Very well, very well. Even the Elder Wand is but a ruse." Ein spoke softly. "Only by vanquishing the previous master of the Elder Wand can one truly possess it. Voldemort, you have never truly triumphed." Voldemort's scarlet eyes erupted with an extraordinary hatred. "I shall observe you all from the deepest abyss of hell as you engage in mutual destruction." With a casual flick of his wand, Gellert cast a spell towards Voldemort. Yet, before the incantation could reach its target, Voldemort suddenly unleashed an unprecedented surge of magical pressure, accompanied by roaring flames. The ground trembled violently. Fortunately, the ancient magic that fortified Hogwarts' Great Hall prevented its collapse. As the tremor subsided, Voldemort had already been reduced to ashes at the center of the array. For a moment, The hall was enveloped in a profound silence. No one could fathom that the shadow looming over the magical community of London for half a century had disintegrated into dust. At that moment, a figure burst through the door. It was the gravely injured Bellatrix. Following her were several hooded disciples, seemingly the individuals initially tasked with restraining her. As the disciples rushed into the hall, poised to subdue Bellatrix, Gellert waved his hand, and the disciples exchanged glances, retreating a step. Bellatrix appeared oblivious to her surroundings, fixated solely on the pile of ashes at the center. Dragging her wounded body, each step left a trail of blood. Yet, she paid no heed, resolutely advancing toward the center. Eventually, she reached the edge of the ashes, unable to maintain her strength, collapsing beside them. With a murmured apology, she uttered, "My lord, forgive me for arriving late." In a frenzy, Bellatrix grasped at the ashes on the ground, repeating, "It's all right, my lord, we can rise again when we return. My lord, let us go home." She clutched the ashes desperately, yet they slipped through her fingers like sand, evading her grasp. Until, at last, she could hold on no longer, coughing up blood that mingled with the ashes before her. Bellatrix fell to the ground, yet unexpectedly smiled. Trembling, she extended her hand, seizing the ashes now tainted with her blood. "Perhaps this is for the best," she whispered, slowly closing her eyes. "Then let us journey to hell together, my lord." As Bellatrix breathed her last, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, unbroken until the sound of footsteps shattered it. It was Tom. He strode slowly, step by step, to the center. Looking down at the lifeless Bellatrix, his eyes bore no trace of compassion. With a flick of his wand, he cast her aside as one would discard refuse. Tom lightly touched the pile of ashes with his wand, and gradually, a blue mist began to emerge from within the remnants. In the next moment, the mist began to merge with Tom. Dumbledore shouted fiercely, "Tom, what are you doing?" Tom paid him no heed, instead continuing to merge the final fragment of Voldemort's soul. Gellert raised his wand, his voice chillingly cold. It was evident that he sought to amalgamate Voldemort's primary soul. Had the wolf's ambition finally revealed itself? Anne furrowed her brow slightly, gazing at Tom as she tentatively spoke. "Tom." Tom turned to Ayn, his crimson eyes brimming with tenderness. "Ayn, all I desire is a complete soul. Will you trust me?" Ayn hesitated for a moment. Yet at that very instant, Gellert had already commenced the incantation of the spell. Ayn instinctively darted to Tom's side, positioning herself protectively in front of Gellert. Gellert merely narrowed his eyes, but did not cease his incantation, the tip of his wand aimed at Ayn and Tom. Dumbledore hesitated for a brief moment before slowly raising his hand to restrain Gellert, who then withdrew his wand. Dumbledore's azure gaze bore into Ayn. "Child, I understand your willingness to trust him, yet this is also to prevent Tom from becoming the next Voldemort. I hope you can comprehend." At that very moment, Tom, standing beside Ayn, suddenly spoke, his tone gentle and heartfelt. "Ayn, you know that I would never betray you, nor could I. What I desire is a complete soul. It has been my soul wish all along." Ayn cast a glance back at Tom. His ruby-like eyes, complemented by a handsome visage, conveyed to Ayn his singular desire with profound emotion. Ayn nodded. "Tom, I place my trust in you." A faint smile graced Tom's lips. "Your belief in me is more than sufficient." In the next moment, a brilliant blue radiance enveloped Tom, casting a luminous glow over the very heart of the auditorium. Almost immediately, a magical pressure, rivaling that of Voldemort, and perhaps even surpassing it, swept across the entirety of Hogwarts. Ayn turned around in shock, gazing at Tom in disbelief. There stood Tom, still holding that gentle smile. Yet, it became the final image that Ayn beheld before succumbing to unconsciousness. The oppressive magic surged violently. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Snape cast their spells towards the epicenter of the magical pressure almost instantaneously. However, all the spells were instantaneously repelled by the overwhelming force. Tom, at the heart of the magical tempest, reached out to embrace the fainted Ayn, his crimson eyes sweeping the surroundings, ultimately lingering upon Snape. A slight smirk graced Tom's lips as he regarded Snape with disdain. "Severus, you cannot protect those you love. It was so 15 years ago, and it remains so now." As his words echoed, Tom flicked his cloak and vanished with Ayn. Snape clenched his wand tightly, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he gazed in the direction of their disappearance. In the opulent Baroque manor, the largest bedroom lay shrouded in silver-green drapery, where a sleeping beauty slumbered. Moonlight cascaded through the diamond-shaped window, spilling freely around the bed, while the silver-green curtains softened the glow even further. Ein remains adorned in her delightful Lolita dress, yet her golden twin tails have reverted to her soft, ebony short hair. Ein gradually awakened. Her azure eyes momentarily clouded with confusion, only to be swiftly followed by the recollection of all that had transpired. Ein Ming sprang up abruptly, only to discover that both his left foot and left hand were shackled to the bedpost by iron chains. With a sharp glint in her azure eyes, Ein gathered her magical energy, intending to break free. She pushed off with her feet and tugged with her hands, yet there was no response. Ein, undeterred by the ominous circumstances, continued to summon her magical energy, only to discover that her entire being felt ensnared in a suffocating black mire, rendering her unable to break free. At that moment, 3 polite knocks echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. They were slow yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Ein immediately became alert and turned her gaze towards the entrance, where she spotted a man, Tom, cloaked in a silver-black robe, with his chest slightly unbuttoned. The outlines of his pectorals and abdominal muscles were faintly discernible. In the past, Ein would have admired such a sight, but at that moment, her only response was an expression of anger directed at Tom. Tom, do you have any idea what you're doing? Tom's ruby eyes glimmered with an enigmatic allure under the moonlight. Unfazed by Ein's demeanor, he leisurely pushed a small cart forward, laden with an array of Ein's favorite dishes. In his deep, measured voice, he spoke, "Try the butler's newly prepared red wine steak. I believe you will find it to your liking." Ein, filled with indignation, attempted to rise, but was abruptly yanked back onto the bed by the iron chain. Tom let out a gentle sigh, setting the meal cart aside before taking a seat at the edge of the bed. He grasped Ein's ankle along the length of the chain. Ein, be cautious. You are injured, and it pains my heart. Her foot, as pristine as jade, was shackled by the dark iron chain, and the ankle, having been subjected to her earlier struggles, was slightly red and swollen. With a flicker of his fingertips, Tom's magical essence flowed, and in an instant, Ein's ankle was restored to its former state. Ein, however, showed no gratitude and delivered a kick. Tom effortlessly evaded it, gently lowering Ein's foot. How insincere and truly repugnant. Ein glared at Tom with disdain. Tom, utterly unfazed, retrieved a plate of dessert from the dining cart. If you have no desire for the main course, how about some cheese blueberry siar mi brle? I recall you held a fondness for this particular dish. Ein turned her head, disregarding Tom. Tom raised an eyebrow slightly, remarking, I had assumed you were not the type of child to resort to a hunger strike. Ein scoffed coldly. Who knows if you might poison me from within? Tom's crimson eyes shimmered with intensity. You are aware that we share an unbreakable oath. I would never harm you. Upon hearing this, Ein's fury ignited. You still remember. Do you seek death, Tom? You have betrayed me. Are you not afraid of the curse rebounding upon you? Tom chuckled softly. Should I interpret that as a sign of your concern for me? Ein fixed her gaze intently upon Tom, expressing her singular and deepest regret to have placed her trust in him. Tom's crimson eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, Ein, I strongly advise you to behave yourself. Ein, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. What? Can't maintain the facade any longer? Suddenly, Tom leaned down, his handsome face magnified in close proximity, causing Ein's pupils to tremble before she instinctively turned her head in disgust. Tom's deep voice resonated in Ein's ear. It's not merely a matter of compliance. If you behave, you could become the other master of the entire magical realm. However, should you choose to defy me, he extended his hand, his fingertips gliding along Ein's exquisite visage, trailing from the corner of her eye to her chin. If you refuse to comply, I possess countless methods to ensure your obedience. Ein suddenly erupted with ferocity. With a swift motion of his left hand, he executed a graceful turn, ensnaring Tom's neck with the iron chain, pinning him beneath his weight. Oh, is it akin to what I am doing at this very moment? The sound of Ein's gritted teeth echoed in Tom's ears, yet he remained utterly unfazed, even bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ein, you never fail to astonish me. Tom maintained his composure as he grasped the iron chain wrapped around his neck. With a flicker of magic, their positions were instantaneously reversed. However, there remained an air of naivety in the situation. Ein glared defiantly in return. Tom snapped the iron chain on the bed, causing the previously slack links to tighten abruptly. The chain connected to Ein's arm tugged painfully, causing her face to pale. Tom, in a rather good mood, rose to his feet. A minor punishment, he mused, hoping that by their next encounter, she would have contemplated her actions thoroughly. With that, Tom exited the room. Ein reclined upon the bed, his mind swirling with the circumstances of the present moment, desperately seeking a breakthrough. Yet ultimately, he could conjure no solution. Everything came to a halt, ensnared in a complete confinement, utterly severed from the outside world, unable even to wield his magical powers. A knock echoed through the silence. Ein struck the pillow with his fist, only to feel a sharp pain from the iron chain. Cunning Tom Riddle. The night stretched on, an insomniac's torment. Yet, Ein was not the only one plagued by sleeplessness. At Black Manor, the expansive parlor was filled with the core members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Saints, including Old John, Sirius, and Snape. However, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Not a single voice was raised. It was Sirius who first shattered the stillness, slamming his fist upon the table. Damn it! Is there no solution? Dumbledore pondered for a moment before speaking. Ein has misplaced his trust. Sirius pounded the table twice more, turning his gaze toward Snape, as if seeking a scapegoat. He leapt to his feet, striding toward Snape and seizing his collar. And what of you? He loves you dearly. When trouble arises, are you not to protect him? What are you doing? Snape's expression was vacant. For the first time, he refrained from retaliating against Sirius's words. You knew that scoundrel had ill intentions. Why did you not act sooner? Can you not even safeguard your own beloved? Enough. Sirius. Lupin interjected, stepping forward to restrain him. Severus is already distressed. Please, do not add to his burden. Sirius glared at Snape in fury before returning to his seat, yet shortly thereafter, he could no longer contain himself, springing up to exclaim, I will not stand idly by. I must save that child. He is the last of the Black Line. Sirius. Lupin called after him, come back. It was then that Grindelwald spoke. Calm yourself, Sirius. Ultimately, Dumbledore's voice quelled the raging Sirius. We must formulate a preliminary plan, he mused. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the manor's entrance, disrupting the gathering. The sound of footsteps heralded the approach of a group of hooded Death Eaters. As the tension mounted between the two sides, Tom entered leisurely, adorned in a dark golden robe, his chest slightly exposed. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips as his crimson gaze carelessly scanned the assembly. Sirius was the first to lose his composure. The tip of his wand flickered with sparks. Voldemort, where have you taken Ein? Return him at once. Tom sneered derisively. Ah, Sirius Black, you remain as foolish as ever. Enraged, Sirius unleashed a red beam of light toward him. Tom did not flinch. With a mere flick of his sleeve, the curse was rebounded. Sirius. As Lupin's pupils dilated, he instinctively positioned himself in front of Sirius. A spell struck Lupin, causing him to falter. Blood blossomed across his chest, and crimson trickled from the corner of his mouth. Sirius hurriedly supported Lupin, asking, How are you, Remus? Are you all right? Tom's red gaze scornfully flicked toward Sirius, his low, elegant voice echoing like a devil's whisper. You? What about you? The foolish and arrogant one. The one who constantly harms his own. The one incapable of protecting anyone. With a mocking smile, Tom continued. If I were you, I would obediently remain in Azkaban. At least this way, fewer lives would be sacrificed because of you. Wouldn't he it? Sirius turned pale. Anguish etched across his features. Lupin gently pressed down on Sirius's hand, offering a faint smile in an attempt to comfort him, though it appeared to have little effect. Tom continued to survey the surroundings with an air of arrogance, his gaze settling on a figure cloaked in black at the corner. His red eyes narrowed slightly, and the previous nonchalance was gradually replaced by a palpable threat as he nearly spat out the name, Severus Snape. Snape stood motionless in the shadows, resembling a coiled serpent, poised to strike his prey. Tom's mention of his name did not provoke the slightest reaction from Snape, who held his wand steadily aimed at Tom. Tom inhaled deeply, suppressing the inexplicable fury that flared within him, and coldly addressed Snape. Just a traitor, yet you dare to covet the Dark Lord's treasures. Unmoved. Snape's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a low, measured tone, mine. Tom's eyes narrowed dangerously. What do you mean? Yours. Snape's demeanor was unwavering. The treasure, mine. In a fit of rage, Tom swept his sleeve, unleashing a powerful shockwave toward Snape. Unperturbed, Snape stood firm to confront it. At that critical moment, Dumbledore sighed, and the shockwave dissipated into nothingness. His blue eyes were imbued with a hint of compassion. Tom, you have ultimately betrayed Ein's trust. Tom coldly retorted, Dumbledore, you are the least qualified to utter those words. Dumbledore regarded Tom in silence. Tom's expression softened slightly. I did not come today to eradicate you rabble. Although it would be effortless, I do not wish to displease Ein. He paused before continuing. Hand over that house elf, Sani, to me. In an instant, the crowd fell into silence. Just as Tom's patience was about to wear thin, a sudden pop announced the appearance of a house elf. Sonny, trembling under Tom's magical pressure, fearfully stammered, "I am Sonny." Tom, with a miserly glance, coldly commanded, "Ein refuses to eat. You will accompany me to tend to him. Should he still refuse nourishment, I shall dismantle your bones one by one." Sonny trembled even more violently, yet resolutely replied, "Sonny is willing to care for the young master." A satisfied smile crept upon Tom's lips as he turned his gaze to the others. "Do not attempt to provoke me, although I seldom harm those whom mine values. Should any of you engage in unnecessary actions, I would not hesitate to spend additional time pacifying Ein." With his threat delivered, Tom pivoted and departed with Sonny in tow. Tom's arrival was swift, and his departure even swifter. Once he was gone, the group lapsed into a prolonged silence. Sirius, unable to contain himself, broke the quietude. "What shall we do now?" "Just stand by and watch while Ein is." Remus reassured. "At least Voldemort seems unlikely to harm him." Sirius exclaimed, "But we cannot allow Voldemort to roam free. He is Voldemort." To the surprise of all, Dumbledore revealed a relaxed smile. "Sirius, I believe we need not worry excessively." Sirius, astonished, retorted, "Albus, have you been indulging in honey to the point of clouding your mind?" Gellert's oppressive gaze swept over Sirius, effectively silencing him. Dumbledore exchanged a knowing glance with Snape, who subtly nodded in agreement. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped spectacles glinted as he declared, "Now, we simply need to wait." Meanwhile, at Riddle Manor, or more accurately, Riddle Castle, Ein felt as though he had been marooned in his bed, succumbing to mold. Tom, clutching Sonny, compelled Ein to consume his meals. Tom continued to visit Ein daily, yet witnessing the boy's listless state, eating, sleeping, and staring vacantly, he ultimately refrained from taking further actions. Thus, weeks passed. On a particularly sunny morning, a piercing scream erupted from Riddle Manor, shattering the tranquility. Tom nearly instantaneously materialized in Ein's room. There lay the once lethargic boy, now pale and with eyes tightly shut, appearing so frail that he seemed on the brink of departing this world. Tom's heart tightened painfully. His sharp crimson gaze swiftly turned to Sonny, who was still shrieking in fear. An overwhelming magical pressure, laced with murderous intent, gripped Sonny's throat, rendering her breathless. Yet this force delicately avoided enveloping Ein. "Speak. What has transpired?" Tom's unmasked fury bore down upon Sonny. With great effort, the words emerged from between her teeth. Sonny gasped and struggled, her large eyes filled with despair and terror. Upon witnessing this, Tom slightly eased his grip, for he could not afford to eliminate the one being who might possess the truth. Sonny seized the opportunity to catch her breath. The house elf shook her head frantically, her eyes brimming with tears. "It is Sonny's fault. It is all Sonny's fault. Sonny has harmed the young master. It is Sonny who has brought harm to the young master." Tom's crimson eyes simmered with suppressed fury as he spoke. "Do not make me ask a third time. Speak swiftly. Relate all that has transpired, every detail." Through her sobs, Sonny began to speak. "Originally, Master Dumbledore and Master Snape arranged for me to bring potions to the young master and establish contact, hoping that if there was an opportunity, the young master would administer the potion to you. But," Tom's red eyes narrowed at the thought of a certain loathsome old man with a white beard and that traitorous figure cloaked in darkness, his murderous intent nearly overwhelming him. "And then what?" he demanded dangerously. Sonny, in despair, shook her head, crying out, "But the young master did not give you the potion. Instead, he drank it himself." The immense magical pressure became uncontrollable, and a violent whirlwind swept through the room. Sonny erupted into a series of terrified screams as the entire room was torn to shreds by Tom's fury, save for the bed upon which the young boy lay, untouched. With a careless wave of his hand, Tom roared at Sonny, "Return to your wretched den. Do not let me see you again." Sonny's eyes widened in terror. Though fear compelled her to flee, she could not tear her gaze away from the boy on the bed. But the young master, Tom, unwilling to endure any more of the elf's nonsense, waved his hand again, and Sonny vanished from sight. Amidst the ruins, the exquisite bed drapery appeared as if it were an intruder in the chaos, and the pallid boy lay weakly upon the bed, unresponsive. Tom approached the boy, instinctively lightening his footsteps, as if afraid to disturb the slumbering youth. He lifted the delicate veil at the bed's edge, cautiously bending down, and gently grasped the boy's slender wrist. Compared to more than half a month ago, the touch of that wrist felt even more fragile. The handcuffs, once perfectly fitted, now hung loosely. With a pinching motion, Tom effortlessly crushed the handcuffs. Leaning down, he cradled the boy in his arms, lifting him in a princess carry as he exited the room. Just as Tom stepped through the doorway, several cloaked Death Eaters appeared, kneeling on one knee and blocking his path. The oppressive atmosphere around Tom sent shivers down the spines of all present, who exchanged uneasy glances before one bravely spoke up. "My lord, just moments ago, the Order of the Phoenix launched a full-scale assault against us. At present, Tom bestowed not even a fleeting glance upon them, merely speaking with casual indifference. An enemy attack? Must I instruct you on what to do? Useless." The leading Death Eater hesitated momentarily, glancing at the boy cradled in Tom's arms, his words caught in his throat. The boy's presence caused their lord to harbor reservations regarding the Order of the Phoenix. Although their factions were adversarial, it was not a matter of life and death. However, with Lord's sudden demeanor, one could not help but wonder if he would reconsider upon the boy's awakening, perhaps unleashing his wrath upon the Death Eaters. Yet, Tom paid no heed to the convoluted thoughts of the Death Eaters. His entire focus was solely on the person nestled in his embrace. After all, it was merely a potion. Snape was a master of potions, and surely the Dark Lord could manage it as well. One must belong solely to oneself. Even in death, one can only perish within their own embrace. Tom, cradling Ein, proceeded toward the castle's basement. The jostling in Tom's arms caused Ein, whose complexion had turned ashen, to unconsciously furrow his brow. The boy's once resplendent visage was now tinged with a faint pallor of illness. Ein struggled to open his eyes, the overwhelming fatigue rendering even the simple act of lifting his eyelids an arduous task. Tom discerned the man before him, yet his voice was nearly inaudible due to his weakness. However, Tom perceptively caught the nuances of the situation. The corners of Ein's eyes held a faint crimson hue, leaving Tom uncertain whether it was the natural redness of his irises or something else entirely. Tom spoke in a composed yet hoarse tone, laced with severity. "Silence. Look at what you have done." Despite the sternness of his words, his fingertips trembled slightly. Ein's cerulean eyes gazed upon Tom. Even from the perspective of death cradled in his arms, the Dark Lord's beauty remained undeniably exquisite. Ein slowly regarded Tom, seemingly lost in thought, before closing his eyes once more. Tom, in turn, refrained from disturbing Ein, gently carrying him to the basement. Along the way, several anxious Death Eaters attempted to voice their concerns, but were swiftly deterred by the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Tom. Upon reaching the basement, the first sight that met Ein's gaze was a myriad of nameless dark magical sigils scattered across the floor. Yet, Tom displayed no remorse. With a flick of his robe, he effortlessly cleared a space, causing the painstakingly crafted dark sigils to vanish without a trace. Cradling Ein, Tom delicately placed him upon the sole bed in the room. "It may hurt a bit. Just bear with it," he murmured. Ein lifted her eyelids and beheld Tom standing beside her, holding a syringe. Ein scoffed with a slight curl of his lips, weakly speaking. "What pretense is this, Voldemort?" Tom firmly closed his eyes, and the syringe deftly found its way into Ein's vein. As a small vial of blood was drawn, Tom could no longer bear to meet Ein's gaze. Turning away to the nearby laboratory table, the basement rendered the passage of time imperceptible. Yet, periodically, before Ein had even begun to feel hunger, Tom would conjure food from thin air, personally bringing it to his own lips. Ein initially merely turned away, rejecting any food offered by Tom. However, Tom showed no leniency. When Ein first attempted to fast, he unhesitatingly employed the soul-snatching spell. Under the spell's influence, Ein obediently consumed every morsel of food that Tom presented. Once the effects of the spell completely faded and Ein regained consciousness, his complexion resembled that of a withered vegetable. How astonishing it is! The soul-snatching spell used to compel one to eat. Ein resolutely closed her eyes, choosing to disregard Tom. Nevertheless, she refrained from granting him another opportunity to cast his soul-stealing spell and began to obediently partake in her meal. After approximately a day or two, Ein observed that Tom remained steadfastly engrossed at his laboratory bench, showing not the slightest indication of needing a respite. Ein could not help but speak up. "Hey." Tom paused momentarily in his actions, but soon resumed, showing no intention of acknowledging Ein. Ein, feeling somewhat irked, raised his voice. "Hey." However, Tom continued his actions without so much as a pause, effortlessly disregarding Ein. Ein, in a fit of anger, resolved never to engage with Tom again. It was entirely his fault. At the last moment, he had forcibly brought her over and kept her locked in bed for more than half a month. Ein, increasingly agitated, closed her eyes in frustration. However, After having slept for an entire day and night, she found herself devoid of any drowsiness. The desolate basement was only punctuated by the sounds emanating from Tom's experiments. Yet, tranquility lasted for scarcely 10 minutes before Ayn began to feel utterly uncomfortable. The silence was oppressive, leaving her with no one to converse with. At least before, there had been Sunny to engage in conversation. Ayn rolled her eyes several times, but ultimately could no longer contain herself. I mentioned Voldemort, and the glass vial in Tom's hand suspiciously developed a crack. However, Tom simply nonchalantly replaced it with a new vial. Ayn pouted, letting out a couple of discontented grumbles before softly uttering the name Tom. This time, Tom finally responded. Synopsis: Ayn has bound herself to a peculiar system that requires her to reverse the fates of core characters. Harry Potter. This is simple, the pitiful, abused child ultimately transforms into the formidable villain, Albus Dumbledore. Ayn, let's package him off to Gellert Grindelwald. Tom Riddle. It is our inescapable duty to save the wayward youth. Severus Snape. Shall we find him a wife? How about a savior with a dual nature?